His physical qualities are actually about the same speed as a martial artist of the same class. This is a matter that should not be exposed as much as possible. Don't tell anyone about your medical condition, otherwise you'll have a headache later. Qiu Yan smiled awkwardly and then asked, "Teacher, what about your physical strength? I'll see what kind of strength the universal geniuses have." Su Lanxin, as the leading teacher, was surely a royal beast master herself. Immediately nodding, Su Lanxin stood up after Qiu Yan made way. The ones on it were all at the peak of the gold level without exception, except for the spiritual strength, which was platinum level. "Teacher, you're not weak physically." "Not weak? That's not weak relative to you. Relative to other platinum-level martial artists, it's a slap in the face." Zulangshan let out a bitter laugh and tapped the instrument to burst in one go. This also caused Qiu Yan, who was next to him, to be startled. Does this have some kind of mania where she just smashes things at the drop of a hat? Oh, one's own body data. It's best not to let others know. It just so happens that the life expectancy is 2 times, so it's not a waste. You see, this instrument is very fragile and breaks at the slightest touch. When it was designed, it was one of these for one person. Leave it here, someone will naturally come and clean it later. Hearing this, Qiu Yan was still a bit distressed by what had happened to this instrument. This instrument is actually disposable, there is no mistake. Dispersing the soundproof barrier, he saw Wang Tang and Leng Yueyao looking at both of them in unison, and then looking at the instrument next to them. At once, he was able to understand why the two opened the soundproof boundary and spoke in whispers. "Okay, it's almost time to start. As squad leaders, we also have a veto, so we still need to take a good look at the test." Chapter 169, A Genius from the Civilian Cave. 1 vote. Yes, I recently asked Dr. King for some information to come back and look at. Though that said, it's only a temporary game, which means the odds are that these players will be temporary players, which you should know. At the same time, we naturally have the right to pick our own players. For example, if a kid is unruly, but his strength is okay, do you keep him or not? Qiu Yan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the top 10 of this examination for Imperial Beastmasters would be assigned to Qiu Yan. If you do run into a player who is good but doesn't listen to orders, it could very well have an effect on the whole team. As you can see, the bottom gradually began to be divided into 6 areas, so it must be about to start the confrontation test. Even some students whose talents are related to logistics cannot escape this hurdle. Even if they couldn't cause a lot of killing power on the battlefield, though at least they couldn't hold back their own team members. Soon, the drawing of lots began below. Wan Guolong, who was about 1.9 meters, stood out amongst the crowd, and with a casual glance, he could see Qiu Yan watching him from above in the distance. And with a smile on his face, waving back, it was a way of saying hello to his future captain. Actually, I don't think there's basically a need for a test on the martial artist side. The ones that made it into the top 10 on the martial artist side, I basically know them all, big difference. There are a couple of guys that balance scouting ability with a decent amount of combat power. The key is the Imperial Beastmaster side, so maybe there will be a change. Wang Tang stared at the crowd below who had already begun to engage in battle and muttered, "Who knows?" Just then, a skinny boy caught Qiu Yan's attention. That was in the middle of the second area. The one who fought against him was Wan Guolong. Being the first in Xiaoyang's grade with a fierce reputation, it could be said that it brought pressure to many students participating in the examination. However, the boy on the opposite side summoned his own spirit animal without humbling himself. It was a weak, pathetic thunder rock. Despite its domineering name, this spirit beast bloodline was not of a high grade, probably only gold grade. But while the boys were constantly dodging the attacks of the other party spirit beasts, they were actually able to distract themselves and command their own spirit beasts to attack. Ooh, this boy Qiu Yan recognized. Ji Xiang, who in his last life was known as the genius who came out of the slums. Although his own spirit beast bloodline wasn't strong, he was always able to counterattack his opponents at critical times through his ability to adapt on the spot. This caused Qiu Yan to look twice more as well. The blue star in his last life didn't have a dragon blood Highlander, nor did it have a corresponding test. Qiu Yan guessed that perhaps his rebirth had created some butterfly effect. Ji Xiang was not strong enough, so naturally he fell off the list. But he was not discouraged, and continued his studies after entering the Imperial Beasts University of China Sea, gradually exploring a path of his own. Although he didn't have a very strong spirit animal. but he was able to use a few gold-level bloodline spirit beasts to fight back and forth with 1 diamond-level and 2 platinum-level bloodline spirit beasts from others. In the end, he managed to defeat his opponent thanks to his superior fighting mind. 1 battle to fame. That would be rare. Qiu Yan got a little excited and hurriedly turned his head to tell Su Lanxin. Mr. Su, look in the middle of the second sparring area. What do you think of that somewhat skinny boy? I would have thought you would have paid more attention to the wannabe dragons. Su Lanxin's eyebrows frowned slightly, but they quickly stretched out. Indeed, I'll check on the boy. Although the strength of one's spirit beast is not good, it is quite resilient, relying on one's own judgment to be able to barely engage the universal dragon. Wan Kwok Lung is no punk. Soon Qiu Yan saw the end. After all, Wan Guolong had 3 excellent spirit beasts, while Jixiang only had 1 thunder rock. The difference is still huge. A rain of arrows from the ice jade Luan bird managed to hit Jixiang's protective shield. The strength of the shield is unfolded according to the strength of the student himself. If it wasn't for the shield, but on the battlefield, Jixiang would have definitely died through and through this time. I lost. Jixiang sighed and took Lei Peng in his arms, tenderly stroking its feathers. There was really no way around it, and he did his best. The luck was so bad that he actually drew Xiaoyang first in the first draw. Although he wouldn't be directly eliminated if he failed once, he didn't have the extra energy to fight again in the loser's bracket though. Class, you're already strong and working hard. I, Wang Guolong, admire you. Wang Guolong looked like a big man, but his heart was still fine, and when he saw Ji Xiang's gloomy color, he quickly opened his mouth to comfort him. Ji Xiang barely managed to conjure up a smile on his face before leaving the arena forlornly. After all, or not. However, he will not give up. He must prove himself. Just as he thought that, he bumped into a figure. Sorry. While apologizing repeatedly, Ji Xiang instantly cursed himself, but it was just a loss. Actually like losing his soul. Not even looking at the road. Qiu Yan looked at the skinny teenager in front of him and couldn't help but smile a little in his heart. By the looks of it, today's battle was quite a blow to Ji Xiang. Not even looking at the road, he crashed straight towards his front. He himself was originally just trying to stop Ji Xiang. It's okay. I was just looking for you for something. Qiu Yan smiled, then closed his mouth and waited for the other party's reply. Looking for me? What is it that you want from me? If it's to remind me that I have one more chance to test, forget it. I don't have the energy left to deal with the next opponent. Seeing that Qiu Yan still didn't get out of the way, he even blocked himself instead. A trace of anger also flashed across Ji Xiang's thin but clear face. Get out of the way. I have to go to my part-time job later. I don't have time to spend with you. Oh, Qiu Yan smiled. I'll pay you for your part-time work today. Come with me. He didn't say anything, but turned around and headed out into the middle of the arena. As expected, Ji Xiang panted and followed. What the hell did you mean when you asked me to follow you? What the hell do you want? Qiu Yan never revealed a single word more, but brought Ji Xiang to their number 4 viewing room. You can Qiu Yan, that's not bad efficiency. It's given back to be claimed. It's hard to really want to absorb him into the squad, isn't it? At those words, Ji Xiang's face changed greatly. It turned out that the person who pretended to be deep and brought himself here was actually Qiu Yan. Who didn't know that Qiu Yan was the top scorer of this session of the Imperial Beast Examination. Chapter 170 Mock Battle. Ji Xiang's mouth was so wide open that he could almost stuff an apple in it. Absorb yourself into the squad? In other words, he himself, a loser, was actually looked upon by the top student of Zhonghai City. Qiu Yan laughed in his heart when he saw this shocked look on his face, but he didn't jump to conclusions. At first, the report said that Ji Xiang repeatedly frustrated, inspired fighting spirit, so to catch up. The sky will be the limit, but it will be the first to suffer. It wasn't bad now, but it was also because the failure of the Imperial Beasts High School had just made him hold his breath and want to prove himself. It would have been better to just tell him, "You're now a member of my Starfire squad." I'm afraid he'll jump for joy and gloat to himself. Look, I'm a loser who made it into the Starfire squad. Did I do anything? This victory came far too easily. Therefore, Qiu Yan felt that Ji Xiang was now lacking a desperate and ruthless spirit. He needs a tough win to prove himself and for him to really wake up to what's going on. Qiu Yan shook his head slightly. That's not true, but it just counts for inclusion in the alternative. Mr. Su, where is the Spirit Beast Battle Simulator? I don't come over here very often. Go out to the right and take 2 steps to the elevator, 5th floor. Although she didn't know exactly what Xiao Yan wanted to do, Su Lanshan was willing to trust Xiao Yan's vision and handed over a very designer card. As usual, there was a fee for using the Spirit Beast Battle Simulator. But Suslanson didn't care. If Xiao Yan really looked away, that little fee didn't matter. Moreover, Xiao Yan, the scholar who could be certified by the bigwigs from all sides, would not have a bad vision. Xiao Yan, who had thought of paying for it himself, didn't push back when he saw this and nodded towards Su Lanshan. After all, he also knew that Su Lanshan was not lacking in this trifle. Afterward, Xiao Yan led Jixiang along the route. Ding! The moment the elevator doors slowly opened, Xiao Yan saw a variety of testing instruments. There was a machine that was constantly firing hyperspeed pinballs outwards, and a martial artist could be seen in the middle of it, constantly dodging the pinballs. You can see that this one has top-notch speed reflexes and basically dodges most of the bouncing balls, with just the occasional one grazing the hem of his shirt. Seeing that this speed is also the highest grade of the bronze level, such a speed is already not easy. Xiao Yan didn't linger too long, only giving a secret sigh of admiration in his heart. Then it came to the 2 huge oval machines. He inserted the card he had been given earlier by Zalangson into the groove. Immediately afterward, 2 hatches slowly opened, revealing the recliners in them. "It is?" Ji Xiang asked with some hesitation. "This is the Spirit Beast Battle Simulator I was just talking about. Once you sit on it, the hatch closes. Then in it there will be images projected into your mind, creating a simulated battlefield. The system will randomly generate 3 spirit beasts that belong to you, and you can control these spirit beasts to fight. Still, it's fair to say that most of the cultivation levels are hovering among the black iron and bronze ranks. In a minute I'll sit in it too, and then use 3 random spirit animals as well. You have 5 minutes to familiarize yourself with the characteristics and skills of the spirit beasts, after which we can open the sparring match." At this moment, Ji Xiang frowned slightly. "And after that, what am I going to do?" Xiao Yan shot a glance at Ji Xiang, then said indifferently, "All you have to do is beat me. On the same starting line, if you can beat me, I will apply to Elder Li and Teacher Su to let you break the rules and join the Dragon Blood Highlanders. Even the Starfire squad is not impossible. Sit on it and try it." "Fruity." Ji Xiang's eyes lit up. "The reason I was behind before was because I had just 1 spirit animal and it wasn't very maneuverable. He's been a fan of strategy games since he was a kid, and this unit was literally made for him in general. Now that everyone was a random spirit beast, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Entering the Starfire squad would also mean a solid entry into the Dragon's Blood Highlander. With the resources tilted by the Dragon's Blood Highlander, he could finally stop continuing to starve. With that thought, he couldn't wait to get into it. But the worn and unusually wide hem of his coat hooked onto a part aside and he stumbled, almost falling over. Looking at Ji Xiang's slightly clumsy appearance, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth hooked. "This silly boy, how many layers of water are you going to put in yourself later?" This kind of device had actually come to be used once in his last life, but it had been so long ago that he'd almost forgotten about it. But the feeling of maneuvering the machine is still vaguely remembered. And he'd been through so many battles lately that he was clearly a whole lot stronger than his peers when it came to his level of command. Xiao Yan looked at his watch, and once 5 minutes had passed, he voiced a reminder. "Ready. Cough if you're ready. I can hear you." Ahem. Xiao Yan, who had gotten the signal, also sat in the other hatch at this time. After the hatch slowly closed, it became dark in the confined space. Soon, a helmet was pressed onto Xiao Yan's head with the activity of a robotic arm. The whole machine began to hum. Xiao Yan only felt a tingly, tiny electric current start to appear on his head. So he closed his eyes, and in no time at all, he entered a deep sleep under the effect of the electric current. The operation of the machine puts both of them in a virtual space at the same time. Ji Xiang looked at Xiao Yan across from him, his face unable to hide his excitement. Xiao Yan checked his royal beast space, and there were just 3 spirit beasts in it. They were the thornback tortoise, sharp-toothed leopard, and flaming bird, all of which were at the peak of the black iron rank in cultivation. This lineup is also the most prevalent damage-bearing, surging support system. It could be said that Xiao Yan liked this kind of lineup that could attack and retreat. The 2 nodded to each other and summoned their respective spirit beasts at the same time. Xiao Yan, who could see the spirit beast opposite him, had a bitter smile spread across his face. It's probably going to be a bit of a battle later on. It's not good for Kisho to randomly come out with anything but a triple support system. In other words, Ji Xiang had randomly gotten 3 flying spirit beasts, a thunder roc, an ice jade luan and a shadow sparrow. His own combination of spirit beasts lacked some means of countering the air, and was at a disadvantage. He was afraid that once he started the fight later, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. Ji Xiang was relieved when he saw the spirit beast on the opposite side. Okay, with your maneuvering, you will surely be able to take it down easily. As the countdown ended in front of his eyes, blood and blue bars began to appear on the heads of both sides' spirit beasts. The mechanics are simple: taking an attack drains the blood bar, and using a skill drains the blue bar. At the very beginning, Ji Xiang commanded his 3 flying spirit beasts to fly higher and higher from the ground. According to his thoughts, as long as the 3 spirit beasts didn't land on the ground and didn't enter the attack range of Qiu Yan's spirit beasts, there was a high probability of winning, even if, of course, his attack was only a scrape. Qiu Yan, I'm sorry. The 3 spirit beasts flying in the air emitted a halo of light from their mouths and between their feathered wings at the same time. It's a sign that the skill is about to be used. Chapter 171. Ji Xiang was in a hurry. Oh, I'd like to see how that's right. Qiu Yan commanded his spirit beasts to move quickly, causing the 3 bird spirit beasts to only frantically trace the edges. Finally, in the moment when the skill stopped and was in a vacuum, Qiu Yan seized the opportunity. The flame bird nimbly shuttled to the 3 spirit beasts. Flaming bird, fire cloud. The flame bird was a spirit beast that looked like a rock bird. The feathers all over his body, though, were a fiery red base color with golden veins growing at the ends of the feathers. Its signature skill, the fire cloud. In an instant, the flaming bird's mouth spat out a flame that grazed the ice jade luan bird's wings. Due to the damage to its wings, this blow nearly upset the ice jade luan bird's balance, and the entire bird faltered. One could only say that it was worthy of being a platinum-level bloodline spirit beast, and was also the one with the highest bloodline level amongst the spirit beasts present. It quickly adjusted its flight and stopped just outside the range of the sharp-toothed leopard's attack. However, you could see that the blood bar on its head seemed to be a fraction shorter, probably a tenth as well. It's considered a minor injury. Ji Xiang's face first changed when he saw this, then quickly regained his composure. Just now, if he had let the spirit beasts ascend into the air in time, he might have been able to avoid this attack. So in the course of the next trial, he became more cautious. The 2 spirit beasts attacked the enemy below, while the thunder roc kept circling in the air, never letting the flame bird get close by half a point. Seeing that his opponent quickly grasped the gist, Qiu Yan was secretly shocked. It is important to realize that many people are not able to command with such precision due to the initial operation. But it was Ji Xiang who immediately comprehended the correct method of fighting after just watching himself operate a few times. He'd never touched a machine like this before a few minutes ago. Huh? But such a scorching battle didn't make Qiu Yan waver. Instead, he was happier. The stronger Ji Xiang was, the happier he was. I was prepared to put some water in the water, just to properly suppress Ji Xiang. I didn't expect to force myself to get serious. Spiked back turtle needle burst. After saying that, the spiny back turtle completely shrunk into its shell, and the dense sea urchin like spikes on its back rose up in white light, constantly shooting sharply toward the sky. The target, none other than the opponent's shadow sparrow. The thornback turtle's sudden outburst completely limited the opponent's thunder roc and ice jade luan bird's alignment. However, since such an attack wasn't particularly fast, the opponent's extremely fast shadow sparrow nimbly dodged the attack and flew close to the sharp-toothed leopard. It seemed that Ji Xiang was thinking the same thing as Qiu Yan. Both want to cut down the opponent's jab position first. If this type of spirit beast coldly came out from the side while the 2 spirit beasts were fighting head-on, it would be quite a headache. Just at the same time, the flaming bird rushed out, wanting to help the sharp-toothed leopard intercept the attack. But the situation is not encouraging. The thunder roc and the ice jade luan bird swooped down from the sky at the same time, pointing directly at the flame bird. Oh good. Is it pretending to make me think it's going to attack a sharp-toothed leopard when it's actually targeting a flaming bird? Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed. It seems that Kisho is also getting used to operating in such a multitasking manner. That's what makes it a bit of a sentinelist dribbling. Flaming bird. Retreat. Spiny-backed turtles on top. In desperation, Qiu Yan could only call out the thornback turtle to fend off the attack. Swoosh. Being attacked, the blood bar on the spiny-backed turtle's head shortened by 1/5 all of a sudden. It's also very understandable. After all, the two spirit beasts on the opposite side had charged towards the flame bird at the same time, and had both used their respective skills. It made Xiao Yen suffer a small loss when he was unprepared. However, something strange came up. Instead of retreating, the flaming bird launched the skill, Instantaneous Flash, and arrived behind the Ice Jade Luan bird. And the skill, Fire Cloud, was in the middle of storing up its power. Xiao Yan's target was likewise the Ice Jade Luan bird. What the flaming bird did earlier was not to defend against the Shadow Sparrow's attack on the sharp-toothed leopard, but rather, it wanted to find an opportunity to approach the Ice Jade Luan bird again. Ji Xiang was so shocked that even his forehead was oozing with dense sweat. Can't avoid it. There's absolutely no avoiding it now. The Ice Jade Luan bird's body size was relatively large, and it couldn't explode into a very fast speed for a while. This was the most powerful spirit beast he currently had, so he must not fall. Under the trade-off, Ji Xiang's Shadow Sparrow scurried out. It was an indisputable fact that bird spirit beasts did not have strong defense. After taking a solid hit from one of the flaming bird skills, Shadowfinch's blood bar directly dropped by most of it. At the same time, however, the Shadow Sparrow advanced instead of retreating and unleashed the skill, Shadow Peck. This time, even Xiao Yen did not expect it. His own tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries had actually been learned by his opponent so quickly. This time, when the skills and blood quantities were switched, it was Xiao Yan's flaming bird that suffered a bit more. After all, a single fire cloud would require a quarter of a blue bar to be consumed, and it hadn't even attacked the opponent's core spirit beast. The Ice Jade Luan bird is like that. Although its own movement speed is not good and damage is not high, but the victory is that the skill consumes very little blue bar, lasting. A means of attack like the flaming bird was still too limited. At full count, Flame Bird had now used more than half of his blue bar. The same skill was used for the previous fast approach. Xiao Yen snorted coldly and then had the flaming bird return to his side's camp. Shadowfinch is real trouble. Really need to figure out how to deal with it. As expected, just as the flaming bird retreated backward, the Shadow Sparrow quickly scurried in a lightning-fast manner. In order to do so, it's all about riding the wave of victory. Even though Shadow Sparrow's own blood level wasn't high, there was nothing else to do but one for one right now. Not a trace of joy could be seen on Ji Xiang's face, because even after packing up the flaming bird, the other party still had two ground spirit beasts. The spiny back turtle has high defense and the sharp-toothed leopard is fast and does high damage. After a while, if the blue bar was depleted, his other two spirit beasts wouldn't have any melee attacks. Thinking of this, Ji Xiang no longer hesitated and drove the three spirit beasts towards the sharp-toothed leopard. Instantly, Xiao Yan's face also evoked a smile. Waiting for you. It still needs a little bit of water though. Xiao Yan deliberately slowed down the sharp-toothed leopard by half a beat. The injury directly took away the last trace of Shadow Sparrow's blood at the same time. Immediately after that, the Ice Jade Luan bird's attack followed. Just as Ji Xiang's expression stretched a little, the spiny back turtle once again moved across the top in front of the sharp-toothed leopard, and his back once again erupted with needles. Brush up on. With this hit, it directly cut the Ice Jade Luan bird and Thunder Rock's blood level by a third. Ji Xiang breathed sharply, and at this time did not care to wipe the sweat on his face, his brain frantically thinking about countermeasures. That's no small amount. From the comparison of blood and the number of spirit beasts, it was clear that Xiao Yan had the upper hand. Done. Is a real possibility to lose. No way. Absolutely not. He came out of the slums and he doesn't want to go back. He had to think of a countermeasure in a hurry. Chapter 172 Water Release. It was truly worthy of being the top scholar of Zhonghai City, and he was able to gain such a huge advantage despite the similarity in realm. The spirit beast that he had randomly arrived at was clearly taking a bit of advantage of Xiao Yan, not realizing that the situation would be instantly reversed in the blink of an eye. This is terrible. Is this the number one in Zhonghai City? Ji Xiang was near despair, and a wave of sadness and anger surged through his heart. Why? First, there was the infighting at Akiba Sentinel High School, which resulted in their own not-so-great results by removing themselves from the team in the first place. Then he meets the top of the year in Shayang Imperial Beast High School, Wan Guolong. All of this he assumed was a problem with his spirit animal. He's not convinced. If it weren't for the fact that he only had one spirit animal, these people are definitely no match for him. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yan invited him to participate in the competition, and if he won, he would be able to enter the Starfire squad and never have to return to the slums again. And maybe it will stop my sister from starving too. He was not happy to lose just like that. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, right? He was too focused on paying attention to the Ice Jade Luan bird's well-being. Perhaps because he had never felt the power of a platinum-level bloodline spirit beast. He had once taken the Ice Jade Luan bird as his hope for a turnaround, even paying the price of a serious injury to the Shadow Sparrow. However, he had forgotten that the one who had accompanied him for the longest time was Lei Peng. No one knew Lei Peng better than he did. Right now, Lei Peng hadn't used a skill yet. Blue stripes. Take advantage of the blue bar. Right now, although the opponent's blood level was high, neither of the two spirit beasts had a high blue level. Lei Peng's speed was moderate and his defense was not strong. But his killing power was definitely strong. Kisho got it now. Why had he been following Qiu Yan's rhythm from the very beginning of the battle? Because he cared too much about the Ice Jade Luan bird. The Ice Jade Luan bird itself has limited killing power, but the skill consumes very little blue. Therefore, the Ice Jade Luan bird can win as long as it spams its blue amount. The spiked-back turtle's attacks are limited, with just one needle burst, being able to pose some threat to itself at the moment, can be left alone for a while. But the sharp-toothed leopard and the flaming bird must be taken out. Otherwise, sooner or later, it will be delayed to death. So Ripon, who had been snowed in, came on. Qiu Yan watched Ji Xiang's tightly frowning brows slowly stretch apart. Qiu Yan also knew that the Thunder Rock was the spirit beast that Ji Xiang had been in contact with for the longest time, and had more insight in commanding it. So, at once, lift up a 12th part of your spirit. The Thunder Rock was covered in a tangle of thunder and lightning, and with a dive, he charged towards the flame bird. The Ice Jade Luan bird, on the other hand, tried everything it could to try and stop the sharp-toothed leopard and spiny-backed tortoise from supporting them, as countless ice blue plumes blasted towards the two spirit beasts. Now, Ji Xiang's release of skills at all costs also bought enough time for Lei Peng. A single lightning spit decimated the flame bird. Afterwards, the Thunder Rock reversed its direction and continued to charge towards the sharp-toothed leopard, the thunderbolts entwined around its wings appearing even brighter. That was its skill Thunder Feather Blade. Without changing his face, Qiu Yan directly commanded the spiny-backed turtle to use Spiny Needle Burst. But Lei Peng didn't dodge and still charged towards the sharp-toothed leopard. Just then, the Ice Jade Luan bird joined the battlefield. Spreading his wings out, he blocked all the attacks for Lei Peng. At the same time, the plumes kept sweeping onto the spine-backed turtle, causing the blood levels of both sides to plummet downwards. Ji Xiang looked at the battle in front of him and his fists clenched involuntarily. You must completely decimate the sharp-toothed leopard. One is betting on everything. Since the sharp-toothed leopard had already been attacked by the Shadow Sparrow earlier, at this time, it even met Lei Peng's attack without flickering or avoiding it. Also used the skill, Sharp Claw Strike. Bang! The two spirit beasts erupted with violent sounds. Vaguely, Ji Xiang saw that the Thunder Rock's wings slipped through the body of the sharp-toothed leopard and was continuing to fly toward the sky to pull away. He knew that it had finally been done. The battle between the Ice Jade Luan bird and the Thornback turtle was also divided into winners and losers. Same thing. This is the best possible outcome. Ji Xiang's eyes were dead set on the sharp-toothed leopard in the distance, and his heart kept praying. Because of this one, he gambled all of his blue. If you fail in one strike, you won't get a second chance to use the skill. Finally, the sharp-toothed leopard's body began to shake. Knock! It's down. Ji Xiang looked happy, but then his face was filled with shock. Just in the next second when the sharp-toothed leopard fell to the ground, Lei Peng's figure in the air lurched and violently exploded into a fragment. Flesh and blood rained from the sky. Qiu Yan quietly watched this scene without the slightest fluctuation on his face. Such a situation was exactly what he wanted to see. Yes, a hard-fought victory belonging to Kisho. Just now, if he hadn't intentionally let the water out, perhaps the shadow bird might not have been able to hurt the sharp-toothed leopard, and he himself wouldn't have lost so miserably. So, it's a matter of pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Because of this small decision, Qiu Yan's water release was successful. With a flash of light, the two found themselves returning to reality. The helmet on his head had been taken away at some point. The hatch slowly opened right in front of them both. Ji Xiang climbed out of the cabin and looked at Qiu Yan with some hesitation. How does this work? I don't know if the result just now counts as a draw or if it counts as a win for him. If Chiu Yen backed out at this point, then there was nothing he could do. Well, count yourself out. After all, my spirit beast died first, so it counts as a win for you. Kisho was so happy he almost jumped up and down. Even though the spirit beast lineup he had randomized himself to was somewhat taking advantage of Chiu Yen, he was still happy. He knew that he did. What's wrong with taking advantage? The other party is the top student of the Imperial Beast examination in Zhonghai City. In that case, as long as he had a set of spirit beast combinations like Chiu Yan's, he could likewise become a top scholar. What he didn't know was that all of this was the result of Chiu Yan's careful planning. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Chiu Yan's face finally revealed a hint of a smile and patted Ji Xiang's shoulder with an encouraging look. Nice! I'll apply for your spot on the team with Elder Li. Don't worry. With that, Chiu Yen directly walked towards the exit, and Ji Xiang silently followed. Hey, thank you. Captain Chiuyin? Can I call it that now? Yes, ask whatever you want, as long as it's something I know. After thinking for a long time, Ji Xiang gritted his teeth and still said stiffly, Why are you letting go? Chiu Yan's face was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that a small detail like that had been discovered by the other side. Nothing, I just think you're capable. A capable person should never be buried by a bad situation. I believe that with the official resources of the Dragon Kingdom tilted in your favor, you can become even stronger. It's that simple. Chiu Yen secretly laughed in his heart. This kid is kinda real. Knowing full well that pointing out this matter would result in him not being able to go to the Dragon Blood Highlander, he still mentioned it. The spirit is hard to beat. Chapter 173. The situation is critical. Come on, you're still too early to be happy. It's not up to me to decide whether or not I can get into the squad, okay? It also depends on what Elder Li's side means. All I can do is offer you a chance to see if you can take it. Looking at Ji Xiang, whose eyes were red, Chiu Yen felt some goosebumps and couldn't help but gently remind him. If we don't pour cold water, I'm afraid this kid will want to give his body in marriage. That won't work. I don't have Long Yang's fetish. Thank you, Brother Yen. I'll work hard afterward. Ji Xiang calmed down, but still bowed deeply towards Chiu Yen. Okay. Add a microphone. We'll be in touch when the time comes. Speech. I don't have only a cell phone. You leave a phone number. Ji Xiang took out an antique small smartphone. Black. Not to mention Chiu Yen thought it was someone's hand grenade. He wiped the wrap on it and strained to see the 9 numbers on the keyboard. Never mind. Just a single line of communication. I'll catch you later. Chiu Yen laughed bitterly. Ji Xiang's living conditions were really primitive, just like young people 20 years ago. Words remember my cell phone number. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and Chiu Yen dumped $200 over to Ji Xiang. Prepare to get him something slightly better. After all, kids from the slums live in tough conditions. Although Chiu Yen has more money, what's the point of giving so much to Ji Xiang? He has the ability to turn back and carry out the mission of the Dragon Kingdom, and he can definitely eat. As the saying goes, you don't get what you don't deserve. Even if Chiu Yen had taken good care of Ji Xiang's family, but there was always a need to live in the slums, and with the quality of life coming up, could it not cause the neighbors to speculate and hold grudges? So there was nothing wrong with Chiu Yen doing this. Thanks. Thank you, Brother Yen. This is kind of what I asked you to borrow, and I'll return it 100 times over. Chiu Yen gave a cut in an unfavorable manner, and then turned his head and walked out the door. As a result, Ji Xiang was like a follower, following him wherever he went. Follow me for what? Don't you have a part-time job to go to? It's not that you said, Brother Yen, let me not go to work. Today you pay my wages. Chiu Yen then remembered. No wonder this kid collects money so diligently. So let me ask you this, wherever I go later you're going to follow, right? Yeah. And you paid me an extra 100. Normally, I work part-time for 10 hours for 100. Chiu Yen grinned awkwardly. So everyone is mixed up so badly. Forget it, big brother. Don't follow me. Take this money to get a suit, and afterward in case Elder Li wants to meet you, you'll wear this? Ji Xiang nodded thoughtfully. Well, you make a good point, it's okay. I'll go rent a set for $10 a day. There's quite a bit left, or I'll give it to my little sister. Chiu Yen was able to get rid of the kid with a lot of persuasion, after which he took the extra card and went back to his viewing room number 4. As soon as he opened the door, he realized that they were all intently watching the sparring match below, completely not realizing that Chiu Yen had come in. After waiting for a while, Qiu Yen opened his mouth to remind. Mr. Su back. I didn't expect Su Lanxin to say absent-mindedly without lifting her head. How do you mean lose or win? Qiu Yen smiled. Sort of a loss, right? Oh? It's actually this powerful? Looks like you have a pretty good eye. Only then did Sushu Lanxin turn her head, smile, and hold out her hand. Give me the card. I'll check the records. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yen saw her take out a POS-like device, and with a swipe on it, she could see her spending records. Spirit Beast Simulator 300 points. Battle footage. Seeing this scene, Qiu Yen was curious. Mr. Hux, what is this 300-point situation? I don't remember that before. Zulankson smiled faintly. This is the new currency of Dragon Blood High Contribution Points. You will have a quota of 10,000 points after entering the school. You can use this currency to buy any item in the middle of the school, or you can go and use these instruments to improve yourselves. But it's not that you can't replenish the 10,000 points once they're used up. It's that you have to carry out a mission in the middle of the school. The school will issue some tasks and earn contribution points by completing them. The vast majority of colleges and universities have already begun sending students to Dragon Blood High. Qiu Yen raised an eyebrow. This was really a rather large reform. In order to deal with the Holy Beast battlefield 3 years later, Old Li and the others really went out on a limb. Mr. Su. Then in the future, the Dragon's Blood Highlander will become the gathering place for all the top geniuses? That's right. Although the Dragon's Blood Highlander belongs to the outside world that has just begun to be built, however, it has actually begun to be planned very early. Elder Li and the others have hauled in a mega-secret realm from the outside as the core area of the school, covering an area that would be 3 times the size of the Twin Lives secret realm. The secret realm is the true face of the Dragon Blood Highlander. And those buildings in the outside world are just built to show the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At those words, Qiu Yan's face was filled with shock. A secret world was hauled in. Such a big deal. The secret realm belonged to the otherworldly landmass, which itself was full of spiritual qi, and cultivating in it might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. And the larger the space in the secret realm, the more manpower and material resources are required. If you were to clean up all of the secret realm as large as the Water and Zephyr secret realm, and construct teaching buildings, dormitories, and so on, I'm afraid it would take quite a bit of time, wouldn't it? Within these 2 months of summer vacation, the Dragon's Blood Highlander should be able to finish its construction. Today's test is really just for the people of Dragonland. Qiu Yen froze. Noticing Qiu Yan's state, Su Lanxin smiled warmly. You're trying to say that this test today is meaningless, aren't you? Qiu Yen nodded. Actually, not exactly. Today's grades will be entered into the school system. We'll set up a leaderboard among the schools based on grades, and the leaderboard is subsidized with contribution points accordingly. Generally speaking, the top 100 of each city's results will already be able to enter the Dragon Blood Highlander. Today, it's just to focus on whether or not there will be any good seedlings missed, like the one you just saw, Jixiang. This was the first time Qiu Yen had heard these messages. From there, he became nervous himself. Rikoku is really starting to get anxious. Time passed little by little, and the examination below was soon over. Students who lost both matchups will have to volunteer normally afterward, and I'm afraid that they will have no connection with the Dragon Blood Highlander this time in the college entrance examination for the Unified Entrance Examination. Qiu Yen roughly looked at it, and the estimated number of students remaining on the field right now was just over 200, and they still had to participate in the final examination. In the next examination, Qiu Yen didn't see any impressive geniuses. Still, he made it a point to consolidate all the students he thought were good, and there were probably about 20 of them. 10 of the top 10, and 10 more are the streams of Jixiang. Chapter 174 Meeting Lu Zheng for the first time. It was only after all the tests were over that the list of the Starfire squad was finalized with great difficulty, and after weighing the pros and cons, Qiu Yen decided that it would be better to put Jixiang on the back burner for a while. After all, he had to follow Su Lanxin to Kyoto to compete afterward. Jixiang hasn't grown up yet, so it doesn't matter if he is temporarily stuffed into the Dragon's Blood Highlander to develop. In order to achieve a better result, Qiu Yen chose 10 members who fit his team the best. Together with Qiu Yen and the lead teacher, there were 12 in total. In a month's time, it will be time to travel to Kyoto for the competition. And during this period, a total of 11 people, including Qiu Yen, had to follow Su Lanxin to receive training. After Qiu Yen made a call to his father and mother, everyone followed Su Lanxin to the 11th floor. It's a large flat. There were exactly 12 of these rooms, and it seemed that they should have been specially arranged by the Dragon Kingdom. Here's the key, you'll be staying here for the next few days. After handing out room keys to everyone, Su Lanshan went to the top floor with Qiu Yan. It was also Long Hearing Spring's office. Wang Tang and Leng Yueyao were waiting here early. Because the assessment of martial artists is relatively faster, it is 2 people on the field, win the fight to advance, lose the fight eliminated is. There were still a lot of variables if the Imperial Beastmasters faced off against each other. Anyways, we're going to live in a group home. Seeing Qiu Yan walking over, Wang Tang smiled and patted Qiu Yan's shoulder. Are you going to live here too? Yeah, we live on the 12th floor, above you guys. It didn't take long for old Li to arrive. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he walked over with a red face. Elderly, what are you so happy about? Su Lanshan's status seemed very high, and she immediately joked.
哎呀，小虚啊，咱们的方案通过了。
Would you say happy? The wrinkles on old Li's face squeezed into a chrysanthemum with laughter. Obviously in his 60s or 70s, but so old. I'm afraid it's also due to the dark wounds from the Holy Beast battlefield back then. Really? That's great. Qiu Yan and Wang Tang glanced at each other. The conversation between the two was confusing to both of them. It's about the Dragon's Blood High School. They proposed that half of the students from colleges and universities across the country move into the Dragon's Blood High School, so that we can interact and learn from each other. Leng Yueyao faintly explained from the side, but it was hard to hide the smile on her face. Qiu Yan looked at the 2 people's ecstatic appearance and was also infected by the joyful atmosphere. But the arrival of Long Hearing Spring and a man calmed several people down. The man next to Long Hearing Spring was probably about 1.9 meters as well, wearing a tactical vest. Bearded, but with an angular face and a military demeanor. Hello guys. I'm the guide of the Broken Army Battalion. My name is Lu Zheng. Next, I will be leading the training program for both of your teams. For all your training, I am the chief instructor, with the 2 lead instructors assisting me. When he finished speaking, a platinum high-ranked aura was revealed. At those words, Qiu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. I thought it was 2 lead teachers leading their training, but I didn't realize it was 1 instructor, and he knew about the Broken Army Battalion. It was Kyoto's famous close guards. I just don't know how a martial artist can train them, but just by looking at his unsmiling appearance, one could roughly tell that this month perhaps had an extremely brutal training awaiting them. Okay, now that it's brought to me, I can withdraw. Long Hearing Quan smiled and opened the skylight as a frost dragon appeared. He jumped onto the dragon's back with a gentle leap. The frost dragon lifted its wings and flew straight up into the sky. The skylight slowly closed as he watched Long Hearing Spring fly out of view. Well, now that we've met, you 2 can go back. I'll have a chat with them. Qiu Yan, Wang Tang and the 2 of them nodded and returned to their respective floors. Once Qiu Yan returned, he found 10 people waiting by the elevator, looking straight at him. Do what? Captain, what did you just do? A little fat man's face was full of inquiries. Oh, we've got an instructor who's going to take us to special training for a month. There's nothing to do, all disperse. Wan Guolong also walked out at this time. Captain, something doesn't feel right about us. It's hard for everyone to finish their high school exams, and they all have their own arrangements to plan. Some want to go out and travel, and some want to go out and experience on their own. This sudden arrival of a Starfire squad and the Dragon Blood Highlander, it always feels a bit off. On the Holy Beast battlefield, well, we can understand also have that confidence. The Dragon Country so many years have come over, why this year began to pay so much attention. Yeah, what's the difference between a bunch of spirit beasts? It's the same as the secret realm, it should just be a beast tide. Just now, they were notified that they would be here for a month. A few people combined their thoughts, and the more they thought about it, the stranger it got. Qiu Yan looked at the crowd and sipped his teeth in a tangled mess. Eventually, he waved his hand. Forget it, I can't say anything about this. You guys can ask Mr. Su later. I'd like to say that, but I'm not qualified either. Once they heard this, several people wanted to ask anything else, but they were all sent away by Qiu Yan. Back in the middle of his room, due to the fear of being surrounded by surveillance, his breathing method might not be known by those people in Long Hearing Spring. Solely, he cultivated on his own, sinking his mind into the middle of his imperial beast space. Ji Xiang walked on the road, only feeling in a very happy mood. Not for any other reason than the fact that I was able to squeeze in some time with my family today. I have to work all day long, so I don't have time to go back and take care of my little sister. On the way back, He deliberately went to the pharmacy to buy a packet of better Chinese medicine. A small packet of $50 kind. He then went to the food market. He bought some of the dishes he couldn't afford to buy on weekdays, and even went to the deli to buy some more cold dishes. Just got on the subway beautifully. After doing this for 3 or 4 hours, he reached the strip of land on which the slums stood. He kept walking along the road and finally came to a pile of ramshackle homes. Walking on the road, neighbors saw his joyful appearance, suddenly felt strange. Did this kid win the lottery today? It's a big bag, and I'm afraid it's going to cost $200 all at once. Yo, auntie, uncle, grandpa. A good mood and a natural attitude. One by one, Ji Xiang greeted the people around him. Someone asked curiously, Ji Xiang, you're not coming tomorrow. You bought so many vegetables. I see you even bought cooked food. Haha. No, it's just that I didn't get into college. Gave me a 200 scholarship. Give my little sister more to try. After saying that, Ji Xiang walked towards the direction of his home. He pulled a large set of keys out of his pocket, pulled out the key, inserted it into the rusty lock and turned it twice, opening it with a click. Brother! A weak cry from his sister came from inside the room. This also filled Ji Xiang's heart with warmth. Chapter 175 Human Evil. Little sister, brother came to buy you goodies today, Ji Xiang shouted towards the house. At this time, the worn-out door frame edge slowly poked out a white-colored girl, but obviously very weak, even take a step to hold the wall to move slowly. Seeing his big brother return, a miserable smile appeared on his miserable face. Little sister, I thought we said not to get out of bed without permission? Why are you out of bed again? What if I fall somewhere? Ji Xiang looked at his own little sister with a somewhat reproachful expression. However, having said that, Ji Xiang put down the dishes in his hands and flew to meet him. Brother! I miss you. Why are you back? Don't you work part-time? Brother won't go today. I'll make you a nice meal at home. Ji Xiang had a gentle face and held Ji Yijing, while his right hand gently ruffled her scattered bangs. His own sister had been seriously ill since she was 6 years old, and his parents had sought medical help everywhere, but he had only been cured when he came across a doctor named Bai. But Dr. Bai said that because of the long delay, the roots of the disease need to be simmered every day to adjust the body of Chinese medicine to be able to do. At that time, although Ji Xiang's family had a small family capital, but over the years has long owed a lot of shortfalls. There was no choice but to sell the house and move into the slums. Even so, the lot of their home was not bad, and they had a small yard to plant flowers and vegetables on weekdays to supplement their household expenses. When Ji Xiang was 15 years old, both parents collapsed due to overwork, and since then the two siblings have lived a life of dependence on each other. His own sister was 15 years old, the age when she was about to enter high school practice. Ji Xiang was also very anxious as he watched. It's going to cost even more money by then. This was also the reason why Ji Xiang had to participate in the Dragon Blood Highlander examination no matter what. Brother, I'm hungry. Good. Brother will cook for you. Kisho helped his sister onto the bed again. He patted the pillow and put it up on his sister's back. Today, though, my sister was extraordinarily perverse, tugging at the corner of the pillow with her dead little hand, like it's hiding something. Ji Xiang was puzzled, but his afterglow caught a sharp glimpse of a flash of silver light. Taking it out, he panicked. A pair of scissors was hidden under my sister's pillow. At that moment, Ji Xiang's mind went blank, feeling that the whole world was buzzing. Little sister trying to lighten up. It must have been when he came back early. So his little sister hid the scissors under her pillow in a panic. Ji Yajing. It was the first time he had ever called his sister by her full name so seriously. Ji Yijing bit her lip and buried her head deeply, not saying a word. She knew that her brother must be angry. What's with the scissors? You want to ditch your brother and go to mom and dad? Ji Xiang's voice had a tremor in it, and with a steep rush of hot blood, he slammed the scissors on the ground. Clunk! The scissors, which were originally of poor quality, snapped right in two. Ji Yajing shivered at the scene, and large teardrops rolled down, wetting the old but clean covers. Why? I don't want to be a burden to my brother. My brother is going to college and I don't want to. Before she could finish her sentence, she was wrapped in Ji Xiang's arms. Kisho choked back a sob and opened his mouth. Don't allow to do this kind of thing again. Okay? Our family is in trouble now, but brother can make money now. Brother went to the countermeasure center today and was spotted by the top student of China C. When I earn a scholarship, I'll take you and move you to a big house and get you a nanny to serve you. In time, you won't be alone. Ji Yijing could no longer control herself and let out a loud cry. It's both guilt over his brother and hatred of his own fate. Good girl, don't cry. Hungry. Don't eat the steamed buns I left for you. Brother will make you something delicious. Kisho let go of his sister and helped her lean against the bed. Immediately afterward, he ran out and tried to make dinner. But where's the food? The floor was blank. Nothing. He chased after them, only to see a ragged middle-aged man running wildly towards the distance with a large bag of vegetables in his arms. In fact, this middle-aged man followed him as he exited the station. Being in the middle of the slums, everyone has nothing to eat. Suddenly there was a man walking in front of them with a big bag of food, and the temptation for them was as great as you can imagine. Unfortunately, Ji Xiang didn't understand the principle of wealth not showing wealth. Asshole! Give me back my food now! Ji Xiang cursed as he lifted his foot and chased after him. But he hadn't even eaten breakfast today, so how could he outrun the fit middle-aged man? And he cursed loudly as he ran. Passers-by on the street looked at him in surprise. Grass! Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to run out of his sight, Ji Xiang was in a hurry. Thunder Eagle! Stop him! He directly summoned the spirit beast. The Thunder Eagle flew directly towards the middle-aged man with a purple lightning trailing tail. The people on the street saw this scene, and they all looked horrified. This kid! How dare he drive a spirit beast to attack ordinary people? Doesn't he know that attacking ordinary people is punishable by jail time? Good! Get him a gutter! The murmurs from the side grew louder and louder, which made Ji Xiangliang calm down. Assaulting an ordinary person is a felony, a term of imprisonment of 5 years or more. Who else is going to take care of your sister once you're in there? Thinking of this, he hurriedly commanded the Thunder Eagle to go around in front of the middle-aged man, blocking the other party's route of advance. When that middle-aged man saw the spirit beast of Ji Xiang, he was scared out of his wits on the spot. Not to mention getting around the Thunder Eagles. The middle-aged man fell directly towards the back and sat down. His 2 feet kept falling backwards towards the back, but he just couldn't stand up. Ji Xiang also walked over at this time and snatched his dish back as soon as he could. But it did leave the other side alone in the slightest. Little brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you, just leave me alone. I really have an old man and a young man. My 80-year-old mother is paralyzed in bed and my 2-year-old daughter is wailing at home. I can't die. The man immediately kneeled on both knees and continuously kowtowed towards Ji Xiang, begging for forgiveness. Kisho thought of his sister and just kicked the man. Get out! The man had no time to pat the dirt off his body and stumbled off into the distance. However, Ji Xiang still grew a heart. He carried the dishes in his hands and walked towards his home. Instead, the Thunder Eagle let out a shrill whine and quietly flew over, just not far behind the man. The man who had been running for a long time was finally tired. His hands propped up on his knees, gasping for air. After a while this only slowed down, powerless against the wall next to sit down. At this time the stomach also indisputable coup up.
Ingenieur Brat.
Wait for me. Chapter 176 Trouble is coming. After Ji Xiang returned home, he first locked the door tightly, and then checked the surrounding area to make sure that no one invaded before putting his heart down. Little sister, brother is back. Ji Xiang looked at Ji Yijing's weak appearance and forced a smile. The scene where he himself summoned a spirit beast to stop the middle-aged man today was seen by many people. If that middle-aged man wants to make a big deal out of this, then even if Ji Xiang has a reason to be in self-defense, but rashly releasing a spirit animal to shock ordinary people, he will have to go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. It was getting late. Ji Xiang did not hesitate. Immediately started a fire to cook. Not long after the home rose up curling smoke. Smelling the fragrance, Ji Yijing's small face felt better. It smells so good. I'm glad I didn't die. Looking at Ji Xiang's busy figure beside him, Ji Yijing didn't know when, but a drop of clear tears flowed from her eyes. Seemingly afraid that her brother would notice, she scrambled to lift her sleeve and wipe it clean. It's done, little sister, eat. Ji Xiang smiled as he picked up the steaming meal and placed it on the bedside table next to him. Even though Ji Yijing was in a low mood, she couldn't help but gulp a little at this moment. It's been a long time since I've had a meal this good. 3 hot dishes and 2 deli trays. Eat up, eat up. Ji Xiang moved a small bench and sat down, while handing over the steaming rice and chopsticks. I have to say, Ji-seong's handiwork is really good. The dense, old-fashioned incandescent lamps emitted a dim yellow light, illuminating the meal with an oily glow that could whet one's appetite just by looking at it. Ji Yijing gulped once again, just burying her head in the bowl and uncontrollably picking rice into her mouth. Blame yourself. His own tonics were just too expensive, and if he hadn't been such a drag, his brother would surely have made a better life on his own. Why don't you eat the food? Didn't you have an appetite for what brother made? Ji-seong asked with concern. He had also noticed his sister's strange appearance. Brother, I don't eat, you eat. There was a whimper in Ji Yijing's voice. Hey! Ji-seong reached out and tugged on his sister's wrist, bringing her bowl over. The little face blocked by the rice bowl was covered in wet tear tracks. Oh, are the tears mixed with rice good? Kisho pulled the corners of his mouth forcefully and made an effort to joke about his sister. At the same time, he gave his sister several scoops of rice, spread the small bowl full and handed it back. After hesitating for half a minute, Ji Yijing only moved her chopsticks again. It was delicious, really delicious. Ji-seong wanted to laugh as he watched his sister fill her cheeks with a bulge. Bang, bang, bang. A knock came at the door with such force that the rusty iron door creaked. A shrill voice rang through the door. Anyone? Come out. Ji-seong gave a cold laugh, but he could hear that it was that middle-aged man who came to the door. Also, there's a flashing red and blue light outside. It's a police car. Brother. Who's out there? No matter how slow Ji Yijing was, at this point, she could also hear the unkindness in the tone of the person knocking on the door. You eat first. Not enough to get some more. I'm going out to take care of something. Ji-seong put down his chopsticks with a bang, wiped his mouth, and went out into the yard to close the door of the hall tightly. After tidying up his appearance, he opened the door. Sure enough, it was the middle-aged man who had stolen his food earlier, and at this moment, he was looking all high and mighty. Scanning around, it turned out that there were 2 officers standing behind him. Brat. Actually summoning a spirit beast to attack me in public. Is there still a king's law? Is there any law? The middle-aged man spun around and pointed at Ji-seong, spittle flying, as if he had really suffered much aggression. Come on, Park Chong. It's the rule of law now, what are you talking about? One of the officers couldn't look away and couldn't help but choke. To be honest, it's not like Park Chong has been committing crimes for a day or two. Although he was to blame, the little boy in front of him had indeed been caught in the act and had summoned the spirit beast in front of so many people in the slums. Just ask around. There's tons of witnesses. Hey, officer, you're right, but this kid robbed me of my food, so I definitely want it back. As he said that, Park Chong also made a fuss about sniffing the scent of the meal in the air. This kid's family is poor. That sister of his is a pot of medicine. Every day to take medicine spend a lot of money. In his condition, why does he eat so well? Officer, I'm not asking for anything else. Just give me back my groceries. Ji-seong was also enraged. Old by lantern, it was clearly you who came to my house to steal my vegetables. How did it become your vegetables? So many people watched you take my food out of my hands, and you say, all right, you two, knock it off. The other officer sighed helplessly, interrupting the 2 men's swearing match. You know, little friend, no matter how the dishes are, but you openly released the spirit beasts to hurt people. That does touch the law of our Dragon Kingdom. If there is a grievance, we will do you justice. The Dragon Kingdom will not wrongly accuse any innocent good person, nor will it spare bad people who do evil. After saying that, the officer's eyes also glanced at Park Chong, as if there was something in his words. Who's Park Chong? Old fart. A real hobnail. The heart-nosed but thick-skinned, where can't see that the police officer intends to favor Ji-seong. Ding, 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 ding. At this moment, a sharp ringtone sounded in Ji-seong's pocket. Ji-seong took his cell phone out and pressed the answer button. Turned out to be Cho Yen calling. Hello? Ji-seong, After the examination, you can enter the Dragon Blood Highlander. Honestly, if you weren't too weak because of your spirit beasts and lack of resources, I would have wanted to pull you into the Starfire squad. But you know how much competitive pressure there is now. You'd better come by, or I'll send over the enrollment papers and you can take a look at them. A dark color flashed in Ji-seong's eyes. I'm sorry, speech. I can't seem to get in. I have to go to the police station later to make a statement. You know, there's no taint allowed in the Dragon Blood Highlands. I can't go. Sorry, speech. I'm hanging up. Cho Yen just wanted to continue to ask, but there was a beeping sound on the other side. What? Just gave him $200 to buy something, and what's the case went into the orange. This. Couldn't have been caught sweeping pornography. Cho-Yan's head was filled with black lines. What the hell is this Ji-seong kid up to? No, I have to call and ask. With that, Cho-Yen dialed Joe Bowen's number. After all, this big brother has quite a lot to say, doesn't he? The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello? Cho-Yan's little friend, why are you free to call me today? Officer Zhou, do you have any police records there? I'm looking for a boy named Ji-seong. As a rule, no, but you're the captain of Starfire Squad, which is half a public office, so let me check. After saying this, there was a typing sound coming from Officer Zhou. It wasn't long before Officer Zhou's voice came from across the street. Check. Chapter 177, The Value of Yourself. So that's how it is. Summoning spirit beasts to attack ordinary people? There's something very fishy about this. I'll see to it. Oh, his family situation isn't very good. Yes, there's a bedridden sister at home, right? I'll have Lin Yuqing go over and take a look. Aha. Thanks, Officer Cho. I'll be right there. After Cho-Yen hung up the phone, he immediately moved. Today was the first day and many were not ready and gave the students the right to go out. In the cab, Cho-Yen called Lin Yuqing. Hello? Amaru, have you gotten off work yet? What for? I just got off work and I'm on my way home. Oh, would you mind checking out 26 Cubville? Today. Cho-Yen flew through what happened, and after Lin Yuqing heard it, she likewise moved. Ji-seong has a sister in his family, and now that Ji-seong has been taken away from him in a righteous manner, it is always unsettling to keep a sister in the family. Sister, my brother is going out for a couple days to run some errands. I'll be back by midnight if I'm quick. Maybe a couple days if I'm slow. It can't really be done in a couple days. I'll be back in a couple days. These buns are for you. Dish out some if you're hungry. Ji Yijing's miserable little face was filled with worry. Brother, are you in trouble? I bought so many groceries today, brother. I'm afraid you'll go down the wrong path for me. What to think? Your brother is a good law-abiding young man. Ji-seong pulled the corner of his mouth and touched his sister's head. Okay. I'm going. Stay home by yourself until I get back. He pulled back again, locking the door of his house firmly behind him, and then came to the door. After putting a lock on it again, he walked over to the two officers. Officer, I'm accounted for. Let's go. Aha. The two officers drove a separate car. After sending Park Chong and Ji-seong into separate cars, the two cars drove to the police station in a dodo. 2 hours later, the police car drove to its destination, subdistrict of the Four Seas district of the city of Nakumi. Cho-Yen sat in the lobby and waited for quite some time, and finally he saw two cars return. A thin young man got out of a car. Another car down a triangle-eyed middle-aged man. The eyes are still occasionally in the next youth flicked. Speech. Ji-seong had sharp eyes and saw Cho-Yen in the lobby at a glance, who was currently looking at him with his arms wrapped around him. Immediately afterward, the two officers took the two men to separate interrogation rooms. Cho-Yen also stood next to Ji-seong at this time. At the interrogation table in front of them sat Officer Zhou and a young officer. Tell me in detail what's going on. Officer, I'm innocent and I'm helpless. Instead of going to my part-time job this morning, I went to the countermeasure center to take the Dragonblood High Commissioner's test. I met Brother Yen, who stopped me to get a test and gave me $200. So I went to the market and bought a lot of vegetables, trying to improve the food for my sister and me. I didn't realize that a little while after I arrived home, the gate was unlocked, and accidentally that Park Chong stole the dishes away. In a fit of pique, I let the Thunder Eagle go to stop him. But my spirit beast didn't even attack him. Please believe me. Cho-Yen nodded. That's normal, too. To say why Ji-seong didn't think of putting the dish into the Imperial Beast space at that time, there is no point in pursuing it now. Things have happened. So, for now it's all about what happens after Officer Cho's investigation. Let's hope that discretion will be taken into account. After all, Ji-seong's talent was now embodied in his own body, and even if Cho-Yen himself stepped in and got Old Lee to step in, there was nothing he could do. After all, Ji-seong is now speaking as a student who didn't even get good grades in the Imperial Beast examination, and it's not worth it for Old Lee to stick up for him. It's still a matter of self-worth. It's a problem that's not too big and not too small. As long as Old Lee is willing to step in, I guess it's not even a big deal. As for myself, a squad leader, what a thing. Even if he insisted on protecting Ji-seong, what could he do? Chiu Yen knew that Ji Xiang was exceptionally gifted, but no one else did. He let out a long sigh at the thought. When the statement was done, Chiu Yen pulled Officer Zhou outside. Officer Cho, see what you can say. Can we find a way to not leave a record like this, so that he can enter the Dragon Blood Highlander in peace? Well, in that case, it's best to let that Park Chong choose to go private. A guy like that would just flip his story if you gave him a little benefit of the doubt. Chiu Yen nodded, feeling that Officer Zhou was right, but the negotiation piece still needed some attention. Otherwise, if he was blackmailed by that old by-lantern, Chiu Yen wouldn't be willing to do it. Chiu Yen is rich, but he's not a cutie. If he doesn't clean up this old by-lantern today, his name won't be Chiu. 2 hours after my brother left, the food was cold. Even though Ji Yijing's stomach was rumbling with hunger, she had no desire to eat. Why was his brother taken away by the police all of a sudden? Had he really done something bad outside? Otherwise, it really doesn't make sense. She hesitated, but was ready to put the dishes on the bed. Forget it, don't eat. Let's eat together when brother comes back. Didn't put it down right for a second, though. Pop! The bowl surprisingly spilled right over on the floor. Glass shattered all over the place. Ji Yijing was full of heartache. Did not expect to fall to the ground. Knocked out a bowl. What a sin, a sin. With that, she tried to get out of bed, her small hands trembling as she reached over toward it. The food should be okay even though the rice bowl is broken. Can eat. Ah! She fell hard with a shriek. The floor in the house was uneven, and even the raised piece made Ji Yijing sweat in pain. The deadliest part was that the hand had been haphazardly picking around when he had just fallen, twisting right into a horrible arc. Reacting now, the drilling pain came from his hand. Brother! 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 She cried out in desperation, but no one responded. Just the house kept echoing with her desperate cries. Gradually, she realized that her backside was cold and hot liquid spilled. She looked back, and at some point, the reddish blood had soaked her clothes. Brother! Lin Yuqing was holding up the flash of her cell phone at the moment, inspecting door numbers from house to house. He was still wearing the work clothes of the Spirit Beast Breeding Center. As soon as Chiu Yen called, she immediately hoofed it here. Cubville 26. Holding her cell phone up, she looked around, but the slums were cluttered, causing her to have no idea where to start. Just as she was getting a headache, she heard miserable cries coming from a private house not far away. Something didn't feel right as she got closer. Could it be that it's being abused by her brother and that's why she keeps wailing? But Lin Yuqing, through between the cracks in the door, realized that there was only a dim light amongst that window. A quick glance of the eye reveals the door number next to the inner courtyard door frame. 26 Little Bear Village. Found it. Hello? Is anyone there? Lin Yuqing asked somewhat tentatively. Chapter 178 The Scramble for Time. Hello? Anyone? There was an inexplicable worry in his heart as he listened to the wailing inside. With that, she called Chiu Yen directly. Hello? Chiu Yen. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Don't panic, speak slowly. There's been a girl crying inside number 26, tearing her heart out, her voice shaking. Chiu Yan's heart shook. Bad. Something might have happened. But he had heard that Ji Xiang's sister was in poor health. With that, he spoke again. Rainy. Quick. Put it on speakerphone. I'm going to find Ji Xiang. Chiu Yen panicked and crashed straight into the interrogation room. A loud bang came to startle a few people. At this time, Zhou Bowen saw Chiu Yan's anxious look and didn't pursue the matter. What's the matter? What's the rush? Kisho, listen. Is it your sister's cry? Rainy. Turn the camera on. Aha. Looking at the screen in his cell phone, Ji Xiang was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. It was none other than his house, and it was indeed his own sister's cry. Yes, it's my sister. What is going on in your own house? Ji Xiang. It's a critical situation. See if you have any spare keys or something. Be quick. Ji Xiang was in such a hurry that his hands strangled red marks, and the tops were hot and painful. Not at all. Can you get her to just break down the door? It doesn't matter, my sister matters. Rainy. With that, Lin Yuqing summoned Iron Mountain and bit down towards the rusty lock. Ka-ba. In one swift motion, he chewed the lock off the door. Can't be helped. After all, it's just for slumlord proofing the neighborhood. Besides, it's not like the family has any valuable items, and those martial arts imperialist criminals can't look at the slums. With a creak, Lin Yuqing pushed open the iron door and ran quickly to the inner room. It's an inside lock. Takes Iron Mountain to ram the door lock right through. Can you hear me? Ji Yajing? I'll use a spirit beast to break down the door later. So don't be afraid. Don't you stand behind the door. Be careful. Save. Save me. Hearing a weak voice coming from inside, Lin Yuqing stopped inking. Iron Mountain. Roar. In an instant, the hard wooden door was directly smashed through by Taishan. Along with the door lock, it also flew off and fell to the ground with a clang. Entering the door, Lin Yuqing saw a heartbreaking scene. A little girl was lying in a pool of blood, with some grains of rice on her hands. The face looked unusually pale from too much schooling loss. Qiu Yan and Ji Xiang were anxious when they saw the images in the video. Lin Yuqing walked forward and did not move Ji Yajing's body, but instead slightly ruffled the clothing to inspect it. Hershey found a larger piece of porcelain lodged in the girl's backside, bleeding profusely. After seeing the broken bowl next to her, Lin Yuqing probably knew what happened. She's bleeding out now. I have to stop the bleeding quickly. I'm hanging up. It's a delicate job that can't be disturbed by others. Qiu Yan and the others wanted to say something, but the video suddenly hung up. Ji Xiang's tears came out in anxiety. My sister is all I have. Nothing must happen to her. I don't know what I'd do if she didn't. Don't be afraid. Qiu Yan patted Ji Xiang's shoulder. Rainey's volunteer is Kyoto Medical University. She started teaching herself about medicine when she was in high school, and she was constantly running to Dr. Wu's side in order to take care of her grandmother. It's okay, don't worry. Please believe her. Qiu Yan's words were like a C-pin, and Ji Xiang's rapid breathing gradually calmed down. Thank you, Brother Yan. Thanks to you having the extra eyes to find a friend to check on your little sister. I really don't know what to do otherwise. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Qiu Yan had 100% trust in Lin Yuqing. He felt that as long as Lin Yuqing made up her mind about something, she would definitely be able to do it. Lin Yuqing took out a pair of scissors from within the Imperial Beast space, sterilized it, and cut off all the surrounding clothing. With that, a whole porcelain tile finally appeared in front of him. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Sister, there may be some pain next, so bear with it, but pay attention and stay conscious. Good. Lin Yuqing carefully cleaned up those adhering tissues around the porcelain tiles. Afterward, a few elixirs were taken out and placed in a small bowl to mash out the juice. Then little by little, use a sanitary cotton ball to spread it evenly. At first, Ji Yajing only felt the pain become more intense. Soon, however, she realized that the wound was starting to become a little numb, as if she was losing consciousness. Lin Yuqing held the tweezers in her right hand and hit the light with her left hand, and bit by bit, she pulled out the porcelain pieces. Although the operation was simple, it took Lin Yuqing a full 5 minutes. When it was all pulled out, Lin Yuqing quickly poured the liquid in the other small bowl over the wound, and then made sure that all of the broken pieces of porcelain in the wound were flushed out afterward. Just start applying a dressing to the wound and wrapping it in a circle of clean white gauze. After doing everything, she just felt physically and mentally exhausted. But the little girl's hand, Lin Yuqing really couldn't do anything about it. It didn't look like it was as simple as a dislocation either, but more likely caused a bone fracture. Only after she did a simple treatment on the key points of Ji Yajing's hands did she put her heart down. It wasn't long before the sound of an ambulance sounded outside the door. Only then did Lin Yuqing call back again. How's it going, Rainey? I treated her and it's much better. Just in time for the ambulance to arrive. You guys called, right? Aha. All right then. I'll follow the ambulance to the 4th People's Hospital first. You guys just come over later. After saying that, those medical personnel in white coats walked in and observed Ji Yajing's condition. The way he looked at Lin Yuqing at this moment was all wrong. Little girl, did you make all these? Lin Yuqing nodded slightly. Terrific. That's a beautiful wrap. If we wait for us to come, then things won't look so good then. I've had a look and she's stabilized for the time being. She's fine as far as the bone fracture in her hand is concerned. The paramedics nodded towards Lin Yuqing, and then a few people joined forces to carry Ji Yajing onto a stretcher. Although Lin Yuqing looked calm, she was actually happy. Now she was just as capable of saving lives as Dr. Wu. The 2 people on the other end of the phone heard the paramedic's voice, and the big stone hanging in their hearts landed firmly. It's okay. It's okay. Ji Xiang clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. He then looked at Qiu Yan. Brother words. Thank you. From now on, you're my boss. That girl. I'll have to thank her sometime too. You two are. Chiu Yen smiled, encouragingly patted Ji Xiang's shoulder and said with some pride, "She's my girlfriend." Chapter 179 beat Park Chong violently. In a certain ward of the 4th People's Hospital of Zhonghai City, Ji Yijing was lying on the hospital bed with a haggard look, and her hands were tied up in plaster. The wound on his hindquarters was already starting to show signs of healing due to the spiritual herbs and medicines. After taking 2 painkillers, Ji Yijing finally relaxed. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open. "Little sister," Kisho trotted over. "It's okay. It's okay. Take it easy. She needs to recuperate now," Lin Yuqing said indifferently as she sat on a stool to the side. Upon hearing this, Kisho then noticed the girl next to him. "Thank you for saving my sister." He bent down and bowed deeply. Chiu Yen also walked in, made a wink towards Lin Yuqing, and patted Ji Xiang's back. "Are you guys done yet?" Because Chiu Yen had told Lin Yuqing about the matter from beginning to end on the way, Lin Yuqing issued a question at this point. Chiu Yen shook his head. "Not yet. We're just temporarily applying with Officer Zhou for a temporary trip out. We'll have to deal with that old by lamp thing later." Lin Yuqing waved her hand with a smile. "So, it's okay. You guys go ahead and settle things early. Come stay with your sister. I'm here. Go, go, go." After Ji Xiang finished rambling on with his sister, Chiu Yen led him on to the police car. "Don't you say a word or mention anything else later. Leave everything to me." In the police car, Chiu Yen reminded Ji Xiang. This also made Ji Xiang feel somewhat flattered. Chiu Yen looked at Ji Xiang's appearance and sighed helplessly. If he hadn't known that this kid was a genius in his last life, he probably wouldn't have saved their family at all. After all, it's not as if you have nothing to do yourself. Is it possible that one has developed a love of talent? Forget it, don't think about it. Consider yourself a good Samaritan and make good karma. Chiu Yen did have the idea of pulling this kid into his squad before, but right now Ji Xiang hadn't developed yet, so it was still too early to think about that. Just as the thoughts collided, the police car pulled back into the doorway of the police station once more. The two returned to the interrogation room together. At this moment, Park Chong, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, leisurely bobbed his head. Seeing the two come back in a rage, he was not afraid and had a mocking smile on his face. "Yo, back," I said. "Don't try to go private without $20,000. Without speaking, Chiu Yen slapped Park Chong across the face. Pop! Because of this, the hot tea in Park Chang's hand spilled directly onto his body, and he was directly scalded and winced. Grass! Park Chong was confused by the whole thing. He stared blankly at Chiu Yen, and the hot sensation on his face was too much for him to believe. You, how dare you hit me? Now, this isn't over without $30,000. If only. Pop! Before he could finish his sentence, he once again received a slap from Chiu Yen. To be honest, it was really unbelievable that this kid actually dared to beat him up inside the police station. 40,000. Pop! Come on, people. Hit someone. Pop! After a dozen slaps, Park Chang's face had swollen into a pig's head, red and looking better than ever. Sure, it just hurts a little bit. How about you try another rollerblade? Chiu Yen gripped Park Chang's hair and pressed him down on the table, bloodied spit flowing in a puddle. $150,000. You-hoo! Chiu Yen was shocked. What kind of airplane is this old by lamp in? This is a typical want money not life. You have the guts to beat me to death. Or I'll sue you until you're broke. Come on. Murder. Despite how miserably Park Chong shouted, there was no other movement outside at all. Where are the officers? Where's the previous officer Chow? At this point Park Chang's mood produced a subtle change. Could it be that this kid had some kind of background so it was okay to just torture himself? He finally got a little scared afterward. Scream. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. You have a hard life, don't you? Immediately, Chiu Yan's hand appeared a wooden square, in his hand popping knocking. What do you want? Help! Help! Ah! There were murderous screams from the interrogation room. Instead, it was pitch black outside the interrogation room, for no other reason than the fact that it was now time to get off work. And it just so happens to be Zhou Bowen's team that's on night duty tonight. An evil sneer appeared at the corner of Chiu Yan's mouth. Do you still have some expectations? Now Officer Zhou is leading a meeting with his team. It won't be solved in half an hour. The ones guarding the outside of the interrogation room, who happen to also be Officer Zhou's subordinates, turned a deaf ear to the sounds coming from the middle of the interrogation room. Just before coming in, Qiu Yan had talked to Officer Zhou. And Officer Cho seems to have a bad impression of this Park Chong, who usually steals chickens and dogs. The point is that Park Chong, the old denizen, is like a rolling stone every time he's caught after stealing something, and there's no money to pay for it. Instead, they ask people's victims for medical bills. That would be an abomination. Today, when he meets a ruthless person like Qiu Yan, he is going to suffer. Don't fight. Park Chong was in old tears, trembling on the ground from the beating. Qiu Yan smiled as he gathered a handful of spirit grass from the Imperial Beast's space and handed it over. Eat up, after all, Qiu Yan, am not a demon. Don't really beat me to death. I'm going to have to pay for a death. Oh no, you're alone, aren't you? And there's no money to pay for that. How could Park Chong not understand Qiu Yan's meaning? It's clear that you want to heal yourself and then continue to fight. Watching Park Chong hesitate to make a move to get it, Qiu Yan once again raised the wooden square. Eat and be able to take a lighter beating. Don't eat it, get beaten half to death by me, and then I'll feed it to you. After saying that, Qiu Yan held up the wooden square and was about to drop it. Don't. I'll eat. Park Chong tremblingly crawled over and took the spirit grass, chewing and swallowing it. Holy dinner barf. You deserve a beating. Ah. After half an hour of righteous execution, Park Chong lay on the ground so lifeless that he didn't even bother to hide. What are you doing? A young officer's voice rang out. As early as the moment the door was pushed open, Qiu Yan retrieved the wooden square in his hand into the Imperial Beast space. Pretending to do so, he was about to assist Park Chong. Oh, he fell. I'll hold him. At that, the young officer nodded, closed the door, and went out. I can only say that Qiu Yan, this kid, is bad. The previous slap marks on Park Chang's face had long since subsided under the effects of the spirit herb. And after that, Qiu Yan fiercely greeted Park Chang's body. Those areas are covered by clothing and are largely invisible. You know what to do when you get out, Qiu Yan said with a cold smile. However, Qiu Yan's handsome and compelling face was like a demon in Park Chang's eyes. Immediately, he nodded his head like garlic. Yes, I know. Chapter 180 Cultivation is like riding a rocket. Are you sure you want to settle this privately and without any compensation? The young officer looked at the honest-looking Park Chong in front of him and looked out the window. Oh well, it's the middle of the night. Still, he wondered if the sun had come out of the west today. I'm surprised the old boy Park Chong didn't blackmail anyone. All right, since both sides have reconciled, then this matter will be settled. You guys go back. With that, the officer turned his head and went back on duty. Before leaving, Qiu Yan even glared at Park Chong. Seeing him run away in ashes, Qiu Yan didn't care. It's just an ordinary guy, he can't make any waves. Thank you, brother. Words. Ji Xiang looked at Qiu Yan in front of him and flopped and knelt down. Qiu Yan frowned. What for? Thank you, brother Yan and sister-in-law, for saving my sister today. I can't thank you enough for the great favor. If you need me in the future, just ask. Seeing that Ji Xiang was about to kowtow one to Qiu Yan then hurriedly held him up. All right, big brother, don't organize. I'm willing to give you that chance anyway. Here are the enrollment instructions. Go back and read them slowly. Come on, let's go to the hospital. Yes. The two of them took a cab and went straight to the 4th People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. Lin Yuqing left the hospital with Qiu Yan after explaining other matters to Ji Xiang. While on the road, Qiu Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it turned out to be Shushu Lanxin calling. Qiu Yan, where have you been? Come back here, we need to make arrangements for tomorrow morning's training. Qiu Yan then remembered that he had to wake up early tomorrow to train. He directly called a car to send Lin Yuqing home. Of course, he must have taken the initiative to kiss Lin Yuqing on his way out. After all, Lin Yuqing had put in a lot of effort today and rushed over without saying a word when she received her call. Hurriedly returning to the countermeasures center, I was surprised that everyone was there. The dusty Qiu Yan was also a bit embarrassed to see both teams assembled. As his eyes swept over the group of martial artists, sure enough, they were basically the same few people Qiu Yan had seen last time. The leader, Wang Tang, also kept squeezing his eyebrows and winking towards Qiu Yan. Well, now that everyone is here, Let's get started on tomorrow's announcements. Qiu Yan, quickly go back inside your team. The person who spoke out was none other than Lu Zheng, and his unsmiling appearance made the crowd serious. Tomorrow, we will proceed directly to the second awakening of the gift. For the next few days, get up at 5 in the morning to train every day, eat at 12 at noon, and cultivate inside your respective rooms in the afternoon. We'll test the results together in the evening and have a sparring match. At those words, everyone was shocked. The second awakening is tomorrow. Is it that soon? Even Qiu Yan frowned. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom is really taking it seriously. No matter how much it cost, it was necessary for people like himself to have an early second awakening. Don't underestimate these 2 months. In past years, these 2 months were for students to relax and get in shape. Then, after enrollment in the second awakening, if successful second awakening, then according to the strength and talent strength assigned to the various departments. If the second awakening fails, you will not be expelled from school. Instead, they enter a logistical department such as a research institute or medical clinic for their studies. People are worried. This is because the chance of success in secondary awakening is tied to one's own cultivation level. They could have had 2 more months of good practice at home. Now the plan is all messed up. At this time also could not help but begin to talk. The scene began to become noisy. Lu Zheng swept the circle and exclaimed, "All be quiet. 2 months to raise 1 or 2 steps at most. Do you guys still want to struggle a bit? You have used 3 years to ascend from the cultivation Yuan realm to the current black iron. Adding a setting here, there is a cultivation realm in front of black iron. 2 months? Can you improve much? So naive. And the Dragon Kingdom won't let you suffer, and will use the best materials for your second awakening." When these words came out, the crowd calmed down. Indeed, 2 months is only a consolation. Okay, that's enough for today. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Hurry up and go to bed. After saying that, Lu Zheng turned his head and left. After Lu Zheng left, the crowd immediately whispered. Even Wang Tung walked towards Qiu Yan. Man, what a way to put it. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and I was a little disbelieving when I heard the news. Honestly, I really wasn't prepared at all. Eh, you whispered to me what strength you have now. Wang Tung's gossipy face made Qiu Yan feel speechless. 9. Qiu Yan said without a trace of anger. What? 9th order. Wang Tung had no control over one of them, and his voice was frighteningly loud. For a moment, everyone stopped their exchanges and looked at Qiu Yan in amazement, as if an extremely rare iron-eating beast had appeared on a calm street. Captain, you're human. The first to speak was Wan Guolong, his eyes wide. What's the situation? Wasn't it only the 7th level of black iron when the Imperial Beast examination was held a while ago? How did this few days of work scurry up to the 9th rank of black iron like a rocket? So in that case, wouldn't it be bronze in 2 more days? You have to know that the ones gathered here now are all the elites of Zhonghai City. Even the first echelon, Wan Guolong, was only at the 6th rank of black iron. Or just advanced 2 days ago. Wang Tung was also a bit tense. He has been preparing for cultivation since he was a child. Grandfather helped him unclog his meridians, and father helped him procure spiritual herbs and medicines. It's only the 7th rank of black iron. How is it that Qiu Yan has scampered up to the 9th rank of black iron after not seeing him for a few days? If it was allowed, he really wanted to have the Wang family's research institute cut Qiu Yan open to see what heavenly treasures were in his body. Okay, nothing to be shocked about. All disperse. After the second awakening, people don't see black iron anymore. With that, a chubby imperial beast master spoke. Qiu Yan remembered that he seemed to be called Zhao Lei. Captain, does that mean you've had a second awakening? Qiu Yan nodded. Sort of, it should be a second awakening by chance. The crowd calmed down then. Since Qiu Yan had awakened for the second time, it wasn't surprising. But Wang Tung was obviously not so gullible. If you want to have an early second awakening, it would definitely require many layers of approval. Who could have a second awakening right now without his own great uncle signing off? After the crowd dispersed, Wang Tung couldn't wait to drag Qiu Yan to Qiu Yan's room. Tell me honestly, have you had a second awakening? Don't know if that counts. Anyway, my talent evolved a little bit down the line. Upon hearing this, Wang Tung was even more excited and slapped at the stool, almost breaking it apart. Listen to this. Do people talk? Okay, it's late, and I have to be up at 5 tomorrow morning, so you should get some early rest. Wang Tung turned to leave, but halfway there he still turned back to remind him. Don't tell anyone else about this matter. I'm afraid that the 10,000 clans will go against you despite everything. It is important to realize that there are very few people who are able to evolve their talents, 1 in a million, so to speak. And once the talent is able to evolve, it can often become the top of the human race. This is the case with Long Hearing Springs. Originally, his talent was nothing more than an A-rank dragon affinity, who knew that his talent had suddenly evolved into a SS-rank dragon lord. Qiu Yan smiled and sent Wang Ting out the door. After Wang Ting left, a bitter smile spread across Qiu Yan's face. Oh, the 10,000 clans have long since gone out of their way to do something about themselves, haven't they? Even Fang Haochen, in order to finish himself off, has pulled out the Creation Remnant Sword. Chapter 181 Fang Haochen's Great Crisis. In the secret realm of the Sand Sea, Fang Haochen sat at the end of the bed and helplessly lit a cigarette. It's been getting more and more overwhelming lately. Ever since Qiu Yan took away his Sword of Creation last time, the Heavenly Vault God was very dissatisfied with him, and seemed to want to send out a new, divine servant. It made him feel a strong sense of crisis. What's wrong, Chun? Still thinking about things? Number 2, sensing Fang Haochen's mood, put on a layer of muslin nightgown and sat up on her knees from the bed, moving her knees to come behind Fang Haochen. From behind, he directly encircled Fang Haochen's body. Although Fang Haochen's body was covered in metal, it was still permeated with a warmth. It's fine. It's just that Sky Vault God is going to send someone to supervise Laozi's work, and it's annoying over this. Fang Haochen took a sip of his cigarette butt, and while the smoke was slowly exhaled, he reached out and squeezed number 2's hand. Just as the two were getting intimate, a crack in space appeared in the room. From it came a clear but somewhat seductive female voice. Bishop Fang is a good sport. The Heavenly Vault God's side is dying of anxiety. How can he still have time to screw a woman? With these words, a hint of sinister intent flashed through Fang Haochen's eyes. This what Sky Dome God? It is really great. Was one to be subjugated to his hand for the rest of one's life when one had only been treated by him? To be honest, he was getting a little tired of this kind of day. Every day was either spent conducting various studies or staring at the sea of sand on the surface. Now even the Dragon Kingdom he doesn't dare to go. By then, I'm afraid that the moment I show my head, I'll be sniped by the Dragon Kingdom. They were like rats hiding in the middle of the sewers, not daring to appear on the streets of the Dragon Kingdom in broad daylight. None of your business. Are you the new servant of God? Sure. A woman with an enchanting figure walked out from the middle of the crack. She was similarly shrouded in black robes, but the chest was hollowed out, and you could see a large portion of snow white in it. And the black robe was short, like a bustle, with rounded thighs underneath. The woman removed her hood, revealing a pretty face with a teasing grin on it. Why you, Chan Qingqing? Fang Haochen frowned. Regarding this woman, he had also investigated her in passing when he investigated Qiu Yan earlier. She's a dumb woman with big boobs who thinks about how to hook up with men every day. And the spirit beast was a waste, not even a hair of the flamefire Qilin. For such a person to become one's colleague was clearly unacceptable to Fang Haochen. Yo, I didn't think Bishop Fang knew me. Not bad, not bad. Chan Qingqing's face was filled with a delicate smile, and very pretentiously reached out her hand and covered her red lips. Hee hee. I really don't know what the Heavenly Vault God was thinking. Actually letting a punk like you be a divine servant. Fang Haochen snorted coldly and shot back nonchalantly. At those words, the smile on Chan Qingqing's face froze, turning cold once again. The Heavenly Vault God is not for you, a mere divine servant, to discuss. After saying that, a whip with red light appeared in Chan Qingqing's hand, and with a wave of her hand, she directly lashed towards Fang Haochen. Pop! Fang Haochen stretched out his hand and steadily held it when the whip was about to whip his face. Number 2, however, was not so lucky. The scattered spiritual energy instantly struck at number 2's body, directly sending him flying. Bang! It hit the wall next to it hard. You! Fang Haochen narrowed his eyes, his back teeth gnashing. He's trying his hardest to hold back. I don't know if it was the Heavenly Vault God's test for him. How dare you even give this kind of thing to Chan Qingqing? How long had she been a member before she was able to receive a gift from the Heavenly Vault God? What does this mean, testing one's loyalty? Or was it to check his own voice among the Church of the Vault of Heaven? Fang Haochen threw the whip hard to the side. Humph! Chan Qingqing's face was as cold as ice, and she just faintly spat out 4 words. Next time. Turning around in Fang Haochen's room, Chan Qingqing's high-heeled shoes made a da-da sound. I'm going out for a stroll. Hurry up and get your clothes on. I have something to tell you later. Listening to the high heels gradually moving away, Fang Haochen rushed to the front of the second. Helped it up nicely. It could be seen that the whip was really not light, and there was a reddish whip mark on number 2's side waist. Also, it seems to have caused a fair amount of internal damage. A line of blood trickled out of 2's mouth. Grass! Fang Haochen clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it directly onto the floor, directly hammering the floor to crack open like a spider web. It's fine, Aiken. Don't worry about me. Number 2 tremblingly stretched out his hand and stroked Fang Haochen's cheek. Yes. Great. Fang Haochen's forehead veins rippled and he gritted his teeth. What a way to give yourself a good downward spiral. Move your own woman, that's embarrassing. Gradually, a hint of rebellion arose in Fang Haochen's heart. However, Chun Qingqing's voice came from far outside the door again. Grass what? Want to continue? Don't be mushy. Get out of there. Fang Haochen was trembling with anger. He didn't need a little girl to point out what he did. After gently helping number 2 onto the bed and calling for the medical robot, Fang Haochen put on his clothes and came outside. One could see that Chun Qingqing was waiting for him at the end of the corridor. Just like that, he stared unblinkingly at Fang Haochen as he came before him. It's not your place to tell me what I do. Humph! Chun Qingqing sneered. Did you see the whip just now? From now on, I am the bishop of the Church of the Vault of Heaven, and you are the vice bishop. So, you're sure I can't control you? A person's appearance is extraordinarily calm when they are angry to the core. Okay, that's fine with me. Fang Haochen didn't carry any emotion in his voice, but in his heart, he was constantly mocking the Heavenly Vault God. It's so damn. The Heavenly Vault Church, which he had built up with his own hands, was plucked by her, a Chun Qingqing, without even a single notice. But don't worry, Bishop Fang. I won't be here all the time to interfere with your work. Chun Qingqing acted as if she hadn't heard the implication in Fang Haochen's voice earlier, and after a pause, she continued to speak. 2 months later, I will enter the Dragon's Blood High School to study. In the future, it should only come once every few months. Fang Haochen laughed. Oh, you have access to the Dragon's Blood Highlander? Don't make me laugh. Okay? Why can't you? It does seem like you don't have much power. Even the news from the Dragon Kingdom has a lag. The Dragon's top brass have been implementing the new plan for a long time. And identity verification, I've already bought off some of the people in charge, so I won't bother Bishop Fang with that. But I'm going to advise you. Don't get too addicted to female sex. Oh. Chun Qingqing laughed loudly and walked towards the front. Fang Haochen looked at Chun Qingqing's villainous face and couldn't wait to get her killed now. Of course, by getting her killed, the Sky Vault God would have to get himself killed. Oh, and how to trip her up behind her back after that. How about telling Qiu Yan? Thinking of this, Fang Haochen smiled to himself, then followed Chun Qingqing's footsteps. Chapter 182 Made by Capital. Dragon Kingdom Countermeasures Center. Early morning. Qiu Yan cultivated for another whole night, gradually feeling the barrier somewhat. If he continued to cultivate any further, he felt that his body was bloated, and it was obvious that he had reached a bottleneck. Qiu Yan had a premonition that once he broke through the bottleneck, the bloodline of the Purple Moon and other spirit beasts might be further purified and optimized. But who knows what happens after that? Soon afterward, a sharp bell rang in the hallway, audible. Qiu Yan changed out of his pajamas into his newly issued training clothes and hurried out. As soon as he opened the door, he directly collided with Lu Zheng. To Lu Zheng's amazement, with his own physique, Qiu Yan only retreated half a step before stabilizing himself after he collided. That was pretty fast, so I won't dock you points today. Points deducted? Qiu Yan asked with some confusion. Yeah. Didn't you read the manual? It's the one inside the room. Within this month, a total of 100 points will be deducted if you make a mistake. Of course, if it's a deduction of less than 60 points, then sorry, it will be dismissed from Starfire Squad and stripped of all Starfire Squad benefits. Perhaps, one can only become an ordinary cadet of the Dragon Blood Highlander. Qiu Yan wanted to ask something else, but Lu Zhang twisted his head and walked away while chanting under his breath. 1 point deduction for not reading the manual. At those words, Qiu Yan also felt extremely speechless. No way, that's a demerit? It seems that this so-called 1-month intensive training is based on the rules of the military, but compared to the military, the requirements are obviously still much more relaxed. Before Lu Zhang could continue walking, he saw several members of the team scrambling out and standing in front of their rooms, sporadically wearing their hats, pants belts, socks, and so on. Well, you guys, take a point off. After saying that, Lu Zhang continued to walk towards the deepest part of the corridor without changing his face. Qiu Yan looked around with some curiosity, only to hear Lu Zhang's loud points deduction. There were even 3 points deducted outright. With that, the team members grayed out of their rooms and just stood in front of their rooms wearing their clothes with a look of resentment and dissatisfaction. At this point in time, among the building, the only one who hadn't been deducted points yet was Wan Guolong. Lu Zhang looked away. Nice. Clothing is on and it's ready before the bell. Plus 1 point. Even when he heard that he had added points, Wan Guolong didn't have any pride on his face, but stood straight without moving. Lu Zhang secretly sighed in admiration and a smirk appeared on his unsmiling face. That's a good kid. That's something. It seems that there must have been an elder in the family who was in the Tingyi army and disciplined him. Lu Zhang really guessed right. Wan Guolong, his old man, was a centurion of the Ding Yuan army. As the army that ranked second in terms of combat power in the Dragon Kingdom, its military rules were unimaginably strict. So Wang Guolong, his old man, was very proud of the team he was in and put the army's set on his son. Wan Guolong knew from the first time he met Lu Zhang that the other party was definitely a soldier of the sword. Actually, let's say the military doesn't make sense, but it does. Now, although the Dragon Kingdom did not have the invasion of the 10,000 races, there would be spatial cracks that kept appearing. The appearance of a spatial crack would inevitably cause the spirit beasts in the opposite space to start rioting. If this riotous behavior was allowed to continue to fester, the spatial rift would gradually widen, and it would be difficult to resolve at that time. That's why most of the dragon's army is designed to deal with such occurrences. The process of resolution is simply to discover the crack, stabilize the crack, suppress the riot, establish a stable connection with the secret realm. Lu Zhang just checked room by room. As soon as you notice that someone is still undressed, kick them directly towards their ass and kick them out of the room. 5 minutes slipped by. At this point, there was one last room left to inspect. Lu Zhang's complexion grew colder and colder at this time. Who the hell is it that has the audacity to do that? Still sleeping to this day. Come out. Lu Zhang's voice pierced through the door of the room like a flood bell. But the door of the room had not moved at all, and there was a faint sound of snoring coming from the room. Lu Zhang was also confused. Is he that brave? But there was something he could do. Pulling a set of keys out of his pocket, he inspected them one by one and opened the door to the room when he found them. As soon as he pushed in the door, he saw a young man in luxurious silk pajamas lying on the bed, asleep on all fours. And the clothes hanging around or some of the ornaments and such weren't cheap at first glance. Looking at this kid's free and loud appearance, Lu Zhang was almost infuriated and laughed. Taking a deep breath, he then held out a roll call, his eyes constantly scanning. I'll look for. Thanks, Onion. Thanks, Onion. Lu Zhang's voice was suddenly like a bolt from the blue, waking up the sleeping Xie Xiao Onion. Huh? Huh? A war. Xie Xiao Onion instantly bounced up from the bed and just stood there, staring tightly at Lu Zhang in front of her. How many times do I have to call it? Letting me, 1,000 husbandmen of the Broken Army Battalion, personally wake you up? You're kind of honored. Come here. Come here all. Come and see your good classmates now, hey. Hearing Lu Zhang's call, the remaining 10 people in the middle of the corridor, also including Qiu Yan, just walked in. Seeing Xie Xiao Onion's appearance, all of them were a bit unable to hold back. This kid has a really big heart. Lu Zhang are standing in front of the bed, still looking straight across. What the hell is going on? The ones without clothes just now were rewarded with a kick by Lu Zhang, not to mention the Xie Xiao Onion. This falls under the category of more so. 5 demerits and extra practice tonight. Around the martial arts field, 30 laps. No spirit power allowed. What? At those words, Xie Xiao Onion's still somewhat drowsy, sleepy eyes instantly widened. Obviously, it's still not clear. 2 minutes, and if you don't walk out with your clothes on in 2 minutes, deduct another 10. With that, Lu Zhang led the crowd out. However, Lu Zhang is still very good in this regard, and when he left, he also gave Xie Xiao Onion the door to bring. What? Xie Xiao Onion's entire body was dumbfounded. But by the looks of it, Lu Zhang didn't look like he was joking. Thinking of this, Xie Xiao Onion was instantly anxious. What a joke. He himself is an imperial beast master. Making himself run 30 laps around the martial arts arena and not allowing the use of spiritual energy was simply the rhythm of running him to death. Too late to dwell on it carefully, Xiaoxiao Onion was hastily unbuttoning his pajamas. But the more he panicked, the more the damn gag wouldn't unravel. Xiaoxiao Onion cursed and, not being a good-tempered master, tugged at his clothes with a force. Tens of thousands of dollars in pajamas just ripped in half by him. Without hesitation, in a hurry, he grabbed the clothes he had placed next to him and slipped them on. I have to say, Xiaoxiao Onion is pretty fast. In a minute and a half he had his shirt, pants, belt, etc. on and flashed to the door with his chest out, going calmly to pull the door handle. But a strange scene happened. This doorknob, surprisingly, doesn't budge. Grass. A thought flashed through Xiaoxiao Onion's mind. One is being done in by capital. Chapter 183 Chrysanthemums broken, wounds all over the ground. What the did you move? Xiaoxiao Onion was a bit furious. No matter how hard one tried, that damn door lock still wouldn't open. He had just clearly seen Lu Zhang close the door. It's definitely this old by light giving himself a hand job. Grass. Cthulhu. Why are you torturing me? As time passed, drops of sweat gradually began to seep out from Xiaoxiao Onion's face. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. He really didn't want to be punished on his first day. It's on the other side of the door. The surrounding trainees, without exception, were stifling laughter on their faces, especially the few students with lower laugh points who were almost about to suffocate their internal injuries, because at that moment Lu Zhang had a death grip on the door handle. Inside, Xiaoxiao Onion froze and couldn't open the door to the room. Just now, Lu Zhang gave Xiaoxiao Onion the instruction of get dressed and come out within 2 minutes. Lu Zhang is giving the Xiaoxiao Onion a setup again. If Xiaoxiao Onion didn't come out after 2 minutes, it would be a death sentence. Tonight's punishment is designated to be unavoidable. However, as the cadets around them laughed and laughed, their faces stopped being cheeky, and one by one, they became honest. Xiaoxiao Onion is one of them. How can you laugh when your own coach is so shady? Today it's Xiaoxiao Onion getting screwed. Tomorrow it could be themselves. Seeing Lu Zhang in this stance, Wan Guolong smiled and arched his shoulder over Qiu Yan and said quietly, "See? In the military, obeying orders and following rules is the main thing. If you accidentally break the rules, then watch out." The soundproofing in the room really wasn't done very well. Even Xiaoxiao Onion's angry roar in the room could be heard by everyone. At this point, Xiaoxiao Onion was already desperate in his heart. Grass. Why today on your first day you are going to be screwed by inhumane instructors? Is there any justice at all? Moms. One could only say that Xiaoxiao Onion was also a ruthless person, directly summoning his spirit beast. Earth-shaking divine bull. Diamond low-level bloodline. Black iron 6th rank cultivation spirit beast. In an instant, an imposing bull-type spirit beast appeared next to him. All of his body was filled with explosive muscles, and the bull's horns glinted with a sharp, cold edge. I'm sure absolutely no one would want to be topped by a bullhorn like that. Meteor stab. After Xiaoxiao Onion finished speaking, the earth-shaking divine bull stepped on its hooves and directly toppled towards the gate. Although the walls of the Zhonghai City branch of the Dragon Kingdom Countermeasure Center were made of otherworldly materials, the door certainly couldn't suffer such a violent impact. Thus, under the charge of the earth-shaking divine bull, a hole that could accommodate one person was barely formed. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhang did not continue to trip up Xiaoxiao Onion. After all, bad things can't be done. If Xiaoxiao Onion is remembered, everyone here is a genius in Zhonghai City. The family may have some connections as well. Once anyone who knows their leader or superior flings a few words and trips them up as well, how will they be able to get along in the military after that? Xiaoxiao Onion looked at this small hole and almost didn't curse this Lu Zhang in his heart. Grass. Lu Zhang of the groove. Is causing me to drill a dog hole now. Moms. Time passed by second by second. At this time, Xiaoxiao Onion couldn't care less, and directly made a flying leap, just like a diver. With his hands together, he scurried towards the cave entrance. Stab! There was a sharp thud. Xiaoxiao Onion said in his heart that it was not good. Bad. His own pants got stuck. 5, 4. The damn Lu Zhang even started counting down. What the hell was that for? Xiaoxiao Onion clenched his teeth. Anyway, he was humiliated enough today, big deal, it didn't matter if he was humiliated a little more. Xiaoxiao Onion is not a stickler for rules. It's a lot of brainstorming to not have to take the punishment. Top me out. Come on. At this moment, half of Xia Xiao Onion's body was outside the door, and the crowd's line of sight made his face burn. Very shamefully, he commanded with his spirit animal. The words shocked the crowd. Even Qiu Yan's eyes widened. Tough guy. Absolutely ruthless. Everyone could see it just now when that spirit beast toppled through the door of the room. That bullhorn looks like really sharp. Sure enough, Xia Xiao Onion closed her eyes tightly and frowned. Suddenly it felt like a huge burst of force with a violent pain came from underneath him. Grass. Can't you ever stop using a bullhorn top? Ah! The entire hallway echoed with Xia Xiao Onion's mournful screams. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't calm their hearts for a long time. In his heart, he gave Xia Xiao Onion a straight thumbs up. Awesome. This is really awesome. That's ing mean. But thanks to the mountain-shaking divine cow, Xia Xiao Onion finally flew out of the hole. Stab! Xia Xiao Onion's pants were directly scraped by the barbs on the room's door, and then his whole body hit the opposite door heavily. Not waiting for Lu Zhang to finish counting down, Xia Xiao Onion didn't know where the strength came from and froze to stand straight in front of Lu Zhang. 2, 1, 0. Lu Zhang was also startled by Xia Xiao Onion's ruthless appearance at this time. But at this point, for the sake of face, he could only finish his countdown with a stiff upper lip. At the same time, Xia Xiao Onion couldn't hold on any longer and covered his butt and just plopped down on the ground. But on his face it was with a relieved smile. Total count. One doesn't have to be punished after all. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qiu Yan's mind ghosted a song lyric. The chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is full of wounds, your smile is yellowed. It wasn't until Xia Xiao Onion slumped to the ground that the crowd realized afterward and went up to check Xia Xiao Onion's injuries. Watching the blood dripping from underneath Xia Xiao Onion's body caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cool air. But Lu Zhang was still cold. That's good. 5 points deducted earlier. Now it becomes 3. When we're on the battlefield, we should be like Mr. Xia Xiao Onion, trying to solve the difficulties by all means. Well, get him to the infirmary and get him taken care of. It's just a lap and a demerit. Why do you have to work so hard? You see, you've paid far more than you originally intended to achieve. In terms of such a treatment program, people should never learn from Xia Xiao Onion. A few of the team members gave Lu Zhang a somewhat sultry look. No one learned from him. You think everyone's as tough as he is? It's not even human to be able to lay a hand on your own ass. After saying that, Lu Zhang coldly left the place. Still, on the far side of the corridor, he said coolly, "You have half an hour to help Xia Xiao Onion with his wounds. In half an hour, we'll get ready to prepare for the second awakening." With that, Lu Zhang disappeared from the crowd's view. Watching Lu Zhang leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Xia Xiao Onion had a somewhat pale smile on her face. Capital. The capital of all evil. Didn't break myself. However, one spirit beast was a bit too hard on its master. Xia Xiao Onion then realized that there were several other girls around, staring at her ass without blinking. Grass. The dignity of the little master. Growing up, my own mother had never seen my ass. Shame on you. The crowd's hands and feet are in a mess are treating wounds. No one noticed Xia Xiao Onion's face is red and shed 2 lines of tears. Chapter 184. The Collapsed Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was sitting on the sofa in Long Hearing Spring's office at this moment, holding his head in his hands. At this moment, his complexion was no longer the same icy coldness as it had been for 10,000 years, and it was replaced by endless regret. Moms, I was thinking of making an example of him for a while to deter the other trainees. In this way, one establishes a relatively authoritative persona. And the result? Xia Xiao Onion. This kid's brain seems to be so short of a muscle as well. Isn't it just a 5-point deduction? Isn't it just 30 laps? Don't be so desperate. Think he Lu Zhang, enlisted in the army for so many years, has led the talented recruits not 10,000 also have 1,000, the first time to see such a strange. If you know it won't work, just give up. At this moment, Su Lanxin and Leng Yueyao looked at the collapsing Lu Zhang indifferently, and for some reason, they only felt amusement in their hearts. I think this military known as Iron Blood instructor Lu Zhang Thousand Captain, at this time should have a shadow in his heart. The two of them just looked at Lu Zhang playfully, with a face that said, "Look at you, you're playing it off, aren't you?"
Okokok.
Lu Zhang was stared at by the two of them with some hair on his body and waved his hand impatiently. Luckily, Laozi reacted quickly, and used his aura in time to shield all of this kid's vital parts. Otherwise, that old man from the Xie family won't give me a fight. Really? Lu Zhang sighed, and gradually there was some luster in his eyes. Still, there was a hint of doubt about myself. Did you protect yourself or not? You should protect it yourself, right? Thinking of this, Lu Zhang worriedly folded his hands together and helped Xie Xiao Onion pray. On Qiu Yan's side, he directly evacuated the girls who were watching. After all, Xie Xiao Onion was still handsome, just a bit axial in the brain. Now Xie Xiao Onion has a whole pair of pants in shreds. With his white ass exposed like this, and 2 shockingly large holes on it, Qiu Yan was really a little too happy to do so. Moreover, a few girls had just apparently secretly taken out their cell phones and snapped a picture of Xie Xiao Onions, but it's simply too much. Later, though, it's still a good idea to go to those girls and ask if there are any other photos and if there's any video recording. By the time they went to Kyoto to participate in the competition, if they were in a desperate situation, if they threatened Xie Xiao Onion with this, would it make this kid explode a bit to help them win? Qiu Yan nodded and once again gave a thumbs up to his own brilliance. Not to be outdone, thinking is tricky. But thinking about it, Qiu Yan wasn't idle as all. From the Imperial Beast space, he found some air-dried spirit grasses and pulled them out one after another. No way. He knew nothing about spiritual herbs and medicines, and felt that these were all the same when dried in the sun. There's just too much variety on their own hands, so they just pull out a handful for everyone to pick from. Captain, you're rich. As Xie Xiao Onion was surrounded by the group, the few girls from earlier reclined over, and a shorter girl stared wide-eyed, her small face filled with surprise. Qiu Yan was usually low-key and seemed to be wearing big-name brand clothes only recently. And besides the 2 sets on Qiu Yan's upper body, there didn't seem to be any others. Did there? Instantly, Qiu Yan's image loomed large in front of the crowd. Captain Awesome. Not caring about things outside of the body and focusing on cultivation, it was no wonder that he and the others couldn't cultivate past Qiu Yan. Maybe the captain is practicing 24 hours a day. However, they didn't know that Qiu Yan had breathing techniques in his hands. Moreover, a huge part of the reason why Qiu Yan was so frugal was that he had encountered so many things these days. There wasn't much time to primp at all. A voice then jolted a few people out of their uninhibited thoughts. No, your family runs a medical center, right? Why do you have everything? One of the team members was well informed and immediately realized that there were a few spirit herbs in Qiu Yan's hands that were treasures that could not be found outside. Such a treasure is so casually taken out to Xie Xiao Onion to cure the ass. When Xie Xiao Onion sees Qiu Yan in the future, he will have to address him as Righteous Father. Everyone, being the geniuses of Zhonghai City, must know a little bit about bandaging as well. In 3 tries, Xie Xiao Onion's ass was wrapped tightly in gauze. A trainee couldn't help but marvel at his bandaging skills.
Not bad.
As good as ever. The perfect piece. Qiu Yan glanced at it and his face was filled with black lines. What the hell is this bandage? People, this is trauma. Does it need to be wrapped so tightly? After applying the medicine, basically the wound will heal in a few minutes, as to be so exaggerated. At this moment, Xie Xiao Onion's buttocks were like a swimming ring. It was really a bit scary. Xie. Thanks everyone. I, Xie Xiao Onion, am unable to repay everyone's kindness today. Tomorrow night, I'll have a loris for each of you. At those words, one and all were shocked. Big dirtbag, this. One is worth $1 million. Is Xie Xiao Onion's family so rich? Among these talented players, there was no lack of those who came out from the big families, and perhaps the last thing that mattered to them was money. However, money is not a thing of the body. They would rather spend millions on spiritual herbs and medicines that are useful to them or their spiritual beasts and so on, than to buy a watch that can only be worn on the hand to pretend to be chanting. Qiu Yan also raised an eyebrow, and at this moment he also developed some interest in Xie Xiao Onion. This kid, I've never seen him before. Did it come from somewhere else? Earlier, Qiu Yan had seen that the spirit beast was of good quality. Basically, it's a very rare existence in Zhonghai City. What is Xie Xiao Onion all about? Qiu Yan lifted his $50 watch to look at the time. Luckily, it's only been 10 minutes. There were still 20 minutes left until the time Lu Zheng said. Go, go, go. Let's go change Xie Xiao Onion's pants first. Xie Xiao Onion's pants were scrapped long ago. He was 5'8" and was instantly carried back to his room by 2 strong men who were more than 5'8". What happened again after that, Qiu Yan didn't know. After 5 minutes had passed, Xie Xiao Onion limped out with the support of the 2 men. At this point, his ass was high in the air due to the gauze. How it looks like that Kardashian from Pretty Country. If someone who didn't know the cause of the matter saw this scene, they were afraid that their eyes would go blind on the spot. After Xie Xiao Onion rested for another 15 minutes, a steady footstep sounded in the distance. Qiu Yen, how is Xie Xiao Onion? Qiu Yen glanced at the pale Xie Xiao Onion with his remaining light, his face flushed with a tangle of colors. Is this something or nothing? Okay, I'm good. As long as they don't dock me points and keep me from running laps, I'm fine with that. Xie Xiao Onion's eyes were firm, breaking away from the two men's support and purposely walking a few laps in front of the crowd. Lu Zhang also looked Xie Xiao Onion up and down at this moment and immediately put his heart down, seeing that the chrysanthemums aren't crippled yet. Good. That's good. But it's that football-sized ass of his that's doing it. Too hot to handle. Okay. Since it's okay, let's go. Let's go 2 by 2 side by side. Be careful to stay in formation. Let's go. What is needed for the Second Awakening is ready. Chapter 185 Second Awakening beginning. Dragon Country Countermeasures Center, Zhonghai City Branch, 16th floor. The place is busy with many staff in white coats who are constantly shuttling around. The person who started all of this, Long Hearing Spring, was holding his cell phone and constantly flipping through the information. Why don't I try Secondary Awakening again too? Secondary Awakening does have a chance of being able to evolve talents or raise the cap right. But why are there no cases of Triple Awakening? Long Hearing Quan frowned, his fingers turning over faster and faster. No, still no. Hey. Sighing, he extinguished his cell phone and tossed it casually on the coffee table. It's better to be honest with yourself about what countless others before you have tried with their lives. Don't unsuccessfully awaken 3 times and give yourself a whole burst of body death. Not long after, Lu Zhang arrived here with all the members of the Imperial Beast Squad. Long Hearing Quan watched these students walk through the door one after another in the middle of a side room and instructed the secretary next to him. Martial artists awaken in the afternoon. Remember to prepare more. This awakening is not trivial. If we awaken 2 months in advance, our city of Zhonghai will be the first batch, followed by every other city. We purposely replaced some spirit herbs with better effects, so I hope nothing goes wrong today. The secretary nodded and bowed respectfully towards Long Hearing Spring, then exited the place before explaining the instructions. Qiu Yen and the others were brought into a special room. There were about a dozen circular instruments placed on the floor of this room. Qiu Yen took a general look at it. It was probably like a pedestal. Was it meant for everyone to sit cross-legged on it? Looking up, there are glass shades high in the air in all the same locations. I guess I'll inject something to soak up for myself and others when the time comes. Qiu Yen shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it didn't matter. Soon, one after another, everyone was directed by Su Lanxin to sit on top of their respective circular bases. Zulankson was still sweetly explaining the do's and don'ts up front. Everyone don't panic later, just like the usual cross-legged cultivation. No matter what happens, don't move around randomly. Do you hear me? As long as you concentrate on your cultivation and don't be disturbed by the outside world, you will have a high probability of successful awakening. Remember. There will be gases and liquids injected into the container later. Don't worry, it's normal and you are able to breathe. Zulankson spoke a great deal and pressed a button after making sure everyone had heard. Qiu Yen only saw the glass cover over his head slowly fall. Before it could fall completely, Su Lanxin's voice rang out again. Hold your breath. Hold your energy. Cultivate honestly. Don't look around. Once these words came out, Qiu Yen, who was sitting in the first place, could only smile awkwardly before honestly closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. Soon, Qiu Yen heard a muffled sound, and then a high concentration of spiritual fog began to emanate from the surroundings. It was only a pity that one could not call one's spirit beast out to cultivate together at such a time. But Qiu Yen didn't care is all. He then realized that the concentration of aura around him was getting higher and higher, which was basically considered dozens of times what he absorbed on weekdays. And it's gradually increasing. Qiu Yen only felt that the pores on his body were opened, and then greedily absorbed the surrounding aura. That's a smashing speed. Bang! A muffled sound came from within Qiu Yan's body. Since everyone else was in the glass enclosure, they probably didn't hear it. But Su Lanxin, who was outside, heard it. Astonishment was written all over his face. That breaks the boundary? No. A stage that's considered a bottleneck for the next person was broken through like drinking water? However, it was obvious that Qiu Yan's aura was still gradually rising. Soon enough, it absorbed all of the surrounding spiritual mist. Quickly, Warehouse 1 will give 2 more people the amount of aura. Xilan was anxious. It's not good to absorb aura so quickly. The auras of the people around them had basically only absorbed about a third of it. And this absorption of aura was only the first stage. The first stage is to open all the pores of the body all over the body. Seeing that Qiu Yan's face appeared to have a trace of a difficult color, at this moment, the aura once again appeared in the glass cover. It was as if a long drought had been met with sweet rain, greedily absorbing the surrounding aura. Seeing this, Su Lanxin then put her heart down. After that, after everyone had absorbed the aura, a gel-like liquid began to ooze from the base below. When he initially came into contact with this substance, Qiu Yan only felt cold and icy. Then the gel-like object gradually diffused up, and gradually it was as if Qiu Yan's entire body was soaked in a petri dish. However, Qiu Yan was surprised to find that he was still able to breathe when surrounded by this gel-like object. Instead of breathing from the lungs, the pores of the whole body were making a conscious effort to draw oxygen and aura from the liquid. Awesome! However, soon enough, the gel-like object around Qiu Yan began to become a bit cloudy. It was as if it had been contaminated by some substance that had seeped out. After this was done, the gel flowed gradually down through the lower sink below. Throughout the glass enclosure, the spiritual mist from before began to reappear. However, this time, the concentration at the very beginning was the highest, and then little by little it became thinner, not much different from the concentration of aura outside. After that, the glass cover slowly opened. A very bitter medicinal odor appeared in the air of the room, and many of them looked puzzled. All right, everyone go back to the middle of their dormitories and take a bath first, as well as acclimatize your body after the second awakening. Let's meet in the hallway in 2 hours. At that, everyone stood up. After coming back to their senses and feeling the changes in their bodies, many people exclaimed in small voices, "My talent has evolved. It was just a rank, but now it's a plus. Awesome! My cultivation has directly skyrocketed by 3 steps. I've caught up with the captain. Me too. I was originally a black iron 5th order, and in this little while I've become a black iron 8th order." But the crowd was so upset about the sticky feeling on their bodies that they just discussed it and left the room straight away. Qiu Yan, on the other hand, was left behind by Su Lanxin. How do you feel? Did the speed of absorbing aura become faster? Well, it's true, but I've noticed that apart from absorbing aura faster, there doesn't seem to be any other changes. Qiu Yan pulled the corner of his mouth. Nothing else has changed? As a rule, second awakening talents are usually more or less enhanced. Now that the technical aspects have been perfected, where once secondary awakenings were prone to failure, now they are much better. I know you're not a combat type of talent. Go back and get a feel for it, and it's likely to be hidden as well. Su Lanxin smiled and waved her hand, signaling Qiu Yan to hurry back. Only then did Qiu Yan drag his dripping body and slip away. To be honest, being covered in the smell of medicinal herbs was really unbearable, and it felt like Qiu Yan's entire body was about to turn into a walking pot of medicine. Chapter 186 Amazing Meals. After a good shower, Qiu Yan dried himself and sat on the bed. After determining that the surroundings were safe, the mind sank into the Imperial Beast space. After coming in again, Qiu Yan realized that the scenery of his Imperial Beast space had become better. Qiu Yan felt it and realized that his body had become more solid here. It was almost as if he had arrived in another secret realm. With a flash, he arrived in front of the Wanxiang Xian Shu, wanting to check if there were any other changes. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. It's a shock. Well, not much has changed. The explanation Qiu Wuji gave was that he had eaten too much from the buffet before, so it caused the development of the Imperial Beast space to exceed his original realm. How? It's something like, reward early release. Cut! Qiu Yan was speechless. But then he realized something delightful. The fact that his own spirit beast followed along and reached bronze was clearly out of his expectation. It turned out that the reason why he was able to absorb so quickly was that his spirit beast followed along. That's quite a surprise. In this regard, it was estimated that Qiu Yan still had to thank the official Dragon Kingdom for sending him high-purity auras one after another. With that, he turned over a page of the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries. This time, Purple Moon's Spirit Beast panel changed again. Shadow Devouring Thunder Python. Diamond Medium Bloodline. Skills. Thunder Teeth. Punch. Toxins of the 9 Heavens. Change to shadow poison note. Able to inject toxins into the opponent's shadow through shadow extension. Other toxin characteristics have been inherited. Electric lightning arrow. Change to shadow thunder arrow note. Contains shadow energy and can carry shadow poison. Cho Yen was surprised after quickly reading it. In other words, the current purple moon had an additional attribute after evolving darkness. After that, toxins no longer need to be suicidally injected with Thunder Tooth, and the opponent can be poisoned via shadow or shadow thunder arrow. Bull batch. Cho Yen sensed his cultivation level. Now his cultivation level should be at the bronze 2nd stage, and his body had undergone a considerable change. At this time, even if he didn't cultivate wholeheartedly, he was usually walking, eating, and sleeping when he was automatically drawing the aura in the air. There's still an hour to spare. Cho Yen once again crossed his legs and came down to cultivate. This time, instead, Ling Feng was summoned out, and just by slightly running the breathing technique, it made Cho Yen feel like he was drawing an aura faster. At this rate, if others needed a month to raise a rank, Cho Yen would be able to raise a rank in half a month. It's almost cut in half. More crucially, Cho Yen here simply didn't exist such a thing as a bottleneck. If the obscene development continues, it will definitely reach the diamond earlier than Long Hearing Spring did back then. The point was that Cho Yen would have to wait next. In case one's realm had risen too quickly and one couldn't enter the Sacred Beast battlefield at that time, that would be a big problem. At that time, it was estimated that those 10,000 races would laugh their big teeth off. Sacred Beast battlefield, the last line of defense for the human race. If the human race fails, the Sacred Beast battlefield will cease to exist. This also meant that Blue Star would be undefended in front of the 10,000 races. Imagine that the strongest batch of talents in the human race right now were at peak diamond cultivation. And the 10,000 tribes side casually come 2 blazing gold or king-level powerhouses. Then the Blue Star human beings are afraid to be extinct clean. Cho Yen sat up after only slightly stabilizing his realm, not rushing to cultivate first. He planned to ask Su Lanxin afterward what exactly was going on. After all, he had only a half understanding of the matter of the Sacred Beast battlefield. Blue Star always has an expert who will answer for him. Then what exactly was the origin of the 10,000 races that were blocked out by the Holy Beast battlefield? And what was the purpose of their desperate desire to seize the Blue Star? All of this was a layer of invisible fog to Cho Yen. When it was almost time to gather, Cho Yen walked straight out from the outside. It was only then that I realized that there were some students standing at the door with more than 20 minutes to go before assembly time. It must have been the encounter with Xia Xiao Onion earlier today that had been etched in their minds. Wan Guolong was naturally in the middle of the corridor, standing straight. Seeing that there was still time, Cho Yen directly walked over. "Yo, how's that for strength now?" "Hehe, not bad. Got lucky and rose to the peak of the Black Iron 8th rank. Cultivating in that container can be really addictive. I've risen so much in cultivation in just a few hours. I almost don't want to come out." Cho Yen hemmed and hawed. "It's not good to raise your strength too fast. The realm is unstable. Be careful of the spirit beasts backfiring on you." Wan Guolong followed suit with a smile and nodded in agreement. Indeed, once the cultivation level was raised too quickly, the realm of the spirit beasts could be raised even faster. Once a beastmaster lacked control over his spirit beasts, there was a chance that they would turn against him. This kind of thing happened frequently in the Dragon Kingdom and even Blue Star. Of course, Cho Yen definitely didn't have to consider this. It's just inconvenient to stay in the countermeasure center for a month. It was because Cho Yen still wanted to continue cultivating the Tiangui forging body to come. The good thing was that Cho Yen had looked at the weather forecast, and the air quality was so bad within the month that there weren't many days when he could see the stars. It wasn't too much of a loss. After all, Cho Yan's current physical quality had already reached the peak of Black Iron before he arrived. If he wanted to advance, then he would need another spirit herb, which Cho Yen should not be able to access as of now. "Everyone's rested, right? Come on. I'll take everyone to the cafeteria." Lu Zheng's figure appeared outside the corridor for no reason. At this instant, everyone flashed to the doors of their dormitories and stood straight. There's no way around it. Xia Xiao Onion's misery is fresh in my mind. Really don't dare to let Lu Zhang catch any pigtails, right? Lu Zhang looked at these timid students and secretly laughed in his heart. It seems that his strategy is still very successful. Success has a deterrent effect, which is a good thing for him as an instructor. He didn't realize, however, that he was being labeled an old in the minds of these students. Everyone lined up and followed Lu Zhang to the restaurant. The inside of the restaurant is filled with delightful aromas. Everyone couldn't help but gulp. After all, they hadn't eaten yet today, and the crowd's stomachs had been rumbling with hunger for a long time. Because here, snacks are not allowed. Just as they were sitting in their seats full of anticipation, at that moment a teacher with a chef's hat pushed a thermos out. Upon lifting the lid, to everyone's despair, today's lunch was a tub of mushy stuff. The teacher placed stainless steel basins in front of each. Then, taking out a large spoon, one added 2 spoons. There was also some soupy snotty soup hanging over the edge of the stainless steel basin due to the teacher's hands shaking a bit. Wan Guolong cupped a spoon in his hand and stared at the paste in front of him. Honestly, there really wasn't much appetite. Sure enough, a member of the team soon launched a protest. Holy Moncler, what are you doing? We're members of the Starfire Squad, the flowers of the motherland, the future pillars of the human race. Let's eat this, what if it poisons us? Lu Zhang is in front of him, but there is no stainless steel basin. Cold snort. If it poisons you, I'm responsible. Points deducted for anyone who doesn't eat. Chapter 187, Obeying the Rules. The team member looked at the paste in front of him, scooped up a spoon, and looked at the big snot, which was not really able to eat. Maybe this thing is just gross looking too? Thinking that said Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be so irresponsible as to try to poison them. After half a day's hesitation, his heart crossed, and he shoved it directly into his mouth, as if he were taking medicine without chewing it, trying to swallow it into his stomach. It turned out to be impossible to swallow. The paste is half stuck in the mouth and half stuck in the throat. I can't throw up and I can't get down. Vomit! There was really no way out, and the cadet simply had a fit of regurgitation and threw up along with his stomach acid. Of course, the spit is still in his bowl. When the surrounding team members saw this scene, their brows furrowed and they couldn't help but feel their stomachs turning. That's disgusting grass. How could it be so disgusting? At this moment, Lu Zheng's face was still cold. No food now, no food at night, and double the amount of training at night. Reporting to the instructor, I'm not eating. That team member also had a heartbeat and gritted his teeth. Aha, that's good. No dead weight like Shea Onion. Zhang Lei, 10 points deduction. Wash the dishes and do your push-ups on the side. Although he was a bit unconvinced in his heart, he still ran to wash the bowl and returned to do push-ups next to Lu Zhang. You could see that he was in bad shape, plus he hadn't eaten anything until now, and even his face was red from doing push-ups. Lu Zhang didn't care, just said that he wasn't allowed to stop without his orders. Within moments, another footstep sounded from outside the restaurant. Qiu Yen turned around and saw that it was Wang Tang and the others who had arrived. Again, they had that pile of goo in front of them. There were also people who resisted, but they were also punished by Lu Zhang to do push-ups with Zhang Lei. You have 30 minutes. I'll see it in a little while. With that, Lu Zhang walked over to a nearby table and waited. Soon Su Lanxin and Lang Yueyao also sat over. Lu Zhang greeted and the food started to be served next door. The dazzling dishes gave those trainees' eyes to look straight. A look at the others' lunches and then at the paste in front of him created more than a little resentment. By what right? Why do you get to eat good food? One of the players on the martial artist side was indignant and stood up with a scoop. Lu Zhang just faintly said, 10 points deduction. The team member immediately sat down honestly. There was no way around it, the gold content of the Starfire Squad was too high, so high that they couldn't give it up. It's all come down to this, just hang in there for a month and you're off to the races. After that, you can get more resources by entering the Dragon's Blood Highlander. And the resources gained are the kind that money can't buy on the outside. So, no cutie. Stand up and say you're giving up your spot on the Starfire Squad. All they could do was sit there and stare at the paste in front of them. Qiu Yen moved. He scooped up a spoonful of the paste and put it directly into his mouth to chew it amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. It's true, these are nothing to him. Even that battered skin and egg-thin meat congee made by Lin Yuqing could be eaten, so I thought this wouldn't be any worse. After chewing the paste in his mouth, Qiu Yen swallowed it. Other than a bit of nausea, slightly bitter and salty, it's nothing special. I'm brown. Wang Tang was stunned. How come Qiu Yen is so brave, he dares to stuff this into his mouth? As soon as it entered his stomach, Qiu Yen felt his entire abdomen start to warm up. It had obviously been sitting outside for a while, and Qiu Yen was cold when he ate it, so what was this? Qiu Yen felt it carefully and realized that this disgusting paste was able to slightly improve his physical quality. Good stuff. He didn't say anything, but continued to scoop a spoonful into his mouth with a look of eating. At this moment, the crowd looked at Xiao Yan's appearance and their faces turned white, as if they had eaten that disgusting thing themselves. Wan Guolong and Xiaoxiao Onion sat next to Qiu Yan and followed suit, scooping up a spoonful of the paste and sending it to their mouths, and after forcibly swallowing it with nausea, they also realized the abnormalities in their bodies. Both of them were beaming. The crowd was also confused as they watched this scene and couldn't help but ask out loud. Inside. Captain Ah. What the hell is this flavor Ah? But Qiu Yan didn't say anything, just swept his eyes over them and continued to bury his head in his own food. Helplessly, looking at Qiu Yan and the others who had begun to eat, thinking that they couldn't be poisoned to death, the crowd looked as if they were dying. Half an hour passed quickly. Lu Zheng walked over with a sneer. Is everyone eating okay? 2 demerits for each person who just spoke at dinner. Wang Tang as captain, 3 points deducted. When these words came out, Wang Tang was instantly bad, and a bitter smile spread on his face. He had only said 2 words from the beginning until now, and was still shocked by Qiu Yan and subconsciously blurted them out. 2 words that made Lu Zheng give him 3 points. With that, Lu Zheng looked around. To his satisfaction, the 2 boys doing push-ups were still carrying out his orders up to this point, gritting their teeth even as they faltered, and immediately told them both to stop. Scanning around the crowd's dinner pots. Well, it's all eaten. Plus 1 point for all. The big stone in the hearts of all the people then fell to the ground. Well, the imperial beast's eyes can go back to their floors and rest. All martial artists, follow me to the second awakening. With that, he left the restaurant with the others. At this moment, the members of the imperial beast's first team looked at each other, and were really a bit confused. Was there some kind of pit in Lu Zheng's words just now? Don't let him catch any pigtails, or you'll get yourself killed. Qiu Yan, Wang Guolong, and Xiaoxiao Onion were like forming a small group. The 3 of them stood up at the same time and brought their stainless steel basins to the sink to rinse them off before entering the elevator. Looking at the scene in front of them, the remaining 8 people were secretly shocked. Someone then remembered that Rule 11 of the manual. All dishes that you have used should be washed and put back in their place by yourself. If I had listened to Lu Zheng's direct head and left, I was afraid that I would have been deducted points again. It seems that following orders is not the same as ignoring the rules, and sometimes carrying out orders requires one's own thinking. Today Lu Zheng had sort of taught them a valuable lesson. So, several people followed Qiu Yan and the others, rinsing the dishes before leaving. Returning to his floor, Qiu Yan took a long breath. Returning to your floor is the equivalent of coming to a safe zone. Now that Wang Tang's side of the team was participating in the second awakening, he thought that Lu Zheng couldn't control their royal beast's first team. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan relaxed. Wan Kwok Lung smiled. There's an hour break after dinner, so you can read the manual. Don't get shaded by that old kid Lu Zheng. At this moment, however, Lu Zheng's voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker. 5 points for speaking ill of the instructor. Upon hearing this, Wan Guolong shuddered, and with a constipated expression on his face, he returned to his room in a grayish manner. Chapter 188. No, this is bronze? Sitting on his bed and thinking about it, Qiu Yan still sent a message over to Su Lanshan, intending to ask about the 10,000 clans. He didn't have the background of Wang Teng's family, and he didn't even know everything that had happened in Blue Star's past until more than half a month ago. Soon, the other party sent a message asking him to meet her directly in the top floor office. Qiu Yan cleaned up a little and walked straight over, but he still brought along Wan Kwok Lung. After all, Wan Guolong was also his alternate vice captain, so there shouldn't be any problem in bringing the other side. The 2 got on the elevator and in a few breaths were on the top floor. At this moment, Su Lanshan and Long Hearing Quan were chatting about something with a smile on their faces. Ahem, Mr. Su, we're here. Qiu Yan couldn't help but voice out a reminder, and only then did the 2 stop talking. You want to know about the 10,000 clans, don't you? Long Hearing Quan looked like he was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Qiu Yan breathed a sigh of relief as the other party was in a good mood. It would naturally put himself in a good mood as well. Well, I realize now that I know very little about the 10,000 clans, and that out there these things are at the secret file level. Okay, then I'll tell you about it, so sit down. Long Hearing Quan pointed to the sofa next to him. Qiu Yan and Wan Guolong honestly sat up. Then Long Hearing Spring spoke again. Do you know why the 10,000 races are desperate to come to the human race? For the sake of resources? To be honest, it hasn't been more than a few years since the recovery of aura in the Dragon Kingdom, and the quality of naturally grown spiritual plants cannot be said to be excellent. In terms of resources, maybe even quite a bit worse than some of them. But the blue planet has an environment that is capable of accommodating 1,000 or 10,000 races to coexist. This is paradise for those of the 10,000. Blue Star has mountains, lakes, oceans, and deserts, so you could say there are all kinds of environments. Long Hearing Spring paused and took a sip of tea before continuing to speak. If that's not all, it's not the main reason. More importantly, the blue planet is the center of the entire universe, and the only place that can withstand the cataclysm that is prophesied. Wherever the space tides go, the universe is dead. All living things will fall and turn to dust, except for that blue star that stands and is alive. The amount of information contained in this passage was so great that, for a moment, both Qiu Yen and Wan Guolong stared in disbelief. Of course, this isn't exactly the original sentence. It was deciphered from the mouths of the captives of the 10,000 races by one of our sages on the sacred beast battlefield. This prophecy seems to come from among a very ancient race, and that race is extremely mysterious, with very few people being able to see its true colors. They are called the Chaos, and it is said that the form can shift at will, or they may be a drop of water, or a grain of sand and dust. At first, the 10,000 races, they would not believe such empty prophecies. It wasn't until one day that a space tidal wave descended upon a great tribe, directly destroying an entire tribe in its entirety, at which point, the 10,000 tribes then believed in that prophecy. The spatial tides can't be manipulated, and at any moment, they could come pouring out of the spatial cracks. This spatial tide is a sharp sword hanging high above the heads of the 10,000 races. At this moment, Long Hearing Spring glanced at Qiu Yen, seeing the other party's desire to speak. You're asking why we must fight each other, aren't you? Why can't we live in peace on the blue planet? Qiu Yen nodded. Although the blue star is the center of the universe, the 10,000 races are not just 10,000 races. The entire universe has so many races. If Blue Star housed that many races, the whole planet would fall apart. When the time comes, not even human homes will be spared. Moreover, even then the resources are limited. Don't look at the blue star now, so many secret realms. In fact, it contains very few resources, and it's the kind that's getting smaller and smaller. Spiritual herbs and medicines are still renewable. But what about other non-renewable resources? One day it will be consumed. Qiu Yen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Long Hearing Spring was right. Everyone in the human race is in danger, so I don't think there will be a holy mother sacrificing the entire human race to save those so-called 10,000 races. It was also the first time for Wan Guolong to come into contact with this, and moreover, he knew even less than Qiu Yen. The information he had received today was horrifying. Originally, he just thought that the Holy Beast battlefield was nothing to be afraid of, but he didn't realize that it was about the safety of the entire clan. He suddenly realized that being a member of Starfire Squad was not something to be proud of. The burden on his own shoulders became heavier. Well, anything else you want to ask? Long Hearing Quan looked at the shocked looks of the two men, thinking that both of their CPUs were going to burn for a while longer, and that they simply couldn't digest it. So he opened his mouth to politely remind the two that it was time to go. But this reminded Qiu Yen. Officer Long, then I'd like to ask, what if I advance to Platinum, or even Diamond in 3 years? Then will I be unable to travel to the Holy Beast battlefield? At those words, Long Hearing Spring looked at Qiu Yen with some surprise. This kid wants to move up to Platinum or Diamond in 3 years. It's like a fool's errand. At the time when Long Hearing Spring participated in the Holy Beast battlefield, he was only at the gold level of cultivation, and after that, it even took him 10 years to cultivate to the diamond level. He looked at Qiu Yen somewhat dumbfounded. This kid is thinking pretty far ahead. Isn't he just a black iron? He's worried about diamonds now? Xiao Yuan, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, blazing gold. There are 3 large segments in between. Oh, you're only black iron now, right? Don't be overly ambitious. There's no need to think so. Long Listening Spring originally still looked like he was educating his juniors, but his voice lurched as he spoke, and he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. He froze. From the moment Qiu Yen came in, he noticed that the aura was a bit off, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, he had just awakened for the second time, and it was understandable that the aura he emitted was different from before. Until now, when he carefully felt the other party's aura, his heart was beating wildly. Wait a minute. It looks like this kid is up to bronze. Most of the students entered the colleges after their second awakening, although there were some who reached the peak of black iron. But it's definitely a bottleneck for several months. With luck, a month or two, with bad luck, even a small 6 months. What kind of person breaks the realm to become a bronze after the Imperial Beast exam? With that, he coughed dryly and pretended to be calm. Oh, you've reached bronze, right? Not bad, your cultivation speed is really fast. At those words, Su Lanxin beside her froze. Let's just say that it seems like he forgot something, and as a result, he forgot to tell Officer Long about Qiu Yan's breakthrough. Helplessly, facing Long Hearing Quan's almost murderous eyes, he honestly lowered his head and took a sip of the tea in front of him. It's fine, just practice. The Sacred Beast battlefield still has very broad requirements for humans. But anyone under 30, or at the silver-gold level. But we monitored the faltering of the Sacred Beast battlefield, and I'm afraid that in 3 years' time, even platinum-level experts will have to go up. After forcibly holding back his inner shock and sending Qiu Yan and the others away, Long Listening Spring's face turned red as he clenched his fists and slammed his desk against the frame. Bronze-level cultivation. 19-year-old bronze level. This kid. He might really be able to become the person who carries the load in this generation of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 1. Dinner at the leader's house. Chun ran, my daughter will be back in the evening. You'll come then too, have a family dinner. When the director said this, Chun Ran didn't even react, and visibly froze for a moment. Uncle Zhang, it's not appropriate for me to go to your family gathering, right? Director Zhang said, how is it inappropriate? I have been treating you as a nephew. Then you are my family, what's wrong with you coming to a family party? Unless you just pay lip service and don't take me as an uncle. Chan Ran busily said. What Uncle Zhang said. The main thing is that I haven't paid a visit to my home. Would it be a bit abrupt to go just like that? It's not sudden at all. Your Aunt Yoon has long wanted you to go over there. It's because we've been busy with work lately that we've been putting it off until now. It just so happens that my daughter is back, and we are all having a reunion dinner of sorts. Director Zhang did not leave Chun Ran a way out. Since the words had come to this point, Chun Ran couldn't say anything and could only agree. Director Zhang instructed, we've been busy for so many days, so I'll give you a half day off. Go to your hair and buy some clothes, and dress up a bit more spiritually later. Chun Ran was originally indifferent. After all, it is to go to the leader's home to eat. Everyone is off work to rush over. The image almost cannot be avoided. But the director gave him a vacation, so naturally he could dress up and make a good impression on his first visit. Director Zhang's name is Zhang Chongning, and he is the director of the program department of the public channel of Zhaonan Television. Chun Ran had just turned from an intern, and by all accounts, there would be no interactions with Zhang Chongning. It was about 2 months ago, when Chun Ran had just crossed over, the memories and feelings of the two worlds merged, and the whole person was still in a trance. That day the wind was strong. A piece of glass fell down from upstairs. Chun Ran saw someone underneath, subconsciously pushed the person out of the way. The glass smashed directly on him, smashing him into the hospital. The person who was pushed away by Chun Ran was Zhang Chongning. Chun Ran's hand is only a minor injury, in the hospital a few days to recover almost, but Zhang Chongning hard in the hospital with a few days. After a while, the two became familiar with each other as uncle and nephew. During this period, several times, Zhang Chongning wanted to let Chun Ran come up to the house to sit. But the TV station had a new program, and both Chun Ran and Zhang Chongning were busy working overtime, so they didn't have the time. Zhang Chongning on Chun Ran is quite like lunch called on him in front of colleagues also do not avoid. To introduce him to others are said to be their nephew. As time goes by, many people inside the TV station know that the director of the program department is Chun Ran's uncle, although it is not inevitable that some people behind the scenes say that he took the back door, but most of the people are kind, not because of the newcomer to suffer from unfair treatment and so on. Zhang Chongning is a very serious person, naturally will not have much bias towards Chun Ran, for example, it is a breakthrough promotion and so on. In the beginning, this approach was to use his identity to give Chun Ran a convenience so that he could be smoothly converted. As he got along later, he realized that he was purely overthinking it. Although Chun Ran was just a youngster who had just graduated, he was very good in certain aspects, and with this ability alone, he would be able to easily get through the internship period. It was also because of this that he appreciated Chun Ran more and more. In the afternoon, Chun Ran was on vacation and went to dress up as instructed. Made it a point to get my hair cut and a more spirited outfit. He is relatively handsome, not too shocking, but belongs to the eye-pleasing type. This dress himself gave 90 points. Crossing is accidental, many places he does not know how to say it well. The only satisfaction is the skin, handsome degree, and the previous life equivalent. As for gifts, he went for a lot of health products. Other things do not know what to send good. Zhang Chongning a little love of smoking, but was tightly controlled. Before leaving work have to brush their teeth and eat chewing gum to avoid the smell of smoke. Cigarettes are definitely not a gift. Think about working overtime a lot of times in the TV station. Buy some healthcare is more of $1 million. 1 to 2 to spend a lot of money. Chan ran slightly toothache this 3-month internship. His salary is not much. The family has a younger sister just went to college. Most of his money are sent home, the next time slightly over the straitjacket. It's also fortunate that he doesn't have a girlfriend. There was one during college that had some mutual feelings for each other, and then people got famous and it just went away. Single dogs really can't spend much money without some odd hobby. This whole thing, if you didn't know, you'd think I was going on a blind date. Chan ran himself is happy, just go to work on the day to dress up is still decent, and then it is more casual this period of time to follow the program group busy. Also did not pay much attention to the image, now dress up has been called grand. On the subway, people come and go. Chan ran yawned. He hadn't rested well in the past 2 days and was a bit tired. This crossing of his was worse than others. There was no system Goldfinger or old grandpa with him. The world is pretty much the same except that it has changed a bit, and in a word, it knows what it knows. In his previous life he was a good-looking average guy, and in this life it looks as if he's living like that. Chan Ran was not complaining, on the contrary, he was somewhat thankful. If it wasn't for the crossing, then he would have died the moment he was hit by the speeding big truck. God has mercy on me if I can live one more time. When he arrived at the neighborhood, Chan Ran looked at the address, gave the doorman a word, and went in first by himself. I didn't call Director Zhang, but if I did, he would come down to get it, and it's not good to bother others. A car drove past him and honked the horn. Chan Ran looked up and moved to the side. The driver was a woman with a black mask. Couldn't see her appearance clearly, but could see that her skin was very white and her temperament was very good. This neighborhood is an old neighborhood, has been many years. When it was first built, did not build an underground garage, are parked inside the neighborhood. There are cars in and out, is not unexpected. Chan Ran found the 4th building and was about to enter the elevator when he heard the horn again. Chan Ran turned her head to look. It was the car just now, in the parking space in front of her. A sedan placed horizontally in the center, occupying 2 parking spaces. She honked her horn a few times and still no one paid attention. The car backed up slowly and appeared to be looking for another parking space. Chan Ran was about to turn around. The roar of the car engine suddenly came. The black sedan accelerated fiercely, and in Chan Ran's dumbfounded eyes, with a bang, it crashed directly into it. The sideways sedan was deformed by the impact and pushed over against the wall in a horrible way. Hiss! Chan Ran already had a shadow over the car, and his body shook at the sight of such a crash. Seeing that woman's temperament is clear and cold, I didn't expect her temper to be so explosive. It's a bit too much to have a car take up a parking space and not think to call someone to move it, but to run right into it. Who could stand to marry a woman like that? Men don't get domestic violence every day. The car was hit, and there was always noise and cacophony upstairs. Chan Ran looked at this situation. I guess it is enough to make a fuss, and later on, for fear that the elevator will not be enough, he went up the stairs first. 12th floor 3. Finding the address, Chan Ran rang the doorbell. Opened the door is Director Zhang's wife Yang Yun. When in the hospital when we met, she is not a stranger to Chan Ran. See his big bag carrying, complained. You said you came on the come and not to go anywhere, but also mention these so that your Uncle Zhang see and then say you. It's just some healthcare products. Uncle Zhang works a lot of overtime, so I'll give him a tune-up. Chan Ran laughed. Yang Yun welcomed Chan Ran in and then said, we have this kind of relationship, we are not happy about this. If you bring something up next time, your uncle is definitely going to be unhappy. Come on, you sit down first, I'll go call your uncle. Chan Ran had just gone in when he saw Director Zhang rushing out. Chan Ran, you came. You sit first. I have something to go out for a while. Director Zhang looked hurried. Yang Yun pulled him back and asked in a low voice, what are you going to do? The person Chan Ran is here. Bump. I have to go down. Director Zhang's voice was placed very low, lest Chan Ran hear it. Yang Yunot. Another bump? Chapter 2 Zhang Fanji. The husband and wife whispered at the door, and Chan Ran didn't deliberately listen. Casual survey of Director Zhang's home. The decoration is still more than 10 years ago. Home furnishings are all old objects. I guess it is also nostalgic people. On the TV cabinet stood the photo album with a family of 4, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Yun, and 2 daughters, looking very cozy. About Director Zhang's daughter, Chan Ran rarely heard him mention, just lamented over rarely go home, about work is very busy and so on. Chan Ran, this is a feeling, predecessor in the city of Lin School, after graduation is also in this side of the internship work, obviously in the province, but rarely have time to go home. Director Zhang gave his wife a few words and opened the door to go out. Yang Yun turned his head to Chan Ran and said, Chan Ran, you drink the tea first. Your uncle has something urgent to go down and will be right back. Saying that, he wanted to pour Chun Ran some tea. Chun Ran was busy stopping it. Aunt Yoon, I'll just do it myself. Yang Yoon looked at Chun Ran between the eyebrows as more satisfied. They husband and wife would like to have a son. But that year paid the fine also gave birth to 2 daughters, and then after birth control there is no opportunity. It's not that the patriarchal, mainly because they Zhang family 5 generations of single, to their generation will not have a son. When I was young, I didn't think it mattered, I couldn't have the old ideas in the new era. But as I got older, I felt a loss. Being nice to Chun Ran, besides the fact that Chun Ran saved old Zhang, probably because Chun Ran, no matter his looks or character, very much fulfills the couple's expectations for their son in the beginning. Chun Ran, are your parents okay over at home? Yang Yoon asked casually. Chun Ran nodded and said, everything is fine. Ever thought of picking up the 2 of them? Chun Ran said, I haven't thought about this. I've just changed my job. I can't save money to buy a house. Moreover, my parents are used to being at home, so they won't be happy if they really want to come over. That is, you won't live with your parents when you get married in the future? That's good. It saves mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. Yang Yoon nodded thoughtfully. Chun Ran scratched his head. How did he get here? It seemed that Aunt Yoon had experienced mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discord back in the day. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked this. But I don't even have a girlfriend, so what with all the in-law conflicts and such, that's a long way off. Below, the car horns continue to sound, vaguely noisy up, a little far away, and closed the window, basically cannot hear. Looks like the guy just crashed his car and someone went down to argue. This kind of old-fashioned neighborhood, everyone is living for 1 or 2 decades, are familiar, all kinds of contradictions more to go, watching the crowd is also more, all of a sudden noisy normal. Chun Ran chatted with Yang Yoon, it was all family talk. Most of the time Yang Yoon asked something about his family and he answered. After a long time, when he heard a ding-dong sound, Yang Yoon stood up and said, it should be your uncle coming back. I'll go open the door. Opening the door, Director Zhang stood in front of it. How's it going? Yang Yoon asked first. Director Zhang said with a black face. What else can be done naturally is to compensate for the money, that lease is not a thing. Said several times, do not take up my family parking space. Just do not listen, this time it is good, a time to take up too. And you do not know this temper to change, a phone call to solve things, have to make such a big fuss, how many times? Every time you go home, you make such a mess. Aren't you afraid that people will expose you to the internet? The latter was said to the door, a little grumbling and a little helpless. Yang Yoon made a wink, and when Director Zhang saw Chun Ran, his face slowed down before he walked in, and behind him, there was a woman, wearing a black tweed trench coat and a black mask. His face was covered tightly, revealing only some pale skin. Chun Ran is drinking tea. See Director Zhang over, just put down the teacup to stand up. Suddenly saw the person who came in from the door, eyes bulging, almost didn't spray out the tea, hard to swallow down, choked and coughed a few times. Isn't this the woman who crashed the car downstairs? Still not coming in? Director Zhang frowned. The woman gave an oh so subtly, then went inside and closed the door. Chun Ran, let me introduce you, this is my eldest daughter Zhang Fanji. 24 years old this year, 1 year older than you, almost considered the same age, you guys can get to know each other. Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran has been replaced with a smiling face. Turned his head and saw his daughter still wearing a mask. Suddenly dissatisfied. What mask to wear when you enter the house? Are all family members? Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran, didn't say anything, silently took off her mask under her father's eyes, revealing her delicate little face. Her skin was really white. Not pale, but white with some pink color. Compared to the whiteness of the face were the somewhat blood-colored earlobes. And the overall look was so delicate that even a stern face didn't ruin the beauty. Chun Ran felt that she was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. He didn't look at her much and smiled politely. Hello? My name is Chun Ran. Zhang Fanji looked at him without any unnecessary expression. Just nodded her head and said, hello. After she said that, she lowered her head to change her slippers and took off her trench coat in passing, revealing her exquisite figure. This girl. Director Zhang wanted to say something. In the end just shook his head and said, Chun Ran, you don't care. This girl is this character. Cold outside and hot inside. This is how it is for me and her mom. Chun Ran didn't feel strange the first time they met. They couldn't expect people to be enthusiastic when they met. He wasn't an R&B. You guys sit down first. I'll heat up the meal. Yang Yoon went to the kitchen to work, tugging on Zhang Fanji in passing, who reluctantly followed into the kitchen. What is wrong with you, girl? Don't board a face. Before the kitchen closed, Chun Ran vaguely heard 2 sentences. Director Zhang coughed. This girl grew up spoiled. Give spoiled. Whether it is reading or work, are not like the heart. Let's say Gigi. Back then let her go to school in the local area, had to run to the capital, and then went to sing, running away from home all year round. Not a few days are at home. Speaking later, Director Zhang's face did not reproach, and there was some hidden pride in it. It was only when he heard singing that Chun Ran realized where this sense of familiarity came from. Zhang Fanji, this name is definitely not familiar, but if you want to say Zhang Xiyun, Chun Ran will know. Zhang Xiyun, who has been on the scene for 2 years, released a self-titled album titled Zhang Xiyun, which received attention at the time of its release, and became a hit last year when she appeared on the hit variety show Heavenly Melody, on which she sang the album's title track So. At the end of the year's music festival, harvested the Best Newcomer, the Best Album and other 3 weighty awards, is now the most popular female singer, can be said to have a bright future. How could Chun Ran not expect that Director Zhang's daughter would be a big star? For the singer Chun Ran himself was not concerned, but Zhang Xiyun's album cover was herself, and her advertisements rolled on the streets from time to time, so it was natural to feel familiar. Zhang Xiyun is a stage name. I didn't realize there was a real name like Zhang Fanji. Branches and branches are flourishing. Chun Ran had heard Director Zhang lament that he didn't have a son, and when he first took this name, he had this vision, right? Chapter 3. I want to be your father. I didn't realize that Zhang Xiyun is Uncle Zhang's daughter. It's really a good fortune. Chun Ran before is really did not think, although both surname Zhang but no entanglement, who will be linked together. Director Zhang, on the other hand, sighed. What blessing, the face is rarely seen once. When the university, at least the vacation, is at home. Now become a star, all year round or running outside. Go home once is still in a hurry. I'd rather she not be the star. This is not a star or not a star thing, Uncle Zhang. Look at me, my family is in Jia City. Busy is not also 2 months rare to return once. Chun Ran from crossing to now, only returned home once, or after discharge from the hospital rushed to rest back, and then opened a new column busy up no time. Director Zhang shook his head and didn't say anything. It's not a work issue. Sons and daughters are not the same. The son is outside. He will always return to his parents. This is his home. But the daughter is not the same. Such a watery cabbage in the outside world will certainly be missed. And now come back less, will eventually come back. This is her home. But if someone hooked away, have a home outside, come back even less. And Director Zhang is worried about, is the daughter's marriage problem. All day long to see people, without their gatekeeper, not at all rest assured. If the daughter can live happily, do not feel comfortable in the heart of the parents are also still pleased. But the entertainment industry is really not good now. Star couples get together and leave a lot. It is easy to have problems. The couple did discuss it and were determined not to let their daughter find a celebrity to marry, even if they were complained about by their daughter. Chun Ran and Director Zhang were chatting and talking inside the kitchen. Zhang Fanji, do you have a problem with me and your father? Yang Yun asked with a stern face. Zhang Fanji cocked her head. No, Yang Yun said. I haven't been home for over a month, and I come back with a stern face. You call this nothing? Did your father and I treat you badly? Not treating you well. No. Say something else. Yang Yun reprimanded. Bad mood. Yang Yun lightly grunted. You're in a bad mood and go home to take it out on me and your dad? What's wrong with you? Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, just silently took the dishes out from inside the steamer. Yang Yun knew her temper and whispered, I can give you a word, later on when we go out. If you're still like this, don't blame me and your dad for not giving you face. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look outside, where Chun Ran and Director Zhang were talking happily, and couldn't help but purse her lips. Mother and daughter prepared the dishes and brought them up together. Yang Yun's handiwork is excellent and the dishes are very rich and flavorful. Director Zhang and his wife sat down next to each other, and Zhang Fanji sat on the side of Chun Ran. The faint fragrance came over, making Chun Ran slightly uncomfortable and unconsciously moved to the side. Director Zhang gave Chun Ran a sandwich of food. Come on, try your Aunt Yun's cooking. It's not that your uncle is boasting. It's even better than the ones inside those restaurants. Yang Yun bumped her husband and laughed. Don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. It's just will do. Chun Ran, you will eat. Chun Ran took a bite. The flavor was very good. Uncle Zhang's words are very pertinent. Aunt Yun's cooking is really good. It's much better than the ones outside. Director Zhang laughed. See, Chun Ran said so don't be modest. The corner of Zhang Fanji's mouth turned up, feeling a bit redundant. Yang Yun chucked a pile of fatty braised pork in Chun Ran's bowl. Eat more if you like. You've all been working overtime lately. You need to eat more to stay up. Zhang Fanji silently looked at her mother, and then looked at her father who had been talking to Chun Ran. Who is your biological For one meal, Zhang Fanji didn't say a word. Chun Ran's mouth had not been idle, and he had always been pinched by Zhang's husband and wife. It's not good to refuse, and you can't eat it if you don't. Finally a hiccup, and only then did the couple stop. Chun Ran was a bit propped up and helped put away the dishes, which made him sit on the sofa not wanting to move. Yang Yun was washing the dishes. Chun Ran and the Zhang family's father and daughter were sitting inside the living room, and Director Zhang said, "Both of you are the same age. Add your contact information and move around more in the future." Chun Ran glanced at Zhang Fanji, exchanging contact information with a big star. This was new. Zhang Fanji was unmoved, and Director Zhang reached out and pushed her, before she reluctantly took out her cell phone and friend Chun Ran with each other. One for the books. Chun Ran saw this WeChat nickname and the corner of his mouth twitched. His nickname was simple, the word Ran. The contact information was added, but Chun Ran felt that it was unlikely that he and Zhang Fanji would chat. The two have no interactions at all except for Director Zhang here, and with Zhang Fanji's personality here, it would be strange if they could chat. Zhang Fanji took a call and went inside the room, leaving only Chun Ran and Director Zhang. Chun Ran, what's your impression of Gigi? Director Zhang asked in a low voice. Huh. Chun Ran didn't know why Director Zhang suddenly asked this, and didn't know what to say. Director Zhang said, "Your Aunt Yoon and I, we think you're a good person with a good temper, a good heart, and good abilities. Gigi. She's not too young, want to find her a date. The first thing that comes to mind is you. I asked you to come here today because I want you to meet each other and see if there's any possibility of becoming a family." Chun Ran said awkwardly, "Uncle Zhang, we're just like family now." Director Zhang shook his head. "It's different. You're calling me uncle now, but I want to be your father." Chun Ran was embarrassed. He called Director Zhang uncle, but in his heart he actually treated him more like a friend. Now that Director Zhang actually wanted him to be his son-in-law, his head was a bit spinning for a while. "What, are you not attracted to Gigi?" Director Zhang frowned. Chun Ran busily said, "I don't mean that. Ms. Zhang is good at everything. She's beautiful and a big star. Who dares to say she's not good?" Director Zhang said, "So it's because of her temper? Let me tell you, Gigi, this girl is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. As long as you guys are familiar with her, you'll know that her temper is actually quite good." If Chun Ran hadn't seen the crash scene below, he would have believed Director Zhang's words. It's certainly not a matter of temper or lack of it, but mostly, it's just so sudden. We said we'd just come to the house for a meal. How did it become a blind date? No wonder Director Zhang gave him half a day off to dress up and said he was having a reunion dinner together. "Uncle Zhang, your daughter and I have only met for the first time. We don't know each other. It's too early to talk about this." Chun Ran said stiffly. "Beautiful women who do not like." Chun Ran is no exception. Zhang Fanji looks is very beautiful. If there is such a girlfriend, shelves who are willing. But this is a wife is a lifelong thing, cannot be because of good-looking shamelessly go after. First of all, the character of the right one side set for life, that is to see the color, is greedy body. Director Zhang, two fingers clamped a bit, just wanted to pull out a cigarette, only to remember that it is at home, angry retracted fingers. "Is that I am a bit anxious, mainly because I think you are good, and Gigi quite match. Anyway, Gigi eventually want to marry. We cannot be cheap outsiders. Think about it, if Gigi marries someone else, who knows what is in that person's mind? It's possible that they won't let her come back once a year for 4 seasons. You're different, you're a person with filial piety, and you definitely won't not care when we're old in the future. Uncle Zhang is good enough for you, right? You can't just watch Uncle Zhang and Auntie Yoon both end up alone in the future, right?" The corner of Chun Ran's mouth twitched. "Uncle Chung, you've had too much drama. Besides, I'm an ordinary person, I don't look good with Zhang Fanji. How can you tell that I'm a good match?" Chapter 4. I don't want to get married until I'm 30. Zhang Fanji is a big star. Now the future is bright. With her achievements and voice conditions, she is steadily developing in the entertainment industry, and becoming a diva in the future is just around the corner. Chun Ran, just a TV station, just turned choreographer. This identity difference is not to say how big. Not to mention the difference in social status, the family background is not the same level, properly eating soft rice. Chun Ran thought to himself that apart from his looks, there was no point in matching him anywhere else. Your uncle is not what old feudalism, when and your Aunt Yoon is also free love, said so much, is that you think you are very good, eye-catching. You now have Gigi's contact information, the first mutual understanding of understanding. If there is a possibility of the best, not we are still good uncle and nephew. Director Zhang said so much to Chun Ran, mainly to let him take it seriously, the fact that relationships are about two lovers, no matter which side Chun Ran or Zhang Fanji is unwilling, this can't be a success. Chun Ran's temperament. Director Zhang knows something, the person will be relatively light. Do not fight and do not grab the appearance. If you don't do some work for him, how is it possible to have an encounter with Zhang Fanji? Uncle Zhang. I will try to look everywhere with Ms. Zhang. Chun Ran, although still feels strange, but people Zhang uncle said to this point. He then refused to be meaningless, set a place, probably on the phone to chat a day. From the point of view of Zhang Fanji's character now, he sent a few consecutive days in the past. The other side guaranteed that it would not return, and after 1 or 2 times, Uncle Zhang would dispel the idea. Zhang Fanji came back from the phone. Her face didn't change much, but it was a few points colder, as if her mood was worse. After what Director Zhang had just said, Chun Ran always felt a little weird seeing Zhang Fanji now. At first, the impression of her is Uncle Zhang's daughter, then a big star, and now a blind date. Chun Ran is to feel quite awkward, beautiful to beautiful, but this all-day-long face, and that violent temper, life choose this, is not looking for suffering. The most important thing is still a big star. Chun Ran never wanted to find a star as a wife. Right and wrong is one thing. The key to get together less away from a lot of people, even if the relationship is good, will also be contradictory. Uncle Zhang. It's not that I want to perfume you. This kind of thing can only be done as you wish. Chun Ran secretly said in his heart. Chun ran again in the Zhang family to sit a little more, and Director Zhang and Aunt Yun chatting. Before in the hospital when they ate together, get along quite cordial. Zhang Fanji in the side did not speak, from time to time by Aunt Yun point out that also a little absent-minded. Instead, at Director Zhang's request, Chun Ran's address to her changed from Miss Zhang to Sister Gigi. Originally, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun had asked him to call Gigi, but this was obviously inappropriate and too affectionate, just from his relationship with Uncle Zhang, plus the fact that Zhang Fanji was older than him. Calling him Sister Gigi wasn't too much to ask, was it? Anyway, Zhang Fanji didn't refuse and didn't show anything in particular, so the title was tacitly accepted. After looking at the time and having to work the next day, Chun Ran offered his farewell. Originally, the couple wanted to keep Chun Ran at home for a night, but the first time he came to the door, Chun Ran were good, not to mention there is a big star, how he is not comfortable. Director Zhang and Chun Ran work at the TV station, and knowing that there is quite a lot of work tomorrow, he didn't keep Chun Ran. Zhang Fanji sat on the sofa, staring at the television and froze, and Director Zhang turned around and said, Gigi, see Chun Ran off. Chun Ran busily said, don't bother Sister Gigi. I'll just go back by myself. It's not that far. Okay. It's not like I haven't been to your place before. It takes half an hour to take the subway from here, and it's even more troublesome to take a taxi. When Director Zhang finished speaking and saw Zhang Fanji's lack of response, he added, Gigi, why don't you have any response? Zhang Fanji let out an oh-so-slow sound and slowly stood up. Chun Ran looked at her face, thinking that if she sends herself home, she shall not be twisted to death, and said busily, Uncle Zhang, I'll just go back on my own. If you're so polite, then I won't really dare to come next time. You have this temper. Director Zhang shook his head. He was trying to create an opportunity for Chun Ran and his daughter to see if the two of them could see eye to eye, but Chun Ran did not appreciate it. That's fine. Let Ji send you downstairs. Director Zhang retreated. Chun Ran let out a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Fanji, Trouble Sister Gigi. Zhang Fanji looked at this performance of his. Her brows frowned slightly and opened the door to go out first. After the door closed, Yang Yun asked her husband, How was it? What did Chun Ran say? Director Zhang frowned. It feels like Chun Ran didn't mean it. Gigi, although the temper is poor, but the appearance of conditions temperament are top, and is also considered not too big and not small star, how Chun Ran will not be interesting. Yang Yun does not understand. They were worried at first that their daughter could not see Chun Ran, and they were ready to help assist, who knew that Chun Ran would be the first to fold. This is not a pig farm inside the phase pig, fancy pull away, only the first time to meet can see what. I let the two of them exchange contact information, familiarize yourself with the familiar first and then see. Director Zhang shook his head. Yang Yun didn't say anything either. She's been worried about her daughter finding someone in the entertainment industry ever since she caught fire. Look at what's on TV these days. Either this celebrity is getting divorced or that one is cheating on her. Even second and third marriages, one child with one father and one child with one mother abound, and Yang Yun is worried that her daughter has entered this dye bowl. Director Zhang said, Okay, we worry about it cannot be manipulated. I like Chun Ran here, after a period of time to see if the two of them still do not have that meaning, and then continue to introduce other branches. Other people's families worry about their daughters not getting married. Their family is afraid that their daughters are too sought after to worry about. It's really not easy being a parent. Inside the elevator, Zhang Fanji stood next to Chun Ran with an expressionless face, and since she was just sending down the stairs, she didn't wear a mask. I don't know what perfume she uses, the light scent is a bit refreshing. The atmosphere was a bit awkward like this, and Chun Ran had wanted to find something to say, but Zhang Fanji spoke first. She said seriously, Chun Ran, my parents want me to go on a blind date with you. I know they like you and are worried that I'll find a male celebrity to marry. In fact, I made plans to be busy with my career until I'm 30 and it's impossible for me to get married. So I can only say sorry to you. Chun Ran heard her say so, very obviously relieved, and said, Gigi's sister said so, I'm relieved. I am now only 23, and did not consider the issue of marriage, just Uncle Zhang, he has expectations of me. It is not good to hurt his heart. Gigi's sister is now in the rising period of her career. Her career is important. Star, this road is not good to go, not to say that the red up must be smooth sailing, suddenly burst into flames and then disappeared is no longer a minority. Zhang Fanji want to focus on the work is also normal. Zhang Fanji did not expect Chun Ran to react this way. Her eyebrows wrinkled for a moment, then loosened. It's best if you can understand. You have my WeChat. If you encounter any difficulties, you can look for me. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened. Chun Ran walked out, revealing a polite smile, waving his hand at Zhang Fanji. Sister Gigi, go back. It's not good for you to go out and be photographed. I'll just go back by myself. Zhang Fanji's cool eyes looked at him and nodded slightly. Chapter 5. I don't have any thoughts about Mizuboshi. Chun Ran's words were sincere. He had crossed over and hadn't even gotten himself much used to it. So how could he be thinking about getting married? What's more, Zhang Fanji didn't give him too good of an impression. Her temper was too violent, and it was true that he hadn't thought about having anything happen with her. So Chun Ran didn't drag his feet when he left, turning around and leaving the neighborhood. Zhang Fanji watched him from behind, but froze before pressing the elevator to go upstairs. When Director Zhang and his wife saw their daughter return, they questioned her again, wanting to know what her impression of Chun Ran was. That's it. Zhang Fanji came and went with those 3 words. How much of an impression can you make when you meet for the first time? Chun Ran's behavior in front of her was either that of a man of strong principles or a hypocrite. Of course, whichever one it was, there wouldn't be a story with her. At best, they could connect a bit because of their father here. That's all. After a few days, the program prepared by Chun Ran's section was aired. As a program that focuses on the human side of the province, it's a hassle to prepare for and relaxes instead when it's actually broadcast. Getting off work, Chun Ran stretched. Just as he was about to leave, he was grabbed by Director Zhang. Uncle Zhang, you scared me. Director Zhang heatedly said. What's your kid doing avoiding me these days? What avoiding you? Do you see me as such a person, Uncle Zhang? Chun Ran definitely did not admit it. As soon as it is noon, I do not see people. They all say that they are eating outside with their colleagues. What are you doing if you are not avoiding me? Director Zhang said. Okay. Your uncle, I am generous. Do not pursue you this. Just want to ask you, recently in branch chat how? Chun Ran secretly said. It's just that I'm afraid you'll ask this. Zhang Fanji's WeChat hasn't been touched since he added it. Chatting? Where's the conversation? He stammered. The conversation was okay. Just put it off for a while, wait a while, and then say it's not a good fit. Director Zhang shook his head and said, You can't be so rigid. Since the chatting is okay, you need to ask Gigi to come out and play. A 20-something-year-old who can't even coax a girl to be happy? Chun Ran wanted to spit out, what kind of thing is this teaching me to pick up your daughter? Director Zhang said, First to you, Gigi's conditions put here, that is, uncle likes you, only intends to set you up, not my daughter cannot marry. Uncle Zhang, where are you talking about? How can Sister Gigi not be able to get married with this condition? I know that Uncle Zhang is good to me, but I'm only 23 now, I don't have any money, let alone a career, it's a bit too early to start a family. Chun Ran thought about it. Director Zhang said to this point he couldn't be perfunctory, so he talked things out. Director Zhang knew he wasn't on board, but he didn't expect such a reason. You can't be so old-fashioned. You can start a family before you start a business. It's not the same uncle, and it's not just me. I don't see Twiggy-san she has any desire to get married either. Back then, before I met your Aunt Yoon, I said that I would focus on my career first before I turned 30 and not rush into marriage. And in the end, I got married after talking for half a year. Director Zhang finished, then shook his head. Forget it. Let it be. But Chun Ran, I can tell you, after this village there is no such store. Your Aunt Yoon and I are more optimistic about you, but there are quite a few backup candidates. There is no hope for you here, we may have to introduce someone else to Gigi. Chun Ran said, Uncle, I have no thoughts of that to Sister Gigi. Director Zhang let out a sigh. All said and done. Can't force people, right? Maybe we don't have the destiny to become a family. Chun Ran busily said, Your words are not right. I treat you as my own uncle now. It's not the same. Director Zhang patted Chun Ran's shoulder without saying anything more. After this incident, Chun Ran was still worried that it would affect his relationship with Director Zhang. The next day, when Director Zhang had lunch, he still called on Chen Ran. Nothing had changed from before. It was as if introducing him to his own daughter was an interlude, and it didn't matter at all. Just halfway through, he said that he was going to introduce other people to Zhang Fanji tonight, and said that he also looked at Chun Ran, meaning, do you kid regret it? Chun Ran didn't feel much about this, and Zhang Fanji had said that she wouldn't get married at the age of 30 and was just thinking about getting busy with her career. So a person like her should be very determined and have a goal that she wouldn't easily change because of other things. Then Uncle Zhang would probably not be useful even if he introduced her to more people. Of course, it can't be ruled out that people are just not electrified of Chun Ran. Saying that they don't want to get married is just a polite refusal. No matter what, it doesn't have much to do with Chun Ran. After that, Director Zhang gave Chun Ran another talk about work. Recently, the station has a few programs to be revamped, one is going to be redone soon, and now the column team is being formed. Your program has just been busy. I want to transfer you over to gain experience. Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran and said, A new program? Another revision. Chun Ran was slightly stunned. For a provincial station like theirs, didn't the program rarely change after it was finalized? A couple of shows are getting revamped and one is being outright redone, so that's kind of a big deal, isn't it? Director Zhang said, The ratings share has been declining, so it's natural to need a new idea. How about it, if you can hold up, I'll transfer you to the new program. It's considered an unparalleled opportunity. Going to follow the group from the beginning of the program's preparation was a rare opportunity for someone like Chun Ran, who had just turned a new leaf. Chun Ran definitely wouldn't let it go, nodding his head and saying, Top notch, definitely top notch. Cannot top also to top. Chun Ran crossed over, also not want to be a salted fish. There are opportunities to get ahead, certainly will not let go. Director Zhang nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you have this drive. It seems that wanting to establish a career first is not just talk. Chun Ran awkward, how can we still talk about this? Director Zhang added, To the new column group, do a good job. I know you have many ideas, novel ideas. What ideas can be mentioned? They do not care, you come to me. He was aware of Chun Ran's ability and could not look at it through the eyes of a freshman. Take for example this program that just aired. Many of the points that were marveled at after it was aired were ideas that Chun Ran brought up and spoke through his mouth. The opening has done research, and several of the critically acclaimed points were the brainchild of Chun Ran. He has such an ability, Director Zhang will naturally open the door for him. Everything is for the betterment of the work. As long as it does not pull across, everything is fine. Got it, uncle? Chun Ran nodded. He's in a position where no one will take anything he mentions seriously, and in this business, seniority is too important. A newcomer with little to say. However, we'll have to wait and see. If people do well, they won't need him yet. Although there are programs from his previous life for reference, Chun Ran does not believe that his vision is necessarily ahead of its time and requires discretion. So, Chun Ran smoothly changed the columnist and also got the information of the new program. Chapter 6, Too Much Talk, Too Much Failure. This program to be redone is a news program. The main reason for the redo was poor ratings. The root of the problem is still that there is not enough differentiation and overlapping content with the Xiao Nan news feed, which is broadcast on Xiao Nan TV. With everyone going to The Guardian, the news programs on the public channels become a bit redundant. Before Chun Ran came, after the discussion between the choreographer and director, the content of the program was almost finalized, and the information that was now in Chun Ran's hands was introduced. A news program to differentiate from the Call South news feed. Chun Ran looked at the information and pondered a little. After half a day of watching, it didn't seem to him that the new program had changed much. The focus of attention or some of the leadership policy and so on, interspersed with a little local livelihood news but not much space. Even if every effort is made to pull away from the difference with the Calling South newsfeed, the situation is still pretty much the same. This? Chun Ran pestled his chin, considering whether or not to make some comments. Personally, he felt that if he really went up and prepared according to the program information, the ratings wouldn't look any better when the show aired. The whole thing gave him a feeling of change for the sake of change. But he's just now arriving at the column, and it's a little inappropriate to make comments. It would be fine if he were a veteran. He's just a newbie who just passed his internship and comes in and says this and that. That's not giving advice, that's picking a fight. Let's wait for now. When the time comes, let's give Uncle Zhang a word first and let him say it. Thinking of this, Chun Ran sigh. Seniority is too shallow, cannot be helped. If he can independently make a program, the discourse has changed just fine. But where does a newcomer just starting out have any hope of making the show? Even if he was capable, he had to take it one step at a time. Go to the column group. We all know that he is the nephew of Director Zhang. But they are all enthusiastic, there is no difficulty. Deliberately guided, Chun Ran easily fit in. The preparation of the news program is much less work-intensive than the last program, and overtime is not required until midnight. He was a bit of a pain in the ass the month or so before in comparison. It's been 2 days since he entered the new section. During lunch, Director Zhang asked, "How does it feel to be in the section?" Chun Ran said, "It's quite good. It's more relaxed than in the great beauty of Zhaonan, and the people are quite warm. It's good that you can carry it." Director Zhang asked again, "Any thoughts about the program yet?" Chun Ran pondered for a moment and asked rhetorically, "What do you think, Uncle Zhang?" "It's all news programs, it's changed from before, and it's different from the Zhaonan news broadcast, it's kind of middle of the road." Director Zhang said, "The program is subject to his approval, and in his opinion it's just an ordinary news program. Everyone is like that, and you can't see a flower." Speaking of which, Director Zhang responded, "You're kinda what you think?" He was a bit of a refreshed look. Chun Ran had quite a lot of novel ideas and a set of his own views on programs and things, and a lot of the time he found it greatly beneficial to listen to them. The news program format was just like that, and he also wanted to see what Chun Ran could say something. Chun Ran deliberated on the wording before speaking. "I think this program is just like what you said, Uncle Zhang. It's too middle of the road. Compared to before, it's just a few content differences, and it's not even a revamp, let alone shouting out redoing it with such fanfare. It's kind of like a loud thunderstorm." Director Zhang nodded slightly. "Think carefully." Chun Ran said that although not exactly, but 8 or 9 is not bad. But the news program probably so, and then change cannot change out of the flower, right? "What do you think should be changed?" Director Zhang asked. Chun Ran slowly said, "Our program, to pull out the difference with the Zhaonan news broadcast. I think it is to change from the form. For example, policy changes in the province, leadership movements, these parts overlap with the Zhaonan news feed, and I think they can be simplified a bit. Second is the livelihood content. This part can be appropriate to increase the length. We are a public channel, and the difference between satellite TV is that the audience of our channel is only the provincial audience. People are more willing to care about the things around. In addition to this, there are also hot news, doing news to fit the times, interpreting some hot news anecdotes, or raising hot issues to interact and discuss with the audience." Chun Ran said 7 or 8 points in one breath without pausing. Director Zhang began to think that Chun Ran was just an idea, and was slightly surprised to hear Chun Ran halfway through. This kid was prepared. Clearly organized, but also able to cite some data to enrich their own point of view, and in one breath to put forward 7 or 8 points without repetition. 2 days. Chun Ran, I'm afraid that the light pondering this program, right? Chun Ran was definitely not talking nonsense when he said that. Director Zhang used to work on the program as well, and had been thinking about it from the moment Chun Ran said it. I was shocked to find that the show was completely changed in a big way according to Chun Ran's thoughts. The content is undoubtedly much richer, and with the Zhaonan news broadcast is even more different, completely out of the dull impression of the news program. Director Zhang took a look at Chun Ran. He used to think that he looked favorably on this kid, but now it seemed that he had been underestimating people all along. "Uncle Zhang, I'm just a family, mentioning some opinions that I've worked out myself. Whether it can be done or not, I don't know about all this, so don't laugh at me." Chun Ran finished for a long time and waited until Director Zhang returned to his senses before he smiled. Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran, did not have the good sense to say, "On our uncle and nephew and no outsiders, you are still modest. What strength? Come, you talk to me again. Talk. This livelihood content, how to do will be popular, and this hot topic and audience interaction is based on what considerations to the creative?" Chun Ran was not polite and started discussing with Director Zhang. The lunch break was over and neither had stopped yet. When he came back to his senses, he was shocked to realize that the two of them had been so preoccupied that they hadn't eaten much of the meal, and now it was all cold. At this time Chun Ran understand why there is food without words. This ancient saying, "More words will be lost," say is now. Director Zhang barred his lips, still savoring the discussion he had just had with Chun Ran. Now the program is still only just being prepared, Everything is still not too late, what we just discussed. You make a plan and hand it over to me. It's best to finish organizing it within 2 days. Chun Ran said, Uncle Zhang, I've said what I should say. I'm too senior, and I don't know how the program is going to be done. Or you can think for yourself, just add what you can. Director Zhang looked at him and said, Don't beat a dead horse with your uncle. If you're told to do it, you do it. Chun Ran can only nod his head, but in his heart he thought that overtime work does not have to be too late, much easier than the great beauty Xiaonan. But now it seems that these 2 days are estimated to stay up all night. Director Zhang was about to leave when he suddenly added, By the way, last time Gigi's blind date failed, she didn't see anyone. Today, your Aunt Yoon and I have arranged another one to come to our home. Do you want to go over and take a look? Ha! When Chun Ran heard this, he felt puzzled. What am I going over to see? Watching Zhang Fanji's blind date? I'm eating to hold me up. Chapter 7 Do Men Have Menopause? Zhang Fanji matchmaking results. How Chun Ran did not pay attention to after work. Director Zhang kindly invited him, also did not go, is to go home by himself. He's not from around here, he's renting a house and it's not even close to the TV station. The rent around the TV station is too expensive. He pays the rent with 1 month's salary, but he has to be stingy with the rest of his salary, not to mention sending it back home, even for his own use. It doesn't matter if it's far away. The price is right. This is an old-fashioned residential house, partitioned by the landlord into small suites for rent. The environment is not much to ask. Anyway, Chun Ran is sleeping here, meals are not eaten here, and did not want to change. Entering the house, turning on the light, and dropping his body on the bedpan, Chun Ran took a deep breath, feeling thieves. After resting for a while, he slowly got up again, turned on his laptop, and got ready to work. The computer just turned on and a news window popped up. Zhang Xiun versus Lin Han Yun. The battle for the newest first sister of Fan Xing. Originally, this kind of news Chun Ran usually turn off by hand, will also look for where to let the pop-up window to kill. But 3 words from Zhang Xiun made him stop. Isn't this Zhang Fanji? Speaking of which, what he knew about Zhang Fanji other than Director Zhang's introduction was those 2 songs. Chun Ran smoothly clicked into the news and read the content. There are quite a few well-known singers under the banner of Flourishing Star Music. Lin Han Yun has been on the scene for many years and has always been the brand name of Flourishing Star Music. And this year, Zhang Xiun has risen to the top, handily winning music awards. News some headline party, in fact, did not explicitly say what a sister of the fight, talking about the prosperous Star Music Resources distribution. From a while ago, Lin Han Yun and Zhang Xiun want to prepare for a new song at the same time. The results of Lin Han Yun's new song successfully released. Zhang Xiun was postponed, so as to illustrate that the Lin Han Yun prosperous star card unshakable. Zhang Xiun as a rising star is still tender. The company's strategic center of gravity is on Lin Han Yun, with relatively tilted resources, while Zhang Xiun's popularity is unstable despite her music awards, and she needs time to settle down. Chun Ran finished reading the news and then looked at the time told in it. Wasn't this when Zhang Xiun came home a few days ago? No wonder I said I was in a bad mood. So it's just a bad job. Chun Ran muttered twice. Work is not going well, and I keep getting pushed by my family to get a date. What a tragedy for a woman. Chun Ran looked at it, then snapped off the web page, opened the computer butler, looked for half a day to get this pop-up window advertisement with a skirt and pants all dead, and only then comfortably began to write planning. The show is in the works, and naturally the sooner the planning comes out the better. No way, work overtime. I've worked so hard. Uncle Zhang can't even get by without giving me more bonuses. The next day, when Chun Ran arrived at the station, he happened to meet Director Zhang. His old man's face didn't look very good, and he was looking at Chun Ran in a strange way. Uncle, didn't you rest well last night? Chun Ran said with concern. Director Zhang said, Rest my ass. I'm in a bad mood and can't sleep. Is it because of Gigi's sister's matter? Chun Ran instantly understood, presumably Zhang Fanji's blind date is yellow again. He said, Yesterday I saw the news. It said that Gigi's sister's work is not going well. I think she is not in a good mood now, and it is futile for you guys to introduce more. Director Zhang coldly said, Chun Ran, are you quite happy to see that my daughter failed her blind date? Chun Ran was confused and said, What am I happy about? Director Zhang grunted. You kid also give me pretend. I also do not say you. I also have a friend. His son has just come back from abroad. Looks also more handsome than you. Tomorrow night we'll pull over to meet with Gigi. Chun Ran still doesn't get it. Just meet, what does it have to do with me? And what the hell is better looking than me? I can't find anyone better looking than me among these celebrities, and you can? Right. How's the planning going? Director Zhang got down to business. I've written most of it, and it will definitely come out tomorrow, Chen Ran said. Director Zhang pondered for a moment and said, and don't tomorrow, you'll come to my office later and write in there. Get it out within today. So rushed. Chen Ran didn't understand. Didn't he say he would make it in 2 days? Director Zhang laughed. Originally, he didn't rush, but now he's suddenly rushing. Chen Ran? No, there's something in your words, Uncle Zhang. Tossing me around on purpose? If Zhang Fanji's blind date doesn't work out, that has nothing to do with me. Director Zhang glanced at Chen Ran. This kid was not honest. He asked Chen Ran the other day if he and Gigi had any contact, and Chen Ran denied it. However, on these blind dates, Zhang Fanji has been saying one thing over and over again. This person is not as good as Chen Ran. What Chen Ran has become a standard. He, who is a father, knows Zhang Fanji's character. So if he didn't chat about it, how could he hang on to Chen Ran? But the guy won't admit it. Not only do not admit it, but also let Zhang Fanji blind date is not moved. Previously did not see this kid so bad. Anyway, another one tomorrow. If it doesn't work, it will be Chen Ran who is behind it, and it will be right to pull this kid back. And Chen Ran didn't even know that there was such a thing behind the scenes, and was still wondering if Uncle Zhang had reached menopause. By the way, do middle-aged men have menopause? There might be, right? What if? Chen Ran was not in the section today, and was called to the office by the director. Director Zhang sometimes has to be busy, but there's not much going on, and most of the time it's just Chen Ran writing and him reading. Seeing Chen Ran burying his head in the sand, Director Zhang slightly surprised. This kid is not a literary mind like piss? How to think not much time, all in writing Chen Ran has not done a news program before, but in his previous life he has seen a lot of them and he can learn from the ideas, and when he went to bed last night he was thinking about how to write, and now he writes naturally fast. Of course, when he encountered some uncertainties, he would still stop and discuss with Director Zhang. After all, he was an old programmer, and Director Zhang definitely had a much better grasp of the program than he did. He was the more creative, but Director Zhang had solid experience and made many constructive comments. It was not until the afternoon that Chen Ran wrote the plan. Director Zhang looked halfway and then looked at Chen Ran. This kid really doesn't look like a newcomer. Plotting he's been watching, and it's a big difference from what it used to be. No one knows the specific effect before it comes out, but Chen Ran has written many analyses above, which seem to be organized and convincing. Plot it out and have a meeting to discuss it. The columnists found it strange that the director suddenly wanted to have a meeting when the program was in preparation. It's like this, about the program, I hear in Chen Ran to discuss it, have some ideas, now let's discuss it together. Director Zhang did not ink, and sent one copy of the plan to each person. Is this like a temporary change of program? Discussions? With Chen Ran? The columnists' crowd was scratching their heads and frowning, not understanding which whole show this was the director. We're all set for the show. Director Zhang pressed his hand. Let's see. Let's see. Chapter 8. Are you there? Everyone actually has no opinion about Chen Ran. After all, he is Director Zhang's nephew, he is quite good, and his work is excellent, so such a person is still getting along with them. But then again, Chen Ran was only a newcomer who had just officially joined the company not long ago. Isn't it a bit of a stretch to discuss and change the program they're working on with the director? Either the director found someone to write the plan and used it as a way to give Chen Ran a seniority, or this guy doesn't know the sky is the limit. Anyway, whatever it was, Chen Ran's impression with them was instantly lowered. In front of the director, no one dared to say what it was, just that none of them were in a good mood, and picked up the planning and read it. Just reading the title, it's confirmed that the show is completely different from what's being planned for the current preparations. Increase livelihood content, engage in hot news interpretation and topic interaction. Every single one of them, when you watch it, is different from the previous news programs. The News Express now in preparation, and Jiaonan News broadcast did not pull differentiation. We want to redo, we cannot be a thunderstorm, it is time to change. The suggestion was made by Chen Ran, and the planning was also written by him. When the planning of Great Beauty Jiaonan was initially made, I proposed quite a few changes, but in reality, they were all proposed by Chen Ran first, lending my mouth to say it. Director Zhang knew everyone's thoughts, and first set himself aside from it. The planning was all attributed to Chen Ran. Seeing that everyone was looking at the planning, he added, "This program, Jiaonan Focus, all the creativity and planning is put forward by Chen Ran. If you guys have any opinions or ideas, you can directly raise them to him. First of all, I personally am more optimistic about this program compared to it. News Express is still too outdated, 1 out of 2 to do it. I would choose Jiaonan Focus. It's not Director Zhang's call, but decisions are made by him and sent to the top for review. Now is the time to take a direct stance and support Chen Ran's planning. The crew frowned as the program, which they watched, was indeed, by all accounts, fresher than the preparatory news express. Did Chen Ran write it all? They're a little disbelieving. Director Lu Bing did not hesitate to grab a few points inside the planning to ask a question. For example, the significance of which hot news links livelihood news to amplify the necessary and so on. This is considered to be the whole plan inside the more core. If you cannot say, then Chen Ran on the present form. As for Director Zhang said, great beauty Zhao and Chen Ran also made a lot of suggestions we all subconsciously ignored. After all, no Chen Ran's name want to stick gold on him, that is, the director of a sentence of the matter. To the questions raised by Lu Bing, Chen Ran answered the questions in the writing of the planning. He thought more deeply than this. To do the program risk is not small, every aspect must be considered. Lu Bing saw that Chen Ran didn't show any fear, and the answer made it impossible for him to pick out the thorns. And his heart was already shaken that the planning might really be written by Chen Ran. Others also asked questions not directed at Chen Ran, but about the program itself. Chen Ran answered each and every one of them, and was still very careful. All of us here are seniors, he showed relative modesty, but this kind of eloquent talk reveals a kind of self-confidence. Director Zhang was aware that Chen Ran had real talent, and he couldn't help but nod his head at this time when he saw his performance. This kid does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve when he gets serious. Half a day later, silence fell inside the conference room. Director Zhang left some time for everyone to think and discuss, and then knocked on the table a few times. The specifics of the program are understood by everyone. We don't have a lot of time, so let's all say what we think. Another moment of silence. As Director Zhang said, the program Zhao in Focus looks better than News Express from the planning, and if we look at the current situation of public channels, it is not just a matter of winning by one step. From the discussion just now, there is a high possibility that the planning was thought up by Chen Ran himself, and there is also the possibility that Director Zhang personally manipulated and did it, but this is very small. They had to admit that they were a little envious of Chen Ran, a newcomer who had written such a plan. But relatively, this envy was in the context of Chen Ran's excellence, and the bad impression of Chen Ran just now was all pulled back. I agree with the change of program. If we are going to split the difference with the Kalanan newsfeed, News Express is clearly not enough and Kalanan Focus doesn't have that problem. Lu Bing was the first to make a statement. It's sort of a consequence of being thoughtful. He would disagree if he said that the Kalanan Focus was just average, and that the News Express was planned and had a piece of him in it. But this show is clearly unusual, and the advantage of comparing the two isn't usually great. Not only him, but the others took a stand, and except for one writer-director who reserved his opinion because of the risk, the others were fine with it. Director Zhang was slightly surprised. Having worked together for many years, he knew the character of these people. It was absolutely impossible for them to be so harmonious. Let's just say that Chen Ran wrote a little something with this plot. After the discussion came out, Chen Ran's position in the column group changed slightly. From the previous exclusively responsible for compiling copy, became one of the top pillars of the program now. Now the preparations are starting to continue, and the director has to consult with him in many places. The power of speech is not at all the same level as before, although it is said that the seniority is still shallow, but it belongs to the category of talking. Chen Ran could imagine that if the performance of the program was okay, then in the future, if he had to say anything without having to pull on Director Zhang's banner, other people would take it seriously for a moment or two. In the director's office, Director Zhang patted Chen Ran on the shoulder and said, "You boys are doing better than I thought you would. I thought you couldn't say anything in this battle, but I didn't expect to be organized. They're going to have to look at you differently." Chen Ran said, "I'm kind of a fox and a tiger. If there is no Uncle Zhang, who would look at me planning?" Director Zhang shook his head and said, "You can't think like that. I'm just going along for the ride. Even without me, it's just a matter of time before you have this ability to come out on top." Chen Ran didn't say anything. Some things just need to be kept in mind. Without Director Zhang's promotion like this, even if he had the ability to go as far as planning the program independently, it would have taken him a year or two. And that was fast. "I'll have your Aunt Yun cook some food tonight, so you can come up to my place." Director Zhang wanted to pull Chen Ran toward his home again. "Some other day, uncle. Change the planning temporarily. There are still many things to do." Chen Ran for the sake of it. This is not an excuse. The program to do planning, written out, is not all the content. The specifics still need to take their time to meet and discuss, ponder, everyone brainstorming to be able to make a program take shape. One person alone will make something very one-sided. Director Zhang shook his head and almost forgot that this kid was now becoming the main policy. "Okay. When you're done with your work, Director Zhang didn't force himself. Chen Ran has to be busy, and so does he. That turtle from his friend's family is coming to the door, and he definitely needs to be there. I just don't know what Twiggy can say this time. Chen Ran was busy until quite late when he got off work, and had just come out of the shower when he saw the breathing light of his cell phone blinking. Opening his cell phone to look at it, there was a WeChat message sent half an hour ago. Ichabod. In Chapter 9. I can't lie to people. Chen Ran was confused. Chong Fan Chi? She asked for me? Wiped my eyes. No mistake. Her nickname really gave Chen Ran a run for his money. Every time I see it, I think of Shoer from a previous life. What did she want with me? Chen Ran thought about it. It seemed like there wasn't much of a crossover before. When he first added her, Chen Ran had thought about a few sentences in. To get rid of things. Later, Zhang Fanji made it clear that the trick would not work. I didn't realize it was Zhang Fanji who asked him. Chen Ran wiped his hair and pressed his cell phone with one hand. I was just in the shower. What is it that Sister Gigi is looking for me for? At this point, Zhang Fanji hugged her legs and shrunk down on the bed, and couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw the cell phone message come through. She pressed the button a couple times, typed a paragraph, deleted it, and thought for a moment before barreling off to type again. Wanted to ask you a favor. Chen Ran read the message and froze slightly. Zhang Fanji asked for his help? She's a big star. What can he do to help? Ran. Eboshi-san? Is there some kind of problem? Ichabod. Pretty much. Ran. So tell me. I'm just a regular guy. No promises I can help. There's no movement there. Chen Ran didn't keep waiting and put down his cell phone to blow dry his hair. Ding dong. Chen Ran pinched his phone to unlock it. Ichabod. You be my boyfriend. Chen Ran looked down and felt as if he had misread the situation. Zhang Fanji asked herself to be her boyfriend? You're blind, aren't you? But the words on the top of the phone are real. Ran. Sister Gigi, you've got the wrong person? I'm Chen Ran. Chen Ran's first reaction was that she had the wrong person. On a blind date the other day, it was bluntly stated that it wasn't meant to be and that marriage wasn't on the table until I was 30. After adding WeChat never chatted, the opening is to let herself be her boyfriend, which who can believe? There was silence there. I told you it was the wrong person. Chen Ran felt that Zhang Fanji was probably embarrassed enough right now. He was about to put his phone down when suddenly another message came in. Ichabod. That's right. Now Chen Ran was really confused. What an unfolding. He said tentatively, It's Uncle Zhang. Isn't it? You're playing with Sister Gigi's cell phone. One for the books? Chen Ran frowned. It seemed not. So what does that mean? Ichabod. What's your number? Say it on the phone. Chen Ran hesitated for a moment, having been somewhat confused by Zhang Fanji's sentence just now, and now that he had come back to his senses, it seemed as if he had somewhat caught Zhang Fanji's idea. She couldn't be a little scared of being rushed into a blind date, so she wanted to use herself as a shield? Today, Uncle Zhang also said that after going back to arrange a blind date for her friend's son, that is, the foreign country has just come back, and Uncle Zhang also said with a clear conscience that looks better than his handsome one. After a little thought, Chen Ran sent the number over. He wanted to see what Zhang Fanji was trying to do. It wasn't long before the phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Chen Ran answered the phone and whispered, Sister Gigi? It was half a day later that a cool voice came from there. Aha! Chen Ran. On your side. What's the situation? Zhang Fanji. That's what I just said. Chen Ran. Huh. Zhang Fanji. Make a fake to cope with my parents. Chen Ran. It really did give him a good guess. Of course, it's not hard to guess just that. Sister Gigi, for this kind of thing, I think you can discuss it with Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun. It's not good to deceive them. Zhang Fanji said, If it's negotiable, I won't bother you. What could she do? She'd said it 1,000,000 times and her parents still came to her one by one. I recently tried to take a half-month break and ended up either on a blind date or on my way to one. She's a star. She's dating all day long. What's it going to be when word gets out? Chen Ran think about it, seems to be, just these days counting him are a few. If it made sense, it wouldn't be such a rush. Zhang Fanji is only 24 years old. Why didn't Sister Gigi find anyone else? Chen Ran was curious. Zhang Fanji. My parents prefer you. They fancy me and I know it, but they've been good to me, and my conscience would ache if I went and lied to them. Chen Ran said, Sorry Sister Gigi. I may not be able to help you with this favor. I don't want to cheat Uncle Zhang. Zhang Fanji. She didn't say anything. Presumably she was rather speechless. There was a moment's pause before he said, "It's kind of a good lie. You pretend to be my boyfriend to put them at ease." Chan Ran said, "Even good intentions are lies." It was troublesome anyway, and Chun Ran didn't want to agree to it. Uncle Zhang here is very good to Chun Ran. People are considered to have lifted him up. He cannot do this kind of thing. It really doesn't matter if you really see eye to eye with Zhang Fanji and become Uncle Zhang's son-in-law. There's no point in faking it. I can see that Uncle Zhang really want the son-in-law of his, now make false too old happy, then say break up, not hurt feelings. This kind of trouble, Chun Ran was determined not to get involved. He was on good terms with Uncle Zhang, but he and Zhang Fanji had only met once. There's no need to go through this kind of trouble. Zhang Fanji, even if it's a favor, I owe you one. Chun Ran couldn't see her expression. He guessed that she was a bit angry, but still refused. What was the use of him taking Zhang Fanji's favor? Hearing Chun Ran's rejection again, Zhang Fanji was probably furious, and without saying anything, she directly pinched the phone. Chun Ran shook his head, not caring. He is not willing to go into this muddy water. Get it wrong is a bunch of trouble, but also affect the relationship with Uncle Zhang. How nice it is now. The matter of Zhang Fanji calling over, even if it passed like this, Chun Ran did not put it on his mind. The next day, Chun Ran had just arrived at the TV station and threw himself into his work. The news program, which has a lot less to prepare for than great beauty calling, is busy now, and when things are over, it's about news gathering. Of course, now Chun Ran had to follow the program all the way. He writes the plans and has to use him from time to time. Chun Ran's work ethic, the columnists are quite satisfied. Even people think better of him than they did before the change of programs. Not just because he's the chief planner, but mainly because of his work ethic. A day's work went round and round, and Chun Ran was tired enough. Physically, I'm fine, but I'm mostly mentally exhausted. When he just arrived home, he flipped through his cell phone and saw the message sent by Zhang Fanji last night, and immediately thought that this guy was probably on a blind date with that returnee, right? At this time, the cell phone suddenly vibrated, startling Chun Ran. Surprisingly, it was a message sent by Zhang Fanji. Ichabod, are you going to answer or not? Give a response. Chun Ran scratched his head. Didn't understand what it meant. Didn't he make it clear last night? One could only say back, I'm sorry Twiggy-san, I can't lie. Then no more news from there. Shouldn't you be upset this time? Chun Ran threw his cell phone away and fell asleep on his back. Day 2. Chun Ran realized he had a bit of a cold. I lay in bed last night and slept through it, only getting up in the middle of the night to cover up. This is really... Chun Ran felt a bit unlucky. Dragging his groggy head, he arrived at the TV station and saw Director Zhang's deeply furrowed brow. Chun Ran, you're good enough. Huh? Chun Ran sniffled and looked up at Director Zhang, not understanding what it meant. Chapter 10. Why so much drama? Uncle, what's wrong? Chun Ran asked. Could it be a program issue? But there's something wrong with Uncle Zhang's expression right now. You're still pretending with me. Director Zhang exasperated. If it wasn't for Gigi's confession last night, I wouldn't have known that you guys were already on the verge of getting hitched. No, Uncle, you don't defile people's innocence out of thin air. Chun Ran was also a bit anxious and completely puzzled. You still have a load of innocence. Did Gigi confess to you? Director Zhang said. Confession? Chun Ran was busy saying, Uncle, that's not a confession. It's fake. Director Zhang laughed. You're still playing games with Uncle here. Tell me straight, are you craving for my daughter and don't want to be responsible? Otherwise, I want to set you up. You still pretend to have no idea, but privately go to hook up with Gigi. Chun Ran had a bit of a headache. Why are you talking about not wanting to be responsible? Do I, Chun Ran, look like such a scum? The point is, I'm wrongly accused. He said, Sister Gigi did send me a message of confession, but that was fake. I didn't chat with her privately either. I just said 2 words last night. If you don't believe me, Uncle Zhang, you can take a look at this chat log of mine. Director Zhang grunted coldly. What are you looking at? See how you rejected Gigi? Let me tell you, Gigi has been sad enough this time. If you don't coax her properly, can you afford me? He turned his away, but Chun Ran was a bit dumbfounded. There was absolutely no need to think about it, and one knew that it was Zhang Fanji who was acting as a demon. This tactic, it's a bit despicable, isn't it? Chun Ran dialed out the phone, wanting to find Zhang Fanji to ask for clarification. But when you dial out and the call goes through, it gets pinched Chun Ran was undeterred and dialed a few in succession. Still rang twice and then was pinched. Called again and the phone was simply turned off. Chun Ran was confused. You still turned off your cell phone? He clicked on WeChat and sent a message out. Sister Gigi, we don't bring this uncle misunderstanding like this. If he knows the truth, he will be sad. Ichiban has turned on friend verification and you are not yet her friend. Please send a friend verification request to first. Chun Ran stubbornly sent a few question marks over, yet all of them carried red exclamation marks. Blacked out? What kind of operation is this? I was messaging all last night and now I'm being blackballed. At least you're a big star. Be decent, sis. Chun Ran sniffled. His head was uncomfortable, and his heart was even more uncomfortable. Taking out a tissue to blow his nose, he then texted, "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Apparently, there was no message back from there. Chun Ran's cell phone was thrown away, feeling that he had grown in knowledge. Really, it's not at all obvious. Zhang Fanji's looks, the character she displayed, was not at all like someone who would do such a diabolical thing. You can't judge a book by its cover? Chun Ran's headache is now how to explain to Uncle Zhang. I don't know what Zhang Fanji said, but Uncle Zhang has already believed it, and now he is afraid that he is angry and will not listen to anything he says. Chun Ran, catching a cold? Lu Bing looked at him like this and was concerned. Yeah. I slept too deeply last night and forgot to cover up. Chun Ran sighed. Lu Bing patted him on the shoulder. It's good to be busy for a few days. Overtime or late. Pay more attention to your body. It's fine, my body is fine. I should be fine tomorrow, it doesn't affect my work. Chun Ran reluctantly smiled. This time the cold is a bit heavy. Chun Ran's nose is not airy, and his head is still dizzy all the time. The good thing is that there isn't much he needs to do. What should have been discussed was pretty much discussed yesterday. Today is just some additions. In his case, don't expect to be in great shape. After a busy morning, it was finally time for lunch. The usual spot, Director Zhang was already sitting there. Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. Cold? Director Zhang looked at his red nose and red eyes before realizing with hindsight that he had just gone off in anger in the morning. Aha! Chun Ran nodded. Director Zhang let out a hey. Serves you right. Chun Ran? Uncle? I don't know what Sister Gigi said to you. At least give me a chance to explain. Director Zhang put down his chopsticks and looked at Chun Ran without saying anything. Chun Ran asked, "What's wrong?" "Waiting for you to make up a story." Director Zhang made a face like he was all ears. Chun Ran was defeated on the spot and said feebly, "Uncle, you can't be like this." Director Zhang said, "Nonsense. I know what kind of character Gigi has. Her temper is average, but her strength is that she doesn't lie. My daughter was raised by herself, I still know that. A few days ago, she said she was chatting with you, and I just saw that you didn't react here before I continued to introduce her. You kid is good. Give me do play darkness." Chun Ran, Gigi has never been in love before. I won't lie to you about that. She even cried last night, except for being beaten by me when she was a child. She has never cried for another man in her life. If you are still like this, you are a wolf-hearted dog lung. Chun Ran looked up at the sky, and also said he talked to me the other day. We've only known each other a few days? We're crying because we failed to confess. We have such deep feelings? Chun Ran couldn't figure out where Zhang Fanji, a singer, had gotten so much theater. Anyway, I'll put my words here. If you don't give Gigi an explanation, then I won't have you as my nephew in the future. Director Zhang gasped. Chun Ran can't help it. From the perspective of being a father, it's perfectly fine for Uncle Zhang to be on Zhang Fanji's side. One can only utter, "Uncle Zhang, I can't say anything about this. I'll go back with you at night and talk to Sister Gigi. I'll see what you can say." Director Zhang lightly grunted. The next thing Chun Ran did was just bury his head and eat. Originally, the cold nose is too congested to eat, and now the heart is heavy, eating is even more flavorless. After eating some random food, I felt no appetite. Seeing him like this, Director Zhang couldn't help but say, "Don't work too hard. Rest early at night. Don't collapse your body." Chun Ran hummed, really not wanting to talk. After dinner, Chun Ran went back to continue working. Behind him, Director Zhang turned his back to Chun Ran. "Old Zhang, what's so joyous that you're so happy? Which one of your eyes sees me happy? I'm angry. I don't see you looking so festive. Being angry is still the same as smiling." Working with illness is indeed a bit of an ordeal. The tissues were halfway through the box, and the tip of his nose stung a little from the rubbing, and his nose was red. Poor Batch. Finally, it's time to get off work. He definitely can't work late at night in this shape and leave work early. Director Zhang was already waiting for him. When you see Gigi later, you have to say it properly. If she cries, I won't spare you. Director Zhang warned first. Chun Ran answered in a muffled voice. The Changs. Just open the door. Aunt Yoon was standing at the door and said enthusiastically, Chun Ran is here. Your uncle said you have a cold, why don't you be careful? I've boiled soup. I'll give you 2 bowls first to get rid of the cold. Chun Ran's heart warmed, only to feel that the stuffiness in his heart subsided quite a bit. Chapter 11 Act, Continue to Act. Gollum. A bowl of hot soup slid down his throat and into his stomach. Chun Ran felt his body hot and his dizzy head comfortable. He looked around and didn't see Zhang Fanji, and couldn't help but ask, Aunt Yoon, where did Sister Gigi go? I have something to tell her. Anyway, let's get this out of the way first. It is just right to explain in front of everyone, lest Zhang Fanji make another demon. Yang Yoon said, Gigi was not in a good mood all day. Just now the assistant came over and went out together to take a break. Yang Yoon hesitated for a moment and then said, Chun Ran, according to reason, you young people's things we are not good to ask. But concerning Gigi, I can only have the cheek to ask you to Gigi in the end, what is your opinion? Any thoughts? On the surface, she is beautiful and cool. But in reality, she is dark and evil, with a violent temper. Chun Ran thought this in his heart, but what he said on his lips was, Sister Gigi is very nice, both beautiful and generous. Yang Yoon added, if you even think she's good, why did you deliberately reject her? Chun Ran didn't know how Zhang Fanji had told her family. Even Aunt Yoon was convinced. It was simply horrible. I didn't have any willful rejection either. That confession of hers, it's just fake. Chun Ran straightened up and said. Yang Yoon frowned. It can't be fake, I know Gigi's character, although she hasn't been in love before, but she definitely won't fake on this kind of thing. And she also showed me your chatting records. Obviously you chatted well and expressed your love for her, but as a result, you refused after she confessed her love, and you haven't been replying to the messages. Chun Ran? When did he and Zhang Fanji have a good chat? Yang Yoon added, if you like Gigi, your uncle and I will raise our hands in favor. It's not necessary at all. The last time I let you see Gigi, it was a deliberate attempt to set you up. If you like her, you make a statement, we will not follow up to Gigi introduction of people matchmaking. Tossing and tossing. But in the end it's still such a situation. How can you let your aunt say that you're good? But Chun Ran had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Director Zhang. Don't you, but since you want to talk to Gigi, do it properly, don't keep hanging around. You still think, I don't know, these days young people like to keep a spare tire. My Gigi is a star. So beautiful. You are hanging on so much, just want her to be a spare tire. Is not it? Feel your conscience. Does it hurt? Can you stand us? Chun Ran has a feeling of wanting to tear up. Uncle Zhang, where do you seem to be? Spare tire and so on. It's very strange to say out of your mouth, you know? He wouldn't be single now if he had that scummy attribute. Seeing Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yoon who were eyeing him intently, Chun Ran had a feeling of being unable to defend himself. He sort of understood that Zhang Fanji was not acting on impromptu intentions, but clearly had been plotting for a long time. What chat logs? No need to think, they must be forged. I gave him my word earlier that I didn't want to get married until I was 30, and I guess I wasn't thinking about it then. I'm afraid the math is when Uncle Zhang is going to find her another blind date. Are all the stars this scary? How many hooks have they gone through to lay out their plans so powerfully? Chun Ran really didn't figure it out. The couple was waiting for Chun Ran to say something when there was a key inserted inside the door, which opened with a rattling sound, and then a silhouette walked in. Zhang Fanji's black tweed coat today, with a tight knit shirt underneath, and the skin on her neck was blindingly white. Seeing that it was her, Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Fanji back. As long as the confrontation will always reveal the cloven foot. Yang Yoon said, Gigi, you're back. Chun Ran is also here, he came over to say something to you. Zhang Fanji also saw Chun Ran. She moved slightly. Her face didn't change much, but her earlobes reddened a bit with flesh. She took off her jacket slowly and methodically, then looked at Chun Ran. The corners of her mouth deflated as if she had been wronged by the heavens. And then in the sight of the three of them, she quickly stepped inside the house and closed the door with a thud. Chun Ran looked dumbfounded. I'm at your door and you're still acting? Just now, with that look in his eyes, Chun Ran felt as if he had become a negative person. Is this the woman who's a year older than me? It's horrible. Chun Ran took a breath and turned to look at Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun. At this moment, this husband and wife were both looking at him with somewhat odd eyes. No, it has to be clear. Chun Ran stood up and said, I'll go talk to Sister Gigi. Director Zhang said, Chun Ran. Don't let Uncle think less of you. Chun Ran came to Zhang Fanji's house and knocked on the door. Sister Gigi, is it convenient for me to come in? Not a word from inside. Chun Ran looked at it. Uncle Zhang Yun Aunt is still staring at him. A clenched teeth directly opened the door to go in. Other than his sister's room, this was the first time Chun Ran had entered another girl's boudoir. The first look was neat. There were no dolls, rag dolls, or anything like that. Instead, there were guitars sitting around and a piano. As for whether the girl's room smelled good, Chun Ran couldn't smell it. His nose was still clogged right now. There was a single sofa next to the bed, and at this time, Zhang Fanji, who was wearing a tight sweater, was sitting on it, her face expressionless, her dark and ghostly eyes just staring at Chun Ran, not saying a word. She had a good figure, and her black sweater showed exquisite curves, but Chun Ran didn't care to think about that, and helplessly said, Sister Gigi, what do you want to do? Zhang Fanji twisted her head away and didn't look at him. Chun Ran is convinced. You keep acting. Addicted, huh? If you're like this, I won't be able to get along with Uncle Zhang in the future. I made it clear on the phone the other day that I didn't want to lie. Chun Ran continued. Zhang Fanji stared at him for a while, pursed her lips and said, I just want you to be my boyfriend. The voice was normal, but upon closer inspection, there was a flavor of condescension in it. Chun Ran sighed. Let's not play. Okay, you are at least a big star. This is not a decent practice at all. Zhang Fanji said, as long as you promise to be my boyfriend, it's decent. Crunch. The door suddenly slammed. Chun Ran turned his head over and saw two heads at the door. Director Zhang husband and wife were a little embarrassed, originally eavesdropping, who knew that Chun Ran did not close the door and accidentally pushed it. He coughed and tugged his wife away, slamming the door shut with a smooth thud on his way out. Chun Ran turned to look at Zhang Fanji and said, it's really meaningless for you to be like this. With this mind, go and really find a boyfriend. How nice. I'm not thinking about getting married until I'm 30. Then you can go find someone else to pretend to be. I work with Uncle Zhang all day long, so I might just reveal myself. No, they like you a lot and keep praising you at home. Speaking of this, Zhang Fanji quietly skimmed her lips. I don't agree anyway. Chun Ran looked at her. Whatever. Zhang Fanji locked eyes with him, very much in his element. Chun Ran was defeated. Are all you stars so thick-skinned? Zhang Fanji said, it's very rude of you to talk about a girl like that. I'm sorry for my parents' evaluation of you. Chun Ran, if I was being rude, I'd have slapped you by now. Okay? Chapter 12, Unable to Fight. Chun Ran took a deep breath and allowed himself to relax. Sister Gigi, let me run through this with you. I'm just an ordinary person who works with Uncle Zhang all day long. The possibility of finding me as a fake boyfriend and revealing myself is much higher than others. You're a big star. Your suitors are like crucian carp in a river. Just pull any one of them is better than me. Zhang Fanji thought for a moment and said, the others don't have good intentions. Chun Ran laughed in exasperation. Can I interpret this as people being good at being ridden by horses? Zhang Fanji corrected. It is the horse that is good to be ridden. Chun Ran, he's got a cold, his head's not working, and it's normal for him to say the wrong thing. But that's not the point. You're correcting me, like you're a language teacher? Chun Ran asked, are you just sure I'm not like them? Zhang Fanji looked him up and down. It's different, you're dumber than them. Chun Ran was choked. Where do you see that I'm dumber than them? If you don't like you, you're still stupid. Pursuing beautiful things is human nature, and those who don't have this nature are stupid. Zhang Fanji said calmly. You undermine me just to set yourself off? I'm being honest. Chun Ran couldn't think of anything to say. Chun Ran is not good at speech opposite the sharp teeth when it is not a level. You are close to my parents and don't want them to be unhappy. Then you should promise me. Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran had a question mark on his face. My parents like you, they're happy as long as we're in a relationship. Chun Ran emphasized. But it's fake. Zhang Fanji paused and looked at Chun Ran. If you have the patience, you can wait for me until I'm 30, and we might be able to make it real. Chun Ran. Sister, you don't have a fever, do you? Question mark. I'm in my prime, I don't go to stage my youth like a song and play a virtual love run with you. Unless my head is broken, why would I do that? Zhang Fanji. And it's not like I'm interested in you. Big star, how troublesome. Chun Ran bristled. Zhang Fanji twisted her head, not wanting to look at Chun Ran at all. This was the first time she had been defeated since her conversation with Chun Ran. Solid blitz. I'll go out and talk to Uncle Zhang and the others. So take your time to explain yourself. Chun Ran happened to have the upper hand and immediately wanted to withdraw. You can't leave. Zhang Fanji turned her head. Chun Ran said, the leg is on me, why can't I walk? Zhang Fanji bit her lower lip. Her eyes instantly moistened. Tears rippled inside, and she sniffled. If you go out, I'll cry. Chun Ran's feet lurched as he looked at her in disbelief. How can you threaten like that? Threatening someone by crying. Isn't that a child's thing to do? But now Chun Ran really did not move. If Zhang Fanji cried, outside the two mouths waiting, he could not argue. I suspect you're not a singer, you're an actor. And not a star by profession. A scoundrel. Chun Ran said with some indignation. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, so she looked at him with tears in her eyes. The two of them confronted each other for a while, and Chun Ran unconsciously moved his eyes away first. What should we do? With a thick skin and a dark heart, Chun Ran was a bit overwhelmed. Chun Ran sighed. I feel really bad about this. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything. She naturally knew it was bad, but being rushed into a blind date was even worse. She was able to work during her middle school vacation to earn money to enroll in a music tutorial class. She was able to secretly change her volunteer after the college entrance exams, and she was able to hide from her family that she went to a talent show and signed with a company. I've done a lot of things against my parents' wishes in the past, but now I can't. Marriage is the bottom line, and if that's going to be violated, the relationship with your parents will be frosty. And with older parents, I really don't want them to worry about that. After a long time, Zhang Fanji whispered, it's just a fake. Just help me stabilize my parents. And as long as you find a girlfriend, it will be automatically lifted. Chun Ran said, what will I tell Uncle Zhang when the time comes? Zhang Fanji said, I'll come and say it when it's time to break up. It won't affect your relationship with my parents. Chun Ran skimmed Zhang Fanji and said, I, for one, am a bit of a chauvinist. Zhang Fanji looked at him, not understanding what it meant. Chun Ran said, I don't like it when my girlfriend has a scandal with someone else, even if it's fake. Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow and said, you're agreeing to this? She was a little unsure. Didn't you try to fight back just now? Chun Ran didn't answer, but just asked, just say yes or no. I can promise not to make a scandal and not to have contact with another man until I break up with you. Zhang Fanji nodded. It's not an excuse not to get married before you're 30. The other men in the entertainment industry, she hadn't even thought about. Parents are one thing, the point is she doesn't have the heart for it. Chun Ran is just saying this, after all, Zhang Fanji is a star. If there are rumors coming out every now and then, even if he and Zhang Fanji are fake, it has to be difficult. No sane man can stand it. As for why you agree, hell knows what else this woman could do back there. I thought she was pretty high maintenance when we met. This is only the second time we've met. Chun Ran recognized another side of her, and had the feeling that her persona had collapsed. It's also good that it's fake. Who could eat such a woman as a wife for real? And who says this is who she really is? The last crash was still fresh in my mind. It was too decisive, too violent. Inside the living room, Yang Yun bumped her husband and asked in a low voice, how do you think it's going in there? Director Zhang said, I'm just sitting here with you. How could I possibly know? Then what is Chun Ran's mind? Director Zhang pondered. I feel that this kid has some interest in Gigi, but hesitates her star status. Yang Yun didn't understand. Isn't it good to have a star as a wife? Look at Peng Hai, his son. His soul dropped when he saw Gigi. That's vulgar. Chun Ran is not vulgar. Director Zhang said, Chun Ran is rather light-tempered and isn't too fond of the limelight. Gigi is a star, and with her, there will definitely be all sorts of pressure and stares. Moreover, being in a relationship with Gigi is destined to be together and away from each other. It's easy for emotional problems to arise. It's normal for Chun Ran to be hesitant. Yang Yun felt that her husband was right and sighed, I do hope it will work out. Chun Ran is nice and treats us well, and he works at a TV station, so he has something in common with you. Director Zhang opened his mouth to speak when he saw the door to Zhang Fanji's room suddenly open. Chun Ran slowly walked out, and behind him was the bright-eyed Zhang Fanji. The couple knew their daughter well. When she was in a bad mood, her eyes were cold. Now they weren't, so she was in a good mood. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji came to sit down in front of the husband and wife, and when he saw the expectant eyes of the two old men, he was extremely uncomfortable in his heart. For the first time in my life I was a liar, and I was a little unsure of how to speak. Zhang Fanji's face was expressionless, but her knees gently swayed and bumped Chun Ran. Ahem. That, uncle, I've just discussed with Gigi sister and intend to try it out by being around first. In one sentence, Chun Ran spoke rather laboriously. The couple's eyes brightened slightly. Is this a done deal? As for Chun Ran's behavior, the duo didn't find it wrong. Just talked to my own daughter and was a little uncomfortable. It's normal to be shy when you change your identity. Chapter 13. Acting like a professional. The Changs. It was clear to see that Director Zhang and his wife were happy. When you let go of your heart disease, you are naturally happy. Moreover, both of them were very satisfied with Chun Ran and couldn't wait to treat him as their sons. If you can't be a son, you can be a son-in-law. Chun Ran Hart was originally very guilty. Deceiving the second oldest always feel uncomfortable in the heart. A little loss. But it was slightly better to see the duo happy. At least it would make Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun happier and less worried. As for the future, we can only take one step at a time. Married couples get divorced when they don't get along, and they're just in love now, so it's normal to break up, right? During the meal, the couple pinched food into Chun Ran's bowl. Chun Ran, you eat more. Your body is weak from the cold. Eat more to replenish your body. Yang Yun was smiling and full of joy. It is said that when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she looks at him, the better she looks at him, and she can't wait for Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji to hurry up and get married. On the side, Zhang Fanji's hand squeezing the chopsticks tightened. Usually when she went home, this was her treatment. Is this guy really that good? Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and thought that was all. Yang Yun caught her daughter's eyes, elbowed Zhang Fanji, and whispered, "Give Chun Ran the food." Zhang Fanji froze and didn't look back. What are you waiting for? People still have a cold. You care more? Yang Yun pushed her again. Zhang Fanji frowned and reluctantly gave an oh-so-reluctant cry, picking and pinching a piece of bok choy to Chun Ran. Yang Yun dissatisfied look at his daughter. Think this girl singing stupid. Never been in love. How even people will not care. Chun Ran to think nothing of it, just Zhang Fanji's temperament. It's already not easy to be able to give him food. Slightly smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Gigi." On the side of the director, Zhang heard, dissatisfied. Also called what Gigi sister, how difficult to hear since all the prescription directly called Gigi anyway, just 1 year older, called sister, how old-fashioned. Chun Ran took a look at Zhang Fanji. In terms of this person's tactics, he was a younger brother compared to him, and it was right to call him a sister. Of course, it is only normal for couples to be called intimate, and Chun Ran did not object, so he followed and called Gigi. Zhang Fanji felt a bit awkward, but looking at her parents, she ended up not saying anything and just chewed her rice in silence. This meal Chun Ran ate a little uncomfortable. Uncle Zhang Yun, aunt to him a little more enthusiastic, completely treat him as a son-in-law. If he and Zhang Fanji were real, it would really be a happy family affair. But they're fake. After dinner, Chun Ran was also going back. Today, Director Zhang's husband and wife did not keep him overnight, but had Zhang Fanji send him home. In their opinion, Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji had just gotten together and needed some personal space. So it was just as well that Zhang Fanji sent Chun Ran back to be alone. Zhang Fanji didn't have a problem with it, put on her jacket and mask, and walked in front of Chun Ran. Seeing her in this dress, Chun Ran skimmed his mouth. Being a star is trouble. Going out of a door is still afraid of being recognized. Downstairs is Zhang Fanji's car. Not the one he crashed a few days ago, a different one. Chun Ran can only sigh that money is arbitrary. The car can just crash. Sitting in the car, the first thing Chun Ran did was to fasten his seatbelt. In itself, Chun Ran had some shadow over the car. And after seeing Zhang Fanji's atrocities that day, it was a bit more serious. I didn't feel it before I got in the car, but when I sat up, I felt unsettled. Why don't I go back by myself and not trouble you? Chun Ran asked tentatively. Zhang Fanji looked at his somewhat fearful expression and couldn't help but frown, coldly saying, "I'm not happy to send you either. That's just as well, I can just go back by myself." Chun Ran was happy and was going to open the door to get out of the car. Snap. The car door was locked. Chun Ran turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" "Acting should also be professional," Zhang Fanji said indifferently. Then, without giving Chun Ran a chance to speak, he started the sedan and drove straight out from inside the parking space. Slow down, slow down." Chun Ran panicked a little and reached out to grab the seat. Zhang Fanji ignored him and drove out of the neighborhood. Fortunately, Zhang Fanji's temper is violent, but his driving is not too outrageous, and his speed is average and steady. In the car, Chun Ran didn't talk to Zhang Fanji, and she kept driving quietly. It had to be said that she was quite pretty in her high spirits, the light reflecting off the contours of her face, her delicate side face looking a little dreamy. Inside the radio station, the song that was played was Chong Fancher's hit song, So. She has a great singing voice, with a wide range, and sings high and low notes with their own flavor. So is a love song. The abundance of emotion within her voice was completely different from what she was showing now. Chun Ren looked at her. Such an emotional song could come out of her mouth? Zhang Fanji didn't seem to realize that her song was playing inside the radio station, and glanced at Chun Ran as if nothing had happened, her earlobes slightly reddening. Next up for you is, from singer Lin Han-yun's new song, Between Us. The song was released yesterday and it's about lovers loving and not loving each other. Chun Ran was listening with great interest when suddenly Zhang Fanji reached out and turned off the radio. Turned off for what? Chun Ran wondered. Zhang Fanji said faintly, "The song isn't good. It's a bit noisy." Noisy? Chun Ran blinked his eyes for a moment, suddenly coming back to his senses. This song just now, the singer is Lin Han-yun. This Lin Han-yun, wasn't she the one he saw inside the news, competing with Zhang Fanji for resources? No wonder the song was immediately pinched without even hearing it. Chun Ran also didn't bother to touch the mold and pursue the gossip. There was silence all the way, and finally they arrived at the place where Chun Ran lived. "I won't ask you to go up and rest, so be careful on your way." Chun Ran got out of the car and spoke to Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji watched Chun Ran leave, her brows slightly knitted, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Only when Chun Ran's back was out of sight did he drive away. Returning to the rental house, Chun Ran boiled hot water and ate the medicine, then lay down on the bed. Tossing and turning, I couldn't sleep. It was mainly because today's incident had made his heart a little complicated. Fake boyfriends, just like in the TV show. The object was a big star. Chun Ran didn't feel joyful, instead he felt it was a trouble. If one day Uncle Chong accidentally finds out, how can I explain? Uncle Zhang was, after all, the first person he'd met when he crossed over. And if he didn't have no choice, he didn't want to ruin his current relationship. And Zhang Fanji, this person, Chun Ran has no good or bad feelings towards her, although pretending to be in love to deceive Uncle Zhang, but did not want to have any story with her. She's a singer, she's resting at home right now, and when she leaves Jiaonan in a few days, she'll probably see very little of her. Ding dong. Chun Ran's cell phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was a friend request. "One branch. Blackballed me and now you're re-adding me?" Chun Ran had wanted to reject it outright, but after thinking about it, he agreed. Ding dong. Ichabod. Thank you. Chun Ran glanced at it and threw the phone away without replying to the message. Don't think about it, the boat will go straight. What flourishing branches and leaves. Go away. Chapter 14. You come out. The truth is that cold and flu remedies don't work all the time. The next day, Chun Ran still had a headache, slightly better than yesterday, but limited. When Director Zhang saw him today, his attitude was worlds apart from yesterday. "Why isn't your cold over yet? Why don't I ask your Aunt Yun to make soup for you again later?" Director Zhang was very caring towards Chun Ran. Chun Ran busily said, Don't bother Aunt Yun. Colds are normal. It will be fine in a couple of days." Director Zhang laughed. "What's the point of being polite? We're all family now." Chun Ran laughed dryly, not to mention that this is a fake, even if it is true, but also not to just got married on it. He said, "Aunt Yun has to work too, and there's not enough time." Director Zhang nodded. "All right then, don't go out with your colleagues at noon. I'll take you to a medicinal food restaurant at that time. It tastes great and can also replenish your body." When he parted ways with Director Zhang, Chun Ran exhaled. Director Zhang looked at him directly as his son-in-law, which put him under pressure. "I'm afraid that the more Uncle Zhang expects, the greater the disappointment." Chun Ran muttered in his heart. Now he was overjoyed, and if he knew that he and Zhang Fanji were false, the fall got on the thief's boat. Chun Ran sighed. "There's no way around it, so I'll just have to go with what Zhang Fanji said, and act professionally if you're going to act. Have fun if you can. Columnists meet. Since it's all a news program, all the ones prepared some time ago are available and progress is very fast. Now everyone thinks about news gathering. A large part of the program is given to livelihood news, but where does the news come from? There is not so much livelihood news, this is a problem." Lu Bing posed the question. There were many sources of news, But those news did not fit Chun Ran's planning. Chun Ran wrote the main theme of livelihood news close to life into the people. There is a difference between the two. And news is time-sensitive, and using it for too long doesn't work. Put out a newswire and advertise more. A suggestion was made. The others said, it can only be. But we've put out news hotlines before, and there aren't many people who call them, and they can't hold up the content needed for a program. Lu Bing shook his head slightly. When you put it that way, it's difficult for everyone. After all, if you go to the police for mediation in big and small matters, you'll be done afterward, and there's no need for them to broadcast a segment on the news, right? Chun Ran was also pondering this question. Where do they get material for the news lines people don't call? Chun Ran thought about it and said, people are not motivated to call the news hotline, so let's find a way to mobilize them. When Chun Ran spoke, everyone looked over. Lu Bing asked, how so? Chun Ran said, the people don't call the news hotline, probably because being on the news is not a decent thing to do. Let's change the way we publicize. Replace the news hotline with a livelihood hotline, and focus on publicizing helping the people to solve their difficulties and mediate disputes. But this is not much difference. Lu Bing frowned. Previously did not think to fight. You change a propaganda word, people will not fight. The difference is there, it's just that it may not be very obvious in the early stages. Chun Ran's nose itched and rubbed his nose before continuing. Actually, if you want to mobilize people's motivation, the best way is to give everyone a motivation. Power. Everyone glanced at you and me. Our livelihood hotline, you can set up a call reward found around the news or difficulties the reporter went to interview to solve, and the news by adopting on TV provide news clues to the people, you can get 500 to 2,000 ranging from the cash reward. Chun Ran spoke his mind. The columnists froze, they hadn't really thought of it that way. Mainly, that's a little too realistic, isn't it? But not to mention the idea it's really possible to realize. Money always mobilizes people. Calling the hotline can solve the trouble and possibly get a cash reward, which can indeed be a motivation to call the livelihood hotline. Just now, Director Lu said that changing the publicity words made no difference. Wait until here it does. The bonus is set to motivate people and to make them remember the livelihood hotline. If our program is aired and combined with monetary rewards, it will deepen the impression that people call the livelihood hotline when they encounter difficulties. Chun Ran spoke eloquently. The crowd was thoughtful. On second thought, a news hotline indeed is not as direct as a livelihood hotline. Plus a monetary reward seems like it could be. Lu Bing was the first to nod. That's a good idea. Chun Ran also said, program publicity, we do not adhere to the TV channel, the early stage of more investment in some of the radio repeat ads, street lamp poles on both sides, as well as both sides of the road, all the people's livelihood hotline posted up. Anyway, it is to force the idea of having difficulties and calling the livelihood hotline into the past. He said it simply and roughly, and everyone, being old program people, understood what he meant at once. Does everyone have any other ideas? Lu Bing asked. Everyone shook their heads. Chun Ran's idea is a good one. The livelihood hotline is a good one. Everyone's in favor of it, so that makes things easy. Now the program is going to be pre-publicized, and it will take quite a bit of time for the livelihood hotline to hit the ground running, and for the reporters to pick up the news when the time comes. This program is not an entertainment program. It doesn't need any stage or special recording. All it needs is news. After this is resolved, there are other things to discuss, such as hot news reviews, topics for discussion and interaction, etc. Chun Ran was busy until noon. His headache was a bit unbearable, and he took 2 painkillers to feel better. During dinner, Director Zhang took Chun Ran to a medicinal cuisine restaurant. He wasn't really wrong, the restaurant tasted great. Having fun eating with Director Zhang, the stuff was all piping hot, and the food made Chun Ran's body sweat. By the time I left, I felt a lot more relaxed, and at least my nose was clear. Your body really can't. When you are busy with this head, go to more fitness, don't be young and your body collapsed. Director Zhang said in a serious tone. Chun Ran nodded. He didn't need Uncle Zhang to tell him about this matter. His current body was much worse than in his previous life, basically a geek's physique, and he could easily get sick. Having been in the hospital just after crossing over, and having been too busy to work out since being discharged, is something I need to make time to practice. Afternoon. I don't know if it was because the medicinal food director Zhang took him to eat was effective or if the painkillers took effect, but anyway, Chun Ran felt that his head didn't hurt as much. Needless to say, I'm working late again tonight. Chun Ran's phone suddenly rang. He stopped what he was doing, glanced at his cell phone, and froze. Sniffling, he picked up his cell phone and said, "Hey, what can I do for you?" You come out. The voice was clear and cold. Ha! Chen Ran froze. He took his cell phone and stood at the window to look down, where stood a tall silhouette with waist-length hair and a mask on her face. If it's not Zhang Fanji, then who is it? Chapter 15. It's a waste to be a singer. How could Chen Ran not expect that Zhang Fanji would run to the TV station to find him? He clicked his cell phone off, slipped it into his pocket, and rushed down in the elevator. Zhang Fanji stood there, standing tall. Zhang Fanji mask covered her face tightly, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. What brings you here? Chen Ran asked. It's a crowded TV station. Isn't she making herself uncomfortable? If they were recognized, gossip and scandal would surely spread. Zhang Fanji said, I don't want to come either. Chen Ran is confused. You don't want to come here? Zhang Fanji added. My mom heard that you still have a cold and made soup for me to send over. Saying this, she stretched out her hand. Only then did Chen Ran realize that there was a bag she was carrying in her hand, which contained an insulated lunch box, and his heart was suddenly warmed. In the morning, Uncle Zhang said that he would let Aunt Yun make soup for him, and he refused on the grounds that Aunt Yun didn't have time to go to work. But he didn't expect that Aunt Yun would still make the soup after work and have Zhang Fanji send it over. Take it. Zhang Fanji handed it over. Chen Ran took the bag and said, Aunt Yun has a heart. Thank her for me. Under the mask, Zhang Fanji quietly skimmed her lips. Thank you for sending the soup over. Go back by yourself and be careful. I'm going to work overtime. Chen Ran finished speaking, nodded with Zhang Fanji and turned around to leave. He's not done with his work, he has to continue. You're just going to leave? Zhang Fanji suddenly asked. Chen Ran stopped and looked at Zhang Fanji. Could it be that you want to go in and sit down? It's overtime now. The TV station can't let anyone in. Zhang Fanji choked. Who wants to go inside the TV station? It just felt like, even though it was a fake relationship, Chen Ran was too unattached. I'm going up if you're okay. Chen Ran didn't linger this time. Zhang Fanji watched Chen Ran directly turn around and enter the elevator. I don't know what happened. Her heart was a little uncomfortable. She returned to the car, but did not immediately drive away, but fumed for a while. Her cell phone rang. She frowned at the sight of the caller and hesitated to connect. I heard Xiao Qin say that your parents arranged a blind date for you? Over there was the voice of a more serious middle-aged woman. You're pretty quick with news. Zhang Fanji said. Xiyun, it's not that I'm talking about you. Now that you're at the beginning stage of your career, you should put your career first. The current situation, your parents don't understand. Don't you understand? Losing for a moment isn't scary. You're really screwed if you don't have the heart to surrender and admit defeat like this. The woman said in a serious tone. You started high, not many people have a starting point like you. The more this happens, the more you have to cherish it. You take care of things on the home side. Don't let any topic of Zhang Xiyun's blind date appear on the news. I don't want to see it. As for Lin Han Yun, this time she stole your song, but it wasn't well received. It looks like she took advantage, but actually helped us block a loss. Lin Han Yun's new song was released the day before yesterday, and now 2 days later, on the Huaxia music charts, sales are only ranked in the 9th place of the new song. And this is still the company gave enough resources to push the effect. It does seem a bit poor for the former Fanstar one to have this kind of success with a new single. Tao Lin, as Zhang Fanji's manager, was naturally delighted and happy about this. The call was to give her the good news, in addition to asking about the blind date. However, Zhang Fanji couldn't be happy. Whether the song was good or not, it was supposed to be her song. Even if Lin Han Yun's grades were worse after she grabbed it, it was still taken from her. Zhang Fanji disliked this feeling, and apart from her sister, she was not in the habit of letting others steal her things. She blandly said, Anything else? No, I'm driving. Tao Lin said, Come back early when you've rested enough. I've pushed a few activities for you on my side, but I can't push a singing variety show. I think it's quite interesting and I plan to let you take part in it. Say it again. Zhang Fanji finished, not waiting for Tao Lin to say anything, and directly hung up the phone. It was said that she was taking a half-month break, but now several days had passed, and instead of resting, she was a little exhausted because of her parents' arrangement of a blind date. She looked at the TV station, illuminated by the colored lights, and there were stars shining in her eyes, bright and dark. Zhang Fanji withdrew her gaze and started the car to leave. Upstairs, Chen Ran drank 2 mouthfuls of chicken soup, which tasted very fresh. Aunt Yun's cooking definitely deserves the praise. I was a little tired earlier, but now I'm sort of refreshed. Whether it was Uncle Zhang or Aunt Yun, Because of his romance with Zhang Fanji, they were treating him better and better. The more he did, the worse he felt. There's a lot of suffering. When he thought that this soup was sent over by Zhang Fanji, he felt a bit awkward in his heart. Not to mention, it's kind of heartwarming when a real girlfriend is working late and comes over to care. Of course, the likes of Zhang Fanji should be left alone. This represents trouble as well as not being able to mess with. Thinking of Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran unconsciously stood up and looked down to see a car leaving. It's Zhang Fanji's car. After such a long interval, Chun Ran pondered. She is afraid to create a couple in love, usually cannot be separated from the scene, which stopped for a while before leaving, right? Is that so detail-oriented? Seriously, Zhang Fanji's acting skills are really wasted when she goes to sing. A few days passed in non-stop overtime. The publicity strategy for Call of Cthulhu Focus came out according to Chun Ran's plan. The TV station was still very efficient and quickly laid down all the ads. First, it was teased inside the TV. Public channel news program newly upgraded and revamped, focusing on the difficulties, disputes, and injustices around the people. Not only is it being advertised on the public channel itself, but other local channels have also started repeating it. Next is radio. Radio nowadays is not the old days of listening with a radio. In the square, under the streetlights, in the cabs, these are the places where the radio station's presence is strongest right now. A few sentence commercial played constantly inside the radio station, with the dialect the anchor used to advertise once before the program and once after. There are difficulties and disputes. Quickly call the livelihood hotline to solve your problems. Breaking news around you. There are cash rewards from $500 to $2,000 waiting for you. On top of that, many places with billboards carried advertisements. The guardrails along the river on both sides of the streetlights have some posted on them. Advertising in this way is practically mandatory for you to listen and watch. Even if I didn't deliberately memorize it, I have some impression of the livelihood hotline and the calling focus. Advertisements can't be less effective when they're run like this. It's amazing how much news material has been collected in just a few days, and the quality is still high. If it wasn't for Director Liu giving me the word, I wouldn't have known that you came up with this publicity strategy. Director Zhang complimented. Very well done. I didn't realize you had such an idea. Chapter 16 Confidence and Modesty. The program began to publicize. Director Zhang naturally know, after all, publicity needs funds. Let him here to send up for approval. After seeing the publicity strategy on the report at that time, Director Zhang even complimented that there was a novelty, and that the feasibility was very high though the sword had gone out of its way. The publicity has been laid out over the past few days with surprisingly good results. Director Zhang naturally wanted to praise Director Liu. Then the other side said, he realized that the publicity strategy was given by Chun Ran here. This is the result obtained after everyone's discussion. I wouldn't dare to take credit for it. Chun Ran laughed. Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran, and if he didn't know, he would have thought that he was putting on an act and pretending to be modest when he said that. He had been with Chun Ran for some time and knew that this was Chun Ran's temperament. This is also a reason why Director Zhang prefers Chun Ran, doing things more calmly than his peers. He patted Chun Ran and said, "Don't be modest with Uncle here. You're not an outsider." Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. Could he say that he was indeed not modest? These ideas were proposed by him, but the source was the earth in his previous life. The difference between the two worlds gave him many advantages, but this was standing on the shoulders of giants, so it was only abnormal to be proud of it, right? Director Zhang added, "The program is almost ready, so I don't know what will happen when it goes on air." You could hear that he was a little worried. The higher-ups are more focused on the news program, or they wouldn't have taken it here in the first place, along with the fanfare of redoing it. Other than that, the funding is given in full. Reasonable funding requests above are completely relaxed as long as they are needed for the program. Director Zhang is an old man in the TV station, a lot of wind and rain over, generally more calm. But you can't help but feel a little nervous and apprehensive about facing this program. These 2 days the program team just did a survey. The results of the survey are okay. Basically more than 90% of the people saw the news, also said that they are looking forward to it. If not unexpected, the program should be okay. Anyway, it will not be worse than News Express is. Chun Ran comforted a sentence. Director Zhang shook his head. We're redoing it with such fanfare. The station has given us enough conditions. If it's really worse than News Express, then what's the point of mixing? This program is your idea. I am very optimistic about it. It is definitely much better than News Express. I'm just wondering if the ratings can get to about 5%. 5%. Chun Ran scratched his head. Uncle Chang's talking favorably about giving a 5% expectation? That news program before the redo was up to 3%. That's a pretty low expectation on your part. Chan Ran said, Uncle, it's not that I'm inflated. I just think that 5% of this program is definitely fine, and it can even be higher. Director Zhang heard him and looked at him and asked, Tell me, how much do you predict you'll get? 6%. I'm bolder. How much? 10%. Chun Ran said the figure very heavily, with a bit of a decisive flavor. 10%? You really dare to think. Director Zhang was instantly happy. I just said you were modest? 10%? That's still not inflated? It's really not inflated. It feels like it's just about this ratings. Chun Ran was somewhat confident. Director Zhang shook his head. At first he thought that Chun Ran was intentionally teasing him for fun, but now looking at him, he seemed to be serious. So confident, but there aren't many shows with 10% local ratings, and they're all short-lived and sliding downhill from there. Their station has even less than one right now, and the best one in the ratings is about 7%. A news program on Call of Duty South Focus is also too unlikely. Although he recognized Chun Ran's ability, Chun Ran was still too young and had followed too few shows. Since the turnaround, it was the last great beauty Calling South and then moved to the current Calling South Focus. Young people love to fantasize, and it is normal for them to have such unrealistic fantasies when they have not endured the harsh beatings of reality. Director Zhang was even thinking of throwing Chun Ran in again after the opening of Xiaonan Focus stabilized and preparations for the new show began. Young people, it doesn't matter if they are tired, the main point is to gain more experience. Chun Ran does not know what thoughts turn inside the mind of Uncle Zhang, but did not continue to say the previous generation of this type of local livelihood news programs, ratings have a lot of quite good, the highest, there are more than 20% ratings of the program. Even local ratings can outperform Newswire. The world is not the same, the quality of news is different. Chun Ran dare not think too much, but combined with the survey, as well as this period of time to advertise out to get the reaction, 10% should not be excessive. There's no use talking too much about it now, and we'll have to find out exactly what's going on with the show after it airs. Off duty. Chun Ran packed up and prepared to leave. The preparation is done almost, the program team still has people working overtime, but the work has little to do with Chun Ran, so it's rare to get off the early shift. Not just today, but this weekend he gets a break. I had just exited the station and was about to leave when my cell phone rang. Chun Ran took it out and the corner of his mouth twitched. It shows Branch calling. Originally he saved Zhang Fanji, but when she saw it, she changed it. Said to be more serious, otherwise save your girlfriend's number, which is not even a name. In the past few days, Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji didn't chat much, but when he worked overtime, Aunt Yoon would make soup and have Zhang Fanji send it over. Meet every day. Thought I'd take the early shift today and figured I wouldn't need her. I didn't expect the call to come just after I left the house. Look in the back. Zhang Fanji's voice was still the same formula, so cold that people had no desire to speak. Chun Ran turned his head and saw a familiar car parked there. He hung up the phone, walked over and opened the car door saying, I'm not working late today. Zhang Fanji, still wearing her mask, hummed. I know, my dad told me. Chun Ran said, Then you still came over? Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. I don't want to come either. My dad ordered 2 movie tickets. Chun Ran held his forehead and was unable to find words to say. Uncle Chong is too uptight. It's just not that uptight about doing the show. The first 2 days have been letting Chun Ran go to the house more often to play. He has been working overtime, and he spends too little time with Zhang Fanji, for fear of conflict. Chun Ran perfunctorily passed, saying that he saw them every day and there would be no conflict. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be working late today, and that he'd just arrange all the movie tickets for him? Really want to go to the movies? Chun Ran asked tentatively. Seriously, he wanted to go back to lying down, he really didn't want to move. Zhang Fanji looked at him with her beautiful eyes and calmly said, What do you think? Chun Ran knew that she was afraid of wearing out, so she could only sigh and asked, What movie? 30 Days of Chasing Love? Question mark. Chun Ran said with odd eyes. If I remember correctly, this movie, it seems to be a big mess? Zhang Fanji tilted her head sideways, her hair sliding down her shoulders, and asked with a wink, So, by the looks of her, it's a must-see? Chun Ran waved his hand powerlessly. Just watch it. It's just a bad movie. Has he watched less in his previous life? It's just a shame about the hour-and-a-half break. Chapter 17, Bizarre Movie Plot. Chun Ran was so busy these days that he didn't have much time to pay attention to the movie. I know this 30 Days of Chasing Love is a bad movie because the cell phone news pushes it. It says clearly that the movie has a low rating, whether it's a 6 or a 7 coming in. An 8 is barely passable, anything below that is, without a doubt, a bad movie. The movie is still playing early, 8 to 9:30 p.m. As for this time of year, it's natural to go to dinner. Inside the restaurant, Chun Ran was lost in thought how this felt similar to a date. Although he and Zhang Fanji were lovers, it was only in name. That's not a good feeling to have. Glancing up, he glanced at Zhang Fanji and found her pinching her cell phone and pressing it absently. Doesn't she feel awkward? Chun Ran muttered in his heart and turned his attention away. In fact, Zhang Fanji also felt uncomfortable. Despite being a star, she is a blank slate when it comes to relationships, and is such that she has basically never had dinner alone with another man. Coupled with the fact that Chun Ran was now her nominal boyfriend, this felt even stranger. Of course, she didn't resent Chun Ran, and likewise didn't have any special feelings is all. Ding dong. A message came in on WeChat. It's from Agent Tao Lin. Shiyun. The boss has overstepped the mark, and you've rested for so long, it's almost enough. Zhang Fanji frowned. She was now considered to be well known, with all kinds of commercials going on. This was the time for the company to make a fortune, so how could they let her rest in peace? When I first said that I would rest for half a month, there are still a few days left. Zhang Fanji returned. No matter how many more days you have, the day after tomorrow at the most, you have to go back to the company. Tao Lin was stronger this time. What's going on? Why is Tao Lin suddenly in a hurry? A party at Shenhua is inviting you. I agreed to all of it, but Lin Hanyun is still bouncing around. If you don't come back, you might really be snatched by her. Zhang Fanji frowned. Even if she grabbed the song, she even blatantly came to grab the commercial performance? I can't right now, I'll call you later. After saying that, Zhang Fanji put the phone away. Chun Ran was keenly aware that Zhang Fanji's mood seemed to have gotten a little worse. He thought for a moment and felt concerned. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Fanji didn't seem to want to speak, but after uttering the two words, for some reason, she explained another sentence. Something at work. Hearing that it was a work-related matter, Chun Ran could only express his love for it. He's just an ordinary TV writer-director. He's no help at all. Originally, Zhang Fanji had few words, and as a result, she was even more reluctant to talk when she was in a bad mood. 7:30. The movie is about to enter. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji went in together. The people who come to see this movie are all couples. It's like glue on people. Men and women can't wait to get right up against each other. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were different and far away. Movie seats are connected, no matter how separate they are, you have to sit together. Chun Ran could smell the faint fragrance of her body and couldn't help but inhale. The movie begins to play. Chun Ran wasn't interested in this movie, but they were all sitting inside the movie theater, so he took a look at it in passing. The story starts off with a single story about an ordinary worker who meets a big star on a breakaway. The hero, who is never interested in stars, falls head over heels for the heroine and goes on the offensive against her. The heroine is not interested in the hero, but is willing to give him a chance by giving him 30 days to chase after her and agree to be with him if it moves her. The movie, which revolves around this 30-day engagement, Chun Ran blinked his eyes. This plot unfolded. Could it be a comedy movie? But that being said, isn't there one sitting next to him in the setting where the heroine is a big star? Chun Ran turned his head over. The movie theater was dark, but through the light of the movie, he was able to see a pair of clear eyes, also looking at him. Air. Chun Ran paused, his face a little awkward, and slowly turned around, having the feeling of being caught peeping at someone. Zhang Fanji was actually a bit uncomfortable, again because of the plot thinking of Chun Ran, so he turned his head to look, not expecting to bump into each other. The two continued to watch the movie. By the time he got to the middle, Chun Ran realized that he really didn't see through the movie. The first part of the book is moderate, although the plot is a bit corny and outlandish, so at least the story is more complete. But what the hell now? Out of nowhere, a sister of the heroine, a female lickspittle, starts courting the hero. The hero is in love with the heroine and is unmoved. But 30 days pass, and the heroine rejects the hero on the spot, saying she's just bored with life and looking for someone to amuse her. The hero is heartbroken and is taken advantage of by the heroine's sister. But here comes the magic. The heroine, who was so pleased with herself when she rejected the hero, is empty and lonely as she doesn't have a hero to lick her in the days to come. So she suddenly looks into her heart and realizes that she actually loves the hero. So the second half of the episode became a sisters' fight for their husbands. This episode of Chun Ran felt heavenly thunder rolling. He finally understood what made the movie score so low. If he was given the fight, it would have been 2 runs at the most, no more. A lot of the audience next to me left the stage halfway through, completely underwhelmed. Chan Ran wanted to leave, but Zhang Fanji actually watched with great interest. It doesn't look like it's pretending, it looks like it's seriously watching. Can you even watch this movie? Is it vicarious because it's the same star as the heroine? Chan Ran was about to open his mouth and say leave, but seeing that she was interested, he held back. All sorts of doggerel drama ensues. The car accident stunt came out when the female lead left the concert and was chased by a crazy fan in a car showing her love, then got into a car accident and was hospitalized. When the hero heard about it, he rushed over to see her. The heroine thought the hero had come around and was happy, but what she heard was the hero talking about his marriage to the heroine's sister. The movie ends with the heroine sitting in her hospital bed bawling with regret. There is also a reading. Don't wait until you miss it to regret it. I would like to dedicate this movie to all the couples and hope that you cherish the person in front of you. The corner of Chun Ran's mouth twitched. So that's what this movie has been doing for half a day, just for a line like that? So what's with the 30 Days of Love? By now, he was certain that director Zhang had not read the online reviews at all and had just booked the tickets. Probably saw 30 Days of Chasing Love and assumed it was a relationship drama. Who knew that the movie would be so strange? It's also a miracle that this movie, even though it's still in theaters. After leaving the movie theater, Chun Ran let out a sigh of relief. What company would want to release a movie like that? Zhang Fanji said from the sidelines, I think it's okay. Chun Ran turned his head and asked, Are you serious? Zhang Fanji nodded. Well, the female lead was not a good person to begin with, and I knew she would end up like this later on. Chun Ran understood what she meant. That is, the ending and the story development, in line with her expectations, so look so enjoyable. But the story of this movie is a little too bizarre. There are too many hard feelings. Chun Ran bristled. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and said indifferently, Reality is even more bizarre than this. Chun Ran laughed. In reality, I haven't heard of any ordinary person going after a big star as a wife, much less any scene of a big star and her sister stealing her boyfriend. It only means you've seen less. After Zhang Fanji finished speaking, she also ignored Chun Ran, opened the car door and walked up. Chun Ran mouth corner. I see less. I've lived 2 lifetimes and I don't know more than you with your long hair. Chapter 18. The program is going on air. In the car, Zhang Fanji concentrated on driving. Chun Ran searched the internet, and the movie's box office was surprisingly not bad. Despite the poor ratings and the fact that audiences come out cursing it, it's grossing around $10 million a day. This makes Chun Ran slightly surprised, knowing that it is a bad movie still go to contribute to the box office. So strange? After looking at it more closely, I realized what was going on. The movie sucked, but the marketing was good. Pain point marketing. The plot aside, intercept the last conversation between the hero and heroine in the hospital, add the recitation behind it with a stirring piece of music and copy, and go sell it in a short video. The target is the young couple and the female one at that. Knew it was a bad movie, but girlfriend said she wanted to go see it. Do you give her the koan that it's a bad movie and say how bad it is? Or do you just agree to go see it with her? Choose the former and you'll most likely have a fight. Choose the latter and your girlfriend is happy and you've wasted an hour and a half at best. Generally speaking, there is no choice. That's why bad movies get bad word of mouth, but look good at the box office is what it's all about. In response, Chun Ran could only say that this marketing was quite impressive. Red light. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and found that he had been playing with his cell phone. Her willow brows slightly knitted, and she stepped on the brakes slightly heavier. Chun Ran was startled and looked up, about to open his mouth to ask, when he heard Zhang Fanji say, I'll probably be going back to work the day after tomorrow. Work? Chun Ran was slightly stunned. It was only then that he realized something. Zhang Fanji, a star, didn't go to pick up advertisements and run commercials, so how did she stay at home for such a long time? Zhang Fanji nodded her head and said, It will probably be rare to return to Lin City. Hearing this, Chun Ran's eyes brightened for a moment. Is it true that if you go out, Uncle Zhang and the others won't rush you? If that's the case, wouldn't we not have to have some kind of fake couple? Ha! Zhang Fanji gave a stiff laugh. Anyway, when you're off work and with my dad, you tweet me and I'll dial you when I can. Chun Ran expression stalled. This laughter is a bit harsh. How people are not together but also acted. He knew it wasn't that simple and sighed. Fine. Go ahead and relax. Zhang Fanji heard this, more and more feel wrong. a pair of eyes staring at Chan Ran. What do you mean you feel free to go? This is scolding? Chan Ran also felt that something was wrong and explained. What I mean is that you don't worry about going to work. I'll try not to wear out my welcome. Zhang Fanji skimmed her lips and ignored Chan Ran. She went all the way to send Chan Ran home first and waited until she was about to drive before saying, I owe you a favor. If you encounter any difficulties you look for me, I will try my best to help you. Chan Ran nodded perfunctorily, but in his heart, he thought that there was nothing he needed from her. Zhang Fanji looked at his expression of not caring, and somehow got a little angry in her heart and pressed the horn hard. Suddenly such a sound in the middle of the night startled Chan Ran. What are you doing? Zhang Fanji looked at this somewhat panicked look on his face. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but hook up. The sulkiness in her heart subsided a bit, and she calmly said, It's nothing. There were rats in front just now. Rats? Chun Ran heard this unreliable answer and seriously doubted that she had done it on purpose just now. He didn't bother with Zhang Fanji, and waved his hand in a depressed manner. You hurry up and leave. Be careful on the road. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. Chun Ran's impatient look made her unable to resist honking the horn again before leaving. Sick, right? Chun Ran turned around and cursed, but he only saw Zhang Fanji's taillights. He opened his mouth and wrinkled his brow without saying anything. Back home, Chun Ran lay on the bed, always feeling a little off flavor, thoughts a little chaotic. When Chen Ran went to work the next day, he suddenly received a WeChat from Zhang Fanji. I'm at the airport, leaving today. Chun Ran froze and asked, Isn't it for tomorrow? It didn't take long for the other side to come back. Work was a bit of a rush. Chun Ran pressed a line. About when will you be back? But after thinking about it and deleting it, I just replied back, Oh, good luck with your work and have a good trip. No word back from there. Chun Ran put his cell phone down, feeling in a general mood today. During lunch, Director Zhang said, Ji is a star. Busy is a little busy. When you guys get married, it'll be fine. Then she'll definitely take care of her family, so don't mope around. Chun Ran's face is just a question mark. Where am I moping? And marriage and all that, it's just a fake relationship now, and you don't even know when you're gonna suddenly break up. These Chun Ran only thought about in his mind, and only smiled awkwardly at Director Zhang. Director Zhang added, Ji isn't at home. Your Aunt Yun must be in a bad mood. Later after work you'll go back to dinner with me. She'll be happier to see you. Okay, uncle. Chun Ran nodded. When Zhang Fanji was around, he felt a bit awkward going to the Zhang family. Now that she went to her busy work instead, she was much more relaxed and could go when she wanted to with little mental baggage. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Originally Chun Ran plans to go home this weekend, but the money on the body does not have much left, can only dispel this idea, focus on work, and so on the end of the month to pay the salary and then go back. Call of Cthulhu Spotlight has been scheduled to start this Friday. The publicity in the past few days was even more overwhelming out, and many of the TV station's publicity resources were ceded to them. And this is a time when journalists go out and gather a lot more news. A variety of news into films are cut out, the columnists pick them together, and then start preparing scripts for the hosts. Director Liu Bing watched the news one by one and couldn't help but nod his head. I think the response to our program should be good. Others agreed and even started predicting ratings. I feel that it should get to 6%. Is too conservative, I'd guess 7%. 7% can't be right, we're just a news program. I would estimate between 5% and 7%. That's so chicken stealing. I was guessing between 0.001% and 100%. There's no use thinking about it now. Let's get the show done first. Liu Bing saw that Chun Ran didn't say anything and asked, Chun Ran, what do you think? The core planning and publicity of the program was Chun Ran's idea, and he wanted to know what Chun Ran thought of the program. Chun Ran laughed. I am more optimistic as for guessing the ratings even if our program is very good, with the main theme of speaking out for the people, good intention and interesting content, the ratings won't be bad anywhere. Liu Bing shook his head. That's almost as good as not saying anything. Chun Ran smiled without saying anything. If I say it, I am afraid of scaring you. Listening to their discussion just now, most of them were similar to Director Zhang's expectations, and wouldn't he be saving a 10% to make people laugh? And he also thinks he's being more conservative. Not to say it out loud for fear that people will think he's arrogant, it's good to leave a good impression. There's not much time before it airs anyway, so we'll find out then. Chapter 19. This is an interesting story. Friday. Chun Ran yawned as he sat in front of his computer. Last night, I went to Zhang's house again and Zhang Fanji called. The two had to create the effect of being in love and still not show it, so naturally they played some extra time. It turned out to be too late, so Chun Ran slept at Zhang's house. He is staying in Zhang Fanji's room. Inside the room, it was all the smell of Zhang Fanji's body. He was so uncomfortable that he couldn't sleep for half the night. What? The program is about to start broadcasting. So you're overly nervous and didn't rest well? Lu Bing asked in amusement when he saw him yawning. Yes, a little. Chun Ran smiled unnaturally and asked again, Isn't Director Lu nervous? Lu Bing said, Nervous is a little bit, but I've been doing a lot of programs. Not to the point where I can't sleep. He's in his mid-40s, has been in the business for over a decade, has had a lot of experience and has done a lot of shows. Also doing a show on TV, but not the general director, just the sub-director of the original talent show. Then after doing the show for all these years and weathering the storm, my mind was a lot stronger. Chun Ran thought to himself, Actually, I am not very nervous. The program has made it to this point and will be aired soon. Even if I am nervous, it is useless. The anticipation was there. After all, it was the first show he had ever produced as a core creator, so naturally he wanted to see how it went. It's actually quite good to be nervous. At least it proves that you're still young. When you do more in the future and realize that you're not nervous, that should show that you're old. Lu Bing patted Chun Ran on the shoulder. Chun Ran smiled. He was going to say that he was only 23 and was still far from the word old. But after seeing director Lu Bing's face full of folds, he thought about it and refrained from saying such solid words. Director Lu Bing looked at Chun Ran as a little envious, and now also basically argued that Director Zhang's statement when the great beauty Zhaonan a few acclaimed clips are Chun Ran out of the idea. The call of duty-focused Chun Ran is the core, from the program idea to the construction, publicity are his ideas. He was personally optimistic that the ratings wouldn't be bad. But regardless, Chun Ran's talent was obvious. More importantly, Chun Ran is still young, only 23 years old, talented, and with director Zhang to help take care of, the future is bright. Thinking of his idea of wanting to make a big splash in the TV field back then, and then looking at the present, Lu Bing sighed in his heart, time is really a pig killer. Between 5 and 6:30 p.m., it's time for a local dialect workplace sitcom. An old show that's been on the public access channel for years and has been a consistent performer. It's hard for a few of the actors, too, to go from their 20s to now, one by one, they've aged, and now the show is still going on when they're all married in and out of the show. For many locals, this TV show is probably their youth and love affair. When this dialect sitcom finished airing, it was followed by Call of Duty Spotlight. This news program with all the publicity is finally going to be on the air. Whether it's the viewers in Zhaonan or elsewhere, the program newsfeed is still a pretty high priority. Most people, if they turn on the TV at this time of day, most people are watching the news broadcast. When the public channel's news program at this time of the day was mostly a repeat of the news broadcast by the Zhaonan newsfeed, which had only just been broadcast, naturally not many people watched it. Now that the news has been suddenly revamped, a lot of people didn't react. Take, for example, the Grand Master Yang. He usually turns off the TV and rests after watching a sitcom on a public channel, and when his partner is ready to eat, he watches the news broadcast for dinner. It's kind of been a habit for over a decade and never changed. But today was a little different. After watching the sitcom, when I was about to turn off the TV, I saw the commercials. Don't walk away. The next show is even better. Coming up next is Calling the South Spotlight. Today's focus content. The TV hadn't even been turned off when the news feed started playing. What appeared on it was an old woman crying, "Sins? How could I have given birth to such a son? What sins did I commit in my last life?" Then another woman said, "It's not our fault. She left on her own. We couldn't even keep her." The old woman accused, "You don't feed me and you don't give me a place to sleep." Narrator. What's the truth about the 70-year-old man who wandered the streets and sued his son and daughter-in-law for inhumanity? Then the scene shifted to the next news item. A group of people pointed at the empty office and said, "Look, the property has all moved out without saying hello to us. Now the neighborhood is paralyzed. No one fixes the elevator when it breaks down. Garbage is everywhere. And this property has no work ethic at all. Just tell us if you're not going to do it. Just leave. Who's going to take care of our neighborhood?" Narrator. The neighborhood property disappeared for no reason. A night actually all moved away. The neighborhood no one to take care of. Chaos. Why in the end? Yang Moncler outlet store stopped turning off the TV and was instantly interested. Call South Focus? That's the news that's being advertised everywhere. Yang didn't turn off the TV, wanting to watch it when the commercials were over. These few synopses tickled his interest. There were quite a few people who thought the same way he did. many of whom saw the commercials but had no idea of watching the program, but saw the synopsis and were instantly interested. A lot of people are seeing the commercials and wanting to check it out themselves, and they see the synopsis and think it seems like an interesting show. Hey, I thought it was really that son who was unfilial, but I didn't realize it was this wifey who was too unreasonable. After reading the first news, Mr. Yang slapped his thigh. That's not how it works when the old lady keeps crying that her son won't feed her or give her a place to sleep. She gave all her savings to her oldest family to repair their house, and then resented the inconvenience of being in the countryside and wanted to live with her second family who lived in the city. This second family has 2 children, and they usually have to go to work while the children are in kindergarten. They live in a 2-bedroom house, and the 2 couples live in one room with their children, leaving the old lady to live with her eldest grandson. The old lady disliked her eldest grandson for being too noisy and wanted to live alone. But the 2 couples had no choice and there was no extra house, and then the old lady quit. As for not giving her food, this is even more ludicrous. The oldest 2 families work at noon to rush home to cook. The result of the 2 days of overtime, gave the old woman money, let her go outside to eat a little bit. She is not willing, said the oldest 2 families are not willing to cook for her, and made a scene to run away from home. That property news, the property is more aggrieved, the property bidding, the owners of the community to exclude them, do not allow them to bid, the expiration of their contracts naturally gone. The owners of the district and other property negotiation price did not come to an agreement, let them continue to work and do not pay the property fee, they naturally refused. Yang Moncler outlet store felt that he really up, these can be the things that happen in Jiaonan, and these 2 are in the city of Lin, this kind of strange news I really have not heard of before. He shouted inside, Tian Hui, don't cook for a while? Come over and take a look. This news is old and interesting. Chapter 20 I guessed conservatively. The Yang Moncler outlet store family is very punctual for meals, basically around 7 o'clock being eaten. Tonight was an exception. He called his partner over to watch the news, and the old couple saw that it was past 7 o'clock, felt a little hungry, and realized that the meal had not yet been cooked. Can you pause it? I'm going to cook while you pause it, the old lady said. Moncler outlet online Yang said, this is the news. Who gave you a pause? Then I'll look again. I'll look again. The old lady was in no hurry again. The old man watched his partner intently watching the news. Regret, I should have known not to ask her to come to watch the news. The news is placed at mealtime, just convenient for everyone to read the news while eating. Now Young Moncler outlet online is delayed. The emergence of the calling of the South Spotlight has attracted a lot of attention. In all their years of watching television, they had never seen any news program with so many commercials. It's plastered everywhere, the local stations are pushing it together, and you can still hear it when you go out for a ride. Whether you want to listen to it or not, you will always know about the program calling South Focus. It's not a skill to advertise a program to attract people to come and see it, it's a real skill to keep viewers. And the calling Focus certainly has the chops for it. The news chosen for the first day of broadcasting is considered to be carefully selected, capable of causing controversy and in line with the contradictions of the current times. It's all about finding news that people care about and are still happy to discuss to air. It's like Young Moncler outlet online old couple. As long as you turn on the TV, you will keep watching it, don't even want to move much. Next up, it will be a little rain to bring you tomorrow's weather intelligence for the province. The livelihood news comes to an end, and it's time for the weather forecast. The weather forecast is a sweet little girl, in a local dialect instead of Mandarin, who first puts up a weather map and then explains it a little bit. It's cloudy to drizzle tomorrow in Ka City, not to mention the low temperature and the wind, so make sure you add clothes. The weather reading was very detailed. The weather forecast is also reported inside the Calling newsfeed, which is broadcast on Calling TV. But some people just look at a temperature or they look at a cloudy day like how much rainfall, what kind of wind, they can't read it. In her sweet voice, Xiaoyu introduced tomorrow's weather in the most down-to-earth metaphors all over the place. That's it for today's weather intel, followed by an international brief brought to you by Zihan and Yufeng. This is Weather Intelligence. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time. The news then moved to the main studio to the 2 hosts. The so-called international newsletter is a selection of big, small, and funny international happenings. Normally, many people don't pay much attention to international news when they see it. I couldn't care less about my own country's affairs, and I care about international affairs? But the newsletter is really just that, a newsletter, mostly a few sentences of very condensed content. Surprisingly, the audience didn't find it annoying. Then, by the time the program was over, they were stunned to find that an hour and a half of programming had just ended. I can't believe it's 8 o'clock. I haven't eaten yet. Grandpa Yang let out this exclamation of surprise. Most of the audience, their expressions were similar to that of Grandpa Yang. Expect most of the news programs to be dull and unwatchable unless one is attentive to current events. But the show not only watched on, it lost track of time. This news program, it seems to be pretty good. The viewer is remembering it, taking a closer look, and it's airing at this time tomorrow as well, so keep it in mind for now, and keep watching tomorrow. All this news, and they haven't had a chance to read it. Inside the TV station, Chun Ran is still off duty. The show opens today, and all the columnists are working overtime. By the time the program had finished airing, everyone was still there. Mostly, a lot of people are still nervous about what the show is about. We've had some big revisions this time around, and we really don't know how it's going to turn out. A lot of people on the program are apprehensive. Sort of a new program format, they hadn't done this kind of news program and were afraid of meeting their Waterloo. Director Lu Bing clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention over. Everyone, come look here. The guys look over carefully and realize it's the local forum interface. Above, there are a number of threads discussing Calling the South Focus. Has everyone watched the new Calling South Focus on the public channel? It's a bit of an interesting program. Floor 2. What could be the point of a news program? The owner replied to the second floor. Just check it out. It's not the same as it used to be. It's broadcasting local news now. I can't tell you anyway. Just check it out. Floor 3. This program is so aggressively advertised and plastered everywhere. I don't know what a news program is doing with so much publicity. Floor 4. Agree with the owner. Many of the news are indeed quite interesting. In addition to this post, there were several others, and Director Chin Bing opened them one by one and found that most of the reviews were good. It looks like our program has a good reputation. But how come there's only so much discussion? Are too few people watching? Someone was worried again. Chun Ran said, the people who go on the forum are only a minority, and it is only normal that there are few discussions. The hot topic discussion behind the program, I just looked at the amount of participation. From the end of the program to now, there have been close to more than 500 discussions. If there are no accidents, the discussion will at least break 1,000 tonight. The others moved. That much. Don't think it's only 500 people, but the program has only just finished airing for a short time, and people are lazy and won't participate if they don't have a strong desire to discuss it. After all, the way to participate in the discussion is more cumbersome. You need to scan the code to follow the public number, and then enter the discussion topic to be able to participate in the discussion. The commission is a bit cumbersome. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The ratings will not be tallied until tomorrow at the earliest. I was apprehensive, but now that I hear that the numbers are not bad, the tension in my heart has gone most of the way. Regardless of the ratings, we've done our best. It's been a busy time for all of us. So take a good rest tonight, and please keep up the good work tomorrow. Lu Bing gave everyone a pep talk. The news program is a daily broadcast, so it's not like they just start and relax, it's a permanent job. Chun Ran had just gotten off work when Director Zhang called. I watched the program, it felt very good. Your Aunt Yoon also watched it with great interest. I see that there are topics to discuss. How many people are participating now? Director Zhang went straight to the heart of the matter, and he was also a little worried about the ratings. Chun Ran said the data just now, and Director Zhang burst out laughing. I told you, if a housewife like your Aunt Yoon, who doesn't usually read the news, can afford to watch it, then it definitely won't be bad. Next to her, Yang Yoon snapped, Old Zhang, what do you mean by that? Director Chang coughed and held the receiver down. Chun Ran snorted and laughed. Uncle Zhang seemed quite strict. Who knew he was a bit afraid of the inside? It was only after a long time that Director Zhang was heard to continue. The data is good. I feel proper. My last guess was a bit conservative. At least I can sit 6 and hope for 7. Chun Ran secretly said in his heart, it is really bad to sit 6 and look at 7. Chapter 21 Results. Days. Everyone on the program is meeting together. Everyone is looking forward to it and wondering how the show's ratings will be. Although it's a news program, it's the culmination of many days of working together. And anyone who wants to hear good news. Around 9:30, the tally came in. Lu Bing opened the file, wiped his eyes, and continued to read. Then, ate it up. The others saw this expression on his face and asked with some urgency, Director Lu, what are the ratings? Chun Ran also felt that Lu Bing's expression was a bit too odd. Whether this was good or bad. Without saying a word, Lu Bing projected the page onto the screen behind him. Everyone rushed to look over and was startled by the sound of frogs. Hiss. This 11.93%? It was sent in error, wasn't it? That high. Director Liu, did you put the wrong file? The first reaction of all the columnists was not excitement, but disbelief. 11.93%. That's a scary number. Close to 12% ratings, not to mention public channels, even other channels. That's never been done before. It's only local ratings, but that's a bit of a stretch. Liu Bing felt his mouth dry. He doesn't believe it either, but with the ratings put out by the stats department, there's no way this is fake. It's possible for the data to be wrong, but the probability is so low. Not to mention them, even Chun Ran, who had always had high expectations for the program, was taken aback by the ratings. This is the premiere of the news program, and Chun Ran's expectation for the program's premiere ratings is between 9 and 10. Surprisingly, it broke 10 and even approached 12 on the first day. And the market share, surprisingly, went to about 25%. It was completely unexpected. Chun Ran took a breath and said, "Director Liu, look at the ratings curve." Liu Bing also back to the country god. If he suspects that the ratings are wrong, then look at the ratings curve on the line. Cannot be this thing will also be wrong, right? Scroll down the file to the ratings curve. It started with a 7.71% opening and then the ratings went way up. It's a very smooth diagonal line, not much of a curve at all, and it goes up almost all the time. This means that more and more people switching over to watch Call of Duty Focus and then not changing the channel again. Peak ratings yesterday, surprisingly, went to about 14%. After looking at the ratings curve, all were first confused, then cheered. They were skeptical when they saw the ratings, but the fact that the ratings curve is so good is a perfect indication that the show is fine. Not only is it a no-brainer, but the potential for the show is very good. It's still only the first day of airing, and the ratings are sure to go up as time grows. As for how far it can go, many people are afraid to think about it. This is now a statistic that they couldn't even think of before. Not to mention their program team, the station was shaken when they learned of the ratings figures. The local news program, with a first-day rating of nearly 12%, needs no introduction to the concept. Other than a couple of variety shows that were big hits on their TV, there really wasn't a single one that could hit. The station is optimistic about Call of Duty Focus, or it wouldn't have given so many promotional resources and support. But the 12% figure was too much for them. Hiss, it's 11.93%. That's a bit too much. At the same time, Director Zhang's hand shook as he held the document. He was naturally happy and excited inside, and it was a credit to his face to revamp such a program. And the fact that the core creator of the show is his son-in-law makes it even better. To think that when he and Chun Ran predicted the ratings, the highest they would give was a sitting 6 and looking at 7, this is almost double. Chun Ran himself thought it was about 10%, which was better than he thought. This kid has 2 skills, Director Zhang muttered. When Chun Ran predicted it, Director Zhang said he was thinking too nicely and unrealistically. Now that the ratings are higher than Chun Ran thought, it's not that Chun Ran is unrealistic, but that he has full confidence and knowledge of himself and of the program. Director Zhang here raised his appraisal of Chun Ran a lot more. The first few days he was thinking of continuing to throw Chun Ran in for polishing when the new show started to be prepared. Now that people are this accomplished and the premiere broke records, do they need to keep throwing it in and polishing it? It's a problem. Call of Cthulhu Spotlight is definitely a success. Ratings, this is something that only they in the business care about, while others see a show fire based on the amount of discussion online. The local forum, which usually has very little chat about TV programs, had a surprising number of people posting about what was inside the news. The hot topic discussion inside yesterday's program had more than 2,000 participants, and the public number of Zhao in Focus had nearly 5,000 fans. The numbers are a bit high for this kind of news program to be commissioned. Saturday's news continues. The ratings hit another record high, going to 13%. This rate of increase is really a bit exaggerated, although we all know that it is impossible to go up indefinitely, but cannot resist now everyone happy. This is too much with this momentum. Is it hard to get to 20%? 20% feels impossible. What kind of program would have to be to get to those numbers? And it's a Newswire time slot, and a lot of people still want to watch the Newswire. I don't feel it's possible either. The ratings will stabilize in a few days and it'll be hard to go up then. But 13% right now is scary. The columnists were excited to discuss it. Chun Ran was listening on the sidelines, but in his heart, he felt that it was possible to reach 20%. News programs differ from variety shows in that the ups and downs of ratings growth are not as intuitive. Judging by the reaction of the audience right now, it's a real long shot. At the same time, The team began sampling the program and found that it had a surprising 100% favorable rating, with not one bad review. Instead, a number of people suggested that the news was too short, and that it would have been nice to add an extra half hour. This is the first time anyone has ever complained about a news program being too short. The station on the program itself is quite important, and now look at the program results are so good, immediately said the column group should be awarded. This rating is unique to several local stations, except for their own TV stations. The opening episode was all about setting records, and it's still setting them. If you don't get an award for this kind of show, you don't get an award. Director Zhang came over, first thanked some staff for their efforts. We all worked together to create Zhao in Focus. And then encouragement. I hope that we can continue to work hard, not forgetting the main theme of the program on behalf of the people's voices, and make the program on this basis to make the program to a higher level. After a lot of pleasantries, the core creators are brought up for praise. As for the rewards, that's practical, naturally, bonuses. Proposing rewards at this point in time is invigorating, and people are naturally more motivated. Chun Ran, of course, happy. He is now short of money. Next month's salary has a bonus, at least can be more generous. After the meeting was adjourned, Director Zhang found Chun Ran and said, "Your Aunt Yoon asked you to come to the house for dinner tonight, saying that your program grades are good and let's celebrate." Chapter 22. Don't narrow the path. Chun Ran eat more meat. It's been a busy time working hard overtime. Aunt Yoon was very enthusiastic and gave Chun Ran a lot of meat. Aunt Yoon, I really can't eat anymore. It's not the first time I've been here, so don't be so polite. Chun Ran held the bowl. He'd eaten so much of it that his throat and mouth were now itchy from looking at the meat. All right. I think Chun Ran really can't eat anymore. Director Zhang helped to relieve the situation. I won't advise then. Chun Ran, you eat more of the other dishes. Aunt Yoon put down her chopsticks. Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and gave Director Zhang a grateful look. Director Zhang showed his teeth and smiled. Back in the old man's house. But it wasn't just meat in those days, it was also alcohol. Director Zhang himself does not like to drink, but that year before the door heard that his father-in-law likes to drink, so he practiced hard for some time before the door. He lamented in his heart that Chun Ran had been lucky to meet a reasonable father-in-law like him. Meanwhile, Chun Ran's phone rang. Once the call came in, it turned out to be Zhang Fanji. This guy is a fortune teller. How did he know I was at her house? Chun Ran muttered in his heart. Although every time he came to the Zhang family, he would give Zhang Fanji a message or call her on the phone to pretend. But not this time. Branch's phone? Director Zhang asked. Chun Ran smiled awkwardly before getting up to answer the phone. It was only after walking to the bedroom balcony that Chun Ran asked, "What is it?" Zhang Fanji paused before asking, "You're at my house?" Chun Ran asked in dismay, "How did you know?" "I knew it. Didn't I say you were going to give me news when you went to my house?" "No. If you happen to call every time I come to the door, aren't you afraid that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yoon will find it suspicious?" "What's so suspicious? You all go to my house only after work, so little time is not enough for a couple to chat," Zhang Fanji said. "Chun Ran, it's my fault. I've never been in a relationship, so I don't know what the state of a couple is." Zhang Fanji didn't dwell on this topic and turned to say, "I heard that the program you did very well and broke many records. Congratulations." "Where did she get the information?" Uncle Zhang told her. "Thinking about it is the only possibility." Chun Ran humbly said, "The program was not made by me alone. It was the effort of everyone in the section." Zhang Fanji, rather modest? Excessive modesty is pride. I can understand that you are proud of this? Chun Ran, where have I been proud? In fact, a local program with good results isn't something to be proud of. It'll only be great when it's time to do a satellite TV program. Zhang Fanji added, "Guardian program? I'd love to. But where is the Guardian so easy to get to?" Chun Ran asked. "You called specifically just to hit me?" Zhang Fanji said blandly. "No, I'm encouraging you." Chun Ran let out a laugh. "Then I'm really grateful to you." Zhang Fanji said, "No need to thank you. Even if it's fake, it's still a couple. It's only right for me to care. I'm searching to see if you're in a good mood today and purposely splashing cool water on me." Chun Ran mulled over some flavors. Zhang Fanji, am I that boring? Chun Ran, I feel like there is. Zhang Fanji, you feel just what you feel. Chun Ran expressed his speechlessness and remained silent for half a day. This was probably the state of his chatting with Zhang Fanji, and over there, he was probably having fun just hitting him, specifically messing with his mindset. The two of them choked each other so much every time they talked. Zhang Fanji seems to be a man of few words, but in fact, he is a concise barbarian. And add a temper tantrum. There were a few times when he couldn't say anything to Chun Ran and just hung up the phone. Whoever marries this guy in the future will have a hard time. Chun Ran bristled. After disliking him for another half day, Chun Ran hung up the phone in a refreshed manner. Back in the living room, both of Director Zhang's families were looking at him. How's Twiggy doing these days? Aunt Yoon opened her mouth and asked. Chun Ran, slightly stunned, the two just focus on the fight, did not mention the recent situation, but thought she still have the heart to splash their own cool water. Estimate the mood is good. Can only say that everything is good. Aunt Yoon was satisfied. I'm relieved to see that you guys are so affectionate. Why don't you see when she comes back and you take her back to see your parents? See my parents? Chun Ran didn't respond. It's only been a while. It's been about a month since we met. And this is meeting the parents? Director Zhang coughed and pulled Aunt Yoon. Then said, what your Aunt Yoon means is that you haven't been back for a long time. So when Gigi comes back, take a few days off and go see your parents. Aunt Yoon also realized that she was in a bit of a hurry and smiled sarcastically. That's what I mean. Even though you're busy with work, don't forget to care for your parents. Chun Ran laughed. I've been on the phone with my family for the past few days, so I'll take a few days off to go back in a few days when I get paid. Although he knew what Aunt Yoon meant, he just didn't pick up on it. While Chun Ran was chatting with the Zhang family's old couple, Zhang Fanji, who was far away in Huahai, also put away her phone. The agent, Tao Lin, was wearing a black and white floral dress and high heels, but knocked her legs on the sofa and looked at her with a suspicious face. Zhang Fanji frowned. What are you looking at me like that for? Tao Lin looked at her carefully and said, I think something is wrong with you lately. What's wrong with me? Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow. Tao Lin got up and circled around Zhang Fanji saying, It smells like love. Zhang Fanji walked over and sat down, saying calmly, You're not crazy, are you? Tao Lin laughed twice. I don't know if I'm crazy, but you're definitely crazy. Shiyun, you are not unaware of how good your chances are right now. To fall in love at this time. Do you want to destroy yourself? Zhang Fanji said with a sideways glance. First, I'm not in love. Second, I'm not an idol. So what's self-destructive about falling in love? Tao Lin shook her head. Your fans don't think so. You have to realize that you don't have many songs, your fame isn't consolidated, and most of your fans are face fans. Zhang Fanji said, I need listening music fans. I don't care about face fans. But the company cares. Tao Lin said, Shiyun, there are some circulars that you don't take, and you've pushed back a lot of favors. The company is very critical of you, and now the resources have been tilted towards Lin Han Yun. If you burst into a relationship at this time, the company will immediately give up on you. Fan popularity is the foundation of everything you have. Shiyun, you have a great, bright future ahead of you. Don't narrow your path. Zhang Fanji frowned. Sister Lin, you know, I just want to sing, nothing else. Tao Lin said, I know what you think, you don't like to socialize and you are tired of announcements. But where in the world is such a good thing? If you want the company to give you resources, you have to create value for the company. This is equal exchange and the rule. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and did not speak. Tao Lin felt a bit of a headache when she looked at her like this. How did you end up with such an entertainer? Chapter 23, Homecoming. The ratings for Call of Cthulhu Focus are way up, having broken 15% 2 weeks apart from its premiere at 11.93%. The ratings are going very smoothly, except for that time slot when there's a very hot TV show on, they're up. Because of the time slot, Call of Duty South Focus and the TV show overlap by less than half an hour, and the impact isn't too great. The show is hot and it's getting good word of mouth. Just like Chun Ran planning, many people now have the concept of dialing the livelihood hotline in their hearts, and are willing to find Zhaonan Focus to mediate any disputes they encounter. And a variety of new and strange things contribute to the program's content enrichment. The show has really just gotten rave reviews so far, and there have been a couple of surveys done, and a lot of people have been raving about it. The number of participants in the Hot Topics discussion session skyrocketed, reaching a maximum of more than 3,000 participants. Chun Ran also set up some prizes at this stage in order to increase the amount of people's participation, things of low value, just to increase people's motivation. At this rate, when the station selects the outstanding programs, we'll definitely get our hands on them. The columnists were enthusiastic. Every year, Call of Duty TV hosts internal awards to sort of wrap up the year's programming. Although the annual conference is still more than 2 months away, everyone is confident that they will win. Nothing specific to reward, but an honor. Chun Ran was naturally happy, but at the same time, he was pondering something in his heart. The show has gotten to the point where he doesn't have to be busy anymore and is basically taking it easy. Just this morning, I heard director Zhang say something and wanted to send him to follow the preparation of the new program. But not from a public channel. Director Zhang also has considerations. At first he did consider letting Chun Ran in the public channel a few revamped programs around. Tired is a little tired, can accumulate experience. Who knew that Chun Ran had come up with the Call of Duty Spotlight, which was an instant hit. The program was the result of everyone's efforts, but the core idea was still proposed by Chun Ran, and in terms of contribution, Chun Ran was definitely the highest. And it wouldn't make much sense for the public channels to have no redo except for this program, which just needs to be revamped so that Chun Ran can learn it again. Director Zhang pondered over this for a long time, and when he was struggling with it, the news of the entertainment channel doing a new program over there was also put up, and Director Zhang decided to apply for Chun Ran to go to the entertainment channel once he thought about it. The public channels, if the revamp is successful, are on track for a long time and the programs are the same. Take for example the current Call South Focus, a journalistic model that is hugely successful, that basically won't change much in the next few years or even a decade. Entertainment channels are different, they need to be fresh, the programs are often changing, and the opportunities are comparatively much greater than public channels. Director Zhang was very optimistic about Chun Ran. Not because of what happened between Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji, but more because of his ability. Really want to be in the public channel all the time, to time long to put Chun Ran this kind of vigor to wear out, that would be a pity. Director Zhang told him things, Chun Ran was pondering in his heart, the application is an application, but whether it can go to the entertainment channel, it still needs to be approved from above. If it was an ordinary person moving around, as long as Director Zhang said hello, he could immediately go to the entertainment channel. Director Zhang also didn't want him to go over as an ordinary employee, but a core creator with a voice which would need to be assessed from above. The entertainment channel is fine. It just makes things difficult for Uncle Zhang. Chun Ran sighed. Director Zhang was in charge of the public channel program, and trying to plug someone in directly like this would definitely make his colleagues in the entertainment channel dissatisfied. Creating opportunities for Chun Ran even at the risk of offending people was indeed a somewhat heavy grace for Chun Ran. The key director Zhang did so. I do not know a few points to see in the relationship of Zhang Fanji which makes Chun Ran more entangled, always feel a little loss. Explaining this now doesn't make sense, and he did want to go to the entertainment channel himself. For all the memories of his previous life, he had far more leeway to play on an entertainment channel than on a public channel. If I can really transfer there, I'll live up to Uncle Zhang's expectations and develop properly. Chun Ran pinched his brow. He was never very good at thinking about these things in the first place, and had always been rather nerdy with an average emotional intelligence. If the higher-ups really approved him to go over there, then he should work hard and not let Director Zhang's efforts go to waste. Friday afternoon. Chun Ran got off work and took the subway directly to the high-speed train station. It was 2 days off, just in time to go back to see my parents after not being home for close to 2 months. Looking out the window at the unfamiliar yet familiar scenery, Chun Ran had been in a daze. My parents were living in the small town of Jia City, and after getting off the high-speed train and riding for most of an hour, it was already almost dark before I saw the familiar house. The house was built not many years ago. The family became strapped mostly because of the house. A few years, the external debt is barely paid off. Before building a house, Chun Ran family also opened a small processing plant belonging to the second processing. From the large factory inside the small single over to do, can barely earn some. Later, the development of the industry is difficult. Many large factories have closed down. Chun Ran's family's small factories cannot be opened. Chun Ran's father is not willing to find another way out. But unfortunately, the money did not earn, but instead of the savings lost in. And the house is in the small factory closed down before the construction began. Stopping in the middle of the day is not a matter of fact. Chun Ran's father borrowed some from relatives. The house will be built up. During Chun Ran's college years was when the family was at its most difficult. After the house was built and the real estate certificate was done, Chun Ran's father mortgaged the house for a loan and paid back the money owed to his relatives first, and then it was a long career of debt repayment. That is, until this year when the bank loan was almost paid off. Chun Ran, even in the internship, will send back most of the salary, the loan is paid off, but there is still the sisters' college expenses. Entertainment channels are doing variety shows and public channels rely only on bonuses is not the same. The core creators do the program in addition to the basic salary, but also according to the contribution to take the program revenue dividends. Chun Ran mused that if he could get into the entertainment channel, he would be able to get into the core creative team and work hard to earn more money. At the beginning of the crossing, he thought about writing songs to make money, But let's not even talk about the fact that he'd just be able to simply play a guitar, with no knowledge of sheet music at all. Even if you can stumble through the writing, who can you sell it to? Before that, he didn't know a single star. And now, all that is known is a Zhang Fanji. Thinking about it, the most realistic or the work of the TV station with the vision and experience of the previous life, still able to mix well. In thought, Chun Ran approached and looked at the doorway where two people stood. It's the very parents who remember. In the past 2 years, in order to pay off the debt, the two old men have turned a little gray at the temples. Chun Ran took a long breath and smiled. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Chapter 24. Are you in love? Chun Ran's father's name is Chun Junhai and his mother's name is Song Hui. The two families are honest. A pair of children are outside. One working and one studying. Just the two of them at home. See, Chun ran back. Eyebrows are overflowing with joy. Chun Junhai lit a cigarette and asked, How's working at the TV station? Chun Ran said, It's not bad. The leadership treats me well, and this month's bonus is quite large. Leaders treat you well, so work hard and don't disappoint. Got it, Dad. Song Hui, who was choosing vegetables next to her, interjected. I heard that your TV station is quite hard and you often have to work overtime. You're alone over there, so take care of your health. Now that the weather is getting cooler, if you catch a cold, go see a doctor if you need to. Don't put it off and don't think about saving money. Chun Ran laughed. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not a child. Song Hui shook her head. I see you're still no different from a child. Chun Ran asked, How is Yao Yao doing at school lately? I dialed her phone and it seems like she changed her number. WeChat also sent a message and never returned. This girl. Let her give you her number. She is just embarrassed. Chun Junhai shook his head. When you were in college, you were earning money on your own part-time job as tuition and sending her money as pocket money. Now that she's in college, she's too embarrassed to leave her number for you for fear that you'll send her money. Chun Ran said breathlessly. What's wrong with that? I'm her brother. What's there to be embarrassed about? She's been like that since she was a kid. A little overbearing. I'll give you the number later, you call and talk about her. Chun Ran remembered his sister Chun Yao's number. The heart is also a little depressed. Memory of the siblings' relationship is quite good. But after her high school, Chun Ran went to college, the contact is less. The main reason is that during that time Chun Ran had to both study and work part-time, so he didn't have much time at all. And then later on it was that now that he was working, he wanted to give his sister a phone call, only to find that the number had changed. Chun Ran was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. He coughed, picked up the phone and said, I'm going to take a call outside. Chun Junhai and Song Hui watched Chun Ran go out the door and vaguely heard, I'm really not at your house. Where are you checking in? Just now Chun Ran's cell phone is placed on the table. The two old can see. Caller ID is Gigi. It's a girl's name, right? And save a branch. So intimate. Chun Junhai hesitantly said, Son, this is a situation? Song Hui lowered her head to choose vegetables and said, Don't you just ask him later? I don't know how that girl. I heard that now people are very mercenary. Talk about friends to look at the car house. Our family, this situation will not drag behind. Chun Junhai finished some silence. Song Hai didn't say anything either. There really wasn't anything she could do to help with the situation as it was. It didn't take long for Chun Ran to hang up the phone and come in. Seeing the silence of the two old men, somewhat puzzled. Son, are you in love? Chun Junhai didn't test the waters and asked directly. Chun Ran did not expect his father will suddenly ask such a sentence. He said truthfully, No, just called over, is the leader's daughter. The leader's daughter? The two members of the Chin family looked at each other, and their hearts were in the right place. No wonder Chun Ran said that the leader was very nice to him, so this kid has arched the daughter of others. But the two families frowned again. Since it is the leader's daughter, the family must be good. Will not look down on their family? Song Hui said, Son, since we talked about a girlfriend, in the future your salary should not send back. Now the family loan is finished. Your father and I still go to work, cannot use much money, you keep it yourself. Chun Ran busily said, Mom and Dad, I really didn't fall in love, and I have quite a lot of salary now. This month plus the bonus, the salary is twice as much as usual. Even if I send it back, I can't use it all. Your mom said let you keep it. A man always need a little money. Can't meet anything on the body, a little money is not there. Chun Junhai said, Just like your mom said, our family can't spend much money, although there is no way to help you, but also can't drag you down. Chun Ran scratched his head. How did it come to this? The two old men thought that he had a girlfriend. How to say do not listen. Chun Ran a little bit of 100 words. You can't tell the truth about yourself and Zhang Fanji. Can you? Mom and Dad, how about this? I'll send half of my salary over in the future, and you guys will help me save it. In the future, I want to buy a suite of rooms in Lin City, and the money can't be saved on me. Chun Ran finally said. The two old men were still hesitant when Chun Ran added, I'm not a little cutie. Surely there will be enough before I send it over. He persuaded the two old men so much before they nodded. Because Chun Ran came back a little late and only called his parents when he arrived in Jia City. Song Hui didn't buy any dishes and simply made some. Although the food was simple, Chun Ran ate a lot, and after helping to clean up the dishes, he was kicked out by his mom and sat on the sofa playing with his cell phone. Just now Zhang Fanji called, listening to the tone as if the mood is not very good. Before dinner he asked on WeChat, but the other party did not say, not coldly returned 2 sentences. Chun Ran didn't care. His mindset was like this. He didn't have any expectations at all. So he wasn't surprised if Zhang Fanji said it or not. Casually flipping through the news, Chun Ran chatted with his parents for a while longer, mostly about things in life. Most of the time it was the parents talking and him listening, like which kid in town is getting married and who's having a reception and all that. And what I hear more is that the childhood playmates within my memory are all married. If the Chun Ran of the past had heard this news, according to his temperament, the follow-up would have been a bit embarrassed or a bit impatient. Now Chun Ran, however, felt some novelty, combining the memories of his childhood, corresponding the names of the people one by one, a little bit of the feeling that the years have changed and things are different. Some of the young people in the town have gone out to study and come out of college, and now, like Chun Ran, they have just passed their internships or are still examining for jobs. And there are those who quit high school after high school, either working to earn money and prospering in their careers, or still in a period of confusion. But no matter what kind, there are quite a few who are already married. He talked to his parents until close to 10 past, when he returned inside the house. He thought for a moment and flipped to the number his father had just read to him and dialed it. 2 rings later, the other side picked up. It was so quiet that you could hear breathing, and only after a moment did you weakly say, "Brother? Is that you?" Chun Ran said, "You still know it's me. Why did you change your number without giving me a word?" Chun Yao said under her breath, I just forgot to give it. So how come the tweets aren't returning messages? Huh? I changed my cell phone number, so I changed my WeChat too. Chun Ran said in a depressed manner, You can really be still recognize me as a brother. You're my own brother. How could I disown you? All said and forgotten. That's fine. I'll save your number. Don't forget it if you change it later. Chun Ran commanded. If you forget again, I'll consider myself an only child. Chapter 25 The Need for Competition. Chun Yao naturally did not dare to say anything, although her character is relatively strong, but only for outsiders, face relatives gentle very. Because of the change of number did not give Chun Ran said, itself is a little short of reason, now even more dare not say. After Chun Ran hung up the phone, he added Chun Yao's new WeChat, and without saying anything, transferred $2,000 over. Chun Yao. Chun Ran. It's payday. If you don't take it, don't ever call me brother again. After saying that, he turned off his cell phone and closed WeChat, not replying to messages no matter what Chun Yao said. Inside the dormitory, Chun Yao sent several messages in a row with no response, feeling a bit of a headache. Didn't give Chun Ran her cell phone number for fear that Chun Ran would give her money. She knew Chun Ran had just interned and didn't have much of a salary, so she gave her $2,000 directly. What did she use for herself? But Chun Ran obviously ignored her thoughts and sent it directly, getting angry if she didn't receive it, which made Chun Yao very helpless. Poof! The door to the dormitory opened, and a girl with short shoulder-length hair came in from outside, shivering. Hiss! It's so windy outside. It's freezing. After the girl closed the door, as if she had come to life, she took off her jacket, revealing her chiseled and beautiful body and began to climb up to the top bunk. It was only after getting inside the comforter that he looked satisfied. When she saw Chun Yao's depressed expression, she was surprised and asked, Yao Yao, why do you have this look on your face? Chun Yao sighed. My brother transferred money to me on WeChat. The short-haired girl, not understanding, asked, You're still not happy about transferring money to you? Chun Yao said, You don't understand, when my brother was in college, his family was poor, and he was always considered to be working half-time. At that time I was in high school, he would give me some living expenses every time he got paid. The main thing is that I didn't know anything at that time. I didn't know that my brother's money was all earned from his part-time job, and it was all spent frivolously. My brother is only just working now, and his salary is not high, so I don't want him to transfer money to me. The short-haired girl envied. You and your brother are so affectionate and give you money, unlike my sister, who has to fight with me no matter what. And although I win every time, I have to be exhausted. Chun Yao glanced at the short-haired girl and said lightly, I feel like your sister is just fine with you. Didn't you say that your sister helped you buy all the cell phones and computers? Short-haired girl and just now Chun Yao the same expression sighed. You also do not understand, when I was a child things are used to rob, and then my sister is rich, do not care, I cannot find people to rob. Chun Yao was confused. What kind of logic is this? You're not happy when someone snatches something with you. You're not happy when no one snatches it with you, you're pretentious or not. The short-haired girl spread her hands. I don't know. I'm confused too. Chun Yao had nothing to say to her, and after half a day's agonizing there, she still took the money Chun Ran sent over. The short-haired girl added, By the way, don't you want to find a place to sing? I know a music bar which is looking for a resident singer. Do you want to try? Chun Yao hesitantly said, Messy or not? The short-haired girl said, Promise it won't be messy. I know the owner. It's run by a recording studio owner. And you know the owner of the recording studio? That's for sure. I recognized this boss when I followed my sister when she was recording her songs, and I paid attention last time when you said it. Your sister records songs? She's a singer. That's not important. What's important is that you try it out and see if the level is good enough. People are studio bosses and are very demanding. I'm just an amateur and I feel like it's hard enough. I think you sing quite well. The singing video you uploaded has more than 100,000 followers. If you sang poorly, would anyone pay attention? It's not the same, okay. It's all the same, all the same. It's not like there's a piece of meat missing if you try. Chun Ran slept until dawn and rose refreshed. It's been a busy period of overtime work, that is, the rest of the time to sleep is not so comfortable. Stretching comfortably, he picked up his cell phone and saw Chun Yao collecting the money that had been transferred to him. Chun Ran smiled. He still knew Chun Yao relatively well, and the result was not surprising at all. Today's Saturday, the parents did not rest at work. Chun Ran looked at the work group and found that the ratings of Calling the South Focus had increased some more yesterday. The rate of improvement has become slower, the ratings are about to stabilize. Chun Ran predicted the highest is 20%, also need time to slowly firm it. By noon, Chun Ran received a call from Director Zhang. Chun Ran, are you still at home? Director Zhang asked. Chun Ran said, Well, I came back last night. Director Zhang said, Then you may have to come back early. Chun Ran busily asked, Is something wrong with the program? Director Chang said, The program is fine. It's about going to the entertainment channel. Hearing that it wasn't the program that was in trouble, Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, The station won't let me go over? That's not true. There is an empty gap for a new program over there. After the inspection from above, they intend to let you go to be the chief planner. It's just that you're not the only one who's interested in this position. The entertainment channel side itself also has a candidate. Director Zhang said here and paused before continuing. You have a good track record, but the other party has old seniority, and the station doesn't intend to designate it, wanting the two of you to compete. How do you compete? Chun Ran was curious. Director Zhang said, 2 people. Each person writes a program plan. The people above as well as the people from the entertainment channel will discuss the choice. Whoever's plan is good will be considered the winner. Chun Ran thought about it and that way sounded good. Isn't it a disadvantage to just leave it to the entertainment channel's choice and the person is on the other side? Chun Ran asked his question and Director Zhang laughed. That's something you don't have to worry about, because if the two of you plan excellently, it will be brought in as a new program to set up a project, so the station's people will also review it together without any bias. Hearing this, Chun Ran was instantly relieved. I will try my best, Director Zhang said seriously. I'm not asking you to work hard. I'm asking you to do your best. This was a good opportunity. It would be too much of a waste of time if Chun Ran stayed on the public channel. The entertainment channel has always been the second most watched channel on the station, and some programs are even moved up from the entertainment channel to be shown on satellite TV. This meant that if Chun Ran's program did well, there was a possibility that he could go directly to the satellite TV. So in Director Zhang's mind, Chun Ran was required to go to the entertainment channel. Chun Ran knew that Uncle Zhang expected a lot from him and said cautiously, I know. I will not let you down. Director Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Not only do you not let me down, but don't let Gigi down either. Originally combative Chun Ran suddenly heard Zhang Fanji. Suddenly a little speechless. What can she be disappointed? Do not hit himself even good. Time is short. You come back today and come up to the station in the morning. Give me any information you need and I'll have someone send it to you. After Director Zhang finished, he asked Chun Ran to send his regards to Chen's father and mother for him before hanging up the phone. Chun Ran pinched his cell phone and scratched his head. I've only been back for one night and I'm leaving immediately? Chapter 26. This is an opportunity not to be lost. Chun Ran had thought of arriving home on Friday and going back on Sunday night, but things didn't go as planned. Spoke to my parents and both of them frowned. Chin Junhai asked, "Didn't you say you'd only leave tomorrow afternoon? It's only been back for one night. It's a bit too short." "There are temporary matters," Chun Ran said helplessly. Hearing such urgency, Song Hui hurriedly asked, "What is it? Is there a mistake at work?" "That's not true. It's that the director wants me to work on a new show for the entertainment channel. I applied to the station yesterday, and today I found out that the entertainment channel has someone of its own for this show. Now the station wants me to compete with that person and needs to go prepare first." Chun Ran explained to his parents. Chun Junhai was curious. "Didn't you just join the TV station? How come they let you work on a new program?" "I've only just entered the TV station, but the director thinks highly of me and has asked me to participate in the production of the program, as far as the public channel Zhao Focus is concerned, and I'm also inside the section team. The program was very well received, and the director thought I had potential, so he wanted me to try out for the entertainment channel." "You guys do Calling South Focus? This news program is great." Song Hai was slightly surprised. It hadn't been long since Call of Duty Focus was on the air, but both of them, as a couple, loved it, but didn't realize that the show was the one their son was following. Even though they didn't work in television, it's rare for anyone to make a mark straight out of the gate, no matter what line of work they're in. What's more, a place like a TV station with a faceless audience requires even more experience and seniority, or no one can afford to be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Chun Junhai was slightly silent, half a day before he said, "This is a good thing, so hurry back. The leaders look favorably on you, so work hard and don't disappoint." Chun Ran nodded and said, "Got it, Dad." After dinner, Chun Ran was leaving. The two old men didn't say anything. Only when they left, they urged him to pay good attention to keeping warm. "Got it. I'll take care of myself. I'll be in Lin City. I'll come back whenever I have time." Chun Ran could see that his parents were a little reluctant to leave, and comforted them with a few words before getting into the car and leaving. "Don't look at all in the province, seemingly not far apart. But the work is busy, where there will be much free time." This Chun Ran knew and his parents understood. It was already dark when Chun Ran returned to Lin City. He called Director Zhang and asked for some key information on the entertainment channel. Making a show is not something you just slap on your head. It takes a lot of preliminary research. It's like a public channel. Now the viewing public are middle-aged and old people. You go to a relationship program, the viewing public can't match. There will definitely be problems. Chun Ran was very unfamiliar with the entertainment channel and had no understanding at all, so he was now well informed to avoid similar problems. On this matter, Director Zhang was even more attentive than Chun Ran, finding a lot of information about the entertainment channel. Other information to the station only have, "I ordered well, you go directly to the station tomorrow morning" on it. Director Zhang gave the information is not complete, ordered well and said, "Tomorrow after taking the information you come to me, let's discuss." Chun Ran looked at the information Director Zhang sent over and said, "Thanks, uncle." Director Zhang laughed. "Why are you still polite with me? You read the information first. Call me if you have any problems." The phone hung up and Chun Ran began to scrutinize it. There is a trio of TV stations in Shonan, Shonan TV, Entertainment Channel, and Metro Channel. The ratings of the three channels are riding high across the board, which means that the public channels, which have now suddenly risen to prominence, are able to see some of the shadows. TV, naturally needless to say, Zhaonan TV is more famous in the country, of course, good or bad reputation, at least the ratings are not bad. Next is the Entertainment Channel, which doesn't have a low share of viewership and accounts for most of the viewers inside the same time period. The Entertainment Channel is in its heyday right now compared to the public channels that are in a state of flux. The audience profile does not overlap for the most part with the public channels, which are predominantly middle-aged and elderly, while the entertainment channels are young people with stylish, trendy faces. Chun Ran also knew some intelligence about this program he was going to do. It was between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. Because the previous program had average ratings and was not made into a long-term plan, and now it's only the third installment, and the response is still not good, so the station is urgently preparing to make a new program to take over. Even the most mature team can't guarantee that the show they make will be to the audience's taste. It's not uncommon for one show to be a hit, the next to fall flat, and then to get wasted. Chun Ran looked at the programs broadcast on the entertainment channels nowadays, mostly rushing towards the youthful element. There are beauty drag programs, makeup tutorials, and makeup explanations. There are youthful food programs that focus on simple cuisine for the urban crowd. Chun Ran looked over the data one by one, pondered a little, and opened a document to record his observations and gains from watching the program. He looked again at past episodes, and in addition to these shows with bright and consistent ratings, there were the flops that had terrible ratings. Not only do you need to learn from the good programs, but you also need to learn from some of the failures so that you can try to avoid those failure points. This stuff is hard to sit through, but it can't be done without. The data Chun Ran put aside first and then found these programs, turned on 2x speed, and watched each program carefully. This was the first time Chun Ran had crossed over to watch a variety show, and this kind of purposeful viewing was no different from work, not much of the fun that was usually found when watching. It was not easy for a weekend. Chun Ran had to work overtime even at home, and by the time he went to bed, the document he used to record had been densely filled with things. With so many programs, Chun Ran couldn't possibly watch every single one of them, and even if he wanted to, time didn't allow him to, so he just picked a few that had the best ratings and reactions to study. Spare a thought, it was close to 4 o'clock by the time he got back to his senses. Chun Ran stretched a lazy waist, when it was really a moment of pleasure to stay up all night. Now stand up a little scalp numb, floating feeling. Yawning, Chun Ran set his alarm clock and fell back to sleep. The sleeping Chun Ran woke up violently and took a closer look. The sky was all still dark. He fumbled with his cell phone to see that it was only 5:56. The alarm was set for 6 o'clock and he woke up early. Feeling a slight headache, Chun Ran pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. He opened his laptop and perused the data he had compiled last night. Along with the data, a program appears inside the mind. He wrote the programs on sticky notes, carefully cross-referencing them with the ones he'd put together, crossing off one after the other. In the end, only 3 remained. Putting the pen and paper down, Chun Ran watched the sky outside become bright. He wasn't a genius, he wasn't terribly smart, the advantage was the memories of his previous life, and that was probably all the effort he took personally. Go to the entertainment channel. You can't lose this opportunity. Chapter 27 changes. Chun Ran came to the TV station. Director Zhang had already instructed the good people to prepare the information and handed it all over to him. The little information he's missing is some audience ratings data. Other data is more or less available on the internet. These, however, are only available to the network. Director Lu Bing was slightly surprised to see Chun Ran. "Aren't you off today?" Chun Ran looked up in greeting and said, "There are some things I haven't finished, so I came back." Director Zhang only just handed in the application. The station does not even know what the opinion, so did not tell Director Lu Bing and others. It's not too late to wait until it's finalized and then notify, and Chun Ran does a good job of handing over the work. If I say it now, I'll still have to be on this side of the fence when the time comes, and it'll be a joke. Lu Bing saw that Chun Ran's face was rather hairy and knew that he had stayed up all night, and cared to say, "Take a good rest when you're on vacation. It's not good to stay up too much." Chun Ran laughed. "Thank you, Director Lu. I can hold up." Lu Bing shook his head, and seeing that Chun Ran was busy, he had the sense to leave. Now that the ratings are still on the rise, he doesn't dare to relax at all, and originally rested so that other directors could be busy, but he insisted on working overtime, and only then did he feel relieved. He advised Chun Ran to rest more and not to stay up late. In fact, he hadn't slept much during this period of time. In the past, he could say that he was an old man and wasn't nervous at all, but when he really saw the ratings creeping up day by day, he got anxious too. Every time the ratings go up now, it's setting a new record, and he wants to see how high he can take that record. Chun Ran ignored Director Lu and focused on his own things. He scrutinized the information, and inside his head, he put a fork in 2 programs. So far, there have been some eyebrows raised about program planning. He didn't stay at the TV station much longer, but went to Director Zhang's house. It's Sunday, and both Aunt Yoon and Director Zhang are home. "Chun Ran? Come in quickly." Aunt Yoon opened the door and was slightly surprised to see Chun Ran. "Didn't you go home? Why did you rush back early this morning?" Chun Ran said, "I rushed back from Jia City last night." Aunt Yoon quickly asked, "Could it be something wrong with the program?" Before Chun Ran could say anything, Director Zhang came out of the study and said, "Hey, you don't know anything about work. I'm the one who urged Chun Ran to come back. There's something to talk to him about." Chun Ran had a hard time coming home. "What are you urging him to come back for?" Aunt Yoon complained. Director Zhang shook his head. All right, I'll talk to you later." You go cook first. Chun ran. Come to my study to talk. Virtuous. Aunt Yoon gave Director Zhang a blank look, but didn't say anything more, giving her husband face. After entering the study, Director Zhang asked, "Have you read all the information?" "Finished watching it. Just came from the TV station." Chun Ran nodded. "I've asked around. The one competing with you is Director Lin's son, called Lin Fan. He's 29 years old this year. He entered the TV station at the age of 22. He's been studying with the team at the entertainment channel. He's been involved in quite a few program productions over the past few years, and now Director Lin would like to have him be the chief planner to produce a program." Director Zhang slowly said, "Director Lin?" Chun Ran blinked. This was not good news. Director Zhang nodded and said, "Lin Jun, the director of the economic channel. Don't look at his status. As long as the planning is well written, there's no problem whatsoever." Chun Ran didn't have much to worry about, just a lot more cautious. There was no way he could guarantee that the station wouldn't favor the other side. After all, the status of a director could hold down many people, not to mention that Lin Fan himself was from the entertainment channel and had an advantage over him. So, his planning has to be so good that it wipes out the other side's advantage, that the station will look at it and pick him without hesitation. Chun Ran wants to do not only with this plan to take the name of the chief planner, but also to let this station directly with this plan to set up a project. Only such an overwhelming victory could erase the gap of superiority with the other side and the possible bias of the people in the entertainment channel. "Uncle, how many days will the station give us?" Chun Ran turned his head and asked. "Wednesday at the latest, because the program needs to be made as soon as possible to take over." After finishing, Director Zhang asked, "Is there enough time?" "Enough," Chun Ran nodded. Director Zhang let Chun Ran sit down and asked again, "You've read the information? Do you have any ideas about planning now?" Chun Ran nodded. "It's an idea that's still relatively complete." "Ah." Director Zhang froze. He just casually asked, after all, last night Chun Ran just got the information, overtime or just barely able to read it, now what creativity. But he didn't expect to open his mouth and say that he had, which made him a little bit not come back to his senses. Director Zhang said with a slight solemnity, "Tell me about it." By Chun Ran's demonstrated ability, he naturally could not underestimate it and wanted to hear what insights Chun Ran had. Chun Ran in the TV station has already determined to write what program planning. On the way here, even the outline is written out on the phone with a belly. Now when Director Zhang asked, he opened his mouth without any stumbling, speaking in an organized and clear manner. The more Director Zhang listened, the more surprised he was, and at first when he heard Chun Ran say that he had a more complete idea, he thought it was just a simple idea. But Chun Ran so pontificated, not just a creative idea, but an almost complete planning. The details may still have some flaws, but this is just the belly of the draft. These flaws can be completely ignored. Don't look at Director Zhang is the director of the public channel, also used to fight in the entertainment channel. For the program has its own insights. Chun Ran's this creative, he can't pick too many thorns. "Uncle, the program plan I'm going to write is about this." Chun Ran finished his sentence in one breath, and then quietly looked at Director Zhang, ready to listen to the opinions. Director Zhang's brows were furrowed and he had already thought about it obsessively. So half a day, he couldn't even offer any constructive comments. "This planning of yours, I can't give an opinion. I can only say that it's very good. So good that it's a bit out of my imagination," Director Zhang said honestly. Chun Ran laughed. "Uncle, you're exaggerating." Director Zhang shook his head. "I'm not exaggerating. I can't believe this is an idea you came up with in one night. I've had some ideas in my free time before, and this time it coincided with the meeting, so I thought it was good and took it out." Chun Ran explained a sentence. Director Zhang dawned, feeling that this was only normal, although an idea was a flash of light, but the program planning that Chun Ran had just said was too complete to be a creative thing at all. Even, he felt it was perfectly feasible to take this planning directly to the program. "You can write the planning out today," Director Zhang said. Chun Ran, however, shook his head. "It's not enough. I'm going to run a KTV tomorrow. I need some data from them." Director Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly. "What are you?" Chun Ran nodded. He didn't just want the station to pick him, but he wanted to make this planning and turn it right into a program. Director Zhang looked up and realized that Chun Ran had changed a bit. Without the introspection of the previous days, there was more seriousness in his body that he had never seen before, and he looked radiant. Chapter 28. Disobedience. Chun Ran had quite a lot of programs inside his head, but was limited by the local TV stations and filtered out some of them at that time. The main thing is the financial constraints. A lot of exciting programs need a lot of money to support. Zhaonan Entertainment Channel is self-financing. To a single program of the funding is certainly not possible to compare with the satellite TV. At the end of the day, Chun Ran selected a program that combined music and puzzle bits. I Love to Remember Lyrics. In its former life, it was produced and broadcast by Jujong TV in its early years, and the program has always done well. Chun Ran picked this program first because of the results. The program was broadcast on satellite television, and the results have been recognized. Secondly, it's fun. The I Love Lyrics program is fun, with singing, memorization, and PK bonuses elements that are completely timeless even now. The last is naturally funding. Although it is a TV program, its funding cannot be compared to other programs, and the program is not demanding in terms of either equipment or staging, relative to today's technology. And other big shows that would be limited because of the local channel, even if changes were made, it would be a waste of an idea, which is something Chun Ran doesn't want. I Love to Remember Lyrics in his mind inside the TV program is not the top, but definitely not bad, placed in the Xiaonan Entertainment Channel, not to say a branch of the show, at least to be able to results will be good. It was based on these few considerations that Chun Ran decided to use it. Chun Ran ate at Director Zhang's house, politely refused Aunt Yun's retention, and began to run around. In fact, with Director Zhang's help, he could easily contact these KTVs, but for this kind of thing, it was definitely more appropriate to run in person. It's not just about going looking for data, but also about asking about collaboration. Chun Ran was not a person who liked to do useless things. Since he had made a decision, he had to do it well. Hello. I'm a program planner for the entertainment channel of Xiaonan TV, and I'm doing market research about the new program. Hey, yeah, I brought my employee ID. Can I talk to you in person if I can? Okay. I'll go over and wait for you first. Chun Ran hung up his cell phone. So far, everything was relatively smooth. Throughout Xiaonan, there were several large chain KTVs, and he wasn't in a hurry, so he could take his time and talk to them. In these few days, Chun Ran also had the confidence to talk it down. While Chun Ran was running around, at the home of Lin Jun, the director of the economic channel, Lin Fan was rubbing his brow. He turned his head and said helplessly, "Dad, what do you think the station is thinking? I've seen that Chun Ran's information, he's only just joined a few months ago. I've at least been working in the entertainment channel for a few years. What right does he have to compete with me?" Lin Jun put down the teacup in his hand, looked at his somewhat unconvinced son, shook his head and said, "You can't do this with this mentality. I've also read the information. Although Chun Ran has been on board for a short period of time, his resume is more than just a blank piece of paper. The public channel's Xiaonan focus is now soaring, and in the future it will be one of the pillar programs of all the local channels. And the one who contributes the most to this program is him. What do you think he's based on?" Lin Fan said, "I know about Xiaonan focus, but this program is not at all something a newcomer can do. The director of the public channels program department is his uncle, so most of it must be his uncle's credit. Your father is still the director. Why don't you see you make a Calling South focus? And that Zhang Chongning and I used to be colleagues, he is a person I know, very upright." Assuming that Chun Ran doesn't get all the credit for Xiaonan focus, doesn't Zhang Chongning know about it? Knowing that, why would he still stuff him into the entertainment channel? Lin Fan was speechless. He knew that his father had a point. If Chun Ran really didn't have the skills, Zhang Chongning had gotten him into the entertainment channel. Wasn't that making him show his true colors? This argument clearly doesn't hold water. Lin Fan sighed. "I'm just not convinced. I've been in the entertainment channel for a few years now. I've been following the program team. It's not easy to have an opportunity, but I have to come out with a newcomer to compete with me. It's useless for you to be unconvinced. This is an order from the station to do this business. If you don't have achievements, seniority is useless. Chun Ran has achievements, you don't. It's as simple as that." Lin Jun glanced at his son and slowly said, "Maybe you have a chance to compete this time. It's all because the leaders of the station are looking at my face." Being told this by his father, Lin Fan was immediately devastated. He knew that he had been under his father's care since he started in television, and had always progressed slowly, step by step. But that's why he wanted to do the show eagerly to prove himself. He didn't want to stay like this. Lin Jun stood up, holding his cell phone in one hand and patting his son's shoulder with the other. "All right, it's useless to think too much about these things. Instead of wasting time being unconvinced here, you should be thinking about what kind of a plan you want to win. If you're not satisfied with Chun Ran, use your achievements to prove that you're better than him." Lin Fan watched his father enter the study and sat on the sofa for half a day. He wasn't really just displeased, but mainly because of jealousy. For someone who's been in TV for a few months to make a program like Calling South Focus, that's a pretty stellar resume. How many years has he been on the entertainment channel? Not until this year. In contrast, jealousy is justified. Lin Fan was not a person who was easily overwhelmed by jealousy, and reacted to being criticized so much by his father Lin Jun. Since the station had made a decision, there was nothing he could do by continuing to complain. His father was the director of the economic channel and couldn't control the entertainment channel. But he also has the advantage that, in addition to his father's status, he's also the guy from the entertainment channel, so if the quality of planning is the same, the station would definitely prefer to pick him. I don't believe I'm really worse than a newcomer. Lin Fan held his breath and went back inside the house to check the information. At this moment, inside the study, Lin Jun was dialing the phone. Hey Lao Yang. It's still not for this Lin Fan kid. I'm not putting you in a difficult position, and I know it's not up to you alone to decide. It's just that if the other party's planning is of comparable quality to Lin Fan's when the time comes, you'll just pick his brain and give Lin Fan a chance. Yes, that's what I meant, talking about equal quality within the rules. In fact, I'm not purely for my son, that Chun Ran, although the results are not bad, but too young. Do our business if there is no time to precipitate, prone to problems. Chun Ran is young, you can then sharpened. Okay. I'll invite you out for a drink someday. After hanging up this call, Lin Jun dialed 2 more. When he was done, he sat down at his desk and let out a small sigh. He was not going to make the call. Dialing it out would be owing favors. Lin Jun isn't the kind of person who breaks the rules, and dialed the phone just to get someone to favor Lin Fan a bit and increase his son's chances of winning. Lin Jun smiled to himself. He had just verbally lectured his son, and when it came to him, he still went off the rails. Chapter 29: A Show to Amaze. Chun Ran didn't know what was going on in Lin Fan's mind. Didn't even know what the competitor's name was at all until Director Chong mentioned it. Today, Monday, he's still dealing with those in charge. This program is just a preliminary plan. I can't say for sure if the station will do it, but if the program is once done, it will be a natural advertisement for your KTV. I'm on a public channel now, but we'll be tuned to the entertainment channel, and if you think about it, public channels don't do shows like this, right? Yes, thank you, please. Chun Ran hung up the phone and shook his head. He still didn't sleep well last night, working overtime to make most of the planning, and today was sort of good news, getting quite a bit of data to back up his planning and make it look stronger. Chun Ran examined it carefully and slowly revised the details. I Love Lyrics is a program that is indeed a little too old for its former life. Back when the show took off, the internet wasn't as developed and computers weren't as popular as they are now, let alone smartphones. Times are changing and your program can't stay the same, it has to keep up with the times. If you leave the masses, you will only be abandoned by them. Inside I Love Memorizing Lyrics, someone needs to lead the song. The program doesn't require much in the way of singing skills for the guests chosen to go on, as long as they can memorize the lyrics. But the lead singer will have to have requirements, must be a good singer, the person can look, the voice is also good and recognizable. What if it's not readily available? That can only be chosen. After Chun Ran thought about it, he thought of joining hands with the current singing software to organize some activities and come together to select the lead singer. Now singing software, no matter men and women play a lot, usually with friends, certainly go to KTV, but when you are alone want to sing, naturally download a singing software is much more convenient. Karaoke, sing-alongs and the like, they're all pretty hot. There's sort of a pre-promotion with these software. As for how to talk to people about cooperation, this was not something Chun Ran considered. Now it's the bragging stage to see who makes the bragging more refined and realistic. It will naturally be resolved slowly as it is implemented down the road. Chun Ran wrote it in after some consideration. This one plan, from finalization to writing, took 2 full days. When he gave the plan to Director Zhang, he was visibly surprised. That fast? Chun Ran said, there are abdominal plans. There is also a complete framework. The writing is a little faster, trouble Uncle Zhang for me to correct. Director Zhang opened the planning with misgivings. From front to back, complete and meticulous look over. Then determined the idea in his heart. Chun Ran, this guy, wrote a very complete and detailed planning, not just simply want to win this competition. Even if they knew Chun Ran's idea and the core content of the program in advance. But the first time I saw this program planning, there was a real sense of amazement. It wasn't that Director Zhang hadn't seen the planning that Chun Ran had written. Zhao in Focus was still something he had asked Chun Ran to write. But that news program was really just a framework without so many details. And this one, I Love to Remember the Lyrics, is different. Many details Chun Ran are written clearly, coupled with informative data to support, so that every idea has a tenable reason. The data are not made up, they are all sourced, showing the extent of Chun Ran's attentiveness. From the planning alone, Director Zhang 98 points of satisfaction, the reason why he did not give 100 points, but also for fear of Chun Ran pride. The planning is good, very good, There are some problems with the format and some text descriptions. You take it back and refine it. Give it to me tomorrow night. Director Zhang patted Chun Ran's shoulder. Only when Chun Ran left did he cross his lips and smile. My family really picked up a treasure. Chun Ran, how good this person, good temper, good character, now even the ability is not bad. Such a son-in-law, where to find? For Director Zhang, he doesn't want his daughter to find how rich she is. He should find Chun Ran, who has a good temper and great ability, and that's the only way to get by. He was glad that he started fast. The station can have a lot of hosts. Beautiful women are really quite a lot. That is, Chun Ran is doing behind-the-scenes work, and now there are fewer people in contact. Otherwise, how could he have such a son-in-law? Director Zhang was very satisfied with both the planning and Chun Ran himself. The turn of the year is already Wednesday. Chun Ran's planning has been handed over. The specific results, we have to wait for the above notification. Entertainment channel. Yang Qijuan took his glasses off and wiped them. Knock knock. He said come in, and outside Director Liu walked in. Director, this is Lin Fan's plan. It's already written out. When Yang Qijuan heard the word Lin Fan, he thought of the phone call Lin Jun had given him 2 days ago and nodded slightly. Put it here first. I'll read it slowly. The name Lin Fan was quite familiar to him. He had gone to Lin Jun's house for dinner and had seen the boy more than just once. And the other guy was certainly no stranger to his entertainment channel after all these years. His assessment of the man was that the ability was great, just the innovation was rather average. In fact, in terms of his ability to be a program mastermind, he does qualify. Looking over the planning, it was intended to be a parenting game show for young moms and dads, targeting a demographic within women. Yang Qijuan nodded slightly. Lin Fan's planning was very good, and the game sessions in it were quite innovative. This slightly changed his opinion of Lin Fan, and the focus of the program, according to his way of thinking, was to highlight the word stable. The program Taiwan will certainly not do, this parent-child program. The model is still too cheesy. Even if the positioning is in the young baby moms and dads, still not enough innovation. Yang Qijuan thought of what Lin Jun said and said in his heart that Chun Ran is also in his early 20s. He has been in the TV station for a few months and has not done any entertainment variety shows before, and I'm afraid that if he writes out a plan, the best he can do will be comparable to that of Lin Fan, and that's no need to make things difficult for him. In fact, Yang Qijuan is not too satisfied with the decision of the above. Their entertainment channel is self-financing. Why the above still insert people over? At first he wanted to reject it outright, but after reading Chun Ran's profile, he also decided to give it a try, and if Chun Ran was really a talented person who could write amazing plans, he would naturally be happy to have it in his pocket. On the other hand, if you can't even compare to Lin Fan, it's useless to bring such a person. He was quite satisfied with Lin Fan's planning, and there certainly wasn't much of a problem with being the chief planner of the new program. This time, the computer dinged. An email was sent. Chun Ran's plotting, too, was delivered. Yang Qijuan is not accustomed to reading the planning on the computer to see more, produce visual fatigue, for the text is not so sensitive. He had his secretary print out the planning and hold it in his hands. I love lyrics. The name is a little weird. What type of show? Yang Qijuan held his doubts and turned over the plot. This look is half a day. His face, from being careless just now, went to a look of amazement at the end. By the time he put down the planning, he looked completely changed. Lin Jun. Lin Jun. It looks like your calculations have gone down the drain. Yang Qijuan shook his head. Chapter 30. Blaming others for being too good? When Lin Jun called him Yang Qijuan, he himself had this kind of idea, so he agreed at that time. Before, he was leaning towards Lin Fan. After all, he was from the entertainment channel, so he was relieved to use it. Even if Chun Ran's planning was slightly better than Lin Fan's, he would choose the latter. What's happening now is completely incomparable. Lin Fan's planning isn't bad. One could even say it's not bad. But this stuff is all about comparisons. Chun Ran plotted it out, and Yang Qijuan was truly stunned. At first glance it's stunning. At a closer look it's ripe for the picking. A very well done plot. It could even be said that it could be used directly to prepare the program. For each idea there are data and explanations in addition to various surveys. The curation of the two men put together and compared is, if I were to exaggerate, an elementary school essay compared to a textbook article. Not in the same league at all. Just looking at it once, Yang Qijuan inside selected the high and low, judged the winner. Yang Qijuan thought that Chun Ran was too young to write a plan that would not be pragmatic, but the opposite is true. Every idea, supported by data and theory, is very comfortable to watch. This kind of planning can simply be used as a model for Lin Fan to show him how planning is written. Yang Qijuan sat on the chair, stifled his head and read half a day of planning, only to raise his head and sigh. This Chun Ran is not simple. He could feel the effort and seriousness with which this planning was done, and in terms of completeness, the two efforts were not on the same level. Just for competition, creatively speaking, Chun Ran had already killed Lin Fan in seconds. But the fact that it was done so perfectly showed Chun Ran's intentions. The first was Lin Fan's identity, and the second was because Chun Ran wasn't from the entertainment channel. He wrote the planning so well that he wanted to win beautifully so that everyone would pick him without any controversy. It's the equivalent of one person doing the work of a planning group. It was all like this. Even if Yang Chijun wanted to pick Lin Fan, it was simply impossible. Sure enough, not a moment later, a meeting was called from above. As the director of the entertainment channel, Yang Chijun naturally had to go. Faced with this kind of planning, the station had no objections at all and directly chose Chun Ran's "I love remembering lyrics." When he came back, Yang Chijun received another call from Lin Jun. "Lao Lin ah, it's not that I'm not helping, as you can see. The top has directly settled on Chun Ran, and I don't think there's any possibility of electing Lin Fan," Yang Chijun said. Lin Jun naturally knew this, although he did not go to the meeting, but the news was the first thing he knew. "Mostly, I couldn't take it the first time and made the call. I just wonder what kind of planning did that Chun Ran write? The gap between Lin Fan and him is so big?" Lin Jun was uncomfortable in his heart, although he himself criticized his son as worthless, but that was his way of education. In his heart, Lin Fan wasn't said to be the best. That couldn't be as bad as this. Yang Chijun did not know what to say for a while. The gap is naturally very large, otherwise the station could not directly all choose Chun Ran, but really want to say it, it is too offensive. Lin Fan's planning is great, very solid. Chun Ran mainly wins in terms of innovation and the completion of the planning. Yang Chijun pondered over the language to say. Planning, completion? Lin Jun frowned. How complete a plan could be written in just these 3 days? Yang Chijun added, "Tell you this, after I discuss with the station that Chun Ran's planning will directly set up a project to prepare a new program." When these words came out, Lin Jun instantly realized that Yang Chijun was taking care of his face. He is also the director, so he naturally knows what a plan has to look like before it can be used to directly set up a program. That has to be finalized after the column is raised and the planning team has worked overtime to discuss and flesh out the details. Lin Jun couldn't imagine just how good this Chun Ran's planning had to be to make Yang Chijun and the others make this decision. But he knows his son Lin Fan is what level this time used to compete in the planning. He has also seen he is the door, and people can be directly compared to the planning of the project. The difference is more than half a point. Lin Jun was silent for half a day and said in a muffled voice, "Old Yang, this matter has made things difficult for you." Yang Chijun shook his head and said, "What's so difficult? You'd better persuade Lin Fan. I think he's good. When the time comes, I'll assign him under Chun Ran's hand. You also know that the new program is an opportunity. He'll do it for a while first, and when there's a new program, there's still a chance." Lin Jun said, "Okay, thanks. I'll talk to him later. Harm. Be polite to me. I'm not helping here." The phone hung up. Yang Chijun just shook his head. There was indeed no way he could help with this favor, and what he could do was only up to this point. And it also depends on whether Lin Fan matches the work or not. If he does not match, then he can only transfer away. Since Lin Fan had handed in his plan, he was in a state of anticipation and excitement. If it worked out, then he could sort of be on his own in the future, and in front of his father he could be a bit tougher. Before he could wait for the notice, he waited for a call from his father, Lin Jun. After picking up, Lin Jun said, "The results came out. Chun Ran's program will be directly set up as a new program preparation. Although you have not been selected as the chief planner, but the station is optimistic about you, and will be with the new program section team in the future." The smile on Lin Fan's face gradually solidified. Half a day without speaking, he was in complete disbelief and asked with difficulty, "His planning directly to the project? As a planner, he naturally knows how hard it is." Lin Jun also knew that this news was hard for Lin Fan to accept. Wasn't he the same just now? He could only comfort, "Don't think too much, your program planning is very good. It's just that Chun Ran is indeed powerful. A planning that can directly set up a project, I can't do it, and your director Yang likewise can't do it." Lin Fan was lost in thought. He's that good? But he's only been on board for a few months. Lin Jun said, "He is more creative. This is a flash of light, and luck related. You are not worse than him. Don't put too much on your mind. Follow the new program well. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Lin Fan would not say anything. He wasn't a rookie just entering the workplace. Approaching 30, he naturally knew the meaning of his father's words. How a plan that can be directly projected can be just a matter of a flash of light has little to do with luck either. Lin Jun over there frowned deeply, fearing that his son would fall into self-doubt. He couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Chun Ran in his heart, but after thinking about it, he felt that the idea was a bit unreasonable. The odds were fair, and even Lin Fan had him, along with his experience working for the entertainment channel, at a huge advantage. Chun Ran makes a good plan and directly crushes the win. You can't blame others for being too good, right? Lin Jun carefully enlightened his son, but also want to know, this Chun Ran in the end wrote a what kind of planning? Chapter 31 Chun Ran to be transferred. Chosen? Finalized? Still planning to set up a project. Director Zhang received the notification and also issued a soulful triple question. I hung up the phone when I was done, and I still felt like I was waking up from a dream. In terms of the quality of the planning, it's no surprise that Chun Ran won. Director Zhang was a person who had been there before, so he naturally knew very well how high the quality of this planning was. Not even he, or even many writers and directors, have written such a brilliant piece of planning. But as good as it was a bit out of his league to set up a project straight away. In his intention, even if Chun Ran's planning was good and the degree of completion was high and outstanding, how would it be necessary for the entertainment channel side to meet and ponder for a period of time before finalizing? The plan was submitted this morning, and it's not even the end of the afternoon yet, and the entertainment channel has already confirmed that they're going to do the show, which is a little too soon. Director Zhang was naturally happy. Feeling happy for Chun Ran from the bottom of his heart. A few months into the job, directly into the entertainment channel program master planner, other TV stations what the situation Director Zhang does not know, but in their Zhaonan TV station this is a unique case. One could only say that Chun Ran had chosen his knockers too well. So good that even the leaders of the station didn't top it, and the director of the entertainment channel praised it, winning over Lin Fan without any dispute. Director Zhang did not rest, immediately to the phone to Chun Ran. Congratulations, your planning has been selected, and as you wished, the new program is confirmed to use it, and the project is directly established. Director Zhang's voice was full of joy. Chun Ran had been sitting in front of the computer, flipping through information about the entertainment channel. When he suddenly heard such a good news, he couldn't help but be happy too. Like Director Zhang, winning over Lin Fan was not a surprise to him, but it still felt like a dream to really directly set up a project. With the result of 2 days of hard work, Chun Ran was definitely overjoyed, and he solemnly said to Director Zhang, "Uncle, thank you." Director Zhang laughed. "You and I can be so raw, and it has little to do with me, mainly, or your own ability is good. If there is no such ability, the station is not likely to choose you." Chun Ran said, "Without Uncle applying to the top, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Regardless of my ability, without this opportunity, it's impossible to go to the entertainment channel." Okay, what is our relationship? Do not talk about these false head." Director Zhang smiled and said, "Your transfer order can come down tomorrow. I heard that the entertainment channel's Director Yang now began to let the following selection. Wait until the program approval down, immediately start preparations, and so on when you go over, just when the column group people are all together, so these 2 days you have to do a good job of preparation." Director Zhang emphasized, "Although you're going to the entertainment channel, but you need to run through the handover of the work at hand. Don't let me ask you to come back and help out after you've been transferred." Chun Ran said, "Got it, Uncle." Early the next morning, Chun Ran's transfer order came down. Director Zhang read out the notice at the morning meeting, and the others were startled, and then looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding at all how Chun Ran had suddenly transferred to the entertainment channel. The key notification is under the station. Look at the content. It is the entertainment channel initiative to ask Chun Ran to go over, and still as the new program master planner. Many people just think it's a little too magical. Although Zhaonan-focused Chun Ran credit is not small, showing not bad ability, but this is a news program. Chun Ran completely do not have the experience of doing variety shows. Thoroughly a newcomer, let him go to do the chief planner? How do they feel that the people they are present with, pulling one over is also more reliable than Chun Ran? Well, at least they have more experience. It is true that no one suspected Director Zhang to open the back door for Chun Ran. Director Zhang is also just a director, the scope of his rights, just in the public channel's program department, only responsible for the program department, completely unable to affect the entertainment channel. Director Lu Bing was equally stunned when he heard the news. The main thing is that the news, so sudden, was not a little bit prepared. Chun Ran is still the chief planner of Zhaonan Focus. The program has been on the air for less than a month. The chief planner is going to be transferred? Who could have thought of this? And then Lu Bing thought that Chun Ran also went to the TV station on Sunday, and instead of sleeping when he was relaxed in the past few days, he was pondering. Chun Ran is going to the entertainment channel. Then the position of chief planner of Zhao and Focus can't be ceded. Starting today, the position will be held by Director Lu Bing concurrently. I hope that Director Lu Bing will be able to hand over to Chun Ran as soon as possible without affecting the normal broadcasting of the program. Director Zhang announced. The planning of calling the South Focus was not so busy except at the beginning when it was being prepared, and anyway, many decisions had to be made by Lu Bing, and it was indeed nice to have him doing it on the side. Lu Bing said that he had no objections, and the others naturally had nothing to say. After the meeting was adjourned, Lu Bing found Chun Ran and said smilingly, "Congratulations. This is considered a high promotion, right?" Chun Ran laughed. Director Lu is joking. Where to go is the same work. The position remains the same. The duties have not changed, just a change of work environment. Lu Bing shook his head and said, "It's not the same. Our public channel can't compare to the entertainment channel. Just the ratings? It's too far off." Chun Ran said, "You can't say that. At least the entertainment channel hasn't come out with a Zhaonan focus. This program will stabilize, and it shouldn't be hard to sit at the top of the local ratings when the time comes." This Lu Bing is not suspicious, but this thing is not so calculated. He did not say more in this regard, but asked, "These days you are busy with the entertainment channel. I am really curious, how do you directly parachute over there in the chief planner, the entertainment channel can?" Chun Ran didn't hide it and said, "It was just a fair competition, and I won by a fluke, so I had the honor of becoming the chief planner." Lu Bing didn't ask deeper, but he also knew that Chun Ran didn't get this chief planner position out of nowhere, but it was the result that should come from winning the competition with the people from the entertainment channel. "Okay, let's talk about calling the South Focus." Chun Ran also nodded. He also wanted to hand over the work earlier to avoid problems in the future. "Director Lu, I have a file here. It contains some summaries and ideas I wrote about Zhao and Focus. It also contains the details of the program, so take a look at it when you have time. I hope it can give you some inspiration." Chun Ran took out a file and handed it over to Lu Bing. Chun Ran also has this habit of printing out documents, reading them on the computer, not as memorable as paper. "This is good stuff." Lu Bing's eyes lit up. Chun Ran added, "In fact, Zhaonan Focus up to now has been on track, found the right model. I say more is a cliché. As long as it is for the people to do good things, do practical things, this intention has not changed. The program will always be so stable." One day, Chun Ran handed over the job. In fact, it does not take so long. Lu Bing is also a serious person, asking more detailed, cautious everywhere, thoughtful, which got so long. Before walking out of the public channel, Chun Ran took one last look. "When you go into TV next time, it won't be on this level you come to." Chapter 32. Aren't you afraid Chun Ran will run away? Chun Ran called home with the happy news. Rushing out of the house on Saturday, my parents looked on and must have worried about the job situation. "So, you're about to transfer to the entertainment channel to do a program?" Chun Junhai asked. Chun Ran said, "The transfer orders are all down, so we'll go to the entertainment channel for a new program." "This is really good." Chun Junhai let out a sigh of emotion. He didn't know what it meant, only that it was a good thing. "Preparing for the new program, I'll have to work overtime for a while, so I probably won't be able to go back lately." Chun Ran somewhat apologized. "I came back in a hurry this time, and I didn't get to spend time with the two old men." Chun Junhai said, "The work is important. The home is here and will not run. Free to come back. Work overtime, you have to pay more attention. Do not get sick." He did not say anything tired, all rest and so on. "Work this thing, not you want to rest on the rest," just instructed Chun Ran to pay attention to the body. "Got it, Dad. You and Mom wear more too. Be careful at home, both of you." "Well, we'll take care of that." He was just about to take a break when his cell phone rang again. This Director Zhang's. He wondered, "Where have you been? I haven't found you anywhere." Chun Ran said, "I'll get off work first, now follow the car." Director Zhang said, "What's the hurry? I told your Aunt Yoon the good news. She made a meal. Let's have fun." Chun Ran scratched his head. "This is too much trouble for Aunt Yoon. You say this is raw, we are a family. Encounter happy events together, happy. What is the trouble, not trouble? Hurry to get off the car and come over. We are waiting for you at home." Director Zhang finished and didn't wait for Chun Ran to reply before cutting off. Chun Ran smiled bitterly. He really didn't want to bother Aunt Yoon. He hadn't contacted Zhang Fanji in the past few days. But as long as he went to Zhang's house, Aunt Yoon, Uncle Zhang, who was so nice to him, he felt a little weak. But Uncle Zhang had said so he had no choice but to go. When he arrived at Zhang's house, Director Zhang was sitting on the sofa, and in a rare occurrence, he was smoking a cigarette. "This is not good." Chun Ran came to the Zhang family not once or twice. Really did not see him smoking at home. Looking at Chun Ran's eyes, Director Zhang was a bit uncomfortable and explained, "Your Aunt Yoon said she was happy today, so she allowed me to smoke once." Chun Ran laughed, "What are you explaining to me here? And I didn't tell Aunt Yoon that you were smoking in the TV station." Of course, this matter certainly cannot be hidden from Aunt Yoon. Director Zhang felt that every time his body cleaned up, and felt that he could not smell the smell before going home. But Chun Ran can smell a smell from his side. People who have not smoked are very sensitive to the smell. How can Aunt Yoon not know, are turning a blind eye? I said, "What's wrong with you? People are getting more familiar with each other as time goes by. Why do you feel that you are much more formal instead? Our relationship, I don't think it should be." Director Zhang glanced at Chun Ran and said, "Did you have a fight with Gigi?" Chun Ran was busy shaking his head and said, "Uncle, you're overthinking it. There's no quarrel. I'm just a bit tired of writing planning these days and want to take a break." Director Zhang said, "These days are indeed hard work, but hard work has its rewards, so it's worth it even if it's hard work. When you go to the entertainment channel, don't be as lukewarm as the public channel. There is me on this side, but you have no one to take care of you on the other side. Fight when you need to fight, speak when you need to speak. You should know that people are bullied. If you have the ability to do so, show some sharpness, it's good for you too." Chun Ran listened carefully and nodded his head at the right time. He had also changed a lot since crossing over. Aunt Yoon made the meal and the three of them sat down to eat. Director Zhang looked around and shook his head. "It's a pity that Gigi and Rui aren't here. It would be great if they were. Rui is still studying. It will take at least 2 months before she can come back." Aunt Yoon said, "Why don't we open a video with Gigi now so she can see Chun Ran?" Director Zhang said, "Let her see what Chen Ran. I guess the two of them are driving privately. But it's us, we've been there for such a long time, we haven't seen her yet." Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. He opened a hairline with Zhang Fanji. A phone call has not been kind. Open the video in addition to wide-eyed, but also cannot find words to say. However, opening a video with Zhang Fanji during dinner, isn't this inviting hatred? Aunt Yoon didn't think so much about it and took out her cell phone to find Iji and clicked on the video. That side picked up, and what came out was not Zhang Fanji, but a woman in her 30s, wearing makeup and tying her hair, looking very competent, precisely Zhang Fanji's agent Tao Lin. Tao Lin had met Zhang Fanji's mom and dad, and immediately smiled a flower on her face. "It's Auntie Xiun. She's in the middle of a performance. She doesn't have time to pick up the video right now. I'll let her know when she finishes her performance, or you guys can open it later." There was some coaxing around Tao Lin, and there was Zhang Fanji's singing voice coming out, so she should be attending some kind of event. Aunt Yoon, who was all smiles, stiffened slightly, then said, it's fine. I just want to see her. Work is important." Tao Lin said, "I'll pass it on to her when she's done with the show." Aunt Cloud nodded, said goodbye, and hung up the video. Seeing Aunt Yun's lack of interest, Chun Ran said, "When I was chatting with her today, I heard that there was a performance going on and I forgot about it." Director Zhang waved his hand and said, "She's a singer. She often participates in any activities. We all understand. But it's you, Chun Ran, who has to take more responsibility here." The three of them ate for a while before the WeChat on Chun Ran's cell phone rang. "It's from Zhang Fanji. You're at my house?" Chun Ran returned, eating. Then his video went off. Chun Ran cut a sound in his heart, and thought why she didn't open directly with Aunt Yoon, and thought of making a scene at this time. Open the video, it is Zhang Fanji's face without much expression, although good-looking, but open the video without a smile, it feels a little strange. "Did my mom just have a video with me?" Zhang Fanji asked. Chun Ran said, "Aunt Yoon wanted to see you just now, but you weren't available." Zhang Fanji, "It's just been performed. It's only just finished. Give my mom your cell phone." Aunt Yoon took the video, and Zhang Fanji explained again. "The performance didn't receive the video just now." "I know." Aunt Cloud asked, "Busy these days?" Zhang Fanji nodded. "Yes, a little, in preparation for a new song to be released." Aunt Yoon frowned. She knew what Zhang Fanji posting a new song meant, and would be unavailable for a long time to come. "Come back to visit when you're done with your work. Do you feel comfortable leaving Chun Ran over here?" Aunt Yoon said. Director Zhang said in a helpful manner, "Chun Ran's performance is outstanding. Now he's going to transfer to the entertainment channel. Maybe he'll go to satellite TV after a while. There are many beautiful hosts over there. If you don't come back, Chun Ran will run away." Chun Ran was embarrassed on the sidelines. "When you guys talk about me, can you say it behind my back? This makes me very passive." He's in a position where he's a whole lot like a tool man. Director Zhang's two families wanted him to tie up Zhang Fanji, and Zhang Fanji wanted him to stabilize the old couple. Chen Ran was also somewhat helpless. When Zhang Fanji heard Director Zhang's words, she blinked, then said, "It's fine. I trust him." Chapter 33. I am Lin Fan. Zhang's mother and daughter chatted for half a day before they were ready to hang up the video, and Chen Ran didn't wait for Aunt Yoon to hang up and hurriedly took over the cell phone, casually pulling a couple of lines with Zhang Fanji before hanging up. Aunt Yoon laughed. "You're still afraid that I'll see your chat logs?" Chen Ran smiled sarcastically. It's true fear. Not that there's anything unseemly about it. Mainly, his chat with Zhang Fanji was still stuck at 4 days ago. Just now, they all said that they had been talking to Zhang Fanji. If Aunt Yoon saw them, it would be embarrassing. Aunt Yoon didn't say anything. People's young couples chatting must be private. It's normal to be afraid of people seeing. She said, "Chan Ran, you've also heard that Gigi is going to release a new song. She may come back a little less recently. You have to take it easy on her. She has a bad temper, so don't argue with her." Chun Ran said, "It's fine, Auntie. I'm doing a new program on the entertainment channel and I'll be busy for a while too. Everyone is busy." Chun Ran is not telling lies. Tomorrow officially report to the entertainment channel. The new program everything is restarted. Definitely busy. Aunt Yoon nodded her head in relief, thinking that Chun Ran really understood things. She looked at Chun Ran as a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, which was true, and felt that Chun Ran was good in every way. The man is handsome and capable, and the key is that he is good-tempered, understanding, and doesn't smoke. Such a son-in-law would be hard to find. Back to the branch to say more, work again, busy, don't forget, and Chun Ran more contact feelings. Such a good son-in-law, if it is really the same as just said, was abducted, then find who to say to go. After the meal, Chun Ran refused to stay with Director Zhang and his wife and returned to his residence. Tomorrow he was going to go to the entertainment channel. His heart was more or less nervous, although he hadn't been resting well, but he couldn't sleep after tossing and turning, so he got up and sat down and began to think about some of the programs. It's kind of nice to be idle anyway, and I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow when I go to the entertainment channel. Early the next morning, Chun Ran woke up first before the alarm clock called. Rubbing his eyes, he just picked up his cell phone and his alarm clock went off at the right time. The alarm clock is always one step behind him when his routine becomes regular. Yawning and brushing my teeth, I watched as it gradually brightened up outside and started another brand new day. Television. Chun Ran was inside the elevator, familiarly pressing the floor where the public channel was located, and was just about to stand back before he reacted and hurriedly repressed through. Everyone around him looked at him, making him a little embarrassed. He'd been on a public channel since he crossed over, and after a few months of working here, it was becoming a habit. Entertainment Channel Program Department, Director's Office. Chun Ran knocked on the door and entered. Inside was a balding man in his mid-40s, his hair still showing black around him, but the top of his head glistening with oil. "This is Lu Xianlong, the director of the program department. From now on he will be Chun Ran's superior." Chun Ran said, "Hello, director. I'm Chun Ran, here to report." Director Lu was also relatively gentle and smiled. "You are Chun Ran? Younger and more handsome than I imagined. It's a bit of a waste to be in our line of work. It feels like it's enough to debut as an idol." Chun Ran smiled. The director complimented people's handsomeness when they met, making them feel weirdly embarrassed. "I also read your planning, it's very good. I think I can't write it. You wrote the plan alone. Topped our planning team. There is no precedent in our station." Director Lu said, giving Chun Ran a thumbs up. The director's half-truths are a bit overstated when he thinks he can't write for real and tops a team. The director is too kind. I still have a lot to learn. Chun Ran naturally wouldn't cock up with pride just because of 2 compliments, and his performance had been rather modest. After some pleasantries, Director Lu arranged it. "I'll set up your office space first, and introduce you to everyone later when we have our morning meeting." Chun Ran nodded and followed his assistant away. Director Lu nodded slightly in the back. His impression of Chun Ran was not bad. To be able to write a plan that directly sets up a project, Chun Ran's ability is not to be doubted. Secondly, it was his personality. There was nothing joyful or anything like that being praised by him so much. It didn't fit with his age, whether he was pretending or real. At least on the surface, he was more pleasant to be around. "I just don't know what Lin Fan thinks there. Just don't drop the ball for me," Director Lu said secretly in his heart. He's the director of programming, and no matter which side he used to lean towards, when the show starts preparing, everything is hopefully going to go smoothly. He was getting anxious about the bad ratings of the previous program, and now he naturally wants the column to go smoothly and get the program out sooner. Chun Ran followed behind his assistant and walked to the office area, realizing that most people were looking at him. "This is Chun Ran? It's kind of cool. It's not what I expected. Too young too. There were whispers at the bottom. Now is not the time to recruit. The TV station rarely comes to newcomers. Everyone knows that Chun Ran is coming today. At this time he followed the assistant. They all recognized him. The people from the entertainment channel were actually quite curious about Chun Ran. They hadn't heard of him before, but since yesterday, he's been like a thunderbolt. The new programs all thought it was Lin Fan who had risen to the top as the chief planner, and when he was suddenly robbed by someone stepping in out of nowhere, they were naturally curious. Chun Ran nodded and smiled one by one in the face of the many curious gazes. Smoothly arriving at his office area without that feeling of being civilized watching monkeys, Chun Ran let out a slight sigh of relief. His coming over was just an interlude, and it was time to get busy with work, except for a couple of mouthy young ladies who occasionally passed a line or two. Sure, he's a planner, not a presenter? It does look kind of cool. I didn't expect such a handsome guy to come to our program department. The other men have sour hearts, women are big piggies. Yesterday, they were indignant and said that no matter how good Chun Ran's planning was, they would not be convinced, but only Lin Fan. That same enemy looks like a Girl Scout about to go to war. When others came today, you rebelled when you saw the face value. People have to have a process for the real incense, but you don't have a program at all. Too realistic. Actually, I don't blame the ladies. The main thing was that Chun Ran's face value was indeed somewhat beatable, and they were here either with bald heads or unkempt, so it was right for people to look at an eye-catching one and discuss it twice. It's the same as when a man sees a beautiful woman and scowls. In fact, no matter what men or women are doing, they are all the same. Just like what Zhang Fanji said, it's human nature to pursue beautiful things. It doesn't discriminate between men and women. As Chun Ran was sitting, he suddenly felt a darkness around him and looked up to see a young man with slightly longer hair and glasses, about 28 or 99 years of age, standing there and asking, "Are you Chun Ran?" Chun Ran didn't know who this person was and stood up. "Hello, I'm Chun Ran." The youth looked at Chun Ran, his brows furrowing and unfurling, his complexion a bit complicated. He extended his hand and said, "I'm Lin Fan." Chapter 34. There's no shame in losing to Chun Ran. Lin Fan. Chun Ran froze slightly when he heard the name. The two had not crossed paths other than competing for the position of chief planner of the new program, and Chun Ran had never seen him before. Now coming to the entertainment channel, it's kind of like meeting this competitor. Lin Fan purposely came over to introduce himself. What is this trying to do? The people next to him also looked over curiously. After all, such a good opportunity was robbed. It might be irritated, not necessarily. At least if they were in their place, not to mention resentful, but definitely not in the mood to play any self-introductions with someone with a gap. However, to their surprise, after Lin Fan finished his introduction, he stuck out his thumb and said, "I've read your planning and I'm convinced of my loss." Chun Ran also didn't understand what he meant. Coming over like this just to admit defeat? Not only Chun Ran, but the others didn't see it either. Everyone could see Lin Fan's face yesterday. It was basically dark all the time, and he was in an extremely bad mood. "Why did you just change today?" Chun Ran came back to his senses and smiled. "I also have many shortcomings. You are a senior. Please teach me more in the future." Seeing Chun Ran's attitude, Lin Fan somehow felt much better in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "What senior? Just a little bit older. The ability is not at all. I'm also in the column group of the new program. Is considered to be working under you. I have to ask you to teach." Chun Ran really didn't know that Lin Fan would also be in the new section group. It's not a surprise when you think about it, since he'll be competing for chief planner, indicating that he's not too busy with his current job and can naturally follow if he has a new show. Lin Fan and Chun Ran were talking here, basically just complimenting each other. The others looked odd. They had thought that Lin Fan had come over to be shady, but his attitude and tone were normal. It's a little hard to see if it's really trying to open up. When Lin Fan left, Chun Ran didn't even fathom what he meant. Did you come here to make nice, or to play a game of mind games? Either way, it didn't matter to him. In the end, it was ability that spoke for itself anyway, and getting the show right was better than anything else. Lin Fan left and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Last night, his father, Lin Jun, had talked to him a lot, probably about the failure of this competition. His mood was indeed gray. He had so many advantages and still lost so completely. Didn't it prove that he was just a waste after all he had done in the past few years? It even gave rise to the idea of whether or not to change careers. Lin Jun knew what he was thinking and persuaded him for half a day. You only see yourself losing, but did not bother to think about how you lost. Chun Ran, this kind of program planning directly brought to the project. So far you have seen a few? Lin Jun's meaning, this planning he cannot write, not to mention him, to limit the situation to one person, even if it is Yang Chijun is not possible to write such executive meticulous and complete planning. A person's mind, it is easy to appear limitations put forward an idea can be, but perfecting the idea, a person made out of it is not so perfect, many times will be asked you, which requires consultation. It's so rare for someone like Chun Ran to write such a complete one. Finally, Lin Jun called Yang Chijun and asked for a planning document to show Lin Fan. It wasn't until he saw the planning documents that Lin Fan's mindset changed. It's not that he's so bad. It's that Chun Ran writes so well. He was completely unable to believe that Chun Ran was only 23 years old. Just like Lin Jun said, it's not a class match. Because of reading the planning, his heart's unruly anger was smoothed out. There is absolutely no shame in losing to such planning. Even Lin Fan was very curious as to how exactly Chun Ran had written such a plan, which had led to today's scene where he took the initiative to go up and say hello. He wasn't fighting to compare one to the other, but he was genuinely curious. During the morning meeting, director Lu Xianlong Lu asked Chun Ran to introduce himself. The following people applauded. The new program planning settled on Chen Ran, and everyone in the program department knew about it and was not at all surprised by it. Although many people were surprised at Chun Ran's face and youth, they had affirmed his ability from above, so they had nothing to say. The program is directly used for the establishment of the project, has been submitted to the program review. Other people, even if they want to dare not think so. Chun Ran did it, he did the chief planner, naturally no one objected. At this point, Chun Ran officially transferred to the entertainment channel and settled down over here. The program team has pulled together the creative team in the past 2 days, and the general director Wu Jin is a middle-aged man with a center parting and thick, florid white stubble, who looks relatively literate. The program team gathered together, and Chief Director Wu Jin clapped his hands to get everyone to gather over, then said, "Everyone come over and welcome Chief Planner Chun Ran." Chun Ran smiled. "Hello everyone, I'm Chun Ran. I'll be the chief planner of the program group from today, and I hope to work together with everyone to make a good program. It's all about saying something condescending. It will take a day or two for the program to be approved while they can start preparing. Because of the need to top off the current show, the show is as fast as it is allowed to be." Chun Ran just joined the same afternoon and started putting in work. There is quite a lot of work to be done to prepare for the program, and Chun Ran discusses with the columnists about what is being planned. He was the chief planner of the program, and although Wu Jin was the director, there was a lot he didn't understand about the program. The people in the planning document column group all know that when Chun Ran didn't come, they read it I don't know how many times. Now that Chun Ran, the chief planner, had come over, everyone was in high spirits and discussed the details together. "Good thing I was prepared last night," Chun Ran muttered in his heart. It's not the first time he's faced this kind of battle, after all, he's also the chief planner of Call of Duty Focus. But then that show doesn't have so many details, they just have a general direction to follow. Everyone has a bit too many questions. If not Chun Ran had prepared last night, today facing everyone's questions I guess I will be stuck when I talk, then it will not be embarrassing. I love to remember the lyrics of the song is a variety show, and involves KTV and so on according to Chun Ran above the planning, but also need to pre-select the lead singer. You don't make a show by guessing, you have to negotiate every step of the way. We are all preparing together on several sides and clearly analyzing the situation so that each department can clearly know what they are doing. Director Wu, the part of selecting the lead singer can start preparing now. You can have someone contact a few high-traffic singing software to give time to select singers with good conditions. Finally, Chun Ran singled out one sentence in particular. Lead vocals are an important part of the show inside I Love to Remember, and picking a few good ones can add to the show. Chun Ran singled it out and director Wu Jin naturally valued it. "I'll have someone contact them after the meeting is adjourned, and I'll get help from the musicians during the selection process to strive for the best." Chun Ran's first day at the entertainment channel, there wasn't an adjustment period or anything, and he directly integrated into the work. Busy, yes, a little busy, but this feeling is quite fulfilling. Workplace ostracism wasn't felt, but rather some enthusiastic excess. The people on the entertainment channels are relatively younger than the public channels and the atmosphere is more vibrant. When he left work, Chun Ran didn't feel too bad. Chapter 35. Want a sponsor? Chun Ran had just returned home when he received a call from Director Zhang. "How does it feel to be on the entertainment channel?" Director Zhang was concerned. Chun Ran said, "Everyone is quite amiable, because the program is very urgent, and preparations began this afternoon." Director Zhang said, "It's good that you can get used to it, and you can call me about anything you're not sure about. Although I'm old and not witty anymore, I still have some experience. Chan Ran laughed. Uncle, you're not old. You only look like you're in your 30s. Director Zhang haha laughed. How tragic it would be if more than 30 grows up to be like me. The preparation for the variety show will definitely be very busy. When you have time to call and eat together at noon, come to the house when you have time, and let your Aunt Yun make you delicious food. Chan Ran's heart warmed, and he busily said, I know, Uncle, thanks. Director Zhang shook his head and said, I just don't like to hear you say those two words. It seems raw. If you really thank me, then be nicer to Gigi. Chun Ran hummed without much hesitation. Being nice to Zhang Fanji was also more than just a boyfriend-girlfriend way, and he could have simply said yes. Director Zhang hung up the phone. Chun Ran was dealing with some information on the computer. This was the information that Lin Fan handed to him just now before he got off work, saying that he had some ideas about some parts of the program and wanted to give Chun Ran a look. Chun Ran was a little seasick and did not dare to play with his cell phone in the car, and only now when he returned home did he use his computer to deal with it. He looked at it for half a day, pondering. Lin Fan had not been in the entertainment channel for a short time, and was still able to mix it up and run for chief planner, so his performance was certainly not ordinary. He writes out great advice, a little on the conservative side in terms of innovation, but consistent enough. Although many places contradicted Chun Ran's opinions, he didn't reject them all, but chose a few more outstanding proposals and prepared to take them out for discussion tomorrow. He wrote out the planning is very complete but does not mean perfect. Really want to use the critical, I can certainly find the problem. Chun Ran do it alone is more strenuous. It feels like writing an essay to modify, but found that there is no way to start. It's naturally much better to have a team to discuss it with now. For the next few days, Chun Ran was kept busy. He realized that Lin Fan was indeed very capable, and as a planner was more qualified than Chun Ran himself. In one way or another, he mainly has more experience than Chun Ran and some insight into the show. But Chun Ran also found his downside, which is that he is not innovative enough. Most of the things he proposes are things that are already out there, proven, and well accepted by the audience. It's not a bad thing to be this cautious about doing a show, but this can also make the show lose its own appeal and flair. I love to remember the lyrics of the song. This kind of program mode, this world has not appeared. Lin Fan tried hard to want to jump out of the shackles of thought, but this thing is just like the temperament, it is difficult to change. After a few days of realizing this problem, he began to abandon his own ideas and follow Chun Ran's thoughts. After these few days, he saw Chun Ran's hard work and talent, and saw the key to many things at a glance, which he couldn't even envy. Program approvals also came down, stage sets were designed, and everyone divided up the work and officially began preparations. As per Chun Ran's request, director Wu Jin contacted a few singing apps and organized an I Love Remembering Lyrics singing competition. The 1st through 5th place winners will have the opportunity to participate in I Love Lyrics and become resident lead singers. Not only will they be able to sing on TV, but they will also be paid a certain appearance fee for each episode of the show. Get on TV, get paid. These two rewards gave enough motivation for many people who love to sing to sign up. Many people who love to sing have a dream of singing on stage on television. Even though the show itself only requires 5 people, there's a chance to be in the top 5, and they all want to give it a shot. What if you get picked? The entertainment channel of Call of Duty TV and the program I Love to Remember Lyrics, which is not even a shadow of its former self, are starting to get a little bit of attention. On the KTV side, there was supposed to be a special person to approach, and Chun Ran followed. The last time I asked someone for data, they gave it to me readily, so surely I can't cross the river. The person in charge of the other side was almost overjoyed when he learned that the entertainment channel was really going to do such a program. When Chun Ran came to the door, they were just thinking about the mentality of giving it a try. Anyway, the data is not a confidential document. I did not expect that this young man really do such a program in the entertainment channel. He had heard Chun Ran talk about the program in general, and if the program was aired by then, it would definitely stimulate viewers to spend money at KTVs, which would definitely be a favorable thing for them. Chun Ran spoke to the person in charge and suddenly asked, Manager Yao, I don't know if you have considered one thing. Manager Yao froze. Go ahead. Our program is aimed at all the chain KTVs in Jiaonan province. I wonder if you are willing to pay for sponsorship? Chun Ran smiled slightly. Manager Yao looked at Chun Ran's smile and instantly understood what he meant. If they sponsor it, the only thing that will appear inside the TV will be their chain, and the program selection will only take place inside their KTV. But when it comes to sponsorship, that's not a low price. He can't make the decision to spend so much money. Manager Yao quickly said, I can't get an idea about this kind of thing. I need to consult the boss. Chun Ran said, There's no rush. I'm just mentioning this casually. And these things aren't under my control. I just think it's a good thing for you guys to mention in passing. Manager Yao also knew that this was an opportunity. But this kind of depends on the boss. Chun Ran smiled. If there is an intention, Manager Yao can contact our program team. It's best to finalize it before we find sponsorship. Manager Yao nodded his head in a hurry. I Love Lyrics will definitely be a long-term show if the ratings are good. Chun Ran was confident that the program's ratings would not be too bad, and if it was sponsored for a while, it would certainly be a solid profit. And now it's just in preparation, the sponsorship fee won't be too high. If we wait until the show catches fire and then talk about it, the price will be different. At night, Chun Ran was working overtime at the TV station when he suddenly received a WeChat. Ichabod, I'll be back tomorrow. Chun Ran raised an eyebrow. He and Zhang Fanji hadn't been in touch for days. I remember she said a while ago that she had to prepare a new song and wouldn't be available for a short period of time. So why is she suddenly coming back? Chun Ran asked. How long will you be back? Ichabod, a couple days at least. Isn't there a new song coming out? There was silence there for half a day, and Chun Ran was about to put down his cell phone and continue working when he received the message. Yellow. Just by seeing those two words, Chun Ran was able to think of Zhang Fanji's slightly pursed lips. They said they were going to release a new song. How come it's suddenly yellow? Chun Ran did not think to understand this or determine things can still yellow? And with Zhang Fanji's fame, it's time to release a new song. What's all this fuss about? Chapter 36. The little cotton puff is going to be someone else's. One thing to realize is that Zhang Fanji has fame and awards now. In terms of vocals and fame, she is considered very good among the newcomers, and many people are looking at her favorably. Since it is determined to release a new song, it must be discussed by the company. Generally speaking, it is impossible to change your mind. Associated with the last time Zhang Fanji's new song was robbed by Lin Han-yoon, Chun Ran had a guess in his heart. I'm afraid that it is not happy with the company. Regarding work matters, Chun Ran didn't ask much. People are already in a bad mood. Isn't asking now adding to the problem? It just so happens that he's been busy for the past few days, and since he can relax a little tomorrow after the task at hand is done today, he asked, when's the flight, and I'll pick you up? Zhang Fanji returned. You're not busy? Chun Ran said, you can get off the morning shift. Zhang Fanji, I'll be there at noon. I'll go home first, and you can come back in the evening. The plane at noon, then Chun Ran cannot help. Really cannot go at noon. Since you're doing the show, you're responsible for the work. Chun Ran returned. I'll go back with Uncle Zhang at night. Good. Zhang Fanji just returned such a word. And then there was no more news. Chun Ran put down his cell phone and continued to work. But inside his head, he thought about Zhang Fanji's matter. Stopped and stopped or went to search the internet. Didn't search for anything. Chun Ran was not surprised. It is not possible for someone to break the news right away when it comes to the internal affairs of other people's companies. Went to look at Zhang Fanji's microblogging. It is very clean, is the occasional sunshine life photos, every few days only one. But underneath the latest tweet, there were quite a few messages, one of righteous indignation. The prosperous star is also too not something, said the song, why change your mind? I threw up, poor my family Shiyun. To release a new song was pushed again and again. What kind of company is this? Those who support He Yuan's departure from prosperous star come and give a nod of approval. After Chun Ran read it, he thought about it and clicked on Lin Han-yun's microblog again. There is a selfie over there, and the text reads, new song in preparation, produced by famous producer Mr. Liang Guanqing, teaming up with Mr. Jiang Ziaho. Very, very good. Everyone please look forward to it. Clicking on the comments, I was surprised to see that there were fans of Zhang Fanji venting here, but after refreshing there were none, so they had obviously been deleted. Is this like another robbery? Chun Ran shook his head. If you don't know about Zhang Fanji, it alone looks like a promotion for a singer's upcoming song release. Yet he knew that Zhang Fanji was going to release a song, and now that the song was yellow, Lin Han-yun was going to release a new song, and it was definitely not an accident that this node bumped into each other. Zhang Fanji and Lin Han-yun, singers from the same company, were treated differently. Chun Ran could imagine just how explosive Zhang Fanji's mood was right now. But he can't help it, people have highs and lows, especially Zhang Fanji and the company's affairs. In the end, how contradictory he does not know. On the contrary, Zhang Fanji in such a mood, before coming back, he also thought to notify him in advance to let him act. This Chun Ran someone a laugh. There's a fear of being rushed into marriage. The songs definitely can't be too cold so people can't guess, and they can't be too hot or they won't be difficult, and the songs in the library need to have had quite a few passes at one time. Chan Ran and the director were discussing the song library issue, and he put his ideas out there. In addition to this, theme songs can be selected and theme programs can be launched when there are festivals. Director Wu Jin nodded slightly. Chan Ran's idea was more agreeable to him. One must consider the feelings of the audience when making programs. Their entertainment channel is self-financing, ratings are the sky, and the audience is their bread and butter. This is something Chan Ran has done very well. No matter what the idea is, it is important to first consider whether the audience can accept it or not. Lin Fan listened over there and took notes. I feel that I have learned a lot from working with Chan Ran in the past few days. It wasn't bragging, first of all, it was Chan Ran's way of thinking, which was not at all in the same dimension as him. Looking at the same issue from a perspective quite a bit different from others can be very refreshing, with an unshackled, out-of-the-box kind of thinking. Lin Fan was 5 or 6 years older than Chen Ran, and had worked in the TV station for so many years, so in terms of experience he did have a bit more than Chen Ran. But apart from experience, Lin Fan felt that he would be inferior to Chan Ran across the board. With so many days of preparation for the show, the stage side of things is getting ready quickly. The stage of the studio itself is readily built, and this kind of studio variety show and small show basically does not need too much change. The most important thing is the equipment, which requires slightly more time. Because Chun Ran, several people are working overtime in the past few days, so now he can now relax a little. Chun Ran said to Lin Fan, I have a little thing today, there is no need to work overtime. The day before yesterday proposed a game session. I wrote some generalizations, later you guys discuss. Fill in the details of the content, if it can be used, no, let's discuss it again tomorrow. Good. Lin Fan nodded, not half dissatisfied. They are aiming for a long-term show, but the show can't stay the same or the audience will get tired of it. The show in general stays the same, but the gameplay can be changed a little bit for each installment. Chun Ran explained and handed the information to Lin Fan. At this time he WeChat rang, picked up and looked, it was Zhang Fanji said just arrived home. Chun Ran took out his cell phone to the director of the Zhang phone. Uncle, wait off work, you wait for me. Gigi today back, has arrived home. I'm a father who doesn't even know yet, and you get the news first. Director Zhang laughed. Your kid didn't have time to come up to my place for dinner for the past few days, but today when Gigi came back he had time? Chan Ran was being so ridiculed by him, couldn't help but laugh. I'm not just busy with some of this. I can spare some time. She's not coming back, I'm also planning to go and have dinner with Uncle today. Director Zhang were willing to believe, said, I still do not know your mind. You do not care to see Gigi delayed work. This is your first program to go to the entertainment channel. Must not go wrong. Chan Ran said, Don't worry, Uncle. Our program is prepared quickly because of the expediting. And with director Wu Jin watching and other planners following, I just can't go wrong even if I want to. All right, just leave it at that and join us then. Director Zhang's mouth was stern, but in actuality, he was very happy to see Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji on good terms, and he was all happy to hang up the phone. That's when he received a message from his wife that his daughter had come home. Director Zhang shook his head. The little cotton jacket was about to become someone else's. Chun Ran all knew first, and he still needed his wife to send this message to know. What a treat. At the end of the shift, Director Zhang waited for Chun Ran. Director Zhang glanced at Chun Ran. You don't seem to have prepared a gift? I see there's a flower store next door. Do you want to go and organize a bouquet? Chun Ran was confused for a moment. Does this still need to be spent? But after thinking about it, Director Zhang had said so. It seemed like he couldn't say he wouldn't buy it. So, when Zhang Fanji opened the door, she saw Chun Ran standing at the door with a bouquet of flowers with a twisted face. Chapter 37, Can't You Write Your Own Songs? Chun Ran was really twisted. He really didn't have this romantic cell. The key Zhang Fanji is also not his real girlfriend. Send some gifts is okay. But send flowers or roses really say out of the weird. The corner of Zhang Fanji's mouth moved. You are? She glanced next to her next to Chun Ran, and Director Zhang was looking at her with a smile on his face. Just came to see the flower store. There is a one-way street. Chun Ran had to get off the car and run over to buy flowers. Circled around a lot before buying roses. Said you are very difficult to come back. Did not prepare a gift for you? Send flowers to give you a surprise. Director Zhang said with a smile. Zhang Fanji's eyes paused and looked at Chun Ran suspiciously. Chun Ran was embarrassed when he heard Director Zhang say that. The flowers were bought by Director Zhang, who asked him to buy them, and it wasn't as exaggerated as he said. So he got off the bus and bought them in the flower store next to him by hand. How come there's so much more drama when it comes to Director Zhang? He looked at Zhang Fanji and then at Director Zhang, truly worthy of being father and daughter. Zhang Fanji saw Chun Ran's expression and already understood everything. She reached for the rose and held it in her arms, allowing the two Chun Ran to come in first. The fragrance of flowers came out in bursts, and Zhang Fanji wrinkled her little nose. When some events sing, the fan support club, or the organizer will arrange for someone to send flowers. But this kind of face-to-face direct flower delivery doesn't really seem to exist. Zhang Fanji mood is also a little irritable. Come on the way to the assistant did not dare to let her drive. Hard to personally send her back before leaving. Now smell the flowers, feel more comfortable. Zhang Fanji found a vase and put the flowers in it. Chun Ran looked in his eyes, but also slightly relieved. He was afraid that Zhang Fanji moved directly through the flowers. That how embarrassing. In 2 lifetimes combined, it was the first time Chun Ran had given someone flowers. Zhang Fanji said, "I'll go help in the kitchen," said she was going to turn around and go in. Director Zhang reached out and beckoned, come back. The kitchen isn't too busy. It's not easy for you to come back. Take a rest first. I'll go help your mom." After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Fanji to open her mouth, she herself got up first and went into the kitchen. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji weren't stupid. They both understood what Director Zhang meant. This was to give the two of them time alone. Zhang Fanji's willow eyebrows wrinkled, still didn't say anything and walked over to sit next to Chun Ran. She wore a very casual outfit at home. A tight bottom sweater with chinos underneath, very figure-flattering. Not too fat, not too thin, very well proportioned. Chun Ran inadvertently glanced at it and froze slightly before shifting away somewhat unnaturally. True to form, the star is beautiful and has a great body. He saw the news that celebrities have to control their 3 meals a day in order to get in shape, and wondered if it was true. Zhang Fanji got up, brought over fruits and melons from the dining table, and asked seemingly off-handedly after sitting down, "Have you been busy in the entertainment channel lately?" Chun Ran didn't expect her to speak first and nodded. "It's okay. The program just started, and I've been working overtime for the past few days." "Doing a variety show?" Zhang Fanji asked again. "It's a variety show, but it's pretty interesting, so you can watch it when it comes out if you're bored." Zhang Fanji nodded. "I'll look at it then." Chun Ran said, "The program is not comparable to big TV productions, so don't get your hopes up lest you be disappointed." Zhang Fanji gave him a sideways glance and asked, "So unsure of your own program?" Chun Ran didn't have the good sense to say, "It's because I'm afraid that your vision is too good and you'll strike me down when the time comes." Zhang Fanji bristled. "Am I that boring?" Chun Ran said in his heart, "No boring, you do not have a number in your heart." Zhang Fanji looked at his eyes, probably read them, and became angry in her heart, and kept her face silent. Chun Ran was still pondering about Zhang Fanji's new song and thought for a while before asking, "What's the situation with your new song?" "Robbed." Zhang Fanji's face was calm, but it was clearly possible to see the unwillingness and loss in her eyes. Chun Ran asked, "Lin Han Yun again?" Zhang Fanji paused, looking at Chun Ran with an expression full of doubt. Chun Ran was a little embarrassed by her look and snapped, "I went on Weibo today to take a look. Your song is gone. She's going to release a new song. Odds are it's her, right?" Chun Ran did not say, "The last time I saw the news, this is the second time. If you still mention it, people, how embarrassing." Zhang Fanji's face turned quite ugly again. More embarrassment. She still hummed and muttered, "I know you're still asking me." Chun Ran said, "I'm more curious, what is your company's idea? You are young and beautiful and have potential. They put not to send you a song. That Lin Yun Han is not as good as you. How to give her all the resources?" Zhang Fanji listened with an uncomfortable heart and said in a muffled voice, "I don't know." Chun Ran knew that she didn't want to talk about it and didn't continue to pursue it. He thought about it and asked in a low voice, "The company doesn't give you songs, so why don't you write your own songs?" That was sort of one of the doubts in his mind. He hadn't studied music, but someone like Zhang Fanji, who had learned music from elementary school, could have tried writing songs himself. It's better than trying to release a song now and having to see if it's suitable and then having to look at the company's face. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look at Chun Ran, as if she was looking at a little cutie. Like, if she could write her own songs, would she need to be so torn up? The thing about writing songs is that it's a gift, and being able to sing doesn't necessarily mean you can write. Doesn't Zhang Fanji want to create her own work? Definitely want to. She tried it more times than she knew in private. But when it's written, it's either very vestigial, the kind of thing you send out and get told you're plagiarizing, or it's completely unlistenable. You know why there are so many singers and songwriters, but not many people who are good singers and writers? It's because God is fair, And a good singer-songwriter, that's God's favorite. Obviously, she, Zhang Fanji, was not. It's been said that her singing voice is a reward from God. And it's just a singing voice. Being looked at by Zhang Fanji like this, Chun Ran felt as if he had asked a very silly question. It seems like even on Earth, there aren't many that can sing and write and still be a hit. But the most impressive ones, the ones whose development has been the most consistent, are definitely these singer-songwriters. Others. Too many blips, too replaceable if it's just the song alone. I thought it was pretty easy. Chun Ran snorted, wanting to get rid of the topic. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything and seemed to be in a very bad mood. In fact, even if the song was robbed, she didn't have to come back this time, mainly because she had a falling out with the company. The company now has a sense of wanting the horse to run again and not giving it grass. The new song is not given out but also constantly accepts some low-quality commercial performances. Zhang Fanji's character, it would be strange if it does not explode. Her agent, Tao Lin, had always stood up for the company and didn't stop her this time. The company had really gone overboard. Zhang Fanji does not want to stay in the company for a moment. What notices what activities whoever likes to go. I can't afford not to be a singer anymore. Chapter 38. Your girlfriend? In the kitchen. Director Zhang stood in the doorway, his ear pressed against the door. Aunt Yoon didn't have the heart to say, "What are you doing?" Director Chang said, "Listen to what they say." "So what did you hear?" Director Zhang said glumly. "They're talking too quietly to be heard." Aunt Yoon gave him a blank look. "If you can't hear me, why don't you come over and help?" Director Zhang said, "I'll help with the dishes. I won't do anything else." "I didn't expect you to do it either." Aunt Cloud grunted. Director Zhang sat down and asked again, "By the way, what is the reason for Twiggy's return this time?" Aunt Yoon took the vegetable basket and was washing the pots, saying slowly, "Work wasn't going well. I heard her talking about it. Like she couldn't get a new song out or something. Anyway, she didn't go into detail." Director Zhang frowned. "It wasn't like this last time. Why aren't any new songs being released? You're not happy that your daughter is home more?" "I'm sure I'm happy if she wants to come home more often. But it can't be that she comes back when she's not doing well outside. It's better to come back happily." Director Zhang rightfully said. "When you are a parent, you want to see your son or daughter live a happy life." Aunt Yoon said, "She works with none of us. And even if she encounters a problem, she is the only one who can solve it." Director Zhang sighed. "That being said, I, as a father, can't help her and I'm anxious in my heart." Aunt Yoon was very open-minded and said unconcernedly, "There's no use worrying about it. If you don't sing from now on, that's even better. Come back and cultivate more love with Chun Ran. Get married early and have 2 children." Director Zhang glanced at his wife and squeezed out 4 words. "A woman's opinion. Knock." Aunt Yoon directly threw the pot in the sink and said crossly, "What did you just say?" Director Zhang coughed and gave a thumbs up. "I say Madame has a high opinion. Virtue." Knowing her husband's virtuous nature, Aunt Yoon grunted softly and turned around to start cooking. Director Zhang skimmed his lips and cooed in a small voice behind him, "Not with you." Not long afterward, the couple made the meal and brought it out. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji helped serve the food and serve the meal. And Aunt Yoon looked at the 2 of them and lamented in her heart that this was what it was like to eat as a family. She didn't just talk about it, but in her heart, she did think that it would be good for Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji to get married earlier. At this age, you kind of want grandchildren, too. Without sons, grandchildren are impossible, but grandchildren are still grandchildren. After dinner, Director Zhang excused Chun Ran to work tomorrow and asked Zhang Fanji to send him home, kicking them out early. Zhang Fanji was slightly embarrassed, although she knew that her father was anxious for her to marry out. But this was too obvious. Other families can't afford to let their daughters go out, but these 2 old people are so good that they just push her out. Seeing that Zhang Fanji was going to drive, Chun Ran was a bit uneasy and opened his mouth without saying anything. When Zhang Fanji saw this expression on his face, her face was a blank at that moment. Chun Ran inexplicably felt that the atmosphere around him had chilled a few points. Along the way, Zhang Fanji's slate face did not say a word. Chun Ran feel a little puzzled. When did I offend her? Wasn't it fine just now? Why are you suddenly angry? After arriving at the place, Chun Ran asked, "Thank you. Do you want to go up and have a seat?" Zhang Fanji said, "I'm going back." Chun Ran wasn't surprised. He mentioned it in passing. "Be careful on your way." Zhang Fanji was in a bad mood, and after Chun Ran turned around, he deflated his mouth and exhaled before driving away. Chun Ran looked at Zhang Fanji left, some helpless, He knows Zhang Fanji mood is bad, but really do not know how to coax. His bones have no romantic cells. The next night, Chun Ran was working overtime when the phone rang. Seeing that it was Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran first took his cell phone and walked to the window. Seeing a familiar figure standing there, he picked up the phone and slowly began to descend the stairs. It's still the same. You come out. When she saw Chun Ran go downstairs, Zhang Fanji, who was wearing a mask, stood there without moving. The black and ghostly eyes seemed to have water flowing inside them, staring at Chun Ran without even blinking. My mom asked me to give it to you. Zhang Fanji handed over the soup. This is too much trouble for you. Why don't you tell Aunt Yoon that there is no need to bother? Chun Ran took the soup, a little embarrassed. Zhang Fanji sniffled and said, to say you go say it. She won't listen to what I say. Chun Ran heard some nasal sounds from her and asked, catching a cold? Zhang Fanji turned her head sideways and gave a not saying much. At this time, Lin Fan, who had come out of the TV station, was slightly stunned to see Chun Ran and asked, is this your girlfriend? He obviously didn't realize that Chun Ran worked so hard, was almost always at the TV station, and had a girlfriend. Chun Ran hesitated slightly and looked at Zhang Fanji, then nodded and said, yeah. Came over to deliver the soup. Zhang Fanji heard Chun Ran admit it and glanced at him. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Fanji, although he was wearing a mask. But people don't just look at their faces. This figure, this temperament, he didn't even know how Chun Ran found it. Presumably, by face value, Lin Fan was a little sour. I'm leaving first. Lin Fan decided to hurry up and leave before his heart couldn't take it. When Lin Fan left, Chun Ran looked at Zhang Fanji and said, I'm almost done with my work. Why don't you go up and wait for me? I'll rub the car later. Zhang Fanji originally wanted to say what's it to me when you get off work, but after looking at Chun Ran, she didn't say anything and gave a following him into the TV station. Upstairs, Chun Ran poured the soup, which was still hot. He didn't give it to himself and handed it to Zhang Fanji, saying, drink it first. It's more comfortable to warm up when you have a cold. Zhang Fanji had taken her mask after coming up, revealing her fair face with a slightly red nose. And when she saw the bowl Chun Ran handed over, she froze slightly and refused. This is for you. This was boiled by Aunt Yoon. It's not like you can't drink it. Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and twisted her head. Drink it yourself. Chun Ran saw that she was so resolute and did not persuade, took a sip while it was hot. The hot soup entered the body, dispelled the coolness, and was much more comfortable. Zhang Fanji's nose wrinkled when she saw this action of his and turned her head away from him. As she turned her head, she saw Chun Ran begin to work, sometimes thinking hard, sometimes tapping on the keyboard. The TV station lights were turned off for most of the time. Just Chun Ran's light in this position was still on, and the light from the monitor shone on the side of Chun Ran's face, making his silhouette look very textured. Zhang Fanji's throat moved and turned away her gaze, muttering in her heart that this guy was quite focused on his work. Some time ago, I often heard my father mention how outstanding Chun Ran was and how hard he worked, and at first I didn't think so. But just these days, hearing that Chun Ran made a program that caught fire and then tuned into the entertainment channel, there really aren't too many with his age that have this kind of achievement. Father seems to have said that the entertainment channel is considered a reserve camp for satellite TV, and Chun Ran will most likely be on satellite TV if he does well. Thinking of this Zhang Fanji heart is a little strange. Some time ago she also deliberately flirted with Chun Ran, saying that it is to go to the Guardian TV to be considered awesome. Now people really have such a chance. This makes Zhang Fanji think of herself. Chun Ran's work is climbing. She has a lot of problems here. The mood, which had relaxed a bit, got a few more points worse. Chapter 39. Showing off your ex. Thinking about what? Chun Ran's voice came over. Zhang Fanji came back to her senses and saw that Chun Ran had already shut down the computer, so it was obvious that the work was done. The guy was serious. He didn't even wander off with her around and kept his head down as he worked. It's nothing, Zhang Fanji calmly said. Chun Ran put the insulated lunchbox away before saying, Is it boring to watch me work? Zhang Fanji faintly said, It's all the same. Chun Ran laughed. This can be the same. You as a star. Life can be more colorful than this all day in the TV station to go around. It's all pretty much the same. Besides participating in events, it's just practicing songs and dances. Zhang Fanji wanted to say that being a star was also boring, but Chun Ran wouldn't understand. The two of them got off the TV station and got into Zhang Fanji's car. Chun Ran watched her take off her mask when she got into the car, and the tissue wiped the tip of her nose red, and asked, "How did you catch a cold?" Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't blame him for being nosy, saying in a muffled voice, "Didn't cover the quilt." Chan Ran knew that she was in a bad mood because of the matter of the song being robbed. He deliberated on the wording and said, "Actually, if you think about it from a different perspective, the song being robbed, it's not all bad." Zhang Fanji was about to start the car, and his hand stopped, staring at Chan Ran. Chan Ran was unnaturally looked at by her and hurriedly said, "I listened to Lin Han Yun's song after I went back last night, the one from last time, and the song quality is actually average." Zhang Fanji furrowed her brows, not understanding what Chun Ran was doing by mentioning this, deliberately making her sad. Again, I heard Chun Ran continue, "I don't know too much about music theory or anything, just from the perspective of an ordinary listener. This song is too ordinary. The melody isn't catchy, the lyrics aren't nutritious, and I feel like no one would have listened to that song if there wasn't promotion everywhere." Zhang Fanji frowned. "What are you trying to say?" Chun Ran said, "Actually, that song was quite good if you didn't sing it. It doesn't match your voice. If it was your new song, it would definitely disappoint your fans." Zhang Fanji was choked by Chun Ran. "Said so half a day, just to pat me on the back? Your current popularity, coupled with the fact that you haven't released a song for a long time, fans have high expectations of you, and your next song, if it doesn't satisfy your fans, will definitely accelerate the loss of popularity." Chun Ran analyzed it for Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran, not expecting him to be able to say this. "Don't look at it like that. Although I haven't been in your entertainment industry, I'm at least a planner and know this. For example, this time your song being robbed may seem like a bad thing, but it's not. You've accumulated too much enthusiasm from this fan base, more than 10,000 comments above Weibo. All of them are urging you for a new song. The more cautious you have to be when releasing a song at this time. If the quality of the song is not good, it will overly consume the fan enthusiasm." Seeing that Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, Chun Ran took advantage of the heat and said, "You're telling this to comfort me?" Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran with unblinking eyes. Being looked at by her like this, Chun Ran was embarrassed in turn, without the eloquence of just now, coughed and said, "It's not anything to comfort you, just saying some truth." Zhang Fanji wrinkled her nose. "It's useless to say so much. She wants good songs too, it's all up for grabs." The songs that she fought for this time were considered good songs in her opinion, at least better than the previous one. But after talking to the musicians, Lin Han Yun was halfway through the process, and the company headed her way. No matter how bad these songs are, they are always robbed, and no matter what Chun Ran says, she still doesn't feel good in her heart. Last night she thought long and hard about it and planned to go back and talk to the company. Talk if you can, collapse if you can't. Forget it, I'll take you home first. Zhang Fanji started the car and drove Chun Ran on the road. Chun Ran asked, "I seem to remember you have a guitar?" Zhang Fanji concentrated on driving and gave a careless hum. Chun Ran said, "Then let's go to your house first. I'll borrow your guitar for a few days, you won't mind, right?" Zhang Fanji thought to herself, "If you've said so, how can I still mind?" She drove Chun Ran right back to the house. Director Zhang and Aunt Yun were there, and were a bit surprised to see Chun Ran being driven back by his daughter. "Uncle, Gigi has a guitar here. I'll borrow it for a while," Chun Ran explained. Chun Ran realized that after he finished saying this, what clearly appeared on the faces of the two Zhang family members was an expression of disappointment. What the hell is disappointment? Zhang Fanji was also a bit unable to withstand this kind of look and tugged Chun Ran into the room, handing Chun Ran the guitar that was placed next to the piano. "You take it and use it, don't break it," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran asked, "This guitar has a special meaning to you?" "I bought it with money from my summer job." Zhang Fanji remained concise. Chun Ran skimmed his lips. It was good that it wasn't from his ex-boyfriend. He sat down and tried to fiddle with the guitar, yet found that his hands wouldn't stop working and he kept getting it wrong. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Fanji looking at him, and although he didn't scoff or anything, the look was definitely not a good one. Cough. "It's been a while since I've used the guitar. I'm rusty. I'll bring it back to relieve my boredom." Chun Ran put the guitar away and didn't show off here. Zhang Fanji, the civilization to watch the eyes of monkeys, is really depressing. In front of people who are professionally studying music, he is indeed a bit of a class act. "When I first learned, I wasn't much better than you." Seeing his embarrassment, Zhang Fanji said in a semi-comforting manner. Chun Ran glanced at her and wondered if this was a deliberate attempt to undermine her. "You just learned when you were only in middle school, and I have been playing for some time, this is too demeaning." Zhang Fanji drove Chun Ran home again, and when she was almost there, Chan Ran told her to turn into the next street, where there was a clinic that. Chan Ran said, "This clinic specializes in colds and flu. The effect is not bad, heavy colds in general, but your kind is not too serious. A dose of medicine will be good. You wait for me here." Zhang Fanji opened her mouth, and when she saw Chan Ran open the car door and run over, she didn't say anything. She was in the car when she saw Chan Ran run into the clinic, say something to the doctor inside, and not long after, pay with WeChat and come back with a small bag. 3 pills, eat them after meals. There's a small one in there. You'll be sleepy after you eat them. Eat them at night when you go to bed with them, and if you're busy with something, you can just throw that one small one away. Chan Ran said, shoving the medicine in through the car window. Seeing Zhang Fanji looking at him, Chan Ran pointed to the back and said, "Go back. There's an alley here. I'll just go through it and get there. Go back earlier if you have a cold." Zhang Fanji looked at the medicine, then at Chan Ran and said, "I'm not bad with this time, and also you didn't take the guitar." Chan Ran patted his head. Surprisingly, he forgot to take the guitar. He opened the car door, took out the guitar, and closed the car door again and said, "All right, be careful on your way." He finished and turned to go first. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and didn't start the car. Straight away, Chan Ran disappeared around the corner before she drove slowly. Her head didn't seem to hurt as much, although her nose was still uncomfortable. Chapter 40. Everywhere is worse than the others. Preparation for the program is moving quickly. It hasn't been more than a few days since we started, and most of the front-end work is done. Approval came down a long time ago. Now we're just waiting for the stage and equipment. While Chan Ran was busy, Director Wu Jin followed Director Yang Chijuan over. Chan Ran froze, stood up and said, "Good day, Superintendent." Yang Chijuan nodded, looked around and said, "How is your progress?" Director Wu Jin said, "It seems to be very fast now. We can start recording in 2 weeks at the most." Yang Chijuan said in a serious tone, "Fast is important, but you have to take into account the quality. I don't want to put out another joyless. Joy to None is the flop show that's waiting for Chan Ran and the gang to make it to top it off right now. The ratings are dropping lower and lower every day." Yang Chijuan couldn't look at the program, while Director Liu of the program department had an even harder time. A bunch of people are pretty bullish on "I Love to Remember" lyrics and want the show to hurry up and come out, and they've been catching up on the progress almost every day. Director Wu Jin assured, "Don't worry, Director. We are first and foremost focusing on quality." Yang Chijuan said to Chan Ran, "The program funding is very sufficient. The consideration of funding, you do not have to be too stingy. You talk down the KTV sponsorship. The sponsorship fee can be used in the production funds inside. I do not require the program can make money in the early stages. I want is the ratings. The entertainment channel is self-financing. As one of the 3 carriages of the Jiaonan TV station, it is really rich." Yang Chijuan spoke with great confidence. "And Chan Ran's position on the show is a long-term program. If the ratings go up, the show makes more than meets the eye." "Got it, Director. We'll do our best to do a good program." Chan Ran nodded. Yang Chijuan patted Chan Ran's shoulder, still quite satisfied with this new planner of the entertainment channel. "The ability is not bad. Work hard. Such a person any leader loves." From the work report handed in, Chan Ran had contributed greatly in the preparation of the program, and his work efficiency was strangely high. Compared to the other program's human master planners, he alone could top 3 or 4. As Director Yang left, Lin Fan asked, "If we have enough funds, should we consider inviting some stars to our program? After all, our program is also considered a music program. Others are also interested in hiring stars that are too expensive to hire, but many over-the-top singers that the show can still afford with enough money. Even Director Wu Jin is considering the feasibility. If you invite celebrities, it's good for pre-show promotion and not a bad way to boost ratings." Chan Ran looked at them with this expression, and although he knew that saying it was pouring cold water, he still shook his head decisively and said, "I don't recommend hiring a star, at least not up front." Lin Fan didn't understand. "Isn't it good to get these stars? Using their popularity for ratings, I think we can give it a try." Even Director Wu Jin didn't understand what Chan Ran meant and waited for him to explain. "Stars can be invited, but not up front. The selling point of our program is not stars, it's a grassroots program. The focus is pro people, randomly drawing contestants inside the KTV to come up and participate in the program. The main thing is the programmatic nature." Chan Ran explained, "If we invite celebrities over, it will create a noisy effect. People's attention is on the celebrities, and the content of the program becomes an add-on instead." Seeing everyone pondering, Chan Ran added, "Anyway, the first few issues are not used so that the audience focuses on the content of the program. Until the audience is impressed with the program, and then it does not matter, and inviting a star as a guest to lead the singing can also increase the program's interest. Of course, it's also important to remember one thing: the content of the program is fundamental, the stars are the additions. Chun Ran spoke in great detail, and a few others were also a bit enlightened. They are after all not satellite programs which rely on celebrity traffic, but with their local programs, the focus is on fun above all else. Chun Ran said, "There is a lot of funding, but it has to be used in the right place. Our program itself is not a program that wastes too much money. Winning with creativity and programmatic nature, the funding just has to be enough." Lin Fan ruffled his hair, a little embarrassed, but Chun Ran did have a point, and he was a little ill-considered in making this suggestion. He looked at Chun Ran again. This guy was so many years younger than him and seemed to have little seniority, but he was surprisingly stable. In terms of this suggestion he just made himself, if he were in the position of chief planner, the idea of bringing in a star would certainly have crossed his mind when the funds were too rich. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. Everywhere is inferior. Admirable as it was a bit uncomfortable in the end. Chun Ran glanced at him and said, "Lin Fan, you made the suggestion just now, so you'll write the flow of a program that invites celebrities." Lin Fan was stunned. "Didn't I say I don't need it now?" Chun Ran laughed. "Your proposal is actually very good. Now cannot be used does not mean that after a while do not use. You write out let's discuss it is not bad, and so the program is on the air. If the results are still good, after a few issues can be useful." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression brightened slightly and he said, "Okay, I'll go write it right away." Chun Ran feels that Lin Fan is not bad, although the innovation lacks a little, but the foundation is far better than Chun Ran. Let him write the program flow, write the script, are more reliable than themselves. When Chun Ran left work, he was not surprised to see Zhang Fanji's car. Zhang Fanji looked good. Yesterday she was still a bit pale. Today she was a bit more rosy. She waited for Chun Ran to get on the car and said, "It's also too late for you guys to work overtime." "It's not bad. Weren't you quite late when you participated in the event? Everyone is pretty much the same." After Chun Ran finished, he then asked, "Is your cold getting better?" Zhang Fanji hummed. "That medicine is very effective after 3 doses. I am much more comfortable. Thank you." Chun Ran laughed. "If you want to go thank the doctor. This is the doctor's credit." Zhang Fanji glanced at him and felt that Chun Ran was a bit wooden. She said, "I have to go back to the office tomorrow, and my parents asked me to pick you up and take you over for dinner." Chun Ran looked at the time. It was almost 8:30, and said busily, "It's all this time, so let's not go." Zhang Fanji said indifferently, "My parents didn't eat and waited for you, go or not as you wish." If he said that, Chun Ran would definitely have to go. And he suddenly reacted again. "You just said that you're going back to the company? Didn't you say you'd be back for a few days? Why are you suddenly going back to the office?" Zhang Fanji nodded and said, "Well, I'll go back tomorrow." Chun Ran froze and asked, "How long will it take to come back then?" Zhang Fanji said, "I don't know anyway. I'll be back when I'm free or possibly soon." Chun Ran heard and understood that this was to go and make things clear with the company. She's losing her popularity at this rate. What to do? It's good to make it clear. Chapter 41. Thinking of you as a friend. Zhang Fanji left the next morning. Last time when she left, she just sent Chun Ran a Weibo message. This time it was slightly different and she purposely called. After these few days together, Chun Ran's relationship with her was not as stiff as before. No matter what she thought, Chun Ran when she was considered a friend. Chun Ran didn't have many friends: elementary school, middle school, high school, and college, all of which were not in the same place and knew different people. Time has passed and now they are on different sides of the world with little contact. University several classmates also because they do not work together, in addition to a message on New Year's holidays, occasionally a phone call, other times is like no news. In your 20s, it's a busy time to go your own way. At first Chun Ran thought Zhang Fanji was not easy to get along with, grumpy, people are rather cold, get along with, very tired. It feels okay now. Nothing too bad except for the occasional exasperating talk and frequent scowls. At least that's how it feels right now. Zhang Fanji said, "It's just to give you a heads up. Go to the house for dinner at your leisure. My parents like you better." Chun Ran said, "I'll go without you telling me." "All right. I'm going to check my ticket." Zhang Fanji finished and hung up the phone. Assistant Xiaoqin watched Zhang Fanji put her cell phone away before she whispered, "Sister Xiun, I just called with Sister Lin. She said that she won't be able to return to Hua Hai until the evening. So she asked you to wait for her after you go over there, and don't go to the company first." Zhang Fanji said expressionlessly, "She's still afraid that I'll go to the company and cause trouble? Oh, am I this kind of person?" Xiaoqin has the intention to nod. but also afraid of losing her job. Zhang Fanji in the company to contradict the top is not once or twice. She is used to it. It's time to board the plane. Zhang Fanji didn't let Xiao Qin carry her luggage alone and pushed the suitcase herself. Xiao Qin looked at Zhang Fanji with some difficulty. She still didn't know whether Zhang Fanji would agree or not. Sister Lin told her to stop Zhang Fanji, but how could she? Seeing that she didn't leave, Zhang Fanji turned her head to look at her embarrassed look and said faintly, "I'm not a little cutie. There are still 2 years of contract with Fanshain. Going directly to the company to make a scene is something only a brainless person would do." Xiao Qin instantly raised her eyebrows and hurried to catch up. Zhang Fanji didn't want to make a scene, but to talk. She started out at Prosperity how she has feelings and really can't talk about it until she does. Of course, in this current situation, when the contract expires, it's basically impossible for the company to find her to renew it. The contract still has 2 years to run, and in the meantime, she's going to release an album anyhow. Anyway, that's the bottom line of going to talk. If it doesn't work, then let the company snowball her. There's no point in the singer being a singer. Chun Ran didn't know that Zhang Fanji had gone to negotiate with the company this time, but he could probably guess some of it. He borrowed the guitar from Zhang Fanji with a simpler mind to see if he could get songs for her. Uncle Zhang has a relationship with him, and if he has the ability to do so, he will help if he can. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time on either day, and he had to take his time recalling songs and trying to play them on the guitar. Really, it's too much of a hardship for him at this half-assed level. These 2 days busy work, the evening and Zhang Fanji to go home for dinner, go home late, did not toss, thinking when there is time, look at the tutorials on the internet to learn a little. It's not a good thing to learn either is all. Start learning as a child, and down the road, when you see the songbook, you'll be able to sing along. Now the mind is set, and when I see a brief score, it's not Dolmite, it's 123. To turn the melody inside his head into a short score, Chun Ran could only say that he couldn't do it. Go back and practice the guitar. It's good to be able to barely play and sing, and when you sing it, Zhang Fanji will be able to understand it, right? Of course, all of these things would have to take a back seat. Chun Ran still had to be busy with his work first at the moment. Think of Zhang Fanji as a friend, and you can't waste your work because of her. Chun Ran, come here for a moment. Director Wu Jin had his hands pinned down in deep thought, obviously having an idea of what to do. Chun Ran didn't slack off and went over to discuss it together. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The show worked overtime and prepared very quickly because it had to be pulled over to pick up the show and was rushed from above. During this time, the show began to be publicized, with posters hitting the outside of the KTV. The sponsor was the Diamond KTV chain, and it was deliberately stated in the TV advertisement that the program editions were held at Diamond KTV. A young lady who entered the KTV saw the poster posted outside and approached the attendant and asked, "May I ask what kind of event this is?" The waiter said, "It's an event jointly organized by our KTV and the entertainment channel, and those who sing inside our KTV will be randomly selected to appear on TV for the show." "Is this the I Love to Remember?" Missy pointed to the poster. "Yes, to participate in the program competition, not only and on TV, there are also bonuses and prizes, and everyone who is chosen to be on TV will receive a high singing card worth $2,000 from our KTV. It's singing on TV, so will it be embarrassing to sing too badly? The show is mostly about memorizing lyrics, whether you sing well or not, as long as you can sing the right lyrics. Sounds like fun. A similar QA almost once in a while. KTV put the posters in such a conspicuous place. There was a big one outside and another one posted there when I got to the front desk. I couldn't even think of not seeing it. Not everyone is as ignorant of the program as this young lady just now. A number of people were playing with singing apps and were slightly surprised to see the poster. I didn't realize the show was real. Several singing apps that have programs with lead singer auditions competitions, and some of the people they follow go to them, so they follow some of them. This is just the initial publicity just inside the KTV, outside the advertisement is not yet, but many people have the habit of Sunshine Friends Circle, so the program is now not recorded, are slightly famous. And by this time, the selection of the lead singer inside the singing software had been initially completed. Director Wu Jin invited 2 musicians to come over to help, to pick out the qualified ones from within those voices, and then have the other person come over for an audition. We are more strict in our requirements. Good singing ability is one thing, the voice should have its own characteristics and not be homogenized, and the main thing is to be stable on the spot, so we'll trouble the 2 teachers to help keep an eye on it. Director Wu Jin will say the requirements. The 2 musicians said, "That's a bit much to ask for someone like that to be elected?" Director Wu Jin said, "We've run campaigns on several singing apps, and the most popular ones have participated, so there must be someone who meets the requirements. The two musicians nodded and then began to pick. The show is being prepared quickly, so the results will be out in the next few days, and then these contestants will be asked to come over and audition and choose an eligible lead singer on the spot. Director Woo Jin was following what Chun Ran said he wanted. In fact, at the beginning, Chun Ran still had the requirement of appearance conditions for the lead singer, but later, on second thought, he cancelled this item as long as the voice is good. Sometimes the contrast between looks and voice can be surprisingly effective. Chapter 42. No more tossing. While Chun Ran was busy and feverish, Zhang Fanji was not so happy. At this moment, her willow brows were knitted and her face was unhappy. Tao Lin on the side was also furious and said nothing with a stern face. Assistant Xiao Qin was trembling beside her, looking at the two sisters' bad faces, and didn't dare to speak. After Zhang Fanji returned to the company, they negotiated with the company several times, but there was no result. Prosperity is that either obey the company's schedule and take all events, including the requisite meals. Activity. Zhang Fanji also agreed. The company took the activity again. Poor, pinch the nose also went, but the meal certainly not. Naturally, she knew what the meal meant, but she had signed to Prosperity Star so that more people would hear her songs, not to come and be a high-class publicist. Tao Lin is a professional agent, knows that there is no way to avoid these, but has a good relationship with Zhang Fanji, as if she were her niece, and is not willing for her to participate in any meals. Tao Lin argued with the company, but the attitude of the top is very firm. Because of Zhang Fanji's refusal of the meal, they lost many opportunities to either agree or fend for themselves, and the company naturally preferred to give resources to those who listened. This is naturally not talked about, and it's back to square one. Previously, the company was covering up and did not care about Zhang Fanji, but now it is considered to be put on the table to say. Tao Lin gasped for half a day, sighed. The company is like this. I just talked to General Manager Tang. That side is still the same meaning. Now it's the activities to be taken. The company is unwilling to give resources. Zhang Fanji frowned. Since the company is like this, why should I take on any more activities? If I want to be snowed in, let's just snow it in. The big deal is that I won't sing anymore. Tao Lin shook her head and said, don't say these gambling words. The fans are very enthusiastic about you right now. You can't let them down. Zhang Fanji tightened her face. It's impossible for me to go to the meal. The company's back roads are sealed. There's no way to gamble or not. Tao Lin thought for a moment and said, actually, the company just doesn't give the resources. If we can find the songs on our own, the company will help distribute them all the same. It's just that the promotional resources will be minimal. Zhang Fanji did not say anything. The company this attitude, even if they find the song, the company promotion is not a very small number of things, basically just do not care. And there's a chance that the release will be cardboard. The point is that there's been a falling out with the company, and all these musicians that the company is familiar with know that it's hard to find songs. Let's see first. Taurine let out another sigh. Zhang Fanji's temperament was indeed not suitable for the entertainment industry, but her voice was really wasted if she didn't sing. Tao Lin didn't want to let her down and tried her best to help, but the company's attitude was here and there was nothing she could do. Should we reach out to other companies and see what happens? The thought occurred to Tao Lin, but the thought only spun around and disappeared. Zhang Fanji now popularity is very good, and the contract still has 2 years. Jumping premium is too high, can afford, not lack of Zhang Fanji such a singer, lack of and cannot afford. Even if you're barely bought over, can you make sure it's not the same over there as it is here? Big companies are okay with the prosperous star, this kind of not up and down, basically the same, don't hold just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. It seems like the only way to use a favor is to get in touch and send a new song to Zhang Fanji first. As long as the popularity lasts, Shigeo can see more benefits and will always value her. The next 2 days, Tao Lin non-stop busy. Finally found a musician. The song color sounds very good. Previously owed Tao Lin a favor, the song priority to Zhang Fanji. The song was sent over. Tao Lin and Zhang Fanji were both relatively satisfied and were in the middle of negotiating the price, intending to wait for a response from there, when the musician suddenly said, sorry, Sister Lin, this song, there may be no way to give it to you. Tao Lin stared and asked, why? Didn't we agree to give us priority? The man laughed bitterly. I do, but they're offering too much money for me to turn it down. Tao Lin asked, the price I gave wasn't low, was it? People give twice what you do. Tao Lin instantly ran out of words. It was a long time before he asked, can you tell who it is? There was a pause there before he said, it's one of Prosperity's men. Taorin shut herself up on the spot, hung up her cell phone, and threw it out the door in a flash. Zhang Fanji looked at her silence for half a day, and finally squeezed out Hutu sounds, said, "Forget it, Sister Lin. Let us not toss it." Chun ran. "A couple of lead singers are coming for an interview today. You'd better come over." Inside the phone, director Wu Jin said. Chun Ran looked at the guitar in his hand. It was not easy to take a day off. Only just picked it up. "Director Wu, there are musicians. There is no need for me, right?" Wu Jin said. "They listen to good or bad singing. And it's not a conflict for you to choose someone. I trust you more than them." When Chun Ran heard this, he climbed up without saying a word. "All right, I'll come over right away." Being trusted like this is indeed a quite inspiring thing. Chun Ran was like chicken blood, put down his guitar and rushed over to the TV station. When we got to the studio, the two musicians were waiting there and the lead singer who had come to audition was already waiting. The two of them couldn't figure out what to do with a planner over for something like choosing a lead singer. These are people they've rated from their software, and they all sing very well, so as long as the scene is right and they pick the ones with a good profile, they'll be fine. But when Chun Ran arrived, the person elected was even more incomprehensible to them. There's nothing wrong with a taller, more handsome man with a thin, mellow voice who sings lead pop songs. But the other short, fat man with a beard was also chosen because of his mellow voice. The other two, which were more handsome, didn't make the cut instead. If these two musicians were given the choice, even if the other one sang slightly less well, they would definitely be picked. What the hell is picking a short fat guy? As for the girls' choices, it was even stranger. One was pretty, with a sweet voice and okay vocals, so it wasn't surprising that she was chosen. But the other, who was average-looking, was also chosen. They're a bit enamored with Chun Ran's selection criteria. He just listened to the song once and made a decision, so hasty. Finally was selected to participate in the interview. The song singing skills are not very different. Individual sight is not stable, directly excluded, but other also have handsome and beautiful. Why do such a choice? Shouldn't it be the good-looking physical condition that counts when you're on the show? They went to ask director Wu Jin, only to see him say, "It's fine. Chun Ran must have his ideas if he chose this way." That's where director Wu Jin's role in having Chun Ran come over came in. As a program planner, Chun Ran has a better idea of what kind of people are needed for the program, and the two musicians are not the same. The first is to listen to the songs, plus the appearance of the impact of the selection of people do not have Chun Ran so purposeful. Even if director Wu Jin had said the conditions, people would still pick according to their preferences when they choose. All right, now we can start recording the program. Chun Ran looked at the lead singer he had chosen and was clearly quite satisfied. The stage is done, the equipment is flush, and basically all the prep is pretty much done. Next, it was time for the program to be taped. Chapter 43, I'm Going to Marry You. Inside Diamond KTV. A group of young ladies were singing at the top of their lungs. Regardless of the singing, people are really loud and exceptionally happy. Usually busy at work, it is not easy to get together to sing karaoke. Definitely want to vent a little. The atmosphere was very warm. At that moment, the door to the box suddenly opened. Took the ladies by surprise and screamed, "Who are you? What do you guys do? Where's the waitress? This is our box. Please get out." There were two fierce ladies who came over and stopped in front of everyone. Clicked and the lights turned on. It was then that the young ladies saw clearly that quite a few people had just come in, one with a microphone and carrying a camera. They were confused. "Hello ladies, we are the public works staff of the entertainment channels I Love to Remember Lyrics program. First of all, please don't be alarmed, because this is a lucky moment. Congratulations to you all. Being chosen as the lucky contestants by our I Love to Remember Lyrics program team, you will have the opportunity to participate in I Love to Remember Lyrics on TV. As long as you are willing to participate, you will have the opportunity to obtain the program's $20,000 prize for each phase and $50,000 public welfare fund. Outside hosts have fast mouths, but people talk fast, yet their diction is clear enough for those in attendance to be able to understand. A group of ladies were confused. Television? Program? Lucky contestants. The outside host nodded. "You're not wrong. This is the manager of Diamond KTV next to me. He can prove that I'm not lying." After the KTV manager's explanation, a few ladies checked their work permits and searched the internet, finally confirming that there really is such a program. Now you are invited to take part in the first recording of the program. As long as you can challenge successfully, you can get a cash prize of $20,000. Even if you are eliminated, you will also have a copy of a beautiful small gift of great value. The outside host received from the next manager a card from the manager next to him, and continued, "There is also a high sing card worth $2,000 provided by Diamond KTV. Needless to say, The outside host was extremely provocative in his speech, and in the highly agitated atmosphere of a karaoke bar, one of the young ladies agreed directly without even thinking about it. The same scene continued to play out at several KTVs, and those who were chosen, except for the occasional one or two who were shy and didn't want to be on TV and refused, all said yes. Not 2 days later, the show was ready to be taped. There are two hosts. One is a male host, Zhang Qingyu, who was transferred from the satellite TV, and the other is a female host, Yu Xiaoyu, from the entertainment channel. There were quite a few people in the audience. Some of them were people invited by the program, some were fans of the lead singer, which was a bit less, and there were also friends and family of the contestants. So anyway, the not-so-large studio was filled to the brim. Chun Ran is not the first time to see a variety show live recording. This program recording is more casual, basically very few times NG. Anyway, it is everyone together to have fun and play games. In addition to the contestants know that they have to go on TV, a few directions of the camera against some nervous, everything is still very good. On the contrary, a few lead singers' performance is really good. Chun ran at first in the selection of lead singers. The appearance of the requirements are not high, choose up to dislike the best singing pick, and then the appearance of the tall, short, fat, and thin live. The main thing is that everyone has different vocal qualities. For example, the short, fat man with the beard, who has a thick voice and a very blown-away soprano voice, sings along with the band's music and is very solid live. The contrast between the singing voice and the appearance of the conditions so that the audience were amazed, and when the high notes came out, there was a cheer, and there were even cases where the contestants were dumbfounded and did not pick up the lyrics. Host Yu Xiaoyu laughed. Please lead the song again. This time the players were shocking and well-connected though. Director Wu Jin let out a laugh and said to Chen Ran, I told you to trust you. What a great choice. Chen Ran laughed. Director, you don't want to praise me, by the way. Don't cut the part you just started over. Keep it all. Director Wu Jin naturally knew that, after all, doing the program time almost catching up with Chen Ran's age. The program was recorded with laughter. Thank you all. Please leave in an orderly manner according to your seats. We prepare a small souvenir gift, and we wish you a happy day. The hosts thanked the audience from above before exiting. Perfect. Director Wu Jin clapped his hands. He was more than happy with the effect, not to mention the fact that it was going to be edited, but the live view alone was great. And the designed program segments are very interesting and not dull, with several of the lead singers very much adding to the program, or rather they are an integral part of it. After all, they're on every episode, but the contestants change every episode. A lot of money and effort went into picking the lead singer, and in hindsight, it was time well spent. The next step is to wait for the clips to come out and then wait for the station to give the word. Chen Ran is also very satisfied with the program. Basically, it is the result he wants. There are a lot of differences compared to the programs he has seen in his previous life. After all, the world is different, the times are different, there is always a need for change. Next you rest, wait for news from the station, and we'll continue recording the second installment. Director Wu Jin said to Chen Ran. The program is not to record a broadcast a period of time, certainly need to be prepared. Who knows when the recording will not happen to record the unexpected situation cannot record, need to record a few more periods to ensure. Those variety shows with celebrities have to wait for the celebrity schedules to record. But I Love Lyrics doesn't have to, as long as everyone is fed, it can be messed with one episode a day. Of course, before that, the finished film has to be cut out, the station thinks it's okay, and immediately proceeds to set up a publicity campaign. Honestly, as far as the station's tolerance for that joy without borders is concerned right now, Chun Ran feels perfectly capable of just scheduling it to air next Friday. It's not that he's conceited, but that program, the ratings have dropped, some can't watch, even if it's just pulling a random program out, as long as it's a little bit better than Joy Unbound, the station will push it up first before saying anything. Chun Ran took a day off at home, holding his guitar and tinkering with it, feeling like he'd gotten something out of it, but it was still a struggle. How wonderful if I were a genius! Chun Ran couldn't get it right and threw his guitar aside, feeling very despondent. Of course, despondency is just a matter of a moment. There is a song inside the head, in fact, more than some geniuses have taken advantage of, where still dare to pick and choose. Learn it. He waited at home, and the first thing that came was not the news that the editing was complete and the program was set, but a call from Zhang Fanji. I'm coming back again. Not this time. The stars don't do it anymore either. Zhang Fanji's voice was very low, and his speech was slurred, sounding like he was drunk. Chun Ran frowned. Where are you? Zhang Fanji did not answer, typed a petition, and then said, I have decided, I want to marry you. Get married. Chapter 44, Older and Older. Married? Chun Ran frowned. This was really drunk. Zhang Fanji doesn't look like a drinker either. Where are you? Chun Ran asked again. Getting married. Getting married, muttered Zhang Fanji vaguely. Hey, Zhang Fanji. I'm asking you, where are you? Chen Ran shouted. Over there. Zhang Fanji didn't move. As if she was asleep, the phone was taken, and a weak female voice came out. Hello? Is this brother Chan Ran? I'm Sister Xiyun's assistant Xiao Qin. Chan Ran had met Xiao Qin once at Zhang's house and had an impression of her. Chan Ran asked, What happened to your sister Xiyun? Xiao Qin said, She and Sister Lin were in a bad mood. The two of them were drinking here. Sister Lin went to the toilet and threw up, and Sister Xiyun got drunk. Chan Ran pinched his brow. Two women drinking and throwing up. What the hell? Why is she in a bad mood? Problems at work? Chen Ran asked. In the past few days he was busy and Zhang Fanji was also busy, and he occasionally greeted Zhang Fanji twice on WeChat. Chen Ran is not a person who is very fond of pursuing the root of the matter. Zhang Fanji didn't say, must be unwilling, he didn't ask. Xiao Qin hummed and said, There's a conflict with the company. I can't say the specifics. Anyway, Sister Xiyun is in a bad mood. Xiao Qin knew the relationship between Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji, as if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but they didn't really resemble each other. She couldn't be sure, so she didn't dare to say much. Chen Ran didn't make things difficult for her, but only instructed, Please take care of her. Don't let her catch a cold. Thank you. Xiao Qin was flattered and said, No thanks. This is all what I should do. Chen Ran hung up the phone, feeling a bit speechless. Zhang Fanji seems to not know how to drink. Remember, she said, How unhappy does one have to be to get drunk and call about marriage, which is really… Chen Ran felt that if there was a recording of the phone call just now, and he played it to Zhang Fanji at that time, her expression would probably be very nice. Did you fall out with the company? Chen Ran knew that she had gone back this time to talk clearly with the company, and now it seemed that the results were not satisfactory. It is said that when you drink, you speak the truth. Just now Zhang Fanji said that she didn't want to be a star, so I guess she really meant it. Seems pretty sad. Chen Ran originally wanted to give Director Zhang a phone call to ask, and then thought better of it. Zhang Fanji did not say that he went to say, not to mention that Zhang Fanji will not have ideas, so that Uncle Zhang there to worry about it is not good. It's not easy being a star. Chen Ran shook his head and sighed a sentence. Glancing at the guitar, he grabbed it in his hand and started practicing. The next day, Chen Ran had just arrived at the TV station when he received a call from Zhang Fanji. I called you last night? Zhang Fanji was very uncertain inside her voice. Chen Ran heart laughed. Really drunk cannot remember. Not only did you call me, you're marrying me. Played. Said some things that didn't go well at work. Chen Ran kindly chose to conceal it. Is that all? Zhang Fanji didn't feel right. She vaguely remembered as if she had said something else, but really wasn't sure if she had. Sometimes drinking is like that, and when you talk, you feel extra sober and awesome. But I woke up with 2 blank eyes and a heavy head. That's all she did. Not quite remembering what she'd said anyway. Just feeling like something like that and not being sure. Chen Ran said, What else? Zhang Fanji opened her mouth. She couldn't ask herself, how embarrassing would that be? She chose to remain silent. Chen Ran asked, You're coming back today? Afternoon flight. Zhang Fanji said, Okay. Then I'll go to your house at night. Chen Ran said, I would have said to go to the airport, but he didn't have a car, and the reality was so embarrassing that he could only go to Uncle Zhang's house at night. The two talked until they hung up the phone, and Chen Ran didn't even ask Zhang Fanji why she was drunk on alcohol and what was wrong with her work. It's okay to be concerned as a friend, it's just that a lot of things are more difficult to communicate over the phone, and it's more natural to talk about them when you meet. In the afternoon, Chen Ran got the news that the program had passed and was scheduled. Unsurprisingly, it's next Friday. There's still one more installment of Joy to wrap things up, and as bad as it is, there's always a beginning and an end. What's more important is to give I Love Lyrics enough time to promote it. When the director notified the meeting just now, he said that the director had watched the edited finished film and was quite optimistic about the program, presumably to promote it vigorously. Publicity things will not use Chen Ran. There is a professional publicity team. He a program planning do a good job on the program when in the Zhao focus is also just a slip of the tongue. Since it's set, let's hurry up and record the second installment. Director Wu Jin was happier. Although the show hasn't aired and I don't know what the ratings are like, the top is looking good and giving it a lot of publicity, which is a great start. The program flow, Chen Ran this time with Lin Fan, a few people discussed a lot. Basically there will be no mistakes, so the second phase of recording there will be no problems. I won't be working overtime tonight. Something came up. Chen Ran greeted Director Wu Jin. Okay. I'll give you a call when something comes up. Director Wu Jin nodded. there was actually nothing going on. Even if we were to record a second installment, it wouldn't be possible today. When he got off work, Chun Ran just got off the elevator and saw Director Zhang chewing gum waiting there. And Chun Ran could smell the faint smell of cigarette smoke when he walked to his side. I knew your kid wouldn't work overtime today. Director Zhang smiled. His daughter was back and Chun Ran definitely had to go. Chun Ran was slightly embarrassed, speaking as if he had been thinking about Zhang Fanji. In the car, Director Zhang asked, I've heard that the higher-ups attach great importance to your program and are going to increase publicity? That's what it says. It's scheduled for next Friday, and we're going to be busy for the next 2 days getting the second installment recorded. This seems like a good program. This is a good start for you. Director Zhang was quite happy. Chun Ran was the one who pushed him over there, so naturally he wanted Chun Ran to shine over there. Chun Ran said, We have to wait until it airs to see the ratings to know. Director Zhang shook his head and said, Unfortunately, I am not able to see the finished movie, or else I can still have some bottom. So call your Aunt Yoon to take a look at that time. The program is a bit youthful. Uncle, you may not like to watch it. Chun Ran said, Yo, do you mean I'm old? Director Zhang said unhappily. Chun Ran busy said, Not this meaning, uncle, the program for the audience is not the same. On your own positioning is also the news viewing crowd. This variety show you do not like, You don't mean that you're still beating around the bush about me being old? Director Zhang laughed. Also is not to obey the old cannot, and so you in branch marriage, I am fast to do grandpa's people. Think of when I entered the TV station, but also just less than 30 years old, this time passes, but also really. Chun Ran wanted to laugh, but didn't. Uncle Zhang's thought turns a little fast. He can't keep up. Love is all still a sham, and you're exaggerating a bit when you talk about marriage and want to be a grandma. Chapter 45 Static Electricity. When she saw Zhang Fanji, she turned on the TV but didn't watch it, sitting and staring. Seeing Chun Ran, Zhang Fanji's face was slightly unnatural. She resolved in her mind that no matter how sad she was later, she must not drink. Some people are very well behaved when they drink and find a place to sleep until morning. But then there are others who drink and do things that others can't understand and say things that they wouldn't normally dare to say. Commonly known as the drunken rage. The key next day, many people forget what they did last night. Zhang Fanji was a bit skeptical that she belonged to the second category. Luckily, it was just Sister Lin and Xiaoqin last night. Otherwise, she felt like she couldn't go through with it. After Director Zhang entered the house, he saw Chun Ran sitting there on the sofa. He coughed, took a newspaper, folded it, and then went into the kitchen. Chun Ran looked at Uncle Zhang leaving before asking, Why did you drink so much last night? Zhang Fanji's face didn't change much. Her white and delicate earlobes turned pink in a split second as she said faintly, Not in a good mood. I seek. Drinking doesn't make the mood better? Chun Ran muttered. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, but her earlobes had turned red. Chun Ran pondered for a while, but still asked, By the way, yesterday Xiaoqin said that you and the company, how's the talk going? Speaking of the company, Zhang Fanji's face was unpleasant. It's just like that. Anyway, I won't go back for a while. These 2 days she and Tao Lin is not once talked about going to find a song, but know most of the musicians and Prosperous Star is familiar with good songs in advance to sell to Prosperous Star. The poorer songs Zhang Fanji sang also meaningless. It's just like what Chun Ran said. Fans expect a lot from her now, and it would be better to just release a random perfunctory song. And the company's attitude is very tough, even robbing the song is done, is trying to make Zhang Fanji have no way back. It is also for this reason that Zhang Fanji and Tao Lin drink negatively and get drunk and vomit. Chun Ran pondered. Mainly because of the song? Zhang Fanji shook her head. This is not the main reason. She didn't want to say anything, so Chun Ran couldn't be bothered to ask, and he said, If it's a question of the song, I can still help some, but I can't do anything about the other questions. Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran, not understanding how Song Chun Ran could help. Chun Ran was a planner for the entertainment channel, so he couldn't know any great musicians. Could he? When Chun Ran saw this look in her eyes, he explained, Although I haven't studied music, I feel that many melodies inside my head are very good, but I don't know how to write them out, so I'm going to fill in the words and play them for you on the guitar. And if you think it's good, turn it into a score yourself to try it out. Thanks, there's being laughed at. Zhang Fanji said expressionlessly. Someone who can't even play the guitar well and has never studied music says he has a lot of great melodies inside his head. Do you think anyone would believe that? Whether others believed it or not, Zhang Fanji didn't believe it anyway. Chun Ran? It was something he didn't know how to explain. Something like crossing over could never be said to death. He didn't intend for Zhang Fanji to believe it now. He recorded it and sent it to her. The song is here. It's up to her whether she believes it or not. A short while later, there was a jutting sound from the kitchen door. Then it opened after a moment. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji glanced at each other, both able to see the speechlessness in the other's eyes. Of course they understood what this meant. Director Zhang's two families were afraid that the two of them would be doing something indecent outside and they would suddenly open the door and crash through. So before you come out, knock on the door for a warning. This whole Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were both a bit unnatural. I heard your uncle say that the program you made in the entertainment channel is going to start broadcasting. The station is very optimistic. Everyone is in a good mood. I'm going to get a bottle of wine. You and your uncle both drink one together and have a good time. Aunt Yoon set up the dishes and said enthusiastically. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were a bit sensitive to the word wine, and together they waved their hands and said, "No need, Aunt Yoon Mom." Aunt Yoon and Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran and then at Zhang Fanji. As a woman, Aunt Yoon was the first to react. It seems that it was her daughter who didn't like Chun Ran's drinking either and laughed. "Since you guys said no, you don't have to drink." Director Zhang also nodded his head and said, "It's good not to drink. Now many young people drink without quantity. After getting drunk and no image, either crying and wailing or messing with the phone, it's bad to look at." When Chun Ran heard this, he stole a glance at Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji had a stern face. Her face didn't change, as if she wasn't the one who was drunk last night. Chun Ran deliberated for a while and said, "In fact, not everyone loves to drink, right? Now the pressure is so great. Usually there is no place to express, to pour out sorrows through wine, and spit out all the words that you want to say in your heart." Director Zhang shook his head and said, "What's the point of drinking to drown your sorrows? Not only hurt the body but also cannot solve the problem. In addition to their own sadness, cannot get anything. I don't advocate drinking. Look at Gigi and Rui. Her sisters I have educated since they were young. Absolutely no drinking outside so far. The implementation is very good." Speaking of which, Director Zhang was quite satisfied with his education. Now Zhang Fanji was a bit unable to sit still. Not only did her earlobes turn red, even her white neck started to turn slightly pink. She reached out and clamped the dishes, saying, "Dad, less talking, more eating." Director Zhang was slightly surprised. Zhang Fanji was a person who was not good at expressing her feelings and rarely gave him food. Seems like it's good for this daughter to be a little frustrated or at least grow up. Chun Ran kind of wanted to laugh, but he felt it was impolite and it was a little hard to hold it in. Zhang Fanji frowned, her foot kicking Chun Ran underneath. "Yo!" Chun Ran was startled. "What's wrong?" Aunt Yoon asked hurriedly. Chun Ran was busy saying, "Static electricity, static electricity." He glanced at Zhang Fanji, who was eating slowly and methodically, as if she wasn't the one who kicked Chun Ran just now. "The weather is a little dry, so when you buy clothes try to wear cotton ones and you won't get static electricity," Aunt Yoon said. Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. It was again Zhang Fanji who sent Chun Ran home. "The program you made is going to be broadcast?" Zhang Fanji asked carelessly. "Yeah, it's slated." "What day?" "Next Friday." "I heard from my dad that you planned the show independently?" "I'm just the master planner, catching the general direction, and the details are all discussed." Zhang Fanji let out an "oh." "You've always been so modest?" Chun Ran said, "I'm being honest and truthful. Without a team, it's impossible for me to write a well-rounded program on my own." Arriving at the place, Chun Ran asked in the same passing manner, "Want to go up and sit down?" Every time this happens, people send him back and are sure to be polite. Zhang Fanji definitely won't go up there. After all, if she goes, she will be a lone man and woman. "Yes." Chun Ran was just about to turn around, but then he twisted over raw and ah, seeing Zhang Fanji had already put on her mask and was ready to get off the bus. Chun Ran is a little confused. "I just polite. What do you promise to do? I'm a little overwhelmed when you don't follow the rules like that." Chapter 46 Hamster. Zhang Fanji got out of the car, saw Chun Ran still standing there, and asked, "What? You invited me and you're still not happy about it?" No, just a bit of an accident." Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. "Now that people are saying yes, you can't say I'll just be polite and you can hurry back." Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran and didn't say anything, meaning to let Chun Ran lead the way. "I'm a bit disorganized there, so don't mind if you don't mind later." Chun Ran said one sentence in advance. Zhang Fanji gave a hmm. She had never been to the house of a man who lived alone, and hearing Chun Ran say that it was a bit messy, what appeared inside her head was those plots in the movie. It's probably like a college dormitory with instant noodle boxes, drink bottles everywhere, cigarette butts all over the place, clothes and pants thrown around in a dirty mess, at best. After all, I heard my father say that Chun Ran often worked overtime and had very little time to rest, so even if he was diligent, he didn't have much time to clean up. Under the streetlight, Zhang Fanji followed Chun, then walked face to face. Chun Ran was much taller than her, and the hot breath he exhaled was a bit conspicuous under the streetlight. She quickened her pace and walked side by side with Chun Ran, asking, "I heard my father say you're from Jia City?" Chun Ran nodded and said, "Yeah, Mom and Dad are over there. You're going to buy a house over here later? It's hard to go back when you work like this, right?" Zhang Fanji thought about it and felt that the probability was that Chun Ran was going to bring his parents over. Chun Ran paused for a moment and looked at her with amusement. "What's the point of asking so clearly?" Zhang Fanji froze, then calmly said, "It's better to ask clearly. I'm afraid that my parents will ask me about what's going on inside your house, and I won't know anything about it." Chun Ran said, "That's true." He turned his head, not realizing that Zhang Fanji's earlobes were red. "My salary is too small. Buying a house is still far away," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji does not believe. She remembers since her father is working in the TV station, so the TV station's contract is more understanding. Other places she does not know. But the creators of the Zhaonan TV station have program earnings is not low. Chun Ran is now doing a variety show and is the most lucrative kind. I love to remember lyrics. Chun Ran is the chief planner. The program planning is provided by him alone. When the time comes, the earnings are certainly the highest one of the column. Arriving at the place where Chun Ran lived, Zhang Fanji was slightly surprised in her eyes. It was different from what she had imagined. Not only was it not messy, but it was also very neat. The house is small, but it's free of junk and well organized. Chun Ran doesn't eat inside, so there isn't much household garbage. His clothes and pants are neatly folded. There are 2 pots of greenery on the windowsill, and there is an air freshener on the table in front of the window. Not only does it not stink, but it has a light scent. "It's a bit sketchy. Make yourself at home," Chun Ran said, going to pull the curtains closed. Zhang Fanji unclipped her mask and breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Ran laughed. "My little house is counting on a big star like you to come and fluff up the place." Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran, ignoring his flirtation. Seeing this house she did not dislike, but instead felt a little affectionate. When she first arrived at Fancheng, she did not live in a dormitory and rented a house outside, which was more or less the same. Thinking about it really makes me feel that time has gone by, when she was full of aspirations for the future, doing hard work every day, and fantasizing that in the future there would be a lot of people listening to her songs and cheering for her. Only a couple of years? She felt like she was about to give up on her original dream. Seeing that she was not in a good mood, Chun Ran picked up his guitar and said, "After being laughed at by you the other day, I've learned from my mistakes over the past few days and practiced for a while to play and sing a song for you." Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow. "You play and sing?" Chun Ran didn't look at her eyes and coughed out, "Classy. I'll make a humble offering." While Zhang Fanji waited and watched, Chun Ran gently strummed twice on top of the guitar. His movements looked much more skillful than last time, and he could tell that he had indeed practiced. Then, Zhang Fanji waited for half a day, but Chun Ran didn't even make a move. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fanji blinked. Chun Ran scratched his head and said, "Suddenly I don't know what to sing. Really, lots of songs inside my head. But I grabbed the guitar in my hand and didn't know what to sing." Zhang Fanji said, "You sing so." Chun Ran thought about it and spread his hands. Can't sing. He hadn't heard many songs from this world, could sing almost none of them, and hadn't thought about learning to sing them when practicing his guitar. Zhang Fanji's face stiffened a bit and emphasized, "This is my song." Chun Ran awkwardly said, "It's true that I don't know how to sing. I usually listen to less songs." "Then what are you doing with the guitar?" Zhang Fanji's willow eyebrows wrinkled up. All said, "The head has some melody. Ready to fill in the lyrics and sing it out for you," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji was speechless, thinking that this was a move to flirt with a girl by relying on this trick when she was in school. Chun Ran didn't look like such a person either, and said this in a serious manner. In the end, Chun Ran did not play. After all, it is not a star, not thick enough skin, just now is to drum up the courage, now cannot sing out. Zhang Fanji didn't care. She just came to see Chun Ran here. People called several times, come up to see to be polite. It wasn't long before she was gone. Chun Ran watched her drive, before walking back. "Shame on you." Chun Ran thought about how he was stuck just now and felt embarrassed himself. Looking at the guitar, he still picked it up and practiced. When Chun Ran went to work the next day, The program was already being publicized everywhere. The station gives a lot of promotional resources, and all the programs have a commercial added to the back of the program, with some highlights cut from inside the program, which looks great. Instead, he's going to follow it up by doing the second installment of the recording, and not only the second installment, but the third installment as well will follow. The show was recorded in 3 installments in one sitting and put away, and the rest is up to the show to air and what the ratings are. Inside the days waiting for the program to start airing, Chun Ran wouldn't have much work and had more time to rest. He didn't run to Director Zhang's house all day, and likewise commuted to work normally every day, occasionally chatting with Zhang Fanji on WeChat. Director Zhang asked Chun Ran to order movie tickets, and she didn't have the heart to come out and watch. Chun Ran rests, he plays guitar inside the house and feels like he can sing fluently. I was going to turn on my cell phone to record my voice, but after thinking about it, I grabbed my guitar and came to Zhang's house. When Aunt Yoon opened the door, Chun Ran saw that on the sofa, a woman was wearing pajamas. Her hair was spread out, and she was grasping snacks in her hand, still stuffing them into her mouth. Her eyes met Chun Ran's and she felt the atmosphere stagnate slightly. Her neck reddened to the naked eye, and the snack she had just stuffed in couldn't be swallowed, so she could only bulge her mouth, just like a hamster. She slowly stood up and was about to walk away when she saw a pile of snacks on the table that she hadn't taken, and slowly grabbed the snacks before walking back into the house. The door slammed hard. "Hey!" Chun Ran looked at Aunt Yoon and wondered if he was in the wrong place. Is that Zhang Fanji? Or maybe it's her sister who's back. Chapter 47, The Cheeky Ostrich. Aunt Yoon, this is... Chun Ran asked with some bewilderment. Aunt Yoon saw the strange and said, "It's okay. Gigi is always like this when she's in a bad mood. She'll be fine after a few days." Chun Ran froze. So the woman who was unkempt and dressed like a geek girl with her mouth stuffed with snacks just now was Zhang Fanji? He always felt like something was wrong, like something was falling apart. Aunt Yoon also felt that something was wrong and quickly said, "Actually, Gigi pays close attention to her image at home. It's just that she's in a bad mood and has been more casual these past 2 days." Regardless of what Aunt Yoon said, Zhang Fanji's somewhat slightly high and mighty image inside his mind was gone. Any way you want to think about it, it's this one just now in bunny pajamas with a mouth bulging like a hamster. This is really... Chun Ran thought of Zhang Fanji's temper and felt a toothache. "You're not going to kill someone if you see the side of her yourself, are you?" "Chun Ran, you sit down first. I'll go wash the fruits for you." Aunt Yoon told Chun Ran to sit down. Chun Ran put his guitar down and his cell phone dinged. "Who told you to come?" It was sent by Zhang Fanji. Chun Ran scratched his head and looked at the door to Zhang Fanji's room. "I'm right here in your house. What's the point of tweeting?" He thought for a moment and returned, "You were in a bad mood, so I came over to check." "I'm in a good mood." She returned quickly, but added an exclamation point to each sentence. Chun Ran was able to feel her embarrassment even through the screen, and he returned, "Actually, I didn't even see it clearly just now. I only saw a big black rat." After Chun Ran said it, he felt fake himself and hastily withdrew the message. Zhang Fanji, this guy, he thinks he can't see if he withdraws her? Chun Ran typed again, "I brought my guitar over and sang for you." "No need." Zhang Fanji only returned 2 words. Chun Ran, "I really know how to do it. I've been practicing for days." Zhang Fanji returned, "You go back and come back tomorrow." Chun Ran, "I don't have time tomorrow." Zhang Fanji, "When you have time." Chun Ran looked at the door of Zhang Fanji's room again and sent a, "I really didn't see it just now." Now Zhang Fanji didn't even reply to the message, obviously not believing it. Just now she was dumbfounded, was slowly walking in, unless Chun Ran blind, or which cannot see. Chun Ran had wanted to leave, or else Zhang Fanji's temperament would definitely not come out in the house today. But at this time, Director Zhang came back, saw Chun Ran to leave, said he did not come for a few days, sit a little more. Then Chun Ran was pulled into a chat by Director Zhang. "This chat is half the day, and it's going to be time for dinner. Gigi is still sleeping? Chun Ran is here. Why doesn't she come out?" Director Zhang frowned. Chun Ran thought to himself that it's because I'm here that she's not coming out, but on his lips he said, "She's in a bad mood and wants to rest more. I still have a few things to do, so I'll leave and come back another day. Today is all about rest. What can you have to do? Your Aunt Yoon will make dinner right away. Eat before you go," Director Zhang said. Chun Ran was busy waving his hand. "Uncle, there's really something. There's a problem with the plumbing on my side. The landlord is here today. I'll go talk to him." Hearing Chun Ran say this, Director Zhang had no choice but to let him go. Before Chun Ran left, he even ran to Zhang Fanji's house to greet her. Zhizhi, I'm leaving first. It took half a day inside to squeeze out a Waiting for Chun Ran to leave. She didn't even come out. Director Zhang frowned. His daughter can't be so rude. Did the young couple quarrel? He was going to ask his wife what was going on later. As for Zhang Fanji inside the room, when she heard the sound of Chun Ran leaving and closing the door, she lifted the quilt at once, revealing her exquisite face. Her face turned completely pink. Her neck and earlobes were even redder, and her eyes were full of shame. Simply did not expect Chun Ran will come at this time. Usually door to door will send a Weibo with her. This time why suddenly come? Zhang Fanji breathed several times, all feeling embarrassed in her heart. She wore fluffy bunny pajamas, gently got out of bed, looked down through the window, and saw Chun Ran's figure leaving with his guitar on his back. At this time, Chun Ran suddenly turned around and glanced upwards. Zhang Fanji was startled and hurriedly dodged back, almost tripping over something. By the time she steadied herself, frowned in exasperation, and looked at the window again, Chun Ran was gone. Returning to the house, Chun Ran was somewhat helpless. He wanted to play and sing to Zhang Fanji in person, mainly because in person it would be better to communicate. For example, having her write a short version of what she's singing, and the two of them communicating face to face, is a million times better than inside a cell phone. Who knows that when it comes to things like this, the always thick-skinned Zhang Fanji has become an ostrich. Okay, you can't sing it in person, so you'll have to settle for the next best thing. Chun Ran was depressed. If he had known that he would have to record it on his cell phone, why would he have bothered to make such a trip? What a hassle. Chun Ran originally wanted to record an entire capital, but after recording it a few times he realized that his strength did not allow it. Every time, something goes wrong halfway through the song. Either the air is uneven or the lyrics are wrong. Not with this credit anyway. He lowered the bar and sang a verse first. After he sang it, he listened to it a few times on his own and felt it was out of tune. Starting over again. Recorded so many times in a row that my phone ran out of juice and was working with the charging cable plugged in before it felt barely appropriate. He finds Zhang Fanji and sends the recording. I worked out the melody myself, and I've written the lyrics, so how about you listen to it first? After sending the message, he threw it aside and went ahead and drank some water. His throat felt sore after singing for so long. Because of Chun Ran's network, the recording hadn't been sent over yet, and Zhang Fanji just received the message first. She was bewildered for a moment. What did Chun Ran mean by this? Really wrote his own melody to play and sing? Remember last time Chun Ran said he could help if it was a song, talking about writing his own songs. It's not a joke? As Zhang Fanji was thinking, the recording sent over. She thought about it and opened the file, although she didn't hold much hope for Chun Ran to sing the song, or to be prepared for it to be very difficult to listen to. People have a peace of mind, so how can she listen to it? The recording opened and Chun Ran was heard coughing. He had been recording for so long that his voice was a little dry and he coughed to clear his throat. Then there was the sound of a crisp guitar. Zhang Fanji heard the guitar and felt that Chun Ran should have practiced with all his heart. It was much better than last time. Very brief intro as Chun Ran opens his mouth to sing. If pride isn't coldly slapped by the sea of reality, and how can you know how hard you have to work to go the distance? Chun Ran's singing was very poor. His breath was uneven and his voice was unstable. If it was in normal times, Zhang Fanji would have had a hard time listening to it. But this time, Zhang Fanji didn't care about the singing at all. Her attention was on Chun Ran's song. If dreams don't fall off a cliff 1,000 times over, and how can one know that the persistent have invisible wings? She listened to Chun Ran's song and stayed in an out-of-body state. The hand that squeezed the phone was shaking a little. The sudden silence made the sound of her breathing noticeable. Chapter 48. The First Dream. Chun Ran had never learned to sing, so professionalism went without saying. In order to sing the song inside my head in its entirety, I recorded it many times under my mind, most notably so that it would not go out of tune. He wasn't a singer himself, his voice couldn't be compared to a human professional, and after singing so many times, his voice was a bit hoarse. As Chun Ran listened, he felt a little dissatisfied, a little breathless. The main part of the song is fine. By the time you get to the chorus, it kind of feels a little harsh on the ears. It doesn't sound good, but it's at least not out of tune. Chun Ran felt his voice couldn't sing either, so he sent it over. But sometimes when you listen to a song, you don't have to have perfect vocals to listen to it. It's like Zhang Fanji. She's been in a bad mood for a while and is at her lowest point, often even confused as to whether or not to continue singing. Chun Ran sang the first line of the lyrics, an unprofessional song that happened to poke her in the heart. The original dream, held tightly in the hand. How can you turn back halfway to where you most want to go? The original dream that definitely arrived. Realize the true longing before you can be considered to have been in heaven. During the chorus, the guitar is a bit loud. Chun Ran's voice is uncomfortable, what with his feelings and all, it doesn't matter to him, and there's even a bit of a break in the sound. Hearing it inside Zhang Fanji's ears was another feeling. It's like some people say you have to record the trim out inside the studio. I don't sound like I'm feeling it, like it's your $200 guitar, $10 mic, ripping your neck out vocally. At this point, it's not simply about listening to the song, it's about finding empathy. The recording was short and didn't take long to play. Zhang Fanji froze and clicked on it to continue listening a second time. If the dream doesn't work, falling off the cliff in a close call. Zhang Fanji couldn't help but purse her lips as she read the lyrics. Those who are persistent will have invisible wings. Talking about me? A short song of less than 2 minutes. Zhang Fanji listened to it over and over again. Chun Ran was waiting for Zhang Fanji to return the message. As a result, after waiting for more than half an hour, there was no movement at all there. He kind of wondered if it was hard not to see it. Or are you still embarrassed because of what happened at lunch? It's on WeChat. After thinking about it, he still dialed Zhang Fanji. After connecting, Chun Ran asked, "Didn't you see WeChat?" Zhang Fanji froze before it dawned on her that after such a long time, she hadn't messaged Chun Ran back, and she said, "I'm still listening." Chun Ran was a bit embarrassed. An ordinary person like him did feel a bit blushing when he sang for people to hear. "What do you think of this song?" Chun Ran asked. "The song is very good." Zhang Fanji finished and then felt that she wasn't sure enough and added, "It's very good." She was a little hesitant. "This song, you said, you wrote it?" Zhang Fanji came back to her senses before remembering this song, which Chun Ran said was written for her. The song melody and lyrics were unfamiliar. Zhang Fanji was a singer and loved to listen to songs. She had heard almost all of the big hits. A song of this quality can't possibly be unknown. The fact that she hadn't heard it could only mean one thing. The song could indeed be a Chun Ran original. Really, Zhang Fanji still refused to believe it. Chun Ran's singing was pretty bad, which wasn't a surprise. He hadn't studied music. But how can someone who hasn't studied music write a song, or a song with such a high level of completion? Zhang Fanji had tried it himself, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to write a song, and it was even more difficult to write such a good song. Chun Ran is not surprised that Zhang Fanji will be suspicious, you an ordinary physical education teacher, to solve a world problem to get the math award. Then people will also suspect that this problem is not you solve. "I wrote it." Chun Ran didn't hesitate, although he was a bit vain and felt a bit shameless. It was even more pointless to cover it up. There was no original author in this world. The song was inside his head, and writing it was considered writing. But Zhang Fanji wanted to say something but finally did not say. This kind of suspicion is the most hurtful. Chun Ran knew what she was worried about and laughed. "Just don't worry. The song is definitely written by me. I just wrote the lyrics, the melody is inside my head, and since I don't know how to write a short score, there's no way to record it. But you definitely won't be able to find a song with the same melody and the same lyrics in this world." Zhang Fanji was slightly at ease. In terms of her understanding of Chun Ran, he would not joke about such things. Chun Ran asked, "I told you that what you're missing now is a good song. What do you think of this one?" Zhang Fanji thought about how she felt when she listened to the song just now. This kind of inspirational song could indeed give people strength when they encountered a predicament like hers. The main thing was that the lyrics and the melody were top-notch, and it could be said without exaggeration that this song was better than anything she had sung in the past. "You really want to give me this song?" Zhang Fanji asked. "Said it's for you, still can't lie to you." Chun Ran laughed. "Originally just went to your house just to play it for you personally, but it turned out. Ahem." Before Chun Ran could finish, he was interrupted by a cough from Zhang Fanji. Just now when the phone call, net thinking about the song, Zhang Fanji all put this matter behind her. Did not expect Chun Ran mentioned, she was a little embarrassed, a little ashamed. Chun Ran changed the topic and said, "The song does not have a short score. I'm not available tomorrow. When I'm free I'll go to your house, and then you'll write out the short score. Can you do it?" Zhang Fanji singing is a professional. Picking up the score is not too difficult for her. Spend time to be able to do it. So she wants Chun Ran's song. She is not comfortable in her heart. But this song she does need it very much. She thought for a moment and said, "Chun Ran, this song is indeed very, very good. And I need it very, very much. When the song is written, I will buy it." Chun Ran originally wanted to say that the song itself was for her, so there was no need to spend money on such trouble. But he also heard the seriousness within Zhang Fanji's tone, and the relationship between the two was not so good that they could directly send the song as a matter of course. If he really didn't collect the money all the time, he felt that Zhang Fanji wouldn't want it, and this person's temperament was quite a stubborn kind. Okay, I'll be free some other day. Let's get the song sheet out first, and then we'll talk about it, money and so on. I don't know the market, you watch out. Chun Ran looked like I quite believe in you. Zhang Fanji said seriously, I won't let you suffer. Chun Ran didn't say anything. As far as the relationship between Uncle Zhang and him was concerned, it wasn't something that could be measured by one or two songs, and when he thought about writing a song for her, he didn't think about charging money. Zhang Fanji will take it if he wants to give it to him, and it just so happens that he is quite short of money right now. After hanging up the phone, Chun Ran felt that his throat was still a little uncomfortable, and it was only after drinking a few cups of boiling water that he felt less uncomfortable. He's only been singing for a little while and that's it. How do those singers who sing vocally for an hour or two at concerts do it? While in the Zhang family, Zhang Fanji was holding a cell phone and listening to it over and over again. Suddenly Zhang Fanji wrinkled her nose, somewhat chagrined, and took out her cell phone and sent a Weibo message asking, What's the name of this song? Chun Ran replied almost in seconds. The Original Dream. Zhang Fanji looked at the 5 words and was a bit distracted. Chapter 49. Look at the song, or look at me. In fact, from within the lyrics, she was about able to guess the title of the song. Just by Chun Ran saying it, it still made her reverie. Because the company's affairs had recently put her in a bad mood, and Chun Ran had been aware of it. As the two chatted, they also occasionally mentioned why she became a star. Zhang Fanji once said that since junior high school, she has always loved singing. So she secretly took a summer job to enroll in a training course. Like most people who love to sing, she has the same dream of being heard by more people. A very simple yet rather distant dream. In high school, she attended a school party and sang a graduation parting song. Because of the atmosphere at that time, many people learned to be moved to tears, and even caused everyone to join in the chorus. From that time she was more determined to become a singer. She loves to share her songs and loves it when others are touched by her songs. That was her original dream. The next day, Chun Ran woke up and found that his throat was a little sore and his speech was a little hoarse. Drinking some boiled water relieves the dryness of the throat, but it hurts like a hook scraping down when I swallow something. He was quite depressed and also felt that he wasn't cut out for singing, so he'd better do less of that in the future, lest he lose his voice at a young age, which wouldn't be a good thing. When he arrived at the TV station, Director Wu Jin heard that he didn't sound right and said, Are you catching a cold? Chun Ran shook his head. No, just singing. My throat hurts a bit. Went to karaoke? Chun Ran hesitantly said. Pretty much. Director Wu Jin laughed. Awesome. I used to do that a lot, but I don't dare much now that I'm older. Chun Ran smiled sarcastically. It seemed that Director Wu used to be a wild horse as well. Director Wu Jin patted him on the shoulder and said, Go get some lozenges to eat during the break later. It will be more comfortable. Got it, thanks Director Wu. Chun Ran smiled and said, A sore throat doesn't affect Chun Ran's work. It's uncomfortable, that is. He found a thermos and followed backstage in the studio with the boiling water. Today is the day scheduled to record the 3rd installment, which is being prepared now. At this time, he received an unexpected call from Director Zhang. Chun Ran was slightly puzzled. Uncle Zhang looked for him all the time when he was off duty. What could be the matter at this time? Director Zhang opened his mouth and asked, Hey, Chun Ran, where are you? I'm here in the studio. The program is recording its 3rd installment. Chun Ran said back, Hey, I said how come I can't find you over here on the entertainment channel? If you're not busy, wait for me at the entrance of the studio. Director Zhang said, I'm not busy right now. But uncle, what are you looking for me for? Chun Ran asked. The elevator signal is bad. I'll talk when I come. Director Zhang hung up the phone after saying that. Chun Ran went to the entrance of the studio, and not long after, Director Zhang came over. Uncle, what is it that requires you to make a trip? Could it be the issue of the Zhaonan focus program? Chun Ran was curious. Director Zhang grunted. Early in the morning. You kids say something nice, The program is 4 flat. What can go wrong? He said, handing out a pill box to Chun Ran and said, This is what Gigi gave you, run throat treasure. Specially reminded me this morning to give it to you first when I came to the station, saying that you have a sore throat. Director Zhang also complained. Girls are just outward looking. I've been smoking here for so many years, and I haven't seen her give me a box. Chun Ran looked at the throat lozenges handed over and froze slightly. He did not expect Uncle Zhang to run over just for this. How did she know that I have a sore throat? Chun Ran was slightly puzzled. Director Zhang said, Okay. I have to rush back. I have to have a meeting soon. Chun Ran nodded his head and said, Okay. Uncle, take your time. Backstage, Chun Ran tore open the package and held a lozenge. His throat was much more soothed. He tweeted and asked, How did you know I had a sore throat? Zhang Fanji quickly returned the message. Guess. How can you guess? Chun Ran thought of the recording he had sent over. The voice was a bit sandy, and a professional singer like Zhang Fanji, who was sensitive to sound, would not be surprised to hear it. Thanks. Chun Ran sent a sentence, and after thinking about it, he typed again. I don't think it's a good idea to toss Uncle Zhang around like this. And if there's a next time, it'd be great if you personally sent it over. Zhang Fanji returned. There's no next time. Chun Ran was about to put his cell phone away when he saw her return another. I got up late and couldn't go. Up late because you slept late last night? Chun Ran stood in her situation and considered that if he himself encountered such a song, he would probably have a hard time falling asleep as well. The show went well and was taped. With so much time to prepare, all aspects mastered and all under control, recording generally goes smoothly. I couldn't leave work early today because the second installment of the edit came out. Still very happy with the finished product of the second installment. When 8 o'clock passed, Chun Ran and a few people from the program team walked out from the TV station. It doesn't feel like a bad quality first issue. The power play of a couple of the lead singers was solid. It's about to go on the air, and I'm still a little bit excited about it. The program was being discussed when suddenly everyone paused. Chun Ran walked with his head down and looked up when he saw that everyone was silent. Just in time to see a slender figure wearing a mask, looking at Chun Ran and the few of them. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, she had a good figure, an outstanding temperament, and a pair of eyes that were very bright, as if she was wearing pupils. Lin Fan had seen Zhang Fanji before and sighed once again in his heart as he busily said to Chun Ran, Your girlfriend has come to pick you up. Chun Ran naturally saw Zhang Fanji as well. He muttered inwardly, it was past 8 o'clock. What was she doing over here? Chun Ran smiled at a few co-workers and said I'll leave first before walking over towards Zhang Fanji. A few co-workers were surprised. Chun Ran has a girlfriend? I haven't heard of it. A few female hooligans inside the channel are still thinking about how to get close to Chun Ran. I'll tell them tomorrow and see if they never despair. You're too bad. Watch out for their curses. It's only bad if I don't tell them. It's for their own good. Look at Chun Ran's girlfriend. This body, this temperament. Where can their few geeks compare? I'm going to give up my life to save them from the fire. A few co-workers flirted in the background. Chun Ran got into Zhang Fanji's car and asked, What brings you here? Zhang Fanji said, Let's see if your voice is better. Almost as good. Chun Ran added, And thanks to your throat lozenges, thanks. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look at Chun Ran and said with a slight hesitation, Since her voice is almost as good as it should be, then we can go ahead and discuss and write a song? Chun Ran let out an ah, paused before reacting, and looked at Zhang Fanji. I'm now skeptical. Are you here to see the song? Or are you here to see me? Zhang Fanji didn't change her face and said, I'm mainly concerned about your voice. Writing songs is incidental. Chapter 50. I'll lose my vocal cords if I sing again. Chun Ran knew that Zhang Fanji was quite thick-skinned from the few days he had known her. Anyway, when it came to playing rogue, Chun Ran was no match for her. It was only later that I realized that not only was she cheeky, but she was also a good actress. Just like now, if she hadn't just said that she was going to write a song, Chun Ran really thought that she was purposely looking concerned about herself. All right, then let's go write a song in passing. Chun Ran said the word incidentally very heavily. Zhang Fanji turned her head and said good with an expressionless face. Chun Ran looked at her, skimmed his lips, and was about to turn his head when he added, You'd better wear an earmuff next time you come out, right? Why? Zhang Fanji slowly started the car. Chun Ran said, Look at your earlobes frozen like this. They are all red. Crunch. Zhang Fanji slammed his foot on the brake. Chun Ran didn't expect her to suddenly slam on the brakes and was startled. What's wrong with you? Chun Ran asked in a hurry. Zhang Fanji calmly said, Not much. There was a big black rat in front just now. Chun Ran was a bit skeptical. Wasn't that the words used to perfume her yesterday? Seeing Zhang Fanji driving smoothly again, He relaxed quite a bit and said to Zhang Fanji, "It's better for you to buy an earmuff. Your earlobes are even redder than just now." Zhang Fanji didn't react this time. She just let out an "oh." And then not only her earlobes, but her neck also turned red. All the way to Zhang's house smoothly. No more big black rats appeared. Chun Ran's heart was a little more at ease. Director Zhang is watching a war movie, the TV inside the bombardment, a character captain shouting, and do not know where to fight. Director Zhang heard Zhang Fanji open the door, looked up, surprised. "Did not you say go out to get some air?" How to Chun Ran through back? Zhang Fanji was changing her shoes and said, "I stopped by the TV station." Director Zhang said, "You're a good bypasser." Chun Ran is familiar with the Zhang family and does not feel much embarrassment. Anyway, he and Zhang Fanji is clearly a couple. Ordinary meeting is not a crime. "Is your voice better?" Director Zhang asked. Obviously asked Chun Ran. "It's almost as good as it can be, thank you uncle." Chun Ran nodded and said. Director Zhang laughed. "She gave you the medicine. What's the point of thanking me? Dad, you sit by yourself. Chun Ran and I will go write a song." Zhang Fanji changed her shoes and tugged Chun Ran's sleeve towards the house. Director Zhang watched as they walked past, and Chun Ran smiled somewhat awkwardly at Director Zhang before entering the room, and then the door was closed by Zhang Fanji. "Eh? This?" Director Zhang stood up and did not know what to say. Aunt Yun came out of the kitchen. She had just finished washing the dishes and asked, "I just heard Gigi's voice, and Chun Ran's. Where did everyone go?" Director Zhang said, "Your daughter grabbed Chun Ran and went inside, saying she was going to write a song." Aunt Yun also paused. "Doesn't Gigi not know how to write songs?" "Chun Ran can." Director Zhang asked, "Do you think I can write songs?" "What would you would?" Aunt Yun glanced at him without a good look. Director Zhang said with an expression that this was the case. "Chun Ran and I are peers. I can't even write, can he?" Aunt Yun thought about it carefully. It was the truth. The couple looked at each other, and in a heartfelt gesture, they slowed down their movements and gently walked over to the door, pressing their ears against it. When their home was being renovated, it was better soundproofed because they had considered various conditions, but vaguely they could still hear some sounds inside. The old couple looked slightly odd. "It's really singing in there." Zhang Fanji is playing the piano and Chun Ran is singing and stopping. Director Zhang wondered, "It shouldn't be." Aunt Yun shook her head. "Just because you don't know how to write doesn't mean that someone else, Chun Ran, doesn't." Director Zhang glanced at his wife and was just about to say something, but looking at her eyes, he decided not to get on her bad side. A woman's opinion. Chun Ran didn't even study music and can write songs? Maybe Gigi will write a song when she gets inspired after talking to Chun Ran. As for why he grabbed Chun Ran along with him, I guess it's because there's more inspiration when you follow Chun Ran. "You sing another line, this one in front. I feel like there's a key that's not right." Zhang Fanji pressed the piano thoughtfully. Chun Ran pinched his throat and said, "I feel about the same." Zhang Fanji said, "Sing it again, just one last time." Chun Ran could only work with his illness and sang again. Zhang Fanji listened carefully. Then her eyes lit up slightly as she quickly played it again. "Now that's right." She took a pen and scratched the lyrics next to it, writing down the brief. "Try playing it again." Chun Ran couldn't help but urge as he watched her finish. Zhang Fanji glanced at him and placed her hand on the piano, playing softly. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. In fact, serious women are also very beautiful. Zhang Fanji was very focused when she played the piano. Her side face was very nice. Her chin slightly nodded to the rhythm. Her snow-white neck was scarlet, and her overall appearance was very elegant. Chun Ran looked at her. His throat was a little dry, and when he heard the piano rise, that's when he turned his attention to the sound of the piano. It's not an accompaniment. It's just the melody of the song. Chun Ran listened carefully, and it was indeed the same as in his memory. He breathed a sigh of relief. His goal for the day was accomplished. Actually, Zhang Fanji could have picked up the score according to his recording yesterday, but Zhang Fanji said that Chun Ran's singing skills were a bit poor, and she wasn't even sure if the key was the right one. It is still necessary for Chun Ran to sing in person, and it is better for her to pick it up against a little bit. The reason why it's so tiring is because Chun Ran has a bad voice and his singing keeps running, which is different from the recording, and that's what makes picking up the score difficult. Zhang Fanji resisted the urge to sing along and finished playing the melody with satisfaction in her eyes. Chun Ran peeled off a piece of throat lozenges and threw it in his mouth, saying, "No, it's over today. I'll sing again. My vocal cords are gone." Zhang Fanji curiously said. You said the melody is inside your head, and you can remember it without writing it out? Usually when you have a melody you have to rush to write it down and then deepen your memory as you perfect it, and she's done the whole process inside her head without hearing anyone. Chan Ran thought to himself, I'm afraid of scaring you by saying it. I not only remembered it, but I remembered a lot of it. All he could say vaguely was, maybe it's just a gift. This perfunctory look made Zhang Fanji want to skim her mouth. She still held back. After all, Chan Ran was working with illness today, and it was hard work to write out part of it. Thanks. Zhang Fanji coldly said. Chun Ran was a bit uncomfortable, and what he saw when he turned his head was her very serious expression. Uncle Zhang is very good to me, so there's no need to thank me, and you're the one who has to pay for it. Chun Ran smiled unnaturally. Zhang Fanji stared at him and didn't say anything. Chun Ran stood up and said, It's very late today, I have to go to work tomorrow, so I have to trouble you to send me back for a trip, so I'll come back some other time to write out the rest. Zhang Fanji answered, put on her clothes, and drove Chun Ran home. Chapter 51. Can't you be a bit of a man? When Zhang Fanji sent Chun Ran back, Director Zhang's husband and wife were sitting on the sofa looking at her. Aren't you guys sleeping? Zhang Fanji asked. Just now, Chun Ran said that he wanted to say hello to them before leaving, and the living room did not see it, so he thought that the two of them were resting, so he just left. Aunt Yoon tugged at her husband, signaling him to speak. Director Zhang looked at his wife and coughed. Why did you send Chun Ran back? Zhang Fanji said, It's so late, he has to work tomorrow. You should have kept him, he can go to the station with your dad tomorrow too. Aunt Cloud said. Zhang Fanji's willow brows slightly knitted, looking at her parents with some suspicion. What do you guys mean by this? She suspected her parents were thinking of something out of place. Director Zhang said, What can we mean? This time you are in a bad mood. Chun Ran can keep you company more here. Aunt Cloud nodded along. I'm in a good mood right now. I don't need his company. Zhang Fanji somewhat touched her parents' mind. I'm going to sleep. You guys rest early. She decisively entered the room, leaving Director Zhang and his wife to stare at each other in disbelief. This child. Aunt Yoon glanced at the door to Zhang Fanji's room and asked her husband, How far do you think the two of them have progressed? Director Zhang was confused. Which step of what? Aunt Yoon glanced at him and said to herself, You know Gigi's temperament. Even taking the initiative to let Chun Ran go to her house. I have a feeling that this is about to come to fruition. Director Zhang was unsure. How long has it been? Not so fast. Aunt Yoon said, Why don't you try to find out Chun Ran's tone some other day? And if you can, let's make an appointment with his parents to meet. You're in too much of a hurry. Now that Gigi is having problems with her job, we don't know what's going on yet. Let's wait until she's stabilized. Director Zhang didn't agree. When Aunt Yoon thought about it, she also felt that her husband had a point. In Zhang Fanji's house, she received a message from Chun Ran asking if she had arrived home yet. Just got here, you're still awake? Just waiting to hear back from you, going to bed now. Zhang Fanji looked at the message and the corner of her mouth curled up. Saying goodnight to Chun Ran, she didn't go to bed immediately, but picked up the song sheet on the piano and hummed along delicately. She had wanted to play the piano a little bit, but it was indeed a little late now. Zhang Fanji fumbled for her cell phone and dialed Tao Lin. Shiyun, what's up? Tao Lin yawned, presumably sleepy. Sister Lin, there's no need to find a song, Zhang Fanji said. There was a beat over there, and he quickly said, Shiyun, don't give up so early. It's only now that we've reached where we are. Rest at home without fear. I'll think of something on my side. She was a little anxious, afraid that Zhang Fanji would give up on herself. That's not what I meant, and I won't give up, Zhang Fanji said. Tao Lin didn't understand. What does that mean? Zhang Fanji said, I found a song here, a great song. Tao Lin asked, Aren't you home resting? It's resting at home. Zhang Fanji said, You know about Chun Ran, right? Tao Lin was slightly silent and asked blankly, Who is Chun Ran? Which musician? Zhang Fanji hummed lightly. Sister Lin, don't pretend. Xiao Qin has told you everything. Tao Lin said, I just care about you too. Zhang Fanji did not count. She said, Chun Ran wrote a song. The song is very good. I decided to use it for my new song, but I need you to find someone to help compile. Wait. Tao Lin interrupted Zhang Fanji and asked, The Chun Ran you're talking about, is that the one your parents introduced you to, the one who works at the TV station? He can write songs. That's him. Zhang Fanji nodded. Tao Lin said, You're not kidding, are you? You think I'll finish laughing? No, you still say you didn't give up on yourself. So many professional musicians you didn't look for. Go use an amateur song, don't get emotional. Tao Lin advised. When I say the song is good, it's good. Now that the song isn't finished, it might take a few more days. So when the time comes, prepare a contract for me and bring it here. Zhang Fanji emphasized. Are you serious about this? You'll know when the time comes. Zhang Fanji hung up the phone after saying that. At the other end, Taurine tugged at her hair, wondering what the hell was going on. She can't get away from here for the next 2 days, so she'll have to go back in a few days. As for Zhang Fanji's comment about letting her prepare the contract, Tao Lin didn't put much stock in it. What kind of song could that blind date of hers write? It made Tao Lin a little worried about Zhang Fanji's attitude. It couldn't be that she really wanted to fall in love, could it? One could hear that Zhang Fanji was in a good mood, but to her that was the worst news. Turning to Friday, Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief. During the past 2 days, he went to Zhang's house at night. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun's eyes were a little hard for him to top, and sometimes Aunt Yun sidestepped him by asking if his parents were free, so he could let them out for a stroll when they were free. What this meant, Chun Ran understood. Facing Uncle Zhang and his wife, he felt a bit of pressure. Luckily, now that the songs are written, I don't have to go every day. It's Friday and the meeting is a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and a little apprehension. The show doesn't count no matter who looks good and how great they think it is. It needs to be tested by the audience. And the most visual achievement is the ratings. Chun Ran was not very worried. At least the show wouldn't be too bad. But he was also looking forward to it, wanting to see how far the show could go. And at this time, the Zhang family. Aunt Yun asked her daughter with some loss, "You guys still really write songs? Or else?" Zhang Fanji asked rhetorically. Aunt Yun glanced at her and said a bit angrily, "Writing and singing songs and writing songs and singing songs. Can you be a little bit outstanding?" "Ah." Zhang Fanji wanted to ask how I'm no good, although now the work is not good, out of the question. The size is also a star, and no good have anything to do with it. But when she saw the look of disgust in her mother's eyes, she wisely chose not to say anything and planned to go inside. After the song was written, she had to wait for Tao Lin to come over, give the contract to Chun Ran, and then go and tug on the company to make sure that she would find someone to arrange the song later. Of course, she had the song anyway, and nothing about getting involved with the company was going to stop her from releasing it. But just as she stood up, she was shouted at by Aunt Yun. "Where are you going?" "Go back to the house," Zhang Fanji said. "Today, Friday, Chun Ran's program on their channel premieres. Aren't you going to watch it?" Aunt Yun said. Zhang Fanji froze. All on Friday? She had been so focused on the song for the past 2 days that she hadn't paid any attention to what day of the week it was. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye she'd been back for so many days and the new show Chun Ran and the others were doing was on the air. Zhang Fanji also sat down and followed along to watch TV. I also wonder what kind of program Chun Ran made. Zhang Fanji thought in her heart. Chun Ran seldom talked to her about work matters, and he knew even less about the program, only knowing that it started on Friday night. Zhang Fanji looked at the time and had some expectations in her heart. After all, for this program, the chief planner was Chun Ran. Chapter 52, an interesting program. I Love to Remember Lyrics is well publicized as a show. Because the station was more bullish, promotional resources were slammed down, and the show hit its stride during this time. For publicity, the station is kind of going in a different direction. In addition to the traditional publicity channels such as television or radio, KTV promotional posters, etc., but also inspired by Chun Ran's selection of the lead singer in a few singing app to put fixed ads. As soon as a Call South user logs on, there will be an opening screen advertisement. For normal advertisements for all the masses, this kind of app is much more precise and is basically the target viewing audience of the program. So in the days when the show was in full publicity, the popularity rose quickly. The show did a pre-poll and basically the audience that was drawn said they were looking forward to the show. Director Lu Xianlong stayed at the TV station today. Not only him, even director Yang Qijuan didn't leave. In fact, the station's commitment to I Love to Remember Lyrics is not too big, which is the level of an average program. When it was said that the funds were open for use, what could be used in practice should be spent is just that. The expenses weren't too great without hiring a star. What makes both Director Young and Director Lu more apprehensive is that the expectations for the program are quite high. The highest rated program on the station right now is Saturday Night's Saturday Splash. This old show didn't have the highest ratings in the old days, but it was so consistent that it boiled many of its rivals to death, and now it's number 1. With this kind of publicity, having a 10% ratings is not too much, right? Director Lu Xianlong thought in his heart. The ratings for Call of Duty South Focus are now close to 17%, sometimes over, sometimes down, but overall it's that much when it's flat. It was a news program or a daily broadcast. Lu Xianlong didn't dare to compare himself with this kind of program. Again, Chun Ran planned the show, and it felt reasonable for him to expect a 10% premiere rating. 8 o'clock in the evening. The program has officially begun. The airtime just happened to be staggered with Calling the South Focus. It wasn't intentional after all. That's always been the time slot for the news, and the entertainment programs start at 8 o'clock. Backstage ready, signal access. The program was officially opened. Welcome to Ice Flower Extreme Beer. I love to remember. Host Jong Sung-woo's slightly pompous voice came out, which is not a problem of his hosting skills, but the director asked him to be in such a style. And then it was a fast-paced reading of the jingles and a highlighting of the program, with the band behind him playing music to his voice, and by the end of his introduction, the band came in for a bit of rock and roll. The cheers of the audience below were very high, and Zhang Qingyu shouted, "Let's take a look and see which lucky audience members will come to the scene today to compete for the $20,000 prize." The beginning of the program was very fast-paced. There weren't many points that made it boring. With the speed of the host's speech, the fast-paced music, and the cheers of the crowd, it quickly came down to the karaoke selection. In fact, for local programs, many people are in the mindset of casually watching them, and lately there hasn't been much that's interesting on the entertainment channels. Especially the last, Joy to None. The poor quality of this program made many people think, can this thing be called a program? The I Love Lyrics show was promoted, albeit with high visibility, and a lot of it was with the attitude of and check it out first. After all, it's the TV shows that are more appealing. Friday is a prime time slot, and a lot of TV stations won't let go of the fact that one is more appealing than the other. If I Love Lyrics is boring, they'll naturally move on to satellite TV. But this opening really piqued their interest. Atmosphere. The atmosphere of the show is very lively and the fast pace brings that very happy feeling. The camera pans out to Diamond KTV, where most of the locals have been. Diamond KTV has a chain in all the cities in Kalau, so everyone feels a little closer when they see it. The outside host goes in and picks the lucky winner, and it's this part of the show that viewers are watching that's pretty interesting. The reality show feel of a group of strangers suddenly pushing open the door and the people who are singing joyfully are suddenly startled. First questioned, then surprised, and finally delighted to participate, is interesting to many. Local stations, the audience doesn't care too much if you have a star or not. The key is to have an interesting program. After all, if I want to see stars, I'll go to the TV station. Isn't that better than you here? And funny, this is something that I Love Lyrics does very well. Zhang's house, director Zhang knocked on the door. No one opened the door. 2 more knocks were heard and the wife was heard to shout, "Get the key and open it yourself." Director Zhang thought that she was probably busy and couldn't get away, felt out the key and opened the door, and saw Zhang Fanji and Aunt Yoon, mother and daughter, sitting in front of the TV, looking straight at it. The voices coming from inside the TV were boisterous and joyful sounding. Director Zhang was in an unattractive mood. "I'm just going out for a spin. Why don't you even open the door for me?" He said in his heart. He wasn't around when he smoked just now either. He shouldn't have been discovered. Aunt Yoon lovingly said, "Watching TV. Just have the key to turn it on yourself." Director Zhang was wondering what TV was so attractive. Then reacted, "Yo, the program has started?" He walked over to watch the TV and was disliked by his wife. "Sit down. You're in my way." Zhang Fanji pretended not to hear her parents' interaction and just watched the TV without blinking. The show is indeed interesting. She usually listens to songs and watches variety shows when she's bored. But she felt that it was different from those variety shows on TV that spelled out the number of stars. It was fun and interesting. I remember Chun Ran even told her a while ago that she shouldn't be disappointed when she watched the show, and that it probably wasn't comparable to satellite TV. Now Zhang Fanji, however, felt that this program was much better than certain satellite TV programs. Especially when a few lead singers came out, Zhang Fanji's eyes lit up slightly. As a singer, she could naturally hear the good and the bad. The contrast between the looks and vocals of a couple of the lead singers in there is also a highlight. As you can see, the show is indeed done with a lot of care. It was rare for the Zhang family to sit together as a family of 3 and watch TV, probably since Zhang Fanji had gone to high school. Basically playing with my cell phone and reading the newspaper, with little interest in TV. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look at her parents and felt warm in her heart. The program ended with laughter. Aunt Yoon didn't know whether the program was good or bad. She just thought it was quite interesting. She asked, "Is this program really made by Chun Ran?" Director Zhang glanced at her. "Chun Ran wrote the plan and brought it to me first. How can this be false?" Next to her, the corner of Zhang Fanji's mouth curled up, looking somewhat pleasant as she turned her head and asked, "Dad, you're the one doing the show. How do you feel the show will do?" Director Zhang slightly pondered, some hesitation. Feelings? Ratings? Should be exploding it? He was a little unsure. Chapter 53 I Beat Myself. When Director Zhang first saw Chun Ran's planning, he felt that it was stunning. Now that the finished product is out, it doesn't live up to his expectations and is indeed a good show. What made him uncertain was whether the show would blow up. What's popping? Judging by the ratings on the entertainment channel right now, 10% is very, very good, and anything up there is considered a blowout. And the premiere ratings, he gave a 9% expectation, and with that premiere rating, he was able to pop. Director Zhang thinks the show is performing well, but the audience's taste is not up to him. He wasn't from the entertainment channel, and he wasn't aware of the internal survey data, so naturally he didn't dare to be sure. Zhang Fanji didn't understand this, but from her father's words, she heard that the program would do well. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chun Ran. Director Zhang looked at his daughter in the finger pressing on the phone, probably know that she is sending messages with Chun Ran. He felt a little speechless. With me this more words, it seems boring? When Zhang Fanji saw her father's eyes looking a bit strange, she slowly stood up and said, "I'll go back to the house first and go write a song." Aunt Yoon asked, "Didn't you finish writing your song?" Zhang Fanji was about to speak when her cell phone dinged. She picked it up and looked at it before closing the door. Director Zhang shook his head. "You believe her? This is going to call Chun Ran." Aunt Yoon was happy and couldn't even wait for her daughter to take the initiative. Chun Ran had just finished watching the program and was watching several colleagues in the group discussing the opening. "Lin Fan, I made everyone in my family watch it today, and the response was pretty good. My relatives know I'm on the program, so they follow it, and they all complimented the program just now for being interesting. I just looked in the forums, and the number of people discussing it was pretty high, mostly favorable." Chun Ran saw them discussing all relatives and friends and whatnot. He was embarrassed, knowing that his parents did not like this type of program, so he did not disturb the two old men. As for his younger sister Chen Yao, she was studying outside and couldn't possibly watch local channels. Instead, a coworker in the back said that the discussion on the forum interested him, and that he also wanted to see what the audience had to say about the show. The last time call South Focus. Director Lu Bing let go of the comments on the forum. This place, usually many local netizens, cannot represent all, but can see some epitome. Unlike the last calling South Focus, this time the comments pretty much swept the forums off their feet. Many netizens said that this is a program made by our local station in Shaonan. Very funny. The lead singer is not handsome, but he can sing really well. The program segments are quite engaging and seem to be very relaxed. What kind of people are chosen to go up there? They can't even guess such simple lyrics. "I'll go on me." It's probably in these categories. Occasionally there are individuals who say the show is great, just not much of a star. Someone replied right below that it's not fun to have a star. The main thing to watch on the show is to go up and pick up the lyrics, and having a star come in doesn't seem to be much fun other than being the lead singer. There is also talk of watching every program on Star TV, and there is no need to look for it on this show. A whole page, all about the show. I love songwriting. More discussion than when Calling the South Spotlight was first published. That's not to say the show is hotter than Call of Duty Spotlight. Presumably the reason for this is that the show's viewing audience overlaps with those on the forums, and that's why there's so much discussion. It looks like the reviews are not bad. Chun Ran was more satisfied. With fewer nitpickers, higher satisfaction, and the ability to retain people, the ratings will certainly not be bad. At this time, Chun Ran received a message from Zhang Fanji. He smiled slightly and followed with a message back. The next day, Saturday. Because the program aired on Friday and there was a meeting to summarize it on Saturday, Chun Ran came to the station early in the morning. I just met director Wu Jin and saw that he was smiling slightly, but there was still some expectation and nervousness between his eyebrows. I've been doing the program for so many years, and every time I get to the start of the program, I'm like this, my mind is not working. Director Wu Jin couldn't help but dryly cough as he saw everyone staring at him. No one's laughing. The thing about shows is that ratings make the difference between life and death. There are expectations for the show and the fear that it's so self-serving that you think it's a Call of Cthulhu Spotlight and give you a joy to the world score. Even though you know it's impossible from the show, you can't help but be apprehensive until the ratings come in. In fact, not to mention director Woo Jin, everyone else on the program is like that. The program was prepared by all of them together, and with good ratings they not only get FaceTime but also bonuses. By the time 9 o'clock passed, director Lu Xianlong came over with a joyful face. Everyone looked at his face and their apprehensions were slightly relieved. Director Lu was usually gentle but not as joyful as he was now, and being able to make him happy could only be a good ratings at a time like this. I Love Remembering Lyrics premiered last night, and the program performed very well, unexpectedly well. Director Lu was quite excited and brought out quite a bit of spittle as he spoke. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with bated breath, Director Lu didn't sell the story and said directly, "The premiere of I Love Remembering Lyrics averaged 11.05%, breaking the premiere ratings record set by the channel 6 years ago. Although this week hasn't ended yet, it can already be booked as the weekly champion of this channel's ratings." 11.05%? Director Woo Jin's heart was the one that had been lifted since Director Lu came in, and now that he heard the result, he let out a long breath, and the heart hanging in midair slowly fell to his stomach, and his body felt a sense of solidity. Not only him, the moment before Director Lu announced the ratings, everyone was sitting straight, and now they also relaxed, glancing at each other. They could see the suppressed elation in each other's eyes. If it wasn't in a meeting and Director Lu wasn't in his face, he would have definitely shouted out in joy. With the premiere ratings, everyone thought it would be acceptable at around 9% or even 8%. This sudden 11.05% did come as a surprise to all. Chun Ran was equally happy that the program's ratings, which perfectly met his heart's expectations, even slightly exceeded them. The ratings for Super Duper are, at best, around 10%, and no matter how hot this installment gets, it won't necessarily be able to outperform I Love to Remember Lyrics, which could just book the channel's weekly crown. Director Lu slightly lamented, "It's a shame the program didn't break the 11.93% of Call of Duty focus. That would have been a real hurdle to get over. If the premiere exceeds 11.93%, it sets not a channel record, but a record for all local channels on Call of Duty TV." Everyone looked at Chun Ran. Zhao Focus is the same program that Chun Ran followed. This is considered him beating himself up? Chun Ran laughed and told everyone, "That's a news program. This is an entertainment program. No conflict." Director Lu also said, "Chun Ran is right, calling South Focus can't be looked at with common sense, although it didn't surpass it, but I Love Remembering Lyrics did very well. The ratings curve was very beautiful, rising linearly from 8 o'clock after the start of the show, and it didn't stop the momentum until the end of the show." Although Director Lu didn't say it, but we are all doing the program, we know what it means. The program has a lot of great potential. One could even argue that airing the second installment next Friday is another start. 11.05% just for starters. Chapter 54, We're All Family. The ratings report came out and quite a few people on the entertainment channel were quite surprised. Not that they don't think highly of the show. Who wouldn't be impressed by a program that a channel has deployed a lot of promotional resources to push? Mostly because the ratings were so out of this world. Not to mention them, even Director Lu was first shocked and then surprised. He joked with Director Yang that the predicted premiere ratings were 10%, but in his mind he thought it was just about 9%. Who knew that not only did it break expectations, but it even broke the record set 6 years ago in one fell swoop. By noon, it was pretty much all over the station. The entertainment channel has a breakout hit, premiering at 11.05%. It's that I Love to Remember Lyrics? I watched it last night and felt the show was great. I didn't realize it was so over the top. This show is really interesting. It looks like it's going to be a long-term thing. The entertainment channel is making money on this wave. Many people are talking about how the last show on the entertainment channel fell hard and didn't expect it to fly all at once now. With this ratings alone, there is no rival except for the public channels calling South Focus, which can be pressed. In the public channel, Director Lu Bing and a group of Zhaonan Focus columnists also got the news, and all of them were a bit surprised. These ratings are too high. Director Lu Bing marveled. He hadn't forgotten that Chun Ran was the chief planner of the program. A person who is able to curate the calling spotlight is, you might say, a flash of insight and better luck. But then another program comes along with ratings that are not at all inferior to Call of Duty Spotlight, and it's not luck, it's strength. Director Zhang was inside his office, all smiles. Even though he's the director of the public access channel, and even though the show is on the entertainment channel, it doesn't stop him from having fun. 11.05%. A program like this can't even come out for a few years. It was the right thing to do when they shoved Chun Ran into the entertainment channel. Director Zhang was happy for Chun Ran in his heart, Don't look at the ratings compared to Xiaonan Focus. The nature of the two programs is different. He was thinking that if he hadn't found an entertainment channel for Chan Ran and insisted on keeping him on the public channel, it wouldn't have been possible to produce a hit like I Love to Remember Lyrics. The station has to thank me too. Director Zhang was happy and couldn't stop talking. Chun Ran received a number of congratulatory messages. Basically, they are all sent by colleagues from public channels, including colleagues from the Great Beauty Xiaonan program team and director Liu Bing of Xiaonan Focus. He's been with the public channel for a few months now, from internship to transition, from shadowing the crew at Great Beauty Calling to being the lead creator of Calling Focus, and is pretty well liked. As soon as he finished replying to the message, he received a call from Director Zhang, looking for him to have dinner with him. After the meeting, Director Zhang smiled and said, "2 programs with premieres that broke 11%. You're famous in the station." Chan Ran laughed. "We are doing a program, what can we be famous for? And it's also Uncle Yu who gave me the opportunity. Otherwise, what kind of program can I do?" He said the truth, but Director Zhang shook his head. "This I dare not be greedy for credit. I am at best a little bit of add-on. If it is not your ability is good, it is not possible to go to the entertainment channel. Look at Lin Fan, his father is the director, the opportunity is bigger than you, right? But your ability is not as good as yours, so you'll have to keep waiting." Chan Ran smiled. If Lin Fan heard this, he would probably feel bad enough in his heart. "You guys are supposed to get off the early afternoon shift and go celebrate, right?" Director Chang asked. "Yeah, Director Liu said that it's the guys who have been tired for so long, so they're relaxing for a day today, and then they have to continue to be busy." Chun Ran nodded. "It's true that you can only relax for a day or two, and now that the ratings are in and it's obvious that the show is blowing up, it's only natural to keep recording and prepare more. Then relax when the time to break up the group of still early to go to the house. I gave your Aunt Yoon said this good news, said you want to celebrate to celebrate." Chun Ran said, "It's a bit embarrassing to trouble Aunt Yoon every time." Director Zhang laughed. "We're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Chun Ran was embarrassed. He was sure that this so-called family of Uncle Zhang was definitely not treating him as a nephew. In the evening, everyone on the program went to the hotel for dinner. Chun Ran as the program credit, Director Liu also specially clinked glasses with Chun Ran. Lin Fan looked envious from the sidelines. He was also a member of the program team, also responsible for planning, but in terms of program contribution was much worse than Chun Ran. "I don't know when I'll be able to do my own show." The thought had just popped into his mind when he suddenly shook his head again. After following Chun Ran for this period of time, he understood his shortcomings, and if he didn't correct them, even if the program he made didn't flop, it would still be mediocre. A show with no highlights is hardly going to be a hit. Rather, now that he had time, he could study more with Chun Ran. Chun Ran rarely drank alcohol and felt a little dizzy after just 1 cup. Not so drunk, a little tipsy, very conscious but feeling hazy. He went to the restroom and flushed his face with cold water to feel better. Seeing the slightly flushed face, he laughed bitterly a little, drinking on the face of this shortcoming. The previous life had, crossing over still did not change. Back to the table after colleagues looking for him to drink, he quickly waved his hand on the refusal. Everyone see him blushing like this, also let him go, which let Chan Ran breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, his phone dinged. It was Zhang Fanji who sent a message over. "How long are you going to be? I'll pick you up." Chan Ran looked at the table. It was almost time now. A group of people were drinking. He couldn't intervene, so he returned, "Right now." "Well, send me a location." Chan Ran sent the positioning over, listening to his colleagues talking about interesting things. Director Wu may have drunk a few more mouthfuls, bragging about how great he used to stay up late and how good he sang. The tone of his voice didn't half match his literary look. The atmosphere was quite warm as we all spoke to each other. Not a moment later, see the time are almost, Chun Ran thought they were going to break up. But the result is that Director Wu warmly invited the group to go to sing karaoke. Chan Ran naturally didn't go and told Director Wu that his girlfriend had come over to pick him up, and the group of people looked at him and smiled meaningfully, then expressed their understanding. As everyone walked to the entrance of the hotel, Zhang Fanji's car was parked outside. She didn't get out of the car even though she was wearing a mask. Chan Ran saw her and looked up to his co-workers. "I'll leave first. You guys have fun as a group." Director Wu looked outside, saw the figure in the car, patted Chan Ran's shoulder and said, "Today is a good day. It is to celebrate with your girlfriend. Pay attention when you play. Don't get up and affect your work." Chun Ran was powerless to spit out how Director Wu, who was usually quite a normal person, started to let himself go after drinking a little bit of alcohol. Presumably, they are usually shackled. and now that they are relaxed, their nature is revealed. Chun Ran opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He hadn't had much to drink, but he still smelled strongly of alcohol. Zhang Fanji's willow brows frowned slightly. "You've been drinking?" Chun Ran showed his teeth and smiled. "Just a little bit. The smell is so bad." Zhang Fanji was a bit disgusted. Chun Ran speechless. "This is only a little taste is unpleasant. The last drunk is not you?" Chapter 55. Middle Age. Who got drunk last time and called to say they were getting married? Chun Ran only dared to think about it in his heart, but did not dare to say it out loud. After all, he was still in Zhang Fanji's car. Although they had known each other for so long, Chun Ran could never forget the first time they met. Zhang Fanji's expressionless face directly drove over the scene. He didn't say it, but his expression said it all. Zhang Fanji turned her head over, feeling a little embarrassed even though she didn't say anything. She reached into her bag and took out a box of gum and tossed it to Chun Ran. "Avoid the smell." Chun Ran was feeling an uncomfortable taste in his mouth, and smoothly took it and threw a piece in his mouth. Chewed and inhaled. Watermelon flavor. "But it's a little too sweet." "Thanks," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji pretended not to hear and started the car on the road. "I heard from my dad that your show broke the channel record?" Chun Ran said. "It just broke the premiere record. The ratings record can't be broken." "A ratings record? Isn't that the one on the public channel?" "It seems like you planned it too." Zhang Fanji didn't quite understand what the program was, but she had only heard director Zhang say that Chun Ran was now starting from a very high point, and that the premiere ratings record and the highest ratings record were both Chun Ran's. "It's unbreakable anyway, and it feels like it's going to be hard to break in the future." Chun Ran does not see Zhao in Focus as his achievement. This kind of news program focuses on news. In his opinion, planning accounts for very little, just to provide an idea. But there's so much stickiness and potential in news programs, and as it stands now, the ratings are horribly solid, and would be even higher if a hot story of societal concern were to occur. Anyway, Chun Ran had heard that the director had suggested that the ratings records ranked calling South Focus, and that they were doing variety, so they would have to specialize in keeping track of variety. "By the way, the song has been written, and you're still not going back to the company?" Chun Ran asked curiously. Zhang Fanji glanced at him. "I'm in no hurry," Chun Ran said thoughtfully. "Lin Hanyun's new song is still being recorded. Are you waiting for her to release it before going back? Are you saying I'm afraid of her?" Zhang Fanji frowned. Chun Ran shook his head. "I don't mean that, it's just that the company is clearly pushing her now, and even if you have a song, but the company isn't pushing it, the results aren't as good as hers and it's very unattractive." Zhang Fanji said, "Lin Hanyun's new song, just like you said, the quality is not outstanding. The company can't push it up. It can't be better than me." "What about the company not promoting you?" Zhang Fanji said, "I myself am publicity." She sounded very confident. It seems the song gave her a lot of strength. Zhang Fanji said carelessly, "Sister Lin will come over tomorrow." "Sister Lin? Your agent?" Chun Ran had some impression. Zhang Fanji nodded slightly. "I'll ask her to prepare the contract and bring it here. At that time we'll sign the contract first and I'll leave." "How do you want her to run? Where is your assistant Xiao Qin?" Chun Ran asked. "Gave her a vacation," Zhang Fanji said. She didn't know when she was going to go back this time, so she couldn't keep Xiao Qin following her around, so she gave her a vacation. And even if Xiao Qin was there, when it came to buying songs, Tao Lin would definitely come over in person. To this day, she was still urging Zhang Fanji to give up this idea and wait for good news from her side. "Oh," Chun Ran finished, his heart finished a bit stuffy. Without realizing it, I know so much about Zhang Fanji. Her agent, her assistant, her plight in the company, her work status, and now her personality, her temperament, and generally know a little bit about it. Zhang Fanji is releasing a new song this time, so I guess I'll be busy for quite a while before returning to Linshur. The last time I said I was releasing a new song, I knew it was going to be busy, but instead of the song being released, I spent most of my time in Linshur. Now that there's a song, it's time to get back to work. That's what being a star seems like. It's all over the place." Thinking of this, Chun Ran felt a little uncomfortable again and said, "Can you open the window? I'm a little stuffy." Zhang Fanji shook her head. "It's cold. It's windy to open the window, you just drank wine, blowing a headache and cold." "I'll just get some air," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and pretended not to hear. Chun Ran was helpless and did not dare to say much. Who told him that it was Zhang Fanji who drove? It was only after getting to Zhang's neighborhood and getting off the bus that Chun Ran's request for air was met. The result was an irritated throat from the cold air, a few coughs in a row, and a red face. Zhang Fanji parked the car, came over and said, "You'd better not drink in the future." Chun Ran thought to himself that coughing had nothing to do with drinking. Zhang Fanji said, "My dad's lungs can't work, so my mom told him to smoke less, and if your body can't work, you should drink less." Chun Ran said, "I'm in pretty good health, just choked by the wind." Zhang Fanji didn't barricade herself with him and walked towards the house first. Chun Ran carefully pondered the words of Zhang Fanji just now, and felt wrong. "Aunt Yun tube Uncle Zhang is normal, you let me drink less, what do you mean?" He didn't dare to think about it more. The three major illusions in life can be harmful. The Changs. Chun Ran just entered the house and saw a table full of dishes. Just now in the hotel actually didn't eat much and casually fished out chopsticks of vegetables, and now that he saw Aunt Yun's cooking, he gulped a little. "I knew you didn't eat well." Director Zhang laughed out loud at his expression. "Every time I eat with them, I spend most of the time bragging and the rest of the time drinking, and the dishes inside my plate basically remain untouched at the end of the day anyway." Chun Ran laughed. "That's because the food outside isn't as good as Aunt Yun's." That hits the nail on the head. Incisive. Director Zhang stuck out his thumb in unparalleled approval. Zhang Fanji muttered, "But head." Chun Ran didn't hear it, but Aunt Yun did, smiling slightly on her lips, but quietly reaching out to pinch Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji skimmed her lips and didn't say anything. Aunt Yun said happily, "Last time Chun Ran went to the entertainment channel, Gigi wasn't there. Now it's complete. The last time I opened a video for Zhang Fanji, she was attending an event and then just opened the video." Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and said a word of congratulations as well. Chun Ran smiled. "Thank you." Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was and lamented, "When I first knew Chun Ran, I really didn't think there would be such a day, and at that time, I wanted to accept Chun Ran as my godson. But now it seems that a godson is not as cordial as a son-in-law." Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji glanced at each other, both able to feel the other's embarrassment. Aunt Yun clamped the food to her husband and said, "What's the point of talking about this? You're drunk without drinking?" Director Zhang laughed. "I'm just happy. When I was young, I always wanted to go to a satellite TV to do programs, but after a few years in the entertainment channel, I didn't make a name for myself and only later did I move to a public channel. Now at this age, I can't even climb anymore and I can't do it well. I'm happy to see Chun Ran so promising." Director Zhang didn't drink, but he said a lot of things by way of having a good time. Chun Ran was about able to sense his mood of unrewarded ambition in middle age and just listened carefully. He also wondered if he would be like this in middle age. Chapter 56. I didn't. Don't say anything. Thinking of this, Chun Ran couldn't help but smile in his heart. He was only 23 years old, and he wouldn't turn 24 until the coming summer. It's too early to worry. Other than that, just in terms of image, he shouldn't be the same as Director Zhang when he reaches middle age. It wasn't that Chun Ran was bad-mouthing Director Zhang. He was just convinced that his hair wouldn't be so thin. After dinner, Chun Ran was supposed to go home, but was pulled back by Director Zhang's two families. "It's so late. I heard Gigi say that you just drank wine. Now go down to blow the wind tomorrow, you might catch a cold. Rest here today, you don't have to go to the station tomorrow anyway," Director Zhang advised. The two old men were so enthusiastic that Chun Ran was too embarrassed to refuse. In fact, it wasn't like he hadn't slept at Zhang's house. That was all when Zhang Fanji wasn't around. In the eyes of Director Zhang and Aunt Yun, he and Zhang Fanji were still a couple, and it felt a little awkward to stay. He glanced at Zhang Fanji and realized that she didn't have much of an expression and felt indifferent. Zhang's house is a 4-bedroom house, but it didn't come with a den when he bought it before, so he converted one of the bedrooms into a den. In those days, the two daughters of the Zhang family crowded into one room, leaving one as a guest room. Later, when the daughters grew up and had to share rooms, the Zhang family ran out of guest rooms, and the two daughters had one room each. The last time Chun Ran rested here, she stayed in Zhang Fanji's room, and this time, she stayed in her sister's. Although he has known Director Zhang for a long time and has come to Zhang's house quite a few times, he has never really seen Zhang Fanji's sister, and the photo has only seen the group photo of her childhood inside the living room. I only know that it seems to be called Rui, 3 years younger than Zhang Fanji. Chun Ran lying in bed, feeling very clear-head, a moment to think of Zhang Fanji, do not know when this time to go to the company to come back, and think of home, this payroll bonus will certainly not be less. When the family a share of the time, there is also a sister there. I remember that Chun Yao used to be quite fond of singing, And when Chun Ran learned to play the guitar, she followed suit, and now I don't know how it is. Chun Ran thought that it would be hard for him to fall asleep with such chaotic thoughts. But he didn't know when he fell asleep in a trance. Zhang Fanji, who was next door to him, was tossing and turning, her bright eyes looking out the window, somewhat unable to sleep. Turned on the night light, took out Chun Ran's written lyrics and read them for a while, humming a few lines along. After pausing, she hesitated slightly and took out her cell phone to send Chun Ran a message. Sleeping? At this time, Chun Ran was rolling in sleep. Where would he pay attention to WeChat messages? Zhang Fanji waited for half a day without a response. Her face suddenly collapsed, threw her cell phone on the table and turned off the light to sleep. When Chun Ran woke up the next day, Zhang Fanji was already sitting on the sofa. Chun Ran had always thought that Zhang Fanji's skin was so good, probably because of the makeup. Now veiled look over, not much different from makeup, the skin is still very white, and the features are very delicate. On the contrary, she had a very small tear mole under the corner of her eye, which was very conspicuous on her fair face, and her usual makeup seemed to cover it deliberately. Looking at you, it seems like you didn't sleep well? Chun Ran asked casually when he saw her slate face. Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't say anything. She had fallen asleep late last night, and after being woken up early today by her mother, she felt like she could have slept for a few more hours. According to the old mother, people Chun Ran is here, you have to leave a good impression, and you can't let Chun Ran think that she is lazy. Even if Zhang Fanji was very reluctant in her heart, she could only get up in a yen-wei manner. Seeing Chun Ran turn around to go wash up, Zhang Fanji finally couldn't help but ask, "You didn't look at WeChat?" "WeChat?" Chun Ran froze, scratched his head, took out his cell phone and glanced at it. He would back off WeChat at night when he slept. "The work group is a bit much, most of my colleagues have families, and sometimes small children play with their phones to send small programs, which really affects the quality of sleep." Only when Chun Ran opened WeChat did he see the message sent by Zhang Fanji. Looking at the time, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Chun Ran thought about it. He remembered that last night his head was awake for half the night before he fell asleep, and halfway through, he also played a moment of cell phone. "I fell asleep so early?" It was only then that Chun Ran realized why Zhang Fanji had this expression and said, "Sorry, I went to bed early last night and didn't see it." Zhang Fanji ignored him and remained stern-faced. Chun Ran puzzled. Did not see the message. This is a very normal thing. What angry? Neither spoke much until breakfast. It wasn't long before Zhang Fanji's cell phone rang. It was Tao Lin arriving. "You come directly to my house," Zhang Fanji added. "Chun Ran is also here." Tao Lin wondered. "No, what time is it? Why is he at your house?" "He slept here last night," Zhang Fanji said very calmly, falling into Tao Lin's ears. It was simply a bolt from the blue, shocking her half a day before she reacted. Surprised. "Zhang Xiun, you can't be right? I said I would not fall in love or get married when I was 30 years old, and I would only be busy with my career. Now you're suddenly giving me the word that you're living with someone? Are you trying to piss me off?" "I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Fanji frowned at what she heard. "What's all this about? Chun Ran and my parents are very close, and they had a bit of a drink last night, so they stayed over at my house." "Just staying overnight?" Tao Lin was a bit unconvinced. This was too fast. Hearing Xiao Qin say it was just a blind date, a fake relationship, at that time she felt that it was a bit unreliable. Now Chun Ran was staying over at her house. After a while, wouldn't it really be a problem? "All right, you come over first." Zhang Fanji knew Tao Lin very well, and it was not clear at all inside the phone. Tao Lin didn't dare to ink, and flew to Zhang's house by car. Director Zhang and his wife were considered familiar with Tao Lin and greeted each other. Chun Ran had seen Tao Lin once last time inside the video, a woman who looked very shrewd and capable. And when Tao Lin saw Chun Ran, she thought to herself, "Oh no, this thief feels unable to defend himself." At the first glance of a person, it is all about looks. Chun Ran's looks are very good, and he can't pick any faults at all. Zhang Fanji's age of more than 20 years old, he will definitely have problems after getting along with such a person for a long time. The most crucial thing is that Zhang Fanji's parents agree and intend to set up a match, which is the most difficult to solve. "Hello, I'm Tao Lin, Xiun's manager." Tao Lin extended her hand and smiled slightly. Chun Ran shook her hand and smiled. "Hello, Sister Lin." Tao Lin rolled her eyes in her heart. Usually when others called her Sister Lin, she didn't care much, but she really didn't want to hear these two words from Chun Ran's mouth. This meant that Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji didn't have a bad relationship to follow the call like this, and Zhang Fanji obviously didn't object. 2 days ago, She was still thinking of letting Zhang Fanji stay here to take a break and wait until she had considered how to handle her relationship with the company before letting her go back. But now that there was a wolf waiting over here, Zhang Fanji definitely couldn't stay here. She made up her mind to make things fast and take care of things. Taking Zhang Fanji back first, it was always safer to be far away. Zhang Fanji's future is just right. Such a person should shine in the singing world and should not be delayed by this wolf. Chapter 57. Have I become a villain? Zhang's house. Director Zhang and his wife went out. Chun Ran, Zhang Fanji and her agent, Tao Lin, were all in Zhang Fanji's room. Tao Lin had met Chun Ran, and although she thought he had a very capable face, she didn't think he had the ability to write songs. That's why Tao Lin said in front of Chun Ran that she wanted to listen to the song before deciding whether or not to sign the contract. As she spoke, Tao Lin looked at Chun Ran's reaction. He was calm as could be, without that anger or displeasure of being questioned. The more Chun Ran was like this, the more uneasy Tao Lin became in her heart. Zhang Fanji sat down in front of the piano without starting to play and said to Tao Lin, I like the song very much. I'll buy it whether you're satisfied or not. I won't be planning to seek reimbursement from the company anyway. I'm paying for it myself. Tao Lin wanted to say something, but in the end, she just frowned and signaled Zhang Fanji to sing first. Chun Ran sat on the sidelines, feeling that Zhang Fanji and Tao Lin get along quite harmoniously. The agent is the link between the company and the artist. Most artists do not say that the agent is obedient to the words, but seldom disobeyed. Zhang Fanji and Tao Lin, however, were different. Not so stereotypical and got along casually. Zhang Fanji is quite lucky to have met such an agent. Then I'll begin. Zhang Fanji finished, glanced at Chun Ran, and then sat up straight. Her small action Chun Ran didn't notice, but Tao Lin saw it and her heart darkened a few more points. Tao Lin hadn't found Zhang Fanji making such small gestures towards any man since she had known her. When attending events, there is no lack of some very handsome young meat or very stylish movie big shot. Zhang Fanji has never had these performances. The sound of the piano pulled Tao Lin's thoughts back. The accompaniment was something Zhang Fanji had worked out over the past 2 days, and Tao Lin listened, her slightly furrowed brow stretching. Zhang Fanji's head gently nodded along with the rhythm, and after the short prelude, there was her singing voice that was like spring water. If pride isn't coldly slapped by the sea of reality, and how can you know how hard you have to work to go the distance? With just the first line of the song out, Tao Lin instantly understood why Zhang Fanji strongly wanted this song. Not just for the melody, but for the lyrics and the emotion. If dreams don't fall off a cliff 1,000 times over, Zhang Fanji sang with great devotion. Her voice was indeed blessed, and many people complimented her on the fact that it was God's reward, a very high compliment. Not only the voice, the emotion, the singing, it was perfect. Chun Ran, on the other hand, had different feelings, as it was the first time he had heard Zhang Fanji sing since the song was written. The familiar melody and lyrics put him in a slight trance, a feeling of time and space. This is the melody of youth in the previous life, the first time I heard it, or inside the campus, and then turn your eyes separated not only time or 2 worlds. Chun Ran's heart was a little touched, and with a hot breath drumming inside, he took a long breath before letting the feeling dissipate a little. Seeing Zhang Fanji's focused playing and singing, Chun Ran couldn't help but think of the recording of himself singing, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This is a professional singer. The same song, sung by Zhang Fanji, can resonate, and the emotions inside her voice can infect the listener. But Chun Ran that day efforts to record half a day, and people this contrast, that is slightly better sounding noise. The song is over. Zhang Fanji's fingers were still pressed on the piano. She had played and sung it a couple of times in private, and the more she sang it, the more she liked it. Zhang Fanji folded her hands on her legs and looked at Tao Lin with a good look. Sister Lin, what do you think? Chun Ran also looked at Tao Lin. This woman was definitely not treating him well. No agent liked their artists to fall in love, and now that Chun Ran was Zhang Fanji's nominal boyfriend, it would be strange for Tao Lin to like him. Tao Lin was in deep thought, and when she heard Zhang Fanji ask her, she noticed that Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were both staring at her, and coughed a little uncomfortably, hesitating for a moment before saying, Is it all right? Zhang Fanji looked at her. Just okay. Tao Lin was a bit helpless, but could only add, The song is very good. It's not because Zhang Fanji forced her to say that. It's from her heart, the lyrics and melody, an absolute gem. It's just that she really doesn't want to brag about it. This kind of inspirational song, written at a time when Zhang Fanji was in a low mood, was just too titillating. Tao Lin felt like she was more than 10 years younger, and she couldn't top it if someone wrote a song for her like this and was as handsome as Chun Ran. It's good that you're satisfied. Zhang Fanji nodded slightly as she received a satisfactory answer. Tao Lin asked in a businesslike manner, Mr. Chun, let me make sure again. Did you compose the song? Before Chun Ran could say anything, Zhang Fanji said, It's certain that he wrote it. Seeing her so eager to answer, Tao Lin had a feeling that her grief was greater than her heart's death, and said feebly, Okay, let's talk about the contract. The process of negotiating the contract was simple. Chun Ran's own song was written to give Zhang Fanji, not too concerned about the price. The two negotiated the price very casually. Zhang Fanji directly opened the money to 100,000. At that price, Tao Lin would have disagreed. Some of the lesser-known musicians are just that price. But she didn't say anything in the end, leaving it up to Zhang Fanji to talk. Chun Ran didn't know much about copyright matters, but Zhang Fanji explained to him the same thing. By the time the deal was done, it was noon. Director Zhang's two families came back, heard them talk about song copyrights, said smilingly, It is indeed necessary to make it clear that although they are all family, there is still a company in the middle, lest they pull the rug out from under them when the time comes. Tao Lin felt quite solid when she heard this family. She feels like she's being the bad guy. Zhang Fanji's parents are supportive, and she's the only one who's making every effort to break people up. She's going to be the villain in a drama. God have mercy. She's really looking out for Zhang Fanji's future. Director Zhang had to make a trip to the TV station in the afternoon, and he stopped by to send Chun Ran home. In Zhang Fanji's room, Tao Lin said with a straight face, Xiun, talk to me about your thoughts. What idea? Zhang Fanji asked. You said you won't fall in love or consider marriage until you're 30, so what's up with Chun Ran? Tao Lin directly picked it apart. Zhang Fanji's brows wrinkled. I said it was nothing. Xiao Qin should have told you that it was just a deal with my parents. Tao Lin stared at her. I don't feel like faking it. Ha! Zhang Fanji laughed stiffly twice, then said, Don't worry. I definitely won't affect my work. Tao Lin was also helpless. I'm not a bad person. I'm just advising you to think about it. You're in your prime now. Zhang Fanji hummed. I know that Sister Lin is doing this for my own good, and I really haven't thought about getting into a relationship either. Tao Lin was half convinced, although Zhang Fanji rarely told lies. But a woman in love can only believe half of what she says. She tentatively inquired about Chun Ran's information. Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow and said, What are you asking for? I'm just curious as to what he does at the station and how he can still write songs. Zhang Fanji thought about Chun Ran's work. Tao Lin kept staring at her. Zhang Fanji spoke without emotion, but she felt in her heart that it was not optimistic. When would Zhang Fanji go through so much information about a man? Chapter 58. Goodbyes need rituals, too. Monday. Entertainment Channel meeting. Director Xianlong Lu routinely finished the ratings for last week's program, which is a weekly recap. The one that received the most praise was naturally I Love Remembering Lyrics, which premiered as a weekly winner and broke records, and was greatly praised by Director Lu. The Saturday Lotto program is also doing well, holding an upward trend for the second week in a row, and the veteran program is still solid. The only thing that caused Director Lu's brow to furrow slightly was the Sunday program. Here I would like to name and criticize Light Lecture. The ratings have dropped for 3 consecutive episodes. Not only the ratings but also the word of mouth has dropped quite a bit. There are even viewers calling in to complain that the program instills some bad values. Chun Ran followed everyone to look over, and the director of the Lightness Lecture Hall and the others looked slightly embarrassed. He had read the information of this program when he was researching the entertainment channel Lightness Lecture Hall, which was based on Fang Qingying, the host, was probably considered a relationship or fashion program, occasionally inviting some emotional experts or the like to interview or give speeches, and also uttering some special issues on dressing and matching, beauty and fashion. The viewing group is women, and it's been on the air for some years, and while there have been some ups and downs in the ratings, they've been steady and in the middle of the pack. But I don't know what's wrong with the program, but the ratings have slipped for 3 consecutive episodes, and now it's kind of going to the bottom of the list. And the last issue was even criticized once last week after a viewer called in to report that the Lightness Lecture Hall was spreading distorted values that caused him to break up with his girlfriend. The ratings for this installment continue to slide, presumably the cause of the last installment and the effect of this one. With so many programs on a channel, there are those with good results and naturally there are those with poor results, and Chun Ran is not surprised. When the meeting was dispersed, I had just arrived at the section group, and director Yang Qijuan also came over. The ratings for the show were very good and everyone worked hard. Director Yang came over in addition to praise, and remind some of the meaning anyway, just want to let the column group quit arrogance, continue to cheer, strive for new heights. Nothing was more enjoyable than the bonuses mentioned by the superintendent. This time the ratings broke the record, is considered to give everyone a chicken blood, unexpected premiere record. Not only the director of Yang happy, is the entire entertainment channel leaders are happy, all the creators of the bonus according to the most high-grade hair. And on top of that, the creator's cut is settled quarterly, which is not included in the bonus. Naturally, everyone on the program is happy, and hard work pays off for everyone. Director Yang specially praised Chun Ran by name and said with a bit of regret, "It would have been better if you had come here earlier, and you could have fought for the position of the best planner in the station by making more efforts." Seeing that Chun Ran was a bit confused, considering that he only entered the TV station this year, Director Yang even made it a point to explain. Every year the station holds an annual meeting with a wrap-up, in which many awards are set up and all the channels compete together, including The Guardian. Chun Ran listened to the heart, but it is not realistic. Director Yang has high hopes for him, but you have to look at so many planners at the TV station. Where does he get a turn? Seemingly seeing Chun Ran's doubt, Director Yang smiled. Although there are many TV programs, the factors considered for the awards are not only the platform, but also a combination of originality, program contribution, and the degree of innovation. Saying this, Chun Ran understood that although the satellite TV programs were a big hit, there were many programs that were imported from foreign programs, and other than that, every program was discussed by everyone. To summarize the above points, Chun Ran single-handedly completed the main planning of I Love Record Lyrics. There really are so many possibilities. It's a pity that he's done just one program on the entertainment channel, and if he had another one, he'd be a little more sure of himself, which is why Director Yang is lamenting. Although there's no hope this year, there's still a chance in the coming year. Work hard. Director Yang encouraged Chun Ran before leaving. When Director Yang left, Director Wu and the others also felt sorry for Chun Ran. This award was not just a vanity, besides the prize money, it was also an honor. Chun Ran was very open-minded. Previously did not even know about this thing. There is nothing to regret, he laughed. Let's do a good program. Can be better than any awards. Director Wu also nodded. That's the truth. Not a moment later, Chun Ran received another unexpected call. It was Manager Yao from Diamond KTV. Mr. Chun, congratulations on the show's success. Inside the phone was Manager Yao's brash voice. Mr. Chun? This address made Chun Ran feel a bit uncomfortable. Mostly, I think of the masters of photography in my former life. Chun Ran said, Thank you, Manager Yao. Manager Yao. No. It's me who wants to say thank you. Mr. Chun, you don't know? Your show is a big hit. Our Diamond KTV is also on fire. Every single box in the chain is now booked out. Chun Ran wasn't surprised. It was to be expected. Manager Yao added, Today the boss gave me the word that he must invite Mr. Chun out for a meal to thank you properly. Manager Yao said thank you very heavily, and Chun Ran instantly heard what he meant. Chun Ran said, Manager Yao, don't say that. When we first cooperated, I said this is a win-win situation. Our program ratings can be, your KTV business is good, this is enough. We are all doing our jobs. When we are free, we will just have dinner. The rest is not necessary. Although he is not very old, but the human world still understands some people make this call, thanks to how much on not to say. But there is another layer of meaning. When the original sponsorship, because the owner of the KTV was a little hesitant, so only signed up for 3 months, the average program is more than 10 issues, 3 months almost see the effect. If the show performs okay, naturally they can continue to sign on, and if it doesn't they can't lose too much money. But the program premiered and caught fire unexpectedly, bringing much more than just the sponsorship fee to KTV, so Manager Yao called and there were other aspects as well. Chun Ran didn't want to be exposed to this and refused without hesitation. The other side really want to talk. When the time comes the column will go to find someone to sponsor. To take they can certainly take, just the money will be quite a bit more is. Manager Yao, in the end, could only hang up the phone with disappointment. Late afternoon, near the end of the day, Chun Ran froze with some surprise when he received the boiling water. That car outside, it kind of looks like Zhang Fanji's. But after thinking about it, it's probably the same sign, and when I tweeted just now, Zhang Fanji had a 7 o'clock flight, so how can I think it won't be here? Just as Chun Ran turned around, his cell phone rang. You come down. It was still Zhang Fanji's words. Chun Ran glanced at the time and went straight downstairs. Running to the front of the car, I saw Zhang Fanji sitting inside, and today she didn't wear a mask. Why are you here? Didn't you go on a plane ride? Chun Ran gasped slightly. Zhang Fanji looked at him. You wrote me a song. It's a bit rude to say goodbye to you on the phone. Chun Ran laughed. You need a ritual to say goodbye? It's not like you're not coming back to Lin City after you go. Zhang Fanji didn't answer, but said very seriously to Chun Ran, Thank you. Chapter 59. She's very opinionated. Chun Ran did not expect her to suddenly say thank you, and was still a little uncomfortable, smiled and said, What are you so polite for? I rubbed against your car so many times. There should always be a return, and the song is still paid for by you. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, just looked at him with bright eyes. Chun Ran was a little afraid of being looked at by her like this and said busily, You're not wearing a mask, and there are a lot of people here, so you'd better go back first, so as not to be recognized. And your 7 o'clock flight, to go to the airport in advance? Go back and park the car. The time is almost up. After saying that, he paused and added, If you really appreciate me, buy me dinner when you come back. Zhang Fanji thought for a moment, then said, Good. Chun Ran did not expect her to agree so quickly and froze slightly. Zhang Fanji leapt up and smiled, extending her white palm and waving her hand at Chun Ran. Watching Zhang Fanji's car leave, Chun Ran exhaled a breath, feeling somewhat empty. Was that Twiggy's car just now? The voice that suddenly appeared behind him startled Chun Ran. Turning his head, he happened to see Director Zhang standing behind him frowning. Chun Ran was busy saying, Uncle, why did you come down? Director Zhang ignored him and said with a black face, It's really her, a 7 o'clock flight and still inking with you here. This is also even if, come to the TV station and still do not look at me as a father, this is really, if he hadn't come down for something, he really wouldn't have realized that Zhang Fanji had come to the TV station if he hadn't encountered it. Uncle, it's me who left my stuff at Gigi's place. She sent it over to me, and now I have to rush to the airport or I'll be too late. Chun Ran was busy explaining once more. Director Zhang's face softened slightly. I told you that my family's Gigi couldn't be so ungrateful. Chun Ran's face was embarrassed. You really seem to be right. Director Zhang said, You're not working late later, are you? Chun Ran nodded his head and said, Not today. I have to prepare for the recording of the program tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Well, then we'll go back together later. Gigi just left. Go and keep your Aunt Yun company. Director Zhang said. Okay. Chun Ran busy said. Airport. Tao Lin looked left and right and was a little anxious before she saw Zhang Fanji come over. Where have you been? What took you so long? Tao Lin complained a little. Zhang Fanji calmly said, My dad left some information at home. I'll send him to the TV station. Tao Lin looked at her skeptically. Really? Zhang Fanji frowned. Do I have to lie to you? When Tao Lin thought about it, Zhang Fanji's character rarely lied. All right, go in first. Tao Lin pulled Zhang Fanji and spoke while walking. I've contacted a producer. He's free right now. Let's go back and talk to the company, and then go find him to work with. Didn't you tell the company in advance? Zhang Fanji asked. Tao Lin shook her head. No, let's go back and discuss it again. Let's get the copyright. In fact, it was before she came in that she didn't have any hope at all. Telling the company what to do. Tao Lin was a bit excited again. Your song is so much better than Lin Han Yun. Let's go and try to get online with her. I think she'll look pretty good when we get there. Zhang Fanji asked again. What if the company doesn't agree to issue it? Tao Lin confidently said, Don't worry about this. When I signed the contract, I paid attention. The company won't reject it. Zhang Fanji nodded. The plane took off smoothly, and she looked at the ever smaller city of Lin with a sense of frustration. I probably had this feeling when I went out to college, and then I was busy working and rarely did, and now I don't know what happened. Thinking about what? Tao Lin asked. Zhang Fanji returned to her senses and shook her head. Tao Lin deliberated for a moment and said, Shiyun, you have to know that I'm good for you, the matter of love. I actually don't want to intervene, but you're now in an upward stage, the golden period, and this time bursting out with news of a love affair is a very big blow to your career. If you really want to fall in love, wait 2 years and I won't say anything more after your popularity stabilizes. For the singing world, Zhang Fanji is still considered a newcomer. Her masterpieces are too few, her face fans are in the majority, and the company is treating her the way they are now, so if the news of a relationship breaks out, it's highly likely that she'll fall flat on her face. I don't expect you to fall in love and get married until you're 30. At least hold off for these 2 years first. Okay? Tao Lin looked at Zhang Fanji. Tao Lin used to be a thunderous person, but now she feels like she's nagging. But it can't be helped, in the past, she still felt that Zhang Fanji and her were of the same mind, only thinking of busy career. Now she can only be persuaded more bitterly, lest her path go astray. I know, Sister Lin. Zhang Fanji nodded. Tao Lin's heart is slightly at ease. After all, Zhang Fanji is a very opinionated person. There is a measurement in her heart, determined to do something, it is difficult to change. Chen Ran had had a very fulfilling 2 days. Because the program continued to record, Chen Ran followed it with another busy day. After recording today, one relaxes a lot. After work, Chen Ran didn't stay idle, but collected some music theory information from the internet. To practice how powerful, Chen Ran felt that he had no hope and didn't have so much time to practice, and it wasn't like he was going down that path anyway. He was trying to work on his pitch a bit. The last time he wrote a song with Zhang Fanji, that crooked, he was a bit embarrassed himself. At least it won't be so tough if there's a next time. The guitar also picks up and continues to practice so that the embarrassment of the last time doesn't come up again later. Speaking of the guitar, Chen Ran remembered his sister Chen Yao. He called over half a day before he picked up. The background was quite loud music. Chen Yao spoke in a nervous voice. Brother, yes, is something wrong? Chen Ran curiously said, You went to karaoke with your classmates? Yeah, at the karaoke. What are you nervous about in KTV? I'm not mom or dad. Chen Ran added, Of course, the bar is not to go if you can. Okay? Can't go to a bar, can you? Chen Yao finished and hurriedly said, I'm not going to the bar. I'm not even going. I'm just asking you, do you still play guitar? I'm about to get paid, so I'll give you a guitar then. Chen Ran said, No need, brother. I already bought it myself. Chen Yao refused. She added, Brother, my friend is coming over. I'll call you another day. Chen Ran said, Okay, you play then. Chen Ran hung up the phone, still a little puzzled. Chen Yao is not so introverted. Go to a KTV, what good nervous. Come to think of it, it seems like mom and dad were a little harsh on her. When I was in junior high school, Chen Yao went to KTV with her classmates for her birthday, and as a result, there was a fight inside which seemed to be quite a big deal and made the news, and then her parents resolutely did not allow her to go to this kind of place. After all these years, she still hasn't forgotten it and is still apprehensive about going off to college, so it seems to have affected her quite a bit. Because of this, not only her, but Chen Ran was kept on a tight leash. The result was that the students who went to play did not call him, and gradually they became estranged and had fewer and fewer close friends. Chapter 60, Being a Mascot. When he went to work on the second day, Chen Ran talked to Zhang Fanji on the phone. Originally, we were chatting on WeChat, but because of work, it took a while for each other to get back to each other. Zhang Fanji is not such a chronic person, so he dialed the phone over and said directly. The main talk was about things that had happened since her past and the company. How did it go with the company? Chen Ran asked his concern. In fact, he wanted to call and ask yesterday, but thinking that Zhang Fanji might have been busy in the past, he didn't call and just sent a random WeChat. It was Lin who talked about it yesterday. How? It's the same as what you thought at first. Zhang Fanji said, The company is responsible for distribution and basically not for publicity. After all this, why don't they refuse to help you send out songs? Chen Ran was curious. Zhang Fanji said, When I signed the contract in the past, Sister Lin left a note for me that not releasing songs for me was considered a breach of contract. It seems like Sister Lin is treating you quite well, Chen Ran said. He hadn't seen much news about things like the agent being a weekly pickpocket. So much better compared to Turin. Chen Ran asked again, When will the songs probably be released? Zhang Fanji said, Wait for Lin Han Yun. Huh. Chen Ran was surprised. You're really going to touch her? She has a company to promote. It was unwise to realize that Zhang Fanji was not small in popularity right now, and fans knew about her feud with Lin Han Yun. The other party has a company to help with publicity, but Zhang Fanji doesn't. If she loses, it will be a big blow to her fans. Zhang Fanji paused for a moment and said, I decided on it, and Sister Lin also agreed. With this tone, Chen Ran seemed to see her pursing her lips slightly. Zhang Fanji added, Sister Lin has quite a few resources, and I'm not completely without publicity. Saying this, Chen Ran does not understand. Anyway, the song is given to Zhang Fanji, and exactly how to do it is her business. The two didn't talk much. Zhang Fanji had to go discuss the song with the producer, and Chen Ran had to be busy here, so he hung up the phone. It's Friday again. The second installment of I Love to Remember Lyrics is on. The program remains popular. While the flow of the show is pretty much the same, the segments are all slightly altered, very minimal, not too abrupt, but fresh enough for the audience. For viewers, the program is fun to watch, tightly paced, and so addictive that people don't want to change the channel. even during commercial breaks. Because of the show's stickiness and high viewer retention, it reached an opening rating of over 10%, close to the premiere rating of the previous installment. And the same continued to rise after that, with the average rating breaking right through 13%, stopping at 13.19%. This substantial increase in ratings made everyone on the crew look excited, and director Wu Jin was generous enough to pack everyone's drinks for the day. Director Lu Xianlong's face reddened slightly. Judging from the ratings curve, the program's potential was still there, not touching the ceiling. The records inside the station, because Calling South Focus is in no way touching, but every next episode that airs will set a new record for the entertainment channel. Grabbing further ratings share is all about money for their entertainment channel. A self-sustaining channel where ratings are the root. Director Lu's good mood only existed for 2 days. He didn't look so good during the meeting on Monday, as the ratings for Light Lecture dropped again. At this rate, it might be another joy to the world. I really don't understand how a veteran program could have slipped into such a state, with several consecutive issues going wrong. Don't you have any internal introspection? Director Lu said with a dark face. Being criticized by name, and not just once. The director of Lightness Lecture's face darkened for a moment and reddened as he bitterly smiled. Director, it's our problem. Fong Lighting has been in bad shape lately, sometimes speaking off script. I thought it worked well, so I kept it. Speaking of which, he also regretted a little bit, thinking that the program can sometimes make a little controversial to improve ratings. Fong Qingying's those clips he did not cut retained, and now Fong Qingying continuous a few issues to let go of their own, and their program ran off course. A few horses cannot pull back. In short, crashing. Faced with this situation, the director can only try to make amends. I don't care whose problem you have, and I don't care what method you use, you must pull the program back. Director Lu didn't want to hear the reason. How it was regulated was an internal matter for the columnists. He just wanted to see the results. The director could only show his efforts with a bitter face. Afterwards, Director Wu said with a sigh, "We should take this as a warning. The program will follow the framework of the planning, and we must not get a hot head. Our program segments are mature. There won't be so many problems." Chen Ran smiled. The nature of the program is different from theirs. That kind of program relies on the host, and when the host is crooked, the program is sure to follow. The only thing to watch out for on I Love Lyrics is what happens when viewers get tired of watching it. This is Chun Ran, and a few planners have been trying to consider things in peace and security now only just opened. To get tired of the show may take a long time, but also to prepare in advance. Chun Ran got paid. The salary is more than 30,000 yuan. The big head is still a bonus. Chun Ran is satisfied, after all, only a few months into the TV station. And more money, or until I Love Lyrics' share of the profits comes down. The first quarter is estimated to be after March, and based on current earnings, it's certainly a lot of money. Chun Ran got his paycheck, first transferred half of it to his parents, and then transferred the rest to Chun Yao for 2,000. Chun Yao's side didn't receive it and just sent over a question mark directly. Payday. Chun Ran returned. This time Chun Yao replied back, "Brother, you've just started working. Keep the money for yourself. I found a part-time job now. I have living expenses and pocket money." Chun Ran was slightly surprised, this sister of his going out to work part-time while in college? I was going to say something, but I thought it would be good to have a part-time job in college to get used to society in advance so I wouldn't look too green when I came out. "You take it this time, I won't send it next month." Chun Ran finished and then asked, "What part-time job did you find?" Chun Yao's side was presumably entangled for a long time, and finally claimed the money, waiting for half a day before replying, "I'm at a lounge bar, soliciting customers for someone as a mascot." When Chun Ran thought about it, he guessed that it was going to be set inside the doll, and with Chun Yao's thin-skinned character, it should not be fake. "I didn't get to talk to my sister twice before my parents' side, presumably receiving the money, called." They were wondering if Chun Ran had suddenly transferred so much money back, if he hadn't left it behind himself. It wasn't until Chun Ran took a screenshot to show the second old man that it proved that only half of the transfer had indeed taken place. Father Chin Junhai some wonder. Last month Chun Ran transferred money. Not so much. Chun Ran knew his father's doubts and explained, "Last month I spent the first half of my time in the public channel, then I switched to the entertainment channel, also all in preparation for the program. Only the basic salary. This month, because the program was broadcast, there was a bonus, so more." With that said, both Chin Junhai and Song Hui were quite relieved. And Chun Ran is working pretty well and is quite happy. Song Hui said to her son, "Pay attention over there. Come home sometime. Your dad misses you quite a bit." Chun Ran laughed. "It's going to be busy for a while. I'll be free after this. I'll be back then." Chapter 61 Theme Song. It's been a busy couple days. I Love Lyrics is moving along pretty quickly with the second installment already airing, but the sixth installment is getting ready to start recording. Chun Ran and Lin Fan discussed with a few people and planned that they could invite celebrities to have special shows. Two expensive stars are definitely unaffordable and uneconomical to hire. They were going for older singers whose songs weren't poorly sung, but who had outlived their usefulness. This old singer has quite a few songs of his own, so he could totally do a special show and pick his fans to be on the show when the time comes, and that kind of interaction would be kind of fun. After Chun Ran and the others discussed the matter in detail, they found it very feasible and then started to select singers again. Many singers pop up for a few years, release 3 or 2 albums, and then quickly lose their sound, and Chun Ran and his group picked this kind of target. The price is not high, the song was once read, and it's both cheap and good value. After all, a local station, it's not like it's spelling out the stars. It's just a change of pace for the audience. Finalized, the program will be reported up. Director Liu looked carefully, but did not dare to take the idea, can only go up to the director Yang. Yang Chijuan nodded slightly after reading the planning. Just invite a period of stars to increase the program's interest. It feels not bad. The planning is written in great detail above. For example, in the game session, the star can lead the song and let his fans pick up the song. It also sets up some little surprises where the lead singer is looking at the lyrics to sing, the star is not given the lyrics to his own song, he forgets the words to his own song and the fan picks up on it or something like that. The show worked just fine. Very good. Just follow the planning to try it out for one issue. Yang Chijuan directly nodded his head. In fact, I Love Lyrics has so much momentum right now that you can keep the status quo for the sake of stability and only make an attempt later when the ratings start to drop. But Yang Chijuan is also not a person who rests on his laurels. The program results to this point. If he can use the momentum to continue to charge upwards, it is also what he is happy to see. If it's successful, the program is more profitable, and even if it doesn't work out well, it's only a small funding loss. With the momentum of I Love Lyrics, that's a lot of money to pay. With the approval, the columnists started preparing. Lin Fan was in high spirits. The proposal was first made by him, although the result was not the same. Well, at least it was adopted. During the time of doing I Love to Remember Lyrics, he felt that he had improved a lot, his thinking was a bit different from before, and he felt much more active himself. Seeing him so happy, Chun Ran did not mince words of praise. When the program had just finished recording, Chun Ran received a call from Zhang Fanji. "Weren't you busy recording songs in the past 2 days? Why do you still have time to call me?" Chun Ran said unexpectedly. Zhang Fanji said, "Tired throat, resting. Gotta pay more attention. Don't sing like me and get a sore throat." "I'm professional, thanks," Zhang Fanji said indifferently. Chun Ran was choked by her. "This is to say that I am not professional?" "It's true, but it's a bit solid when you say it like that." Zhang Fanji added, "I'm looking for you for something." "What is it?" Chun Ran asked. "It's about the song copyright." Zhang Fanji was succinct. "There's a TV series that's going to be broadcast on the stars, and Sister Lin has approached the producer with the intention of having the song as the theme song, and she needs authorization from the songwriter. They're going to be on the air, they must have produced it all, changing the theme song on the fly. Remember when Zhang Fanji said the company doesn't give publicity, but he's not afraid to fight with Lin Han Yun, Tao Lin has resources, is that what he said?" Chun Ran was a bit curious. "What kind of drama is it?" "Flying Against the Wind." Chun Ran thought carefully and honestly said, "I've never heard of it. I rarely pay attention to TV dramas." Zhang Fanji did not say anything for half a day. "I guess it is very speechless, you do not pay attention to what to ask." Chun Ran said, "I'll go there on Saturday. Is it too late?" The 6th installment was recorded, and now we're waiting for the contacted singer to come over, so I guess we'll start recording the special next week. It's just signing an authorization contract, it doesn't take much time, and it's not too late for him to go over there in the afternoon after his meeting in the morning. "In time," Zhang Fanji said. The two finished and made a couple more small talk before hanging up on each other. Zhang Fanji held her cell phone, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned, in a good mood. Tao Lin came over and saw how happy she was and asked, "Seeing how happy you are, is the song recording progressing well?" Zhang Fanji's smile tightened slightly as she nodded and said, "It's okay." Tao Lin asked again, "Did Chun Ran call there and ask?" "Asked. He's coming over on Saturday," Zhang Fanji said. Tao Lin looked at her suspiciously and asked, "You didn't just laugh because Chun Ran was coming over, did you?" "Nothing." Zhang Fanji was very calm. "Flying Against the Wind." Chun Ran searched the internet and found that this drama seemed to be quite hot. It stars a couple of pretty hot and popular actors, and there's a lot of discussion on Twitter anyway when you search for it. And it's been bought by Mango TV, which is the hottest in the country right now, and it's going to start next month. Tao Lin can this kind of time, can still let people change the theme song, Chun Ran muttered, somewhat impressed with Tao Lin. The most fearful thing about a good song is that there is no publicity, not to mention that Zhang Fanji's fame is not considered to be top-notch. Even for singers who are more famous than her, even if the songs are of good quality without publicity, they won't necessarily be able to catch fire. Flying Against the Wind is now very hot, and it's being broadcast on Mango TV. Whether the TV series is good or not, Chun Ran doesn't know. But the fame of the song will definitely not be bad. This handful of TV show theme songs works better than a lot of publicity. Zhang Fanji was also lucky to have met an agent like Tao Lin. Otherwise, her character is not smooth at all. A different agent would have gone home with a bag. Chun Ran also wants to see what it will be like when Zhang Fanji and Lin Hanyun's new songs collide. On Saturday, the ratings were tallied. I Love Lyrics continues to set records and is nearing 14%. Up much less but still there, with no surprises that the next installment will be able to break that threshold. Everyone expressed great satisfaction with this increase. The market is here, the internet and smartphones have a somewhat big impact on the TV industry. Not to mention that there are also major TV stations competing for attention. The program is able to get such high ratings, it is already not easy. Chun Ran came out of the TV station at noon and went straight to the airport. He'd booked his flight last night and was just about there now. It was mid-afternoon when I got off the plane. It wasn't the first time Chun Ran had come to Hua Hai, the last time was to send Chun Yao to study. Then it was now. Almost completely new to the city. He exited the airport, slightly bewildered, and fumbled for his cell phone to dial Zhang Fanji when it rang a step ahead. "Have you gotten off the plane yet?" Zhang Fanji asked. Chun Ran had contacted her before he came, and she probably knew the time Chun Ran got off the plane. Chun Ran said, "Just got off the plane and out of the airport. I was about to call and ask where you were." Zhang Fanji said, "Just left the airport? Then you wait first." Chun Ran was slightly puzzled. She wasn't even sure where she was herself. As he was thinking about it, a car pulled up beside him and the horn blared. Chun Ran thought that it was the master of the sports car and was about to wave his hand and say that it was not necessary for the time being. But then he saw the rear seat window come down, and it was a pair of very bright eyes gleaming at him. Chapter 62. I Don't Lie. Chun Ran froze. She was wearing a mask and had changed her hairstyle, but Chun Ran recognized her at a glance. "What are you doing here?" Chun Ran was surprised with some surprise. "I really didn't expect her to come over." Zhang Fanji looked at him good-naturedly and said with a wink, "You said you hadn't been to Hua Hai, so I came to pick you up." Chun Ran laughed. "I'm not a child, you say a place? I'll just take a taxi there. Get in the car and talk first." Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran reacted, "This place is the Hua Hai airport. It would be bad if Zhang Fanji gave someone a shot. Despite the masks, those people have very fine eyes, and the masks can't stop them." Chun Ran sat in it, and the one driving in front of him was Assistant Xiao Qin. Zhang Fanji pulled down the mask, revealing her delicate face. She exhaled lightly. The car was already stuffy, and with the mask it was even harder, and her white face heated up with a cloud of redness. Chun Ran looked at her, somewhat unable to move his eyes, seeing her look over, busy saying, "In fact, there is no need to trouble you so much. If you are recognized, it will not be good for you. I didn't want to come either. The director and producer are here. I'm afraid you'll dawdle." Zhang Fanji looked calm. Chun Ran believed it and heard yesterday that the director and producer of Flying Against the Wind had just this one day to hopefully take care of it all. In fact, it is to sign an authorization, other things Tao Lin and Zhang Fanji here have talked about. If pride isn't coldly slapped by the sea of reality. Zhang Fanji's cell phone called. It was a song she had just recorded in the past 2 days, and had sent it to Chun Ran to listen to, and had also intercepted a section to make a ringtone herself. Zhang Fanji slowly took out her cell phone and answered the call. "Xiun, where have you been? How come you disappeared in a single turn of my eyes?" Inside the phone came Tao Lin's somewhat anxious voice. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and said without moving, "It's Chun Ran's first time coming to Hua Hai. I'm afraid he'll be delayed and came over to pick him up." "You're going to pick up Chun Ran? You can let Xiao Qin go. What are you running after? Besides, Director Lin and the others haven't even come over yet. Chun Ran is as slow as he wants to be, as long as he can get there before night." Tao Lin was a bit speechless. She reacted and asked, "You won't be? I'll talk to you later. It's too stuffy in the car. I don't want to call." Zhang Fanji didn't wait for her to finish and directly pinched the phone. Poor Tao Lin held her cell phone before she could react and looked at the hung-up call, almost rolling her eyes in anger. She was so angry that she felt like she had raised a white wolf. Zhang Fanji didn't know what Tao Lin thought, and when she saw Chun Ran looking at her earlobes turned red then. Did Sister Lin call? Chun Ran asked. He vaguely heard a little voice, but didn't hear what was said. Zhang Fanji said as if nothing had happened. It's her, saying that we can go back slower and that the director has something to delay. Chun Ran said, if I had known it wasn't busy, you wouldn't have had to come over. Zhang Fanji frowned. Not happy about me coming over to pick you up? That's not what I meant. I just thought that you're usually quite busy. Chun Ran explained a sentence. I've come all the way here, so don't say anything. Zhang Fanji's face was slackened. Glancing at Chun Ran, he felt that a good intention had been fed to the dogs. Angry, Chun Ran figured out some meaning and asked in a low voice. No, what am I angry about? It's to thank you for coming over to help. Zhang Fanji said expressionlessly. With that one sentence out of his mouth, Chun Ran was certain that she was truly angry. He said very seriously, I'm very grateful to you for coming over to pick me up, and I was indeed very happy or a bit surprised to suddenly see you at the airport just now. I'm just afraid of delaying your work, and I'm also afraid that you'll be recognized on the road, causing unnecessary trouble and negatively affecting you. Zhang Fanji looked at his sincere appearance. The gas drumming in her heart dispersed a bit, and when she heard Chun Ran say that he was a bit surprised to see her eyes became unnatural, and she slightly twisted her head and said, I came over to pick you up just because of my work, and if you're not happy about it, take a taxi next time by yourself. Xiao Qin, who was driving in front, looked a little sad. Originally followed Xiyun's sister sneaking out, later to go back to be scolded by Lin's sister, heart are already enough apprehension. Now driving a car cannot be at ease. The conversation between Chan Ran and Sister Xiyun in the back made her, a fledgling rookie assistant, feel sour in her heart. Is this the fake relationship that Sister Xiyun swears by? It's really fake. Zhang Fanji had her own allotted apartment and a workstation at the company, but she rarely went there. It was Tao Lin who was busy with the work, and she spent most of her time inside the apartment. Xiao Qin drove the car into the garage, and just as she came out, she encountered a tiger-faced Tao Lin. Lin, Sister Lin. Xiao Qin had a nervous look on her face. Tao Lin did not make things difficult for Xiao Qin. Zhang Fanji wanted her to go out. She could not possibly disobey, just surprisingly did not communicate with herself. Definitely need to be punished, of course, now do not pursue after that. Zhang Fanji, on the other hand, nodded her head in greeting as if nothing had happened. I've picked up Chun Ran. When will Director Lin arrive? Tao Lin feels a toothache. You're just acting as if nothing happened? She wanted to say something, but when she saw Chun Ran behind Zhang Fanji, she held back. It feels like menopause is coming early if this continues. Tao Lin ignored this white-eyed wolf and barely squeezed out a smile to Chun Ran. Mr. Chun, welcome. Although she didn't want to see Chun Ran, and even more so, she didn't want to see Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji together, but they had written the song, and it was considered to be a great favor to them, so it wasn't good to neglect them. Chun Ran looked at her reluctant smile and felt amused in his heart, saying, Sister Lin, there's no need to call Mr. Chun so formal. Just call me Chun Ran. Tao Lin thought I can't wait to be raw as if I don't know it. But she has been an agent for so many years, the speed of changing her face is still possible, and her smile is much more natural. Go in first, wait for the director to come over, and then go to the hotel together. Waiting for Xiao Qin to bring Chun Ran into the apartment. Only then did she pull Zhang Fanji to the side and said, You are my Aunt okay? How did you promise me some time ago? How did you sneak over to pick up someone and pull them directly into the apartment? Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and said, Sister Lin, don't think about the interruption. It's my father who called me to make sure I go to pick up Chun Ran. And there's no way for me to disobey, or else my parents will see the problem and start urging for marriage again. Really? Tao Lin would be skeptical. Zhang Fanji's head nodded and said, I don't lie. Tao Lin frowned. Although Chun Ran can write songs, but at his age he's still only just joined the TV station, and he's not considered young and talented. So how come your parents are so attracted to him? Zhang Fanji thought for a moment and said, Chun Ran saved my father once a few months ago. Tao Lin instantly figured it out and said breathlessly, What era is this? Even if you save your life, you can't use your daughter to return it. Zhang Fanji followed suit and sighed. Yeah, I thought so too. But this is pretty good. At least my parents aren't pushing for marriage. Chapter 63, You Have a Sister? Tao Lin looked at Zhang Fanji and was a bit uncertain. She wouldn't directly believe what Zhang Fanji said, but after so many years together, Zhang Fanji did rarely lie. Facing the serious Zhang Fanji, Tao Lin planned to take a step forward. I've heard that Chun Ran is quite busy with his TV work, and Zhang Fanji won't be idle when she releases her new song. Neither side has the time to just drag it out, and over time something will become nothing. Not to mention that Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji are still uncertain. Even if they really have something, the feelings are not as good as if they were married. After a long time of getting together and being away from each other, the married ones can't stand to get divorced, let alone something that's not even a shadow of its former self yet. Tao Lin made a decision in her heart and immediately changed her attitude towards Chun Ran. Mr. Chun she also does not call Chun Ran, call is still very natural. She was natural. But Chun Ran was strange in his heart and secretly asked Zhang Fanji, what happened to Sister Lin? What happened to her? He could feel that Tao Lin wasn't pretending, and his attitude towards him was indeed different from earlier. She's usually like this, just get used to it. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips slightly. Although Chun Ran was puzzled, he didn't care too much. After all, he and Tao Lin would have very little contact. This was still the second time they had met, and it would only be even less in the future. Zhang Fanji, on the contrary, had the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, quite happy. Not long after, Tao Lin received a call that Lin Fingyi, the director of Flying Against the Wind, was arriving at the hotel. She came out with the phone and called out, "Kitsune." Over there Xiaoqin was apprehensive, thinking in her mind how Sister Lin was going to punish her. When Tao Lin shouted, she was startled, and busily stood up and said, "Lin, Sister Lin, I'm here, I'm here." Tao Lin looked at her like this and couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows. "I'm that scary? You go and drive. Let's go to the hotel. Director Lin and the others are here." Tao Lin didn't have time to nag her and ordered. Xiaoqin nodded busily and ran all the way out. Zhang Fanji remembered something and whispered to Chun Ran, "When you go over later, don't call me by my real name, just call me Xiun." Chun Ran curiously said, "I think your name is quite nice. Why do you need a stage name? What does a good name have to do with taking a stage name or not?" Zhang Fanji asked rhetorically. Chun Ran said, "I saw that people take stage names because they have bad names, so I asked." Zhang Fanji didn't explain much and just said, "This name has a bad meaning." Chun Ran a little pondering branches and leaves, full of fathers and mothers for the future of the good aspirations, the moral of what is not good. Seeing that Zhang Fanji didn't want to talk about this topic, Chun Ran didn't pursue it. The appointment with director Lin Fingyi was at a hotel, and Tao Lin had already booked the place. Director Lin Fingyi hadn't come over yet when they arrived, and Tao Lin was on the sidelines explaining to Chun Ran about licensing. After saying that, she also praised Chun Ran for writing good lyrics, because she felt that the lyrics and the TV series were quite compatible, and she used to be in contact with director Lin Fingyi, so she sent the song over to ask about it, and as soon as she heard the song, she didn't hesitate much before deciding to change the theme song that she had previously settled on, and changed it to this song, Initial Dreams. Chun Ran smiled and didn't say anything, looking modest, but in fact he was thinking, "If you want to thank, go and thank Nakajima Miyuki and Yao Ruolong. The lyrics and music are these two gods." Otherwise, as far as Chun Ran, who has never studied music, is concerned, what he writes is probably not even comparable to people's My Skateboarding Shoes. Well, at least Skateboarding Shoes is still on fire. Director Lin Fingyi was a rather kind-looking person, around 50 years old, with white hair and black glasses, and when he came and heard Tao Lin's introduction of Chun Ran, he was slightly surprised and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Chun to be so young." When he heard the song, he thought it went well with the drama and thought it was written by a famous musician, who knew that the lyricist was unknown even if he was so young. Chun Ran shook hands with director Lin Fingyi. Inside his memory he rarely watched TV dramas and was not familiar with this Lin director. But now he was considered to be acquainted. Signing the authorization thing is quite simple. Tao Lin and they have already talked. Chun Ran picked up the contract and carefully read it. There is no problem, directly signed his name. After finishing, Lin Fingyi smiled. "The song is very good. I hope to hear Mr. Chen's work again in the future. Thank you, Director Lin, for the compliment. It's mainly because Xiun sings well." Chun Ran said modestly. Lin Fingyi's senses of Chun Ran is not bad, but there is no idea of deep friendship, mainly because Chun Ran a music, he is the director of a TV series. The probability is that there will not be any interactions in the future. After Lin Fingyi and Tao Lin had a conversation, he placed his eyes on Zhang Fanji again. He said, "Miss Xiun sings very well and her person is also very beautiful. I'm preparing an urban drama. There is a female number 2 in it that is also a singer persona, so if Miss Xiun is interested, she can come to give it a try. It's kind of a direct invitation to audition." Tao Lin is very interested. Opening is the second female. It can be said that Lin Fingyi is very optimistic about Zhang Fanji. If the audition can be successful, can greatly change her situation in the company. Zhang Fanji smiled slightly and said, "Thank you very much for Director Lin's appreciation. It's just that Shiyun hasn't studied acting and has failed Director Lin's good intentions." That's a polite refusal. Didn't even bring a hesitation. Tao Lin rolled her eyes. She knew Zhang Fanji would refuse. Lin Fingyi slightly sorry and no other ideas, just feel Zhang Fanji's face value persona and the role of some of the same, in passing to send an invitation even if Zhang Fanji agreed, but also still depends on the acting skills. After Lin Fingyi left, Tao Lin immediately asked, "Shiyun, why don't you agree to try Director Lin Fingyi's female number 2? Many actors want an audition qualification to grab their heads." Zhang Fanji said calmly, "I don't know how to act? Go and lose face?" Tao Lin felt speechless. She didn't blame Zhang Fanji for taking matters into her own hands. Just like Zhang Fanji said, she hadn't learned acting at all. And in the company is when she was training with singing and dancing. A music company can't also be responsible for training for acting. And Lin Fingyi's requirements for acting skills are quite high. A certain role audition go to most of the professional actors. Zhang Fanji went to the top is also a hilarious. Even if director Zhang Fingyi sees her good-looking, really selected, but go up no acting skills, only beeping and staring, people producers also did not agree. What's more, Zhang Fanji won't be able to pout, and most likely will only glare. By the time everything was done, it was almost dark. Zhang Fanji wants Xiao Qin to book Chun Ran's ticket back for him, but Chun Ran refuses. "I'm just thanking you for your help. Nothing else," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran smiled. "I didn't think much of it. My sister is studying in Huahai. It's a rare trip. I have to go over to see her." Zhang Fanji was slightly surprised. "You have a sister?" She didn't seem to know much about Chun Ran. "Yeah. 2 years younger than me, studying in college over here." Chun Ran nodded. He hadn't meant to, but when he heard that Chun Yao was working part-time, he planned to go over and take a look, and if it was too hard, he'd better ask her not to do it. Chapter 64. Today is your day. Back then, Chun Ran also worked part-time, and that's pretty much how he got through college. If you want to juggle school, there is basically no recreational time. You are either studying or working. In the past, he'd let it go. But now, if his salary was enough, he still wanted Chun Yao to enjoy her college life. "You don't know the way. Xiao Qin and I will send you there," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran was slightly surprised, and before he could say anything, he saw Tao Lin return from the restroom and asked, "Where are you going, Shiyun?" Zhang Fanji said without showing any emotion. "Chun Ran is going out. I'm going to have Xiao Qin drive him." Tao Lin said, "Then Xiao Qin will send him there. You first come back to the company with me. There's something." Zhang Fanji's face stiffened slightly. What can the company be up to? Later. Tao Lin's face was not good. She looked at Chun Ran and did not say anything. She just said to Xiao Qin, "Xiao Qin, you send Chun Ran over there. I'll go first with your sister Shiyun." Xiao Qin hurriedly stood up and answered, "Okay, Sister Lin." Zhang Fanji glanced at Chun Ran and could only follow Tao Lin away. Xiao Qin gently patted her chest in relief when she saw they were all gone. "Is Sister Lin scary?" Chun Ran asked. Xiao Qin subconsciously nodded her head, then reacted and hurriedly shook her head. No, Sister Lin is a very good person." "Then you're still so afraid of her?" Chun Ran was curious. Xiao Qin said awkwardly, "Sister Lin and Sister Shiyun are too good to me. I'm afraid of doing something wrong and disappointing them." Although Chun Ran did not understand, he did not continue to ask, lest Xiao Qin be embarrassed. Xiao Qin asked, "Brother Chun Ran, where are you going?" "I'll send you there." Chun Ran said, "Then I'll trouble you." Xiao Qin quickly waved her hands. No trouble, no trouble." Chun Ran was slightly amused. How he was like a rabbit. In front of Huahai University, Chun Yao yawned as she carried her guitar on her back. "I got back late last night and I've been busy editing videos today, so I've been a little sleep deprived. I thought I'd come home early today and get a good night's sleep too." Just then, her cell phone rang. Seeing the name of the caller, Chun Yao's eyes glazed over and she sobered up then. "I thought to myself, didn't we just talk on the phone a few days ago? We can't pay wages that fast." Answering the phone, she cautiously asked, "What's up, brother? Are you at school?" Chun Ran asked. Chun Yao hummed. Chun Ran asked, "No part-time work today?" Chun Yao glanced at the guitar and said, "Just about to go." "All right then. I'll be at your school in a minute. Just wait for me." Chun Ran's words scared Chun Yao and she asked, "Brother, what did you say?" Chun Ran said, I came to Hua Hai for a little something. So I came over to see you on purpose. Wait for me at the school. Or if you give me the part-time job place, I'll go find you. No, no. Chun Yao was a bit anxious and her words were a bit unclear. No need for what? Chen Ran wondered. Chun Yao took a deep breath and calmly said, I mean, brother, you don't have to come. I won't be going to my part-time job until a little while later. Chun Ran said, It's fine. I just came over to take a look. I haven't seen you for a long time. You can go to the school entrance now. I'll be there soon. Well, that's fine. The phone hung up, and Chun Yao withdrew her cell phone with some stiffness. When she called her parents 2 days ago, she had heard that he was very busy working at the TV station. How could she not expect Chun Ran to come to Hua Hai? What now? Chun Yao was a bit at a loss for words. Not a moment later, a car drove over. Chun Ran saw his sister from a long distance away and asked Xiao Qin to drive over. A car suddenly stopped in front of her, or a car of great value, startling Chun Yao. Chun Ran opened the car door and drove down. Chun Yao saw that it was him. Her eyes were slightly flustered before she calmed down and shouted, Brother, you really bought a guitar? Chun Ran looked at her outfit and asked, Are you going to work part-time? Chun Yao nodded. Chun Ran frowned. Not right. Today is Saturday. You don't go during the day as a part-time job, you go at night? Chun Yao gave a forehead and stiffened. Let's relax. It's all about evening business. Then what are you doing with a guitar when you're handing out flyers to solicit customers? Chen Ran was curious. Just bringing it over to practice when I have time. Chan Yao smiled sarcastically. Her gaze fell on the car behind her and she quickly asked, Brother, whose car is this? Chun Ran glanced over and saw that Xiao Qin was about to leave. He was too lazy to explain much and casually said, The taxi software shouted. Chun Yao was slightly puzzled that on the taxi software, it was possible to call a car of such a class. At this time, a girl inside the car reached out and shouted to Chen Ran, Brother Chun Ran, I'll leave first then. Chun Ran paused for a moment. He didn't understand why Xiao Qin shouted so much when she left. Seeing his sister's puzzled look, Chun Ran was slightly embarrassed and explained, That taxi software ID of mine is called Brother Chun Ran. Chun Yao was half convinced, but after thinking about it, Chun Ran had no motive to lie. I just thought that Chun Ran was usually a serious person, but I didn't realize that he had such a bad taste. Chun Ran said, Where's your part-time job? I'll go with you to check it out. I'm not going back to Lin City today anyway. Chun Yao stiffened and said weakly, No need, brother. That place is full of classmates. I'm embarrassed if you follow me there. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm just concerned about you. If the work is too tiring, I won't do it. Chun Ran said in a serious tone. I now have a good salary. In addition to give the family still have a lot left. You do not have to worry about living expenses. Study hard is. Chun Yao thought to herself that she was afraid of this. She organized her wording and said, Brother, my part-time job isn't just wanting to earn money. It's also my hobby. Chun Ran felt puzzled. You send out flyers to solicit customers as a hobby? Chun Yao was slightly embarrassed and said stiffly, It's kind of a social experience. She added, Brother, you're just now working, keep the salary yourself, you still have to talk about your girlfriend. Now the consumption is quite high. If you give it to me again, you'll have no money to buy gifts for people when you talk about your girlfriend. Chen Yao is actually a person with strong self-esteem. Chun Ran has been sending money to her. She was very upset. Especially knowing that Chun Ran had been working part-time inside the university and had to give her a share of the money he earned. He felt terribly indebted in his heart. Now that she could earn money herself, she naturally did not want Chen Ran to transfer money to her. And I get paid pretty well for my part-time job. I buy all my guitars on the side, and I'll be able to send some back to mom and dad next month in addition to my living expenses. As Chun Yao spoke, she felt that Chun Ran's eyes were a bit off. Her small eyes filled with great doubt. No, since when does handing out flyers pay so well? A couple $100 for a guitar, living expenses, and sending it back home. Don't say Chun Yao is part-time, even if she's full-time, that's not that much money, is it? Chun Yao also realized this problem. Her voice gradually weakened, and she didn't even dare to look at Chun Ran. At this time, a short-haired girl ran over behind her, tapped Chun Yao's shoulder and said, Yao Yao, why are you still here? Today is your special show. All the other singers didn't come. If you don't go, Boss Chun is going to be furious and jump on his feet. Chun Yao was a bit dumbfounded when her words came out. Looking at Chun Ran again, his brows were wrinkled in confusion. Specialty? Singers. Chapter 65. Let's see how you do. Chun Ran just mulled it over for a moment and had a feeling of sudden realization. No wonder the last time I spoke to Chen Yao, She seemed very nervous. The key is that Chun Yao also said that she would never go to a bar, and said it with great certainty. I realize now that it was not nervousness, it was just weakness. The short-haired girl also realized that something was wrong. Chun Ran and Chun Yao looked quite similar. She thought of Chun Yao's brother as soon as she saw it, and her heart thumped. Chun Yao kept giving her a wink. She pretended not to notice and said, "Hey, I forgot my cell phone. I'll go back for a bit. Bye Yao Yao." After saying that, he pulled his legs out and just slipped away. "Haunted! Come back!" Chun Yao shouted in a hurry. But the short-haired girl knew she was in trouble, and where she would stop, she rushed straight into the school, not even looking back. Chun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This plastic sister. She quietly glanced at Chun Ran and saw him frowning, and suddenly lowered her head to stare at her toes. Only the siblings were left here, and the atmosphere was slightly stagnant. Chun Ran stared at his sister for a while before opening his mouth and asking, "The part-time job you mentioned? Is it at a bar?" Chun Yao nodded her head stiffly. Chun Ran grunted and said, "And you lied to me that it was a lounge bar soliciting customers? I'm your brother. Will I beat you up for telling the truth?" "I didn't lie to you either. The one I was at was a music bar, quite casual. And singing for the guests to listen to is also soliciting customers," Chun Yao whispered. Black lines appeared on Chun Ran's face. "Even if you lie, you still learn to be sophomoric?" "I'm telling the truth," Chun Yao muttered. Chun Ran was a bit helpless and said, "I just think it's not safe for you to go to a place like a bar as a girl, so I'm doing you a favor by not letting you go." Chun Yao hurriedly said, "Brother, I went to a folk music bar. Not the kind of bar you're thinking of. Most of the people in there go there to listen to songs, not simply to drink." Chun Ran let out a breath, and was indeed a bit angry when he heard about the bar. It's not that he has any prejudice against bars, it's just that girls can easily lose out in those kinds of places, and he holds the attitude of not going there if he can. Probably seeing that Chun Ran's face was not as ugly as just now, Chun Yao continued, "And I just go to sing, the kind that leaves after singing. I don't drink at all. The owner is someone that Haunted knows, the owner of a recording studio, and opened a music bar because he likes music. There won't be those people with bad intentions inside." Chun Ran glanced at her. "How long have you only started working part-time and you know how good or bad people are? Anyway, the boss is quite good," Chun Yao said in a hurry. "No, I remember you didn't study music. People are recording studio bosses. That must have a very high vision. Can they look at letting you sing?" Chun Ran said suspiciously again. Chun Yao gasped, "Brother, you're underestimating people. I have learned to sing. Even though it's self-taught. My bosses all praised me for singing well. And I usually make videos and put them online. Now I have more than 300,000 fans." Chun Ran was slightly stunned. So she didn't tell a lie? Not only is he a resident bar singer, but he's also a minor internet sensation? Seeing that Chun Ran was still skeptical, Chun Yao held her cell phone out to him. On it was her account, which indeed had over 300,000 followers. She looked at the time and added, "Brother, I don't have time. I'm going to rush over there. Today is my special show. No one will cover it. If you don't believe me, you can follow me to the bar." Chun Ran was largely convinced, yet he still wanted to follow and take a look. The two of them were in the car. Chun Yao carefully asked, "Brother, I really didn't mean to lie to you. Mainly because I'm afraid you'll be worried about not agreeing. You mustn't tell Mom and Dad, okay? If they know I'm singing in a bar, they'll definitely not want me." She acted pitifully, but Chun Ran didn't buy it and said, "It depends, if it doesn't match what you said. Not to mention Mom and Dad. I can just declare that I'm an only child." The corner of Chun Yao's mouth twitched. This was spoken too harshly. The two arrived at the place. The name of the bar was unremarkable. Just 2 words on the corner. "Just going in." Someone immediately came over and said, "Chun Yao, why are you just coming? It's almost time." Chun Yao said, "Brother Yuan, this is my brother. He came to see me sing. Take him to sit down." "Good, go get ready." Brother Yuan finished speaking and led Chun Ran to sit down. Chun Ran looked around. Chun Yao was a bit right. This bar was different from the others. The inside looked quiet and the decor was unique. The bar is on one side and a stage in the center. There were quite a few guests around, chatting away, all relatively quiet. On stage, Chun Yao came out holding his guitar. Different from Chun Ran's impression of a somewhat soft sister, Chun Yao standing on the stage looked confident and content. Ballad Chun Ran did not listen to so much, say a 1, 2, 3 certainly cannot say. Chun Yao's singing voice does not have so much skill. She holds the guitar and sings, giving people a kind of storytelling unfolding feeling, very comfortable. Chun Ran was a bit sweaty. We all have not systematically learned music. He is a brother compared to Chen Yao, not a tiny bit worse. I didn't expect Chun Yao to have such a side. Chun Ran also sort of believed her words, working here part-time in addition to earning money, or because he liked to sing. In the middle of the day, Chun Ran's cell phone rang, and as he looked around at the guests listening intently to Chen Yao singing, he took his cell phone and retreated to the side. The call was from Lin Fan, which made Chun Ran very surprised. Two people have things are in the WeChat group shouting. The phone left each other but never played. When the phone was connected, Lin Fan couldn't wait to say, "Something big has happened. Fang Qingying, she committed suicide." Suicide? Chun Ran's head shook slightly. He knew Lightning Fang, the host of the Sunday program Lightning Lectures. How could a good person commit suicide? Chun Ran asked in surprise. Could it be because of the ratings? The ratings of Light Lecture continue to fall, and several consecutive issues have been pointed out by director Liu. But it's not true that there are programs with worse ratings, and Joy Without Boundaries is even worse than this one. And people haven't made a move, so how can this be a suicide? Lin Fan said, "A bit of a ratings thing, but she seems to be depressed and has had a bit of a problem since she broke up with her boyfriend 2 months ago." After hanging up the phone, Chun Ran was still a bit confused. No wonder the director of Lighter Lectures threw the pot at her. But it turns out there's really something wrong with her. Fang Qingying had a great life and was saved by her family, but with such a mental state, the host is temporarily unable to do. Chun Ran thought of director Lu Xianlong and wondered what kind of black face he would have. Chan Yao's singing ended. She busied herself in front of Chun Ran and asked, "Brother, how did I sing?" Chun Ran thought about things and said perfunctorily, "It's great. It sounds great. It's better than me." Chun Yao didn't care about his attitude. What she cared about was another issue, and asked weakly, "So are you not going to tell Mom and Dad?" "That depends on your performance. If you delay your studies because of singing, and if you flunk out, then I can only come clean with Mom and Dad," Chen Ran said. Chun Yao heard what he meant and quickly nodded her head. "I promise not to delay my studies. Singing is just a hobby. I can tell the difference." She was relieved that she hadn't been scolded. Chapter 66. You're out of rice. Chen Ran just came to check on his sister's work. This part-time job Chen Yao had now was so much better than what she used to have on her own, and it was still a job she loved. For the time he had been in the bar, he felt that it was quite disciplined and quite different from what he remembered, and his heart was a little more at ease. As for telling her parents, she was only scaring Chen Yao, afraid that she would confuse her priorities and forget about her studies. "Remember to study hard. I'm going back." Chun Ran finally smiled at Chen Yao. Chen Yao nodded her head obediently. "Got it, brother," Chun Ran said. "Knowing that you're not short of money right now, I won't transfer it to you in the future, lest I'm forcing you to ask for the same thing every time." Chen Yao thought to herself that this is no different from being forced moving as if he is an only child. Do not think it is too hurtful. She only dared to spit it out in her mind, not out loud. Chun Ran gave 2 more explanations before leaving. "Now the airplane is gone, but there is still high-speed rail, and I plan to take it back overnight." Lin Fan called over, certainly not gossip a little. Fang Qingying attempted suicide. This is a major event. Tomorrow the entertainment channel is sure to have an emergency meeting. He knew that Chun Ran was in Huahai today, so he called ahead to inform. Sitting in the car, Chun Ran looked at WeChat, and sure enough, the group was all over the place. Several work groups were chatting, mostly feeling sorry for Fang Qingying. Watching the chat, Fang Qingying broke up with her boyfriend because he cheated on her and said pretty excessive things to her. "I was already in a bad mood and made a mistake on the show, which caused the ratings to collapse. In the end, I couldn't help but think of a lesser life." Chun Ran feels that this is quite a pity. A lot of things at that time feel that the sky is going to collapse, but you insist on this period of time, you will find that there is really nothing that cannot be overcome. He lives again to realize how precious life really is. He sent a message to Zhang Fanji. "I'm going back. Sent one over there? Come here." Chen Ran was still typing when the phone rang. He was slightly speechless since he was going to call. "Why are you posting a question mark? You want to go back?" Zhang Fanji's voice was quite cold, and this was said with about a frown. "Something happened at the TV station. I guess I have to have a meeting tomorrow. I'll go back first tonight," Chen Ran said. "No flights this late. And high-speed rail," Chen Ran said. Zhang Fanji paused. Her breathing could be heard through the cell phone. Then she said, "You're out of rice." After that, he cut off the phone. Chen Ran pinched the phone a bit confused. "Why do you feel like you're angry? You're out of rice. What does that mean? Chun Ran mulled it over before reacting. Last time, he said that Zhang Fanji would invite Chun Ran to eat after he returned to Lin City, and now he is angry, and this meal is gone. Chun Ran felt that his head was a bit inadequate to keep up with the circuit. I go back for work and you dock me a meal? For a big star, you're too stingy. Apartment. Zhang Fanji threw her cell phone aside with some exasperation. Tao Lin walked over and saw this unhappy expression on her face and asked, "What's wrong? Still unhappy about the company?" Zhang Fanji shook her head and didn't say anything. Tao Lin persuaded, "And don't take it to heart. In fact, if you want to think about it from the company's point of view, you can also understand why they are doing this. After all, you're not as obedient as Lin Han-yoon, and they surely like to be obedient. It doesn't matter, it's just that there's no publicity. I've contacted a few variety shows for you. You can go up and publicize and promote them, plus the publicity of flying against the wind. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to compete with Lin Han-yoon?" The company had them there today to dismiss the request for the song to be released on the same day as Lin Han-yoon. In the case of Tao Lin must insist direct instructions to be released on the same day then the company will not be responsible for publicity. Either change it or cool it. Tao Lin was also angry in her heart, but she still had to comfort Zhang Fanji. And Zhang Fanji was not originally angry for this reason. But now that the two were added together, her heart became even more angry, and she slatted her face. Xiao Qin looked at the two sisters' face are not good. A little shivering, made up his mind later resolutely do not go to buy wine. At this time, Chun Yao carried her guitar and returned to the dormitory angrily. The short-haired girl was wearing headphones and shaking her head to brush the video. When she saw Chun Yao come in, she threw down her cell phone and climbed up to the upper bunk without saying a word. But no matter how fast she moved, she wasn't as fast as Chen Yao ran, and was grabbed down by a pinch of her neck. "Wow! Yo-yo, you're so strong. Break, break, break. My beautiful neck is going to break. I'm wrong. I'm so wrong. For once in my life, go easy on me. I have such tender skin. Go easy on me. Sis, it hurts, it hurts." The two made a scene. A few of the other roommates looked at each other in disbelief, wondering what these two were up to again. One couldn't help but ask, "Chun Yao, what's wrong with you guys? What did she do wrong with Haunted?" Chun Yao climbed up from the short-haired girl and said, "She's an asshole. Just now my brother came over. I was trying to find a way to hide the fact that he went to the bar. But the result was that Zhang Alarm made a big fuss directly and said that it was exposed. And after it was over she didn't say anything about helping to hide it. She pulled her leg out and ran away. Pissed me off." Zhang Nal took the opportunity to run away in a hurry. First climbed to the upper bunk, before rubbing his neck hissed and sucked in air, grunted, "I also did not think that is your brother. Ah. I see you that expression, thought it was your boyfriend, said it is trying to earn face for you." Chun Yao gasped, "Wow, you still have the nerve to say that. Don't expect me to bring you food tomorrow." Zhang Shaoxian hurriedly came down and said, "Yao Yao, I was wrong. I'll immediately go and explain clearly to your brother." Chun Yao said without any good humor, "Explain what? My brother is gone." "So the singing thing, he didn't say anything?" Zhang Haunted asked. "I took my brother to the corner and made him listen to me sing before he reluctantly agreed to help me hide it from my parents, who don't even allow me to go to the bar, and who would break my legs if they found out that not only did I go there, but that I sang in it." "You're exaggerating," Zhang Haunted muttered. Chun Yao gave her a blank stare. "And I said that exaggerating can't work." Zhang Nal kan ta yansan, zhidal ta qi shao le很多, thu qi lai de ceng gu chi suo dal. "Yao Yao, don't be angry. If you want to be angry, why don't you do it this way? I'll give you a big deal to be your sister-in-law, and when I go to your house in the future, you'll make it hard for me." Chun Yao's apricot eyes glared round, touched her head and said, "I didn't exert much force just now. How did I pinch you, silly?" Zhang Haunted opened her hand and said to a few of her roommates, "Really? Yao Yao's brother is very handsome and looks very gentle. If you guys saw it, you'd definitely want it too." Chun Yao pointed at her and said, "Hurrah! Thanks to me treating you as a friend." Zhang Haunted immediately folded his hands and said with a smile, "Just kidding, purely kidding. The lady warrior begs to be spared." Chun Yao hummed lightly. Not a moment later, Zhang Nal again pasted over and asked, "How much does your brother Weibo?" Chun Yao glanced at her and grunted, "Make fun of my brother again and I'll get angry with you." Zhang Haunted muttered, "Cheap bastard. Isn't it just one brother? I have an older sister." Chapter 67 Emergency Meeting. Chun Ran received a call from Director Zhang on the high-speed train. Director Zhang asked, "I heard there was a problem with your channel. Have you rushed back yet?" He was aware that Chun Ran was going to Huahai to meet with Zhang Fanji, and had mentioned it once in passing during dinner 2 days ago. Now that he heard that something happened on the entertainment channel, he hurriedly called Chun Ran. Chun Ran said, "I'm on my way back." Director Zhang said, "That's good. After such a big incident, your entertainment channel will definitely need to have an emergency meeting tomorrow. You've only just gone over and your career has taken off. You must not leave an image of complacency to the leaders. For now, for the time being, focus on your work, Gigi. She understands and will definitely understand." Chun Ran's face was slightly odd when he heard this. Zhang Fanji had just deducted a meal from him. "Got it, uncle. There is no flight at night. I'll take the high-speed train to rush over. I'll arrive later." Chun Ran added, "It's now this time of the day you take an early rest. Hey, it's hard to sleep when something so big happens. I heard that Fang Qingying committed suicide because of emotional matters. You say it's hard or not?" Chun Ran, "You and Gigi are destined for each other. Don't be like this. You must cherish it." When Uncle Zhang heard the news, he had a lot of emotions bottled up in his heart and talked to Chun Ran for half a day before hanging up the phone. Chun Ran was rather feeling quite heavy as he looked out the window, slightly lost in thought as he watched the lights that swept by outside. The next day, the entertainment channel did call for an emergency meeting. When Chun Ran arrived, his co-workers had already come. When Lin Fan saw Chun Ran coming over, he walked over and asked, "You came back overnight last night?" "Yeah. Too late for a flight. Took the high-speed train and got there in the middle of the night. It also just happened to come across. I'm thinking that Fang Qingying is fine now. What about the program Qingying lecture hall?" Lin Fan frowned a little. He had also spent some time in the lightness lecture hall before, and knew the program very well and had some feelings for it. How could the program continue without Fang lighting? Chun Ran didn't have the same mood as him, and after thinking about it, he said, "The program's ratings have been declining, and now that something so big has happened, it will either be cut or redone. There is no other possibility. After all, it's an old program, so it's just cut down." Lin Fan sighed. "There's no way around it. No one wants it when it's like this." Chun Ran patted him on the shoulder. Lin Fan has been in the entertainment channel for so many years, most of the columns and groups he has followed. It is normal to have feelings. Chun Ran added, "You've always wanted to do your own program, and now that lightness lecture is going to be axed, it's a chance for you to show your skills." Lin Fan shook his head. "I used to want to, but now I don't feel that urgent. I still need to learn more." Followed Chun Ran to do the program this time. He also knows his own shortcomings under the effort is improved, but he feels that it is not enough. "How do you know without trying?" Chun Ran said, "Let's see what the station decides first." While they were talking, Director Yang entered the conference room, followed by Director Liu. Yesterday, the ratings of I Love Remembering Lyrics once again set a new record for the entertainment channel. They were in a good mood, but then the news of Fang Qingying's suicide attempt came in the evening. It was a bolt from the blue for them, and now both of them looked very ugly. When Superintendent Yang arrived, he first pointed out the columnist of Lightness Lecture and criticized him. He didn't say anything when the program's ratings were slipping. He just told Director Liu to keep a close eye on it. But now that something so big has happened, no one can help it. Several of the directors and planners of Lightning Speakers kept their heads down and didn't say a word. No matter what the main cause of Fang Qingying's suicide is, the loss of ratings is also a causative factor. Don't think about shifting the blame. Also, fortunately, the person is fine. Director Liu, on behalf of the channel, you go and talk to her family." Director Yang said with a stern face, "We as program people, we must do a good job of building our own psychology. Similar things resolutely do not appear again." Everyone was listening quietly, and no one dared to say anything. Director Lu Xianlong just kept nodding his head, usually quite a kind person. Today's face also pulled along. When Fang Qingying wanted to commit suicide, the one who had the greatest impact was actually him. As the director of the program department, he didn't manage the section, so naturally he had to take the blame. Yesterday, after things went wrong, Director Yang called him on the phone, scolding not so much, but also reprimanded a lot. Although it was caused by Fang Qingying's suicide attempt, why is it not Director Lu's negligence in his work? If you had gone to the section to get a good understanding when you found out that something was wrong with Lightness Lecture, you would have naturally found that Fang Lightning was not right. With good counseling in time, odds are that there will be no such thing as suicide. But Director Liu didn't, because I Love to Remember Lyrics did so well that it was so good that it made him detached from other programs. The last meeting, he let the program team to regulate themselves, but itself a few ratings fell consecutively. The program team a dreary how to regulate. After Director Yang left, Director Lu frowned while breathing a sigh of relief. Fang Qingying attempted suicide. It is definitely not possible to continue to do the program. She is lying in the hospital, but for the entertainment channel, the left behind section is indeed a mess. The entertainment channel is different from the TV channels in that most of their programs are long-term and they don't have backup programs, and right now Lighten Up Lectures is the only one airing tonight. Forget about the ratings, the point is what happens after tonight. The entertainment channel had to hold their noses and put it on last time when Joy to the World was that bad, and waited until after I Love to Remember Lyrics had finished production to cut it. There is no alternate program for lightning talk that can't just be stopped. But the name of the program is all called Lightness Lecture. In the end, it is a program formulated according to Fang Lighting, the program copy is written according to Fang Lighting, and she herself is heavily involved. Now that you've changed it, you can't call it the Lightness Lecture either, can you? Director Lu Xianlong rubbed his forehead, which was in some pain, and said to the Lightness Lecture Hall crew, "The program can't be stopped for the time being. I don't care what you guys do. You have to come up with a way to deal with it, and you have to hold out until the next program comes out. There are definitely ways to deal with it, just change the host if you don't care about the ratings. But they really want to make it that easy and bench them down the road. It's very difficult for the folks at the lighter sermon. But who dares to say no now? After the meeting is adjourned later, I'm going to visit Fang Qingying in the hospital. All you directors and planners get your heads together. Give you one night to think of creative ideas that can guarantee the ratings. The faster you can do it, the better. And when we meet first thing in the morning, all of you will come together to discuss the new Sunday program." Director Lu said with a sullen face. The way his words landed here, it's clear that no thought was given to redoing Lighten Up Lectures, but rather cutting and redoing a show. Chapter 68 Light and Heavy. Really cut it. This program has been around for so many years. It can't be helped. Can this program still be Light Lecture without Fang Lighting? People are talking. The columnists, on the other hand, were grim-faced and even a little confused. The program has been done for so many years. There will always be feelings. The program is axed. In the future, you can't see the program Lightness Lecture on TV, and their column group no longer exists. It's true that this is not a very pleasant feeling. No one said anything about Director Lu's decision. The program has become like this. It's already a doomed ending. Director Lu wants to keep the program, and Director Yang won't agree. Chun Ran did not have so many feelings in his heart, but looking at everyone's low interest, he did not say much. When everyone adjourned, he said to Lin Fan, "If you want to do a new program, now is a good time to try it." Lin Fan's failure to compete with him for chief planner doesn't mean that the other party's ability is too poor. I Love Remembering Lyrics doesn't lack Lin Fan. When the program is discussed, he can try to compete. We'll see when the time comes. I can't compete with a few veterans of the Lightness Lecture Hall. Lin Fan shook his head. He is considered to be self-aware, in terms of experiences a little better than Chun Ran, but compared to those veterans of others is a little worse. Chun Ran was also just a proposal, and he couldn't care less what Lin Fan thought. After leaving the TV station, Chun Ran went to Zhang's house. Before Director Zhang hung up the phone last night, he said that Chun Ran should go to the house after work. Chun Ran had not yet arrived at Zhang's house, and in the pavilion below Director Zhang's neighborhood, he saw Director Zhang sitting there, 3 fingers pinching the mouthpiece of his cigarette, taking a puff every now and then. This look reminds Chun Ran of the time when he was studying. A few classmates secretly smoked just like this, and when they met people their palms bent a little so they couldn't see the cigarettes in their hands. He was dumbfounded. This was hiding underneath the neighborhood and Uncle Zhang was still so cautious. "Uncle, why are you here?" Chun Ran walked over. When Director Zhang heard the voice, he subconsciously hid the cigarettes in his hand, and was relieved to see that it was Chun Ran, and took the cigarettes out. Anyway, Chun Ran had still seen him smoking, and he would have 1 or 2 sticks every day at lunchtime, and he wasn't afraid of Chun Ran snitching on him. "Why are you here so early?" Director Zhang asked. Director Lu is going to the hospital to see Fang Qingying, so the meeting is adjourned. Chun Ran replied, "What about the show? Is it going to be redone?" Director Zhang knew the entertainment channel quite well and had done work in it back in the day, but there was no such program as Light Lecture at that time. Chun Ran said, "It's not a redo. Lightness Lecture sticks to 2 installments, and then we'll just switch to a new program. I remember that this program was written by Fang Qingying following the copywriting, and now that she's in this condition, it's hard for the program to go on even if it does. And the program itself has seen a huge drop in ratings. The entertainment channel is self-financed, and it won't work if the ratings are too bad." Director Zhang nodded. He said with some emotion, "You say a good program, a good person. How can you think so hard? This topic Chun Ran didn't pick up. He didn't have so many feelings. Director Zhang looked at Chan Ran and asked, now that the program, I Love Remembering Lyrics, is a big success and the model is on the right track, and you're not too busy during the week, have you ever thought of doing another program? Chan Ran shook his head after thinking about it. Uncle Zhang, you can also see the situation of the entertainment channel. With such a problem, I Love Remembering Lyrics becomes more and more important. No matter if it's Director General Yang or Director Liu, they pay more attention to this program. It's impossible for me to follow the new program. The ratings of I Love Memorizing Lyrics are so hot that the entertainment channel will focus on it, naturally not distracting Chun Ran. I also said to let you fight for more. At your age with such an opening, you can't eat old money. If you can do one more program, you will have more seniority. Director Zhang added, and the station's annual meeting will evaluate the best planning award. If you can make another program that breaks 10, not to say 10, at least it's possible to get your hands on it. Uncle, you think too highly of me. It's already a fluke to make I Love Remembering Lyrics. How can it be so easy to break 10? Chun Ran laughed. I don't believe in others, but I still believe in my son-in-law. Director Zhang hemmed and hawed, threw the cigarette but inside the trash can, took out wet wipes from his pocket and wiped his fingers again and again, then pulled out 2 sticks of gum and handed one to Chun Ran. Chun Ran was a little embarrassed by Director Zhang's sentence of son-in-law, saw him handing over the gum, subconsciously took it, saw that it was watermelon flavor, waved his hand and said, Uncle, I don't have a cigarette. I'd better not eat it. You keep it for later. Director Zhang glanced at him, put the gum back, stretched and said, by the way, are you done with your trip to Huahai? Chun Ran nodded. It's just signing an authorization. It won't take long. That's good. Director Zhang laughed. I really didn't think you could write songs. Last time it caused me to be buried by your Aunt Yoon. Let's go. Let's go up first. Chun Ran smiled sarcastically. About music, he indeed does not know much. Others say so. Anyway, he should not be is. It's time to find a way to learn a little, or at least not look so blind. Director Zhang lamented as he walked. You are truly a blessing to our family. Chun Ran was busy saying, Uncle, you are exaggerating. Not exaggerated at all. Director Zhang added with a bit of smugness. I am also discerning and found a good one for my daughter. Chun Ran. Monday. Early meeting. Usually at this time Director Liu was quite happy. But today his face was quite ugly. Yesterday went to the hospital to see Fang Qingying. Was her family sneered at her so much? Director Liu has no place to reason. Naturally in a bad mood. Even when talking about the record-breaking I Love songwriting, there was little expression. Lightning Talk aired yesterday, the last appearance of Fang on the program, and the ratings still continue to fall. No one is surprised. It's been several issues in a row. It would be unusual for it to suddenly go up. Last week's ratings held up overall except for Lighten Up lectures. After giving a summary of last week, Director Liu said, all right, about Sunday's program, if you have any ideas, let's put them forward. Now the show is in a hurry. The next installment will not have Fang Qingying. The show ratings will be even more difficult to watch, even more difficult than Joy Without Borders. Need to grab time. Do not dare to delay at all. Everyone is speaking their mind and saying what they think. In particular, a couple of the directors and planners of light lectures were very hard-working. Everyone else was looking at them a little oddly. After all, the light lecture was still lingering on. But when you think about it, it's not surprising. The show will be gone soon, so naturally you have to find a new outlet first. And with so many positions on the new show to pick from, there's always something to work on first. Apparently, one morning wasn't enough time to discuss any new programs or even have a clue. Although Director Liu was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He dropped his eyes to Chun Ran. But just as the thought started, it was squashed. I Love Lyrics is much more important than the new show. Chapter 69, depending on the mood. Until noon, there was no discussion of a charter, but only first adjourned from work. There were a lot of ideas from everyone, but after all that was said and done, there wasn't a single idea that wowed anyone. Lin Fan didn't hold much hope for the position of chief planner, but he did think seriously about it. But the ideas he came up with were about as good as anyone else's, indistinguishable from 1, 2, or 3 with no edge. Seeing Chun Ran leisurely sipping his tea on the side, he couldn't help but ask, don't you have any ideas? Chun Ran put down his teacup and said, what can I have in mind? I Love to Remember Lyrics is doing so well. The director will let me do a new program? Lin Fan felt that it was also true that although there were people who were in 2 columns at the same time, but that was when the program was at a late stage of production. Now that I Love to Remember Lyrics has just begun and Chun Ran is indispensable in the program, the situation is different. Looking at Chun Ran's calm demeanor, Lin Fan wondered if it was possible for Chun Ran to compete for the position of chief planner if there was no I Love to Remember lyrics. When Chun Ran was first compared to him, the competition was much smaller, but now with these additional veterans, it was much more difficult. After he thought about it, unless Chun Ran could come up with another amazing plan like, I love remembering lyrics, the chances weren't too great. Of course, Chun Ran wouldn't be involved, and the scene was out of sight. After lunch with Director Zhang, the afternoon discussion began again. Except for those who have work to keep them busy, everyone else who isn't busy has been postponed and are all here together. The afternoon was kind of a bit of an eye-opener with two directions for the new show, one being made into an indoor breakout game, and the other being a fashion information program. Both programs have their own strengths. Indoor breakouts are more innovative and are more stress-relieving for the Sunday slot. The fashion information program, on the other hand, is considering the previous ratings group of light lecture. If made into a fashion information, there is enough audience base. People can basically be divided into two factions, and the discussion is hot and heavy, and they don't agree with each other. Director Liu also frowned, having a hard time deciding. To the end of the work are still not determined. Director Liu said, Today everyone back in careful consideration. Tomorrow morning vote, the program will be determined, although he wants a quick fix, but the program is rather lack of the not, with the same program as Joy Without Boundaries, made out of the light lecture than the current light lecture is even worse, made out of what to do? It's one thing to have more bad programs with poor ratings, it's the failure to raise advertising and sponsorships down the road that's the most fatal. Chun Ran returned home and was also thinking about the two programs and letting him choose, he would definitely be more inclined towards the indoor break-in program. Fashion information has an audience base, but the ceiling isn't as high as an indoor breakout. Of course, he only has the right to vote, not to decide. At this time, Chun Ran WeChat ding-donged. Ichabod. In. Chun Ran was slightly speechless and picked up his cell phone to reply when another message came over. Something wrong with your program? Chun Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. The program was fine. The ratings were at record highs. What could go wrong? Where did she get that information? He was about to tweet back, and then the incoming call rang. Seeing the two words Ji on the cell phone, Chun Ran felt a little funny. If you're gonna call, why did you send these two tweets? You're teasing me, aren't you? Answering the phone, Chun Ran heard Zhang Fanji ask, Something wrong with your program? Where did you get the information? Chun Ran was curious. My dad's circle of friends, Zhang Fanji said. She saw the sentiments posted by Director Zhang, and some people commented below that a good host, how could he not think about it? And in combination with Chun Ran's hurried return to Lin City on Saturday, only then did she remember to send a tweet to ask a question. Just asked, felt waiting for half a day. Chun Ran did not return the message, thought he did not look at the phone, and dialed the phone over. Chun Ran explained, It's not our program that has problems, it's another section group where the female host had relationship problems and then attempted suicide. You rushed back that day because of this? Zhang Fanji asked. Yeah, all told you the TV station had a bit of a thing, Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji frowned and did not say anything. No wonder in the past 2 days, Dad from time to time in the circle of friends to turn some public number of emotional articles, so it is still because of this thing have feelings. Retracting her mind, Zhang Fanji asked, Why didn't you make it clear that day? Chun Ran said helplessly, You didn't give me a chance either. You can also say it on WeChat. Zhang Fanji said, Who knows if you'll pull the plug on me again? Chun Ran muttered. He was still holding a grudge over the fact that Zhang Fanji had pulled the plug on his WeChat at the beginning, fabricated the chat records, and was almost treated as a scumbag by Uncle Zhang. Zhang Fanji mouth corners moved. This is all over how long things still mention. She said slowly, My new song will be online next Friday, and on this Saturday, I'll be recording a program at your Zhaonan satellite TV. Saturday. Chun Ran froze slightly, thinking that she would be out running around for quite a while and wouldn't have time to come back. Record it in advance, and when the song goes online, the program will be aired around that time. Zhang Fanji said. The company contacted it for you? Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji calmly said, The company doesn't give publicity. It's Sister Lin herself who contacted her. Chun Ran feels that she has some big conflicts with the company, and there are still 2 years left in her contract, so I don't know what she thinks. Usually stars who have trouble with their companies don't develop very well. Moreover, Zhang Fanji had such a good start that it would be more difficult in the future if he was delayed. The two chatted some more before hanging up. Chun Ran feels that Zhang Fanji is not angry anymore. So the meal that she rejected last time, is it still valid? He thought about it. asked from WeChat, and stared at his phone waiting for a reply, watching a minute go by without a message back. Expecting an answer makes the time pass a little long, and a minute feels like a long time. Ding dong. Ichabod. Depends on the mood. Chun Ran was slightly speechless and didn't reply to the message. It's better not to ask. The next day, Chun Ran had just arrived at the TV station when he heard Director Liu talking about a matter. There's no need to record the next installment of Lightness Lecture. It's off the air. After Director Liu finished speaking, all the people below were stunned. They all said they were going to top a few installments no matter what and must wait for the next show to come out. So what's with the suddenness? Director Liu's face also looked very bad. This news he was reluctant to say. But Fong Qingying's family took the matter to the station, saying it was unbearable work pressure before depression and suicide, and last night there was a lot of posting on local forums to try to generate public opinion. The matter alarmed Jianan radio and television, and in this situation, how could it be possible to allow Lightness Lecture to continue to broadcast? Regardless of how much it would lose or how difficult it would be, the show definitely couldn't go on the air. There's no need to choose a program, just make sure it's an indoor break-in. Director Liu made another decision. The show is off the air for a few episodes, the audience is gone, and the fashion information program is not used. What about preparing the program for these few weeks? Director Wu Jin asked. Can't put on light lectures. Rehash the previously aired programs for a few episodes. Director Liu also knows that this is too much damage to the sticky subscribers, so a few issues down the line, I guess not many people will watch the entertainment channel on Sunday. But what can be done? He was helpless, too. Chapter 70 The Struggle. Last Sunday went to the hospital. Director Liu was always cynical. Fong Qingying's family think the fault is in the TV station. How to appease is useless. He also didn't expect people to go to the trouble, and now it's gone to the broadcaster. The negative news on the internet can be suppressed, but the program must be taken off the air. Otherwise it will affect the channel's reputation. Director Liu was having a hard time, but there was nothing he could do. He was in charge of the program piece, and couldn't do anything else. He heard that Director Yang personally went to mediate. What kind of result he didn't know. All he could do was to get the next program done first. Director Liu said, since we have decided to do an indoor break-in program, we will discuss a charter today. Speed I want, quality I also want, and strive to do it in half a month. Half a month. Everyone was frowning. A little too rushed. Right now there's not even a planner. It takes time to discuss the details. It takes time to set up the scene, and it takes time to prepare the props, the stage, the recording, the post. It is indeed too difficult to have speed as well as quality. Although the studio variety show is quicker to prepare, sometimes the stage can be used with a few changes, but the indoor breakout is different. All kinds of props you still have to customize, which can't be fast enough. Seeing the hard looks on everyone's faces, Director Liu sighed and said, I know it's a bit of a rush, but there's no way around it. It has to be done as soon as possible. If it's a public channel, it's perfectly fine to take your time, and the profit and loss is the direct responsibility of the station. But for entertainment channels, time is money, and every viewer lost is less money. Can't afford to procrastinate. Half a month. It's really too rushed. Lin Fan whispered. Chun Ran pondered while he was thinking of what Director Zhang said at this time. If he did another program, it was possible to compete for the best planning of Jianan satellite TV. In Director Zhang's eyes, it was not the honor that mattered, but an opportunity for Chun Ran. Get the best planning award and you'll get a chance to be in The Guardian. If Jianan TV was short of manpower, he would naturally be the first in line for the job. Director Zhang wanted to go to the satellite TV program when he was young, but his ability is relatively mediocre, never got in, and then transferred to the public channel, which is considered to be a complete break. As originally planned, the show is likely to be set for an indoor break-in, with light lectures holding out for a while to allow the new show to pick up the slack. Fong Qingying's parents made a scene at the station which was a complete surprise, but it interrupted the entertainment channel's plan that was prepared yesterday, and everything became urgent. If before, Chun Ran told Lin Fan that the new program was an opportunity for Lin Fan, then today it was an opportunity for Chun Ran himself. Should we fight for it? Chun Ran turned slightly inside his head, then raised his hand without hesitation. Definitely fight for it, not only for the sake of Director Zhang's thoughts, but also for your own. He wants to get in to call South TV. Director Lu Xianlong was about to speak when he saw Chun Ran raise his hand and was slightly surprised. Presumably, Chun Ran was aware that he was doing I Love to Remember lyrics, so he hadn't made any comments since yesterday's discussion. He asked, Chun Ran, what do you have in mind? Everyone's eyes went to him, wondering what he could say. Lin Fan next to him was also surprised. Just now Chun Ran didn't say a word. Why did he suddenly stand up? Chun Ran was slightly nervous in his heart as he faced the gazes of so many people. For those present, he was just a rookie who had just entered the industry, as he had been in his previous life. He took a deep breath, straightened his wording a little, and said aloud, "Director, I have an idea for a program that might be finished by Sunday." When these words came out, everyone looked at him in shock. This showed the role of seniority. If Chun Ran was just a newcomer, even someone like Lin Fan, who had spent a few years in the entertainment channel, saying something like this was bound to raise questions. Even Director Liu would have chided and told him to sit down. But Chun Ran was not a newcomer, nor was he Lin Fan. Now he's got a hit show on his hands that's continuously setting channel records. That's why everyone was frowning but didn't open their mouths to see what the director had to say. "Do you have any way to be able to complete the indoor break-in in 1 week?" Director Liu similarly stared. Chun Ran said, "It's not an indoor break-in, but another program. I can make another program based on the preparation of I Love to Remember lyrics. Except for some necessary equipment, the stage and set can use the preparation of I Love to Remember lyrics, and the equipment is also very simple. Basically, there is no props bottleneck." Another program? Everyone looked at Chun Ran and felt a bit unreliable. Could it be because the results of I Love Remembering lyrics had made him a bit overconfident? But looking at Chun Ran's usual behavior, he didn't seem like such a person at all. Chun Ran continued, "I've considered that the program can be made by Sunday, and although it's a bit rushed, it can guarantee the quality. Compared to Indoor Breakout, my program has another advantage. It can attract most of the audience of I Love Remembering lyrics, directly eliminating the need for pre-publicity and ensuring that when it premieres, it will have a sufficient audience base." If Chun Ran said in front of the words, "Director Liu Hart is still a little unimpressed, quietly listen to the end," is out of respect, that here can attract most of the I Love to Remember the lyrics audience here, he is really moved. The I Love Lyrics program has been setting records in ratings and is important to the entertainment channel right now. When Chun Ran said that it shouldn't be nonsense, he must have considered it. Director Liu looked at the others. Everyone was frowning, not sure how much truth there was in what Chun Ran said. He did have his heart set on it, and one of the reasons was because Chun Ran said a week to do it completely. And the other reason is the heat and viewers of I Love lyrics. Although he didn't want Chun Ran to be distracted at this time, special times were special. Director Liu took a deep breath and said, "Since you have an idea, I'll give you time. We'll continue to discuss the indoor break-in. You go and write out the idea, preferably before the afternoon. Complete. Can you?" Chun Ran nodded. "Yes. A morning is tight, but it's enough." Director Liu nodded and continued the discussion with the others. Chun Ran looked at Lin Fan and said, "Please come and help me." Lin Fan hadn't returned to his senses yet, and when he saw Chun Ran leaving the conference room, he hurriedly jogged to follow him out. He asked from behind, "Chun Ran, are you serious? It's not a joke, right?" Chun Ran said, "You think I would joke with such a big deal?" Lin Fan said, "But didn't you say yesterday that you had no idea about the program? How come today?" "Yesterday was nothing to think about, but today the situation is different. I also did not expect Fang Qingying's family to make a scene. I did not expect that the Qingying lecture would be forced to stop broadcasting," Chun Ran said as he walked. "Before today, I knew there was no way the director would let me do this program, so I had no idea and even suggested you go for it. Now that I also have this opportunity, I naturally have to try my best. Whether it works or not, I always have to try before I know." Lin Fan was slightly stunned, feeling that Chun Ran had changed a bit, sharpened up a lot, and was slightly different from the usual gentle Chun Ran. "Time is a bit tight and I'm a bit busy on my own. If I can take the program, I'll still have to trouble you to help look after it when the time comes, and now that you're doing it with me, it's kind of like getting to know the program in advance." Chun Ran smiled. Lin Fan reacted and hurriedly followed. Chapter 71, a little bit powerful. In the conference room, crowds of people are picking up the slack, and the indoor breakout is tentatively titled Challenge Sunday, as the program gradually fills in. Setting the program plan in one morning is certainly not possible in normal times, at least 3 drafts and slow revisions. Special times can't be so demanding. Chun Ran is now taking Lin Fan outside to write the plan, that is to compete with them. Everyone puts out 12 points of strength, the mind is more flexible than usual, cannot be compared. Director Liu glanced over. Chun Ran and Lin Fan were busy at their workstations. Chun Ran was writing and Lin Fan was flipping through the information, and the two of them were dividing up the work. And throughout the entire process, Chun Ran didn't have many pauses. Even when he was thinking, it took a very short time. Although Director Liu was not optimistic, He was curious in his heart what kind of program Chun Ran could give. Lin Fan saw that Chun Ran was a little too busy, so he asked, "Should we call Zhang Hui and a few of them over to help?" Chun Ran didn't even lift his head. "No need. More people are rather troublesome. This program is not complicated. The two of us are enough." After saying that and ignoring Lin Fan, two programs floated inside his mind. The program was one he had seen before, but it had been a bit long, and he definitely couldn't remember anything too detailed, so the program couldn't have been done exactly the same. What Chun Ran has to do is to summarize the two shows and then make changes according to his own views to adapt to the entertainment channel and also try to pick up with "I love to remember lyrics." The idea itself was there, and the rest of the program segments, gameplay and details which were vaguely impressive, combined with the experience of having now done memorized lyrics, were naturally not too slow to write. Lin Fan saw Chun Ran concentrating on his thoughts, so he did not continue to speak, lest he disturb Chun Ran's thoughts. From the information Chun Ran had asked him to look up just now, and from some of the content he had discussed with him, he probably knew some of the program's prototypes. The show is a great idea and can be very original, inheriting the feature that lyrics are fun to remember. Produced by the original They Remember the Lyrics crew, basically everyone didn't have to get used to the grind and didn't need much preparation, they just pulled the plug and started doing it. What made Lin Fan a bit puzzled was whether this program had been on Chun Ran's mind before. To say that it was improvised today would be a little too unrealistic. Time is fast. It was noon in the blink of an eye. The meeting was adjourned inside the conference room, and Chun Ran hadn't finished writing. No one came to disturb them, and each went to dinner. Director Zhang called over, heard that Chun Ran did not have time to eat and did not ask too many questions. Now the entertainment channel to prepare the program, busy as it is. He just instructed him to remember to eat and ordered a takeaway for Chun Ran. As a result, by the end of the day, neither Chun Ran nor Lin Fan had eaten anything, and there weren't many details left, so Chun Ran finished writing in one breath. Lin Fan ran over to print out the planning and gave Chun Ran a copy, and the two of them carefully looked at it and felt that there were no mistakes before it was really finished. Chun Ran's stomach grumbled, and he brought over the takeout that was already cold next to him, and the two of them would eat it with Lin Fan. "Why are you thinking so well?" Lin Fan asked while picking at his rice. Chun Ran didn't stop from the beginning. If it was him, less time to write and most time to stop and think. Not to say that the writing is as fine as Chun Ran's, it's just a framework of a few hundred words that he might have to dawdle for half a day. Chun Ran laughed. "It's probably talent." Lin Fan choked. This was a deliberate strike. The weather itself was cold, the food was icy cold, and the two of them couldn't eat after filling their stomachs a little, and packed their things away when everyone was already coming in twos and threes. At times like this it's all about coming in early. No one presses for time to come to work. Chun Ran saw that Director Liu had also come, so he took the planning and went to the office. "Finished writing?" Director Liu asked. Finished writing." Chun Ran nodded and handed the plan over. "Director, take a look. You sit down first." Director Liu took the plan and said to Chun Ran before he lowered his head and started reading the plan. "Challenge of the microphone. That's the name of the program." Director Liu frowned slightly, somewhat unsure from the name, but it was two words that clashed with the program they had discussed out inside the conference room. Challenge Sunday. What could this name and "I love lyrics" possibly have to do with each other? He looked down carefully, his frowning brows stretching out at once, somewhat surprised that Chun Ran was able to write the planning so carefully. In the course of a morning, he thought that what Chun Ran had written out was a framework for the program, who knew that the planning was very detailed. Director Liu turned his thoughts to planning. After watching it carefully for half a day, he sort of understood why Chun Ran said that the program could inherit the audience who remembered the lyrics. Judging from the above, both the stage, equipment, and even the hosts, a couple of the lead singers are within the program, which could well be described as a sister program to "I Love to Remember Lyrics." Same people, similar style, just played differently. Challenge Microphone, a variety show on Hunan Satellite Television, and Zhejiang Satellite Television had a similar program, My Ba Hero Hui. Challenge Mike was chosen because it was more relevant to what Chun Ran wrote. Both Mac the Hero and Challenge the Microphone are satellite TV programs, so Chun Ran definitely can't do what he's doing. Other than that, there's no way you can replicate the PK system that people are using to select people all over the country. The main thing is that Chun Ran he can't remember the details very well and can only combine it with the current entertainment channel to revamp it. I Love Lyrics doesn't emphasize vocals or pitch, as long as you sing the right lyrics. But Challenge Microphone is different, also selected inside the KTV, but the first requirement is the pitch. You are not required to be a good singer or sing well, but you must be in tune and get a high score on top of the pitchers. Audience members with high enough pitch scores are selected from inside the KTV to participate in the program, and after a few rounds of competition, the current mic is chosen. In addition to the prize money, there is also the opportunity to challenge the leader to sing a few lead singers, and if the challenge is successful, you can successfully replace the leader to record an episode of I Love Record Lyrics, and the current mic will be challenged by the next mic, and the other person succeeds and has the same challenge for the lead singer. Director Liu looked a little mesmerized. Chun Ran's planning is very finely written, the program details are ready, and very mature. That's what he had in mind the last time he saw I Love Lyrics being planned, and now Challenge of the Microphone is doing the same. This made him think of what he had said when he was chatting with director Yang some time ago, that Chun Ran's I Love Remembering Lyrics was especially perfectly written, and that one person was as good as a planning team. That's because memorizing lyrics constantly sets new records, and there was an element of joking when he said it, but now it seems that this is Chun Ran's style. He looked at Chun Ran with some wonder in his eyes. He was not believing that Chun Ran could write such a plan on the spur of the moment. And the program and I Love to Remember the lyrics of the song in the same lineage are all KTV program path. Is it in the previous Chun Ran has thought of? Director Liu looked at Chun Ran and had to admit that although this guy was young, he was a bit powerful. Chapter 72 Thunder and Lightning. Director Liu. Director Liu left Chun Ran behind with the idea that if he had any doubts about the program, he could ask for clarification. But the planning was so clearly written that he had nothing to ask instead. Thinking of the Challenge Sunday that everyone had just discussed out, Director Liu frowned slightly. From his point of view, it's a preference for Challenge Sunday. After all, it's a brand new show. It's not that Challenge of the Microphone is bad. It's just that the overlap with I Love Lyrics would be too much. Even with the change in play style, will the audience get bored with the same people coming and going? These are under consideration. But Challenge of the Microphone has an unrivaled advantage. It's fast. Judging by the planning, it's definitely done by Sunday and the ratings won't be too bad. But Director Liu has other kinks to work out, such as whether it will affect I Love to Remember the lyrics. He couldn't make up his mind. And in the end, he had to resort to the characteristic leadership skill of holding meetings when things were not decided. Your idea is very good and it does solve the pressing problem, but everyone discusses out Challenge Sunday. The program is not bad, all have to have trade-offs, later we discuss. Director Liu said to Chun Ran. Chun Ran nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Knowing what he knew about Director Liu, this program wasn't enough to wow him enough to immediately slap him on the back. Now that the show is written, he's kind of made an effort, and we'll see how it turns out and how people discuss it when the time comes. Director Liu called his assistant and after making copies of the plan, followed Chun Ran into the conference room. Everyone was seated long ago, and one by one, they voiced their opinions and discussed the details of Challenge Sunday. When they saw Director Liu come in, they all quieted down, their eyes betting on the documents held in the assistant's hands. Director Liu clapped his hands and said, "Everyone stop for a moment. Chun Ran planning to write out. Everyone look at it first and discuss it after reading it." Hearing the director say that, everyone in the room looked a little marvelous. Although he hasn't read the planning yet, the fact that the director has read it and brought it up for discussion proves that he approves of it and is torn between it and Challenge Sunday. In their hearts, they were curious as to what this so-called program Chun Ran was able to make in a week was like. A few moments later, the planning documents were sent out to everyone. The conference room fell silent. Everyone was watching carefully. Lin Fan was a little nervous. He thought the program was great. But his idea alone didn't count. It needed to be approved by everyone. He had a hand in writing this plan and was concerned about being outright rejected. Chun Ran was bland on his face, but in his heart, he also wanted to hear what they had to say, and took a sip from his teacup. The conference room went from quiet and gradually began to have a subtle sound of discussion. Surprisingly, I thought it was a brand new program and I didn't realize it was this way. It's just, I Love to Remember lyrics played in a different way, and if you start preparing this afternoon, you could indeed make an issue. The repetition with I Love to Remember is a little too high. Will viewers get tired of it? It's fun, and there's an emphasis on interaction with the audience in it. The discussion grew louder and louder, but surprisingly, no one was particularly vehement in their opposition. Director Liu clapped his hands. Everyone saw the program. Now tell us your opinion. Everyone raised their heads and one by one, they looked at Chun Ran as if they wanted to see through him. Director Wu Jin first stood up and said, "I stand for Challenge Microphone. The program is fun and good. It continues the characteristics of I love to record lyrics, it has an audience base, and the main thing is that the production cycle is short. Director Lu nodded and asked, "Where are the others?" "I'll go with Challenge the Mic." "Me too. Me too." Director Lu was stunned as he watched the people agree one by one. In his opinion, Challenge Sunday is the show that everyone discussed, and Challenge Mike doesn't have much of an advantage, and both sides should be struggling as much as he is, or at least 50-50. How did it get so lopsided? There were those who picked Challenge Sunday, such as the few old-timers who wanted to be the chief planner, and some who were considering the same thing as he was, but in the end, they were only a minority. Director Lu rubbed his brow, still needing to ask Director Yang's opinion. Superintendent Yang Qijuan had some headaches. Fang Qingying's family is not very good to deal with. You say talk about money is okay. People also do not talk about money, just want to say. The station manager gave an order to get things in order within 2 days, determined not to cause an escalation of public opinion. How did we get into this mess? Yang Qijuan sighed. Not only is it a problem for Fang Qingying's family, the station has sort of lost a lot of money because of Fang Qingying, and all of these things have to be dealt with. He didn't know if Fang Qingying was depressed or not, but Yang Qijuan felt that if this went on, he was really going to be depressed. Director, there's an idea for a new program. Director Lu walked in. Yang Qijuan barely managed to cheer up. This was half good news. But when he saw the 2 plans that Director Lu put down, he frowned and asked, "Why are there 2 copies? It wasn't discussed internally." Director Lu said, "It was discussed. One was discussed internally and the other was done by Chen Ran." Chen Ran? What's he doing here to make a fuss if he's not doing a good job on "I love remembering lyrics"? Yang Qijuan said, "You have to pay more attention. Now, I love remembering lyrics can't go wrong." Director Lu nodded repeatedly. He naturally knew this. Yang Qijuan said that, but asked which one was written by Chen Ran, then grabbed Challenge microphone in his hand. After he watched it, his expression moved slightly, his tense face slowing down a little, and after a few moments he watched Challenge Sunday again. "There's no need to choose. Let's do the program Chen Ran." Without saying a word, Director Yang directly made the decision. Director Lu dwelled slightly. While Challenge microphone has the speed advantage and an audience base, it feels a bit duplicative of I love to remember lyrics, and the stakes are a bit high. Yang Qijuan shook his head. "Old Lu, you've named so many advantages. Why do you still say that Challenge microphone is risky? There's an audience base, it's also fun, and it carries natural publicity, which point isn't better than Challenge Sunday? The most crucial thing is the speed of production. That's enough for me to pick it." Director Lu listened, still torn in his heart. Yang Qijuan said, "If this program is put in your internal discussion, I guess it's all one-sidedly picking Challenge microphone, right?" Director Lu nodded. Yang Qijuan said, "Everyone can see it, you're the only one who is still entangled. To put it bluntly, you still don't have confidence. You are afraid that if the same section group does 2 programs, it will affect I love remembering lyrics. In fact, I'm also worried. Just now I also said, let Chen Ran not get together, do his lyrics well. But this planning of his is indeed too much better than Challenge Sunday. He is against Chen Ran to do other programs at this juncture, but Chen Ran planning is indeed the most preferred choice, weighing the pros and cons, naturally know what to do." Yang Qijuan heart sighed. Director Lu is too indecisive. This time things also have him part of the reason. Early down the heart to rectify the lightness of the lecture hall, where there will be in the trouble. It was also a thunderous character back then, and it seems to have run out of heart. Chapter 73 Preparations. The program stood up. After Superintendent Young made the approval, without even waiting for the review, preparations began immediately. The crew was overall confused to know that they were taking on a new show right away. Didn't we say we were recording a celebrity special? What about recording when you do a new show? It's too late to prepare for this anyway before Sunday. People hadn't read the planning yet, so they were confused plus puzzled in their minds. With the manpower they have on the program team, there's no way they can do 2 separate programs. Not to mention the people below them, there aren't enough people on the director's team alone. By the time the columnists met, everyone realized what was going on. Program Star Special first suspended recording, changed to next week recording, you go in Huang Jiangwei communication, must get understanding, don't get up a misunderstanding. Director Wu Jin first arranged about I love to remember the lyrics recording work. The celebrity special scheduled to be taped this week is being pushed to the next installment, and they still have people a few installments in stock on hand and aren't worried about the show going off the air. And in the back, it immediately begins to explain the challenge microphone. After listening all the way through, the columnist realized that there was such an operation. In the future, they're going to do 2 programs a week on their column? That's a little too much to ask. Pre-recording preparation, post-recording editing, post. They'll be tired as hell doing it for a columnist. Director Woo Jin is also aware of this problem, said, "Now special times, special treatment. After doing the first issue, our column group will add people. Then it will be split into a group of 2 groups, 2 programs at the same time, cross-recording." Hearing the arrangement, everyone was relieved to hear that at least it wasn't a day and night job. Time waits for no one. The director's team made a good division of labor and began their own preparations. Chan ran several planners met to discuss the details. The first issue is particularly important, can make the audience interested, depends on this issue. Some say the show will get better and better. Chun Ran wanted the best right from the start. Director Zhang was a bit disbelieving when he got the news. But the news is the entertainment channel came out, in the internal also checked the project, the chief planner wrote Chun Ran, this naturally cannot be wrong. What's going on here? Director Zhang couldn't figure out how Chun Ran had managed to compete for the program. Doubtful as he was, it didn't stop him from being happy. He had even advised Chun Ran to strive hard for it the day before yesterday. But when he learned that the entertainment channel did not allow it, he broke off the idea. I didn't even hear Chun Ran say anything when I called him at noon. Who knew that such a surprise would suddenly come now? Director Zhang had the intention to make a call and ask, but when he thought about the current state of the entertainment channel, Chun Ran must have to start preparations immediately since he took the program, so he immediately gave up the idea. He asked an acquaintance about the status and realized that Chun Ran proposed to redo a show based on I Love to Remember lyrics, which could be picked up and broadcast on Sundays. The news surprised him and worried him a little. He'd never heard of a program like this before. Not to mention whether preparing for it will affect I Love lyrics. But the point is that if the 2 programs are so similar, will viewers buy it? A moment later, Director Zhang gave up this concern. Since the take is good, the program before the project not only need to meet and discuss, the director needs to approve. They made the decision must have been considered. It's a little absurd to hear a segment doing 2 variety shows at the same time. Not only is Director Zhang alone feeling unrealistic, those who know are wondering if the entertainment channel is a little too busy. It doesn't matter if a light lecture hall falls down. If it involves I Love to record lyrics, then it's not worth the loss. I don't know what the entertainment channel thinks. I guess it's also anxious. No one expected the program to go off the air suddenly. A slot is bad. The channel revenue will be much lower. The program will only go in a vicious circle if it's not good. Director Yang is so shrewd. He shouldn't not be able to see that. Discussions continued outside. They naturally thought about the difficulties of the entertainment channel, but did not understand the way it was handled. The people on the I Love Memorizing Lyrics program are all burying their heads in the sand, and none of them have the spirit to pay attention to what other people say. Everyone was busy, soldiering on at the same time, none of them stopping. The first thing they have to do is to run KTVs, most of which now have pitch scoring, and they have to work with them to select guests who have a certain level of singing scoring to participate in the program. This is ready-made. There is I Love lyrics precedent here. As long as the wind, many chain KTV will come to the door to seek cooperation. Next is the equipment. Some and memorize the lyrics are not common, but also need to be re-prepared. Preparation is not a hassle, just a little time-consuming. Chan Ran and a few of the planners, on the other hand, are picking out the details, the setup of each segment, and the song library for each episode. The songs chosen should be familiar to the audience so that they feel engaged when tuning in to the program. The team is busy but stays on track. After confirming the KTV on the first day, we immediately started to select the contestants for the program, and it was almost done on the same day, and mediated the time for the program. In the back, they started to make some changes regarding the stage set lighting and so on. This is so that the audience won't feel like it's I Love to Remember lyrics. Everyone was giddy and busy for days until the early hours of Friday morning, when the test recording was completed and everything worked, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least the hardest part of the preparation is done. A lot of people didn't go back to bed and just lay around backstage. The plan was to start taping the show on Friday morning, so going back to bed now wouldn't be a good idea, but rather a delay. In the morning, Chun Ran woke up in a trance. Last night he fell asleep directly against the chair. On the table next to him, Lin Fan was lying on it, sleeping soundly. Chun Ran sniffled. His eyes were dry and his head felt like there were scales hanging on it. Very uncomfortable. Luckily the room was small and the temperature wasn't too cold, or I might have caught a cold. As the day dawned, everyone got up and got ready, and the show was taped after a short rehearsal in which the audience was invited in. With adequate preparation, naturally nothing will go wrong with the recording of the program. There were some hiccups in the middle, One of the contestants on stage was a bit nervous and couldn't open his mouth several times. Recorded in this way naturally cannot, the director went up to do half a day of ideological work, after a few words of pacification, which is better. Because of this delay, by the time the program was recorded and everything was arranged, it was late in the evening. I'll accompany the editing and try to finish the post-production tomorrow. Everyone has worked hard, you guys go back and rest first. Director Woo Jin was also tired, but had to continue to insist. Chun Ran nodded. There was nothing for him to do for the time being, and followed Lin Fan as they left work. Finally, a good night's sleep. Lin Fan sighed with emotion. I'm leaving first. I can't top it. Chun Ran gave him a wave of his hand. His nose itched a little, he sneezed, and his body stumbled a little, feeling light-headed. You have a cold? No, just a little cold. Chun Ran didn't react and said smoothly. Then he felt something was wrong. When did Lin Fan become a woman? He jerked his head up and was met by Zhang Fanji, who was frowning. Chapter 74. You're pressing on my clothes. Chun Ran froze a bit and shook his head. Surprised. Why are you here? Isn't she busy releasing her new song? She still has time to come back? Zhang Fanji's brows knit tighter. Come back to record the program. The tone was clearly a bit displeased. It was only then that Chun Ran remembered that Zhang Fanji had mentioned during the last call that she would be recording a program at Jiaonan TV this Saturday to promote her new song. He was embarrassed. I've been so busy the last few days. I didn't realize it was almost Saturday. Zhang Fanji just stared at him and didn't say anything. Someone who does the show is more sensitive to the day of the week than others. Chun Ran was a little hard to bear by her look, and realizing that he couldn't muddle through, he only had to admit, well, it's true that I've forgotten. These days the program is too busy. Basically working overtime, thinking about program trivia all day long. My head is spinning. Zhang Fanji said, it's none of my business if you're busy. Even though she was wearing a mask, Chun Ran seemed to see her skimming her lips. Now it's evening. The evening breeze is a bit cool. The wind blew over. Chun Ran shivered a bit. Zhang Fanji saw him like this, opened the car door and went in first, pulled off the mask and said, come up. Chun Ran got into the car before asking, where to? He didn't want to go anywhere right now. He just wanted to find a place to get some sleep. My dad knew that your program finished taping today and had my mom cook dishes, so I came over to pick you up, Zhang Fanji said, turning on the car's heater first. Chun Ran wanted to say that he would not go, but did not say it. From the program's inception to now, it is true that he has not seen Aunt Zhang, Uncle Yun for several days. Zhang Fanji drove the car. The temperature inside the car rose. Chun Ran felt much more comfortable, and the faint fragrance of the car made Chun Ran feel at ease, and his eyes were a little heavy. He perked up and asked, why are you back today? Aren't you taping the program tomorrow? I can't go home? Zhang Fanji asked rhetorically. Chun Ran was dumbfounded, feeling that he had asked a nonsense question. Zhang Fanji had a nice voice, but her speech was too blocking. Will you go back after recording the program? Chun Ran asked again. Zhang Fanji hummed. There's not much time, so I'll return to Huahai after recording tomorrow. She had to rush off to other places to promote. Zhang Fanji is to take a few awards, but the fame with others veteran singers compared to a lot worse. The song has no word of mouth. Send a new song publicity is particularly important. If it wasn't for the company being too stingy and not approving the money to shoot the music video, she definitely wouldn't have had the chance to come over early. Thinking about the song and thinking about Chun Ran. Two people talk on the phone is the last time. These days each other are busy. WeChat are not a few. Presumably after taking down the new show and sending her a new message, it's been up to now. Zhang Fanji was quite happy for Chun Ran at first, but then her mood was not so good. She thought for a moment and then asked, how's your show going? After saying that, I didn't hear a reply for a long time. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look and found that Chun Ran had fallen asleep at some point, his head leaning on the chair, rocking gently as the car moved. She pursed her lips and didn't wake Chun Ran up, just slowed the car down a bit. To the neighborhood, Chun Ran did not wake up. Zhang Fanji looked at the coat that he took off at the back, slightly hesitated, but still got up and took it over, gently probed over the body to cover Chun Ran. That's when her cell phone rang, especially shrill in the quiet car. Chun Ran opened his eyes in a daze at the sound of the bell, saw Zhang Fanji holding the clothes, and asked, what's wrong? Arrived. Zhang Fanji paused and calmly said, you're pressing on my clothes. When Chun Ran heard this, he was busy sitting up straight. Zhang Fanji naturally put on her clothes and picked up her cell phone to answer the call, her slender fingers trembling slightly, her earlobes red. The call was from Aunt Yoon, and Zhang Fanji took a breath and said, "Mom, we're downstairs." Her voice was a little shaky, kind of like when she was caught skipping class and went to the teacher's office. Chun ran eyes inside a lot of blood, but the head awake over, he wondered, just got on the car, also did not see Zhang Fanji clothes in the chair when pressed. "Get off." Zhang Fanji's clear voice came in, disrupting Chun Ran's thoughts, and he didn't dwell on it, also getting out of the car in a hurry. Out came a cold wind, a sneeze and another sneeze. Zhang Fanji frowned. "And you say it's not a cold?" Chun Ran waved his hand and said, "It's really not. I haven't slept well in the past few days. I spent last night at the TV station. I'm a bit cold. I'll be fine after a nap." People are very afraid of the cold when they haven't slept well, and he did feel a little sick, but not enough to catch a cold, if he hadn't taken care of it in the last couple of days. Chun Ran slightly lamented, said to remember to exercise, but recently have no time, things a rush. Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't continue talking to him. When they arrived at Zhang's house, Chun Ran was sitting on the sofa, talking to Director Zhang about the program. "Look at you, you haven't rested well these past few days." Director Zhang saw Chun Ran's depressed spirit. "It's not just me either. Everyone is like this." Chun Ran laughed. Director Zhang said, "I asked you to fight for the program, but I didn't expect to have to do it in a week. It's too rushed. Just get through the days." Just as the two of them were talking, the kitchen door opened and Zhang Fanji came out from inside, a bowl of soup in her hand. "My mom told you to drink the soup first, so you don't catch a cold," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran froze slightly. Aunt Yoon didn't know that he was cold either. Looking at Zhang Fanji again, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Chun Ran felt like he was overthinking things. Director Zhang coughed and asked, "Where's mine?" Zhang Fanji sidled up and said, "You want it too, Dad?" Director Zhang felt speechless. "What do you mean you want it too? You didn't ask Chun Ran if he wanted it before you served it up. So serve me a bowl too. It's time to eat. Dad, you can't eat if you drink soup no more." Zhang Fanji finished and went to serve the food. Director Zhang laughed in exasperation. "You came back just to deliberately piss me off, didn't you?" Next to him, Chun Ran took a sip of the hot soup, from his throat to his abdomen. It was warm and felt soothing. Chun Ran didn't rest at Zhang's house at night, but Zhang Fanji sent him back. Chun Ran was trying to take a taxi by himself, but as a result, Zhang Fanji said that he would catch a cold if he was blown. So Chun Ran could only listen. Walking out of the elevator with Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran glanced back. Thinking about the first time he met Zhang Fanji back then, that time Zhang Fanji stayed in the elevator while Chun Ran went back by himself. It wasn't long, but it felt like an eternity. Back home, Chun Ran watched Zhang Fanji drive away and let out a light breath. "The next time I see her, it will be at least after the promotion of the new song." Back to the room, Chun Ran did not sleep well for a few days. Thought he was dipping into the bed to sleep. Did not expect his thoughts to be awake. The image that echoed the most was the scene he had just seen when he fell asleep in the car and was awakened by the phone call. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Zhang Fanji's exquisite face, the impact on Chun Ran was quite great. He thought again, "When I was in the car, I wouldn't be trying to get a shirt to cover me up, would I?" Chapter 75, You Don't Understand. Morning. Television. Chun Ran was in high spirits. "After a few days of no rest, I slept well last night and am full of energy today." Last night, on the fourth installment of I Love to Remember Lyrics aired. The ratings didn't have any surprises in breaking the 14% mark to 14.28%. The ratings curve is smooth, yet it doesn't have that straight upward trend it used to have. Someone sighed, "Pity. It would have been nice to break 15%. Others are looking the other way. Raise all channel records by close to 3 points and you're still not satisfied. Seeing that the curve is just leveling off doesn't mean it won't go up. So everyone work harder and hit new highs." Director Woo Jin, with dark circles under his eyes, was full of fatigue, but felt relieved to see the ratings. But then he couldn't help but frown at the thought of the Challenge Mic situation. How many ratings can you get for a show made in less than a week? The publicity side of things is slightly better, as yesterday was not only a recording of Challenge the Mic, but also a small fill-in segment of I Love to Remember the Lyrics, a clip dedicated to advertising, in the back. The channel has been putting out ads since 2 days ago and is constantly warming up. I Love Lyrics, which aired last night, was also advertised during the show, which ended with the host and a few of the lead singers shouting out the slogan that they won't see each other on Sunday's Challenge Mic. There was some advertising, but how effective it was, and there's no time to do a survey right now, and viewers are completely blind to the level of anticipation for the show. It's still in post-production, not out of the finished film, but director Woo Jin himself put his expectations to the minimum. Program ratings, just over 7% is enough. The ratings for Lighten Up lectures, which have long since fallen below 7 after consecutive declines, can't be any lower than Lighten Up lectures as a new program. It seems that director Woo isn't very optimistic about the ratings of Challenge Microphone. Lin Fan sighed. Chan Ran said, "This is normal after all. There is not enough publicity and time is too tight. What about you? You plan the program. How many ratings do you think it will get?" Lin Fan asked. Chan Ran smiled. "If I say it's low, you'll definitely think I'm not confident. And if I say it's high, I'll think it's impossible, just 10%. Lin Fan was choked. "You mean 10% and just average?" "I didn't say average either. Just 10% up or down is more in line with my expectations," Chun Ran said with a smile. Yet Lin Fan thought he was joking. It's not I Love to Remember. The former was carefully prepared and premiered at just over 11%. It's a bit whimsical to try to rival I Love Lyrics with a show that was rushed out in less than a week. By mid-afternoon, clips of the program came out and everyone watched along. Chun Ran's mood became much lighter after reading it. The edited program was basically the effect Chun Ran wanted. It didn't look rough because it was rushed, and it didn't even feel much worse than I Love Remembering Lyrics. Chun Ran asked Lin Fan, "How does it feel?" Lin Fan said, "Surprisingly good. But if you want to say 10%, I still don't feel it's going to work, at most around 8%. He said it with certainty. Chun Ran nodded slightly. In fact, in his heart, the program was between 9 and 10%. The difference compared to I Love Lyrics is the publicity. The program has the same potential. By this point, the show was all done, and everyone's hearts hanging in mid-air sort of fell. Not only the columnists, even director Liu was relieved to see the finished movie. It's going to be shown tomorrow, and it's a bit of a rush to have the finished movie out today. And it can't be broadcast immediately, it has to be sent up for review and approval, so I guess it will be sent up today and approved tomorrow." Director Woo Jin couldn't sit still and went to arrange something else. Chun Ran was discussing with Lin Fan about the direction of the follow-up to Challenge Microphone. If Challenge Microphone really becomes a long-term program, Chun Ran is not going to have the energy to do one show and follow it with another. The program is to be divided into 1 or 2 groups and prepared separately. When the time comes, let Lin Fan be in charge of it all over again, and he just has to be responsible for catching the direction. During the break, Chun Ran took out his cell phone and opened WeChat with some hesitation. Chun Ran knows that Zhang Fanji is going to record the program, but not in the small hall on this side of the TV station, the program of the TV station using the big studio outside the base, and the TV station is a little far away, so now I don't know if she has recorded it yet. It didn't take him long to hesitate, so he sent the message. "Has the program been taped yet?" The message was sent and it was a long wait time. However, this time, Zhang Fanji replied quickly, "I just finished recording and I'm on my way to the airport." Chun Ran rubbed his brow. "So urgent. What's up?" "Nothing. Just asking how your recording is going." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Fanji's slender fingers pressed the cell phone. "Not bad. Quite smooth. When will the program air? After the new song goes online?" Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji, "The songs will go online first, and the program will air in 2 days. So you didn't fail to publicize your new song 2 days ago?" "There is, just less, but the song quality is good, not afraid." Zhang Fanji was very confident. In the first 2 days she did not publicize much, relying on her own fame to support. The two make small talk for a while, ending with Zhang Fanji wanting to board a plane. Chun Ran put his cell phone aside, slightly despondent. Seeing him like this, Lin Fan came over and asked, "What's wrong? Had a fight with your girlfriend?" Chun Ran said, "Don't say it. You won't understand if you say it." The two worked together all day long, and now that they were on better terms, Chun Ran spoke much more casually. Lin Fan said, "Why don't I get it? Well, at least I have a bit of an advantage in terms of age." Chun Ran asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Lin Fan paused, slightly embarrassed. "Not yet. Not to mention now, but actually not before." He had a history of crushes in high school and was ready to go ahead and confess, and even if he was sent a good guy card, the person was still accepting of another person right then and there. Afterwards, Lin Fan's study career never fell in love, like all very little. Chun Ran laughed and said, "That's why you don't understand." Lin Fan's expression froze at that moment. The blow was a little too great. Having a girlfriend is amazing. Lin Fan felt a little sad in his heart. His father Lin Jun, director, from time to time have urged him to matchmaking. Originally he was reluctant, but now the heart a little idea. Other than that, at least talk about one first, or else just eating the dog food that Chun Ran sprinkled is a bit bracing. The station is still pretty serious about challenge microphone. After watching the finished program, it was quickly reviewed and approved. There's nothing wrong with the show and the quality is pretty good. You can tell it's in the same vein as I Love Songwriting. Yang Chiju sighed a bit after watching it. It was indeed a bit of a waste to put this program to use at this time. In the past, a good production and then publicity, not to say to reach I love to remember the lyrics. At least Broken 9 is no problem. That would be another excellent show. Now we'll just have to see if the audience gives a damn. In Superintendent Yang's mind, breaking 8% would definitely meet the standard. Chapter 76. Very sorry. What kind of ratings a program made in less than a week would get? No one had any idea until they saw the finished film. It's all about hoping it's not too bad. As long as it doesn't go lower than light lectures, then it's a good program. After all, pulling over to take over the market, you expect it to suddenly super god, certainly not scientific. But after watching the finished film, people changed their minds about the show. It seems that the ratings for the show can be expected. The program was done in a hurry, but it was so well done that there was no sign of shoddy work to be seen. It's not as good as the well-crafted I Love to Remember lyrics, but it's absolutely impossible to say it's worse than light lectures. Not so optimistic for everyone else except the columnists. It's all an entertainment channel and naturally they don't want the slot to be played out. Worrying and praying that the show just doesn't suck and lasts until the next show comes out and its mission is accomplished. The turn of the year is Sunday night. Challenge of the Microphone had its premiere. Although commercials were inserted inside Friday's I Love to Remember, there was too little other publicity. Only those who watch the entertainment channel know that the sister show to I Love Lyrics starts on Sunday. And it's not as if those viewers would necessarily watch the show if they knew about it. A third would be nice. All that's left is the original viewer base of Lighten Up lectures to see if it can be taken in by Challenge of the Microphone. The program was officially opened. Those who had been waiting for the light lecture froze at the sight of a completely different opening, subconsciously thinking they had tuned in to the wrong station. But on closer inspection, it's the Call of Duty Entertainment Channel. Some people were annoyed, went searching, realized what was going on, and there were those who switched channels and those who planned to keep watching. After all, I'm used to watching TV, so it's good to see a new program. The quality of the past few issues of the Light Lecture Hall was very poor, and they were a little impatient to see how it would be with a new program. And those viewers who have come from I Love Lyrics themselves are full of anticipation points. The fast-paced opening, rush like MCs, a couple of well-sung leads, and rousing rock and roll were all familiar flavors. It's got that flavor. The audience is more than satisfied. Songwriting is specifically about memorizing lyrics, while Challenge of the Microphone is about singing pitch. The two shows are still the same people, but because they play differently, they give the audience an oddly fresh feeling. Instead of getting bored, it's like, I Love to Remember Lyrics came out on a special show. Like when your favorite show comes out twice a week, your favorite TV is suddenly updated with a few more episodes, and your favorite novel, The Author Spits Out Blood, is probably what it feels like. As with memorizing the lyrics, the show was very tight, with little nonsense in either segment, quick transitions, and cutting to the chase. Familiar karaoke picks, a regular guy, standing on a familiar stage, this time not memorizing lyrics, but comparing singing. Because the pitch lines are generated according to the song, Challenge the Mic doesn't rate you based on whether you sing well or not, but rather on the pitch score. So you will see this situation where the one who sings very well ends up not scoring as high as the one who sings dryly by someone else. The program just kind of works and gives a sense of I'm okay. Especially at the end, when the lead singer surprisingly lost. It means that the mic will not only win this episode, but will also participate in the next episode of I Love to Remember Lyrics. The effect of this show would be very interesting. Of course, this has disrupted some of the I Love to Remember recording plans. Originally, the next installment was going to be recorded for a celebrity special and play the previous stock, which is now going to be recorded twice a week. But that's nothing compared to the hassle of promoting Challenge of the Microphone. The program was played successfully. The first thing Chun Ran did was go to the forums and read the reviews. Because of the overlap with the I Love to Remember audience, you can see some of the audience's opinions here as well. Still the majority of positive reviews, but not as exaggerated as when I first memorized the lyrics. Chun Ran clicked on a post. The entertainment channel came out with another super fun show. I think it was done by a bunch of people from I Love Lyrics. The host lead singer didn't even change, and the show was fun. I watched it too, and when I saw the commercial inside I Love to Remember on Friday, I waited for it, and I wasn't disappointed. But doesn't everyone feel that the program is a bit unfair? Just now in the program, Wang Yifei sang beautifully, but was eliminated when his score wasn't as high as Lu Hai's. I don't think there's anything unfair about it. The rules of the program are right here. It doesn't depend on the singing ability, it only depends on the pitch. That Wang Yifei sings well, but he doesn't have a high enough pitch score. There was quite a bit of discussion. A more debatable point is the issue of vocals and pitch points. Some people can sing very well, but their pitch score is really low, and they will cause the audience to feel sorry for them when they are eliminated. What people are arguing about is the reasonableness of the program, whether they should focus on vocals or pitch. The debate in this thread was ended by one comment from one user. What's the point of discussing this? That's what the program stipulates, that's the effect it wants. If it's really about singing, then why don't I go to the singing talent shows on TV? Don't those pros come out and hang these KTV contestants? With one word from this user, the singing party retreated and dispersed. The fun part of the show is this pitchfork. Can't you see the lead singer is losing? The other threads are a bit contentious, big and small, but the overall ratings are pretty high. Chun Ran looked at the amount of discussion and relaxed a little in his heart. He's actually not fazed and wants the show to do well. After all, not many people can be calmed down when a show they made comes to this. Even director Wu Jin, who had been doing the program for so many years and was considered someone who had seen the storm, was equally apprehensive when the program started. Monday morning, the morning meeting of the program department. It's just a necessary weekly inventory that summarizes the previous episode. Encourage when you need to encourage and criticize when you need to criticize. Usually it's Director Liu who holds the meetings, after all, he manages the program department. But today is an exception. Director Liu sat on the side, and in his usual place, sat Director Yang Chijun Yang. A lot of things happened in our channel last week. I feel sorry about the other party's lightness. It was my negligence that caused things to happen and had a great impact on the channel. Yang Chijun sighed. This week was indeed a bit exhausting. A few moments later, he added, I'd like to thank everyone here for coming together to help the channel through this. Yang Chijun was heartfelt and very sincere. On the contrary, it is Director Liu on the side with his head lowered. His face is a little unsightly. These things should be counted on his head. Director Yang is afraid of the voice below, so he specially came over to say a few words. Especially the I Love to Remember lyrics crew. You've worked so hard this past week. Making a show in less than a week is something you wouldn't normally think of, but you guys did it. Regardless of the show's ratings, your efforts will be remembered by the channel. Everyone watched Superintendent Yang speak with a bit of a bad thought in their mind. Is it hard to believe that the show's ratings are bad? Director Wu Jin raised his eyebrows. After Yang Chijun said something, that's when he started to take stock of the program's ratings. The others are largely known, but it's the Saturday Lotto issue that lowers it a bit and gets pointed out for a bit of attention. Finally, it's Challenge Microphone. Director Yang saw everyone's stony faces, a look of being ready to bear the bad news, before he sighed and said, It's very unfortunate that the premiere ratings are 9.83%, nearly breaking 10%. Everyone had a bit of a bitter expression when they heard that they were very sorry. Only 9.83%? The crowd was in a somewhat gray mood. But then a moment later it didn't feel right and quickly looked up. 9.83%? What's there to be sorry about? Chapter 77. Let's go one for the two of us. Everyone was a little confused, thinking they had misheard. Challenge of the Microphone, which gets a 9.83% rating, which is probably too small. No one would say anything about a show like this that was produced in a few days to take over even 5% of the ratings. But Superintendent Yang's later sentence, which nearly broke 10%, proved that they had indeed heard correctly. It's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Lin Fan muttered. Before he had seen the finished movie, he expected it to be around 7%, and having seen the finished movie boosted it to 8%. But how could I have expected it to be closer to 10%? He wasn't even that surprised when I Love to Remember the Lyrics first came out. I Love to Remember Lyrics was finely crafted, well-produced, and everyone was so optimistic that it broke ratings records straight away that they thought it was possible. Challenge Mic is different, you think it's a random receiver, but it's a top-notch high roller, the contrast is too much. Director Wu Jin also took a deep breath, unable to suppress the joy and excitement on his face. The two of them were far from the only ones who were surprised. All the people from the entertainment channel were in a state of shock. Even the fact that this is the case is a bit hard to believe. Only Chun Ran's face was slightly better, and although he was equally elated, he wasn't as surprised as they were. The show's ratings, perfectly in line with his expectations. I Love Lyrics is sticky, and the high ratings and stickiness are proof enough that viewers like it. Challenge of the Microphone is in the same vein, with a different but equally entertaining program, the same crew, and an audience that remembers the lyrics under their belts, so naturally the ratings won't be too bad. After being slightly surprised, many people sighed at the same time. Really sorry. Almost broke 10%. It's just a little bit closer. One more day of propaganda, all can be broken. Now they kind of understood why director Yang said regret. If the show's premiere can be 10%, it's in the same league as I Love Lyrics, to put it mildly. Yang Chijun saw everyone's expressions and knew what they were thinking. When he got the ratings report, he was puzzled, then surprised, and finally regretful, not unlike everyone else's reaction. Yang Chijun tapped the table and said, although the premiere ratings of Challenge Microphone didn't break 10%, the ratings curve is very nice. Just like the original I Love to Remember Lyrics, there's no doubt about the program's potential. The subtext is that it is very optimistic that Challenge Microphone and the sister program, Remember the Lyrics, can become the two trump cards of the entertainment channel. It's hard for a channel to have two programs with 10% ratings. It's hard to put it in the old entertainment channel. Even if it's called the Troika of Zhaonan TV, at the most, there's only one program over 10%. It is foreseeable that the next installment of Challenge of the Microphone will surely be able to exceed 10% or higher. Start low and explode faster. Many people looked slightly different. If not Fong Qingying this out of the matter, Light Lecture is certainly a stable, after all, so many years of the program, not out of the question, certainly will not be easy to cut. That Challenge the Microphone did not even have the opportunity to appear. It's kind of a blessing and a curse for the entertainment channel. The others also put their eyes on Chan Ran. If a I Love Record Lyrics made people know Chan Ran, then this hand of Challenge Microphone made Chan Ran have weight in the eyes of these veterans. No one in the room could match the two scores when they were taken out. When the meeting was adjourned, Yang Chijun signaled Chun Ran to stay behind while the others left first. It was only a while ago that I said you came to the entertainment channel late and only did one program. There was no way to compete for the best planner. I didn't expect you to surprise me. Yang Chijun looked at Chun Ran with a smile in his eyes. He felt that letting Chun Ran and Lin Fan compete in the first place was considered one of the right choices. Otherwise, where would these two explosive programs be found? A program he even to Chun Ran enrollment is useless. Now Challenge Microphone is also explosive, although the program is similar, but our Chun Ran original and the highest degree of participation, it is almost an independent completion, coupled with the program results, completely enough to compete for the best planning. Chun Ran laughed. This is all thanks to everyone. Yang Chijun shook his head and said, the results are everyone's, but the planning is not. When the program was first reported, I was quite dissatisfied and wanted you to focus on doing a good job with I Love Remembering Lyrics, and I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. When the next installment of Challenge Microphone breaks 10%, I'll immediately report it for you. With your results, there's not a small chance of winning. Yang Chijun patted Chun Ran on the shoulder. He said in his heart that it was a pity that Chun Ran's Zhaonan focus on the public channel couldn't be counted, or else it would definitely be a surefire award. But whether it counted or not was one thing, he definitely had to write it up, or at least give Chun Ran extra points. After all, the station's hottest news program, high ratings, Zhaonan news broadcasts are not comparable to this. Positive significance is too great. Chun Ran is not the chief planner, but the program is out of his hands. This point is also very important resume. Waiting until Chun Ran left the conference room, Yang Chijun said to Director Liu, the station has no intention of continuing to pursue this matter, but your bonus is definitely gone. It's my problem. I accept the punishment. Director Liu smiled bitterly. Yang Chijun shook his head and said, You should still thank Chan Ran as well. If it wasn't for Challenge Microphone coming out, I can't even plead on your behalf. Both of his two fiery programs were made under you, and they also fought for you quite a bit. Learn from your mistakes when the director is not only in charge of program approval, but also pay more attention to the problems of the section team. The coordination should be coordinated. Step in to coordinate this kind of thing. It is best to never happen again. Director Liu watched Director Yang leave, sighing and cannot help but be happy. The matter went to the top. He was anxious and worried. Things are not dealt with. Directly kicked out of the TV station is not too much. That is, he has both merit and hard work, and Director Yang and extremely helpful. This has only received a board deducted half-a-year bonus. Public channel. Director Zhang took a few deep breaths to become calm. Close to 10%. He was really not expecting it. When he first advised Chun Ran to fight for this opportunity, he mentioned a mouthful of 10% ratings, but knew the odds were against it, not to mention the fact that Challenge Microphone, which was made in less than a week, was basically out of the question. Who knew that the ratings report came out today and gave him a big surprise? Truly, Director Zhang felt soothed. His heart was more comfortable than smoking. Although it was Chun Ran's achievement, it made him happier than the emergence of a good program on the public channel. He coughed twice to keep himself from getting so worked up before dialing Chun Ran's number. After Chun Ran got through, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. "I know the ratings. Good, very good. Let's go home tonight." Chun Ran sensed his happiness and laughed. "Okay, uncle." Chapter 78. It's good to drink less. In just one morning's time, everyone at the station knew about the ratings for Challenge the Mic. The 9.83% premiere rating made a lot of people a little skeptical. A lot of people on the station last night didn't go to see it. After all, they knew the show was just pulling out to take over, less than a week to make it, and the shoddy production certainly couldn't run away, and it was a waste of time to go see it. In their hearts, they were actually lamenting that it was not easy for the entertainment channel, and it was quite troublesome to stall such a thing. Fong Qingying's side was one thing, and it was difficult to get a key slot when it was broken. Who would have thought that everyone is not looking forward to the Challenge Microphone? The premiere, it directly exploded close to 10% of the ratings, not to mention in the entertainment channel, put the entire genre in local channels. That is also the top. The entertainment channel itself is second only to the satellite TV. I didn't expect this program to have these ratings. This Chun Ran is indeed powerful. Lin Jun, the director of the economy channel, let out a slight sigh of emotion. Because Lin Fan had talked about it a few times at home, and he had watched the program, he thought it was pretty good at the time, but he didn't think it would reach these heights. And that's with little publicity and little preparation. Lin Jun thought of his son, when he was worried that he would be unpleasant to do things under the hands of Chun Ran. Now it seems that not only not unpleasant, the overall also changed a lot. I used to work seriously but with less of a drive, and lately I've been feeling noticeably more energized. Though losing the chief planner's title in the first place doesn't seem like a bad thing now. The people from the Metro channel were feeling pretty hard done by. Originally there wasn't much of a gap between them and the entertainment channel. Everyone was on the same echelon in terms of ratings. Now that the entertainment channel has come out with 2 breakout shows, it's pulled them right up a notch. 2 shows that broke 10. The entertainment channel is making a killing. The Metro channel director is a little envious. This is the kind of long-term program where red hotness is not a matter of 3 or 2 months but long-term gains. Now the public channel is also on the rise. The station tilts a lot of resources to the public channel. They don't want to do anything about it. They are going to be pulled down. The next day, Chun Ran woke up to the sound of an alarm clock. The eyes opened to a somewhat unfamiliar ceiling. Chun Ran smoothly pressed the alarm clock off his cell phone and sat up. His head swelled a bit and he rubbed his brow vigorously. Looking around, he remembered that this was Zhang Fanji's room. Last night, Director Zhang was happy, and Aunt Yoon also took wine out, so uncle and nephew drank. Chun Ran didn't like white wine very much, but he drank a lot along with it. The last person, Director Zhang, is still awake. He is a little topsy-turvy. Feeling the mouth of the throat is suffocating, small mouths and small mouths of air, and then drink for sure to vomit. Director Zhang saw him like this and didn't let him continue drinking. And then Chun Ran didn't go back, so he slept here. Chun Ran pushed the door out and saw that Director Zhang was already up, brushing his teeth in his pajamas. "You kid can't hold your liquor. You need to practice more when you have time in the future." Director Zhang came over and laughed. Aunt Yoon was not happy to hear this and said, "It's better to drink less. It's fine to drink when you're happy. It's easy to misbehave when you're drinking on a regular basis. What do you know? There is always socializing outside work. Everyone drinks, you do not drink. How to do?" Director Zhang said. Aunt Yoon glanced at her husband and said, "That's why it's important to drink less. If you don't know how to drink, others won't force you. If you don't have a good capacity for alcohol, people will let you drink less." Director Zhang had wanted to retort a couple of sentences, but when he saw the look in his wife's eyes, he wisely shut up and staggered off to change his clothes inside the house. Chun Ran, don't listen to your uncle. Don't dip in cigarettes and alcohol. I heard that smoking and drinking are not good for children, said Aunt Yoon. Chun Ran felt a little roundabout. There were no small children in the house. There was no impact, right? After reacting slightly embarrassed, Aunt Yun's plan is too long-term. It's not even a shadow of a thing yet. All he could do was laugh and say, "I don't usually drink, and I don't really like it." Aunt Yoon laughed. This is best. This is best." After breakfast, Chun Ran and Director Zhang went to work together. "What do you program team plan to do next? Doing 2 programs at the same time? Your little manpower can't be busy," Director Zhang asked while driving. Chan Ran said. The lightness lecture was taken off the air, and now the manpower is idle. It will melt over in the next 2 days, and then it will be split into 1 group and 2 groups. In fact, it could have just been divided into 2 groups. I love to remember lyrics and challenge microphone. But the programs overlap so much, and the staff stages overlap so much, that there's no need for that. Director Zhang nodded. That's good. Otherwise you definitely wouldn't be able to make it with this body. Sure enough, after waiting for the TV station, Director Liu announced this. The program expanded its staff and began to break up. Because the original I Love Memorizing Lyrics crew was familiar with both programs' processes, and the new ones coming in were raw, they were all one take, with an even split between the new and old hands on both sides. The chief planner of the program is still Chan Ran. Originally the planning team is not separated, but Chan Ran felt that the ideas are easily confused, so Lin Fan led a few people in charge of the challenge microphone, and he will follow the recording of the challenge microphone after I Love to Record Lyrics is finished with its busy schedule. The mic is on track and not as busy as it was last week when I was getting ready. On the contrary, the stock I Love Lyrics recording is not working and this installment will have to be re-recorded. With the addition of the celebrity specials, I Love Lyrics needed to record 2 installments. Lin Fan was slightly excited. Although the chief planner was Chan Ran, he was in charge of challenge microphone and had similar duties. And with the show clearly going to be a hit, he was excited and at the same time getting more and more serious, not daring to take it lightly at all. It would be a crime for a show with such a fantastic start to go wrong in his hands. With the team's veterans leading the way, newcomers to the column fit in quickly. We are all old TV station veterans with so many years of experience. I Love Lyrics recorded 2 episodes in a row, and when it was over, basically everyone was indistinguishable from each other. It's Friday. The one to be played in the evening is I Love to Remember the Lyrics. Since it was the first installment linked to Challenge the Mic, everyone wanted to see how it would work out. If it interferes with memorizing lyrics for the sake of challenge of the microphone, then it's obviously not a good idea. Chan Ran is not too worried about this. The ratings crowd overlap, the impact will not be too big. While everyone was looking forward to the show's evening broadcast, he was concerned about something else. It seems like today is the release of Zhang Fanji's new song? Chan Ran also did not know Zhang Fanji's new song released at what time. After thinking up, go to the internet to search, only to be shocked to find that has been released more than 10 hours. It officially went live at midnight on Friday. For someone like Chan Ran, who didn't count a day as a day without sleep, that was actually still considered to be on Thursday night only, and he didn't react. Chan Ran looked at the initial dream, on the new song list, found it only in the 30s with about 5,000 comments. And that Lin Han Yun, 12th new song with over 10,000 comments. Chan Ran sked. This seems to be a bit miserable? Chapter 79, What Are You Laughing At? The 2 songs were online at the same time, and now more than 10 hours later, but the numbers are twice as bad. This is only the number of comments sales-wise, the difference is 2/3. Zhang Fanji is only more than 20,000. Her fans are more active, relatively more comments. At $3 a single, Chan Ran also contributed a share of sales. Because of the website settings, ordinary users can only audition the chorus part, member users can audition the whole song, and if you want to download, audition high-quality music as well as reviews, you have to pay for it. Chan Ran clicked on the song and went into the comment section, and all the popular comments in front of him were favorable. Xiun finally released a song, and the quality is still so good. So long did not wait in vain. Coming. Brothers and sisters Mo, come over and line up. No matter how hard it is now, we must move forward and never forget our beginnings. In addition to these comments, there are a lot of paragraphs. Some of it is sentimental and some of it is copy party. Regardless, these inspirational segments kind of poke at the heart, and underneath such an inspirational song. For the positive reviews, Chan Ran is not surprised. After all, you have to buy the song to comment, and the first time to comment, it must be a true fan. Thinking carefully, Zhang Fanji had said that the song company was not responsible for publicity, and the few programs she ran had these 2 sky slots. The people listening to the song at this time were all run over from Zhang Fanji's microblog. Chan Ran still felt a bit miserable, and there were actually Lin Han Yun's fans inside the song comments, who paid for the song to come over and comment on it. Certainly not for a favorable review, but a spewing in it. It's roughly just fans hacking each other. Zhang Fanji's fans have hacked Lin Han Yun for stealing the song. Now Lin Han Yun's fans are coming over to mock the results. Chan Ran exited the music software and flipped through the webpage, seeing some more news about Zhang Fanji and Lin Han Yun's new songs being released at the same time. Now that there are more self-published media outlets, there are people writing about anyone's news. Zhang Fanji popularity is now not considered top, but the traffic is not small but also by the self-media to target. Most of the news focused on introducing Zhang Fanji and Lin Han-yoon a bit, then portraying Zhang Fanji's situation and speculation about the two releasing songs at the same time. Basically, the guesses were pretty much the same, and the general idea was that the two were releasing songs at the same time, mainly to compete for company resources in the future, and whoever won the company pushed who. As of the time before I went to press, the data gap between Zhang Xiyun's and Lin Han-yoon's new songs was huge, and I was curious to look online, and I accidentally found that Zhang Xiyun's new song didn't have any promotion, and it was simply mentioned on Weibo. And Lin Han-yoon's new song in the Huaxia Music took the first page of the new song, also has a new song pop-up window, there is a front pre-order. In my humble opinion, with the company's resources tilted this way, this fight has not even started and is already over. Chun Ran saw this news, the self-media is not all made up, at least see quite thorough. As for the rest, there are some rehashing Zhang Fanji's black manuscripts, and the conflict with Lin Han-yoon was because she played big names in the company, so she was dropped by the company and so on. Chun Ran naturally skimmed over them and didn't look at them. Chun Ran thought about it and still called Zhang Fanji. "You're not busy?" Zhang Fanji asked coldly after connecting. "The catalog is finished. Taking a break." Chun Ran wasn't surprised. He sort of knew quite a bit about Zhang Fanji's character. "Just now, I was watching your new song, and I realized that the data is quite good." Zhang Fanji said, "Are you deliberately making me laugh?" She knows best what kind of stats she has, and being in the 30s on the new songs chart for over 10 hours is very undeserved given her fame. "If that's good data, it's not bad." Chun Ran, however, said, "I mean seriously, there's no publicity, it's good enough to make it this far. I'm in a good mood. No need to comfort me." Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran is slightly speechless, you have a hard tone, obviously unhappy, and still say that you are in a good mood. Zhang Fanji waited for half a day for Chun Ran to say nothing, and she frowned slightly and said, "I'm in a slightly bad mood, but it's not because of the song's performance. Although the sales of the song were not high now, only 1/3 of Lin Han-yoon's, she believed that the song would definitely be a hit. Lin Han-yoon's publicity was awesome, previewed in advance a few days before, and the company paid for her to get many recommended spots. But the 24-hour numbers are just that, not much of an improvement from the last song. Zhang Fanji's song has nothing, relying on the iron powder to support, all have each other 1/3 of the data, and so on 2 days of publicity to keep up, naturally not afraid of Lin Han-yoon. She was in a bad mood, mostly because of the company." Chun Ran heard that she even deliberately emphasized it once more, probably thinking of the way she explained to herself with a stern face. The corners of his mouth inexplicably smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Fanji asked. No, I'm not laughing." Chun Ran hastily collected his laughter. "I heard you," Zhang Fanji calmly said. Chun Ran can't laugh anymore. Is she a dog? This can all be heard. He quickly changed the topic and asked, "What day does Flying Against the Wind start airing? Go see for yourself." Zhang Fanji's tone was stiff and obviously unhappy. "I was thinking that your company is quite unappreciative of you right now, and now that they're pushing Lin Han-yoon, I don't know what kind of expression they'll have if your stats skyrocket when Flying Against the Wind airs." Chun Ran laughed. "I reckon it'll be quite a sight when the time comes." The matter of signing the theme song with Flying Against the Wind, Tao Lin deliberately hid it from Fan Xing for fear that the company would make trouble out of it. Now that the wood has been turned into a boat, and Fan Xing is leaving no stone unturned in promoting Lin Han-yoon, not paying any attention to Zhang Fanji at all, when Zhang Fanji suddenly explodes, it is estimated that a lot of people are going to be confused. Zhang Fanji's mood was originally a bit poor, Chun Ran said so, the mood inexplicably comfortable a few points. Flying Against the Wind will air its first episode next Friday. Zhang Fanji decided not to bother with Chun Ran. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fanji felt much better. The company used Lin Han-yoon to suppress and try to get her to listen, and when the song data came out it was open and honest, and as long as she listened in the future she would immediately release the promotion. He even guaranteed that he would be able to enter the top 5 of the new songs chart, and if he did well by then, he could help operate to go to the top of the chart. Zhang Fanji did not like this kind of threat and naturally refused without hesitation. Since the company had taken such a stance, they wouldn't give face if Zhang Fanji didn't cooperate. Those online black manuscripts the Prosper Star Company also saw, but the public relations department did not have any indication. Tao Lin with their own relations to suppress some, but with the company compared to the difference is too far. This kind of practice, not to mention Zhang Fanji, even Tao Lin was a bit cold-hearted. Tao Lin even offered Zhang Fanji to try to reach out to people from other companies when this new song thing was over. This is the first time Tao Lin has given Zhang Fanji this kind of advice. Chapter 80. I've always had a good heart. Zhang Fanji was in a better mood, but Tao Lin had some hard times. I've been aggravated at work today. It's hard to do promotion without the help of a company. She tried hard to apply for a program for Zhang Fanji, and was finally cut off by Lin Han-yoon. Lin Han-yoon and Zhao Heading are really villainous. Look at the way they are fooling around. They are simply pissed off. Tao Lin closed the door and grunted. There are quite a few people she has brought along over the years. Just one Lin Han-yoon fooling around with what The key is that even Lin Han-yoon's manager, Zhao Heading, runs over her, which is hard to tolerate. Wait for a couple days and then see. Zhang Fanji had adjusted her mind. Tao Lin, exasperated, was a bit puzzled. This doesn't seem like your temper? As usual, at this time, Zhang Fanji should be sulking and speaking in a loving manner. Why do you seem to be in a good mood? Zhang Fanji paused and said, I just want to open up. Thinking away? Tao Lin didn't get it. Zhang Fanji said slowly, the company pushed Lin Hanrian. Her song data didn't pull away from me too much, and when the program I'm on starts airing, it's definitely not worse than her. Just like that. Tao Lin felt that it wasn't right, where Zhang Fanji was so optimistic. Or else? Zhang Fanji asked with a sideways glance. Taurine was asked, and on reflection seemed to be the reason. As of now, Zhang Fanji's new song hasn't been promoted yet, and when the show starts, he'll at least be able to fight Lin Han-yoon back and forth. It was indeed unnecessary to get angry with Lin Han-yoon and Fan Xing right now. Tao Lin looked at this artist of hers and said unexpectedly, if only you could keep your mind on it every day. Zhang Fanji rightfully said, I've always had a good heart. Taurine stared at her, realizing that she didn't change her face, and finally couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The ratings for I Love to Remember are in. The fear that the inclusion of the challenge microphone McBusters in the recording would interfere with memorizing the lyrics was redundant, and instead of dropping, the ratings went way up. The ratings went up a little more than the last installment, and I wonder if some viewers who didn't watch recorded lyrics generated a return stream after watching challenge of the microphone. Anyway, now it seems that not only are they not pulling their punches, but they are somewhat complementary to each other. Everyone on the program breathed a sigh of relief and joy on their faces. Everyone knows the show is solid. Now all that remains to be seen is how much the ratings for this installment of Challenge Mike can punch up. And Chun Ran has been concerned about the data of Zhang Fanji's new song in the past 2 days. Because the song melody and lyrics are very good, the song in the fans of the amenable many more road fans, the sales also increased to 50,000, while the comments are close to 20,000. And Lin Han-yoon's new song data rose equally fast. Fan Xing left no stone unturned to promote. Rose a little faster than Zhang Fanji, now close to 170,000 sales. It's moving in and out of the top 10 on the new songs chart, and it's about to enter the top 10. Lin Han-yoon's fans taunted Zhang Fanji so much that at first, they still went to call out the fight in the comments section of the song. Then it was figured out, wouldn't this increase sales for Zhang Fanji? So the scolding was simply changed to Twitter. Zhang Fanji was very generous about it, ignoring none of the comments on Weibo, no matter how mocking they were. Tao Lin even told her fans not to go against each other. Why? It's so upsetting. Fans were very confused to see that the tweets were pretty much filled with taunts. Even if you don't curse over, how about deleting these negative comments? It's an eyesore to keep them. So angry. Obviously Shiyun's song is so good. Why is it just not promoted? Look at the top of this, scolding Shiyun for playing a big game. And now that she's been dumped by the company, she immediately shows her true form. If I can follow the netting over there, I guarantee that her whole family will be pregnant. Shigeo is so hateful. What did Shiyun do wrong? Zhang Fanji's fans were furious enough, but the group management kept telling everyone to be patient and not to go and fight with people, or else they would spoil Shiyun's roadkill. Everyone can only hold their breath and refrain. Zhang Fanji microblogging at the bottom of a sliver of ridicule by the black powder likes high up. If people who do not know the first time in perhaps will be shocked, the star so unpopular. Chun Ran saw that this was probably the case, and at first he really didn't understand it, but when he thought about it carefully, he thought that they were kind of badass. He was sure that this was Zhang Fanji's doing, and Tao Lin wouldn't be so ill-considered. It's also the case that the company doesn't care about her and basically semi-abandoned her, otherwise they would have let her control the review a long time ago. But if Fan Xing was in charge, she would definitely have asked Lin Han-yoon to control the fans, and coming to taunt on such a large scale certainly didn't make sense if it wasn't egged on by someone. It's Sunday. Not only did the program on Zhang Fanji start airing, but it was also when the second installment of Challenge Microphone aired. This installment of Challenge Microphone had more time than the last one, as there was no prep and it was all used to polish the show, which was done in a much more polished way. Chun Ran was slightly torn between the two channels and finally chose to watch Xiaonan TV. He followed the recording of Challenge of the Microphone anyway and has seen the finished movie, so it's the same whether he watches it now or not. He also wanted to see Zhang Fanji's performance in Xiaonan TV anyway. Watching the channels of his own TV station, it was also considered to be a fertilizer. Mainly because he wanted to hear how Zhang Fanji sang Initial Dream on top of the program. At least it was the first song he carried over, which was very significant. Chun Ran peacefully hopped over to Xiaonan TV and tuned into Entertainment New World. The program is a veteran program of Call of Duty TV, which has been done for quite a few years, and about every issue invites celebrities to come up and do promotions, play trivia games, and the like. Nowadays, according to the Times, the show occasionally invites Netflix or some celebrities to come up and be a guest. While always striving to change so viewers don't get bored, it's all nearly a decade old, the format is a bit stale, and the ratings have been a bit weak. Zhang Fanji's current situation, there is no company to support, only relying on Tao Lin's relationship on the program. Those who are a big hit do not have to think about it, to be able to have these publicity even if it is good. Her fame was good, but she could only be considered a newcomer, and Entertainment New World was pretty good to Zhang Fanji, giving her quite a long time to promote her new song. Chun Ran looked at her on the TV, has been containing a smile, thought to myself that this guy is not outside the smile too much, only often bored a face. In fact, she smiled, is so a little good looking. Well, it's pretty good looking. After singing Initial Dream, Zhang Fanji exited the stage amidst the warm applause, and Chun Ran picked up the remote control and directly switched to the entertainment channel. Now that Challenge Microphone is not over yet, it's good to at least add some ratings to your show. And a mosquito's leg is still meat even if it's small. And while he was watching TV, he also picked up his cell phone to take a look at Zhang Fanji's new song data. No surprises. Reviews are soaring and sales are skyrocketing. Chapter 81, Turnaround. Monday. The first thing Chun Ran did when he woke up was to check his cell phone. It's amazing that Initial Dreams soared from the mid-30s to the mid-20s. Sales are up a notch from last night. Rao Chun Ran was very optimistic about the song and quite optimistic about Zhang Fanji. But he did not expect it to rise so quickly. New World of Entertainment is an old show with just average ratings, but it's a little too scary to bring in. The song is good and the singer sings it well. The effect is more than 1+1. Chun Ran watched the rise, and with one or two more programs to publicize, there is a real possibility of catching up with Lin Han Yun. The scene is hilarious when a song that Shine Star is pushing gets cartwheeled by a company that is ignoring it. Chun Ran arrives at the station and enters the conference room to summarize. Director Lu Xianlong came in with a smile piled so high on his face that it had creases. It's been a great week for everyone's shows. I Love Lyrics continues to set new records, and Saturday Lotto is picking up in the ratings. Everyone is doing a great job, so I hope it continues. The other thing is that Challenge Microphone was shown last night and the ratings are out now. Director Lu had a joyful look on his face. Although he hasn't said it yet, everyone knows that the show's ratings are sure to break 10%. The key is how much it can go up. Director Lu did not sell, then said, this week's Challenge Microphone ratings rose sharply from last week's 9.83% to 11.15%. And the ratings curve and I love to remember the lyrics of the song in the beginning of the direction of the exact same. Cannot reach the height of the lyrics of the song, do not know for the time being, but you can be sure that these two programs will be the future of the entertainment channel's trump card. I love song lyrics. Everyone looked moved. They finally knew why Director Lu was so happy. If they were to know the news in advance, it was estimated that their mouths could not close. I knew that the ratings for Challenge Mike would definitely go up, but I didn't realize that they could go up so much at once. Steady. Another memorized lyric. I thought it would break 10 and the next installment was only 11. But I didn't expect it to jump straight up. It's a shame that the show would have gotten to 11% in its premiere if there had been time to promote it more. There's nothing to be sorry about. As long as the ratings are there, that's all that matters. People were excited and talking. Lin Fan's face was a little red. Two ace programs, with two programs like these, who will say he Lin Fan has no achievements in the future? Chun Ran also feel happy from the bottom of his heart. The program ratings are high, it is good for the channel, and the same for him, the chief planner of the two programs, and in the future the monthly bonus will be much more. When the meeting broke up, Chun Ran was called down by Director Lu. Director, what else is going on? Chun Ran asked. Director Lu said, Superintendent Yang gave me the form, so you can fill it out and hand it in later. Chun Ran was curious. What form? It's the application for the station's best planning selection. 2 programs that break 10? You're very hopeful. Director Lu said, handing Chun Ran a form. Chun Ran's eyes brightened slightly. For the best planning selection, he was quite looking forward to it, and took the form and said, "Thank you, Director. I'll go fill it out first." When he finished, he looked down at the form to head out the door. At this time, the director called out to Chun Ran again. Chun Ran. Chun Ran turned around and said suspiciously, "Director, is there anything else?" Director Lu paused slightly, then waved his hand and said, "It's fine. You go ahead and get busy. Then I'll leave first." Chun Ran left the conference room. Director Lu shook his head mockingly. This time it was thanks to Chun Ran who did the challenge microphone. The program's results were too good and covered up the entertainment channel's mistakes, allowing him to escape. Otherwise, the position of the entertainment channel's director of program department might not be able to sit down. Just now, he wanted to open his mouth to say a thank you to Chun Ran. But at the end of the day, he couldn't say it. He was just like that, a bit good at face-saving and indecisive. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran filling out the form and went over to him and asked, "What is this writing?" Chun Ran wrote carefully and casually said, "The station's best program best planning application." When Lin Fan heard this, his mouth opened slightly and his eyes froze. The station's best planner? This station gives out awards that he must have known about from his years at the station, but never had an idea for the award. The shows made by the local stations are small budget and have always been in the middle of the pack in terms of ratings, so how difficult it would be to snatch awards from the Guardian bunch. He hadn't really thought that Chun Ran would have such an opportunity. In fact, think about it is also unexpected. Now he is the chief planner to lead the 2 programs, a ratings of more than 14%, 1 and also in 11%. Look at the entire Jianan TV station, no one has ever done. Such an achievement is not even comparable to the group of chief planners of the Guardian. The probability of reporting it as a winner should not be too small yet. Lin Fan whirls around a bit hard. He is still complacent about his involvement in producing 2 ace programs, songwriting and microphone, while others. Chun Ran is already going to compete with the planners of the satellite TV. He put his mind right and mentally encouraged himself a bit. Caveat emptor, and move forward. Easily satisfied, he thought of himself as a strength, but in fact it was a weakness. While Chun Ran was busy recording the program, Zhang Fanji's new song, Initial Dream, began to take a turn for the worse. The few little variety shows she's been on have had just average ratings, but the results have been surprisingly good. Starting in the past 2 days, sales have started to skyrocket and so have the reviews. And Lin Hanyun's new song is stuck at number 10 on the new songs chart, unable to climb because of the quality as well as the lack of publicity afterward. Zhang Fanji, however, in just 3 days, rushed up a few places, and by now had reached the 15th position on the new song list. Although there was still some distance from Lin Hanyun's new song, but it was slowly growing, and it was looking like it was going to crash together. At Prosperous Star, Lin Hanyun said with some disbelief, "This is impossible. She doesn't have any publicity. What makes her able to climb to the top of the list?" Lin Hanyun has some mind imbalance. Her song company smashed a lot of publicity resources to just hang in the top 10. And Zhang Xiun has no publicity at all, just some side programs with low ratings. Why did he rush so fast? Could it be that the company said it was fake and promoted it for Zhang Xiun as well? Lin Hanyun really couldn't figure it out. She said to her manager, "Brother Ting, give the company another push to continue publicizing. If Zhang Xiun's new song catches up, the company won't lose face." Zhao Heading, who was also frowning, nodded repeatedly at the words. Only a few days ago when he met Tao Lin, he had spoken and squeezed the other party, and it would be embarrassing for him if he was surpassed by Zhang Xiun. Flourishing Star thought the same way as Lin Hanyun. It was impossible to see Zhang Fanji surpass Lin Hanyun, so they approved it at that time and continued to increase the publicity. At the same time, the people at Fanxing were a bit confused as to why the sales of Zhang Fanji's new song had risen so quickly with just this much publicity. According to the online buzz and publicity, it's not proportional to this sales. Chapter 82, You Go Out First, Let Me Think. Zhang Fanji's new song was released without Fanxing's help in creating momentum, but simply posted a single one on top of Weibo. Even though she participated in a few programs, none of them were popular programs. The heat was very low, and the heat across the internet was not enough at all for Lin Hanyun to fight. But sales do keep increasing and fast. At this rate, there was no doubt that it would definitely surpass Lin Hanyun. Pansum is not interested in Zhang Fanji's songs. Usually after buying the songs to come, they will study the quality of the songs, good or bad, to develop the direction of publicity. But Zhang Fanji's new song did not have this treatment. Completely Stepmother itself did not want to publicize. The song came from an unknown musician. Fan Xing did not think, did not pay attention. And now it's tasting the bitter fruit. The lyrics of Initial Dream are inspirational and refreshingly melodic, while Zhang Fanji's vocals are highly emotive and resonant. Many of the people who watch the variety show are not very old. Most of them are still students, and this kind of inspirational song is very popular inside the campus. Not to mention that it is also so good that they fall in love with it as soon as they hear it. Searching for purchase downloads, most of them are so simple and pay a high rate. After Fanstar's Hand, Lin Hanyun's new song did have an effect, pulling up another place. But Zhang Fanji's song speed is not slow either. It has already reached the 12th place. With this speed, sooner or later it will be able to enter the top 10 of the new song list. The people at Prosperity were still wondering if they should continue to add some additional publicity. But by this time, it was already Friday. This is just in time for the premiere of the new Mango TV series. The name of this TV show is called Flying Against the Wind. Being an inspirational idol drama, the TV series has brought in all the traffic kids. The pre-airing build-up was overwhelming, with fans of each tweeting all over the place for an encore. It's like a fire before it's aired. The TV series Inspirational with Romance has attracted a lot of young viewers since it started, and has attracted a lot of attention just since the first episode aired. It wasn't some newbie new character in it that caught fire first. Rather, the theme song. The theme song, it's so good. Surprisingly, it was sung by Zhang Xiyun. When did she sing such a song? It's Zhang Xiyun's new song. It was only released a few days ago. I thought it was good at the time. I didn't realize it would be the theme song for Flying Against the Wind. The lyrics are so well written. As a much talked about drama from its preview, Flying Against the Wind has been getting a lot of Heat Talk ratings. In a short period of time, Zhang Xiyun's Initial Dream has been mentioned frequently. Then, these TV show viewers slither off to buy the single at the end of the show. At this time, the prosperous star is still looking at the data hesitation, in the end, whether to continue to publicize. Lin Hanyun's new song company invested a lot of money, but a Lin Hanyun brought fame gain is not so big. Continue to invest certainly to lose money. And at that moment, the people from Bustling Star refreshed the new song chart and were violently taken aback. What's going on? The data is wrong, isn't it? It's impossible to have jumped so many places straight away. There were waves of surprised voices, and it turned out that during the time they were discussing, Zhang Fanji's new song Initial Dream had actually made a 4 consecutive jump from 12th place to 8th place. This increase is indeed too surprising. Did Tao Lin find someone to swipe the data? How dare she do that? If Huaxia Music catches her, all of us at Flourishing Star will be implicated. Prosperous Star's manager frowned. Quickly go and check it out. If you find out any evidence, hurry up and hand it over to Huaxia Music, skimming off the relationship beforehand. After entering the internet era, everyone is relying on Huaxia Music's platform to eat. This is a platform created by the state capital, and it has no mercy on brushing data like this. And if Flourishing Star is implicated, even its artists will be implicated. The person below was just about to go check when his cell phone dinged, pulled it out and just glanced at it, and rushed over again. The manager asked, "Didn't I tell you to check it out? What else is going on?" Manager, "No need to check. Zhang Xiyun's new song didn't swipe the data." "What do you mean? The online heat is going sky high right now. Look at this news. Zhang Xiyun sings Flying Against the Wind, and the theme song Initial Dream is inspirational and amazing." The manager's eyes snapped open. "What? Zhang Xiyun, she sang the theme song of Flying Against the Wind? When was that?" "I don't know about that, but the theme song for Flying Against the Wind is indeed her new song." "I remember." When the manager heard this, he also recalled something. When Tao Lin came up to him and said that Zhang Xiyun's new song needed some kind of authorization, he wasn't afraid of Zhang Xiyun flipping out at that time, so he didn't even think about it and approved it. But now people aren't even a storm, they're a tsunami. Flying Against the Wind is so hot that being its theme song is naturally the best publicity, and the quality of Zhang Fanji's song isn't too bad, so it flies straight out of the gate. Just as they were talking, Zhang Fanji's new song advanced 1 more place to the 7th position. And the song behind it, which had just been squeezed out by Lin Hanyun's new song, climbed up and directly kicked Lin Hanyun out of the top 10 of the new song chart. Manager, what should we do now? Continue to increase the promotion to get Lin Hanyun into the top 10? What's the point of pushing now, and then pushing to be able to surpass Zhang Xiyun? Is it useful to enter the top 10? Promoting can compare to Flying Against the Wind. The manager frowned and waved his hand. Get out. You get out first. Let me think. Lin Han-yoon gets the news that the company isn't going to keep investing in promoting her song. She wants to ask something else, but Zhao Heading stops her. Lin Han-yoon asked in confusion. Brother Ting, what are you stopping me for? Zhao Heading took out his cell phone and clicked on the new song list and put it in front of her eyes. Look at it. Lin Han-yoon glanced at it and froze then. The difference is so big that the company is stupid to keep pushing it, right? Sales of Zhang Fanji's new song have surged and jumped on the new songs chart. It's not just Lin Han-yoon and Fan Xing who are having a hard time, but also Lin Han-yoon's fans on Weibo. A few days ago, Zhang Fanji new song release did not publicize. A group of fans over to make a strong mockery of the results do not work. These microblogging Zhang Fanji has not been tube, let the black powder all praise on the front, and even constraints on the fans do not go to the line with these people. By the time Flying Against the Wind was played today, the ranking of Initial Dream soared, instantly surpassing Lin Han-yoon, not to mention that, according to this momentum, it is also likely to overpower the previous several veteran singers and reach the top 3 position. So, these people who had come over to taunt a while ago were in deep trouble. Below each mocking comment, there were hundreds or thousands of replies, all of which were Zhang Fanji's fans, each speaking with extreme mockery and many words of tigers and wolves. Everyone understood that Zhang Fanji didn't delete these comments, not because she was scolded silly, but because she kept the whip. It really became a large whipping scene underneath this tweet of hers. Chapter 83 Compromise. Tao Lin hung up the phone, feeling very relieved. The manager of Prosperity called just now and asked her to delete the Twitter comments. Lin Han-yoon and Zhang Xiun were both artists of the company, and if the two fought like this, the impact would be very bad. If the self-publishing media seizes on the pain points and writes a bunch of nonsense, it's going to cost quite a bit of PR money when the time comes. Tao Lin, however, shrugs off the fact that it was Lin Han-yoon's fans who came over to taunt her, and she couldn't delete them unless Lin Han-yoon stepped in and told the fans not to make a scene. Where did the manager not know Tao Lin's mind? This was not only wanting Lin Han-yoon to bow down, but also wanting the company to be embarrassed. A company did not participate in any publicity of the song, all by virtue of Tao Lin's connections on a few small programs and riding on the east wind of Flying Against the Wind, completely crushed the company's efforts to promote Lin Han-yoon. It's a slap in the face. As of right now, the management of Flourishing Star is very embarrassed and even a bit annoyed. If they wanted to, they could have contacted Huaxia Music to take Zhang Fanji's song off the shelves. But the company is looking at the interests and cannot just focus on the momentary pain. Zhang Fanji now a song fire, fame rises. For the company, this is all money. The Star Music is not a big company, not many singers under the name. Their purpose is to force Zhang Fanji to compromise, not a fish death net. Now Zhang Fanji can earn money. Then they will certainly be appropriate to relax a little bit. Delete the comments. I'll have someone put together a promotion program for Xiun's song to help her rush to the top of the charts. The manager said this after a hesitation, which meant that Prosperous Star made a concession. This was the result of an internal meeting within the company after Zhang Fanji's new song took off yesterday and everyone discussed it. Tao Lin is not stupid. She also does not have the idea of fighting hard with the company to the end. Originally wanted to be more disgusted with Lin Han-yoon and Prosperous Star people, but all gave such a promise, and then insisted on a complete turn of the face would be meaningless. In the end, she agreed, deleting the comments while saying to Zhang Fanji, "So you still have the time to think so far ahead. I thought you were just trying to relieve your anger by letting me keep the comments, but you actually thought of the company at this level." Behind her, Zhang Fanji's face was expressionless when she heard this. Only the corners of her mouth skewed a bit. She was really just trying to get out of the way. For several days in a row, the numbers for Initial Dreams have soared to number 4. Flourishing Star's manager didn't lie, and did start promoting Zhang Fanji, wanting to make Zhang Fanji sit at the top of the list. Lin Han-yoon couldn't push it up in any way, so naturally he couldn't continue to waste resources, but took it over and bet on Zhang Fanji's new song. So when Chan Ran opened the music software, he was shocked to find that there was a picture of Zhang Fanji on the homepage, and when he clicked in, it was her new song. Is this the start of a company campaign? Chun Ran felt quite surprised. Zhang Fanji's company is not a head problem. The song is not pushed before, only now started. What's the point of adding to the icing on the cake when people have Flying Against the Wind to promote? Zhang Fanji called. She's been pretty busy for the past 2 days, having to follow the taping of the program everywhere and receiving an invitation to the Mango TV party. After a few days of relatively little contact with Chun Ran, Zhang Fanji was silent for a while after connecting the phone before saying, "Thank you." In the past 2 days, even Tao Lin, who doesn't like Chun Ran, has been chanting that it's all because of the quality of the song. Otherwise, where would we see the company compromise? Zhang Fanji also hesitated for a long time before dialing the phone. Chan Ran knew that she was talking about the song and said, "No need to be so polite. The song was paid for by you, and Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun are so good to me. It's quite a bit awkward for you to be like this." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Fanji's brows knit up, feeling a little blocked in her heart after hearing this, stifling her breath and not speaking. Chun Ran felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange and asked, "I went on Huaxia Music to see you advertising your new song. Did you guys talk to the company?" Talked. Although it was all 2 words, Zhang Fanji's tone felt different from just now, a lot more raw. Chun Ran asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Chun Ran scratched his head blankly. Why did he suddenly feel unhappy? He chatted a couple more times, getting the impression that she was shying away from talking much today. To say is angry and not like, after all, Zhang Fanji temper. Chun Ran also feels some really want to be angry directly to the phone pinch, simply do not talk to him more. There were fewer words now, but she didn't pinch. Could it be because of the company? Chun Ran guessed in his heart. If it was really a company matter, Chun Ran could do nothing about it. After a few more words, Zhang Fanji hung up the phone. Her brow wrinkled. She tossed her cell phone aside and sulked with a stern face. Tao Lin joyfully said, "Just now I inquired. The company has done an internal assessment, and there is a possibility that they will be a little more lenient with you." Zhang Fanji's popularity has skyrocketed in the past 2 days, and many commercial performance prices are not low, making a lot of money for the company, and Fanqing does not want to give up such a money tree. Zhang Fanji let out an "oh" and didn't say anything else. "You're not happy?" Taurine asked as she approached. Zhang Fanji looked up and said, "I'm happy." Looking at her expressionless face, Tao Lin was speechless. "You are thinking that I am blind?" Tao Lin originally wanted to say something, then pinching her fingers muttered, "You were on the 8th last month. This month should be the 6th. Today is the 4th. It hasn't come yet. Is it early again? Or is it hurting again?" Zhang Fanji asked, "What are you talking about? What can I say?" Tao Lin rolled her eyes and added, "I'll ask Xiao Qin to get you some brown sugar water. The weather is cold. It's not good to put on a warming sticker and get ahead of schedule again." Zhang Fanji reacted and was just about to speak when she felt a little discomfort in her belly. She glanced at Tauren when had she switched jobs to Crowbar. It's getting colder as we enter mid-December. After Chun Ran was paid, he took the time to buy some clothes and send them back home. Chen Junhai and Song Hui have been saving for so many years, it has become a habit that clothes are rarely bought, and they have the attitude that they can wear it. But last year's clothes this year to wear is not so warm. Chun ran to buy 2 for each of his parents, sent back after being said to waste. The mouth is so, in fact, the 2 old heart is still quite happy. Song Hui the next day wearing around the shop. Others asked about it said that the son bought, deliberately sent back to her to wear. Then when she heard others praise her son's filial piety, she laughed along with her. Filial piety what work outside the rare return a few times a year. Chen Junhai is pretty much in the same situation, and the couple just wants to show off their son. Chun Ran couldn't stay at home for much longer, and returned to Linshire after a day's interval. Both programs are on track and everything is in order. A while ago, I Love to Remember Lyrics aired a celebrity special and managed to break 15% in the ratings. It's just one issue and then it drops back down later, but it's a good record. After Challenge of the Microphone's ratings stabilized, it wasn't too far off from Memorize the Lyrics, 2 solid trump cards for the entertainment channel. Because it is almost the end of the year, there are a lot of things. The program has to record a few more installments to prepare. This half-month time Chin Ran is in a very busy state. Chapter 84 Am I So Unreliable? New Year's Day is approaching. Not only was Chun Ran busy, Zhang Fanji was also busy. Initial Dream had a tough time topping the charts a while back, taking the #1 spot on the new songs chart. And then, as the Flying Against the Wind TV series reached its climax, Initial Dream took advantage of the heat and stayed at the top of the charts for a week before being edged out by that veteran singer in second. It's been solidly in the top 3 for a while now, and every now and then it goes to #1 again. Zhang Fanji's popularity was also soaring, with various variety show invitations, and when Chun Ran had a video session with her at Zhang's house some time ago, she was recording the New Year's Eve party. At the end of the year, many companies also began to organize annual meetings. This kind of business activities Zhang Fanji also have to run. By now close to a month's time, Chun Ran had seen her come back once, and also came and went in a hurry. Director Zhang was a little bit unable to see past, called his daughter and said, "Gigi, you're so uncharacteristic. When you were single you said that work was important, your mom and I didn't say anything. But what about now? People Chun Ran is still over here. How can a couple not see each other for a month? Zhang Fanji didn't expect her father to dial the phone over just to lecture her, and didn't dare to retort, waiting for him to finish before saying, "We have a video, just the same." Director Zhang angry enough. "I'll give you, Chun Ran so good a person, you do not grasp the point can be snatched away. I was told that their entertainment channel a lot of girls crave his tight. Do not think that in addition to your people no one wants." "Got it." Zhang Fanji responded repeatedly. Director Zhang didn't know whether she had listened or not, so he could only hang up the phone. Zhang Fanji was slightly distracted. She originally did not care. After all, she would occasionally chat with Chun Ran. But what her father said just now made her heart a little blocked. She froze and looked at her cell phone, sliding the interface to Chun Ran's number, hesitating for half a day before she pressed it. At this time, Chun Ran just finished recording the program, sitting on the chair to rest, seeing Zhang Fanji's caller is still quite surprised. "This guy is busy like this, still have time to call? Why are you free today?" Chun Ran asked as he opened the door. Chun Ran is kind of an introvert. This kind of introversion is not the kind that is afraid to meet people, but when you talk to strangers, you will be very polite and pay attention to the proportion. It's not the same with a friend. It's said more casually and not with such care. While working, occasionally chat with Zhang Fanji, and again more understanding, and now talk is not as formal as before. Zhang Fanji could feel this change the most, and couldn't say whether it was good or bad. Just now impulsively dialed the phone to Chun Ran. She is also a little torn, do not know what to say, paused for some time, heard Chun Ran ask before saying, "The activity is over, ready to return to the apartment. You're too busy here. Are you free to come back on New Year's Day?" Chun Ran asked. "Can come back for a day or two." Zhang Fanji asked somewhat absently. "I heard my dad say that you're getting close to other women at the TV station. Are you going to have a girlfriend?" Chun Ran lost his smile and said, "Uncle Zhang is snitching? I'm busy doing programs all day long here. How can I have time to think about this?" Television people know that he has a girlfriend, but also seen Zhang Fanji driving below waiting for him. A girl jokingly lamented the name grass has a master, true or false do not know, but really no woman, and he went close. "I don't know where Uncle Zhang got the information, and he even called over to Zhang Fanji. It's too unreliable. Thanks to him and Zhang Fanji fake love. If it is true, I guess Zhang Fanji this violent temper to immediately call over to question, how can with the present as gentle?" "I'm just asking, nothing else," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran said, "Don't worry. I don't have any plans to have a girlfriend for the time being, so I won't show my face over here." Zhang Fanji was visibly relieved and said, "Well, give me a heads up in advance if you want to find a girlfriend." Chun Ran was slightly speechless in Zhang Fanji's eyes. Was he so unreliable? The two chatted. Zhang Fanji will not be back until after New Year's Day, which is not a long time, and he has to go busy after that. Being a star is tiring enough, you have to run around, not to mention that when you have a little rest, you also have to practice dancing and singing. Anyway, there is not much time for rest. During lunch, Director Zhang smiled at Chun Ran and said, "Chun Ran, did Gigi call you today?" Chun Ran said in a bad mood, "Uncle, what kind of a show is this? When did I get close to a woman? This you don't understand. I'm doing it for your good." Director Zhang said, "I know Gigi's temperament, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. We all seldom receive calls from her, and there is a possibility that she might leave you cold." When I said that, she immediately called, proving that she cares about you. Chun Ran felt a bit of a headache. How can there be such an operation? In fact, he did not know the original words that Director Zhang said, and did not say that he was close to the woman. Zhang Fanji brainstorming, it changed. Director Zhang said to Chun Ran, "By the way, the New Year's Day holiday is relatively short. You probably won't be able to return home. Come to my house then." It is harder for them as far as the New Year's Day holiday is concerned, but of course when they think about other colleagues who do not have a holiday, they feel that they are still getting by. Happiness is a comparative. Chun Ran apologized. "Uncle, I'll go back on the night of the 31st. My sister, she has to work part-time and can't come back. I'll go back to spend the holiday with my parents. It's my fault for not thinking." Director Zhang said, "That is, the vacation time is short. If you have time to let your parents come over here to play a little, not to mention Gigi here, is the relationship between our uncle and nephew, and your parents to meet with the good." Chun Ran smiled awkwardly. "They don't have much time these days, they have to be busy too. Let's see if they have time after the new year." Turning 31, Chun Ran stretched. He had to go home today and left work a little early, and it was no problem to say hello to the director. He called Chun Yao 2 days ago, and the guy said that the vacation time was short, and there were activities at the school and at the bar where he worked part-time, so he wouldn't come home to come, and it wouldn't be long before he was on vacation anyway. In the end, he even purposely ordered a few more sentences, asking Chun Ran to be sure not to spill the beans. As far as the parent's temperament is concerned, knowing that Chen Yao is singing in a bar, no matter what kind of bar you are in, they are going to be furious and call her to come home immediately. Bars and other places of entertainment are completely demonized in the eyes of parents after that incident back in the day. Not to say how tightly regulated you are now, but places like that are synonymous with chaos anyway. Chun Ran rolled his eyes. There was no need for Chun Yao to order this. He was still screwed up. Chun Ran called his parents in advance, and only then did he get on the high-speed train. The road to buy quite a lot of things, although there are only 3 people, at least it is a holiday, cannot be too cold doping. Along the way he was thinking about getting a car. Too expensive to afford, but with the money he saved, he'll have no problem putting a down payment on a cheaper one. Everyone says that buying a house first appreciates in value and buying a car depreciates in value, and that it's best to buy a house first and a car later, but the reality is that not having a car is really inconvenient. Chapter 85, What's the Use of Being Pretty? In fact, the New Year's Day holiday in the heart of Chun Ran's parents, compared to the Spring Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and such traditional festivals, with the usual not much difference. In the years when Chun Ran was studying at university, the family also lived peacefully, without being too deliberate. But Chun Ran rushed back. The 2 old men were still quite happy, and made a table of food in a lively manner. During dinner, Chun Junhai asked, "What part-time job does she do for Yao Yao?" Chun Ran said casually, "As a mascot soliciting customers at a coffee shop like Lounge Bar." He was saying Chun Yao's excuse all over again, fearing that his parents would mistake the lounge bar for a bar, and making a point of explaining it. Chun Junhai didn't think much of it, but just said, "How come everyone is on vacation and they still have to work?" Chun Ran said, "That's the way it is in catering. The more you go on vacation, the better your business is. Let's eat well at home. She has to stay at school." Song Hui was a little heartbroken for her daughter and said, "You and Yao Yao open the video. Let's take a look at her." Chun Ran froze slightly. Now. He glanced at his cell phone. At this hour, Chun Yao should be singing on the street corner. Song Hui said, "Just turn on the video to see her. Kind of a reunion for the holidays. Then I'll make a call to her first and ask her to log on to WeChat." Chun Ran did not directly open the video, but dialed the phone. Chun Ran glanced at the TV, and when Chin Junhai saw him move, he thought the sound was too loud and was about to turn it down. But Chun Ran stood up and walked out. The call was answered with a faint song in the background, and as expected, it was in a bar. "Brother, what's the matter with calling me at this time?" Chin Yao was puzzled. "Mom and Dad want to video you. Are you free now?" Chun Ran finished, thinking that this reminder was meaningful enough. Chun Yao immediately panicked for a moment. If her parents knew what would happen? And then thinking of Chun Ran's intention of dialing over, she hurriedly said, "Wait for me for 2 minutes. I'll drive with you." By the time Chin Yao sent out the video invitation, she was inside an empty house in the background. "Still working part-time this late?" Song Hai asked. Chun Yao smiled unnaturally and said, "Yeah, business is good today, a little late." Song Hui emphasized, "The important thing for you now is your studies. Don't delay it. The family is now finished with the debt, and there is no burden. Your brother in the TV station development is very good. The salary is quite a lot. You do not want to do part-time work, peace of mind to study it." Chen Yao said, "It's okay, Mom. It's kind of practicing in advance. I have to work after graduation. I can't keep relying on you and my brother to support me, right?" You. Song Hui shook her head. Her own daughter she still understands. Other okay, just a little too strong. Mother and daughter talk half the time. Often one lie has to be covered up with a million lies. Chun Yao was a bit unnatural whenever her mother talked about part-time jobs. Chun Ran thought it was funny. His sister is a little thin-skinned, that is, in the video is not very visible, face-to-face lying certainly immediately exposed. After some greetings from her mother, Chun Yao said it was her work that she had to start, and that's when she hung up the video. In the evening, the family sat down to watch the New Year's Eve concert. When Zhang Fanji appeared inside the TV, Chun Ran found it quite interesting. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun tried from time to time to get Chun Ran to bring Zhang Fanji home to meet his parents. And now even though Zhang Fanji didn't come over, Chun Ran's parents saw it on TV. These celebrities don't know how they look. One is prettier than the other. If you find a girlfriend like that in the future, then you'll be satisfied. Song Hui said as she pointed at Zhang Fanji inside the TV. Chan Ran slightly breathed in, although it is false. But you refer to this, is your son's nominal girlfriend, It was Chen Junhai who scoffed. What's the use of being pretty? It can't be a meal. I think in the future when my son is looking for a partner, looks don't matter, the key is to get along with the temper. Son of this gentle temperament, if you find a temperamental, and then beautiful will not have a good result. Song Hui didn't argue with her husband, thinking he had a point. But if you can find one, if the temperament is similar, you must find one that is eye candy. It's still early, and since I'm so busy with work, I don't have time to look for it. Chun Ran hurriedly changed the topic. If he explored on this topic, I guess the next step would be to say that he was looking for someone to introduce him to. Chun Junhai and Song Hui are just mentioning it in passing, knowing that Chun Ran is now in the rising stage of his career and will not urge him to get married for the time being. When 12 o'clock passed, Chun Ran received a New Year's Day blessing message from Zhang Fanji. Looking at the format, it's basically what used to be a group text message of good wishes, only now it's been changed to WeChat. Zhang Fanji also plays this kind of group message. The corner of Chun Ran's mouth twitched, always feeling that this was not like a message that Zhang Fanji could send. But after turning inside his head, he thought of the hamster-like appearance of her when he had seen her in the Zhang family, so it shouldn't be impossible. He hadn't spent too much time with Zhang Fanji and didn't understand him that thoroughly. Chun Ran smoothly gave Zhang Fanji a happy New Year's Day back in the past. Originally, I was going to put down my cell phone after sending it, who knew that I would immediately receive a reply from Zhang Fanji. Ichabod. You haven't rested yet? Chun Ran was slightly surprised and returned. No, I'm at home. Just finished talking to my parents. Oh, it's a bit insincere to send your blessing message in a group. Ichabod. It's very sincere now. Chun Ran smiled. Where did this sincerity come from? He asked. New Year's Day crossover today. No program? Ichabod. Just got back. Chun Ran didn't know when he fell asleep, and only remembered chatting with Zhang Fanji for a long time. When he woke up, his cell phone was still cupped in his hand. He didn't get up either, and for once in a rare while he was lazy, lying on his bed and pulling the record of messages with Zhang Fanji from top to bottom. This feeling is quite wonderful. WeChat is two people from the day they met to add, until now, from the record to be able to see from strange to familiar with the process. Strictly speaking, the two chatted on WeChat and not much. Zhang Fanji temperament is more anxious, cannot wait long, no news immediately is the phone call over. But there are some records. Chun Ran can also feel that Zhang Fanji's attitude towards himself has some changes, the same as brief and concise, but sometimes there will be one or two more sentences. This is good. In the future there will be things to trouble her. The relationship is too stiff, cannot be. By the afternoon, Chun Ran left his home to return to Lin City. I have to work tomorrow, so naturally I'll be back a little early. He didn't go straight back to his residence, but bought some gifts, carried them and rushed to Director Zhang's neighborhood. There's still a tail end to the New Year's Day, so it's good to come over and blow off some steam with Uncle Zhang. Chun Ran rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Someone was heard running inside, kicking and screaming. The door snapped open. The one who opened the door was not Uncle Zhang or Aunt Yun, but a somewhat good-looking girl. Short shoulder-length hair and soulful eyes. Chapter 86. What a wonderful world. When Chun Ran saw that it was not Aunt Zhang Shu Yun, he froze for a moment at that time, and he took a step back and looked up at the door number, thinking that he had gone to the wrong floor. But the door number, it's not wrong either. The short-haired girl froze for a moment. Her soulful eyes looked Chun Ran up and down, somewhat surprised. Yao Yao's brother? Hearing her shout like this, Chun Ran finally realized where this feeling of familiarity came from. When he was looking for Chen Yao in Hua Hai, the classmate who shouted out that Chen Yao was singing in a bar seemed to have short hair. At that time, Chun Ran was surprised by the news that his sister had gone to sing in a bar and didn't pay much attention to what Chen Yao's classmate looked like. So he didn't recognize her for a moment just now, and now that she shouted so much, she followed and remembered. You're Yao Yao's classmate? Chun Ran was also very surprised. The short-haired girl laughed and nodded her head repeatedly. Yeah, I'm Yao Yao's roommate. We met last time when you went to look for her. Director Zhang in the house heard the sound and came over to have a look. Seeing that it was Chun Ran, he unexpectedly said, Didn't you kid go home and came back so early? Chun Ran laughed. I didn't have a car late, so I rushed back in the afternoon, thinking that today is New Year's Day, and came over to see Uncle and Auntie. The short-haired girl looked at Chun Ran and then Director Zhang from the side, a bit puzzled. You're just in time, your aunt is cooking. We'll eat together later. Director Zhang let Chun Ran in, and when he saw Chun Ran carrying something in his hand, he said in a bad mood. We're all family, and you're still fixing these. Chun Ran just smiled and didn't say anything. Sitting on the couch, he looked at the short-haired girl and asked, This is? Director Zhang just remembered and introduced. I almost forgot. This is Zi's younger sister Rui. She's at Huahai University. She usually doesn't have a vacation and came back to play for 2 days on New Year's Day. Rui, this is your sister's boyfriend Chun Ran, working at a TV station like me. Even though Chun Ran had a guess in his heart, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was a little too coincidental. Chun Yao's roommate is Zhang Fanji's sister? After taking a closer look, Zhang Rui and Zhang Fanji did have some similarities, but their temperaments were completely different. Zhang Fanji looked a bit cooler and didn't have too much expression on her face, while Zhang Rui hung a smile at all times and looked cheerful. If Chun Ran was just surprised, then Zhang Rui was shocked. She felt her head was a bit confused. Thinking she had heard wrong, she turned her head and asked, Dad, who did you say he was? Director Zhang said, He's Chun Ran, your sister's boyfriend. Zhang Rui stared blankly. My sister, she has a boyfriend? How come I've never heard of it? Director Zhang said, Just for the time being, who told you not to talk to your family on the phone? Zhang Rui was a bit confused. But isn't my sister a singer? She would fall in love. She was still a little disbelieving. Zhang Rui thinks she knows her sister quite well, although Chun Ran is good-looking and has a gentle temperament. But Zhang Fanji said she didn't want to fall in love, and her family urged her to avoid a blind date. So how could she suddenly have a boyfriend? Director Zhang said unhappily. That's not nice to hear. Singers are also human beings. Why can't they fall in love? Can't it be that when you become a singer, you have to be alone for the rest of your life? Zhang Rui still wanted to retort a sentence, but seeing his father glaring, he didn't dare to speak. Only in his heart, he still felt unbelievable. My sister, she has a boyfriend? Or Chun Yao's brother? Zhang Rui felt that his brain was not enough, it was a mess. When Aunt Yun came out, she was also surprised to see Chun Ran for a while, then warmly greeted Chun Ran and asked about the recent situation of Chun Ran's family. When Zhang Rui saw this scene, he felt so strange. He just went to study for a few months. How come everything has changed? And look at this situation. Chun Ran did not come to the house often, are familiar with almost like a family. She couldn't help but ask, Dad, how did my sister and Chun Ran meet? How long have they been talking? It feels like I'm not even in this family anymore if I don't get to know it. Director Zhang glanced at her and said, You're still young. Why are you asking about this? Zhang Rui almost choked. I'm 21, still small? When my sister was a student, you guys were the ones who said that she was still young and were often vigilant about not being allowed to fall in love. As a result, she has just become a singer and then said that she is getting older and wants to push for a blind date. Who can eat this? Zhang Rui didn't dare to say these words, or he would be lectured again. She muttered, I know it even if you don't tell me, you must be the ones arranging the blind dates. Director Zhang and Chun Ran is a colleague, Zhang Fanji is a singer. The two cannot hit a piece. In addition to the introduction of Director Zhang, there is no other. It is not difficult to guess. Director Zhang didn't say anything, which was a tacit admission. Zhang Rui stared at Chun Ran for a while she was eating, and she had to say that she hadn't been wrong about her first impression of Chun Ran in the first place. Handsome not to mention, but also very gentle people. Speak humbly and know how to be polite. His father and mother are very appreciative of him. And judging from the content of their conversation, Chun Ran is doing a great job at the TV station, highlighting a young and talented man. Such a boy is quite attractive, but to say that he is in love with Zhang Fanji, Zhang Rui does not believe it from the bottom of her heart. She knew her sister too well, being of the bullish type, who would do what she said she would do. When I first said I wanted to sing, I started working on my own in middle school, high school, college, and step by step, I became a famous singer. She said she was busy with her career before getting into a relationship, and then she ignored the suitors at school and was alone until the end of college. Now that her career was starting out, how could she not give up halfway? This was not Zhang Fanji's style. Zhang Rui's eyes stared at Chun Ran without blinking, thinking about things inside her head, oblivious to the fact that her parents were looking at her uncomfortably. They had just realized that their youngest daughter was out of place, staring at Chun Ran all the time, which was too rude. Chun Ran is quite handsome, but that is Zhang Fanji's boyfriend. Zhang Rui, this sister, stared into what kind of. Aunt Yun first gave Chun Ran the food, then smoothly twisted Zhang Rui's waist. Zhang Rui let out a wow, half from shock and half from pain, as she asked, Hiss, Mom, what are you pinching me for? Aunt Yun said, I told you not to dawdle, eat quickly. The food will all be cold later. Zhang Rui also reacted, feeling that she had gone a bit overboard just now. A slight blush rising on her fair face, she busied herself by saying, I was thinking of something that you will all find coincidental when I say it. Director Zhang asked, What is it? Chun Ran's sister, Chen Yao, and I are both studying in Huahai, and she and I are still roommates, and I even saw him last time he went to see Chun Yao. Zhang Rui said and glanced at Chun Ran again. At that time, she had quite a good impression of Chun Ran, and during this time, she joked with Chun Yao from time to time that she wanted to be her sister-in-law. But who knew that Chun Ran had become her brother-in-law in turn? If she really gets married in the future, wouldn't Chun Yao be her brother-in-law's sister, her sister's sister-in-law? It's a wonderful world. Chapter 87 What Do They See in You? Chun Yao had just returned to her dorm room when she received a call from Zhang Rui. She glanced inside at her roommate, who was chatting with her estranged boyfriend, climbed up and walked outside to answer the phone. Hey, why did you remember to call me if you didn't accompany your parents at home? Chun Yao opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Rui said in a muffled voice, Yao Yao, I can't be your sister-in-law. Chun Yao did not have the good sense to say, saying you're making a scene, you're really making a scene. Make fun of my brother again and I'll get angry with you. I'm not joking with you either. Zhang Rui said, It's so strange, why don't you know and I don't know? Chun Yao felt puzzled. Haunting, what exactly are you trying to say? Zhang Rui depressedly said, Didn't I tell you that my sister is a singer? Yeah. I asked you and you didn't say who your sister was. Zhang Rui said, I'll tell you, my sister is Zhang Xiun. Who? Chun Yao inhaled. Zhang Xiun? You didn't lie to me? Why would I lie to you when I have nothing to lie to you about? Chun Yao believed it. Then she was a bit confused. She had always thought that Zhang Rui's sister must be an unknown little singer. Otherwise, Zhang Rui's character couldn't have hidden it from her. But she didn't expect it to be Zhang Xiun. Chun Yao loves music and doesn't limit herself to ballads. She often follows the new song charts to see what's new on them. Zhang Xiun's new song, Initial Dream, just hit the charts, she noticed. No matter the lyrics or the melody, perfectly poked her heart and loved it. She just sang it tonight on the street corner. Zhang Rui was unhappy to hear that she didn't say anything for half a day. You really don't believe it? Chun Yao came back to her senses and said, It's just unbelievable. Zhang Xiun is so good-looking and sings so well. How could she be your sister? No. Yao Yao, what do you mean? You mean I'm not pretty? Zhang Rui was not happy. Don't see where it looks good, Chun Yao said truthfully. Zhang Rui didn't have the heart to break it up with her, but said somewhat sullenly, It seems like you really don't know anything. Chun Yao wondered, What exactly are you trying to say? She felt that Zhang Rui was wrong in every way today, different from the usual Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui said, You know that my sister is Zhang Xiun and you find it so unbelievable. If I tell you that my sister is your future sister-in-law, do you believe me? Haunted. Told you not to make fun of my brother, or I won't bring you any more food. Chun Yao gasped. Zhang Rui laughed. Your brother's name is Chun Ran, and he works at the Zhaonan TV station. That's right, isn't it? Chun Yao was a bit confused. How did you know? She hadn't told Zhang Rui. Your brother just left my house after dinner. No, it's impossible. Your sister is a star. My brother just entered the TV station. Even if he wants to know your sister, there's no way. Chun Yao still felt it was impossible. Zhang Rui said, Your brother is in the TV station, my dad is also in the TV station, and he got familiar with it over and over, and when my sister came back, my parents arranged a blind date between the two of them, and that's how they got matched. This is what my parents told me. Anyway, now your brother is my sister's boyfriend. This doesn't feel right. I haven't even heard my brother say that. Chun Yao felt incredulous. A famous singer who only existed inside her cell phone and TV, who was one of the best looking, suddenly became her brother's girlfriend, which felt unrealistic to her, almost as if it was a joke. It was already surprising enough that Zhang Xiun was Zhang Rui's sister, but I didn't expect this to be even more exaggerated. I don't believe it either, but my parents are so good to your brother that they're almost a family, so I guess it won't be false. Zhang Rui was slightly depressed. Chun Yao reacted and asked with some surprise, Zhang, how now you said you want to be my sister-in-law? It can't be true, right? Zhang Rui didn't have the heart to say, You're crazy. Do I look like a nymphomaniac to you? That's just a joke. So what are you losing your mind about? My sister, listening to my parents, they can't wait for the two of them to hurry up and get married. You're good. You'll have an extra sister-in-law in the future. I've only got one sister. Zhang Rui was a little disappointed. Chan Yao laughed. What are you thinking? Not to mention the fact that your sister is a big star. It's impossible for her to get married so early. Even if she did get married, she's still your sister. You don't understand. Zhang Rui didn't say anything after saying that, obviously in a bad mood. The two muttered and talked for half a day before hanging up. Until now, Chan Yao's heart is still half believing, incredulous that his own brother would be Zhang Xiun's boyfriend. Although Chan Ran was good-looking and had a good personality, he didn't look like he was from the same world compared to Zhang Xiun. Chun Yao searched the internet for half a day, and there was not the slightest bit of news about Zhang Fanji being in love. Zhang Fanji debut time is short, fame is not small, but the news is not too much, gossip is not one. She tossed and turned and couldn't figure it out, and after some hesitation, she still called Chun Ran, wanting to ask. If Chun Ran was an ordinary talking friend, she would have pretended not to know, but this was Zhang Xiun, and she couldn't help but want to ask for clarification. Besides, do mom and dad know? Chun Ran really wasn't surprised to receive a call from his sister. When he saw Zhang Rui in the Zhang family, he knew that Chun Yao would definitely know. Brother, I heard from Haunted that you and her sister Zhang Xiun are in a relationship. Is that true? Chun Yao asked as she opened the door. Haunting is Zhang Rui? Chun Ran was surprised. Well, it's her nickname. She's usually too rowdy. Everyone calls her that. Chun Yao explained a sentence. Chun Ran rubbed his brow and said, She's not wrong. This? Chun Yao hesitated. Brother, I heard that you guys were set up by Haunted mom and dad, but Zhang Xiun is a singer, so how could people look at you? No. Are you my own sister? There's you who undermines me like this. Chun Ran cried and laughed. I'm just being honest. Chun Yao spoke solidly. Also, have you told mom and dad yet? Chun Ran said. Not yet, just got married not long ago. The 8 are not even a skim, with mom and dad to say too early, and Gigi is a singer. Do not know what mom and dad think. After saying that, he continued, Don't tell mom and dad about this for now, or I'll spill the beans about you singing in the bar as well. Chun Yao was slightly speechless. Why did she feel that this brother had no trust in himself at all? Does she look that stupid? And also, Gigi. Is this Zhang Xiun's nickname? How it feels a little meaty. Hanging up the phone, Chun Yao read about it and clicked on Zhang Xiun's song to listen to it. Hearing Initial Dream, she went in to read the lyrics. I've heard the first line of this song countless times, and I still really like it. But just as I entered the lyric screen, I froze then. The First Dream. Lyrics Chun Ran. Arrangement Lin Jifeng. Who Lin Jifeng was, Chun Yao didn't know. The songwriter by that name is a brother? Before this, even if Chun Yao saw this name, she would at most think that it was the same name. Now that he knew Chun Ran was Zhang Xiun's boyfriend, he definitely wouldn't think so. She hesitated for a moment and sent a message over from WeChat. Brother, the lyricist of Initial Dream, is you? After waiting for half a day, it finally came back from there. Sort of. Chun Yao looked at the response and somewhat understood how her own brother was able to chase after Zhang Xiun. Chapter 88. A little sour. In fact, the matter with Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran did not want to talk to his family. The last time mom and dad asked, Chun Ran glossed over it. It wouldn't matter if it was real, this is fake after all. There's no telling when the showdown will happen, or when director Zhang and his wife will find out. But Zhang Fanji's sister was actually a classmate of Chun Yao, and was also the roommate with the best relationship, which was something Chun Ran never expected. With things as they were, Chun Ran also intended to relax his mind. Since Chun Yao had promised, she would definitely not tell mom and dad, and she still trusted that. Of course, this night was slightly harder to fall asleep, that is. The next day, Chun Ran received a call from Zhang Fanji. Rui and your sister are actually roommates. Zhang Fanji's voice could not hide her surprise. She was obviously confused by the news as well. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Chun Ran asked, Uncle Zhang told you that? No, Rui called. Zhang Fanji said, She doesn't believe I'll fall in love. Chun Ran laughed. Looks like your sister knows you quite well. When they met for the first time, Zhang Fanji had said categorically that she would not get married before the age of 30, let alone look for a boyfriend. Chun Ran was curious. What did you tell her? Let's just say she's really in love, but it feels like she still has doubts. Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran said, Your sister really cares about you. My sister called over and asked. I said it once and she believed it. I am more envious of you now. Zhang Fanji said, I'll be back this afternoon. So wait for me at the TV station then. And don't show your face in front of her. Chan Ran hesitated. You and your sister have a good relationship, so she won't go to the police when she finds out it's fake. Right? Just like him and Chen Yao, not so boring. Zhang Fanji thought for a moment and said, I don't want to take any chances. Okay. It just so happens that I have a favor to ask. What is it? Zhang Fanji was slightly puzzled. This was the first time Chen Ran had ever said he was asking for her help. It's just writing the score of a song. Chen Ran said. Zhang Fanji's voice was slightly brighter. The new song you came up with? It sounded like a bit of a surprise. Yeah, new song. Chen Ran didn't deny it. This was an idea that came to me in advance, but I was just busy a while ago and Zhang Fanji was out of town, so I didn't have the time. She's coming back for a day or two this time, so it's a good time to ask her for this favor. At noon, director Lu Xianlong came over to find Chen Ran. He was all joy. Chen Ran, congratulations on being a finalist. Chen Ran didn't turn the corner and asked, Director, what's shortlisted? The station's annual meeting is summarized. The director reported the best planning to you. You're a finalist. Director Lu was slightly excited. There are a total of 3 finalists in the station. 2 from the satellite TV and 1 is you. Chen Ran was slightly surprised. He thought that the awards were directly selected. He did not realize that he still had to be shortlisted, and he had to wait for the end of the year summary day to announce the results. This is getting too formal. Chen Ran didn't know where to start with this groove. For those who don't know, it's a national award. These 2 people who were shortlisted with you are not simple. These 2 people were the chief planners of the 2 hot programs of the TV channel this year, and the other programs they were involved in weren't bad either. It feels like the pressure is a bit high for you to win the award. Director Lu introduced Chen Ran to the opponents for the Best Planning Award. Chen Ran also does not matter. This is supposed to rely on the top of the selection of things, the information handed over after the shortlist, depending on how the station to choose know the opponent's information, but also cannot change the station's preferences in mind. By the way, our I Love Remembering Lyrics has also been shortlisted for the Best Program of the Year award. But the odds are that it will run with the others and take a consolation prize. Director Lu sighed. Chen Ran was puzzled. I remember that programs introduced for this award are not involved in the selection. I Love Remembering Lyrics is quite dominant. Director Lu laughed bitterly. The advantage is there, but it depends on who we are comparing with. An original program like ours with such a high local ratings share, even if it's compared to the programs introduced by satellite TV, it won't be too inferior. The key is that there is another program that is definitely a high mountain that all programs can't cross. Speaking of this, Director Lu even glanced at Chen Ran. Now Chen Ran understood. There's something so great that you can't find it by going through the entire TV program except for Calling South Focus, which broke 18% in the ratings 2 days ago. This show is so buggy. As a livelihood news and information program, it has a horrible smooth ratings, the highest simultaneous segment ratings share, has exceeded the Jiaonan news broadcast, really counting, is second only to the central news broadcast. The key thing is word of mouth and reviews. It's safe to say that at the station, the show of the year is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Chen Ran can only laugh bitterly at this. This cannot blame me. The program is good. It is the people of the column team do a good job. You just have a planning. The quality of the program is not good. The news content is poor. That also cannot get up. Director Lu was also just a bit sorry. Without Call of Duty Spotlight, there's definitely a good chance that I Love Lyrics would have won Program of the Year. It's an award that's been rounded up by the TV channels, and if they get a handful for the entertainment channel, it's an honor and a historical moment. Now that's an honor that can only be taken by a public channel. Chen Ran didn't care about the Best Program of the Year award. To him, the programs were all made by him following the program. Just any one of the awards would be the same. I knew you'd make the cut. Lin Fan was a bit envious. Best Planning Award, if he could get this award, it was only a matter of time before Chen Ran would enter the satellite TV. When the TV station is short of staff for a new program, Chen Ran will naturally be transferred there. Chen Ran also had some expectations, but felt that it might be a bit difficult. It would be fine if Challenge Microphone was a separate show, but it's a sister show to I Love Lyrics, which gives the impression that it's much the same. The ratings were high, but the innovation was a little less innovative. Facing the chief planners of the 2 satellite TV programs, Chen Ran felt that the hope was somewhat modest. I'm lucky to get it. I'm lucky to lose it. Chen Ran relaxed his mindset, mainly because now force to force cannot be forced, the information handed over, but also shortlisted. The rest will have to see how the station selection. The turn of the day is the afternoon. Chen Ran raised his hand to glance at his cell phone every now and then. Zhang Fanji said she was coming in the afternoon, and I didn't hear her say what time the plane was, so I guess it's about time to get off work. Seeing that it was time to leave work, Zhang Fanji's car was still not seen below. Chun Ran wondered if Zhang Fanji hadn't arrived yet, or if her flight was delayed, and was about to make a call when his cell phone rang early. He grabbed his cell phone and turned his head to Lin Fan. "I'll go first." "Hey." Lin Fan hadn't even reacted yet. Chun Ran had already turned to leave, and he hastily reached out and shouted, "Chun Ran, your jacket!" Hearing the voice, Chun Ran suddenly came over and hurriedly ran back to grab it in his hand, said thank you to Lin Fan, and then picked up the phone. "Hello. You're out." Seeing Chun Ran's hurried back, Lin Fan felt a little sour. "I want a blind date. I want a blind date." Chapter 89. Long time no see. Chun Ran saw the familiar vehicle parked in front of the TV station, and he rubbed his hands together, exhaled a mouthful of hot air, and waited until his breathing had calmed down before walking towards the car. He pulled open the car door and met Zhang Fanji, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. With her new song blowing up and people getting busy, just the last time she came back for a quick trip, she left in a hurry. Zhang Fanji wasn't wearing a mask in the car and wasn't surprised to see the door open. Only her eyes brightened slightly. She has been waiting here since she dialed the phone, and just now she saw Chun Ran rushing down from the car window and pretending to walk over as if nothing had happened. Chun Ran didn't know what was going on. His heart was beating a bit fast. Perhaps he had just run out and his heartbeat hadn't calmed down. And when he saw Zhang Fanji looking at him, he smiled and said, "Long time no see." Zhang Fanji pursed her lips slightly and said, "Actually, it wasn't that long. It hasn't been a month yet and there have been phone calls from time to time. Not too long." Chun Ran laughed. "Maybe it's because it's the New Year's Eve. It feels like quite a long time has passed." Zhang Fanji hummed, glanced at Chun Ran, then quietly moved away and asked, "How's work these days?" "It's okay. Just a little bit busier the other day." Chun Ran said, "I heard from my dad that you were able to compete for Best Planner on TV. It was raised up and shortlisted, but there's not much hope. The two opponents are both from the Guardian channel, so they might not be able to beat them." Chun Ran said truthfully, "My dad says you have high hopes. That's because Uncle is optimistic about me. We still have to wait until the annual meeting." Chun Ran smiled. The awards he wanted badly, fought for and did, and now it's over to the station to choose. With what he's done now, he can get into the Guardian with Best Planned, and just a little bit later if he doesn't. Zhang Fanji drove on the road, and the two of them made small talk like this. Chun Ran guessed that Zhang Fanji was in a good mood and talked quite a lot, but when he usually chatted, he was as shy as gold. Talking about the two sisters, Chun Ran said, "Last time when I was looking for my sister in Huahai, I saw Zhang Rui. I just didn't expect her to be your sister." "I wasn't expecting that." At first, Zhang Fanji wanted to go with Chun Ran, only the company wanted to talk about the promotion of the new song, and she was taken away by Tao Lin. If he had gone last time, Zhang Rui would definitely not be suspicious now. Zhang Fanji asked, "Did your sister tell your parents?" "No, I asked her to hide it from me," Chun Ran said. He didn't say why, but Zhang Fanji could guess, and she moved her eyebrows slightly but didn't say anything. The two arrived at Zhang's house. The one who opened the door was Zhang Rui. When she saw Zhang Fanji, her face brightened slightly. "Why are you back?" At the sight of a Chun Ran next to her, she wrinkled her brow for a moment before letting the door open. "After finishing my work, I came back to see Mom and Dad," Zhang Fanji added. "And take a look at you in the meantime." Zhang Rui said, "Sich, I don't need you to look at me. It's all in Huahai, and I don't see you visiting me at school." Zhang Fanji said, "Usually busy." Zhang Rui didn't retort. Aunt Yun was busy in the kitchen. She heard the sound and came out to look. When she saw Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji come back together, her face was all smiles. "Chun Ran, you guys sit down first. I'll go to the kitchen and get busy." "Rui, what are you doing there? Come in and help me." Zhang Rui's but had just touched the sofa, and when her mother called out, she busily asked, "What can I do?" "You should always know how to wash dishes," Aunt Yun complained. "Such a big girl who can't do anything. It will be hard to support yourself in the future." Zhang Rui glanced at Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji and instantly understood what her mother had in mind, and could only walk over unhappily. Although coming to the Zhang family was already like a family affair, there was still something uncomfortable about being with Zhang Fanji, especially with the way it was now, with Aunt Yun deliberately creating opportunities for the two of them, and the atmosphere was becoming awkward. Zhang Fanji's eyes peered around for a moment before saying, "You said there's a new song you came up with?" "Yes, there is such a song, and I would like to ask you to write a score." Chun Ran nodded repeatedly. "Well, Then go to my room, Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran hesitated. I didn't bring my guitar. I have more in the house. Inside the kitchen, Zhang Rui was washing vegetables while muttering. Both are daughters. Why did you only ask me to help? Mom, you're so biased. Aunt Yoon said, thanks to you, you're still a young man. Your sister and Chun Ran haven't seen each other for a long time. Is it appropriate for you to be a light bulb outside? Zhang Rui looked at her mom. The light bulbs are here. How worried are you that your daughter won't get married? She was aware of the attitude of her parents. Anyway, very favorable to Chun Ran. Although depressed in her heart, she did not dare to say more. Hearing voices outside, she came to the door to take a look and saw Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji enter the room, and said somewhat anxiously, Mom, my sister went into the room with Chun Ran. Auntie Yoon gave an oh-so-quiet cry, not in the least bit of a hurry. Zhang Rui asked busily, why aren't you worried at all? Aunt Yoon glanced at her and said, I guess I'm going to write a song. What's there to worry about? But my sister, she can't write songs. I didn't say your sister. I'm talking about Chun Ran. Your sister's new song was written by Chun Ran. Aunt Yoon looked at Zhang Rui with a look like you've seen too little. Chun Ran writes songs? Zhang Rui was confused. This, isn't Chun Ran his job at the TV station, and he can write songs? Aunt Yoon said, I'm still an accountant. I can cook too? Does that conflict? Zhang Rui felt like she couldn't communicate with her mom anymore. What's this all about? And hurriedly walked to Zhang Fanji's door, put her ear to it, and could hear the sound of a guitar inside. You're really writing a song? Could it be that they are really in love? Zhang Rui felt the suspicion in her heart waver a bit. Before, even if Zhang Fanji had admitted it herself, she was still a bit skeptical. Although the two sisters had been fighting since childhood, they knew each other very well, and Zhang Fanji's temperament was probably not as clear to mom and dad as it was to her. Those who say they won't fall in love will never fall in love. Let alone Chun Ran and her matchmaking will resist the word when they see it. But Chun Ran can write songs. As Zhang Fanji's younger sister, she definitely bought her sister's new song the first time it came out, and the song was very good, the lyrics were also very good, and it was on the first place of the new song list. There were quite a few favorites among the students, who were praising the lyrics as well written. I really didn't expect this song to be written by Chun Ran. Good looks and a good temper, that's nothing. But Zhang Fanji is a singer, a man who can write songs and is handsome and good-tempered, and that's a killer. She stood outside the door and vaguely heard Chun Ran's song coming from inside. Clicking. The door opened and Director Zhang came in from outside and asked, I saw your sister's car down there. She's all the way back? Zhang Rui sat on the sofa and sulked without saying a word. Director Zhang wondered, this girl, asking you. Zhang Rui did not have the good sense to say, I came back a long time ago, and even went to the TV station to pick up the talent to come back. Director Zhang touched the top of his smooth head. Gigi went to the TV station. When? Chapter 90 Angry. Room. Chun Ran sang in a small voice with his guitar, and Zhang Fanji sat sideways on a chair, cupping a pen in her hand on a piece of paper. She listened carefully to Chun Ran sing with a slight sideways glance, then used a pen to write down the score on a piece of paper. Chun Ran also looked at the tutorials from time to time during this period of time and practiced his pitch along with them, and although he didn't have much time and his progress was slow, it was slightly better than before. Zhang Fanji writes a sentence, then plays it on the piano. Chun Ran listens, feels it's not right and repeats it again, and she recorrects it. The two work quite well together and are progressing much faster than last time. For the rest of my life afterward, the wind and snow are you, the blandness is you, and the poverty is also you, Chun Ran sang again. Zhang Fanji nodded slightly, changed it on the paper, popped it out, and this time it felt right. Knock knock. A knock on the door outside sounded, and Aunt Yoon called out, Gigi. Chun Ran. Come out for dinner first. Coming, Auntie. Chun Ran put down his guitar and stood up, but Zhang Fanji looked closely at the lyrics, slightly lost in thought, and after a moment turned around and asked, What's the name of this song? The Rest of Your Life Afterward. Chun Ran said, The Rest of Your Life Afterward. Zhang Fanji's eyes brightened slightly and she pursed her lips. The lyrics are very good. Not only are the lyrics good, but the tune is great. Just now, Zhang Fanji listened to Chun Ran sing, carefully memorizing the music, and now when she recalled it, the melody was very ear-catching. Even if Chun Ran sang poorly, it felt quite moving. What Zhang Fanji cares about are the lyrics, and the rest of his life it's all about you. Do you think this song can catch fire? Chen Ran looked at her and asked. Zhang Fanji nodded her head and said, "The lyrics are good, and the melody is also very catchy, so it will definitely catch fire." Chen Ran breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'm relieved." Zhang Fanji was puzzled. "What are you worried about?" Chen Ran said, "My sister is quite fond of singing. She posted singing videos on the internet and also sang in a bar in Huahai, so I want to help her out." There was no particular reason why this song was chosen. It was all over the streets before Chen Ran crossed over, and the lyrics and melody were all good. Chen Ran was on a street corner last time, watching Chen Yao sitting in the center of a small stage with a guitar, and thought that this song was quite suitable. But after that, he had been busy, and Zhang Fanji didn't have the time, so it was shelved until now. It was only this time that he took advantage of Zhang Fanji's return that he thought of writing the song out. Zhang Fanji looked at the lyrics, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. But when she heard Chen Ran's words, her smile gradually solidified. "This song, is it for your sister?" Zhang Fanji asked again with a sideways glance. Chen Ran didn't pay attention to her expression and nodded his head. "My sister likes to sing. She's a good singer and her voice is quite good. If this song can catch fire, it can fulfill her wish." Chen Yao loved to sing as a child, and when Chen Ran wanted to play the guitar, she followed suit. Since Chen Yao put the song on the internet, he must also want to be recognized. The previous Chen Ran is even, now he has the ability to do this, so he can help. Zhang Fanji's brows were slightly knitted, her breathing a little uneven, and after a long interval, she let out a hmm. When Chen Ran was still about to speak, Aunt Yun outside called out again, "Gigi, Chen Ran, eat before you get busy. First go out to eat." Chen Ran said, pulling the door out first, having called twice, not going out at this time, afraid of being misunderstood. Chen Ran saw that Director Zhang had returned and greeted him, chatted about the TV station for a couple of minutes, and then went over to follow Aunt Yun in serving the food. After bringing over all the dishes, he realized that Zhang Fanji hadn't come out yet. "This girl, why isn't she out yet?" Aunt Yun muttered and was about to go over and shout again before she saw Zhang Fanji open the door and walk out. "Why are you dawdling? Quickly sit down to eat," Aunt Yun urged. Zhang Fanji sat there and didn't say anything. It was at this time that Chen Ran realized in hindsight that something was wrong with her and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Zhang Fanji didn't even look at him, staring at her meal and muffled, "Not much." Chen Ran knew a lot about her, and no matter how slow he was, he knew that he must be angry. During the meal, both Director Zhang and Aunt Yun felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. "You were fine when you came back just now. Why did you go in and get upset? Is it because of the song writing?" Zhang Rui's eyes glanced between Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji as she clamped down on the food. If there was some uncertainty just now he was basically sure that his sister and Chen Ran were really in love. Zhang Fanji had many suitors from her studies until now, but she had never been annoyed with any boy. Zhang Rui was usually bored in the dormitory just watching TV dramas, and Zhang Fanji's appearance was exactly the same as the somewhat made heroine in the drama. She grew more and more depressed, and lowered her head to take small bites of her meal, without even the desire to speak. Aunt Yun quietly gave her daughter a few glances, and Zhang Fanji looked up, gave her a dish and said, "Mom, it's hard work cooking." Aunt Yun froze as she looked at the bowl, then gasped. After eating in silence like this, when Zhang Fanji helped clean up the dishes, Tao Lin called, and she pinched her cell phone and went to her room, bringing the door with her in passing. Chen Ran sat down for a while, originally wanting to wait for Zhang Fanji to come out, but it turned out that she had been on the phone. Seeing that it was getting late, he could only go back first. Director Zhang followed him out and said he wanted to see him off. "Uncle, go back. I'll just take a taxi myself. This is too much trouble for you." Chen Ran was embarrassed. "What's the point of being polite with me?" Director Zhang patted Chen Ran on the shoulder. After getting into the car, Director Zhang said, "What kind of conflict did you have with Gigi?" Chen Ran thought about it, slightly bewildered. "I don't know. It's fine. It's normal for young couples to quarrel. And Gigi is easy to get angry, which we also know. Just let her calm down a bit." Director Zhang enlightened Chen Ran. "It's fine, uncle." Chen Ran smiled awkwardly. Director Zhang coughed and changed the topic to ease the atmosphere, asking Chen Ran, "I see that your channels, I Love to Remember Lyrics, reported the best program. Why don't you report Challenge Microphone as well?" Chen Ran came back to his senses and said, "The two programs are quite similar. They just don't play the same way, and the station seems to recognize only one, so they reported Remembering the Lyrics." Director Zhang laughed. I'm just asking anyway, this year's best program of the year, our public channel is a sure winner. It's the same for whatever you guys report. Usually it's the satellite channels that take it. Now it's our turn. I guess you Director Liu is a bit sad. Obviously, I love songwriting is good enough, but it's just infuriating to be pressed to get it. Chun Ran smiled, and Zhang Shupi looked happy this time. The best program is a minor detail. The most important thing for you is the best planning. If you can get your hands on it, within half a year you will definitely be able to enter the satellite TV. Director Zhang said. He was aware of the news that there were 2 heavyweight programs to prepare for the opening of the year on the TV channel, and if Chun Ran took the best planner, there would definitely be an opportunity for him to test the waters. Going up there is masterminding, and that's not an opportunity that anyone has. Let's see how the station arranges it then. Chun Ran was quite open-minded. After sending Chun Ran home, Director Zhang rushed back. Chun Ran sat in his chair and tossed and turned for a while, not figuring out why Zhang Fanji was angry. He ran through it carefully, thinking about the song. It can't be because of this, can it? Chun Ran's expression was a bit brilliant. Chapter 91, The Reason for Enlightenment. I also chose The Rest of My Life Afterward, just because it's a simple, easy-to-understand song with a lot of catchy hooks. These kinds of lyrics paired with tunes can quickly become popular inside the online youth. Chan Yao has a good voice condition and her singing skills are okay. But she didn't sign a company, didn't have any publicity, and doesn't have any fame herself, just a little bit of fan base on the internet. There's no way this situation will catch fire even if she's given a few more classic songs. In contrast to The Rest of My Life After, which has simple and characteristic lyrics and a catchy melody, is more likely to be sung. It's just that Chun Ran didn't expect that there would be such a misunderstanding because of this whole song. At that time, because of the thought that Aunt Yoon called for dinner, Chun Ran did not pay attention to the change in Zhang Fanji's complexion, and did not think of her at all. Chun Ran rubbed his brow, holding his cell phone with some hesitation. Originally opened WeChat and wanted to send a message, then paused for a moment, returned directly, found Zhang Fanji's number from the call log, and dialed out. Dodo. It rang several times and there was still no answer. Just when Chun Ran thought the phone was going to say unanswered, it suddenly connected. Quiet. Chun Ran could even hear Zhang Fanji's breathing. Just now, he only thought of calling Zhang Fanji, but now that he got through, he didn't know what to say. He was about to speak when Zhang Fanji spoke first and asked, "What's the matter?" The voice didn't waver in any particular way, and it didn't sound more than a little angry. Chun Ran said, "When I left just now, you were still on the phone in the house, so I didn't bother you, and now I'm giving you a word." There was another moment of silence before he heard Zhang Fanji softly hum. Chun Ran asked, "Do you know why I was going to give this song to my sister and didn't intend for you to sing it?" Zhang Fanji didn't say anything. Chun Ran continued, "This song doesn't suit you." Zhang Fanji still didn't say anything. "Your last song was Initial Dream, and the next one is The Rest of Your Life Afterward. And one moment you're holding out for a dream, and the next it's you for the rest of your life. It's going to be a bit of a strange picture and—" Chun Ran explained his thoughts little by little. He was also telling the truth. The song Life After Life has a strong flavor of life, which really doesn't go well with Zhang Fanji's cool temperament. Zhang Fanji just quietly listened and didn't comment. Chun Ran felt that she was a professional singer and should have figured this out. Until Chun Ran finished speaking, Zhang Fanji did not interrupt. Only after a long time did Zhang Fanji say, "What are you giving me this for?" Chun Ran said, "No, I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand." "I didn't misunderstand," Zhang Fanji said calmly. The corner of Chun Ran's mouth twitched. "You weren't the one who got angry just now?" It was not easy to explain clearly. Chun Ran was not willing to add fuel to the fire, busy changing the topic. "Just now the phone call was Sister Lin to you?" Zhang Fanji hesitated for a moment before humming. Hearing this response, Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Is it about work?" "Yes." Zhang Fanji went back to being concise. Chun Ran didn't care and was about to continue chatting when he suddenly heard the sound of the door closing over there. Zhang Rui's voice came through. "Sis, talk to me," Zhang Fanji said to Chun Ran. "Hang up first." Then, without waiting for Chun Ran to speak, he pinched the phone. Chun Ran looked at his cell phone and froze. Zhang Rui came at a bad time, but this time, he put down his cell phone and lay on the bed, resting his head with his hand on his head, thinking of Zhang Fanji, and thinking of today's events, and froze out of his mind a little. At this time, the Zhang family. After Zhang Rui finished speaking, she realized that Zhang Fanji had just retrieved her cell phone. "You were on the phone just now?" Zhang Rui asked. No. Zhang Fanji flatly denied it. Zhang Rui naturally didn't believe it and said, It's Chun Ran. Isn't it? It must be him. Didn't you guys fight and get angry just now? Zhang Fanji said, There was no fight, and I'm not angry, so don't think nonsense. That expression during dinner just now, and you said you weren't angry. Zhang Rui grunted. Zhang Fanji didn't return this question, but looked at her and said, Didn't you look for me to chat? About what? Zhang Rui said, Talk about Chun Ran. Zhang Fanji frowned slightly. What does he have to talk about? I just want to ask, weren't you against blind dates in the first place? And you also said that you wouldn't fall in love before the age of 30, so why are you suddenly talking to Chun Ran? Zhang Rui stared at her and asked. Zhang Fanji said, In the beginning was in the beginning, now is now, people change. Zhang Rui said, Then it can't become so fast. Zhang Fanji glanced at her sister and said, You'll know when you have a boyfriend later. Zhang Rui was choked and reluctantly asked, Then tell me, what do you like about Chun Ran? Zhang Fanji said, If you care about this, you might as well care about your studies. Seeing her sister's refusal to communicate, Zhang Rui was also a bit clueless. Zhang Rui took off her shoes and wore her pajamas towards Zhang Fanji's quilt. Zhang Fanji moved a little bit inside to give her some space. Zhang Rui looked at the ceiling and froze. Sister, if you marry out in the future, will you still come back to grab things from me? Zhang Fanji didn't answer, and there was some confusion in her eyes. Day 2. Chun Ran had just gotten off work when Director Zhang called him. Ji and Rui are both on tomorrow morning's flight, so you'll go back with me? Director Zhang asked. Uncle, wait for me for a while. Chun Ran ordered the matter at hand and ran down to join Director Zhang. The two just got on the car and drove out not much farther. Chun Ran remembered something and said busily, Uncle, stop over there. I'll buy something. Director Zhang glanced at it and hastily pulled over. Chun Ran drove the door out, and on the opposite side was a flower store. Not long after, he saw Chun Ran come over holding a bouquet of flowers. Director Zhang said happily, You're getting the hang of it? The last time Chun Ran bought flowers, it was still when Zhang Fanji was in a bad mood. He made the suggestion for Chun Ran to buy them. Eboshi might like it. Chun Ran smiled uncomfortably. Director Zhang was happy in his heart. Zhang Fanji was angry last night. This family can see what happened, they do not know. The young lovers' conflict is all things, so do not care. I just didn't expect that Chun Ran, who was mute at the thought, would think of buying flowers. Director Zhang was quite happy about this. He was happy with Chun Ran and was hoping that he would live with Zhang Fanji in the future. If both of them are stubborn, it will be hard to go on, and one of them has to know how to compromise so that the days can last. Back then, Director Zhang also explosive temper, and his wife 3 days quarrel. And then when he realized this truth, the couple's life was instantly harmonious. That's something Chun Ran is more enlightened than him. When they arrived at the Zhang family, Zhang Fanji looked at the flowers in Chun Ran's hand and was slightly flabbergasted. For you. Chun Ran handed her the flowers. Zhang Fanji wrinkled her brow and looked at her father next to her. Director Zhang waved his hand and said, What are you looking at me for? This time it was really Chun Ran who took the initiative to buy it. Zhang Fanji glanced at her father, meaning that Chun Ran was forced to do it last time? Chapter 92. Nothing more. Director Zhang also felt that he had spoken too much, and said, Go in first. It's cold outside. Zhang Fanji hesitated slightly and took the flowers from Chun Ran's hand, then stepped aside to let his uncle and nephew come in. Director Zhang went in first and gave Chun Ran a thumbs up behind his back. The corners of Chun Ran's mouth tugged a bit, but he didn't laugh. Why are you here again? Zhang Rui muttered in her heart when she saw Chun Ran. Seeing her dad scowl, she didn't need to shout. She frowned and headed for the kitchen. I have a few things to do with the computer, so I'll get busy for a while. Director Zhang finished speaking and also entered the study. When Zhang Fanji put the flowers away and turned around to come over, she realized that only the two of them were left in the living room. Seeing Chun Ran looking at himself, Zhang Fanji's expression gave a slight lurch as he walked over and sat on the sofa, staring at the TV without blinking. Chun Ran felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He organized his wording and asked in a low voice, You're leaving tomorrow? Zhang Fanji's eyes didn't look over. She just gave a hmm. You won't be back until New Year's Eve this trip? Chun Ran asked again. Zhang Fanji had wanted to hmm, but after glancing at Chun Ran, she still said, Not necessarily. I'll come back when I have time. As we approach the new year, because of the commercials, programs are more when the star is naturally will be very busy. Just like Chun Rant's annual meeting of their TV station, for example, when the time comes, they will also invite celebrities who are friends with the TV station to attend. Many larger companies invite celebrities to sing at their annual meetings. Chun Ran Hart, on the other hand, is a little uncomfortable. I guess Zhang Fanji back when he has gone home for the new year. To meet still have to see after the year there is no time. Zhang Fanji didn't hear Chun Ran speak and turned her head to look at him. Seeing that he was slightly despondent, she hesitated and said, "It's not long now until the new year." Although it was a headless sentence, Chun Ran understood what she meant. His eyes brightened slightly, and he said, "More than 20 days, quite a long time." Zhang Fanji saw him staring intently at her and unnaturally sidestepped her head. "If you say it's long, it's long." Chun Ran was relieved in his heart, knowing that yesterday's matter was considered to be over, and he wasn't stupid enough to mention it again, but asked, "Yesterday, Sister Lin gave you a call? Was it a company matter?" "No. She's connected me with the Spring Festival Gala of the Capital TV and is going over early to record it." Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. "It's on the spring show." Chun Ran looked at Zhang Fanji in a bit of a daze, still feeling a bit unreal. He thought he was actually quite ordinary both in ability and in mindset. Because of the memories of his past life, he had quite an advantage over others, but didn't think he could do anything earth-shatteringly great. As someone who had died once, he knew better and just thought that living each day in front of him was enough. Zhang Fanji's appearance was a complete accident, and it never occurred to her that she would one day become so entangled with a star. Already on the Spring Festival Gala, Flourishing Star is now starting to pay attention to Zhang Fanji, and as she becomes more and more famous, will she still be the same as she is now? "What are you thinking?" Chun Ran came back to his senses as Zhang Fanji looked at him. He gathered his emotions and smiled slightly. "Didn't think anything of it. I'm happy for your participation in the Spring Festival Gala." "Happy?" Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow, not seeing a happy look on his face. She glanced at the flowers Chun Ran had just given her. While in her heart she wondered, did Chun Ran buy the flowers, or did her father ask him to buy them? The atmosphere at dinner today was markedly different from yesterday. Aunt Yoon had been in the kitchen earlier, and now that she saw the two making up, the corners of her mouth kept a smile on her face. Seeing Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji sulking, neither she nor Director Zhang were worried. It's only normal for young couples to sulk because they care, and they'll definitely feel a little better when they make up. They were both from the past and back when they were in love who didn't come through this kind of bickering. Aunt Yoon knew her own daughter's temperament. A bit strong and good-faced, her temper wasn't too good, and she knew Chun Ran's temperament well. Amiable, reasonable, knew how to love people, and would take care of other people's emotions. This was one of the reasons why the couple had been planning to set up the two of them in the first place, after they had gotten to know Chun Ran well enough. Zhang Rui wouldn't understand this. Her most intuitive knowledge of Chun Ran was still Chan Yao's brother. She never understood that yesterday. Zhang Fanji had kept a stern face and felt too angry to eat. But one phone call from Chun Ran could put her in a better mood. Is that what being in love is all about? She hadn't gotten an answer to what she'd asked her sister last night, and she was still pretty upset about it. "I plan to find Chun Yao to inquire about it after I go over tomorrow in case Chun Ran has any black history. At that time, I can also cool down my mom and dad. This situation is not only treating Chun Ran as a son-in-law but also almost as a real son." After dinner, Zhang Fanji handed the song sheet to Chun Ran, which also had the compiled guitar sheet. Zhang Fanji had heard Zhang Rui talk about Chen Yao and gave Chun Ran that Chen Yun, the owner of the street corner music bar, was a musician and opened her own music studio. If Chen Yao wants to record and release the song, she can go directly to Chen Yun. Chun Ran pinched the songbook, feeling that it was still a bit hot. Had he known it would cause trouble, where would he have picked this song? Chun Ran exhaled and said to Zhang Fanji, "Thank you." Zhang Fanji glanced at him and didn't say anything. Chun Ran felt a bit embarrassed. It was late, and it was Zhang Fanji who offered to send Chun Ran home. Sitting in the car, Chun Ran again hesitated to buy a car. For him, a car is now a necessity, whether he needs to use it to get to work or to get home. At least it will be much easier to go to Uncle Zhang's house. This was not something he had to hesitate about, but now he was a little hesitant again. All the way, Zhang Fanji drove at ease, as if she had something on her mind. Because Zhang Fanji was leaving tomorrow, Chun Ran was not in a high mood. Occasionally turning her head to look at Zhang Fanji, she could see the light sliding across her face, her delicate face without much expression. Chun Ran barely felt time pass before the car came to a stop. Looking up, I realized that it had arrived. He wondered in his mind how it could be so fast. I'm going back first. Give me a call tomorrow morning before you get on the plane. Chan Ran exhaled, shook off the emotions in his heart, and opened the door to get out of the car. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips slightly and suddenly said, "Actually, there's no need for you to hide it from your parents." Chan Ran's hand that had just closed the car door gave a slight lurch. His head was a little confused, and he turned around and asked, "What are you?" Zhang Fanji's eyes danced, didn't bother to look at Chun Ran, stared at the windshield, and spoke carelessly. "I'm just afraid that your sister won't be able to hide it from you, and when the time comes, your parents will blame you, nothing else." Chun Ran felt his heart beating a bit faster and his breathing a bit irregular. Then I can really say it?" Zhang Fanji frowned slightly and calmly said, "Whatever." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she tapped the gas and drove off. Inside the car, Zhang Fanji's 2 ears were red, and only after she passed a corner and couldn't see Chun Ran from inside the rearview mirror did she hit the brakes. Slender fingers squeezed the steering wheel and exhaled in small gulps. Chapter 93: The Lovers Yet to Come. Chun Ran stood still, feeling a little dizzy in his head. Eyes watched Zhang Fanji's car small disappeared around the corner before he came back to his senses. He took 2 deep breaths to keep himself from getting so worked up. What does she mean by this? Chun Ran tried to keep himself from thinking about it. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything else, just that he could tell Mom and Dad, and his expression didn't even change much. But Chun ran where to stop, thinking about things along the way, heart beating fast, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that he had arrived at the door. After opening the door, he lay on the bed, and what kept flowing inside his mind were the words that Zhang Fanji had just said. He realized that he didn't know when he lost his usual mind when facing Zhang Fanji. After half a day of rambling, Chun Ran glanced at his cell phone and realized that the time had already passed for a long time. He clicked on Zhang Fanji's avatar and sent WeChat over. "Are you home yet?" After a long time, Zhang Fanji returned the message. "Just arrived." Chun Ran hesitated for half a day and asked, "Can I make a phone call?" Zhang Fanji returned quickly. "I can't." After a short interval came, "I have Rui with me." Chun Ran breathed a sigh of relief and returned, "I have a plane to catch in the morning, so you should rest early." "Aha." Chun Ran put down his cell phone, thinking about what he should say when he called just now if Zhang Fanji said he could call. Ask her what she meant by what she just said. So what if she said she just didn't want him to be embarrassed? But last night she would get mad at that song. She should not have meant it. But what if they really don't mean it? Chun Ran is really torn. This was the most tangled he had ever been in his 2 lives. The heart was beating fast, but it felt like it was hanging in mid-air, up and down, apprehensive. The other side, Zhang Fanji sat alone on the bed, squeezing her cell phone, her hands shaking a little, and only relaxed a lot when she saw Chun Ran send goodnight over. "Knock knock." "Sister, why did you lock the door?" Zhang Rui shouted from outside. "What is it?" Zhang Fanji's eyes messed up slightly. "I want to sleep with you," Zhang Rui said. "You have your own bed. My bed is cold, and I won't see you again for a long time tomorrow when I go to Wahai." Zhang Fanji hesitated slightly and said, "You wait." She touched her pale face, which rolled slightly, and took several deep breaths in succession to calm her emotions. After walking over and opening the door, Zhang Rui looked at her suspiciously. "What are you doing closing the door when you're sleeping in your own home?" Zhang Fanji ignored her and burrowed herself into the quilt. Zhang Rui said, "You weren't on the phone with Chun Ran just now, were you? Why do you have to close the door? No one will eavesdrop on you." Zhang Fanji said with a stern face, "Are you sleeping?" "Sleep, sleep." Zhang Rui knew that she was about to have a seizure, so she hurriedly jumped onto the bed like a rabbit and lifted the comforter to get in. The 2 sisters just left their heads outside the covers. Zhang Rui hesitated for a moment and asked, "Sister, I now believe that you and Chun Ran are real, but is it really okay to fall in love with your status?" Zhang Fanji didn't say anything. "And if you become a singer and run around all year round, what about Chun Ran? He can't just watch you inside the video every day." What Zhang Rui said was the truth. She wasn't sure what her sister thought, so she wanted to ask for clarification. "It's not something you need to worry about," Zhang Fanji finished, rolling over and turning her back to her. Zhang Rui skimmed her mouth, sensing that her sister's mood was a bit complicated, and didn't say much. The next morning, Chun Ran received a call from Zhang Fanji. By this time she was at the airport. Neither said anything when they received the call and remained silent. Chun Ran had wanted to ask about last night's words, but sensing that Zhang Fanji was a bit torn, he hesitated and still didn't say anything. Whatever it is, it's never as clear on the phone as it is in person. Giving up that thought made this awkward atmosphere of mutual silence only slightly better. I remember that you still owe me a meal. I don't have time this time, so I'll have to make it up next time I come back. Chun Ran said in a pretense of relaxation. Zhang Fanji hummed, then said, I'm going to board the plane. Contact me on WeChat if anything happens. After hanging up the phone, Chun Ran exhaled heavily. In his previous life, he had never been in love, and he didn't know how to handle this kind of thing. What made him a bit torn was that it wasn't clear what Zhang Fanji really thought. Would she choose to be in a relationship when she's a star? A celebrity falling in love has so many repercussions that it could even undo all her hard work so far. In order to sing, Zhang Fanji has been working hard since she was in middle school, high school, college, and on and on. Was he so important that he could make Zhang Fanji give up the career she had always valued so much? Perhaps in the last night, Chun Ran was able to ask, but now that he had calmed down, he hesitated a lot instead. Early meeting. The director solicits programs for the entertainment channel's annual meeting. Everyone offered their opinions enthusiastically, only Chun Ran didn't have much of a reaction. Lin Fan touched him and said, What happened today? Didn't sleep well? Nope. Thinking about things. Chun Ran said casually. He's a little bit of a pain in the ass at everything he's doing today. Lin Fan added, I have a message here about the Guardian, and it's a bit related to you. What is it that still has something to do with me? Chun Ran found it strange that he had nothing to do with Wei Wei. The Guardian channel plans to prepare 2 programs at the same time after the start of the year. It's not finalized now, but the news is there. With your current achievements, if you can get the best planning, there will definitely be a program for you. Lin Fan said with some excitement. Chun Ran got best planner, and the Guardian is definitely willing to give him a chance. Lin Fan knew Chun Ran's ability, and as long as he had the chance, he would definitely not fail. Chun Ran shook his head and laughed. You're also too optimistic. Right now I'm just in danger of even being the best planner, and it's even more unlikely that I'll go directly to the TV channel. The 2 programs that broke 14% were both planned under your leadership. You have a very good chance. Lin Fan rightfully said. Have to consider the issue of the overlap of the 2 programs. The best programs entry the station made a limit. When the station looked at my resume, it was estimated that the 2 programs combined only topped the weight of a program on someone's satellite TV. Chun Ran does not think highly of himself. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran unexpectedly. No. Why are you not at all confident today? So bereft. Normally, Chun Ran was majestic in vigor and could be more motivated than anyone else when doing the show. But today he felt a bit negative. Chun Ran froze. Yes. Lin Fan nodded without hesitation. Yes. Chun Ran patted his face. Maybe I didn't rest well last night. I'll be fine after a while. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran and felt that he wasn't telling the truth. Did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Lin Fan wanted to gossip a little. But when he thought of Chun Ran's solid words from last time, he gave up the idea. Don't gossip without asking and end up with a mouthful of dog food. That would be disastrous. Chapter 94 Testimony. Yo-Yo. Has your brother ever had a girlfriend before? No. That's impossible. He's quite handsome and has a good temper. Would such a person not have a girlfriend? My brother is too busy studying to have a girlfriend. What about college? There should always be a college, right? No, he's been working part-time in college except for school. This shouldn't be. Zhang Rui wondered. Some of her classmates were not as handsome as Chun Ran, but their girlfriends changed just like their clothes. Moreover, Chun Ran's character seemed to be not bad. Otherwise, how could he tolerate his sister's temper? Such a person should be very appealing to women. Chun Yao said, What's wrong with that? Haven't you never had a boyfriend either? Zhang Rui said, It's different. I'm a girl. I'm clean. Saying it like my brother can't keep his hands clean. Chun Yao looked at Zhang Rui without any good humor and said suspiciously, Haunting, you've been inquiring about my brother's news since you came back. What bad idea are you playing? Zhang Rui said with a hurt expression. Yao Yao, what you said is too hurtful. Am I that kind of person? My sister is in love. I have to help gatekeep and get a good understanding of what's normal, right? She said the latter sentence with a straight face. Chun Yao was speechless for a while, ready to say something when her cell phone rang. She grabbed it and tried to go outside to answer it. Zhang Rui casually asked, Whose call is it? And hiding to answer it. Chun Yao glanced at her and said, Your brother-in-law. Then she ignored her and went outside to pick it up. Zhang Rui was choked a bit and was a bit depressed. I didn't expect Yao Yao to learn the hard way. Outside, Chun Yao picked up the phone and asked, "Brother, what's up? I didn't tell Mom and Dad about you and Sister Haunted." She didn't dare to mention the 3 words Zhang Xiun. It was not good to be heard. "No, I'm your brother. Why do I feel you're so scared?" Chun Ran felt funny. Chun Yao thought, of course, afraid. Chun Ran is just in love. Even if Mom and Dad know, will only be happy. This is not considered to be her to grab the pigtail. But she is different, go to the bar to sing, which is known to the parents to be angry to draw people. Chun Ran didn't make things difficult for his sister and said, "Well, I'm looking for you for something. I wrote a song for you. I'll send it to your WeChat later. Remember to receive it." Chun Yao was a bit confused. "Song? You're writing me a song? Well, I reckon you'll like it." Chun Yao came back to her senses. She said busily, "Brother, I sing only as a hobby. I don't want to be a singer. It's just a song. And it doesn't say you have to be a singer if you sing it." Chun Ran said. Chun Yao still refused. "I can't sing. I'm just covering songs for fun. It's too much of a waste to give me the songs you wrote. How much better for you to give them to Haunted Sister. If I say it's for you, it's for you. It's not the right song for her. And anyone who likes to sing would surely want to have their own original song. You definitely want it. I am your brother. Still embarrassed with me?" Chun Ran added, "This song is Ji and I wrote it together. If you really don't want it, then I'll go to find Mom and Dad to talk about it." "How can you be so?" Chun Yao felt a wave of powerlessness. No matter what she said, Chun Ran would pull out her mom and dad to talk about it, which made her how to refute it. Also, listen to Ji said that your boss has a music studio to record, arranging. Can your boss, if the money is not enough to give me said. Chun Ran also commanded a few sentences before hanging up the phone. Chan Yao entered the dormitory. Zhang Rui stuck over again like a dog's skin plaster. "What's wrong with your brother?" Before Chun Yao could reply, he heard a ding-dong sound from his cell phone as Chun Ran sent over the song sheet file. "What is this?" Zhang Rui was curious. Chan Yao said without a trace of anger, "Your sister and brother-in-law wrote the song for me to sing." Zhang Rui cocked her head. Her eyes filled with confusion. "Writing a song for you to sing? Such a waste." Chun Yao looked at her, and Zhang Rui shrank back. Chun Yao ignored her, but opened and clicked the file. Zhang Rui came over, and the two of them squeezed their heads together, and after reading the lyrics of the song title, the two of them looked at each other. The corner of Zhang Rui's mouth moved. This is the song they wrote?" Chun Yao hummed. "See, don't think those little thoughts." How could she not know Zhang Haunted's thoughts? Zhang Rui didn't retort, but was just a bit depressed. Time passes day by day. The TV station's annual meeting is approaching. The stage is ready and the show has been rehearsed. The program is a skit. It's about the hilarious things that go on in the TV crews, segment after segment, the kind that would make anyone who works in TV read it and smile. Chun Ran originally did not want to participate in the annual meeting program discussion. Director Liu deliberately pointed him together to write a script. Chun Ran also followed some ideas, is a force for the channel. These time he and Zhang Fanji contact quite a lot. Almost every day we'll chat on WeChat, even if busy to greet. Even when they weren't in Zhang's house, they would occasionally turn on the video. Although they hadn't seen each other much, Chun Ran felt that the two were closer than before. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but it wasn't a bad feeling is all. And Chun Yao and Zhang Rui were on vacation. Because Chun Yao had to be in the middle of recording The Rest of Life afterward, she needed to push back her return for a few days, and Zhang Rui accompanied her. And it would be a few days before she came back as well. Director Zhang called Chun Ran. "Come to the house in the evening. There's something to tell you." Chun Ran nodded his head in agreement, although he was a bit puzzled. Since the annual meeting is tomorrow, everyone has worked extra shifts. By the time Chun Ran and Director Zhang left work together, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chun Ran smelled him all smoky and coughed. "Uncle, the smell is a bit strong. Flavor." Director Zhang, slightly stunned, then responded, "Harm, I also did not smoke. Is just now with Lu Bing they together. These few old smoking gun, you know. The office is not big. I'm this are marinated into the flavor." Chun Ran wanted to laugh but didn't dare. "It's useless to explain to me." Director Zhang added, "You'll have to explain to your aunt for me later, or I'll be wronged here." Chun Ran realized that Director Zhang is waiting here. The corner of his mouth moved. "Aunt Yoon is so shrewd. It is good that you do not explain. Explaining is not redundant. Do not beat yourself up." Sure enough. As soon as he got home, Aunt Yoon frowned when she smelled him. Director Zhang busily said, I really didn't smoke here. Chan Ran was with me, he can testify. It was a few old smokers in the station, discussing the program in my office, smothering me with the smell. Seeing Aunt Yoon looking over, Chan Ran awkwardly smiled and nodded. Aunt Yoon wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't bother with her husband. It's none of my business if you smoke or not. I'm not the one who's having a hard time anyway. Aunt Yoon turned around and went into the kitchen after saying that. Chan Ran sort of knew where Zhang Fanji's temper came from. It was a bit similar to Aunt Yoon. Director Zhang touched the top of his head and breathed a slight sigh of relief, a feeling of being blindsided. Uncle and nephew sat on the sofa, and Director Zhang said, Actually, I asked you to come here today, mainly about the Guardian Channel. Chan Ran sat up straight. Guardian Channel? Are those the two new programs that are ready to be prepared? Director Zhang hummed. One is a big production with a lot of funding, and the other is a late-night program with less funding. Tomorrow is the annual meeting. I still don't know if you have a chance to win the award. I want to make two preparations. I don't want to do the big production one. Even if you get the best planning, it's impossible for you to interfere. But the late-night slot, even if you don't win an award, I'll help you get a chance to compete. Chun Ran looked at Director Zhang and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chapter 95 Saving for a Rainy Day. Director Zhang was good to him. Chun Ran knew it well. From the time the two met until now, it was getting better and better for him. He used to be a nephew, but later, because of Zhang Fanji, he took Chun Ran as his son-in-law. People say that a son-in-law is considered half a son. But Director Zhang and Aunt Yoon clearly treat him as their own son. Director Zhang is only the director of the Public Channels Program Department. The energy is so big, want to create an opportunity for Chun Ran to compete in a satellite TV program is not a simple thing, but to give up his face to beg to invite people but also owe a lot of favors. He was a rather good-faced person, but he was willing to go that far for Chun Ran. Chun Ran had some sourness in his heart, but didn't show it. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, Uncle, this annual meeting will only start tomorrow. Maybe we can get a prize. There's no need to think so much. Director Zhang glanced at him and said, This is called saving for a rainy day. From the station's restrictions on the Best Program Awards, the two programs for lyrics and microphone can only be treated as one, so you'll suffer a lot. If you can't get the award, you have to think of other ways to go to Guardian. Chun Ran lowered his head. Actually, there's no hurry, Uncle. I'm only 23. I won't turn 24 until after the start of the year. I just entered the TV station less than a year ago. I have already moved from the public channel to the entertainment channel and did two programs. Some of the newcomers who entered the TV station with me are still working as assistants now. Compared to them, I'm already a lot better. Are you complacent? Director Zhang asked. Chun Ran shook his head. I'm not even close. That's right. You are different from them. What they lack is accumulation. What you lack is opportunity. Director Zhang habitually crossed his fingers, wanting to smoke, hesitated or gave up and continued. I know what you think. Don't look at Uncle as just a director. But he knows a lot of people, and your grades are so good, wanting to find an opportunity, it's not as hard as you think. Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran and said, If you have this ability, it shouldn't be wasted. Chun Ran was slightly silent. He didn't know if what Uncle Zhang said was true or not. But it definitely wasn't as easy as he said. He definitely wants to go to the Guardian, but he doesn't want to make things difficult for Uncle Zhang. Chun Ran finally looked at Director Zhang seriously and said, Uncle, I will make some preparations first, but everything else will wait until after the annual meeting tomorrow. Seeing his seriousness, Director Zhang also nodded after a moment's thought. Okay, wait for the results of tomorrow's annual meeting. The program is to be prepared after the year. There is no hurry. He had said it tonight because he also wanted Chun Ran to have a heartfelt preparation. After dinner in the evening, Zhang Fanji learns that Chun Ran is at home and initiates a video invitation. She was in full dress and her face was extraordinarily well made up, so she should have just finished attending an event. She chatted with her mom and dad for a few moments and then just kept talking to Chun Ran. Chun Ran saw that she was a bit tired and couldn't help but say, If you're too tired, rest for a few days. Zhang Fanji shook her head and said, It'll be fine after these few days. It won't be so busy in the new year. The Capital Spring Festival Gala is not live. It's all been recorded, and now it's picking up commercial gigs. Flourishing Star now sees that she can make money, also began to put efforts to publicize, only to Zhang Fanji's new album is still in discussion. It is estimated that after the year will have a result. Zhang Fanji do not want to drop the chain at this time. Chun Ran was not clear about this and could only say, Don't be too tired. Your body is important. Zhang Fanji nodded and was about to speak when the door opened with a click. Xiun. Let's rush to Shenxing tonight and attend the event in the morning. Tao Lin came over and said and paused. She saw Chan ran inside Zhang Fanji's cell phone. The corner of her mouth pulled and said, "Open." Zhang Fanji nodded unhurriedly. "Well, video with my parents. Haven't seen them for a few days." It was only then that Tao Lin saw Chan Ran's background in Zhang Fanji's house. "It's fine, you talk to your uncle and aunt first, we'll talk about things later." Tao Lin said to leave. Zhang Fanji said, "No need, let's chat." Then she spoke to Chan Ran and the others before hanging up the video. Director Zhang and his wife watched Chan Ran put away his cell phone and glanced at each other. Aunt Yoon sighed and said, "Gigi, this is too busy. Not to mention going home. She doesn't even have time to open a video." Chun Ran laughed. "It's all about work now." Director Zhang wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. He knew that his daughter had a deep obsession with singing, and trying to get her to give up that path was definitely not an option. Both he and his wife were of the same mind, waiting for the New Year's Eve to try to persuade her that she could compromise properly, that singing was fine, but not running around all day like that. Chun Ran is good-tempered and knows how to take care of other people's ideas, but people have a limit of patience, so if you can't see people all day long, the deeper the feelings, the more problems will occur. Their family has quite a lot of savings. There is no shortage of Zhang Fanji to earn money. There is no need to be busy like this. Chun Ran didn't know what Director Zhang's two elders were thinking. In fact, he had quite a few thoughts of his own. Chun Ran didn't go back today, but stayed overnight at Zhang's house. Lying on his bed, he couldn't sleep. His mind was a little messed up inside. There was something about Director Zhang and something about Zhang Fanji. He had gratitude and guilt for Uncle Zhang. With Zhang Fanji, on the other hand, it was a bit complicated. The next day, he woke up only when he heard his alarm clock call. Probably a little preoccupied. "I didn't sleep too well last night and was a little groggy in the morning. It was only after washing up that I felt slightly more awake." Aunt Yoon made breakfast and Director Zhang and Chan Ran ate it before driving to the TV station. It was only when it was noon that they began to trickle into the studio. Chan Ran was with Lin Fan, who was sitting in the entertainment channel section, and laughed. "It's the first time I've sat here as a viewer and watched a program. It's kind of refreshing." Lin Fan was going to laugh at him, but then he thought that the reason Chun Ran felt this way was because Chun Ran had only entered the TV station this year, and the annual meeting was his first time attending. Chun ran into the TV station, although the time is short, is considered a newcomer, but the results are not new at all. To a lesser extent, Lin Fan cannot compare at all. He couldn't stop smiling at the thought. The two sat here and chatted. Not long after, Chun Ran felt that someone was looking at him, turned around, and was met by the side of the guardian, two men around 40. One had a beard and dark glasses, while the other had a thin, somewhat literate face. "These two are the people who are competing with you for the best planner," Lin Fan explained to Chun Ran. Hearing this, Chun Ran smiled at the two over there, who were also slightly stunned and also nodded their heads in greeting to Chun Ran. Chun Ran whispered, "How do you know them?" Lin Fan didn't have the heart to say, "If you'd been in TV for a few years, you'd be familiar with it too." Chun Ran was curious again. "I haven't met them. How do they know me?" Lin Fan took a look at Chun Ran and said sourly, "Maybe it's because of the face value." Chun Ran immediately understood. People look over towards the entertainment channel, the program department of this bunch of people look at a glance, see one of the most handsome, is Chun Ran did not run. Chapter 96. Unexpected. The annual meeting of the Zhaonan TV station was quite grand. Not only people from their own TV station, but also many collaborators were invited over. A large studio, filled to capacity. It was the first time for Chun Ran to attend a TV station's annual meeting, and it felt quite new. Because of the big deal of the Zhaonan TV station, the stage is so beautifully decorated that it can be used directly to film the Zhaonan Spring Festival Gala. Chun Ran listened to Lin Fan whispering and realized that this stage was really left over from doing the Zhaonan Spring Festival Gala. Not only the scene of the stage and equipment is good, even the host is also the Spring Festival configuration, with people in addition to their own TV station's leading host, but also invited two popular stars over to rotate host. Dear leaders, colleagues, guests, with the opening remarks of several presenters, the annual meeting of Calling TV officially kicked off. The annual meeting was also relatively simple, opening with a song and dance, with several presenters singing together. The channel inventory will then begin, as well as the channel's prepared program performances. Songs, dances, skits, and even a comedy, the list is endless. We're all TV crews, and other than those presenters, the others don't have any acting talent. and it can look slightly awkward. But not many people cared in this setting, and it was fun to watch. When it was the turn of the entertainment channel, Chun-ran was slightly pumped up. Well, at least the show was written with him in mind and wanted to see what the reaction was. The show is aimed at TV colleagues, so the stems that people discuss during scriptwriting are almost always things that can be encountered inside a TV station. Sometimes a line makes coworkers smile, and other times it feels like a poke in the heart and makes them empathize. At the end of the program, it was met with a round of applause. The people at the entertainment channel are pretty happy that the program has everyone's participation and are proud of the fact that it's now being well received. And then next, the awards. The award segment is saved for last every year and is a way to honor the top performing programs or people and to motivate those who didn't win. TV stations set up a lot of awards: Best Director, Best Planning, Best Program. Listening to these awards, Chun-ran wondered for a moment if he was at a movie awards scene. The first award presented was the Director's Award. This has nothing to do with Chun-ran and their entertainment channel. Satellite channels invited over the writer-director. Naturally, our cattle people team to do the program is also a big production. I love to remember the lyrics of the song. This volume is too small. The director does not have much opportunity to play. Not to mention the entertainment channel, even if it's The Guardian, most people know it has nothing to do with them. Lastly, the director of the Guardian channel's program, Celebrity Outing Season, was awarded. I didn't think I had a chance to win the station's director's award, smiled the old director, who had been at the station for decades, a true veteran. Thinks he's average though. He's won variety awards for the shows he's done, but they were team awards, nothing to do with him. I thought I'd just make it to retirement, but I didn't expect this surprise at the end. The old director's heartfelt words of thanks were the experience of being on television. And when he stepped off the stage, there was thunderous applause. The awards were followed by performances by invited stars. Chun-ran and Lin Fan weren't too interested and whispered below. Mostly Lin Fan was talking, giving Chun-ran a little bit of information about this old director. Chun-ran unexpectedly said, "I didn't expect you to be a know-it-all. The Guardian is so clear." Lin Fan laughed. "My dad has a good relationship with this director. Occasionally he'll go to my house to sit down, and sometimes I'll just listen to him and my dad chatting next to each other, so I know a little bit about it." As the two whispered, the best programs of the year began to be awarded from above. I Love Lyrics has a finalist for the award, and the crew is looking positively giddy with anticipation, even if they know it's not too hopeful. There's a what if in everything. The finalists are two programs from satellite TV, both of which are large variety shows and don't have bad ratings, either second or third during the same period, and occasionally a single issue has taken first place. This is followed by I Love to Remember Lyrics on the entertainment channel and Shao Nan Focus on the public channel. Seeing the shortlist, those two programmers from the Guardian channel couldn't help but feel emotional. In previous years, the Best Program Award was basically a TV program, but this time it's good that two of them were killed in at once, and both of them are not to be messed with. If I Love Lyrics pulls out a small gap between everyone, then calling the South Focus doesn't make sense. The best programs, too, are not solely based on ratings, and after a certain point, the advantages of a program like Call of Duty Spotlight are infinitely greater. At the last moment, there was a cheer from the public channel side as the Calling South Spotlight lingered on the big screen. The results were not unexpected, and with the performance of Call of Cthulhu Spotlight, it would feel strange if it didn't win. The public channel used to not perform well in the ratings of the station. When the production of The Great Beauty of Xiaonan got a lot of good word of mouth and now Xiaonan Focus won the best program, the prospect is very good. Next, it was time for Chun-ran to get a little apprehensive. About to be awarded is the Planner of the Year. The people from the entertainment channel all looked at Chun-ran, which made his mood, which had just calmed down a bit, start to tense up again. Previously, he hadn't placed so much importance on winning or not winning the award. But last night's conversation with Director Zhang made him a bit afflicted. If he didn't win the award, Director Zhang would definitely help him get a chance. Chun-ran is very eager to go to the satellite TV, but he doesn't want to bother Director Zhang. As the award presenters were introduced, the shortlist appeared on the screen. Jiang Weiliang, Chief Planner of Star Travel Season on TV channel. Wang Mingi, Chief Planner of Love in a Row. Chun-ran, Chief Planner of I Love to Record Lyrics, Challenge Microphone and former Chief Planner of Xiaonan Spotlight on Entertainment Channel. And Chi Yongjia, Chief Planner of 7:30 for the Whole Family on Metro Channel. Chun-ran was originally still pondering how to persuade Uncle Zhang when the time came if he really didn't win the award. But when he saw the introduction on the big screen, his entire body froze for a moment. Challenge of the Mic is kind of just that. But what's up with Call of Duty Spotlight? The Call of Cthulhu spotlight is something he does on the public access channel, so it shouldn't be counted up for that to be the case, as I seem to recall the director saying. Not to mention Chun Ran, Zhang Weiliang, and Wang Mingyi from whichever side of the satellite channel, as well as Chi Yongjie from the Metropolitan Channel, were all confused when they saw Xiaonan focus. They knew Chun Ran because the program shortlist came out after hearing about a new program appearing on the entertainment channel, but they were too busy themselves. How could they have so much time to care? It's kind of scary when you suddenly have a whole Calling the South focus in there when you thought it was evenly matched. This was the program that had just taken the Best Program award with a crushing force without a doubt, and even if the planning weight was not high, it was enough to add a lot of points. Chi Yongjie was fine, he didn't hold much hope himself, but Zhang Weiliang and Wang Mingyi were a bit confused. On stage, after the finalists were announced, the stage manager began to announce the winners. He bowed his head and read word for word. The winner of Calling TV's Planner of the Year is Entertainment Channel's I Love to Remember Lyrics Chief Planner, Chun Ran. Chapter 97 Comfort. As the station manager announced the winners, several of the finalist chief planners had stunned expressions. Zhang Weiliang and Wang Mingyi glanced at each other. Both could see the unwillingness and hard feelings in each other's eyes. From the beginning, the duo's opponents were only each other. As for Chun Ran and Chi Yongjie, they hadn't cared much about them. Because of funding constraints, it's impossible for a local station to match a single program on TV, and the two of them have a huge advantage. If placed in the usual really is so, but they also did not expect. Chun Ran actually did Calling South focus. Isn't he from the entertainment channel? How come he's on a public channel? Falling off the horse, the two had very mixed feelings. Although it is considered that Chun Ran is a bit of a winner with the existence of Calling South focus, the program is indeed made by others, and it is also this year's program, so what is it going to say? Wang Mingyi is very reluctant and unconvinced. If he really won the award, he could go for the next big production program. Now it looks like there is not much hope. Chun Ran didn't know what other people were thinking. From the time the program, Xiaonan Focus, appeared on the big screen, he couldn't be bothered to look at other people's thoughts, and the emotions of anticipation and nervousness intertwined made him involuntarily clench his 5 fingers tightly. As the stage manager read out his name, Chun Ran exhaled heavily and his hands finally loosened. Chun Ran. It's Chun Ran who won the award. Lin Fan shouted excitedly. Although he had been consoling Chun Ran, he understood that it was a bit difficult for Chun Ran to win the award when he knew that challenge microphone didn't have enough weight. But who would have thought that the station would have counted Calling the South focus as a big killer? He was so excited that those who didn't know it would have thought he was the one who won the award. The big screen was playing Chun Ran's introduction, from Great Beauty Xiaonan to Xiaonan Focus, from I Love to Remember Lyrics to Challenge the Microphone. The 4 program groups Chun Ran had talked to, one by one, were introduced on it. That's when many people realized that the award-winning chief planner had only been with the station for less than a year. This kind of situation in the past, for example, the TV station went to other provincial stations to poach people over, others do a good program, less than a year can also take the station's awards, but Chun Ran, this kind of less than a year with the 4 columns group, have done 3 program master planners, really did not have a person. Wang Mingyi was very reluctant, but Zhang Weiliang felt some admiration. They were at Chun Ran's age, still in internship polishing. While Chun Ran had already been able to do cross-genre to do a program and still be able to make a big hit, it was indeed rare. At this time on the public channel, Director Zhang was speechless with excitement. Next to him, Director Liu Bing of Xiaonan Focus said with a happy face, "Director Zhang, congratulations. I didn't expect Chun Ran to win. He has the ability and the luck. He deserves it." Director Zhang smiled and said, "This has come full circle. Chun Ran won the award and their channel took the best program." It was indeed a complete success in Director Zhang's heart. After the big screen introduced Chun Ran, the host said, "Please ask Chun Ran to come on stage to receive the award." Chun Ran took a deep breath as Lin Fan patted Chun Ran and scrunched his legs to let Chun Ran pass. Walking onto the stage, Chun Ran smiled slightly the whole way, trying to calm down and make himself look less excited. The one presenting him with the award was the station manager, whom Chun Ran had only seen in photos before. "Your planning is great. Very creative. The station needs young people with whimsical ideas like you. Keep up the good work in the future." The station manager shook Chun Ran's hand and said many words of encouragement before giving Chun Ran a trophy, as well as a certificate of honor. "Here, please ask Chun Ran to say his acceptance speech." The host handed the microphone to Chun Ran. Looking at so many people below, Chun Ran said it was false to say that he wasn't nervous. He took 2 deep breaths and organized some language before saying, "Thank you very much to the station leaders for being able to award the prize to me. I feel flattered and surprised at the same time. Compared with your seniors, I still have a lot to learn. This award doesn't just belong to me, but to all of us on the program team, thanks to Director Liu, Director Yang, and the colleagues who used to work together on the public channel. Chun Ran spoke in cartwheels and, like the other winners, thanked as many as he could, preferring to say more than he wanted to leave out. When he stepped off the stage, he was instantly relaxed. He gazed over to the public channel and Director Zhang gave him a thumbs up. Chun Ran instantly smiled and happily raised his trophy. Congratulations! Congratulations, Chun Ran! Colleagues around the room continued to send congratulations. Chun Ran smiled and greeted. At this time, the performance on stage was about to begin, and Chun Ran sat down. Lin Fan smiled and asked, "How does it feel to win an award?" Chun Ran thought for a moment before saying, "Soothing." From last night until today, he had been thinking about how to persuade Director Zhang if he didn't win the award. Now that I've won the award, all the worries are gone. Just the word comfort. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran's trophy and was very envious. "One day I'll get it too." Chun Ran smiled and encouraged, "Cheer together." The star of the stage finished his song and moved on to presenting the awards. Chun Ran had thought that the subsequent awards had nothing to do with them, who knew that they would end up winning another award for the best team. The reason for this is that in addition to doing I Love to Remember lyrics, their program team also did out Challenge the Mic in a week's time. Director Wu Jin smiled from ear to ear when he went up to receive the award, and when he came down, he said that this was the first time he went up to receive the award, and it was probably the last time. It's not that he's too pessimistic, but it's just the way it is, and at this age, you probably know where your ceiling is, and whether there's any hope for a career can be clear. If he wants to keep winning awards, he'll have to go to the Guardian, but he's no more capable than those who are poached from the outside, and there are so many internally who are better than him that it's basically out of the question. The others were caring about the excitement. To the time Lin Fan just stirred up the hot blood was Director Wu Jin. A sentence splashed a lot. Mainly because he thought of his own age. Wait until Director Wu Jin's age. Is it also like this? He felt a little sense of panic at the thought of such a scene. It's not that Director Wu Jin is bad. In fact, it's already a high achievement to have made I Love to Remember lyrics. He's mainly afraid of stereotyping his future. After the awards were presented, the station held a raffle. The prizes of the annual meeting were very generous. As the TV station was also generous, the winning rate were not low. Even Chun Ran won a cell phone. By the time the annual meeting was all over, it was evening. Chun Ran came out and saw the thin-haired Director Zhang standing there, rubbing his hands together and greeting people passing by. Chun Ran jogged over. "Uncle, why don't you go to the car first?" Director Zhang was happy to see him come over and said, waiting for you to join me. I've asked your aunt to make a wine dish. Let's go back and walk another one." Although Chun Ran was afraid of drinking, he didn't refuse. Today's Uncle Zhang was obviously happier than last time. The big deal is to throw up. It's not a big problem. Chapter 98. I knew you were good when we first met, kind and good-hearted. But I didn't realize you were so capable. I want to have a son like you. I can be proud to heaven. Director Zhang's face was red and he spoke with all the smell of alcohol. Aunt Yun frowned. "Look at what you've drunk. Stop drinking. You have to go to work tomorrow. No matter how happy you are, you have to be moderate. You're starting to talk nonsense." Chun Ran just laughed on the side. Uncle Zhang was drunk on wine. He hadn't drunk as much tonight as he had last time. "Nothing happy today, Chun Ran to enter the satellite television. I wanted to join the TV channel back then, but my ability is not good. I am a mediocrity compared to others. Now that Chun Ran has this ability, I have to earn this opportunity for him even if I don't want to lose face. But this kid is competitive. Really competitive." Uncle Zhang hemmed and hawed and said a lot. Aunt Yun said helplessly, Okay. Chun Ran is in the Guardian TV. Everyone is happy. I won't persuade you, but if you want to drink again, sleep in the study by yourself. I can't stand the smell. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang shook his head and sat up straight. Enough to drink, well, in moderation, enough to drink. Chun Ran, let's drink again when next time. Chun Ran busily said, Okay, uncle. Let's drink next time. That's enough for today. He was actually feeling a little wobbly and was better off drinking less. Uncle Zhang poured him a cup and then refilled it 3 times for himself. Chun Ran still has more than half of this cup. Uncle Zhang washed directly after sleeping. Chun Ran, because the body clothes did not change, now all the smell of alcohol. Tomorrow cannot go directly to work and then late have to rush back. Aunt Yun persuaded Chun Ran and could not persuade him, so she could only instruct him to be careful on the road. Outside by the wind, Chun Ran felt that the wine sobered up a lot. He took a taxi, leaned against the car and looked at the neon lights outside to walk away. By the time he got to the place where he was staying, Chun Ran was already awake to a great extent. He had just laid down on his bed when he received a call from Zhang Fanji. "I heard my mom say that you've been drinking?" Zhang Fanji asked when she opened her mouth. "Well, Uncle was happy today and drank a little with him." Chun Ran nodded. Zhang Fanji said, "You drink less wine." Chun Ran said, "I didn't drink much today either." Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, presumably a little upset in her heart, and only said after a while, "Why don't you sleep at home after drinking? I was at your house yesterday, and today I'm covered in the smell of alcohol. If I go to work tomorrow like this, people will have to cover their noses and hide when they see me." Chun Ran smiled and said, "Anyway, it didn't take long to take a taxi over. On the contrary, don't you have a program today?" "The program in the morning and back to the apartment in the afternoon," Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran was a bit impressed and said, "Should I turn on the video?" Zhang Fanji hesitated slightly. "No," Chun Ran regretted. "That's fine. We'll open it another day." Zhang Fanji paused for a moment, seemingly hesitating, before adding, "Wait." With a beep, the phone was pinched. Chun Ran drank and thought a bit slowly, not understanding what Zhang Fanji was doing. It just didn't take long for a video invitation to come through on his cell phone's WeChat. Chun Ran's heart was suddenly happy, connecting the video and seeing the familiar face of Zhang Fanji. Chun Ran saw the background of her video and wondered, "You're outside?" "Well, it was a bit boring in the apartment, so I came out for a walk." Zhang Fanji nodded. "It's so cold. It's better to go inside the house," Chun Ran said. Zhang Fanji furrowed her brows. "No, it's not cold." Chun Ran looked at this expression on her face and instantly thought of the reason why she had opened the video outside, supposedly to avoid Sister Lin. Thinking of this, Chun Ran was a little happy and a little heartbroken. Zhang Fanji asked, "I heard you won an award?" Chun Ran nodded. "Well, the station's best program planner. Can you go to The Guardian?" "I don't know yet, we'll have to see after the year." Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. "I'd like to know any good news in the future." Chun Ran nodded when he heard her words. When he was winning the award today, he wanted to send a message to Zhang Fanji in the car, and quite wanted to share it with Zhang Fanji. But thinking that in case a prosperous branch attends the event, the cell phone is in Tao Lin's hands, so he forced himself not to send it out. "I was going to call her about it, but I didn't expect Zhang Fanji to take the initiative." In Chun Ran's opinion, this was very good news. The next day, Chun Ran woke up with his usual heavy head. Absolutely no drinking in the future. Chun Ran swore in his heart. After drinking wine the next day is not comfortable and Zhang Fanji does not like it, then you cannot drink it. When we arrived at the station, everyone on the program was beaming. They didn't expect to win the Best Team Award beforehand, and it was a complete surprise. At today's morning meeting, the director directly announced that everyone in the program team was raising bonuses. From the beginning of the program to now, the prize money is mentioned again and again after making the challenge microphone. All the old team almost doubled compared to the previous, and now it is also mentioned. Naturally, everyone is happy. After the meeting was adjourned, Chun Ran was busy when Director Lu came over to him. "Congratulations. You've become a celebrity in our TV station," Director Lu said smilingly. "Director, you are exaggerating." Chun Ran laughed. Director Lu shook his head. "It's not an exaggeration. It's the truth." Chun Ran was previously unknown, even if he made "I Love" record lyrics and challenged the microphone. The famous ones were the team and the entertainment channel, and there were very few people who paid attention to Chun Ran. But last night at the annual meeting, Chun Ran's resume was released, and everyone realized that there was such a bull in the entertainment channel. Except for the Great Beauty Calling, which he had followed and contributed little to, he handled the planning of the other 3 programs, and the ratings were all equally horrible. The Chun Ran is still very young, only less than a year from entering the TV station. What is passed on within men is ability, but what is passed on among women is face value. A face that can stand the test of stage lights without makeup is very noticeable indeed. So he did get famous on TV. Chun Ran guffawed and smiled. "Director, you didn't look for me just to compliment me." Director Lu laughed. "I'm not that bored. It's Director Yang who's looking for you, asking you to come to the office." Chun Ran was puzzled in his heart. "What does the superintendent want to see me about?" "I'm not sure. I guess I need to talk to you about the program," Director Lu said. Chun Ran went to the director's office with doubts in his mind. After going in, Director Yang Chijun said, "Sit down for a while first." Only after he finished his work did he smile at Chun Ran. "How does it feel to win the Best Planning Award?" Chun Ran did not expect the director will ask this question. Slightly stunned after truthfully said, "Some accident, but also very surprised." Yang Chijun also laughed. "Not to mention you, I was also surprised. When the station said that Challenge Microphone wouldn't be counted as the best program, I knew it would be hard for you. I just didn't expect that they would count calling South Focus as well. So it's also your luck," he said, taking a file from his side and handing it over. "Check it out." Chun Ran received the information suspiciously, looked down for a moment, and then was aghast. Chapter 99, It's a Pity We Can't Keep It. This is... Chun Ran looked up with some incomprehension. Yang Chijun said, "This is the information for the Saturday evening slot on the Metro channel." Chun Ran looked at Superintendent Yang and didn't understand what was the point of giving himself this. He's from the entertainment channel, what's he doing giving him information on the Metro channel? Yang Chijun said, "Right after you got the Best Planning Award last night, the director of the Metropolitan Channel approached me and asked you to do a program." Chun Ran was stunned and said, "Director? But we're an entertainment channel?" In the past, the entertainment channel and the Metro channel were on par with each other in terms of ratings and were in a competitive relationship, so how come they still want him to help with their programs? Yang Chijun saw through Chun Ran's thoughts and said, "Competition is just a means to motivate each other and let the two channels have an upwardly mobile atmosphere, but not that the other party is really an enemy. We all belong to the same TV station. It's impossible to fight to the death. He came to my door, I can't refuse. Of course, it's not in your job description, so you can consider doing it or not. There is a promise on the side of the Urban Channel. If the planning is adopted, there will be an additional bonus for you, and the program revenue share will definitely not be less, and your name will also be hung in the planning column. And because your show airs on Fridays and Sundays, they purposely put Saturday's show on Fridays, and the show you're planning, if it comes out, will be put on Saturdays to air." Chun Ran listened, and also sort of understand why Director Yang did not directly reject. People's sincerity is very in place. "Director, with so many people in the Metropolitan Channel, why would they be looking for me?" Chun Ran asked. Yang Chijun laughed. "It seems you don't understand how much your resume impacted others last night at the annual meeting. The 3 programs, each one is the top pillar of the local station. Calling South Focus is the pinnacle. I love remembering lyrics and Challenge the Microphone are the top of the line. Constantly refreshing the station's records, who else can do it?" Chun Ran said, "Didn't it ever occur to them that I might be lucky? No one can guarantee that the ratings of the program made will be good. What if it's poor?" Yang Chijun said, "That's what they have to consider. There are risks in doing any program, and looking for you is just wanting to take planning from you, and if it doesn't work out in the evaluation, I guess they'll give up." Chun Ran, however, thought in his heart that it was possible for this to be done for nothing. If you're willing to say yes, it's best if you can write one before the annual vacation. They'll need to use it after the year when the channel is revamped. Yang Chijun reminded, "Superintendent, I'll go back and think about it first." When Chun Ran said this, he didn't want to do it. It was almost New Year's Eve, and he didn't want to find some trouble. Yang Chijun thought for a moment and then said, "Chun Ran, you want to go to the satellite TV, right?" Chun Ran was a bit embarrassed at that time. How could he say this? After all, he was now following 2 entertainment channel programs in his hands. Director Yang and Director Liu are all for him to do a good job on the program. If he is here now but his heart is thinking of jumping to the satellite TV, what will the director think? After thinking about it, he still nodded. "I'd definitely like to go if I get the chance." Yang Chijun smiled. "You don't have to be like this. We do programs? Who doesn't want to go to satellite TV? Although I don't want to let you go, I understand your thoughts." He added, "I didn't think about this in advance. I only thought of reporting you up to get an honor for our channel. I love to remember lyrics and Challenge the Microphone are both our entertainment channel's programs. And if you win the Best Planner, our channel will also have face. If I had known that the Guardian channel was going to prepare 2 new programs right after the year and you had this idea, I wouldn't have even helped you with the shortlisting application." Chun Ran didn't know if he should be happy. After all, being valued by the leader in this way was considered a kind of praise. Seeing Chun Ran didn't say anything, Yang Chijun said again, "I love remembering lyrics and Challenge Microphone are not complicated programs. The process is not difficult, and now after recording so many issues, it is also considered to be on the right track. It's not like in the past, and it's able to run even if it leaves you, and if you want to go to the satellite TV, there is no reason for me to be a blocker for this." Chan Ran nodded. In fact, from the program to this point, going forward everything is a repetitive process. Other choreographers not to mention, just Lin Fan and the current planning team, it is enough to deal with. Yang Chijun said, you really want to go to satellite TV? Then you can consider doing a good job of planning for the Metropolitan Channel. Do a good job is also considered to give a favor to the Metropolitan Channel. When you want to fight for the satellite TV program, I can push with the director of the Metropolitan Channel. Chen Ran paused slightly. He was somewhat moved. Even though he won the award for best planning, the station will consider him too young and the competition may not have much of an edge when it comes down to it. That's a satellite TV channel. It's not the same as being on a local channel, and it's obviously a bit unrealistic to want to do the same thing as competing for the chief planner of I Love Memorizing Lyrics, a planner that does a crushing effect. This is when a joint recommendation from two channel directors carries a different weight. Chan Ran only hesitated a little before nodding solemnly. Superintendent, I'll go and think about it. Yang Chijun watched Chan Ran leave, shaking his head slightly inside. What a talent. Not arrogant and not impatient and still have the ability. But it's a pity that he can't stay. Entertainment channels are worlds apart from satellite TV, and whoever has the opportunity will think about going to satellite TV. Sensei's current Chan Ran, even the former Yang Chijun, was the same. He didn't blame Chan Ran. The latter had shown undoubted talent in terms of programs. The volume of the entertainment channel was too small. I Love to Remember Lyrics and Challenge the Microphone alone were long-term programs. The other time slots were saturated, and he wouldn't consider continuing to make new ones in a short period of time. In the case of both programs are on track, keeping Chan Ran is just a waste of time. Put it in the light lecture. When things go wrong, Chan Ran wants to go. He absolutely not let go. Now at this time, he chose to be a man of the world. Chan Ran really needs to be able to make something of himself in The Guardian, and he'd be considered to have a good face. It's like when the village has a key university student and the villagers have something to brag about with others. During lunch, Chan Ran told Director Zhang about the matter. Director Zhang slapped the table. The food jumped up. He was happy. Good thing, Urban Channel, this program you do. Do better. Chan Ran made the decision and didn't delay, and spent the rest of the time, except for work, studying the Urban Channel material. What kind of audience is there between 8 and 10? Local station, what's a good program to do? Chan Ran slowly pondered. There were many ideas inside his mind. He needed to sift through them one by one to find one that was more suitable. One day in, and only a vague idea in mind. There were still a few days before the annual vacation, and Chan Ran was in no hurry. Instead, the next day, Chun Yao and Zhang Rui came back together. She had come back with Zhang Rui first before calling Chan Ran, and by this time, she was already at Zhang's house. Chapter 100, Fear of Disappointment from Mom and Dad. Chun Yao carefully sat on the sofa, coming to Zhang Rui's house for the first time. She actually wanted to go straight home, but couldn't resist Zhang Rui's persistent persuasion, and planned to rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. Zhang Rui went to change her clothes. She was a little uncomfortable sitting alone inside the living room. Aunt Yoon brought a cup of hot water over to her. It's a bit cold outside. Come and drink a cup of hot water to warm your body. Chun Yao hurriedly stood up and took the cup of water. Thank you, Auntie. Aunt Yoon said smilingly. You are Chun Ran's sister and Rui's roommate. Come here and treat this place like your own home. Don't be polite. Chan Yao smiled restrainedly. She felt very awkward as she met for the first time, and she came to the door empty-handed. Aunt Yoon said, I heard Rui say that you're recording songs. Are you preparing to become a singer? Chun Yao shook her head and said, I'm just singing blindly as a hobby. I don't intend to become a singer. Aunt Yoon said, That's good. That's good. Being a singer is too tiring. There is no time to rest from year to year. Look at Rui's sister. Looking at the coming new year, there is no way to come back. Chun Yao didn't know how to answer, but it was a fact that she hadn't thought about becoming a professional singer. And after she had gained more fans, there were programs that initiated invitations to her online, which she declined. Like she said, singing was just a hobby and a part-time job on the side. As for signing with a company or something like that, she didn't think she had that talent and didn't want to plan on it. Aunt Yoon had a chat with Chun Yao. Most of the topics were about Zhang Rui. Chun Yao felt that Rui's mom was quite amiable, so she relaxed a bit. At some point, the topic turned to Chen Ran. Chatting quite happily, Chun Yao only came back to her senses when Zhang Rui opened the door and came out. She was slightly apprehensive in her heart. Her brother Chen Ran was in a relationship with Zhang Xiun. This aunt in front of her was not only Rui's mom, but also Chun Ran's future mother-in-law. Just now she said quite a lot. Would it affect Chun Ran? But when he thought back carefully, he didn't say anything just now, and roughly just said that Chun Ran had worked quite hard in school, as well as some things about his family. And even if she wanted to, she couldn't find anything bad to say. What did you talk to my mom about? Zhang Rui sat down. Chen Yao shook her head. It's nothing. Just relax and treat it like your own home. You're usually not this shy when you're bullied in the dormitory. Zhang Rui grunted. Chen Yao glanced at her, and Zhang Rui subconsciously shrank for a moment. Then once she thought that she was in her own home, she burst into unrestrained laughter. Because his sister was at Zhang's house, Chen Ran followed director Zhang back after work. Do you have any ideas for the program on the Urban Channel? Director Zhang asked as he drove. It's a little brow-raising. It needs to be reconsidered, Chen Ran said. The Shonan Metro channel has a bit of an odd niche, somewhere between an entertainment channel and a public access channel. If it was during the day, Chen Ran didn't mind writing a breakout program for them. For example, Boys and Girls Forward and the like have proven to be pretty down and dirty, and the ratings performance has been pretty good and enduring. But people are asking for late night, a time slot with so many choices of programs, not only big productions from satellite TV, but also programs broadcast by local stations, that putting this on won't attract people. Director Zhang said, It's okay. There's still plenty of time. Take your time to consider it. Chen Ran nodded but was still pondering. Sometimes it's troublesome to have more choices, and it's even more of a tangle trying to pick a better fit from one of the many programs. There's no way for Chen Ran to guarantee that the show will be a hit when it's done. In fact, before each program comes out, the team will have had a lot of discussions, and there are not one or two ideas that have been proposed and shot down in the middle of the program. Even so, the show still has the possibility of flopping. Every show that can be aired comes out that way, but how many have done well? Chen Ran chose it more carefully, or at least he couldn't give himself a bad reputation. When she arrived at Zhang's house, it was Zhang Rui who opened the door. She wasn't surprised to see Chen Ran. She was beside her when Chen Yao dialed the phone just now, and Chen Yao was obviously relieved to see Chen Ran at this moment. Although she was accompanied by Zhang Rui, it was her first time at home after all. When you go to a friend's house for the first time, you always have to be a little more formal. Moreover, it was still her brother's girlfriend's house. She didn't want to leave any bad impression on Aunt Yoon and affect Chen Ran. You're Chen Ran's sister? Hello. I'm Rui's father. Director Zhang greeted Chen Yao amiably when he saw her. Good day, uncle. Chen Yao was busy standing up. Director Zhang laughed. Don't be polite. Just be like Chen Ran and treat this place as your own home. Chen Ran asked his sister, Is the song finished? Well, it was just made the night before last, and the boss said to wait until Valentine's Day after the New Year to go online. Chen Yao nodded. Why didn't you call me ahead of time when you came back? I was going to go straight back, and Haunted had to make me come over for the night, or I was going to come home and tell you about it. Chen Yao has always been like this, feeling like she tries not to rely on others when she grows up. After the siblings chatted for a while, Aunt Yoon brought up the prepared meal. During the meal, Aunt Yoon was very enthusiastic towards Chen Yao and kept on chucking in dishes. In her eyes, this is her daughter's future sister-in-law, and in the future, Zhang Fanji will get along with her when she marries there. So it's right to have a good relationship now. Zhang Ru commented Chen Yao was a little embarrassed and snickered at the side. But thinking of her mom's intentions, she couldn't laugh anymore. During the meal, Chen Ran had been chatting with Director Zhang about the TV station. In addition to the programs of the Metropolitan Channel, there were also the programs of the satellite TV. You have to start preparing after the first of the year, with the late-night slot starting earlier and the other one going in April or May. Director Zhang's intention was to let Chen Ran finish planning for the Metropolitan Channel and have time to think more about the programs of the satellite channel. To be a local program, the audience is limited to locals, and it is important to be grounded and localized. The satellite channels are different again. For the national audience, if you hold on to the thinking of doing local programs to do naturally does not work. Director Zhang was also worried that Chen Ran's mind could not be converted and purposely reminded him. Chen Ran and Director Zhang were chatting, but on the contrary, Chen Yao was a bit confused. In her memory, Chen Ran had only just entered the TV station not more than a few months ago. But listening to the duo's chat, it seemed that his own brother had done a program on TV and had achieved a lot, and now he was already planning to enter the satellite TV channel? Is it so easy to get into a TV program? What made her a bit more twisted was that Zhang Rui's parents seemed to treat her brother completely as a family member, which could easily be felt from the manner of speaking and some usual details. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart as she looked at Zhang Rui, who was still not very happy on the side. This is not where Zhang Rui said that her sister is going to become someone else's. It's clearly her parents who have an extra son, right? Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Chen Yao asked, Brother, how are you doing with Rui's sister? Chen Ran asked, Why do you ask? I see that you get along well with her family. How come you don't want to talk to mom and dad? Chen Yao was puzzled. Chanran paused, then said, let's wait a little longer. I'm mainly afraid that mom and dad will be disappointed. Chen Yao didn't understand. According to how they were getting along now, Chanran and the Zhang family were as good as a family, so why would he still be afraid of his parents' disappointment? Chapter 101. Zhang Choning. Chanran didn't explain to his sister. He couldn't just tell the truth. Things like relationships are pretty private, and even parents have times when they can't talk about them. Chen Yao did not pursue the question. According to her understanding, it was either due to Zhang Xiyun's work right now, or the two of them were in an unstable relationship. Other than that, she couldn't think of anything else. Actually understand, after all, Zhang Xiyun is a singer. Just now Rui's mother also said. She is all busy working outside, even for the new year did not have time to go home, too unstable some. What Chen Yao couldn't figure out more was that her brother Chan Ran was a more pragmatic person. So how could he fall in love with Zhang Xiyun because of a blind date? Zhang Xiyun is so busy that he doesn't have time to go home for New Year's Eve. So where does he get the time to cultivate his feelings? Can't have internet dating, can we? Chen Yao didn't figure it out in the end. But Chan Ran's slightly tangled look was similar to that of someone in love in a drama. She had two roommates who did this gesture from time to time after they got boyfriends, and it seemed to be quite acidic. Chen Yao went to whisper with Zhang Rui, while Chen Ran discussed the program with Director Zhang. Guardian Channel program. Director Zhang cannot make too many suggestions. He has not been to the Guardian now, although the director of the Department of Programs responsible for all the public channels can only give. Chen Ran said that the concept down to the details his thinking cannot keep up. So much so that most of the time it was Chen Ran talking, and he occasionally nodded with a little comment. Chen Yao stayed here with Zhang Rui at night, while Chen Ran had to go back. He sensed that Uncle Zhang was in a bad mood, and declined his offer to send him back, and went out to take a taxi by himself. Aunt Cloud cleaned up the kitchen and opened the door to the smell of smoke. She frowned and walked over to see her husband's back a little slumped, staring blankly at the black screen TV. The cigarette held between her two fingers nearly burned out, and walked over to ask, Chong Ning, what's wrong with you? Director Zhang came back to his senses and pressed the cigarette in his hand into the cup with water before saying, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Where's the discomfort coming from? Aunt Cloud took a seat next to her. Director Zhang said, suddenly some feelings. You say Chun ran this kid. I just know him when he just entered the TV station. I can help, can take care of it. This turn of an eye, he made achievements, immediately may go to the satellite TV. Isn't this a good thing? You're usually pondering on how to make Chun Ran go further. Why are you lamenting on it instead now that he has a chance? Aunt Yoon was a bit confused. It's just hard on the heart. Director Zhang said in a muffled voice. If he goes to the entertainment channel, I can still hold the program for him for a bit. I can give him ideas. But just now, he and I were talking about the Guardian program together, and I couldn't even get a word in. When he goes to the Guardian channel, I won't really be able to help. Director Zhang fell silent after that. Aunt Yoon didn't know what to say. Her husband said to Chan Ran that he treated him as a nephew, a son-in-law, but he treated him completely as his own son. He watched Chen Ran go from being an intern into the entertainment channel and walk to the point where he was now going to work for a satellite TV channel. It's like watching your child grow up step by step and end up with a work life you can't interfere with. Back then, at the time when Zhang Fanji went to become a singer, Director Zhang had also lost his mind like this. Chun Yao rushed home the next morning. Chan Ran wasn't in the Zhang family. Even though there was Zhang Rui, she felt awkward and rushed back not long after getting up. She only called Chun Ran after she arrived. Chun Ran knew his own sister's temperament and was not surprised. Chen Yao is a bit like him in high school, thin-skinned and a bit introverted. It will be much better once she actually starts working. Chun Ran's facade was also practiced during his part-time job at the university, and now with the growth of time it was all on a higher level. Sitting in front of his computer, Chun Ran listed his ideas in. He thought long and hard about it last night when he got back before coming up with a finalized plan, and now all that was missing was the time to put it in writing. Lin Fan saw Chan Ran doing the planning and curiously said, "You're doing the planning for a new program for the TV station?" Chan Ran shook his head. "No, it's from the Metropolitan Channel." Lin Fan was stunned. "Metropolitan Channel? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Why are you writing plans for the Metropolitan Channel?" He's been at the Entertainment Channel for a few years, but he's always seen the Metro Channel as a competitor. Now, because of I Love to Remember Lyrics and Challenge Microphone, the Entertainment Channel has distanced itself from the Metropolitan Channel and has become the only one under the satellite channels. It hasn't been fooling around for long yet, How come Chun Ran is going to help write programs for the Metro channel? You will not earn extra money, right? Lin Fan said with some skepticism. You are also too careless, this kind of to do, here by other people to see how to do. Chun Ran laughed. You're thinking too much. This information I have is all given to me by the director. What extra money do I earn? It was the other party who approached the director and asked us to do a program. And in the end, everyone was busy and the task was divided into my hands. Lin Fan also knew he was overthinking when he heard it, but he felt a toothache for Chun Ran's statement. What do you mean everyone is busy? The busiest one should be Chun Ran. He guessed that the people of the urban channel looked at Chun Ran's planning and asked for him by name, otherwise the director would have had to ask the director to come to the meeting. It's New Year's Eve. Why does the Metropolitan Channel still need to make programs? Lin Fan muttered. Chun Ran said, they're going to revamp after the new year, so they want some new programs, so I guess there's a little too much work to do before they find our side. Lin Fan didn't have the heart to say, come on. People looking for you are looking for you. What are you doing with all these excuses? Chun Ran laughed. I'm not afraid you'll be upset. Lin Fan has nothing to say. I'm even more upset when you're like this. Office of the Superintendent. Chun Ran knocked on the door. Wait for the superintendent's reply before going in. Director, the program is written. Chun Ran handed the document over. Yang Chijuan was slightly surprised and took the document over. So fast. There were still 2 days before the annual vacation, and he thought Chun Ran would delay until the last 2 days to submit the planning up, much faster than expected. However, thinking of the original I Love to Remember the Lyrics, Chun Ran is also a few days to write out, and challenge microphone is even more exaggerated. Chun Ran explained that he had thought of a similar gameplay, but a morning will be filled out the details is also remarkable. It didn't seem so incomprehensible compared to the 2 or 3 days that separated them now. You sit first. Yang Chijuan gestured for Chun Ran to sit down before he started flipping through the documents. He was quite excited about Chun Ran's planning. Chun Ran is no more a veteran than any other, and his way of thinking will always be refreshing. For example, challenge of the microphone, no one would have thought he would make such a show based on I Love lyrics. Looking carefully, Yang Chijuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Truth. It was the name of the program and he chewed on it a little, not figuring out what type of program it was. Chapter 102. Probably like it? Yang Chijuan looked at it for a long time. His brows were locked, and he never unfolded it. Truth is a talk show that focuses on emotional mediation. Chun Ran actually hesitated for a long time when he wrote this program. There are quite a few people who hate this type of show, but there are also quite a few people who love it, and the word of mouth is a bit polarizing. Chun Ran studied the information of the evening slot of the Metro channel. The audience is between 30 and 50 years old. This age group is more emotionally rich, easy to resonate with the program. Aside from the fact that talk shows put all kinds of conflicts on stage and show them to the audience in blood, they actually have a lot of positive effects. When viewed through no other eyes, these programs are more like unit dramas encompassing family ethics, emotional entanglements, and friend disputes. When Chun Ran first watched it, he was watching it as a TV show. After Yang Chijuan finished reading the planning, he glanced at Chun Ran and didn't say anything. He picked it up and read it again. Then he rubbed his brow. Chun Ran wrote this program? If it wasn't for Chun Ran sitting right in front of him, he really had some doubts. It's just not the same picture as the I Love to Remember the Lyrics category. Although the creativity thing is very jumpy, it has to be based on one's own thinking, and you're jumping from memorizing lyrics to true feelings, which is really catching people a little off guard. Previously, he could have been under the impression that Chun Ran was going to do a program of a higher entertainment nature. After all, this Chun Ran took the hand. Who knew it would come out of nowhere? Is the program bad? Definitely good. Just from Yang Chijuan's vision, there is definitely a market for this type of program. Most of what people talk about after dinner is gossip, and this program is just the thing to satisfy people's desire to explore. It was just that the show was so unexpected. Yang Chijuan looked at Chun Ran again. This planning of yours, what do you think? He was genuinely puzzled. Chun Ran, slightly stunned, said, just watch TV. See inside the parents. Think of such a planning. He couldn't say he got it from within his memory. He could only find a reason. This reason does hold up, at least Director Yang didn't think of anything else. Yang Chijuan said, I'll give the program to the director of the Metropolitan Channel, and then we'll see how their channel discusses it. It doesn't count if he looks good. He has to be happy with the people at the Metro channel. It's now 2 days before the annual vacation, enough time for the Metro channel to discuss it. When Chun Ran left, Yang Chijuan still looked at the planning and muttered, if this program is made, I guess it's a bit interesting. In fact, it didn't take 2 days. After director Yang handed over the program planning to the Metro channel, the decision was made there in just one afternoon of discussion. This show is definitely the way to go. Everyone was in the program so they could naturally see the selling points, and after determining it, they came over to Chun Ran with the contract. Chun Ran is not from their channel and needs to sign a separate contract for the program. Metro channel people are also generous, promised a good bonus will not be less, and the chief planner name, program revenue, are written inside the contract. Chun Ran looked at it for half a day and finally said, "There's no need for this chief planner. I'll just hang on to the name of planner. He is trying to go to the satellite TV, does not lack the seniority of the chief planner of this program. In the future will not be in the urban channel to follow the busy. Whether it is the programming, content planning are very important. He out of an idea there is no need to take a chief planner's name." The people on the Metro channel side were stunned. They had never seen this kind of person who took the initiative to push away the chief planner. Being able to be a program mastermind is a good qualification. Of course, they wouldn't refuse such a request. After all, it was Chun Ran himself who had made it. Come to think of it, Chun Ran's 3 programs are all masterminds, so it doesn't seem like there's a shortage. All in one morning to get things done. Director Zhang in the know after a good encouragement. This is just short of a good planning. The New Year's Eve you also do not relax, think about it, and strive to be able to take. The late night slot is the time slot between 10 and 12 o'clock. The ratings of this time slot will drop a lot more than the evening. Some TV stations are putting the variety show in front of them, and when the variety show is finished, this is the only time to show dramas in the late night slot. Of course, this is not to say that the late night file is not valued. Chun Ran can rest easy, after all, it is a satellite channel. How about the competition is bigger than the local channel? Director Zhang didn't want Chun Ran to lose this opportunity and kept reminding him to pay attention and think about it. Chun Ran said, "Uncle, don't worry. If I write the plan, I will definitely give you a look over first." Director Zhang's eyes were slightly complicated as he nodded and said, "Okay. When you write it out, let's discuss it between uncle and nephew." Chun Ran always felt that Uncle Zhang was a bit melancholy when he said this. "Our annual vacation is only a few days. I'll be back after the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Don't miss me too much, uncle." Chun Ran laughed. Director Zhang shook his head and laughed. "Still joking with uncle. It seems you are not stressed enough. But it's not me who misses you. It's Ji. She'll be able to make it back for the reunion dinner tomorrow night. While you can rest for a while after New Year's Eve, wait for you to come over to keep her company. After all, we haven't seen each other for a while." Thinking of Zhang Fanji, Chun Ran was slightly distracted, and the two of them maintained their current state for quite a long time. He considered it carefully and thought he probably liked Zhang Fanji. He's never been in love. He's afraid to say he's in love. But as long as lying in the heart to miss her, have time to see if there is no news of her, and from time to time to surf the internet to brush the news about her, Chun Ran feel that this should be in love, right? They say it's easy to make mistakes when you're excited, and it's only when you calm down that you're able to look inside. Now Chun Ran had calmed down for a long time and also saw clearly what was going on in his mind. He is seeing clearly, but what about Zhang Fanji? Chun Ran is a bit afflicted, but is not indecisive, and feels that when Zhang Fanji returns, he can have a good talk. As for whether the result would be what he thought it would be, Chun Ran could only try and hope. Chun Ran is on vacation. He had planned to go ahead and buy a car after his vacation. Then the idea was abandoned. Before he left, he went to the Zhang family to say goodbye to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun, which was also considered to be an early New Year's greeting. On the contrary, Zhang Rui's expression was a bit strange when she saw him. Speaking curiously, I remember that Zhang Rui was still very enthusiastic when she met him, and then I didn't know what was going on, but she didn't greet him when she met and didn't talk much. Now that she was slack-jawed, Chun Ran looked somewhat familiar. Not only did she look similar to Zhang Fanji, even her expression was very similar. "Uncle, Auntie, I wish you both a happy new year in advance." Chun Ran left the Zhang family and rushed to the high-speed train station. On the way, he received a message from Zhang Fanji. "You went home today?" Chun Ran replied back, "Well, it's vacation, so I'll go home to spend the new year with my parents." After a while, Zhang Fanji returned the message. "When will you be back?" "I'll be back after the 3rd of the year." Aha! Chapter 103. It's New Year's Eve. Zhang Fanji was very busy at the end of the year, and he could not go home until he was busy on the 30th. Chun Ran couldn't wait for her, and had to go back to spend New Year's Eve with his parents and have a reunion dinner. The two were talking inside the phone. Zhang Fanji will not leave in a hurry this time back, is to wait for the company to notify. Fan Xing gave her the charter down, do not have to directly release a new album, First release the single, wait until when the song is ready enough, and then include it inside the album. This Chun ran some surprise. After all, in front of the prosperous star to Zhang Fanji such pressure. How to high take up gently put down. Only when Zhang Fanji explained did he realize that one of Fanqing's male singers had been blown up for falsifying his education, and then went down the road to mash up a whole bunch of black history. Originally, this male singer was a school bully persona, and in order to maintain his image, he occasionally pretended on Weibo, but now that his black history has been dug up, his persona is rapidly collapsing. The singing is good, but the word of mouth is gone, he's being shouted down, and when people listen to his songs at this juncture, they feel like they taste a little weird. Maybe later, after the storm has passed, with the song it will continue to be hot, but that's also later. It's pretty hard for prosperity right now. A pillar has fallen, lost many endorsements, and desperately needs a support to get through this time. No one in the whole of prosperous star music is better suited than Zhang Fanji, so the strategy for her has changed. There's still such a thing? Chen Ran was slightly stunned. He had been bored with the program, occasionally flipping through Zhang Fanji's news, but paying no attention to anything else. Twitter is also rarely visited, so I didn't notice such a big news. The two of them chatted for a while, and only after hearing Tao Lin's voice calling her did Zhang Fanji hang up the phone. After collecting the call, Chun Ran was a bit happy for Zhang Fanji. After all, if she worked well, her mood would be good too. But not very happy. Zhang Fanji work better, will be busier in the future. I'm afraid the meeting time will be shorter. But she's a singer, and that can't be avoided. Either they're just like they were a while back, suppressed, snowed in, and have nothing to do, or else they need to get busy. Chun Ran rubbed his brow, not knowing what kind of mindset he should be in to be good. When Chun Ran arrived at the town, the sky had long since darkened. Along the way over, the door of every house has been pasted with couplets, and the word fortune is also pasted on the door, and big red lanterns are also hung on both sides. Even many stores are no exception. Chun Ran took out his key and opened the door. He didn't see his mom and dad. Only Chen Yao was playing with his cell phone. Chun Ran was about to ask. When the kitchen door opened, his father Chen Junhai probed out and said, "Back? You sit down first. The food will be ready soon." The joy was evident on his face. It was almost New Year's Eve, and there were only so many times the family would be together. And now that the family of 4 was there, he was in a good mood. Chun Ran took the box to the house and put it away, and came back to see Chen Yao looking at him. She waited for Chun Ran to pass before she asked in a low voice, "Brother, when I came back, Mom and Dad asked me if I knew about you being in love." "Why would Mom and Dad ask that?" Chen Ran said unexpectedly. "I'm not sure. It's just asking me if I know you're in love. Saying something about being in love with the leader's daughter or something like that." Chen Yao was curious again. "Brother, you don't tell Mom and Dad about you and Zhang Xiyun. Could it be because you still have a girlfriend?" Although she didn't think her brother was such a scum. But people always change, so who knows? "Are you stupid?" Chun Ran looked at his sister without a good mood. "I used to work at the public channel. Uncle Zhang is the director of the public channel. He is my leader." Chen Yao was confused. How could she have thought of this? "Have you told Mom and Dad yet?" Chen Ran asked. "How dare I?" Chen Yao hastily shook her head. She was all confused at the time, thinking that Chun Ran had 2 girlfriends, so naturally she wouldn't say anything. Even if Mom and Dad guessed it themselves, they can't say it from her. The pigtail is still in Chun Ran's hands. No, Chun Ran just came back. She immediately explained first, lest she couldn't explain when Mom and Dad asked again. "Remember not to spill the beans," Chen Ran said. Things weren't set in stone, and he didn't want Mom and Dad to worry too much about it. These years, in order to earn money to pay off the debt, parents have enough to worry about. There is no need to let the too old man for their feelings worry. He was just under 24 and not old enough for his parents to ask questions or rush him at most. As for why Mom and Dad asked, it was probably because they had heard them talking to Zhang Fanji on the phone when they were home before. Chen Junhai and his wife were busy inside the kitchen, and in a short while, they came out with many dishes, a table full of them. Chun Ran was stunned. "Dad, just the 4 of us. How can we cook so many dishes? Tomorrow is only New Year's Eve." Chen Junhai laughed. "Everyone is here today, and our family is happy, so naturally we need a few more dishes. It's not like before. When Chun Ran was in high school, his family often had reunions, and when Chun Ran went to college, he would have to have summer vacations or New Year's to have a family reunion. At least at that time there is Chen Yao with them, now usually just 2 families at home. The New Year's children are back, the heart is happy. Naturally prepare some more." Between meals, Chen Junhai asked, "I heard Yo-Yo say that you're going to work at the satellite TV?" Chun Ran nodded and said, "There is such a thing, But it's not certain. After the start of the new year, the Guardian channel has a program to do, and others to compete. Chun Junhai also could not understand these, just asked, "Remember you used to be a public channel? After coming back the previous time said that you went to the entertainment channel to do the program. How come you haven't done it for a long time to go to the satellite TV?" He did have some questions. He didn't know much about television, but he knew the difference between a local station and a satellite TV. Their own son just went to the entertainment channel soon, suddenly heard to go to the satellite TV, said unhappy that is not true after all to give people say their son in the Jiaonan satellite TV work, the face of their husband and wife also have face. It was just that Chun Ran had only been working for a short time before he went to the Guardian, which made him a bit puzzled. Chun Yao said on the side, "Dad, don't underestimate my brother. This time the annual award inside the TV station. My brother grabbed the Best Planner award from the Guardian Channel's people. He's awesome. Not only that, he writes songs." This Chun Yao didn't say it out loud. Chun Junhai nodded, looking at Chun Ran full of relief. "Do well, and hopefully your mom and I will see you do a show on TV." He couldn't say anything else but to encourage Chun Ran. Chun Ran laughed. "I'll try my best." Song Hui said from the side, "All right, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about it later. Let's eat first. These are your two siblings' favorite dishes. Eat a little bit more so you don't waste it." Chun Ran and Chun Yao looked at the table full of dishes, their brows a little sad. How can this be eaten? In the end, the prepared meal remained uneaten. The Chun Ran siblings had done their best, packed up the dishes and half laid on the couch like two salted fish. The siblings just kept listening as their parents sat and rambled on. Outside, a cannonball went off, and the children in the lead home were giggling and laughing. It's going to be New Year's Eve. Chapter 104 Happy New Year. Because it was at home, Chun Ran slept very soundly today, with his alarm clock turned off, and was only woken up by the barking of the dog at the collared home at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's a bit of a comforting feeling to open your eyes and see the dawn. Chun Ran didn't covet the warmth inside the blanket, glanced at the time, pulled back the blanket to get up, and looked for a sweatshirt inside the box to put on. He's had this shirt for a long time, but he doesn't have time to wear it during the workday. When he left the house, he was surprised to see his sister already washing up. "You're up so early? When did I get up late?" Chun Yao grunted. "In middle school. I guess you had to get up on the weekends until Mom made dinner and called you." Two black lines appeared on Chun Yao's forehead. "How long ago was that?" Chun Ran smiled and stood aside to brush his teeth. When he finished washing up, Chun Ran planned to go out for a run. He hadn't run in a long time, much less had time to get around town, and it was a rare New Year's Day when he could just relax and unwind. Chun Yao also followed along. She often worked out in school and was used to running, so she also got up so early today. There wasn't much traffic in the morning, so the siblings ran down the driveway together. It ran all the way to the end of the town before walking slowly back. Chun Ran was panting, and only calmed down after a long interval. Chun Yao said from the side, "Brother, you need to exercise more." Chun Ran ignored her. He went to buy a bottle of water and handed it to Chen Yao. As he walked, he asked, "You're singing in a bar now. What are you going to do when your new song is online? Become a singer?" Chun Yao shook her head. "Singing is just a hobby. I don't work as a singer." "Why?" Chen Ran asked. Chun Yao said, "Singers are too busy, and I don't sing that well." Chun Ran felt that Chun Yao was being modest. The bar she was singing in was quite strict in its requirements, and the fact that she could pass proved that both her voice and singing skills were good. That owner is a professional, not so much that this point would look bad. It's good if you don't. If you really want to become a singer, Mom and Dad will probably be on edge all day. Chen Ran said. Chun Yao asked, "Just like Haunted's parents?" Chun Ran took a sip of water and said, "Pretty much. Brother, I'm curious. How did you talk to Zhang Xiyun?" Chun Yao blinked her eyes. Chun Ran laughed. "Just keep wondering. You'll know when you find a boyfriend later." "Too stingy," Chen Yao muttered. The siblings were walking when there was a sudden thud behind them. Turning his head to see a kid with a cannonball smiling at them, he made a face and hurried away. Chun Yao stomped her feet in anger, but Chun Ran found it funny. When they were young, they looked forward to New Year's Eve very much, and in addition to the essential New Year's money, they could also play with cannonballs. "I loved it as a kid, but now I kind of hate it. Kind of understand why people looked at them with such angry eyes when they set off cannonballs back in the day." The siblings went home, casually ate some breakfast, and then followed their dad, Chin Junhai, to go shopping. Although most of the New Year's goods are bought in advance, many food items still have to be bought on the morning of New Year's Eve. After lunch, Chun Yao went to play with her friends. Chun Ran didn't have many friends, so she sat in front of the computer and pondered. What? Is the work not done? Chun Junhai asked in passing when he saw that his son was still busy working at this time. Chun Ran shook his head and said, "It's a program that the satellite TV channel is going to do. If I want to go to the satellite TV channel, I have to write a better program. If I can make it, I can get into the satellite TV after the year. If I can't make it, I have to keep waiting. As for how long it will take, that's not a given, just waiting for the opportunity anyway." Or Chun Ran can also choose to go to the TV program as a general planner, but the starting point is not so good. "I don't understand any of this about you, but work hard when you can." Chun Junhai obviously didn't understand this, but it was about his son's work, so he didn't interrupt and told Chun Ran to go to the house and get busy, so as not to disturb him later. Chun Ran is not immediately going to write a plan now, but is looking for information. He's now going to do a program that is no longer a local station, a satellite channel. Program faces need to be carefully considered when they have different audience segments. Not only do you need to look at your own guard's profile, but other guards as well. It's not a local channel, and the competition isn't from its own station, it's from other TV stations now. The whole ratings market is just so big, and all of them are competing for ratings, each increasing and decreasing the other, and the competition is very fierce. Looking at competitors' profiles can also broaden your mind. Regarding the TV program, Chun Ran only knew that it was a late-night slot, but he didn't know what day of the week it was. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday should be unlikely. Chun Ran focus on research is the late-night slot from Monday to Thursday. Late-night shows do struggle a bit, and compared to the Friday-Saturday primetime shows that break 2 and 3 at every turn, this weekday late-night slot is much worse, topping out at around 0.7%, with the occasional eye-catching installment getting up to 0.9%, but nothing higher. The programs are also strange, with storytellers, treasure hunters, and boxers. Chun Ran only had one feeling, quite playful. The one with the highest ratings at the moment is Tomato Satellite TV's Magic Munchkin, which starts at 10 p.m. It's a program where babies under the age of 5 go up to show off their talents, and the Magic Munchkin is chosen through voting. The show is quite watchable, raking in ratings of up to 0.9% and perennially dominating the late-night #1 slot. This made Chun Ran a little difficult. Late-night programs he rarely watched. "I used to go to bed later, but most of the time I went to my phone and either read novels or played games. Who watches TV? Now to do with this time period, he's all a bit confused. The good thing was that there was plenty of time, and he wasn't in too much of a hurry. In the afternoon quite early when Mom and Dad began to cook, Chun Ran has not been in the house to stay, after all, is back to celebrate the new year, has been busy working is not called a thing. When he saw his parents were busy, he went to help. They had New Year's Eve dinner quite early on their side, and around 5 p.m., they heard the sound of firecrackers outside. After the meal was ready, Chun Junhai also gave Chun Ran a plate of firecrackers and told him to go out and light them. Is this side of the custom, before eating New Year's Eve dinner, need to point firecrackers is what illusion Chun Ran forgot but passed down according to do is. He didn't smoke, so he got a lighter from his father before running out. Lighting the fire, he threw the firecracker outside and ran straight into the house, slamming the door behind him. And there was a crackle outside that blew up so loud you couldn't hear anything. Wait for it to die down before returning to the dinner table. Chun Ran looked at the table full of food and could feel the strong flavor of the new year. He also received a message from Zhang Fanji. "I'm back in Lin City. Just arrived home." It was only a message, but Chun Ran felt in a pleasant mood and also a bit inexplicably jumpy. The two chatted for a while, and it was time to eat. Chun Ran typed a line, "Kind of missed you," but after a moment's hesitation, he deleted all the words and retyped 4 words, "Happy New Year." After waiting for a while, Zhang Fanji also returned a message. "Happy New Year." Chapter 105. Don't get me wrong. I remember when I was a kid on New Year's Eve, I basically saw no one except for dinner. Followed the little ones around everywhere, scurrying throughout the town. Now and then it's the other way around. After New Year's Eve dinner you stay home and either watch TV or swipe your cell phone. Chun Ran followed his parents to watch the Spring Festival Gala. When I was a child, I felt that the Spring Festival Gala can be boring, especially the sketches and comedy and other programs. It is not clear that a few people in the top of the chatter chat what is the meaning of it. But by now, it turns out that the funniest ones are instead just comedy and sketches. When it was almost 12 o'clock, Chun Ran received quite a few New Year's Eve messages, mostly from a group of coworkers. He went to the internet and searched for one, then mass mailed it as well. Lin Fan replied back with a Happy New Year, then said, "Group sending to me as well. You're also too perfunctory." Chun Ran replied back, "I at least sent it out in a group. You didn't even send it out in a group. so don't say I'm perfunctory. Lin Fan? He's not thinking of posting it again on time. He pulled a few words with Lin Fan and then called Director Zhang's number. It was 12 o'clock, but no one goes to bed this early on New Year's Eve unless they're drunk. The call was answered, and the background sound inside was also the Spring Festival. Uncle, Happy Chinese New Year. Chen Ran laughed. Director Zhang laughed. You too. Happy Chinese New Year. Uncle and nephew chatted. Chen Ran heard Zhang Rui's staggering voice behind her. It seems that Zhang Fanji took her something. A little bit of jumping and fussing. Aunt Yun reprimanded twice before she quieted down. Chen Ran hung up the phone and saw his mother looking at him, wanting to speak. Mom, what's wrong? Chen Ran asked. Song Hui asked. Did you just pay your respects to the leader? Chen Ran nodded his head and said, Uncle Zhang has been quite good to me when I was going to the entertainment channel, and now I'm going to the satellite TV. He's been helping out. What's going on with you and his girl? Song Hai asked tentatively. Chen Ran played dumb and said, Mom, what are you talking about? Song Hui knew that her son didn't want to talk about it, glanced at him and didn't pursue it, but just said, If you have a girlfriend, don't hide it from us. Now that you've graduated, we can't wait for you to find one. Not yet. If there is one, I will definitely tell you, Chen Ran said with certainty. On the contrary, Song Hui thought about this sentence. Chen Ran said the word temporary. It should mean that he has a goal. Just looking at Chen Ran's temper, he definitely wouldn't say anything even if he asked. From the New Year's Eve after the next day around, the neighbors began to go door to door. Chen Ran's family has come to a lot of people. Some of them are relatives, and some of them are Dad's friends. He had to go down and chat with them, too, or it was rude, and he didn't have much time to settle down and think about his work. Turning to the third year, Chen Ran had to go back to the TV station. Zhaonan TV's annual leave also has rules. For example, Chen Ran, such as just joined a year, the vacation is very short, work longer will be a little more, but not more than a few days. Compared to people who take a break of more than half a month, he is certainly short, but there are still guarding the front line waiting for the rotation, much more miserable than he is. It's only been a few days since I came back. The new year isn't even over yet. Is it that busy? Chen Yao asked. On the side, Chen Junhai said, Your brother doesn't want to go either. You don't see the TV program broadcasting every day. It must be busy. Chen Ran didn't explain too much and said with a smile, You'll know when you go to work yourself, Yao Yao. I have to go first. Yo-Yo, remember to dial my number when you want to go back to school. Chen Yao said, I'll be going to Lin City in a while. She and Zhang Rui had arranged to meet some time later, and she definitely couldn't wait until school started to go back. Moreover, Chen Yao's new song is going to be online, and it's not a good idea to be nervous at home alone, so she has to drag Zhang Rui along. Although she hadn't thought about going down the singer route and hadn't shown her face in the videos she posted online, it was at least the first song of her life, and she would always hope for a good result. Chen Ran knew that she was going to find Zhang Rui and was not surprised. Father Chen Junhai thought for a while on the sidelines and said to Chen Ran, We keep all the money you send back. It's not convenient to come and go like this. Why don't you go buy a car? These 2 months Chen Ran sent back more and more money. The family has no debt. The money cannot be used. Husband and wife at home cannot spend any money. They earn more than they can use up, all to Chen Ran to save up. These few times Chen Ran came back are more troublesome, although it is said that driving is not necessarily faster than the high-speed rail, but it is better than the convenience, say go, say come. Chen Ran said, I'll buy the car, you guys keep the money first. This month's salary is also going to be paid. When the time comes to settle the program proceeds, I have a lot of money. Chen Junhai knows his son's temperament and did not persuade, just said, Line, you have a good heart. This money we save also cannot be used. When you want to use, you take it is. Chen Ran packed up his things, and after saying goodbye to his mom and dad, he went straight back to Lin City. He had traveled from his home in the afternoon, and by the time he arrived in the City of Prosperity, it was past 7 o'clock, and the lights were on. After leaving the high-speed train station, Chen Ran saw that the surrounding area was a bit cold. Because it was the third day of the year, still celebrating the new year, people were not willing to come out. The weather was a bit cold. Chen Ran moved his fingers and let out a long breath. He was about to go over and get a cab when he was startled to realize that there was a car ahead of him that looked very familiar. I suppose no? Chen Ran's heart beat a little faster and hesitated for a moment. Drip. The car horn blared twice. The window came down and in the driver's seat sat a familiar figure. Although he was wearing a mask and a hat, Chen Ran recognized it at a glance. And with those eyes like clear water, Chen Ran couldn't mistake them. Chen Ran inhaled and froze a bit. When he left from home, He told Zhang Fanji that he was going back to Lincher, and also said that it was a high-speed train ticket in the afternoon, but said roughly not even the exact time, and planned to go to Zhang's house only after buying something later. After all, at the end of the year, it's good to come and pay your respects. It never occurred to him that Zhang Fanji would pick him up at the high-speed train. After all, it was only a vague time that was stated, so if she was late, wouldn't she miss it? No, it's also possible that it won't come late. Drip. Zhang Fanji waited for a while, saw that Chun Ran was still in the same place, and pressed the horn twice with force. Chun Ran returned to his senses and hurriedly jogged over, opened the car door into the passenger side, full of smiles, and asked, "Why are you here? It's New Year's Eve today. Why aren't you at home? I was planning to go to your house later." Zhang Fanji was a little uncomfortable by his gaze. Her eyes looked at the windshield, her earlobes slightly reddened. "It's a little stuffy at home. I came out to get some air. Don't get me wrong. Who's so bored that air can come to the high-speed train station?" Chun Ran had never heard of it anyway. He couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded repeatedly. "Uh-huh. I didn't misunderstand." No misunderstanding indeed. Chapter 106. I'm also a very petty person. Chun Ran felt that he knew enough about Zhang Fanji's temperament, but sometimes he felt that it was not enough. Let's say it was now. According to Chun Ran's understanding, it was impossible for her temperament to come to the high-speed train station to wait for Chun Ran because of an undetermined time. Given that time, she would have preferred to tweet first and then immediately call a minute apart, having to ask for the time. This was the reason why Chun Ran would be so surprised when he saw her. Zhang Fanji turned her head, saw Chun Ran looking at her with a smile on his face, twisted back and asked, "What are you smiling about?" "Of course I'm smiling because I'm happy," Chun Ran said rightfully. Zhang Fanji asked, "Before the new year is over, you're rushing over to work? Is this still fun?" Chun Ran looked at her and said honestly, "Mainly because of seeing you." Zhang Fanji was about to start the car. When she heard his words, the pupils inside her beautiful eyes opened for a moment. Her hands squeezed the steering wheel tightly. Her eyes didn't have a landing spot. "You came to pick me up on purpose today, right?" Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji denied. "No, said it was out for air." "How did Breathable come to the high-speed train station?" Chun Ran pursued. Zhang Fanji said, "I like crowded places." Chun Ran was dumbfounded. With her current fame, how could she possibly like to walk around in crowded places? If one is not careful enough to be recognized, it will surely be troublesome. And Zhang Fanji is a more homely person. When the mood is bad that time, House in the House almost did not go out. Chun Ran saw that her neck was almost red, and her eyes never dared to look over, so he didn't continue to pursue the matter. Instead, he said, "When I got back, my parents asked me about talking about my girlfriend." Zhang Fanji asked, "Did your sister say that?" "No, how dare my sister say that?" Chun Ran said, "Last time we talked on the phone, my parents heard some of it." Zhang Fanji turned her head. Her face had calmed down quite a bit, and she asked as if it was unusual, "What did you tell your uncle and aunt?" Chun Ran asked, "What do you think I should say?" Zhang Fanji said uncomfortably, "I don't know." Chun Ran sat up straight, looked at the streetlight in front of him and slowly said, "I'll give them the word that it's a misunderstanding. After all, we're fake. We don't know when we're going to break up. And if we let them have expectations, it's going to be hard when they fall short." Zhang Fanji frowned slightly and said, "I said you don't have to hide it." Chun Ran said seriously, "But it's fake." Zhang Fanji said, "Does it matter if it's true or not?" Chun Ran said, "It's important to me." Chun Ran's gaze was warm, but Zhang Fanji felt a little breathless. She opened her mouth to say something, but hesitated. At this moment, the phone rang, and Zhang Fanji, as if relieved, hastily answered the phone. "Gigi, why aren't you back yet? Have you received Chun Ran yet?" It was very quiet inside the car, and Director Zhang's voice was clearly visible. Chun Ran couldn't help but let out a laugh. A faint blush appeared on Zhang Fanji's always fair face, and she hurriedly said, "Come back immediately." After saying this, she immediately hung up the phone. Being called by a phone call, the slightly serious atmosphere of a moment ago faded slightly. When Zhang Fanji saw Chun Ran still laughing, she was a bit annoyed and said, "What are you laughing at?" Chun Ran added, "Of course I smile only when I'm happy." Zhang Fanji gave him an exasperated look as she listened to his words, which were exactly the same as earlier. "Go back first," Zhang Fanji said in a muffled voice, starting the car. On the way, Chun Ran didn't continue the topic from earlier. He knew Zhang Fanji's temperament and probably hadn't thought it through. But everything was looking up, and there was no need to be in such a hurry for him. It didn't live up to his expectations, so that was good enough. Zhang Fanji usually has a more eager character, but this aspect is unexpectedly warm, and it is not good to push it. Chun Ran asked, "Are you going to release a single after the year?" Zhang Fanji hummed. "It should be." Chun Ran said, "It will be busier then, right?" Zhang Fanji nodded. Chun Ran had wanted to say that if he needed a song, he could find him. But I don't know what's going on. I just can't open my mouth. Chun Ran had many classic songs inside his head. If he could write them with Zhang Fanji, they would definitely be much better than the ones she had collected on her own, mainly because there were quite a few of them. But he has his own selfishness. Because of the red-hot initial dream, Zhang Fanji was already busy enough now, and if she wrote another song for her, her fame might go even higher. Will Zhang Fanji be even busier with all the endorsements and commercials? We see each other almost once a month now, and then, not only was Zhang Fanji torn, he was also torn. I guess you can't find many people who are as petty as he is. Chun Ran smiled to himself. Chun Ran didn't want the atmosphere to fall silent, and picked up some things about the TV station to talk to Zhang Fanji. Because director Zhang had been working at the TV station, Zhang Fanji had learned by ear and was familiar with the station, so the conversation wouldn't be too boring. "If I go to a satellite TV, I'll make a big production program and invite you over as a resident guest. What do you think?" Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. "Not good." She was saying that, but she was also thinking about what kind of scene that would be. But she's just a singer, fresh out of the gate. What kind of variety show would have her as a permanent guest? It's not a sure thing. Maybe by the time Chun Ran is able to follow through with a big production show, she'll already be a hit. The atmosphere was pretty relaxed along the way. Because it was the third day of the year, there were not many cars on the road, and soon arrived at the Zhang family neighborhood. Zhang Fanji drove the car over and parked it, and Chun Ran got out of the car with her. The two were about to walk side by side when their arms synchronized, the backs of their hands touched, and their bodies stiffened at the same time. Chun Ran's heart was beating a little fast, and he felt that her hands were so cold again. He was of the body heat variety, and his hands never got cold, even in winter. Zhang Fanji was the opposite. The back of her hand was cold, like jade in winter. Chun Ran didn't bother to look at Zhang Fanji, nor did he deliberately get out of the way. Zhang Fanji lowered her head, her breathing a little uneven, and likewise didn't dodge, walking side by side with Chun Ran. It was only when they reached the elevator that Zhang Fanji pulled away a little. It was director Zhang who opened the door. He watched the duo return and wondered, "There shouldn't be any traffic jams these days. Why are you back so late?" "It was me who delayed for a while. Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year," Chun Ran said, a little embarrassed again. Just now, Zhang Fanji drove him all the way back and didn't even have time to buy a gift. Coming to the door empty-handed on New Year's Eve is a bit awkward. But director Zhang and Aunt Yoon didn't care about that and hurriedly let Chun Ran in. "Come on in, just waiting for you guys to eat." Aunt Yoon took another look at Zhang Fanji. She had just peeled off her mask and now her face was a bit flushed, so she busily asked, "It's cold outside like this? You're freezing your face red even with the mask on. Have some soup first." Zhang Fanji paused and didn't say anything, but only glanced at Chun Ran, and her face turned a little redder. Chapter 107, It's Rising in Interest. Director Zhang was very happy today. He originally proposed to take wine out to drink. After being strongly opposed by Aunt Yoon, he muttered, "I don't want to drink either. There's nothing good about this wine thing. I just feel happy and drink to cheer up." "Who says you have to drink to be happy? After drinking and making a mess everywhere, who else is happy but you?" Aunt Yoon was adamantly against it. The last time her husband drank with Chun Ran, he kept talking nonsense in the middle of the night, and she couldn't sleep listening to him, but she couldn't fight with someone who was intoxicated, and if she wanted to avoid a similar situation, she could only be determined not to let him drink. "It's the middle of the year. How bad would it be to really get him drunk?" Director Zhang muttered. "If you don't drink it, don't drink it. What's the point of talking so much?" Aunt Yoon gave her husband a blank look. This guy's temper was like that. Sometimes when guests or relatives came, he would occasionally drink some wine, which Aunt Yoon usually ignored. But it was different with Chun Ran. The wine was not drunk because he was so happy. Most of what he told after drinking was nonsense. Director Zhang himself belonged to the category of those who talked a bit too much when they were drunk, and he hadn't stopped when he was slightly drunk last time, so what if he was really drunk this time? This was not only known by Aunt Yoon. Even Zhang Fanji's sisters were well aware of this, and had no intention of helping out with Aunt Yun's behavior. Uncle Zhang originally wanted to ask Chun Ran to help him say a word, But thinking that his daughter was also there, he resigned. Chan Ran, who was stuffing his head to eat, suddenly felt that someone was looking at him, and when he looked up, he happened to run into Zhang Fanji's gaze as if nothing had happened. Chan Ran smiled at her, and Zhang Fanji frowned slightly and turned her head away. When Zhang Rui saw this scene, she didn't know how she felt a little sour in her heart. Both mom and dad and Chan Ran and Zhang Fanji seemed to get along well, except for her who was a bit redundant. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun also inquired about Chun Ran's situation at home. Chun Ran was able to hear the asides in their words and just smiled and said that everything was fine, and that although he was back, he had his sister with him. "Do your parents know about you and Gigi?" Director Zhang suddenly asked. The two of them had been wanting to bring Zhang Fanji and Chun Ran home to meet their parents, but they had forgotten the most basic thing. Chun Ran was asked and froze. How could he answer? If he said he knew, he would definitely have to show his face later. And what about Uncle Zhang's smooth talk of inviting mom and dad over to play? Not yet. Chun Ran finally answered truthfully. Seeing that Director Zhang was a bit confused, Chun Ran added, "My parents are both acute and have been expecting me to find a girlfriend since I graduated. And if they knew that I had a girlfriend, they would definitely push me to get married earlier. Both Gigi and I have unstable jobs right now, and I want to give them the word only when we stabilize." Director Zhang's wrinkled brow loosened slightly. He naturally knew that both Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji were now in the rising stage of their careers. Neither could afford to delay. They likewise want the two to get married early, but they have to be realistic about it. "You will be okay, as long as you can enter the satellite TV. It won't take long to be able to stabilize. It is the branch here." Director Zhang did not finish, but everyone knows what he means. Zhang Fanji is the one who is the most unstable, flying around all day long. How can you not get married in this situation? Zhang Fanji frowned slightly. She didn't expect how the topic came to her. Zhang Rui whispered from the side, "Dad, sis is only 24. It's too early to get married." Director Zhang glanced at his youngest daughter and said nothing. But Zhang Rui choked in her heart. The look clearly said, "What do you know?" Aunt Yun, who hadn't opened her mouth, said, 24 isn't too young. Back when your father and I got married, we were also 24. Zhang Rui muttered, "What kind of era is that for you guys?" Although it was said in a low voice, the sound was heard by everyone, and two black lines floated on Aunt Yun's forehead. Zhang Rui dared not speak at once. Chun Ran felt that this meal was a bit hard to eat because the conversation behind it all centered around him. He looked over at Zhang Fanji and realized that she was eating her food as if it was her usual routine, looking as if she didn't have a care in the world. This atmosphere lasted until the meal was over, and only then did Chun Ran let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that Zhang Fanji still had that expression, Chun Ran took advantage of the time when Aunt Yun and Uncle Zhang were cleaning up the dishes to knee-touch Zhang Fanji. She completely did not expect the usually serious Chun Ran to suddenly hit her with his knee, and suddenly let out a "ya." Zhang Rui was sitting on the sofa, and when she heard her sister's shout, she hurriedly turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Fanji's willow eyebrows were wrinkled as she looked at Chun Ran without saying a word, and in the face of her sister's question, she just said as if nothing had happened, "There is static electricity." Static electricity? Zhang Rui glanced at her sister suspiciously. Zhang Fanji's face had long since calmed down. She didn't see anything at all. It was Chun Ran who couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Zhang Fanji used the same excuse he used last time, and Aunt Yun even told him to try to buy cotton clothes. Is this guy that lazy? The excuses have to be repeated. Zhang Fanji noticed that Chun Ran was smiling and frowned to kick Chun Ran as well. But at this time, Director Zhang just happened to walk over. Her plan fizzled, and she could only glance at Chun Ran as if to make him remember. Because Chun Ran had to go to work the next day, Chun Ran had to rush back, and it was still Zhang Fanji who gave him a ride. Zhang Fanji looked a little reluctant, but silently put her coat on, not forgetting her hat and mask. In the past, Zhang Fanji's fame wasn't as big as it is now, and she only needed a mask, but her popularity has soared, and she is easily recognized just by wearing a mask. Now that she was wearing a hat, it would be hard to recognize that this was Zhang Xiun unless she was like Chun Ran, someone who was very familiar with her eyes. When he arrived outside, Chen Ran was again walking side by side with Zhang Fanji, who was of average height and wore high heels to the position of Chun Ran's eyebrows. Chun Ran turned his head sideways, so he could see the top of her head and the slightly exhaled hot air. The lights inside the neighborhood were a bit dim, but Chun Ran was able to see Zhang Fanji's hair flying through the lights. The two walked side by side towards the parking spot. Chun Ran sat on the passenger side, feeling that it was a wise move not to buy a car for the time being. It seemed that, because of what had just happened, Zhang Fanji didn't say much. Most of it was spoken by Chen Ran, and she hummed a couple of perfunctory sounds. You go back and have a good rest. I'll work tomorrow. If I remember correctly, you're still 2 meals short of me. I have time in the evening. Chen Ran said. Zhang Fanji frowned. It was a meal. Chen Ran showed his teeth and smiled. It used to be a meal, but now it's gone up in interest. Zhang Fanji looked at him expressionlessly, but Chen Ran didn't care and smiled as he waved to Zhang Fanji before turning to leave. Zhang Fanji did not hesitate to slap on the horn when he turned around, and with a sudden honk, Chen Ran was scared to death. She watched the scene and felt steeply better before she drove off. Chapter 108: The Ability to Make Things Up. Chen Ran got up early today. He casually washed up and then went down in his gym clothes to run a few laps around the house. The last time he was teased by Chen Yao that he should exercise, he felt that his body was a bit poor even though he didn't say anything. A few times I said I wanted to work out, but it ended up being starting tomorrow. This time is kind of determined to stick with it. Well, he is still young, it's not good to get sub-healthy. The gym is out of the question, but a morning run is still doable. I hadn't run before and didn't feel it, but after the run I wasn't as tired as I thought I would be. But I was in much better spirits than when I woke up. Today was the first day of work after the new year, but there were a lot of people. Chen Ran walked over along the way and met quite a few people who greeted him. He hasn't been on the entertainment channel for too long, but he's not a bad person. After all, someone who is good-looking, has a great job, and has a pretty good temper, everyone will be happy to reach out. What's more, Chen Ran also won an award at the annual meeting, which was considered the first person who was in a local station but took the best planning award from a satellite channel in such a long time, so everyone was more kind to him. Lin Fan greeted Chen Ran, and seeing that he had a smile on his face all the time, he couldn't help but say, "Seeing that you're quite happy today, could it be that a happy event is near?" Chen Ran glanced at him. What kind of words did this man ask? He laughed. Who isn't happy in this new year? Lin Fan did not say anything, but he felt that Chen Ran this happy with them obviously different. He did not dwell on it, but asked, "About that late-night slot in the satellite TV, the program, you have an idea yet?" Chen Ran said, "It's still being studied for the time being, but none of the above have winded down yet, so there's no rush first. Until now, all that has been heard is gossip, and even Superintendent Yang Chijuan has not explicitly said so. There's no word on late night on weekdays, small productions, how much funding is given. These are the reasons that make Chen Ran cannot make a decision, now can only read the information in the heart of the alternative, really want to determine what program, but also to wait for the station notice." The two of them casually chatted for a while, and when it was time for the meeting, they saw Director Liu, who appeared to be in better spirits. Director Liu Xianlong, last year slightly unlucky, stalled on the matter of Fang Qingying, but also considered lucky because the channel out of the two quite hot programs, it is a blessing and a curse. Today was the first day of work for the new year, and he dyed his hair black over, just to ring in the new year. They say it's a new year and he's kind of starting from scratch. Director Liu wished everyone a happy Chinese New Year before getting to the point and mentioning the ratings of the programs that aired during the 3 days of the Chinese New Year. Lyrics and the microphone challenge are perfect to miss this time, but when it was recorded there was a Chinese New Year bash version recorded, so I'm just waiting for it to air tomorrow to see how it goes. These 2 days the satellite TV are all great, each family's spring festival gala to dazzle people. The program Erase a Wonderful, Please the Stars are also one more than a big name. With such a bombardment of competing programs, not many people are willing to watch their local channel, so the ratings are in relative decline. It's kind of a routine operation. Director Liu Xianlong is just talking about it and not focusing on it, so I can't blame the program for the problem. This was followed by a chat about the upcoming revamp of the Metro channel. In the past, the Entertainment channel and the Metropolitan channel were neck and neck and could not close the gap, but the ratings of the Entertainment channel have skyrocketed in the past 2 months, and it has become the only one under the satellite TV, which is 1 notch higher than the Metropolitan channel. Although the urban channel revamp and this does not have much to do with, but also cannot be underestimated, the program arrangement also has a lot to say, and I heard that there is a big killer new program in the preparations, that the column group did not take a vacation over the new year, want to do it as soon as possible. Director Liu Xianlong is talking about this because he wants everyone not to slack off, to do a good job with the program, and to try to get the ratings share to the next level. In fact, when talking about the new program of the Metropolitan channel, Director Liu even gave Chen Ran a special look, and he also knew that the program planning of the Metropolitan channel was written by Chen Ran. If in normal times he might not have paid so much attention with so many local channels, everyone has a new program to do every now and then, it doesn't matter if you wind up with a big show, the key is to look at the ratings. But the planning was written by Chen Ran, and he was really a bit vain. Knowing Chen Ran's resume, carefully counting a circle down. The programs he has followed are bursting into flames. The local channels have all these viewers, and if this new show is too good, it's their entertainment channel's share of the ratings that will be stolen when the time comes. Director Liu did not blame Chin Ran's intention. After all, is the director of the command down? Just think that this guy is a little powerful. The urban channel can be a lot of people. The director of the people do not look for their own people, but instead to look for Chin Ran, is how much optimistic about him. The Best Planner award is won by someone every year, and I don't see them channeling to get help. The most likely reason is because Chun Ran is in the local channel. The planning of several programs are one person to complete the main body, and all of them burst into flames. Director Liu sometimes wondered if Chun Ran had stayed with the entertainment channel. With his ability, he would have definitely taken the entertainment channel to the next level. But that's not going to happen. As good as the entertainment channel is, it's still just a local station and the pool is too small. Director Liu retrieved his thoughts and adjourned the meeting. When everyone was about to leave, he wanted to have a chat with Chun Ran and was trying to inquire about the news about the new program on the Metro channel. The program planning was given directly to the director at first, so he didn't know about it. But after a moment's hesitation, it was abandoned. Calling Chun Ran now might give him mental pressure to think that he has an opinion of him here. You can find out for yourself if you ask around anyway, so you won't give a in the new year. Afternoon. Lin Fan looked at Chun Ran strangely and said, "What's your emergency today?" Chun Ran froze and said, "No, why do you ask?" Lin Fan said, "Just this half hour, you've looked up at the time many times. There is a clock in the room, hanging on the wall." Chun Ran raised his head by a large margin, and Lin Fan is not blind, so he can naturally see it. He was feeling more curious. Usually Chin Ran was very focused when he was at work and rarely looked up to check the time. Today it was more strange. Chun Ran also reacted, slightly embarrassed, and blabbered, "I was researching why people feel that time passes slowly when they stare at a clock, but when they don't pay attention, it passes very quickly." Lin Fan laughed. "Actually, I'm also doing research on the refrigerator that is open and the light is on, but before it is opened, is the refrigerator's light on or off?" Chun Ran was stunned. "What's the point of your research?" Lin Fan hemmed and hawed. "It doesn't mean much, but it can be perfunctory." Chun Ran sort of understand this guy damaged people was about to talk nonsense with Lin Fan, but the cell phone rang. "I'll get off work first, you keep studying how to perfume people." Chun Ran waved his hand with Lin Fan and ran off in a hurry. Only Lin Fan was left standing there, looking at Chun Ran's back with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 109. The moon is beautiful. Car. Zhang Fanji looked at Chun Ran and said, "Actually, you can go slowly. I don't lack that little bit of time." "What?" Chun Ran didn't react for a moment. It was only when he saw Zhang Fanji's expression that he slowed down to what it meant. Chun Ran jogged over every time he got out of the elevator and would wait for his breath to even out before getting in the car when he got outside. He had always thought that Zhang Fanji hadn't seen it, but he hadn't expected her to see it clearly. Chun Ran was a bit embarrassed, but didn't explain why he had jogged over when he hadn't even noticed it himself. Chun Ran changed the topic and asked, "Where are we going?" "I don't know." "No, you invited me for dinner. How come you don't know where to go?" Chun Ran wondered. "I rarely eat out. I don't know where it's good." Zhang Fanji said honestly. She socializes very little and has few friends of this temperament. After deciding in middle school that I wanted to take up singing, I spent most of my time struggling and being a bit out of step with my peers. When everyone was in groups, she went alone to work odd jobs, and when everyone else was playing on vacation, she was in training classes. High school still does, and it seems very out of place. When she got to college, she came home without an odd job or training, but she had no friends left. She's alone, going to a restaurant for dinner? Now it's with even less. When I was in Huahai, there was still Sister Lin accompanying me, and I would occasionally go out for a stroll. Back in the proverbial city, basically at home. Other than singing, he probably took pleasure in bullying Zhang Rui. Chun Ran knew quite a bit about Zhang Fanji's affairs, and hearing her talk like this, he felt a bit stuffy in his heart. He thought for a moment and said, "I rarely eat out either, but some time ago a colleague mentioned a private kitchen that tasted great, mainly because it wasn't crowded and was quieter. Why don't we try it?" This was something that Lin Fan had brought up when he chatted with him from time to time, saying that this place tasted delicious, but it was just expensive. Although Chun Ran doesn't have much money now, it's completely different from the poor one who just went to work, and he doesn't care if it's expensive, not to mention that there's also Zhang Fanji, a rich woman. Zhang Fanji nodded and said, "You search for a navigation and send it to me." Chun Ran did as he was told, not only sent the navigation but also booked in advance on the internet, but also fortunately, this private kitchen is also open at the end of the year, otherwise he really could not find another place. Not a moment later, Director Zhang called, Chun Ran, you left early? Harm. Why don't you wait for me to go back together? Chun Ran glanced at Zhang Fanji and said with slight embarrassment, Uncle, Gigi and I plan to go out for a stroll, so we'll leave first. Director Zhang aired, obviously not expecting Chun Ran and his daughter to be together, and afterwards said happily, That's fine, you guys have fun. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Looking at Zhang Fanji who was driving seriously, Chun Ran was a bit distracted. He rarely came out with Zhang Fanji like this. Most of the time, it was Zhang Fanji who came to pick him up and then went straight back to the Zhang family. The last time it came out like this, it was during a movie, wasn't it? Although it had only been a few months, Chun Ran felt like a long time had passed. This private kitchen is really the same as Lin Fan said. The location is a bit remote, very secluded, there are no hotels or anything like that around, and there are not many guests, so this kind of place is just right, perfect for it. Zhang Fanji wore a mask and a hat, and was not too conspicuous in the middle of winter. Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji entered the private room, and it was quite quiet with just the two of them. With the menu in hand, Chun Ran ordered a few dishes before handing it over to Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji didn't take the menu and just looked at Chun Ran. Her favorite foods were all ordered by Chun Ran. How do you know what I like to eat? My parents, and they said so? Chun Ran laughed. No, usually when you're not at home, Aunt Yoon cooks all of Uncle's favorite dishes, but every time you come back, there's always a few more. It's not hard to notice, right? Zhang Fanji pursed her lips slightly, her expression somewhat unnatural. It's not hard to be mindful of this, but it's also important to be intentional about it. The food was served quickly. The flavor of this private kitchen was indeed very good, and Chun Ran was quite satisfied. Remember Lin Fan doesn't have a girlfriend? He came here to eat alone? At this time, Zhang Fanji's cell phone rang with a video call request. She took it out, frowned unnoticeably, glanced slightly at Chun Ran, and hung up without moving. Is it Aunt Yoon? Chun Ran asked. Zhang Fanji said, No, it's Rui. Why don't you answer it? She's nothing serious, too rowdy. Zhang Fanji said. Chun Ran heard funny, no wonder Chun Yao gave Zhang Rui the nickname of haunting, even Zhang Fanji said so. It is estimated that it is really quite capable of haunting. As soon as Zhang Fanji's words left her mouth, her cell phone rang again and she continued to hang up. After 3 consecutive times, there was finally no movement there. When checking out, the waiter advised that it had already been checked out. Zhang Fanji frowned and looked at Chun Ran. Didn't you say it was my treat? Chun Ran patted his head and said, I forget, usually when I go out to eat with people, I am embarrassed to fight with people. Pay first in advance. Forget this time said it as you please. Zhang Fanji looked at him and said, How much is it? I'll transfer it to you on WeChat later. Chun Ran said, It's too much trouble. Why don't you count this meal as my treat, so that you still owe me too? Zhang Fanji didn't say anything either, so she just kept staring at him. Chun Ran coughed, looked outside and said, The moon is so beautiful tonight. Zhang Fanji let out a breath and didn't pursue him for playing dumb. The waiter looked at the back of the two left, frowned tightly. The heart is sour, muttered. People sitting in the front desk, dog food in the sky. The New Year's work I'm easy to do Zhang Fanji was the one who sent Chun Ran home first. On the way, Chun Ran couldn't help but feel amused. What are you laughing at? Zhang Fanji asked. Chun Ran said, Just now where we ate. All men drove the car. Women came down from the passenger side, just the two of us in reverse. Zhang Fanji said, If you feel embarrassed, you can buy a car yourself. Chun Ran shook his head and said, Cars are too expensive. Can't afford it. Rubbing your car is fine. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything. She did know that Chun Ran's salary wasn't bad, and the program he did was so good, whether it was the bonus or the program's share of the profits was quite high, so how could he not be able to afford to buy a car? Upon arrival, Chun Ran asked, Do you want to go up and have a seat? Zhang Fanji shook her head. I'll leave first. Chun Ran wasn't disappointed, and waved to Zhang Fanji as he turned to leave. Zhang Fanji watched Chun Ran's back disappear before she took out her cell phone. It showed several missed calls, all from Sister Lin. She dialed back, and Tao Lin's relieved voice came over the line. What were you doing? Turning on the video and not answering the phone when you called? Zhang Fanji paused before saying, Scampering relatives with mom and dad. In a relative's home to pick up a phone call will be how? Tao Lin muttered and said, Well, do not talk about this. I'll give you I found a song, and so on will send you WeChat. You look at it to see if it is suitable to do a new single. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fanji looked at the two words Sister Lin and was slightly distracted. Chapter 110 Balance. The next day, Chen Ran was in a good mood. When he went to work, he purposely bought a bottle of drink, and when he met Lin Fan, he handed it to him in passing. Lin Fan took the water and froze. "What is this for?" Chen Ran is usually quite generous. Lunch break these will buy water treats, but this morning and cold weather he is not thirsty. Chen Ran smiled. "The private chef you recommended tastes quite good. This is a thank you gift." "A private chef?" Lin Fan didn't react at first. After savoring it, the whole thing was bad. This kind of relatively remote place. Chen Ran definitely couldn't have gone alone, and looking at how happy he was, it didn't take his head to figure it out. That place was where he went on a blind date that didn't work out, only remembering that the private kitchen tasted okay. This comparison, this contrast, made Lin Fan feel a sense of solidarity in his heart. It's okay. It's okay. I can also find that girl with eyes full of me. Lin Fan comforted himself in his heart. But when I thought about being 29, I couldn't stop the sadness. And I didn't get over it until the official start of work. Chen Ran was called over by Director Yang. Something about the Metro Channel program. Because the planning was written by Chen Ran, that side wanted Chen Ran to go over and help out. Chen Ran nodded his head in agreement, and since he had written the program out, he definitely hoped to do a good job. The Metro Channel is moving fast because of the revamp, the program has to be expedited, and some of the people in the True Column team did not take a break on New Year's Eve. Chen Ran is the first time to come to this channel. Most of the people do not recognize, a few just met on the way to work, more familiar. He didn't know anyone else, but they knew him. The award at the annual meeting, coupled with this quite recognizable face, is still quite easy to recognize. The old brothers here spoke quite nicely, praising Chen Ran all the time from the moment they saw him. If Chen Ran didn't know how many kilograms he weighed, he would probably be floating. After a few compliments, it was time to get to work. It's really just some of the problems with the show. The show looks like we know it and we try to do it in that direction, but it's the moral dimension. The chief planner voiced his opinions and concerns. It's kind of putting people's privacy on the table to say that there's always going to be a way to avoid these issues. This Chen Ran naturally considered. On Earth, this type of program has been polarized in terms of public opinion since its inception. One thinks that the program is quite good, using other people's experiences to give viewers warning and inspiration to avoid such conflicts in their lives, while the other thinks that the TV station puts this kind of personal privacy in front of the public for the sake of eyeballs, which is a kind of unethical and bottomless behavior. And when this kind of program also really tends to the latter point, did not do the original intention of the program to be warned, all kinds of interruptions, debates, guidance, from the beginning to throw suspense, to let the conflict intensify, the human nature of the dark side of the amplification of these tactics also let the program change the taste. It's not like there were one or two of these types of programs that were called off back in the day. To this Chen Ran can only say that it is good to master a degree. The reason why I chose the truth is because within this type of program to master a degree to master quite well, inevitably some problems but did not cross the moral line. Chen Ran has been on the Metro Channel all day, discussing the plot with the program team. When the evening came, Chen Ran realized that his cell phone didn't ring and was slightly lost. He didn't go to Zhang's house. He acted a little active himself yesterday, and didn't want to give Zhang Fanji too much pressure, and wanted to let her take a breather. But he didn't expect to get a piece of news that made him freeze when he was chatting with Zhang Fanji in the evening. "I'm going back to Wahai tomorrow." His breath stuttered, and he waited a few moments before coming back to his senses and asking, "Didn't you say you have to wait for news from the company? There's a new song to check out." Zhang Fanji returned very succinctly, and Chen Ran looked at these few words a little dazed. The fact that she was leaving so soon was something Chen Ran hadn't expected. Years ago, after some thought, he knew what he wanted and planned to slowly increase his weight in Zhang Fanji's heart during the time after the year. Just how many days has it been? Chen Ran tugged at his hair, his heart was a little hard. Was he acting a little anxious the last couple days? The Zhang Fanji he perceived was a paranoid person who wanted to sing because he wanted to sing and had worked hard for it from middle school and high school to college. All efforts are directed toward the goal, and such people are few and far between, yet not easily influenced by external objects. He didn't intend to do it overnight. He just wanted to use this time to promote their relationship. Now it feels like a miscalculation. The new song may be true, but it's just the beginning of the year, so there's no need to rush back unless there's an announcement from the company. Is it trying to escape? This night Chen Ran heart blocked some. Some cannot sleep. Pick up the phone, want to send a message to Zhang Fanji, but do not know what to say. Can only put the phone aside. Looking at the ceiling froze out of mind. At the same moment, the Zhang family. Zhang Fanji didn't fall asleep either, and in the darkness she leaned against the head of the bed, looking at her cell phone without saying a word. Outside, Zhang Rui was calling the door and wanted to come in, but Zhang Fanji just said that she was asleep and then didn't say anything again. What's going on? Zhang Rui was slightly confused, not knowing what was wrong with her sister. When he went to work the next day, Chun Ran was obviously a bit distracted. It's fine when discussing work. As long as it's idle, it's a bit of a walk in the park. Lin Fan was slightly puzzled. This was still full of spring yesterday. Why did he change today? What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood today? Lin Fan finally asked. Chun Ran returned to his senses and shook his head. No. Lin Fan was speechless, his heart written all over his face, and he still said no. He pondered for a moment and thought that Chun Ran might have gotten into trouble with his girlfriend. He'd seen this happen quite a bit, and his former college roommate had the same look on his face when he was in trouble with his girlfriend. Lin Fan consoled, "It's normal to have a conflict with your girlfriend. Sometimes both sides need to calm down. Put it aside for 2 days and then go back to communicating. It's much better than being angry when it's time to reason." Chun Ran glanced at him. Where did this guy realize the truth? Lin Fan added, "Really, people say that bedheads fight and bedtails make up. That's how it is. You wait for her to calm down a little and then go coax her. In fact, reasoning with a woman would be of little use. You have to coax her. After all, they are here to fall in love with you, not to find the other side of the defense." Lin Fan couldn't stop talking on the side, and Chun Ran rubbed his brow. This guy is talking out of his ass. Listen to him say he's never been in a relationship. Where did he get such a weird theory? The more he talked, the more outrageous he became, and even if Chun Ran was in a bad mood, he sounded amused. By him, the mood was slightly relaxed. Only the thought of Zhang Fanji leaving was inevitably a bit depressing. In fact, he pondered for half a night and thought that now he also felt that there were some problems in his thinking, and there was no need to be in such a hurry to make Zhang Fanji fall into a dilemma inside the choice. Either or, black or white, that's too absolute. Singing and falling in love, even getting married, if it is possible, to be able to find a balance in it. Chapter 111, Time to Buy a Car. Zhang Fanji still called Chun Ran before going to the airport. After connecting and being silent with each other for a while, Chun Ran laughed. "The company decided to release a new song for you. This is a good thing. Congratulations." Zhang Fanji hummed. "Thank you." Chun Ran said, "I didn't expect you to go back so early, but you still owe me 2 meals, which won't escape." Zhang Fanji was silent for a moment before saying, "Good. All right, you're going to catch your flight. Send me a message when you arrive." Chun Ran finished speaking and waited for Zhang Fanji to answer before hanging up the phone. He set the phone down on the table, the smile on his face narrowing slightly as he let out a long breath. He was thinking a lot about it and felt he had a thought process, but there was something in his heart that was ultimately uncomfortable. Having liked someone for the first time in 2 lifetimes combined, Chun Ran couldn't go back to his old blasé attitude as he confronted his thoughts. Lin Fan was feeling a little strange. Chun Ran, who was not right just now, had changed a bit after not much time had passed. There was none of the full-blooded look that he had just had, as if he was returning to his usual work routine. He patted Chun Ran and said with a smile, "Made up with your girlfriend? I told you it's always good to calm down." Chun Ran felt a little funny hearing him say that, but felt disrespected and could only nod solemnly to show that he wasn't perfunctory at all. While bored at work, he received news of Zhang Fanji's arrival in Huahai. Chun Ran thought for a moment and returned, "If you encounter any difficulties, you can talk to me." "Good." Zhang Fanji returned the message after a long interval. When he got off work, Chun Ran subconsciously looked at his cell phone and then smiled bitterly. "When I got downstairs and couldn't see the familiar car, I felt a little empty. It's time to buy a car." Chun Ran exhaled. The Chinese New Year binge edition of I Love to Remember song lyrics airs. Because it was already after the New Year holidays, the ratings were not affected by the various Chinese New Year parties, and not only did they not drop, but they went up a bit. This makes director Lu Xianlong overjoyed. All the local channels. Ratings have not been affected too much. In addition to the Zhaonan focus, is Here They Are. Now, Challenge of the Microphone hasn't aired yet, but you can tell some of this by watching the lyrics memorization go by. These 2 shows are kind of awesome. They've gone all the way from the start and the ratings haven't weakened since they stabilized. Not to mention them, when the ratings report came out, people from other channels couldn't help but look a little sideways. Metro Channel, on the other hand, is focusing on the preparation of the True Love section. From now on, this program also has such a burst, and now can not just eyeballs tightening preparations want to speed up the progress. The Changs, Chun Yao and Zhang Rui were whispering. Both of them were looking forward with anticipation and some apprehension. Today is the day her new song goes live. She came in early and got Rui Zhang to make a video for her to upload to inform her fans. After the video was reviewed and approved, the two of them had been staring at their phones, wanting to see the feedback from Chun Yao's fans. Good to hear. Yo-Yo's new song? Love the lyrics. Billions of bloody books beg for the full version. I thought it was online, why can't I search? The two of them flipped through the comments, and Zhang Rui even read them out in a whisper. Chun Yao is saying that she doesn't want to move into the singing world. Singing is just a hobby, but the new song is her first work. Rather, it is still written by her brother Chun Ran, so she surely hopes to have a good result. The bottom of the video was full of favorable comments, and although most of these were Chun Yao's fans who were picking up on the good points, she couldn't stop being pleasant in her heart. Now just waiting for the song to go live at 8 p.m. Chun Ran was also at Zhang's house, and at this time he was sitting on the other side of the room with director Zhang, talking about the Guardian Channel program. This time on Thursday. Director Zhang frowned slightly, his fingers clenching involuntarily. The news is out about the late-night slot that's going to start early, Thursday at 10 p.m. And there is very little funding that can be given, not enough to hire a slightly famous celebrity in addition to the expenses of preparing for the show. Chun Ran knew the reason for director Zhang's frown, because at 10 o'clock on Thursday, it was Tomato TV's Magic Munchkin that he ran into. It's harder to make a mark when you're underfunded and in a bad time slot, and when you have a show like this. But any worse is relative, and it's certainly a lot better than being on a local channel. Now on Thursday late night is a show about the history of antiques, and the show is pretty entertaining, but the ratings are kind of underwhelming and it's totally one of the worst. The station is trying to redo a show, but doesn't think the slot is worth the heavy lifting. Tomato TV's Magic Munchkin is a bit deep, and trying to do better than it is not proportional to the inputs and rewards. It ended up being used in such a way that the funding was put forward so little money, and the rest is up to your creativity. Chun Ran pondered a little. In fact, things were a little worse than he thought. In advance, he thought of many alternative programs, but now he has eliminated most of them because of funding. He also didn't realize that the station would be so focused on value for money, and was too willing to part with his money. The news came out of a meeting a year ago, and the big production is that Friday is used to pick up an older show, but it's still in the planning stages. It's a little hard to top the late-night slot being set first, but it's a situation like this. Chun Ran, you have to think about it. Don't look at the program's low budget, but if it's done well, it's an opportunity for you. Director Zhang persuaded. Anymore, it's a TV channel, so if you can be the chief planner, you'll definitely have a better chance than the entertainment channel right now. It's not gains that are wanted, it's achievements and opportunities. I will strive for it. Chun Ran nodded. Director Zhang nodded gratefully and added, "Your program is written out. When the time comes, give it directly to Director Yang. Didn't you write a program with the Metropolitan Channel? When the time comes, the two directors will join hands to push for it. And if your program's problems aren't too big, it's very likely to fall into your hands." Chun Ran subconsciously nodded his head, then looked at Uncle Zhang again, remembering that the last time he went to the entertainment channel, it was Uncle Zhang who had to fight for the opportunity for him, and now Uncle Zhang couldn't help. Chun Ran said, "I've written the program and I still have to ask Uncle to take a look at it. Otherwise I can't make up my mind." Director Zhang glanced at Chun Ran and nodded with a smile. "All right, you can discuss with me if you have ideas." Chun Ran smiled on his face, but in his heart he was relieved. Just now he could feel that Uncle Zhang was a bit despondent when he spoke. Both his father, Chen Junhai, and Uncle Zhang have shared this sentiment. When he went to college as well as came to work in Linshur, his father was silent for a long time without saying anything. After the uncle and nephew talk about the program, they talk about the TV station. Chun Yao over there said somewhat happily, "Brother, my new song is online." Chun Ran looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock. Chapter 112, Happy Valentine's Day. The song, The Rest of My Life Afterward, Chun Ran sang it to his sister and never cared about the score, because the songs are not publicized. Chun Yao didn't sign with a company, and her boss's music studio was only a simple recording collaboration, not to mention promotion. When it went live, there was no one but her own fans. Chun Yao didn't expect the song to make money, so after asking Chun Ran and getting a reply in the first place, she set the song to free. The song has only just gone live, and the comments are quickly surpassing 100, and they're not slow to increase. Chun Ran said unexpectedly, "You have quite a few fans." Chun Yao was a little excited and embarrassed. It's not that I have many fans. It's mainly because the songs are good. The video she shot with Zhang Rui only after she came here was released not long ago, and the ratio of the number of plays to the number of likes was too high, proving that the fans liked the song very much. Knowing that the song goes live at 8 o'clock, they're all waiting with their cell phones. This data is a big difference compared to Zhang Fanji's at the beginning, not to mention that Chun Yao's setting for the rest of your life afterward is free, while Zhang Fanji's is still charged. But Zhang Fanji is considered a well-known singer, itself has a lot of popularity base. Chun Yao fans on the internet on this point, not to mention any popularity, the two also cannot be put together to compare. In itself, Chun Yao is the nature of the ticket and not too concerned about the results, did not compare with others, just to see the fans come to listen to the song, leaving a positive feedback, she was happy. Seeing her happy like this, Chun Ran encouraged a few words. It's not like the song can't catch fire, it just needs an opportunity. Remember that on Earth, the song was caught fire by a short video and then became popular all over the internet, and when many people get married, the newlyweds are ready to sing the song. This kind of song with straightforward lyrics and catchy melody possesses the property of being easy to spread, so it might suddenly catch fire at some point. Chun Yao was quite satisfied with her current achievements and muttered with Zhang Rui on the side. As Zhang Rui spoke, she inadvertently glanced at Chun Ran, who had come here less often in the past few days after her sister Zhang Fanji had left. Combined with Zhang Fanji's perversity the day before she left, she felt in her heart that her sister and Chun Ran hadn't quarreled. Yesterday, she even asked Zhang Fanji in a sideways manner, only to be choked by the other party and didn't ask anything. Judging from today, Chun Ran was no different from usual and was still very warm to all of them in the Zhang family. Zhang Rui muttered in her heart, "Is it so complicated to fall in love?" Just for this period of time, she had seen Zhang Fanji being perverse several times, and in the past, Zhang Fanji didn't have so many emotions. Chun Ran didn't stay in the Zhang family for long, and seeing that it was late, he left his sister here and left himself first. Today there was no Zhang Fanji to send him home, and he didn't bother Uncle Zhang, he took a taxi back by himself. In the car, he took out his cell phone and found Zhang Fanji from WeChat, intending to send her a message. In the past few days, the two of them occasionally chatted on WeChat and called once, but because Lin was around, they ended it after a cursory chat. Chun Ran knew that she had gone to negotiate a new song today, and now she didn't know what the outcome would be. It didn't take long for Zhang Fanji to reply back after his message was sent. "It's a done deal." Chun Ran smiled faintly and returned, "Congratulations." "Thanks." Chun Ran pressed a few words on his cell phone, hesitated a little, and finally sent it out. "Happy Valentine's Day." He squeezed his cell phone and waited for a while, and there was no response from there. Chun Ran wasn't disappointed, he just put his cell phone away. Back home time is also still early. Chun Ran opened the computer, began to seriously check the information. In the past few days, he had been rather salty because there was no news from the TV channel, and now that the news of the program was out, he naturally had to work hard. Thursdays, 10 p.m., children's program. Chun Ran thought carefully and cut many more that the budget didn't match. Since there is not enough funding, creativity wins. Chun Ran has done some time in the local channel and has some insights about creativity, now picking programs instead is much easier. In advance, he thought about doing Do Not Disturb, but when he thought about the impact the program had on society in the first place, he hesitated just a little before switching to other options. Now that this poor funding is out, Chun Ran can't do it even if he wants to. And with more funding, that's quite a few shows that are better than Do Not Disturb, so there's really no need to pick it up in the current climate of Call of Duty TV. When did the satellite TV also focus on value for money? Chun Ran sighed. At this time, Chun Ran's cell phone ding-dong. He glanced at it and thought it was an advertisement, but after a closer look, it was sent by Zhang Fanji. "Happy Valentine's Day." Chun Ran saw the message and smiled knowingly. When he went to work the next day, Director Yang approached Chun Ran. "You should know the information of the new program of the Guardian channel, although the time slot is not very good, and the funding is also less, but the difficulty is also big at the same time the opportunity is also big. If you can make this time slot live, naturally you will be valued." Yang Chijuan said. Chun Ran nodded and said, "Thank you, Director. I'll work hard." He naturally knows this, it's kind of like the station pretty much giving up on this time slot, just thinking that if he can rake in a little bit, the station will be impressed if he can dish it out. At the end of the day, wherever you are, it's ability and performance that speaks for itself. Director Yang added, "By the way, I have to tell you something. One of your opponents is Wang Mingi, who was shortlisted for the Best Planner Award with you a year ago." Hearing this, Chan Ran was very surprised. How could he want to do this program? Wang Mingyi's last program, Love in a Row, was also a small-budget matchmaking program that selected vegetarians to be paired up, and then filmed both parties for dating games and so on, to see how many pairs could make it to the end. The show had decent ratings and was a finalist for Best Planning for a small performance. A guy like that should be going for a big show. How could he look at a late-night slot with so little funding? Yang Chijuan saw that Chan Ran did not understand, smiled and said, "You do not think he is too high? Said you took the Best Planner? He is still under your defeat is. The love streak he did had good ratings, but it wasn't top-notch and was shortlisted for Best Planner or relied on better creativity. And part of his creativity came from the foreign program Heartwarming Moment. If he was able to get Best Planning, he would definitely have a chance to do a big production, but the station gave the award to you, so naturally they felt that he wasn't capable enough." As soon as the Director General said this, Chan Ran understood that Wang Mingyi was also lacking an opportunity right now and now wanted to prove himself. Like Chan Ran, if this slot is made alive, it will definitely be taken seriously by the station. The same goes for Wang Mingyi. His qualifications are older than you. I pushed together with the director of the Metropolitan Channel, and it's just so that you don't have that much of a disadvantage compared to him. As for how the final result will be, it's still up to you. Yang Chijuan concluded. "I know. Thank you, Superintendent." Chun Ran nodded. Out of the director's office, Chun Ran pondered a little. He figured there would be quite a few TV channel planners looking at the position and planning to work on it. But I didn't realize that there was also a Wang Mingyi mixed in, which was considered a stronger opponent. Wang Mingyi's borrowing from foreign programs is not a major drawback for the station, which very often only looks at the results, regardless of the process. Chapter 113 Stand-Up Comedy. The ratings for Call of Duty TV are okay, and it can be counted among the TVs. However, word of mouth doesn't match the fame. There are several reasons for this, such as exaggerated taglines and all sorts of bumper sticker hype, and most importantly, this is a carbon copy of a foreign program. Many of the programs that were red hot on Call of Duty TV, you'll be able to find prototypes abroad. Chun Ran has studied Jiaonan satellite TV and naturally knows about these. For example, there was a period of time when the Red Hot Supernova talent show was almost completely copied from the foreign bright lights. The key is to be scolded. Jiaonan TV still do not recognize, and finally wait until the foreign copyright holder sued up. Jiaonan TV only proceeded to contact to get authorization. It's not once or twice that you get on the bus first and then make up the ticket. For those who can get the rights cheaply, use the introduction, and for those who can't, copy it. When the time comes that people's copyright holders sue up and they still can't get a deal, then Jiaonan TV will be so barefaced that the big deal will be to revamp the program, change the program where it involves the core copyrights, and change the soup. But when there's no problem with the law, he'll just keep on doing it. Anyway, because the previous viewers caught up with it, they continued to watch it even if it was revamped, and they served their purpose. The poor reputation of Callaway TV is probably here. And Wang Mingyi is considered to be more of a planner with the essence of Jiaonan TV. The last love streak you can tell borrowed from foreign programs, but there is no way to judge this kind of local borrowing as plagiarism. So don't look at Chun Ran as having the advantage of a world. But in fact, the other Wang Mingyi wasn't any worse than him. It is also because of this ethos of Jiaonan satellite television that Chun Ran hesitated before vetoing it outright when he was considering Do Not Disturb. I'm afraid that if we really get this program out, the internet will not be quiet. This news was also known to director Zhang, who first frowned and then felt that Chun Ran would not necessarily lose. He is kind of a little blind trust in Chun Ran. This kid, as long as he is given a chance, absolutely grabbed firmly and climbed faster than anyone else. But Wang Mingyi would follow suit and grab a small production, something he didn't expect. In the end, he could only sigh. The competition in the TV channel was indeed a bit big. Chun Ran really didn't know if he would get used to it if he went there. He was worried about Chun Ran's character. From the beginning of the public channel, it was he who consciously let Chun Ran move up the ladder, otherwise Chun Ran's aloof character. It might take some time before he could have this opportunity. Guardian Channel. Wang Mingyi also learned that Chun Ran was going to compete for the late-night slot and was not surprised at all. As far as the near future was concerned, this was the only chance Chun Ran had if he wanted to enter the Guardian. As for big productions, he, Wang Mingyi, is still almost qualified, and Chun Ran is even more unlikely. Chun Ran. Wang Mingyi chewed on the name, slightly resigned. If it hadn't been for Chun Ran coming out of nowhere, the best planning award given by the station could have been for him, and he would have had a chance to compete for a big production. Now it's a fizzle. These are the only 2 programs planned by the TV station in the near future, and the others are all old programs that are completely out of his turn, which forces him to fight for this late-night slot that he used to despise. But that's fine. If he does a good job with the late-night slot, the station will always see what he can do. This gold that always shines. As for Chun Ran, he recognized that the man had some ability. But he only came from a local channel and has not polished his skills at a satellite TV, so his vision is definitely limited. Add to that the fact that the program has very little funding and it's bound to be a handful. He lost once at the annual meeting, and he won't lose again this time. Lin Fan asked in disbelief, Chun Ran, I heard that Wang Mingi is also going to participate. Is that true? Wang Mingi's seniority is not small, he's an old man, and all the programs he used to do are not bad, so how could he think of coming to a late-night slot? Lin Fan was unable to figure it out. Chun Ran glanced at him. This guy's news is really a bit well-informed. There is a superintendent father, there are still many benefits. It's true. The superintendent just told me. Chun Ran said. Lin Fan frowned. That's not good. Chun Ran said. There's nothing wrong with it, the funding is so restrictive. The program is destined to be a small production, even if it's each to their own. Lin Fan was helpless, he was worried for Chun Ran. But it turned out that people had a good mindset. The emperor was not anxious. Chun Ran looked at Lin Fan. If he really went to the satellite TV in the future, I love remembering lyrics would definitely be handed over to Lin Fan. He has been with Chun Ran for the longest period of time, and he himself is down to study, and he eats up my love of memorizing lyrics, and by the same token, he's in charge of the challenge microphone very well. When the time comes to become the chief planner, Lin Fan will have fulfilled his original wish. Of course, the premise of all this was that Chun Ran would be able to win the competition with Wang Mingi and others and successfully enter the satellite TV. For the next 2 days, Chun Ran pretty much handed over all the work to Lin Fan, letting him run along, both to see what he could do and to take time out to write his own plans. Lin Fan knew Chun Ran's mind and didn't have any complaints. Instead, his heart was a bit odd. At the beginning, the two of them competed for the chief planner. He was unconvinced by Chun Ran, and then he was surprised by the I love memorizing lyrics planner. And then work on Chun Ran's ability to feel admired, he also learned a lot of things. The two are now on good terms and are considered better friends. Chun Ran really want to go to the satellite TV, both sides of the respective busy, the relationship cannot maintain the same as now, it is impossible to say. After work, Chun Ran came to Zhang's house. My younger sister Chun Yao had gone back the day before yesterday, and it was soon the Lantern Festival. Chun Ran couldn't go back. Chun Yao was sure to go back. Zhang Rui was pulled into the kitchen by Aunt Yoon to help while Chun Ran chatted with Director Zhang about the program. He wasn't lying when he said he would come over to discuss with Director Zhang when he had thoughts to write. Everyone else is fine. The key is this Wang Mingi, you have to work harder. Don't take it lightly. Director Zhang reminded. Chun Ran nodded and smiled. I felt unsure. So I thought of the program and came to ask for Uncle's guidance at the first opportunity. You kid, you're still kissing my ass at this time. Director Zhang didn't have the heart to laugh. Chun Ran had pretty much written the plan in the past 2 days, and he handed it to Director Zhang. Director Zhang was sort of used to Chun Ran's speed in writing programs, and now he was not surprised and took it and opened it to have a look. Slightly stunned, he pronounced it with some incomprehension. A late-night talk show? What's this? There are no talk shows in this world, and naturally Director Zhang doesn't understand. Chun Ran explained, it's roughly the same as a monologue. A monologue? Director Zhang looked at Chun Ran. Although it is said that the funding is small, it is to save funds, but it is not to do so, right? You're a stand-up comedian. How can anyone watch you on TV? Seeing Director Zhang's doubt, Chun Ran smiled and said, Uncle, you read the content first. The title was just something Chun Ran had casually come up with, and he definitely wouldn't use it when the time came. The focus is still on content. Chapter 114. Something interesting. For stand-up comedy, Director Zhang certainly had no cognizance, but he still knew about stand-up comedy. Too niche. The history of antiquity is niche enough for the late-night Thursday slot these days, isn't it? And the monologue is about as close to that as you can get. Director Zhang glanced at Chun Ran, and seeing Chun Ran smiling slightly, he didn't say any more and read the content first. At that look, the corners of his eyebrows jumped. Chun Ran said the monologue, just the situation, the content difference is big. Take topical events, social opinions, etc. and turn them into paragraphs with commentary. This kind of program funding really do not want much. After all, the program stage needs simple and does not need much. What big stars to be able to talk, have their own characteristics of the host. Director Zhang is a programmer and can see the essence of the program, which is what the host has to say. The hosts aren't hard to find. It's the copywriting for each installment that's key. This kind of show has a single situation, and in order for people to watch it, each installment has to be compelling enough. You're like, kind of hard. Director Zhang looked at it for half a day and finally gave this comment. In his opinion, such a program would be too extreme and likely to be unpalatable. The novelty is definitely there are a lot of talk shows, what with the talk shows, this is the first of its kind. The future of the program, however, he could not see clearly. After all, such a program, the need for content, just look at the form, it is indeed not good to judge. Difficult is definitely a bit difficult. I will mull over an issue of copywriting out before I submit the planning up. Chen Ran has also thought about this problem. It's too simple to say it's just the program framework. The TV channel leaders look at it and say, hey, isn't this just a fool's errand? Director Zhang trusted Chen Ran so much that he was holding doubts, let alone the other station leaders. So there is definitely still a need to be able to draw attention to the content. Chen Ran also want to do other programs, but the funding is too little, although it is said that if the planning is better, the station will be appropriate to increase the funding, but how much can be added? It still doesn't add up to enough to hire a star, and putting on the TV is really shabby. Instead of doing that, it would be better to do a good program within the funding constraints. Director Zhang looked at Chen Ran's appearance as already determined to do this planning, although not too optimistic, but also did not persuade. Chen Ran is a person with their own ideas, can do Zhao and focus, remember the lyrics and other programs that he does. Talk shows certainly have their own ideas. Chen Ran didn't get sloppy when he said he wanted to write copy. Earth's famous talk show is there, but Chen Ran cannot remember people lines, and the two worlds are not the same. Even if you remember, it is impossible to copy. Not stand-up comedy, a person talking on it. Surely it can't be boring, it has to be funny and have baggage. You have to at least make it so that the audience is watching to be entertained and have fun, and the copy has to be something that most people can identify with and not be out of touch with the masses. Honestly, it's actually pretty hard. People's talk shows have a specialized team to write copy, written out are still high and low. Chen Ran alone want to do is a little difficult. But he also has certain advantages many segments on Earth don't appear in this world, and shaving off the background to set them in can be used directly. Spare a thought, it took him a couple of days to write the copy. Chen Ran didn't give it directly to the director, but showed it to Director Zhang again. This time Director Zhang didn't say much, first frowning at it, and only after half a day did he pop out a sentence. It looks pretty good. Director Chong didn't have much to worry about anymore, much less jump out of his skin. Just looking at the copy written by Chen Ran is very interesting. If the show comes out and the copy is still at this level, he doesn't know about the others, but he'll definitely watch it. Director Zhang finally said, I think it's a no-brainer, but you'd better discuss it with Director Yang. Chen Ran nodded. He is in the entertainment channel working under the hand of Director Yang. When the time comes, the planning will still have to ask Director Yang to submit. Naturally, he has to go and discuss it first. On the next day at work, he came to find Yang Qijuan. What? The planning is all written out? Yang Qijuan raised his eyebrows, not expecting Chen Ran to be so quick. When Chen Ran helped write the plan for the Metropolitan Channel a while back, he had a feeling that the guy was a bit fast. But it's different now, it's a TV show, you have to think about it for a while longer. Think it through. After all, a satellite channel is not the same as a local channel, and that audience is national, so you can't be too careful. It's been confirmed. Now I'll ask the superintendent to help me palm it, Chen Ran said with a smile. Yang Qijuan took the planning. He is aware of Chen Ran. This guy does not write okay. Write out the planning is naturally complete, at least from the previous several programs. He has nothing to embellish. When he saw the name of the program, he and Director Zhang thought the same thing. What is a talk show? However, he just glanced at Chen Ran without asking and opened the content first. This look frowned until he saw the copy written by Chen Ran in the back, and only then did his brows slightly stretch. Seeing that Yang Qijuan was in deep thought, Chen Ran didn't disturb him and saw the other party looking over before asking, Director, how do you feel about this program? Yang Qijuan thought about it and said, creative, but also risky. It's not just risky, it's not risky. Chen Ran did do the research and likewise put the program analysis in the planning. But what program hasn't done research? People have done audience segmentation and made programs for their target audience, but they should still flop. Chen Ran, this program is not out of the program format. Director Yang can also see that the program is 2E copywriting. Copywriting is good, the program standard is high, and vice versa. If Yang Qijuan is allowed to choose, he will be happy to do such a program if he puts it on the entertainment channel, but he can't be sure if it's on the satellite TV channel. Yang Qijuan asked, are you sure this is the program to do? Confirmed. Chen Ran nodded. He did have other programs, but after comparing them, it was more appropriate for a talk show. Yang Qijuan took another look at the planning before saying, let's put it this way, you plan I will not hand it over first and the director of the urban channel to study together. If there are comments, we will give you a word of advice and all think it's okay, then we will help you to send it to the satellite TV. Thank you, Superintendent. Chen Ran thanked. Yang Chijun is quite optimistic about Chen Ran. Since he decided to let him go, he wants to make the preparation a little more adequate. The director of the Metro channel also owes Chen Ran a favor. We all work together to keep the gatekeeper. There is strength in numbers, and it is good to be able to offer a little advice. At the end of the two directors did not put forward any opinions. The program format is new. Chen Ran's planning to think of all that should be thought of. Can also write Chijun just like Yang Chijun. The director of the urban channel also said that the program was not selected by the time their channel wanted to. With the recommendation of the two directors, Chen Ran's program planning was sent directly to the TV station and landed in the hands of the director of the TV station. Metro channel? Entertainment channel? What are they getting together for? TV director Ma Wenlong was slightly puzzled. He finished reading the plot, turned it over to read the signature, and pondered. It's a good show, but it's too soon. Isn't it? It's only been a few days since the news came out, and it's prepared in advance? But it's not like to eat so tightly on a budget. This Chen Ran is a bit interesting. Ma Wenlong reached out and called his assistant, saying, "Go and notify them of an impromptu meeting." Chapter 115. Nothing more. Wang Mingyi sat in front of the computer. He has been looking up information and watching programs like this for several days. Inside the open file on the computer was densely written text, all various analyses and summaries of the show. Except for his commute, he was preoccupied with the new show, and his hair was greasy from sitting in front of the computer for so long. Finally, the writing is done. Wang Mingyi breathed a sigh of relief. The station obviously didn't want to invest too much in this time slot, and gave it pitifully little funding. He had searched for a lot of information in the past few days, and it wasn't as if there were no small budget programs, but they could only be done moderately well. In his imagination, the program must be able to excel, not to say surpassing Magic Munchkin, but at least be able to grab a spot at this time of the year so that the station would take him seriously. There really weren't many programs that fit the bill, and he went through the trouble of finally finding one that was more than satisfactory. The budget will definitely be exceeded, but Wang Mingyi didn't worry much about it. With his performance in the last program, the station will surely relax a bit. With the intention, Wang Mingyi began to stay up all night. Thanks to the fact that he prepared so much information in advance, after determining the program to be done, it was just down and dirty very fast. It has taken until now to get the framework written out. Although many places are not complete, Wang Mingyi is a little impatient to take it to the director to see and discuss with the director. Only when he went over, he found that the director wasn't there. After some inquiries, I realized that the director had gone to a meeting. What's the meeting at this hour? Wang Mingyi wondered. After waiting for half a day, the director came back and was muttering something. Seeing Wang Mingyi, the director returned to his senses and asked, "Little Wang, what are you looking for me for?" Wang Mingyi took out the prepared plan and handed it to the director. "Director, this is the program I've written for the Thursday late night slot. Please help me look at it." Thursday late night slot? The director's face was slightly odd. He was aware of Wang Mingyi's intentions and took the document and looked at it for a while, frowning before putting it aside. Wang Mingyi asked, "Director, are you thinking something is wrong?" The director said slowly, "Wang, you should know some of the station's current policies because the outside world has some misunderstandings about our Zhaonan satellite TV, so the station intends to support original programs to turn the reputation around." Wang Mingyi listened, slightly dazed, so that the best planning was given to Chen Ran at the annual meeting because the station wanted to support original programs? Just now he thought, he felt wrong. His current program is also borrowed. Wang Mingyi said carefully, "Director, what do you mean? My program should not work. Then I'll respond to the station's call and ponder over it again." The director waved his hand and said, "I'll get right to the point. In fact, you don't need to be busy. The late night program, basically, is set. Settled? So soon." Wang Mingyi's face stiffened a bit. "He's writing fast enough, isn't he? Anyone else ahead of him?" The director nodded his head and said, "The temporary meeting just now was to discuss this program, purely original and a new program format. If I'm not wrong about this program of yours, it should be borrowed from a foreign program. Not only that, the budget is also much over budget compared to that program. There is still some gap." The director said it euphemistically, but to Wang Mingyi, it was indeed a bit of a blow. He didn't think that someone would write it before him, let alone that the other person would be the original program. The station has always been about ratings. Why are they suddenly concerned about word of mouth? And how can such a great planner look down on a late-night Thursday slot? "Director, can you conveniently divulge which planner wrote the program?" Wang Mingyi was a bit reluctant. The director glanced at him and said, "Chen Ran, Chun Ran of the entertainment channel, the two directors of the local channel elected, without passing through my hands, and sent it directly to the director who thought it was good. And now that the meeting has been held, everyone thinks it's good, so I guess it'll be finalized after further discussion and discussion. Chun Ran. Wang Mingyi felt a little muddled when he heard this name. The program had just been submitted, and Chun Ran was just waiting for news at ease. They have to make 3 drafts and discuss for a long time to finalize a program for their local channels, not to mention the satellite TV, so they must be very careful. He's kind of in a bit of a bachelor's mindset right now, and there's no point in worrying about it when the show's been submitted anyway. Lin Fan was rambling and asked, I heard that you've turned in all your programs? It's only been a few days. Why don't you give it more thought? I think it would be prudent, really, to miss this opportunity for at least a long time. With your ability, it's too uneconomical to delay a year or 2 by going to the Guardian and simmering up from an ordinary planner. He was the only one who was talking, although he didn't know what Chun Ran wrote about planning, but it's always bad to be too fast, how to think some more in case the planning isn't perfect and there are new ideas in the next 2 days. Chun Ran said, let's not talk about it, anyway. It's already been handed in. There's no way to change it by talking about it now. Lin Fan also seems to think of this problem, now say these will only add to the worry, immediately added, you're right, in fact, so early to hand it over also has an advantage. Other people have not been handed over, that the satellite TV leadership first see your planning. Even if the quality is almost the same, there will be a preconceived notion. Chun Ran was really amused by him. Lin Fan's ability to comfort people was indeed first class. It was strange how such a man could not find a girlfriend. At this time, Chun Yao dialed the phone over, and just as Chun Ran connected, he heard his sister's excited voice. Brother. Look, my new song is on the charts. Chun Ran was slightly surprised that the free songs had an exclusive list with no gold content. It was ranked by the number of plays, likes, and comments. The release of The Rest of My Life Afterward was not publicized, that is, Chun Yao brought a little bit of her own fans, how could she not rush up to be? He asked, why are you suddenly on the list? Chun Yao suppressed her excitement and said, it's Zhang Xiun. Oh no, it's Sister Xiun who recommended it for me on Weibo. When Chun Ran heard the news, he froze slightly and went on Weibo to take a look, and he saw a microblog posted by Zhang Fanji in the morning. There's no text, the song is below it, and above it is a red peach heart. Because Zhang Fanji rarely tweeted, and this time he still recommended such a song, the comment section exploded. Wahai. Tao Lin looked at the calm-faced Zhang Fanji and felt a bit clueless. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly pushing a song like this? Look at what the fans are saying. They all think you're in love. Just now, the company even called and questioned me about what's going on. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and said, I just quite like this song. Nothing else. Tao Lin held her forehead. You don't mean anything else. But the company thinks you mean something else. Look at the fans. What are they saying? Zhang Fanji said, I see that the fans quite like it. No. Do you call that liking? That is, you're just pushing a song, try announcing you're in love now. See if they still like it. Tao Lin gasped. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, and only after a short interval did she say, I'll discuss it with you next time. Tao Lin was clueless. She felt that there was something odd about Zhang Fanji coming back this time. I have been in a bad mood the last few days and have been walking around from time to time. Just ask and it's a bad mood and homesickness. And then today, out of nowhere, I don't know what came over me and pushed a song like this. The song was good, that was for her. Tao Lin. When did Zhang Fanji she would like this kind of song? Tao Lin did not have time to ink with Zhang Fanji. She still had to rush over to contact the producer. She could only let Zhang Fanji not find things for the time being. Zhang Fanji nodded in agreement. After Tao Lin left, she scrolled through the Twitter comments, looking at her fans' doubts as well as their well wishes. After a moment's hesitation, I long pressed the song, selected WeChat Share, found the top message box, and pressed it. But at the confirmation window, she paused again. After half a day's hesitation, pressed return to exit Twitter. Setting his phone aside, he frowned and thought for a while before sending a message from WeChat. In Chapter 116, Good Luck. Chun Ran flipped through the charts and found The Rest of Your Life Afterward at the very end. Taking a look at the data, he froze. The comments had gotten to over 20,000. From the first day after the release, Chun Yao's fans went to comment just over 2,000 points, and then the daily increase was not much. It is impossible that it has gone up by more than 20,000 entries in this period of time. Chun Ran clicked in, and the top comment already had more than 20,000 likes. Xiun microblogging sightseeing tour. Punch in. The comments below are almost all coming from Twitter. Why is Cheyenne pushing this song? Why? Here it comes. Here it comes. The goddess recommendation sure sounds good. When I get married, I have to have this song. Chun Ran scrolled all the way down to the bottom, all of which were tweeted over by Zhang Fanji. It's one thing to praise a song that's good. It's more like wondering what the hell their idol meant by pushing this song. The singer was also just a small netizen who had never heard of his name and had nothing to do with Zhang Xiun. Chun Ran understood why Chen Yao was excited. This comment went up too fast. Just for a moment, he refreshed and there were dozens more. Zhang Fanji is pretty hot right now, and with the song being free, fans can't help but comment a line when they come to listen to it. Chun Ran muttered, "This increase is a bit exaggerated. Maybe it can rush to the top 10 of the free list." What Chun Ran didn't understand was why Zhang Fanji pushed "The Rest of Your Life" afterward, the impact of which wasn't really good for her who wanted to sing quietly. Was it? As he was thinking about it, his cell phone dinged. It was a message from Zhang Fanji. Chun Ran saw the message, even if he often chatted. His heartbeat couldn't help but miss a beat. But this 10,000-year-old opening line made the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit. Listening to the song, "You pushed Chen Yao's new song on Weibo." Fans all ran over to support it. "She's happy now." Chun Ran sent it over and asked again, "Why did you suddenly think of helping Chen Yao push on Weibo?" Zhang Fanji replied back, "I quite like the lyrics, so I'm sharing them." Like the lyrics? Chun Ran blinked. He recalled back to the misunderstanding that had arisen over the song in the first place. It was probably because of that, after that time, that Chun Ran's mindset changed when facing Zhang Fanji. Surely he wouldn't be so slow to savor the words now, and returned, "I like it too." The Rest of Your Life afterward soared up the free charts by a huge margin in one night. At first, it was just Zhang Fanji's fans, but later on, many wild songwriters came. It's like Chun Ran said, "The lyrics are straightforward, the melody is easy to catch, and if there's a windfall, it spreads very quickly. There are already quite a few that make videos and make the song the soundtrack, so you can expect the song to be on the screen for some time to come." Chen Yao's earliest fans are wailing, "My treasure song has been discovered. Don't get too hot. I hope it doesn't suck. So many of my favorite songs have been spoiled." The fans didn't want the song to be red hot, but their little internet celebrity, Yao Yao, was a little sleepless with excitement because the song was suddenly on the free charts. She had wanted to tell her parents, but was worried that if they asked about the singing, it would be bad if the bar residency was involved. Chun Yao had a hard time holding it in, and in the end, she could only call Zhang Rui, who had just fallen asleep, in the middle of the night to wake her up. "No, Yao Yao, you have to see when you're excited again." Zhang Rui cried out sadly, "I just fell asleep, okay? Just fell asleep." Chun Yao said, "I'm just a bit excited. Anyway, you're at home and have nothing to do. You can sleep tomorrow. Now accompany me to talk first. Why do you think your sister suddenly pushed the song for me?" Zhang Rui knew her roommate's temperament, and now that she was so interrupted, her sleepiness was gone. So she could only say in a bad mood, "Why? You're her future sister-in-law, and now she's trying to curry favor with you." Chen Yao wrinkled her nose when she heard Zhang Rui's words. Was that really the reason? In fact, she wasn't too optimistic about Chen Ran and Zhang Xiun. One was a big star who rarely went home, and the other worked in a TV station and often worked overtime. Could such a relationship last? Even going so far as to get married is probably too hard. Isn't it? Chun Ran was in a good mood today and remembered to bring Lin Fan another bottle of water. The latter puzzled over the matter, thinking, did Chun Ran go to the private kitchen to eat again? This kind of thing, you thanked once is enough, more than once, is deliberately poking my heart for fun. Chun Ran hadn't been sitting down for long before he was called over by Director Yang. Chun Ran guessed that the program should have come out with results. That's a bit quick though, you should wait for all the programs to be written and pick one from them, and the results are out now, did they not pass? Chun Ran pondered slightly. He arrived at the director's office, greeted Director Yang, and asked, "Director, you're looking for me because there's news about the program?" Yang Qijuan let Chun Ran sit down before saying, "You're really lucky. It's kind of catching up with good times." Chun Ran didn't understand what Director Yang meant. What did this have to do with luck? Yang Qijuan said, "You should also know some of the reputation of the TV channel, although the ratings are good, but there are also many curses." Chun Ran nodded. This was something he naturally knew about. Yang Qijuan added, "Now they want to change the status quo, ratings have to be, and word of mouth has to be captured, so they've started focusing on supporting original programs. I'd say you're lucky right here. Originally, even if you submitted this program early, you'd have to at least wait for other people to submit their programs for comparison before choosing one out of them. But your program is purely original, a new category, and you were last year's best planner of the year, so after watching it, Director Ma of the Guardian channel had a few meetings to discuss it and decided to do your program. Straight up decision? Chen Ran froze, was a bit surprised. He's definitely confident in the show he's written, and just now when he came in he felt a little bit like he couldn't figure out that the show wasn't so bad that it would be killed so soon. And he didn't expect it to be a straight pass. When Director Yang continued, Chun Ran realized that because it was Director Yang and the director of the Metropolitan Channel who recommended it together, the program planning for the talk show didn't come to the TV program department, but was sent directly to Director Ma of the TV channel. If it was just Director Yang alone, the program would definitely be sent to the programming department first, and the director of TV programming would review it first. Policies from above are not necessarily implemented immediately from below. And Chun Ran's show is risky. Putting it in the program department must have waited quite a while before finally taking their time to discuss the selection. Superintendent Ma looks at it himself, and that results in a different outcome. Chun Ran listened carefully, feeling that the truthful program was sent out as if it hadn't really gone wrong. No wonder Director Yang said he was lucky. If he put it in the usual way, he still needed to compete, but now it's good, it's directly fixed. Others. Guess it's a little tough. Huh? After all, it was said that there was a call for planning and a chance to compete. Now that it's just begun, it's declared over, and I don't know what they're in the mood for. Yang Chijuan laughed. Now you're sort of going to the satellite TV as you wish, but our channel needs less talent. Seeing Chun Ran's slight embarrassment, he shook his head and said, "You go ahead and discuss with Director Liu first to discuss the program's follow-up matters." Chapter 117. Thank you. Chun Ran didn't go to Director Liu Xianlong first, but returned to the program team. When Lin Fan saw him return, he asked, "What's the matter with the director looking for you? Is it a problem with the program?" When the director's assistant came over to find Chun Ran, he already had the idea in his mind that the program might have been killed. Otherwise, it couldn't have been so fast. Before Chun Ran came, he was still regretting in his heart. And at this time, when he saw Chun Ran come back, he didn't show it. "It's the program is set," Chun Ran said. "It's okay. This time the opportunity is gone. It's gone with your ability. It's just a little bit more time." Lin Fan waited for Chun Ran to finish, then immediately consoled a sentence, but halfway through the sentence felt a little bit wrong. Stared at the eyes and said, You just said that the program is set." Chun Ran couldn't help but feel amused at his expression. "You heard right. The program is over. I'm going to be in charge of the program planning for the Thursday evening slot on the TV channel." Lin Fan listened carefully, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he was still a bit stunned. "But this is a bit too fast. It's only been 2 days since the program was sent up. It's not enough to go through the process. There's other people's programs and they don't even watch them?" Chun Ran saw that he did not understand, explained, "I program is the director of the submission but also the director of the urban channel's recommendation, so it crossed the director of the TV program department, directly to the hands of the director of the horse." His side looked at it, discussed 2 days, which was fixed. Lin Fan still felt a bit incredulous as he listened to Chun Ran's explanation. It's a little too easy to get into the Guardian channel, isn't it? At this time, he only somewhat understood why Chun Ran had to do a program for the Metropolitan Channel in the first place, writing a program in exchange for the director of the other side to help recommend, each to get what he needed. Lin Fan was now curious as to what kind of program Chun Ran had written that would make the TV channel director make a direct decision. Chun Ran chatted with Lin Fan for a while before going out to make a call. The latter looked at Chun Ran's back and froze slightly before he also took Chun Ran as a rival, but he did not realize that people were just passing through, and the entertainment channel did not allow Chun Ran to stay, and now he went straight to the satellite TV channel. "Chun Ran is leaving. What about me? When can I go to the Guardian channel too?" Lin Fan was a bit bewildered. At this moment, Chun Ran dialed the phone to Director Zhang. The reason why he didn't go directly to Director Liu was that he wanted to tell Uncle Zhang the news in the first place. Director Zhang picked up the phone and asked, "Hey, Chun Ran, what's wrong?" Chun Ran said, "Uncle, I've had my program." As soon as he spoke, he heard a clinking sound over there, which must have been a teacup falling to the floor. Chun Ran was busy shouting, "Uncle, are you all right?" No, the teacup fell." Director Zhang spoke with some excitement, busy asking, "Wasn't it only submitted for 2 days? How could it be so fast?" Chun Ran hurriedly explained what the superintendent had just said in full to Director Zhang. "Harm," said the luck, "where there is so much luck, if it is not your ability is good, do a few programs to get the best planning, above how the policy changes will not be your turn." Director Zhang is a little dissatisfied with this statement of luck. Then he added, You wait for me. The evening must drink into the satellite TV. Such a big thing not drink some wine how to line. No, uncle. Chun Ran heard drinking, immediately to say no need to trouble. But Director Zhang didn't give him a chance to speak and said, I'll give your aunt a call and ask her to cook a few more dishes when she comes home. After finishing, he hung up the phone. Chun Ran looked at the hung-up cell phone and cried and laughed. He found Zhang Fanji's number again and wanted to dial it. But then he thought that last night she had said that she might start recording the song today. Thought about it and sent a direct message. I plotted it. He didn't explain the rest. If it was Tao Lin who saw it, there was no need to explain anything, but if it was Zhang Fanji, there was no need to explain either. Chun Ran rubbed his brow and muttered, Why are you acting like an underground party? Office of the Director. Director Lu Xianlong was a bit distracted. There was a knock on the door. He gathered his emotions and said, Come in. The door opened and in came Chun Ran. When Director Lu saw that it was him, he said busily, Chun Ran come and sit. Chun Ran took a slight pause. Why is Director Lu a bit odd today? He sat down before saying, Director, I'm here to discuss with you the follow-up arrangements for the 2 programs I love, Remembering Lyrics and Challenge the Microphone. Director Lu has long known that Chun Ran's program in the satellite TV over the news. His intention to come is also very clear. Asked, Tell me what you have in mind. Chun Ran thought for a moment and then said, For the position of chief planner, I think Lin Fan is good. He has been following since the beginning of the preparation of I Love Record Lyrics, and later on, Challenge the Microphone was also a plan written by him and me together. I think he can take over as the chief planner after I'm gone. Lin Fan. Director Lu still recognized Lin Fan's ability, but he was hesitant. He's the one who's working on both programs. I'm afraid he's too busy, right? In case something goes wrong with the programs at that time, it's no joke. The program is on track. It's all in order. Lin Fan, he's been with these 2 programs. Everything is familiar. Absolutely no problem. I believe him. Chun Ran said with certainty. Director Lu was a bit hesitant, but seeing that Chun Ran was so determined, he finally just frowned and said, You can observe for 2 periods first, and if it really doesn't work, I will consider replacing him. Thank you, Director. Chun Ran laughed. He still had quite a bit of confidence in Lin Fan. The previous challenge microphone is basically Lin Fan is responsible for, from the beginning of writing him to write the planning of the satellite TV. In fact, the 2 programs are Lin Fan is busy. Chun Ran has also seen if he can't let him alone in charge of it. The results are obvious. Lin Fan compared to the previous has a great progress and did not make any mistakes. Being the chief planner of 2 programs now is definitely a good seniority for Lin Fan. Originally, Chun Ran wanted to take Lin Fan to the TV channel. Talk shows still need a professional team. Let Lin Fan to help much better. But also thought of Lin Fan's current seniority is indeed a bit embarrassing. There are 2 program master planners to support the door in the future to be much better. The big deal was that when there was an opportunity later, Lin Fan would be asked to help out again. Chun Ran talked with Director Lu for half a day again. Ready to go back to the program team. Here is to report with Director Lu. The real work discussions still have to be with Director Wu Jin. Director Lu sat in front of the computer and watched Chun Ran open the door to leave, hesitated or shouted, Chun Ran. Chun Ran turned around and asked, Director, what else? Director Lu said sincerely, Thank you. Chun Ran froze, not understanding why Director Lu suddenly came with such a sentence. Director Lu looked at this reaction of his and waved his hand. Go ahead. Chun Ran went out the door, still feeling full of confusion. Director Lu in the office, on the other hand, felt much more comfortable. Chapter 118, Me Too. Chun Ran is going to the Guardian. The news didn't spread too much. After all, the official notice hadn't come down yet and not many people knew about it. Director Wu Jin was a little surprised when he heard it and felt it made sense. He didn't know that the Guardian had a program to start, and at their age, they couldn't fight their way up the ladder, so he didn't have much inclination to inquire. But Chun Ran is different from them, young and energetic, creative, one of a kind, and won the Best Planning Award. How can not always in the entertainment channel? It's just that he didn't expect Chun Ran to be so quick to make a move just to start the year. Quick and somewhat unexpected. Chun Ran discussed the program with Director Wu Jin, who was not surprised that Chun Ran chose Lin Fan. We are all from the entertainment channel and he knows exactly how much Lin Fan is capable of. Doing a new program alone might be worse, but being in charge of these 2 know-it-all programs isn't much of a problem. In fact, just like what Chun Ran said at the beginning, there is not just one planner. Even if he wants to go crooked, there are people who monitor and remind each other. I didn't expect that. It hasn't been long since I came to the entertainment channel, but I'm going to the satellite TV. Director Woo Jin watched Chun Ran leave and felt quite regretful. It's very pleasant to work with Chun Ran. His job is always done beautifully, hardworking and talented. Who wouldn't like such a colleague? Off duty, Chun Ran said goodbye to Lin Fan and went to find Director Zhang, ready to go back to Zhang's house together. Director Zhang was so happy today that the corners of his mouth were a little stiff with joy from morning until now. Because the notice did not come down, he did not talk nonsense. Others asked him what is the matter to be so happy. He said that his son-in-law was promoted, happy. Chun Ran happily said, "Uncle, I'm just doing a small program at the satellite TV. You don't have to be happy like this." Now a small program Uncle Zhang is happy like this. If we make a big production in the future, won't Uncle Zhang be so happy that he can't sleep for a few days? Regarding whether he would be enough to mix with big productions in the future, this was something Chun Ran was not very skeptical about. Going to the satellite TV is the chief planner. It has nothing to do with the size of the program. Director Zhang smiled cheerfully and didn't say much, letting Chun Ran get on the car. On the way, Director Zhang asked, "By the way, have you told Twiggy about this good news?" Chun Ran smiled. "Told her. But she's recording a new song today, so she's a bit busy and doesn't have time for this." Director Zhang shook his head and said, "Look at her as a star, Chun Ran. In the future, if you have a daughter, you must teach her well, so you can't go along with Zi's virtues." Chun Ran was a little embarrassed. How did Uncle Zhang bring it here again? In his and Zhang Fanji's current work status, there are still obstacles to determining a relationship, and how far away would it be to have a child? Uncle and nephew were talking, and it didn't take long to arrive at Zhang's house. Aunt Yoon was all smiles, as happy as Director Zhang, even to the point of taking off work early today to cook the meal. Zhang Rui was not at home. I heard that it was a high school reunion, eating out, and would not be back until later. Aunt Yoon brought the food up. Director Zhang sat down and said, "Go get a bottle of wine. Chun Ran and I will have a good drink. Today is indeed a good day. To tell you, Chun Ran, your uncle, I also wanted to enter the TV channel when I was young. But I couldn't get in. It doesn't matter. Now my son-in-law got in satisfied." Chun Ran had wanted to open his mouth and say that he wouldn't drink and just chat. But Uncle Zhang was so happy. Chun Ran really couldn't afford to brush him off and could only count on Aunt Yoon to refuse. But he miscalculated. Not only did Aunt Yoon not refuse, she brought the wine that Uncle Zhang had been hiding and couldn't afford to drink. Chun Ran smiled bitterly. "This can't be helped. Last time I just said that I don't drink. But now it's Uncle Zhang who insisted on drinking, and I can't refuse. Even if Zhang Fanji knew, she wouldn't say anything, right?" With this thought in mind, Chun Ran drank with Director Zhang. The amount of alcohol this thing is indeed practiced. With this time, Chun Ran drank more than the past few times, but feel not so faint, the mind is still sober. Although Aunt Yoon allowed her uncle and nephew to drink, she paid attention to an amount, and when she saw Chun Ran's slightly intoxicated state, she knew that it was impossible for him to drink, so she advised her husband. Director Zhang muttered something about how a man can't not drink, just when he's happy or something like that. Aunt Yoon knew that he was going to start talking nonsense, and not only did she take away the bottle of wine, she even hurriedly took away the wine glass with some left inside. Chun Ran looked a little funny. Uncle Zhang previously said that some people have a general taste for wine, drink like a gallant, say something that usually dare not say, farcical. He is sure that Uncle Zhang certainly does not know what kind of wine he drank himself. In fact, with Uncle Zhang's capacity for alcohol, this amount of wine is certainly not drunk, but it is just a lot of words. He was here pulling Chun Ran to talk for half a day, and waited for Aunt Yoon to come over before wanly not saying anything. Chun Ran looked at the time and planned to go back. The couple advised Chun Ran to rest here, but Chun Ran insisted on leaving. To Zhang Rui is not at home when he also rests a night. Now she is an inconvenient, not to mention that he is covered in alcohol. Tomorrow morning still have to go to work. Husband and wife couldn't persuade. Aunt Yoon was afraid that Chun Ran was dizzy from drinking and didn't worry about him being alone. She sent Chun Ran downstairs to the car before she went home. Chun Ran was still in the car when Zhang Fanji called. She said, "I just saw the message." Chun Ran asked, "Recording this late?" "No, Sister Lin forgot her bag." Zhang Fanji explained a little, then asked, "You programmed it?" Chun Ran laughed. "Yes, over." At first, he remembered Zhang Fanji saying that he had to make achievements in the Guardian before he could be proud. He's going to the Guardian now, and while he hasn't made a mark yet, he's taken the first step. Zhang Fanji sighed, however, paused for a moment and then asked, "You've been drinking?" Chun Ran was confused for a moment. "No, this was through the phone. How did she smell it?" He asked tentatively. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't drink?" Zhang Fanji's calm laugh came from the phone, very cold. Ran confessed. I drank just a little bit, and today uncle was happy and drank with him. Zhang Fanji calmly said. You don't need to explain. As Ran was trying to think of what to say, Zhang Fanji added, Congratulations, you got what you wanted. Talk about getting into the Guardian. Ran laughed. I can say that I want to make a program and ask you to be a guest. I feel that I'm not far from that goal. Zhang Fanji didn't know what to think and didn't say anything. When the car arrived, Ran paid the fare and got out of the car. Even though it's New Year's Eve, it's just as cold and the wind makes your head a little uncomfortable. The phone is still hung up. The road is quiet. Ran heard Zhang Fanji's vague breathing on the other end of the phone. He was quiet for a moment and said, I kind of missed you. As the words came out, he didn't know what to feel in his heart. But Zhang Fanji's breathing was obviously rougher. At this time, Tao Lin's voice could be heard on the phone. Shiyun, what are you doing outside? Ran felt slightly regretful. It seemed that he could not hear the response. But a moment before the phone hung up, he heard a faint voice. Me too. Chapter 119. There's nothing you can do if you're not happy about it. Ran had been in a very good mood for the past 2 days, and had brought Lin Fan another bottle of water by the way. Lin Fan was first confused for a moment, then pulled Ran and asked, No, you go up to the private kitchen every day to eat? Ran was puzzled. I have nothing to do with going to a private kitchen for any meal. That place tastes good, but it's in a remote location, it's expensive, and as good as it tastes, who's going to have nothing to do with going there every day? What's more, Zhang Fanji wasn't there, so he couldn't go alone. Lin Fan was depressed. You didn't go to dinner? What are you doing bringing me water every day? Ran immediately laughed. I'm in a good mood to bring you water and you're still not happy about it? That's fine. Just give it to me to drink myself. Don't. I'm just asking, no offense. Lin Fan hemmed and hawed. Ran was a bit puzzled. How does this guy think outside the box? Regarding the news that Ran was going to the Guardian channel, not many people inside the program group knew about it. But based on Lin Fan's behavior during this time, everyone kind of guessed.